I sold all my organs, just to gather enough money to become an SSS level spellcaster. But everyone laughs at me for being a fool, because spellcasters need to sacrifice their lifespan or flesh to cast spells. They are usually very short-lived. But ever since I crossed into this world filled with demons, I have become an immortal spellcaster. Being short-lived has nothing to do with my immortality. I usually treat spells as a daily tool, okay? At this moment, the awakening ceremony was in full swing, but this year's students seem to be quite dull. Over 100 people have awakened so far, with the highest level only being A, and combat class job changers are exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a red phoenix soared into the sky from the job change altar. The terrifying heat wave scorched the hair of the front row students closest to the altar, emitting a burnt protein smell. The principal's breathing suddenly quickened. Could this unusual sound be from a 3S level profession? Whether it's combat, support, or lifestyle professions, as long as it reaches SSS level, a qualitative change will occur. For example, the one who raised the Chaos Chicken King is an SSS level poultry farmer. Everyone at Qingcheng High School couldn't help but focus their attention on the altar. There stood a tall figure with a massive fire phoenix flying above his head. Lu Ruan, a combat class profession. SSS level fire mage. The principal was ecstatic. Even if a 3S level fire mage emerged, he wouldn't care if all other students awakened as F-level lifestyle professions. One Lu Ruan could stand against thousands, a combat class profession with such a 3S level talent. Even if Lu Ruan beat up the principal right there, he would probably smile and praise her, truly a person of both literary and martial prowess. Lu Ruan, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. The principal's old face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. Teacher Wang, please help me host the job change ceremony. Teacher Wang walked to the job change altar and called out the next person's name. The ceremony continued. Next, Yiling. I quietly stepped out from the crowd and stood directly on the job change altar. As Teacher Wang activated the job change altar, a strange energy flowed into my body, making me feel warm. The next second, the originally bright and clear sky instantly darkened, with countless dark clouds gathering together as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yellow thunder, heaven's fire. Like a calm sea, various natural disasters surged from the dark clouds, as if to end the world. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, and some turned pale with fear. Thinking of Teacher Wang again, I felt like my heart was about to stop at that moment. 2 consecutive SSS level professions. Was this world going crazy, or was he? The principal, who was originally about to leave with Lu Ruan, paused and then rushed over eagerly. He stared intensely at the job change altar, his gaze burning. An SSS profession with a buy one get one free offer, truly a blessing for Qingcheng. Teacher Wang, quickly check what profession this Yiling has. The principal's tone softened significantly. He knew that with such a terrifying sound, I must have awakened as a combat profession. Upon hearing the principal's words, Teacher Wang regained composure and checked my profession. Yiling, combat class, SSS level spellcaster. Teacher Wang's mouth dropped open in astonishment, staring blankly. An SSS level spellcaster. Well done, well done. Truly worthy of being a student of Qingcheng High School. Today, you take pride in Qingcheng, and tomorrow, Qingcheng will take pride in you. Not you. The principal, finally reacting, turned dark-faced, looking as if he had just been force-fed 3 pounds of olives. As long as one reaches SSS level, any profession is extremely powerful, but there is one profession in the SSS level that everyone despises, the spellcaster. It's not that spellcasters are weak, quite the opposite. The spells cast by spellcasters are increasingly powerful. Challenges at the level of destruction are as easy as eating and drinking for them. The reason spellcasters are despised is that this profession wastes lives when casting spells. Although the spells cast by spellcasters are powerful, they come at a cost, either sacrificing lifespan or losing organs, fingers, or limbs. Some sufficiently powerful spells even require the spellcaster to fully sacrifice their life to cast them. Hence, this profession is jokingly referred to as a self-destruct truck. So far, no one who has become a spellcaster has lived past 25 years old. If your enemy is a spellcaster, you don't even need to kill them. They will end up killing themselves with their own spells. The principal had originally planned to invest in me, but upon learning that I was a spellcaster, he completely abandoned that idea. The students below had complex expressions, filled with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude. Their gazes pierced through me like swords. I played along, my face turning pale, walking with my head down, swaying as if I had lost my soul. After all, if I didn't keep my head down, I would laugh out loud. The spellcaster's waste of life has nothing to do with my immortality. I quietly checked my attributes. Name, Yiling, profession, spellcaster, level 1, strength, 10, agility, 15, spirit, 30, profession talent, endless spells. A spellcaster unlocks one spell each time they level up. They can unlock one spell each time. The spell Annihilation Thunder requires sacrificing oneself to summon destructive lightning from the heavens. The more important the sacrificed body part, the higher the summoned lightning's level. At its peak, it can summon the Chaos Divine Thunder, with power based on the spellcaster's level and spirit. Furthermore, casting this spell has no consumption or cooldown. Generally, skill levels are divided into common, rare, epic, and legendary. Legendary skills are already extremely powerful. However, above legendary skills, there is a forbidden skill level known as a forbidden spell. The reason spellcasters are so powerful is that all the skills they possess are forbidden spells. For others, casting forbidden spells usually means being pushed to the brink of death, but for spellcasters, their ordinary spells are already forbidden spells. The spell Annihilation Thunder captivated me. The Chaos Divine Thunder is the king of all thunders. No wonder spellcasters are said to be invincible at the same level. One strike from the Chaos Divine Thunder would kill even a deity of the same level. Moreover, the key point is that spellcasters can cast forbidden spells without cooldown and without any laziness, meaning as long as they have enough lives, they can unleash an infinite amount of Chaos Divine Thunder. Friends with particularly abundant lives should know this well. With the spellcaster profession combined with my immortality, I can't even imagine how terrifying it would be if my level increased. The profession of a forbidden spellcaster has no drawbacks for me. A forbidden spellcaster with no side effects and overwhelming power over all other professions makes me laugh in my sleep. Seeing my reaction, the principal couldn't help but sigh, looking somewhat regretful. What a good kid, but unfortunately, he's a forbidden spellcaster. However, the principal's eyes soon lit up again. A forbidden spellcaster has a short lifespan, and a 3S level forbidden spellcaster, along with a 3S level fire mage. Then Xinjiang High School's chances in this college entrance exam are surely secured. They wouldn't even need Lu Ruan to act. If this kid Jilin discovers a way to use a forbidden spell, he could sweep away all other high schools. Thinking about standing on the podium after the college entrance exam and announcing their first place, the principal couldn't help but clap in delight. Xinjiang High School hasn't won first place in 5 years. Who knows how he has spent these past 5 years? The principal immediately stated that tomorrow's Novice Secret Realm would allow Lu Ruan and me to solo, which means we would level up faster than everyone else. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan frowned slightly. Letting a forbidden spellcaster solo the Novice Secret Realm is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Using a forbidden spell on a level 1 monster, and then again on a level 5 monster? Soloing that would probably cost me half my life. He then suggested that we team up, with him handling low-level monsters and me dealing with the higher-level ones, but I immediately expressed my disagreement. Teaming up with Lu Ruan would restrict me everywhere, and I had no interest in that. Lu Ruan's gaze turned slightly cold. She truly did not appreciate kindness. Then solo it, the principal decided. He didn't care about the consequences of my soloing or whether I understood. All he wanted was high admission rates. The principal then took out 2 rings and handed one to me and one to Lu Ruan. They were ordinary rings with no skill bonuses, but at least they provided a boost of 10 spirit points, which was better than nothing. I quietly accepted them, thanked the principal, and prepared to go home. Not far down the road, Lu Ruan called out to me. I advise you to think carefully. Competition is a battle, and the more frequent it is, the faster it escalates. I mean no harm, we're classmates after all. I just don't want you to die too quickly. Her tone carried a strong sense of pity. I replied, thank you for your concern, but let's forget about teaming up. Lu Ruan glared at me, realizing that kind words were futile. Damn it, she silently admonished herself to let go of her desire to help and respect my decision, deciding not to care about my life anymore. At that moment, an amateur voice rang out, Tisk TSK, who is this? It turns out to be our SSS class profession holder. Yilin, is it? Jing Yu stood in front of me and Lu Ruan with a group of followers. He was the young master of the Qingqing Jishur group, often acting like a king at Xinjiang High School and had been openly pursuing Lu Ruan for a long time. Looking into Jing Yu's cold gaze, I felt speechless. Truly, women could be sources of trouble. I had spent 3 years at Xinjiang High School without offending anyone, yet Lu Ruan's 2 words had drawn trouble to me. At that moment, I did not want to cause trouble. Please step aside, I want to go home. Born with spirit and talent, going home means returning to your sewage-filled slum? You're at least a 3S level profession now. How about you beg me? I can arrange a security job for you at my Jishur group, with food and board. Then you wouldn't have to live in a slum. See, I'm being nice to you. I narrowed my eyes slightly, fully aware that facing someone like Jing Yu, any concession would only lead to increasingly severe humiliation. Thinking of this, my eyes instantly turned blood red. Jing Yu, you go too far, you're pushing me. Forbidden spell, despise, thunder. I roared, raising a hand as dark clouds gathered, a raging storm formed, and silver arcs of lightning danced through the clouds. Then, a bolt of thunder, as thick as a thigh, struck down from the clouds, connecting with my palm. At that moment, I appeared as a deity wielding thunder, dazzling beyond compare. As my raised hand came down, the terrifying thunder struck right beside Jing Yu, sending him flying, and a massive crater appeared on the ground. Are you insane? Jing Yu, who had narrowly escaped death, nearly wet himself from fright. He only wanted to humiliate Yilin to make him stay away from Lu Ruan, yet this kid was willing to risk his life and used a forbidden spell. What a lunatic! However, in response to Jing Yu's questioning, I didn't answer but raised my hand again. Forbidden spell, despise, thunder. Yilin has gone mad. Help me. Jing Yu was completely terrified. After being humiliated a couple of times, he was ready to risk everything. Who wouldn't fear such a lunatic? He turned to his lackeys for help, but they were too busy fleeing to care about Jing Yu. You bunch of useless dogs. Jing Yu was furious. This matter was accompanied by a thunderous crash. An even more terrifying bolt of lightning struck down beside him. Jing Yu stood there dazed as a foul liquid streamed down his pants. The feeling of being on the brink of life and death truly tested a person's sphincter. Fortunately, that bolt of lightning missed him as well, and it finally ended. A drop of hot tear fell from Jing Yu's eye. Just as Jing Yu thought this, an angry voice rang out again, like a reaper. Forbidden spell, despise, thunder. Yiling, stop it quickly. A voice filled with urgency sounded, and the principal rushed over as if his butt was on fire. Hearing the principal's voice, my eyes flashed, and I finally put away the forbidden spell. Of course, I wouldn't be foolish enough to kill the mecha boy in front of everyone. The principal, I silently clenched my fists, looking as if I had suffered a great injustice. Don't worry, you don't need to explain. I will definitely give you an account. The principal is extremely angry. In the past, Jing Yu bullied his classmates, and he would turn a blind eye for the sake of his father. But to cast 3 forbidden spells without regard for his life shows how much I have been bullied. How tragic. Jing Yu, you stand up for me, the principal roared. Right now, immediately apologize to classmate Yiling. The principal thought that, given Jing Yu's rebellious young master attitude, making him apologize would be harder than ascending to heaven. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jing Yu knelt in front of me with a thud. Yilin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry, Lu Ruan. From now on it's you. I won't compete with you anymore. He is the young master of the G family group, and he is also the only son. He has a bright future ahead of him. Those who wear shoes fear going barefoot. He doesn't want to perish together with a madman, especially since this madman can really kill him. Jing Yu apologized so decisively that it left the principal at a loss. Yiling, look at me. Tighten your lips, speak with conviction. Principal, I accept his apology. Jing Yu, remember this. A gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. The principal has nothing to do, so I will go back first. I politely spoke up, and if nothing unexpected happens, with today's incident, for a long time to come, in the Qing Dynasty High School and even throughout the entire Qing Dynasty, there should be no one coming to trouble me. Lu Ruan's expression was very complicated. He looked at my departing figure, slowly shook his head, completely lacking sense. Just a little humiliation and he wants to fight with his life. He is truly a reckless man. Someone like this, even if the profession is not a curse master, it is destined not to go far. Opening the door to my home, I returned to the small house in the slum, quietly calculating the organs needed for the traps to cast the forbidden spell of world-destroying thunder, summoning different levels of thunder. Offering a section of the duodenum can summon a normal thunder body, offering a bladder can summon the mighty watering thunder, and offering a heart can summon the life-extinguishing child thunder. This is all the data I just obtained from Jing Yu through experiments. If calculated this way, to summon Jiqiang's chaos divine thunder, it seems that one would have to sacrifice oneself completely. No wonder this thing is of pure weight. I touched my nose and couldn't help but smile wryly. Only someone like me, who is immortal, would dare to play like this. If a normal person tried to cast this spell, they would be paralyzed after just a few attempts. However, I am extremely satisfied with the power of this forbidden spell. Don't be fooled by the fact that I am currently only at level 1. If I were to unleash the despised thunder to its full extent, I estimate that no one below level 5 among the job changers would be able to survive. With a thought, I cast a forbidden spell, and the sacrificed organ regrew. My complexion also returned to a rosy hue. Then I fell asleep, peaceful like a corpse. Some are happy and some are sad. I sleep sweetly over here. On the other side, Jing Yu couldn't sleep. Dad, you have to avenge me. You must kill that guy. That guy made me lose all my face in front of the whole school, and I still had to bow my head and apologize to him. I can't swallow this anger. Jing Yu sat across from his stepfather, crying with tears and snot. The G family group has many powerful job changers under its command. Killing a level 1 is as easy as pie for me. Listening to Jing Yu's cries, the stepfather remained expressionless. Ling Yu, you are Dad's only son. Dad has educated you countless times from childhood to adulthood. A businessman should not act impulsively. You must learn to weigh the pros and cons. I ask you, if Dad listens to you and sends someone to kill him and succeeds, what benefits can we get? Jing Yu was taken aback. If he killed Yiling, what benefit would he gain? It seemed there really was none, only a breath of relief. If we fail, we will completely offend a level 3, nice grade curse master. Once he grows stronger, before he dies, he can drag our G family group down to hell with him, and that's not a problem. So, to vent our anger by killing a night spirit is entirely a high-risk endeavor with no benefits. In the past, those who had conflicts with you were just ordinary people. Killing them was just killing them, but this time it's different. Do you understand? Jing Yu obediently nodded. He also understood the implications of this matter. Dad, I will definitely avoid the Yilin in the future. The stepfather shook his head, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. Not only can you not stay away from that night spirit, on the contrary, you should follow him, looking up to him as the leader. Because someone can unleash a powerful spell and fight back just after being humiliated a few times, such a person clearly has no troubles and is extremely concerned about face. The corner of the stepfather's mouth lifted into a smile of ambition. The young master of the G family, being his follower is not enough. A big man can bend and stretch. As long as you do well as this night spirit's follower, he will be your protective umbrella. After all, bullying him is essentially humiliating him, slapping him in the face, right? As long as you pay a little insignificant face, you can gain a 3S level forbidden spellcaster, a free bodyguard. Why not? Jing Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was a feeling of enlightenment. Dad, I understand. The stepfather nodded and continued meaningfully, pride in being a poor student, remember these 2 points. If handled properly, you will have a free forbidden spell master. What my G family lacks the least is money. The next day after arriving at school, I directly entered the Novice secret realm, and what appeared before me was a dense forest. I stretched lazily and then began my monster hunting journey. Just after walking out for a short distance, I encountered a creature that looked like a cat, a round and adorable being covered in pink fur, like a moving doll, which could probably melt the hearts of many girls. And I was not deceived by this thing. This little guy just looks cute, but it is a real monster that can easily bite through an adult's throat. He is rolling on the ground and making a gurgling sound, trying to attract me to approach him so that he can launch a deadly attack. My response was very simple. I just extended my right hand. Forbidden spell disdainful thunder. In an instant, the thunder rolled down. The cat let out a sharp meow and instantly got scared crazy. What is it doing? It's just hungry and came out to hunt. Is it necessary to get struck by lightning? However, faced with someone whose attack is a forbidden spell, there was not even enough time to escape, and he was struck down by the descending thunder and turned into char. Killing a level 1 pink leopard cat rewards 10 experience points. Is it only 10 experience points for killing a level 1 monster? Then I need to kill 100 level 1 monsters to level up to level 2. This efficiency is too slow. Anyway, all my skills are pure weight, so maybe I can try to delve deeper into this forest. Then, my figure disappeared into the dense woods. Despise the mad thunder to kill the level 2 killer bee, reward 20 experience points. Net weight disdain crazy thunder kills level 3 gray wolf, reward 30 experience points. Net weight despises the violent thunder that kills the level 5 jungle eagle body female demon, reward 50 experience points. In the time that followed, this forest filled with monsters broke the long-lost tranquility and welcomed a baptism of thunder. From time to time, a bolt of heavenly thunder would roll down from the distant horizon. I pushed through all the way, regardless of whether I encountered a level 1 monster or a level 5 monster. My response was the same. I would cast a forbidden spell and smash it directly, emphasizing the equality of all beings. Through continuous casting, I became increasingly proficient in casting the forbidden spell Contemptuous Thunder, even able to perform it without any casting animation. With such an almost perverse efficiency in monster farming, I quickly leveled up to level 2 and also unlocked a brand new forbidden spell. The Burning Reincarnation spell consumes one's own life force to significantly enhance 3 major attributes: strength, agility, and spirit. Behind this newly unlocked forbidden spell, there is also a small observation added for convenience, and the Burning Reincarnation skill is extremely costly in terms of life force, and once the vitality is consumed, it cannot be reversed. Please use this skill with caution. Use this skill with caution? I obediently nodded and then shouted loudly with great strength. Burning Reincarnation, I can only see blood-colored flames emerging all around me, because my life force is continuously burning, and even the blood within my body is being evaporated into blood. At the same time, my strength, agility, and mental power have all doubled, with my mental power directly soaring to a terrifying 120 points. In the state of burning reincarnation, even a level 10 monster would probably find it hard to withstand the full force of my disdainful madness. Then I started a new round of slaughter. Killing a level 5 two-headed snake rewards 50 experience points, killing a level 6 armored scorpion rewards 60 experience points, killing a level 6 centaur rewards 60 experience points. As I delved deeper, the monsters that appeared before me became increasingly powerful, with the lowest being level 5 monsters. However, these strong monsters were as fragile as paper when facing a warrior of only level 2, almost getting instantaneously killed upon encounter. The Novice Secret Realm is indeed fraught with danger. It is truly a thrilling experience of training. Hit by the raging fire, I roar, and a flame of purple below and red above emerges from my hands, burning as if it were a demon's pity for reality. Then this flame fell onto a pile of dry firewood, igniting it directly. If outsiders saw this scene, their eyes would probably pop out. It's like using a nuclear bomb to light a cigarette. Compensating for a day's time, under my crazy slaughter, my own level has also risen to level 3, and after reaching level 3, the forbidden spell that is unlocked is this fire-burning heaven. This skill, like the Annihilation Thunder, can summon boundless hardness from the 9 underworlds as long as I sacrifice myself. As the experience points required for upgrades increase, it only takes a day's time to reach level 3. I am extremely satisfied now. I estimate that most people haven't even reached level 2. At this rate, reaching level 10 before the Novice Secret Realm closes is completely a small issue. I skillfully dragged over a dead 3-eyed magic orb, stripped its skin and took the meat, then placed it on the burning campfire to roast. Although I am immortal and won't starve to death, the feeling of hunger is still unpleasant. I'm not a masochist, so naturally, I won't mistreat my stomach. At this moment, not far away, Lu Ruan suddenly paused, looking towards my direction with a gaze filled with surprise and uncertainty. As a fire mage, he was extremely sensitive to fire elements and sensed the presence of the night fire in the first instant. Besides me, there clearly isn't a second 3S level fire element related profession. How could there be such a strong fire element fluctuation? Could it be that some fire-related treasure has appeared? Willow Ruyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, and then she ran towards my direction. When Lu Ruan arrived, the well-fed and well-watered me had already vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of bonfires still emitting green smoke. It turns out that this commotion was caused by humans. The ability to manipulate fire elements is probably not inferior to mine. Xinjiang is truly a place of hidden talents. Just wait, I, Lu Ruan, will definitely find you. Compared to a stubborn and foolish guy like me, someone who is strong and knows how to bide their time and hide themselves is obviously more interesting to Lu Ruan. Lu Ruan looked around and quickly chased after the direction I had left. Forbidden spell burns through the cycle of rebirth. Forbidden spell despises. Wild thunder. I am currently rampaging through the depths of the forest, just like locusts passing through, sweeping away all the magical creatures I can see. This brush continued straight into the deep night, and just as I was about to level up to level 4, I was planning to push through and level up directly, when suddenly there was a noise behind me. I narrowed my eyes slightly, then immediately stopped the burning reincarnation, and the blood on my body instantly disappeared. I was very clear about the movements of the magic creatures. What was coming from behind was definitely not a magic creature, but a human. How could Ji Ling be you? The moment Lu Ruan saw me, she frowned, and her originally good mood instantly disappeared. What she was looking for was that nameless genius who controlled the night fire, not Yi Ling. How could that guy Yi Ling appear here? But soon Lu Ruan figured out the reason behind it. It must be that after Yi Ling entered the Novice Secret Realm, she realized how difficult it is to solo as a forbidden spell master, and that's why she regretted it. This guy probably came specifically to find her. I told you a long time ago that the profession of a forbidden spellcaster is very strong, but it's not suitable for solo play at all. It's too late for you to regret now, and being persistent is useless. I don't have time to team up with you anymore. Move aside, I have things to do. I was confused by Lu Ruyan's logic of a robber. Clearly, it was Lu Ruan who inexplicably chased after me, but now it has turned into me being overly persistent. Does this woman have a screw loose? Please walk slowly. I stepped aside to make way, too lazy to entangle with Lu Ruan. If one wants to live a happy life, there is a trick. Do not argue with fools, and do not attempt to communicate with fools. I have always kept this principle in mind. Willow Ruan ignored me, and seeing how cooperative I was, he didn't say anything more and walked over with big strides. Just when I thought I had sent off this trouble, Lu Ruan suddenly paused and asked me, "Have you seen anyone pass by here? That person is very powerful and is extremely skilled in fire element abilities, very likely to have control over Yihua. As Lu Ruan spoke, a glimmer of expectation flashed in her eyes. Yihua heard this and was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. I finally understood why Lu Ruan got involved with her feelings. It was because I had just used Yihua to light a bonfire. I saw that it was a very handsome man, and he walked in that direction. I quickly pointed in a random direction to Lu Ruan, wanting to send him away. I really don't want to be entangled with this stupid woman. It seems that in the future, the powerful spell Yihua Fantian should be avoided if possible. Thank you, I really didn't entangle him. Lu Ruan's impression of me has also changed a bit, and then she walked in the direction I pointed. When he walked through the woods, 2 moons suddenly appeared in the sky, and 3 moons hung in the air, looking extremely strange. At the next moment, Lu Ruan's pretty face suddenly turned pale. There were not 3 moons, but the extra 2 moons were actually the eyes of a giant beast. Accompanied by a terrifying beast roar, a huge claw came crashing down directly towards the position where Lu Ruan was. Willow Ruan quickly dodged to the side, creating distance from the giant beast, and only then could she see the full appearance of the giant beast. Level 8 Monster Dragon Blood Giant Beast. This is not yet the core of the forest. Lu Ruan can't understand why a level 8 monster would appear in such a place. He has just broken through to level 3. And facing an 8-level dragon blood giant beast is obviously not enough. Lu Ruan couldn't help but turn her head towards my direction. If I teamed up with him, we could at least not talk about killing this 8-level dragon blood giant beast. It is obviously not a problem for the 2 people to retreat together unscathed. But when he turned around, where was my shadow? I had long since disappeared without a trace. This coward, Lu Ruan gritted her silver teeth, had just changed her impression of me a little, also instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, the dragon blood giant beast once again charged towards Lu Ruan, clearly considering him as its prey. Its massive body loomed like a mountain, exerting an extremely terrifying pressure. Exploding Phoenix, Lu Ruan does not dare to be careless. Immediately release skills to defend. Although the strength difference is vast, after just 2 moves, Lu Ruan was already heavily injured on the ground. Suddenly, a thought of death surfaced in his mind. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Ruan also lost her usual cold demeanor, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. As the dragon blood giant beast's enormous claws reached towards him, Lu Ruan resignedly closed her beautiful eyes. In this place, no one could save her. It was the first day of opening the Novice Secret Realm, and an 8th-level dragon blood giant beast was an unbeatable celestial being for anyone. However, after closing my eyes, the imagined intense pain of being gripped by the dragon blood giant beast did not come. Instead, a man's deep and magnetic voice came from beside me. The fire burns the heavens. Lu Ruan felt a terrifying heat wave. The moment she opened her eyes were filled with shock. The scene before her was enough to make her remember all living beings. I only saw that the powerful dragon blood giant beast in his eyes, which was completely invincible, was actually covered all over with red-purple flames, and without even a scream, it was quickly burned into a pile of flying ashes. This level 8 magical creature was instantly killed, and in front of Lu Ruan, a man stood with his back to her, his whole body engulfed in blood-red flames. Nightfire is still Nightfire. This man is the unnamed genius he has been searching for all along. Which girl does not have a crush? Which girl does not hope that in her time of crisis, a cool young man will step forward to save her from peril? Thank you very much to this classmate for the life-saving grace. May I ask how you are addressed? Lu Ruan stepped forward, and her voice became very gentle. I almost got goosebumps from listening. How did I not realize before that this woman could talk so well? Just call me Ling Yi, with Ling for early morning and Yi for night. No need to thank me for this small effort. After I finished speaking, I walked towards the depths of the forest. Seeing Lu Ruan wanting to catch up, I stopped and coldly said goodbye as I continued on. The powerful magical beasts ahead are not a place your strength can tread. After saying this, my figure disappeared into the forest. Lin Yi, wait for me, I will definitely catch up to your pace. One day I will stand proudly by your side. Lu Ruyan's voice echoed in the forest, but no one responded to him. Deep in the forest on the other side, I breathed a sigh of relief. After putting on such a performance, Lu Ruyan's attention must be entirely focused on that fictional Lin Yi. And I, this coward who fled at the critical moment, will definitely make Lu Ruyan turn around and leave upon seeing me, disdainful of saying even one more word to me. I naturally welcome this outcome. As for why I took action to save Lu Ruyan, it's because this girl Lu Ruyan has a few screws loose in her head. He is also a 3S level professional. If such a genius were to die in the Novice Secret Realm, it would definitely alarm the Qingcheng officials, leading to a thorough investigation of everyone in the Secret Realm. At that time, if they were to discover my immortal body, it would cause unnecessary trouble, and that would be quite a mess. However, this way, I won't be able to move easily in the future. The two forbidden spells, Fiery Blaze of Heaven and Burning Reincarnation, are not a big deal. The dragon-blooded giant beast that just died has replenished my final experience points. My level has now reached level 4, successfully unlocking a new forbidden spell. The forbidden spell is immortal and indestructible. The forbidden spell master sacrifices 5 years of their own lifespan, immune to a lethal injury. I couldn't wait to check my new forbidden spell. Looking at it this way, my face immediately turned green. What a scam! This curse is completely useless to me. I already possess an immortal body with no side effects. What's the point of giving myself another immortality that requires consuming lifespan to activate? Isn't this just a completely useless skill? But the next second, my footsteps suddenly paused, a pair of pitch-black eyes gradually brightened, my thoughts became clearer. It felt like a nerve, although it was neither dead nor immortal. The actual effect of this powerful spell was almost zero, but it could serve as a very good cover. For example, if I am in battle and suddenly someone stabs my heart, and my head is chopped off, but I don't die, then my secret of having an immortal body would be exposed. However, with the existence of the immortality curse, there is a reasonable explanation for surviving a fatal attack. As a curse master, it is also reasonable for me to expend 2.5 years of life to cast a curse that grants immunity to a single fatal injury. Time is like a boy going to wash his feet for the first time. The youthful and shy years always pass in the blink of an eye. Today will be the last day of the Novice Secret Realm. Everyone can only enter the Novice Secret Realm once and can only stay in the Novice Secret Realm for 7 days. Once the 7 days are up, the Novice Secret Realm will teleport the people inside out. After 7 days of grinding monsters, my level has now reached an astonishing level 15, and the number of forbidden spells I can use has reached an amazing level. I originally wanted to speed up and continue leveling up, but I have been here for 2.5 hours and haven't encountered a single monster. It seems that the monsters in this Novice Secret Realm are all hiding. Self-restraining curse, burning reincarnation forbidden spell, instant dance of weapons. I activated 2 in a row. The forbidden spell of burning reincarnation can greatly enhance my strength, agility, and mental power attributes, while the effect of the instant dance is only one, which is rapid spell competition. The Dance of Instantaneous Moments competition spell is a sacrifice of one's own organs, exchanging them for agility attributes based on the importance of the organs, with a maximum of 10 times the extra basic agility attribute, lasting for 1 hour. Clearly, this is a shot used to escape during a life and death crisis moment, but in my immortal hands, the fleeting dance has turned into an ordinary acceleration shot. I didn't hesitate at all and sacrificed my own brain in exchange for a boost of up to 10 times in agility attributes. After all, when it comes to the importance of organs, there's nothing more important than the brain. I smiled, and with a light step, it was as if a space jump had occurred. My figure appeared outside the 1,000-meter platform in the blink of an eye. At this moment, I finally discovered something strange, and the scene before my eyes left me dumbfounded. I saw 3 storm mantises flying in midair, each holding a 3-eyed magic orb. I instantly understood what was happening. The storm mantises have extremely fast flying speeds, but their vision is poor. The 3-eyed magic orb moves slowly, but its third eye can see very far, even detecting the movements of prey 1,000 meters away. The storm mantises flying with the 3-eyed magic orbs create the simplest monitoring system. No wonder I haven't encountered any monsters for 2.5 hours. It turns out something is monitoring me and informing other monsters, allowing them to escape in advance. I secretly marvel at how magical nature is. Low-level monsters have low intelligence and basically do not have the possibility of cooperating with each other. However, under the pressure of a life and death crisis, low-level monsters can naturally learn to cooperate. It's truly, considering how smart they are, kind-hearted me decided to reward them by listening to the Thunder Third Concerto, Respecting Contempt, and a wild thunderbolt. 100 Zheng-sized thunder descends from the sky. Send those 3 storm mantises and the 3-eyed magic orb to heaven. Without the surveillance of the 3-eyed demon pearl and the storm mantis, my monster farming journey quickly returned to normal, and a massacre began again. Time passed by second, most of the students in the novice dungeon had already come out, and Lu Ruan even left the novice dungeon early, fearing that Lin Yi would leave before him. However, Lu Ruan still did not see that familiar figure, which made his heart grow increasingly anxious. Suddenly, a figure that Lu Ruan was extremely familiar with appeared in the distant portal. Lu Ruan's beautiful eyes instantly widened. He could be sure that the person in front of him was definitely the one he had been thinking about day and night. When he was filled with despair in the face of the dragon blood giant beast, it was this figure that stood in front of him, bringing him hope for survival. But when she saw who had come, Lu Ruan's expression changed from excitement to astonishment. How could it be you, Yilin? Lu Ruan's expression instantly turned cold as she recalled how Yilin had abandoned her that day to escape on her own, which made her feel extremely disgusted. When the time came, I came out. Is there any problem? I frowned and looked at Lu Ruan. What is wrong with this woman? I didn't want to pay attention to her, so I lifted my foot and wanted to leave. The principal noticed the atmosphere between us was off and quickly stepped forward to mediate. Classmate Yi Lin, you finally come out. What level are you at? I didn't say much, but directly revealed my level. Leaf Spirit Forbidden Spell Master. After level 16 solved the problem of being monitored, I seized the last moment to level up again. After hearing that my level is 16, the principal looked like he was struck by lightning, frozen in place. You have to know that before Lu Ruan came out, the highest record in all these years for Qingcheng was only level 11. As a 3S level combat profession, Lu Ruan is only level 12, but in just 7 days, she has risen to level 16 in the Novice Secret Realm. This is simply shocking. This leveling speed is, even on a global scale, monstrous. The principal excitedly patted my shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration, saying, well done. You are the pride of Qingcheng High School. With your existence, plus the training from Lu Ruan's college entrance examination, does Qingcheng High School still need to worry? They will definitely break through directly. But at this moment, Lu Ruan couldn't help but speak up. What's so strange about level 16? Don't forget, he is a forbidden spell master. If he disregards the orders and keeps casting forbidden spells, isn't it very normal for him to level up quickly? When Lu Ruan said this, many people's expressions changed slightly, and the look in their eyes towards me lost its shock and added a hint of scrutiny and sarcasm. Just a moment ago, I was praised so highly, and now I have fallen so hard. The fact that I leveled up to level 16 in just 7 days has completely become a joke. This is like finding out that your friend is suddenly taking revenge, but he doesn't have long to live. Would you still envy him? At this moment, a round of applause sounded, and the clan leader's name is Lu Qianqing, who is Lu Ruan's father. Qingcheng is a small place with no big figures, but Lu Qianqing is definitely an exception. His profession is that of a 3S level astrologer, who can know the world's affairs through astrology. It is said that if Lu Qianqing serves with all his strength, he can even predict significant events that will happen 100 years later. Liu Qianqing looked at me with great interest. In any case, young friend Yalin's level has reached level 16, making him the highest level student in this Novice Secret Realm. He is first, and this is beyond doubt, isn't it? Seeing his father talking to me, Lu Ruan suddenly became unhappy. Who told you that he is the best, Dad? When forestry comes out, his rank will definitely not be lower than that guy Yi Lin's. Is it? Which young talent is forestry? Lu Qianqing looked at a big principal. All the principals shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of a person named Lin Yi. Oh, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, you'll know when he comes out. He is the true pride of heaven. Lu Ruan had a determined look on her face. The person you admire so much, I am indeed interested in meeting. Liu Qianqing had a gentle smile on his face, and then he took out a business card and handed it to me. Classmate Yalin, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Qianqing, and I am Liu Ruan's father. If you have any matters in the future, you can contact me. In the moment I locked eyes with Lu Qianqing, my heart tightened, feeling as if Lu Qianqing's deep eyes could see through all my secrets. Thank you, Mr. Lu, then I will leave first. I took the business card and didn't dare to make eye contact with Lu Qianqing again. Lu Qianqing smiled and said, "Go home and have a good rest, we should see each other again soon." I didn't dare to respond, quickly leaving, not knowing why. I always felt that this mysterious Mr. Lu seemed to know everything. As the sky darkens, the sun casts down its last rays of light, and the door to the Novice Secret Realm slowly closes, signifying that all the voices within have been transmitted out. Liuruyan's face turned pale. It's impossible, he clearly watched from beginning to end. He saw every single person. What about the forestry person? Could it be Lu? Liuruyan instantly reacted. When Yi Lin came out, there was a period of time when he was affected by Yi Lin's mood and did not pay attention to the sounds at the exit. Could it be that Lin Yi quietly slipped out at that time? This annoying night spirit was caused by him. Realizing this, Lu Ruan was extremely angry. On the way home, Lu Qianqing patted Lu Ruan's head and asked what was wrong. What about the genius you mentioned, Yen Yen? That genius named Lin Yi really exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Lu Ruan was very excited and explained the whole story to Lu Qianxin. Lu Qianqing was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So you left the Novice Secret Realm early just to recognize him. Lu Ruan softly hummed, cautiously raising her eyes to look at Lu Qianxin. After all, although Lu Qianxin spoiled her, she was still very principled. Abandoning leveling up to recognize a man, he might be the first person in history to do so. Liu Qianqing's eyes flashed with a golden light, and she smiled faintly, saying, "Have you ever considered a possibility that Yaling is the one you have been looking for all along?" Put. Upon hearing Zhuge Qianqing's speculation, Zhuge and I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dad, don't insult Ling Yi like that. How can that guy Yi Lin be compared to Ling Yi? He wouldn't even be worthy to carry Ling Yi's shoes. That guy was so scared by the dragon blood beast that he ran away in a panic. Moreover, Ling Yi has an extremely high mastery over fire elements, even able to manipulate the flames of hell, which Yilin cannot do. If they were truly the same person, Zhuge and I, would be willing to serve him as a slave or a servant. Zhuge and I scoffed. One was the person who made her heart flutter, while the other was someone she utterly despised. How could these two possibly be the same person? That was too absurd. Zhuge and I would rather believe she had hallucinated and that Ling Yi was a non-existent person than accept that these two were the same. Is that so? Perhaps. Zhuge Qianqing smiled as he adjusted his glasses, no longer arguing with Zhuge and I, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A full moon hung high in the night sky. The moonlight flowed like mercury along the streets. Ha! Back home, Yilin let out a sigh of relief. Although this home was located in a filthy slum, it was the place where he felt the safest. Yilin sat in a chair, a satisfied glow masking his excitement in his eyes. A level 16 class changer, an SSS level forbidden spellmaster, possessing 16 forbidden spells. From now on, he was no longer an ordinary person without the strength to crush a chicken. Even if someone discovered his immortality, he could escape to the outskirts of the city, and if that didn't work, he could hide deep in the mountains where few tread. Finding him would not be easy at all. Having the power to protect himself was undoubtedly the most reassuring thing for Yilin. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Yilin's heart jolted. This was a slum, and even thieves wouldn't want to visit such a place, as those who lived here were poorer than thieves. Who would come knocking on his door at this late hour? Yilin secretly prepared for a fight, then got up and opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a briefcase, his expensive attire clearly out of place in the dirty surroundings. Who are you? Yilin asked, puzzled. You must be Yilin, right? I finally found you. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and extended his hand to Yilin. Let me introduce myself. I am the manager of Qingqing Brain Overlord Oral Liquid Company, Ltd. My surname is Wang. Yilin. Looking at that damp hand, Yilin had no desire to shake it. Oh, sorry, our car couldn't get in, and it was too far to walk, so I broke a sweat, Manager Wang said with an awkward smile, wiping his hand on his pants. What do you want? Yilin asked straightforwardly. Well, you've just become an SSS class changer and even broke the highest level record in the Qingqing Novice Secret Realm, right? I wanted to ask if you would be interested in shooting an advertisement? Manager Wang held up 3 fingers. I can offer you 300,000 for the advertisement. Yilin was somewhat moved by this. He finally understood Manager Wang's intentions and silently thought that the lives of ordinary people were indeed cheap. He had nearly sold all his organs to earn 100,000, but now, as an SSS level class changer, just one advertisement fee was 300,000. In the past, he would have had to sell 10 kidneys to earn that much. Seeing that Yilin didn't immediately refuse, Manager Wang quickly seized the opportunity to press on. 300,000 is just the current price. If you become the spokesperson for our Brain Overlord Oral Liquid and achieve good results in the college entrance examination, we can offer you even more. The company has promised me the authority to give you up to 3 million. Yilin squinted his eyes. He was indeed short on money. The job of a transmuter was inherently expensive, and he didn't have to worry about skills, as he had endless spells at his disposal. As long as he leveled up, he would have an abundance of forbidden spells. However, when it came to equipment, he could only buy it with real money. The only piece of equipment he had on him was a ring given to him by Gao Zhentian, the principal of Qingcheng High School, which added 10 points to his mental strength. That ring didn't even have a level. Noticing Yilin's interest, Manager Wang stepped aside. Yilin, standing here isn't a solution. How about we find a place to eat and discuss in detail? Sounds good. Yilin nodded and walked out with Manager Wang. A black luxury car was parked at the entrance of the slum. Although Yilin wasn't very familiar with cars, he could tell this one wasn't cheap. Manager Wang opened the door and sat in the back seat with Yilin. About 10 minutes after the car started, it stopped in front of a somewhat remote farmhouse. Come on, Yilin, get out. Manager Wang enthusiastically beckoned Yilin. Don't be fooled by the unassuming appearance of this little farmhouse. The food here is exceptional. The chickens are truly free range, and the vegetables are all grown by the owner, fertilized with chicken manure, pure and natural. The fish are freshly caught. Once you eat here, you'll know. The chicken tastes like chicken, the fish tastes like fish, and the vegetables taste like manure, Yilin interjected. Manager Wang's expression suddenly stiffened. Yilin, you're quite humorous, huh? Let's go inside. Manager Wang led Yilin into the farmhouse, where everything looked brand new, as if it had just opened, and there was even a faint smell of fresh paint. Once they sat down in a private room, a waiter quickly began serving them dishes, and Yilin immediately started to feast. Manager Wang hadn't lied, the food here was indeed a feast for the senses, tender chicken that melted in the mouth, bursting with flavor, and Yilin was thoroughly enjoying himself. Despite the farmhouse's lackluster environment, the food was anything but cheap. The previous Yilin would never have had the chance to eat such delicacies. Yilin, take your time eating. No rush, if it's not enough, we can order more, Manager Wang said cheerfully, serving Yilin more food. Thank you. You're really a good person, Yilin said, happily munching away, while Manager Wang's expression grew increasingly strange. Of course, I'm a good person. Is it delicious, Yilin? Delicious. Yilin nodded while swallowing a piece of chicken leg. Don't you feel dizzy at all? Manager Wang asked with a cold smile. Well, maybe a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin's head tilted, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the dining table. So easily fooled. What a fool. Good thing I prepared so many backup plans. Manager Wang wiped his hands and looked coldly at the unconscious Yilin. He kicked Yilin, who slumped to the ground, unresponsive. Manager Wang then lifted his foot and pressed the hard heel of his leather shoe forcefully onto Yilin's palm, grinding it until it was a bloody mess, yet Yilin showed no reaction. Confirming that Yilin was unconscious, Manager Wang took out a phone. Hello, boss, it's done. This kid is now just like a dead pig. After hanging up, about 3 or 4 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a shrewd-looking middle-aged man walked in. If Yilin hadn't been drugged, he would have recognized this middle-aged man as the unscrupulous boss from the black market where he sold his kidney. Well done, the unscrupulous boss nodded in satisfaction at Manager Wang. However, boss, I don't quite understand why you went to such lengths to get a college entrance examination student. If others find out, we could be in big trouble, Manager Wang couldn't help but say. The college entrance examination student, or rather an SSS-level job changer, was enough to attract the attention of the higher-ups in Xinjiang. If it weren't for the fact that Yilin was an orphan with no background, Manager Wang wouldn't have dared to take this job. Don't ask so many questions. The more you know, the sooner you die, the black-hearted boss coldly glanced at Manager Wang. Get out. No one is allowed to approach this private room without my orders. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes, boss. Manager Wang nodded and left the private room, closing the door behind him. After Manager Wang left, the black-hearted boss squatted down, staring intently at the unconscious Yilin, as if he were an old professor who had spent his life studying aliens and had suddenly seen a real alien. He extended his rough hand and began to feel Yilin's body. Kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, basket, cornea, coronary artery, liver, large intestine, small intestine. The black-hearted boss's expression grew increasingly sinister, the excitement in his eyes indescribable. It's back, I can feel it, everything is back. The organs this kid sold me before have all grown back. Incredible, this is simply unbelievable. The black-hearted boss gently caressed Yilin, as if carefully protecting a rare treasure. If I can master the secret of organ regeneration. The gleam in the black-hearted boss's eyes flickered. If you can master the secret of organ regeneration, even those real big shots will have to treat you as a guest of honor. A voice echoed in the black-hearted boss's ear. Yes, that's right. By then, who knows how many people will have to kneel before me begging. The black-hearted boss nodded repeatedly, and just thinking about that scene made him so excited he nearly jumped up. But then he noticed something was off. In this room, besides the unconscious Yilin and himself, where did a third person come from? Who? He suddenly turned around, only to meet Yilin's expressionless face. You're awake? How is that possible? The dish you ate had 3 times the dosage of the drug. Even an elephant wouldn't wake up within 6 hours. The black-hearted boss was taken aback. That's not a question for you to ask. I'm more curious about how you tracked me down. Yilin's face was filled with coldness. He clearly remembered that when he left the underground black market, he deliberately took several detours to confirm that no one was following him before returning home. How did this black-hearted boss find him? I'll explain that slowly after I take you down. I just drugged you to avoid trouble. Do you really think you're my match? The black-hearted boss sneered, revealing a sharp long knife in his hand. Yilin then realized that this black-hearted boss was also a job changer, and his level was a staggering 20. Ji Yuliang, Phantom Blade Master, level 20. The Phantom Blade Master was not only skilled in speed but also had an exceptional ability to conceal his presence, appearing and disappearing without a trace, hence the name Phantom. Yilin suddenly understood. It was no wonder he couldn't detect a job changer following him, a mere ordinary person. Kid, just surrender obediently. If I make a move, I can't guarantee you won't lose an arm or a leg. The black-hearted boss licked the blade with his tongue. Yilin's expression was somewhat strange, It felt like a first-grade student was posturing and saying, "Be careful, my punches are really strong." Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Blood flames erupted from Yi Lin's body. He initially wanted to use a world-ending thunder to end the battle directly, but considering it was indoors, he didn't want to make too much noise and attract attention, so he decisively chose another forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Eternal Frozen Gaze. Forbidden spell? Eternal Frozen Gaze. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own eyeballs, freezing everything in sight before going blind. Since the monsters encountered in the Novice secret realm could be killed in one hit, Yi Lin had not had the opportunity to use this forbidden spell since he obtained it. The moment the Eternal Frozen Eye was activated, Yi Lin's black eyes were instantly dyed pure white, crystal clear and breathtakingly beautiful. He avoided the black-hearted boss's head and looked at the area below his neck. Before the black-hearted boss could react, ice crystals began to form on his body. What's going on? What is this? The black-hearted boss was horrified. He raised his knife to chop off the ice crystals, but when he struck down, sparks flew, and the knife clattered to the ground. The ice crystals remained unscathed, while his hand was split open, blood flowing freely, and the ice crystals that formed on him were as hard as stone. Soon, the part of the black-hearted boss below his neck was completely frozen into an ice sculpture, and at that moment, Yi Lin's vision was engulfed in darkness. The Eternal Frozen Eye was indeed powerful, though it strained his eyes a bit, but that was no problem for Yi Lin. With a thought, his eyeball grew back. Impossible. This can't be. You're only level 16, while I am a full level 20. Even if you are a forbidden spellcaster, you can't take me down in one hit. What kind of monster are you? The black-hearted boss's face was filled with disbelief. He wanted to struggle, but the forbidden spell that Yi Lin had cast at the cost of his eyeball was not something he could easily escape from. Alright, now we can have a good chat, Yi Lin said, turning his still somewhat stiff new eyeball. Tell me, how many people know that my organs can regenerate? The black-hearted boss pursed his lips, unwilling to speak, the coldness emanating from the ice crystals turning his face a purplish hue. If you don't want to say, that's fine, but at this rate, your body below the neck will definitely be frozen solid, and then you'll go from a noble level 20 class changer to a paralyzed useless person. Yi Lin leisurely walked to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink that. That tea has a drug in it. The black-hearted boss immediately spoke up. He wasn't worried about Yi Lin getting drugged. He was afraid that if Yi Lin passed out, he would really be frozen and paralyzed here. However, in the face of his warning, Yi Lin remained unfazed, and as he swallowed, he drank a large cup of hot tea containing a significant amount of the drug. The black-hearted boss, whose face was frozen pale, watched in shock as Yi Lin downed a large cup of tea filled with the drug, then casually wiped his mouth. The black-hearted boss's eyes were filled with astonishment. Why? Why is the drug ineffective on you? Want to know? Yi Lin asked with a smile. The black-hearted boss nodded. Then you first tell me, how many people know that my organs can regenerate? Yi Lin countered. The black-hearted boss's lips had already turned purple from the cold. Just me. That day I saw you sell 2 kidneys and a cornea, I thought you wouldn't live much longer, so I figured I might as well make use of you, take you back, and remove the remaining useful organs, while also getting my money back. But I didn't expect that even though you were blind, you could still move around the black market like nothing was wrong. I became interested in you, and after some investigation, I found out you were an orphan, so I had my subordinates set a trap to bring you here. Yi Lin slowly approached the black-hearted boss. Is it really just you who knows? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Because I want to monopolize the secret of organ regeneration. I didn't tell anyone about this, not even my subordinates. They only know to kidnap you, but they don't know what for, the black-hearted boss said truthfully. Alright, I've told you everything I know, so you should tell me why you're not afraid of the drug. The black-hearted boss pressed. Oh, do you want me to tell you? Or do you want me to tell the people behind you? Yi Lin swung the knife of the black-hearted boss and severed his left hand. The frozen arm fell to the ground, shattering into a pile of ice shards, and a black mini camera that he had been holding also dropped out at that moment. Yi Lin bent down and picked up the camera from the black-hearted boss's pale face, then directly activated the forbidden spell, with red and purple flames burning fiercely, turning the camera to ashes. Who are the people behind you? Yi Lin pressed the knife against the black-hearted boss's neck. Heh, just kill me. The black-hearted boss closed his eyes as if resigned. If I don't tell you, only I will die. If I tell you, my family will. As you wish. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lin had already struck down with the knife, and the black-hearted boss's head rolled away like a watermelon, his face still bearing an expression of disbelief, as if he hadn't expected Yi Lin to act so decisively. After dealing with the black-hearted boss, Yi Lin turned the knife towards his own stomach, and then he performed a very standard seppuku, pulling out his own stomach. Inside his stomach, several layers of plastic bags were clearly visible. The food he had eaten, laced with drugs, was all contained in the plastic bags and had not entered his stomach for digestion at all. Although he was immortal, the toxins still affected him, they just couldn't kill him. When he had been bagging it, he was afraid the plastic bags would leak, so he had layered 5 bags in total. As for why he used plastic bags, first, because plastic is a high molecular compound that won't degrade in nature and won't be corroded by stomach acid. Second, because it's cheap. After removing the drug-laced food from his stomach, Yilin haphazardly stuffed his organs back into his belly, allowing them to heal. To be safe, he wasn't going to let anyone in this farm go. Yilin directly activated the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Return of the Undead. Forbidden spell? Return of the Undead. The brain cells of the spellcaster die at a rate of 100 million per second, forming a barrier sealed by countless undead creatures. This barrier cannot be broken until the spellcaster dies. Note, if the barrier is attacked, it will accelerate the death of the spellcaster's brain cells. The moment the Return of the Undead was activated, countless white, bony skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground, with ghostly blue flames burning in their hollow eye sockets. Following that, headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and various other undead creatures continuously emerged, surrounding the entire farm. Unless Yilin was killed, no one could escape from this farm. The people in the farm were terrified. They had never seen such a horrifying scene, as if a natural disaster had struck. Fortunately, those undead creatures seemed to have no intention of attacking them, merely standing guard around the farm. Yilin held a knife in one hand and the black-hearted boss's head in the other, pushing open the private room door and stepping out. "Ha, boss?" Manager Wang, standing at the door, was dumbfounded. Although he had heard some strange noises earlier, he remembered the black-hearted boss had ordered that no one was to enter without his command, so they had been guarding the door. But unexpectedly, in their watch, they had ended up with the black-hearted boss's corpse. "Get him! Take this kid down!" Manager Wang shouted, and the bodyguards around him rushed forward instantly. They were all transmuters, but their levels were not very high. Forbidden spell? Flames of Judgment. Yilin cast a forbidden spell, and those who were close to him died in droves. "Why you? How can you be awake?" Manager Wang fell to the ground in fear, his face pale. He clearly remembered confirming multiple times that Yilin was unconscious. "Thanks to you, I'm awake. By the way, I have a question for you." Yilin smiled as he approached Manager Wang. "Who are the people behind you?" Manager Wang's pupils suddenly constricted, his throat rolling up and down, but he remained silent. "Not going to say, huh?" A cruel smile appeared on Yilin's face as he swiftly plunged a knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who was still gasping for breath. The bodyguard's face was filled with disbelief as he stared blankly at Yilin, thinking, "Why are you stabbing me if he won't talk? You are a devil." Manager Wang's eyes widened in terror. This teenager, barely in his teens, was like an incarnation of a demon, so nonchalant while killing. Little did he know, Yilin had been far more ruthless when testing his immortality before. "So, can you talk now?" Yilin withdrew the knife and walked over to another severely injured bodyguard, looking at Manager Wang as he asked, "You can't afford to provoke the people behind this. I advise you to leave." Manager Wang gritted his teeth. In response, Yilin delivered another expressionless stab, adding another corpse to the ground. After finishing this person, Yilin did not harm any more bodyguards but instead walked up to Manager Wang. "Whether I can afford to provoke the people behind this is not important, but if you don't talk, you will die right now. Think it over." With that, Yilin raised the knife. Manager Wang's terror reached its peak. I'll talk. The person behind this is the underground king of Qingcheng, Kensen." "Kensen?" Yilin frowned. That name sounds so familiar. He was just named one of Qingcheng's top 10 outstanding philanthropists and has been on television, Manager Wang whispered as a reminder. Yilin. No wonder it sounded so familiar. On the surface, he was one of Qingcheng's top 10 philanthropists, but behind the scenes, he was the boss of all underground forces. Good. This is how we play. At the same time, Yilin felt a bit of a headache. Being targeted by such a big shot would not bode well for him in the days to come. He could only hope that the unscrupulous boss was telling the truth and had not passed the news to the behind-the-scenes Kensen. Otherwise, if Kensen found out about his organ regeneration ability, he might deduce that he was immortal, and that would be troublesome. Yilin was not confident enough to think he could confront the underground king of Qingcheng. That would be overestimating himself. Who knows how many powerful class changers Kensen had under him? Strength, after all, is still strength. If he were at level 50 or 60, Kensen would just be a matter of a forbidden spell. "Brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go?" Manager Wang asked, trembling. Yilin coldly glanced at him. "Get lost. Do not slay cowards." Thank you. Manager Wang scrambled to his feet and tried to escape. "Stop." Yilin's voice suddenly rang out, nearly causing Manager Wang to lose control of his bowels. What's wrong, brother? Manager Wang stammered. Do you have cash on you? Hand it all over. Yilin said. I do. The feeling of narrowly escaping death made Manager Wang break out in a cold sweat as he trembled and pulled out several thousand in cash, shoving it at Yilin. Alright, get lost. Why are you so scared? I already said, do not slay cowards. Do you think I would lie to you? Yilin rolled his eyes in annoyance. Yes, I'm sorry, brother. I underestimated you. I'm leaving now. Manager Wang hurriedly left, but just a few steps out, he felt a scorching wave of heat coming from behind. The purplish-red flames of karma instantly engulfed Manager Wang, who let out a scream. In just a few breaths, he was reduced to ashes. Indeed, my knife does not slay cowards, but unfortunately, I also know a bit of forbidden spells. Looking at the flames before him, Yilin kindly began to explain to Manager Wang, then slowly raised one hand. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Infernal fire burning heaven. Yilin's face visibly turned pale as a beautiful yet terrifying fire lotus brewed in his hand. The moment the fire lotus bloomed, the entire farm was engulfed in boundless infernal flames, burning fiercely. Perhaps some people in this farm were innocent, but Yilin had no way to distinguish. When it came to his own life and death, he could only make their deaths less painful. At such a terrifying temperature, the human body could even be vaporized instantly, which could be considered a painless death. After erasing all traces, Yilin retracted the death spirit and vanished into the night, leaving behind a patch of charred earth. Back home, Yilin washed his face, taking several deep breaths but still unable to calm the surging emotions within him. He had killed someone. Unlike before when he had killed those chaotic monsters, this time he had taken the life of a living person. More than that, what troubled Yilin even more was the impending revenge from Kensen. However, fortunately, in 3 days he would be taking the college entrance examination, and once he participated in that, he would be safe. By then, even Kensen wouldn't be able to touch him. The problem was, where should he go in these 3 days? Staying at home would surely mean waiting for death. Just as Yilin was troubled, there was another knock at his door. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. Could Kensen's revenge be coming so soon? He didn't open the door directly but climbed out the window, circling around to the front door while holding a forbidden spell. If Kensen's people were at the door, he would just throw the forbidden spell and run, seeing if he could take out a few. Just as Yilin was about to act, he caught sight of the person at his door in the moonlight. It was actually Jing Yu. What was this guy doing here? However, it seemed his problem of where to go could be solved. Seeing Jing Yu, Yilin put away the forbidden spell, climbed back through the window, and opened the door. Boss, you finally came back. Jing Yu was a bit excited upon seeing Yilin, completely unaware that he had just brushed with death. I asked my dad for a loan, there's 20 million, but don't say anything else, money is a small matter. I accept you as my little brother. Let's go to your house. Since you call me boss, I must protect you closely from now on. Yilin threw an arm around Jing Yu and headed out. The Ji family group was one of the top enterprises in Xincheng. No matter how powerful Kensen was, he couldn't possibly come into the Ji family group to capture him, right? Ha, really? Jing Yu could hardly believe his ears, and his sense of accomplishment rose within him. His dad was right, Yilin was both vain and poor, and with just a few words, he had tricked him into getting a free bodyguard. Yes, you are my boss. Come back to my house with me. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, like well-matched partners, each with their own ulterior motives, perfectly aligned in their thoughts at that moment, both feeling they had struck gold. Just as Yilin got into Jing Yu's car and left, a shadow flashed and disappeared into the darkness from a dim corner. In the underground black market of Xincheng, a man with a large cigar sat in a sofa chair, a voluptuous beauty kneeling before him, also holding a cigar in her mouth. The man had slicked back hair and was somewhat plump, smiling kindly. If not for his identity, no one would guess that this was Kensen, the boss of the underground black market in Xincheng. Kensen took a puff of his cigar, his brow slightly furrowed, then instantly relaxed, his pupils losing focus as he stared blankly at the ceiling, taking a long time to refocus. Why hasn't that guy Jihu reported back? Have you been chasing a high school student for so long and still haven't caught him? The beautiful woman stood up, pulled out a wet tissue, and wiped her mouth in response. He lost contact half an hour ago. When our people arrived, that farm was already reduced to ruins. The fire was clearly set by a transcender, and that high school student, Yilin, was picked up by Jing Yu from the G group 5 minutes ago. The G group? Are they involved in this too? Kensen's expression fluctuated. Just today, Su Jihu, who was in charge of human organ sales under him, told him that he had discovered something unusual about a high school student, suggesting that this student might be hiding a big secret. When he asked Su Jihu for details, Su only said he would report back as soon as he caught the student. Shortly after, Su Jihu went missing. What secret could Ji Lin be hiding? Even the G group is getting involved. Kensen leaned back slowly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It seems I've been inactive for too long, even the G group dares to provoke me. It's time for everyone in Qingqing to know who the true king of the underground world is. The vehicle headed towards the affluent area of Qingqing, stopping in front of a standalone villa. Yi Lin couldn't help but marvel at the difference between the rich district and the slums. After getting out and using a public restroom, he found that even the toilets here were fragrant. No wonder so many people love money. Being rich is indeed good. Upon entering the Ji residence, Ji Lingyu had already arranged everything for Yi Lin. The first thing he saw was 2 neat rows of beautiful maids bowing to him. "Good evening, young Master Yi." The maids' outfits were already loose, and as they bowed, their beautiful figures were even more evident. Yi Lin stared, thinking, is this the joy of the rich? Damn! Before he crossed over, he was a poor wretch, and after crossing over, he was so poor he could only live in a slum. If it weren't for his immortality, he might have starved to death by now. But while he was starving, what was Ji Lingyu doing? Sitting in a villa surrounded by so many maids? Thinking of this, Yi Lin looked at Ji Lingyu with a hint of resentment. For the first time, he felt a bit envious of Ji Lingyu. If only he could have crossed over as a rich second generation, he wouldn't have to work so hard to improve his strength. "Boss, do you like them? If you fancy any of them, just tell me, and I'll have them serve you in your room tonight," Ji Lingyu said with a grin, revealing a knowing smile. "Don't worry, they all get regular health checkups every week, so they're guaranteed to be very clean. This one, and this one," Yi Lin pointed to 3 of the maids. 3 is enough? Ji Lingyu was a bit surprised. "No, I mean, don't take these 3, send all the others to my room," Yi Lin said. Ji Lingyu, "Alright, just kidding. Just give me a place to sleep." Yi Lin shook his head, still not daring to indulge in such pleasures. After all, he was still a virgin. Giving his virginity to a woman he had no feelings for was something Yi Lin found hard to accept, though he didn't mind a little fun. "Okay, I'll arrange that." Ji Lingyu was surprised that Yi Lin could resist the temptation of so many beauties. Ji Lingyu led Yi Lin into the Ji family's villa, where Yi Lin also met Ji Lingyu's father, an ordinary middle-aged man who looked a bit bald, but whose eyes occasionally flashed with the shrewdness of a businessman, indicating that he was not an ordinary man. Soon, Yi Lin had his own room in the Ji residence. Lying on the soft bed that measured 3 by 3 meters, Yi Lin peacefully fell into a deep sleep. Now that he had hidden in the Ji family, could Kensen really come here to catch him? With that thought, Yi Lin slept soundly. What he didn't know was that at this very moment, the entire underground force of Qingchang was gathering under Kensen's mobilization. Everyone knew that Kensen was about to make a big move. The next morning, as Yi Lin opened his eyes, a maid was already waiting by the bed. She gently tucked his bangs behind his ear, exuding tenderness. "Young Master Yi, you're awake. Wash your face." A steaming hot towel was promptly handed to Yi Lin, and this sudden scene made him unable to help but slap himself, thinking he was still dreaming. After living in the slums for so many years, he had never experienced waking up to a beautiful maid offering him a hot towel. "Young Master Yi, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare?" The maid quickly grabbed Yi Lin's hand, preventing him from hurting himself again, as the bright headlights made him a bit dizzy. In a daze, Yi Lin washed his face, and immediately 2 more maids came over to assist him with brushing his teeth, which he hurriedly declined. "No need, I'll do it myself." Yi Lin was still not quite used to being taken care of. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, Ji Lingyu was already waiting for him at the door. "Boss, how's it going? Are you comfortable here?" "It's fine," Yi Lin nodded. Hee, that's good. Let's go eat." Ji Lingyu led Yi Lin to the dining room, where only the 2 of them were, but the table was filled with over 20 dishes. 8 beautiful young women were already waiting there, and the moment they saw Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu, they all lowered their heads in unison. "Good afternoon, young Master Ji, young Master Yi. Boss, please sit down." Ji Lingyu skillfully plopped down into a chair, and one of the young women immediately brought him a bowl of perfectly warm soup to moisten his mouth. After Ji Lingyu took a sip, another young woman presented a peeled shrimp to his lips. He slightly opened his mouth and bit off the best third of the shrimp, finishing it in one go. Just after finishing the shrimp, another young woman quickly offered him cherries, exactly 4, 2 red and 2 green. After eating the cherries, 2 young women, one on each side, fed Ji Lingyu shrimp and crab meat that had been shelled and extracted. This scene left Yi Lin dumbfounded across the table. The wealthy people from his original world were extravagant, but not to such an exaggerated extent. It seemed that in this world, due to the presence of job changers, the status of ordinary people was evidently very low, almost akin to that of maids. "Boss, sit down." don't you like these dishes? What do you want to eat? I can have someone make it right away, Jing Yu asked when he saw Yilin still standing. No need, these are fine. I'm just not used to this kind of dining and a bit curious, Yilin replied honestly. Ha, you'll get used to it. I spend money, and they serve me, it's only natural, Jing Yu laughed heartily. After eating and drinking to their fill, Jing Yu clapped his hands, and 2 rows of young women came forward with trays, each holding a piece of clothing, shirts, pants, ties, everything one could need. What's this? Yilin asked, somewhat puzzled. Boss, let them help you change into some clothes. We're going to an auction dinner tonight, and all the prominent figures in Xinjiang will be there, Jing Yu said. This was also something his father taught him. Since he was going to acknowledge Yilin as his boss, he had to follow through. In front of the notable figures of Xinjiang, he publicly recognized Yilin as his boss. In the future, if anything happened, would he still worry about Yilin not helping him? Jing Yu even began to fantasize that he was Gao Qicheng and Yilin was Lao Mo. As long as he said he wanted to eat fish, Yilin would come to his aid. Dinner? No. Yilin shook his head. He just wanted to hide at the Ji family until the college entrance examination started. Yilin turned and walked into the restroom, wanting to relieve himself, but as soon as he entered, he discovered that there were actually 4 maids inside. One was holding a dry tissue, another a wet tissue, and the other 2 had their hands empty. The moment he stepped into the restroom, the 2 maids with empty hands approached him. Young Master Yi, let me help you take off your pants. Young Master Yi, let me support you. Yilin's face instantly darkened, and he fled the restroom as if escaping, his urge to urinate completely gone. Boss, what's wrong? Jing Yu asked, puzzled. It's nothing, I think it's necessary to attend this banquet. Yilin suddenly changed his mind, suspecting that if he stayed at the Ji family any longer, he might die from holding in his urine. Boss, it's great that you've changed your mind. There will be plenty of good things at tonight's auction banquet, including equipment and skills, Jing Yu said. Ha, there are good things? Yilin was taken aback. Of course, Xinjiang holds an auction banquet every year before the college entrance examination, but commoners don't know about it, Jing Yu explained. Yilin fell silent for a moment. He wasn't even a commoner, just a poor person. Although he decided to attend the banquet, Yilin ultimately did not wear the evening dress Jing Yu had prepared for him. Wearing such a thing was too uncomfortable for him. He still preferred his own clothes. Soon, evening arrived, and Ji's father took Jing Yu and Yilin to the most luxurious Yunsheng hotel in Xinjiang. Many luxury cars were already parked in front of the hotel, and upon seeing Ji's father, the security at the entrance immediately nodded and bowed, welcoming him inside. After all, the Ji group could be considered a major enterprise in all of Xinjiang. The 3 of them took the elevator to the top floor of Yunsheng Hotel, which was a different world altogether. 2 long tables were filled with various precious ingredients for guests to help themselves, and elegantly dressed people gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Among them were business tycoons, highly skilled job changers, and political magnates. Almost everyone of note in Xinjiang was present. As soon as Ji's father arrived, he joined up with old friends he recognized, something Jing Yu was already used to. Their generation has their circle, and we younger ones have ours. Let's go over there, Jing Yu pointed to a table across the way, which was filled with young people. It's fine, you go ahead, I can manage on my own. Yilin was already hungry. He hadn't eaten much at lunch, surrounded by those maids. Ignoring Jing Yu, he walked over to the table and began to feast. The people present were eating very elegantly, all dressed in expensive custom evening wear, and Yilin's gluttonous manner immediately attracted the attention of many around him. Jing Yu's toes were already starting to dig into the ground. Boss, how about we wait to eat? Let me introduce you to my friends first? No rush, let me eat my fill first. Boss, what do you want to eat when we get home? I can have someone make it for you. Just stop eating for now, Jing Yu said anxiously, feeling the increasing number of eyes on them. But Yilin completely ignored him, happily indulging in his dinner. In a moment of desperation, Jing Yu even thought about snatching the lobster from Yilin's hands, causing Yilin's gaze to sharpen instantly. Forbidden spell. Jing Yu froze in place, a hint of embarrassment on his face. It's fine, boss, you eat. Jing Yu, feeling like crying without tears, covered his face and left Yilin's side. He had brought Yilin to the banquet to introduce him to his friends, hoping to make Yilin shine. But with Yilin looking like a starving ghost, Jing Yu dared not introduce him anymore. If he told others that Yilin was his boss, he would probably become a laughingstock in the second-generation circle of Xinjiang. After driving away Jing Yu, Yilin happily enjoyed his dinner. As for what the people next to him thought of him, he didn't care at all. Filling his stomach was the most important thing. But just as he was eating happily, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Yilin? With a mouthful of unfinished lobster, Yilin turned around and saw Zhuge Ni's astonished face. Next to Zhuge Ni was a girl in a white dress, petite and shorter than Zhuge Ni by half a head, but her face was no less stunning than Zhuge Ni's. It really is you. How did you end up here? Upon realizing it was Yilin, a clear look of disgust appeared on Zhuge Ni's face. You didn't sneak in here to eat and drink for free, did you? Yilin didn't want to pay attention to Zhuge Ni, feeling annoyed that he kept running into this scatterbrained woman. However, he thought to himself that given Mr. Zhuge's status, it wasn't surprising for Zhuge Ni to appear at this banquet. Ni, who is he? The girl in the white dress asked curiously, as it was the first time she had seen such obvious disgust on Zhuge Ni's face. Even when those suitors relentlessly pursued Zhuge Ni, she had never shown such an expression. Who is he? Humph, just a coward who fears for his life. Do you remember the one I told you about who saved me, Ling Yi? Zhuge Ni turned to the girl in the white dress and asked. I remember, you said he controls the flames of karma, incredibly powerful, and on the first night he entered the Novice secret realm, he killed an 8th level monster in one blow. The girl in the white dress nodded. Before I met Ling Yi, the first one I encountered was this guy. His strength isn't weak. If he had been willing to join me in dealing with that 8th level dragon blood giant beast, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end. But this guy was so cowardly, he just abandoned me and ran away. As she spoke about this, Zhuge Ni glared at Yilin with gritted teeth, but Yilin was focused on his meal and didn't even glance at her. Ha! The girl in the white dress tilted her head. But, avoiding danger is human instinct. Although he is indeed cowardly, isn't it a bit excessive for you to be this angry? Lu Yanwei. Zhuge Ni shouted the name of the girl in the white dress, her cheeks puffed up with anger. Whose side are you on? Your side, your side. Lu Yanwei stuck out her little tongue. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end by the dragon blood giant beast, and I wouldn't have met Ling Yi in such a sorry state. Ling Yi sees me as a burden, which directly led to me not finding any news about him now. Do you think I should be angry? Zhuge Ni retorted. You definitely should be angry. I would be too. Lu Yanwei nodded, fully aware of how crazily Zhuge Ni had been searching for Ling Yi these past few days, almost digging up the entire Qingcheng. Alright, since you're angry, let's not look at him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, let's go over there. Lu Yanwei pushed Zhuge Ni to another spot, avoiding further conflict with Yilin, but as they left, Zhuge Ni still shot Yilin a fierce glare. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Yilin's mind. It turned out that his impersonation of Ling Yi had left such a deep impression on Zhuge Ni. He suddenly became curious about what expression Zhuge Ni would have when she found out that Ling Yi was actually him. However, this thought was fleeting in Yilin's mind. He didn't want to be entangled with that girl, he preferred to stay as far away from her as possible. After eating and drinking to his fill, Yilin found a quiet place to sit and wait for the auction banquet to begin. He was still somewhat interested in the equipment and skills mentioned by Jing Yu that would appear at the auction house. He lacked no skills, but when it came to equipment, he was a complete blank slate, possessing only a ring that granted +10 spirit. This would definitely put him at a disadvantage during the college entrance examination trials. After all, the trials were conducted under the watchful eyes of many, and he certainly couldn't just throw a forbidden spell at anything he encountered like he could in the Novice secret realm. That would surely raise suspicions. But then another problem arose, he had no money. He wanted equipment, but he couldn't afford it. Was there any way out? Yilin looked towards Jing Yu. Perhaps he could paint a picture for Jing Yu? Could he get something for free from him? Jing Yu seemed to read Yilin's mind perfectly. As soon as Yilin had this thought, Jing Yu came over with a large group of people. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my boss, Yilin. After waiting for Yilin to finish his meal, Jing Yu finally dared to bring people over. With this introduction, the faces of those behind him showed expressions of doubt, looking at Jing Yu with skepticism. Ji Xiao, are you joking with us? He might acknowledge you as his boss, but you acknowledge him as your boss? The crowd scrutinized Yilin, their eyes filled with confusion. This guy was dressed in cheap clothes, completely out of place at the banquet. What was Jing Yu thinking? Jing Yu smiled mysteriously. His friends were mostly second-generation rich kids from Qingcheng, and it was normal for them to look down on Yilin. Then he spoke with a knowing grin. You can't judge a person by their appearance, and you can't measure the sea by a single bucket. Ordinary people naturally don't qualify to be my boss, but he's different. Do you know what level my boss is now? What level? Level 16, and his profession level is SSS. The crowd gasped in unison, and the disdain in their eyes when looking at Yilin vanished. No matter where one was, a strong person could easily earn the respect of others. I thought the name Yilin sounded familiar. He's the first in this Novice secret realm, and he set a new record for Qingcheng. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Coming out of the Novice secret realm, being able to reach level 8 or 9 was already considered exceptional, but Jilin had reached level 16, simply terrifying. Watching the crowd's reaction, Jing Yu crossed his arms, a look of pride on his face. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Now, who would dare to think that his boss was unworthy? Once Jing Yu had shown off enough, Yilin was ready to start painting his picture. Jing Yu, do you have confidence in achieving a good score in this college entrance examination trial? Yilin asked. Not really. I'm only level 7. Getting a regular first-tier score would be quite good, Jing Yu replied honestly. If only we could go outside the city, I could take you to level up and help you achieve a better score, Yilin sighed. How is that possible? To prevent strong players from helping others level up, it's strictly forbidden to leave the city within 3 days after the novice trial ends. Jing Yu shook his head vigorously. Is that so? Then how did I hear that the entrance to the college entrance examination trial is just outside the city? Yilin said pointedly. Are you implying? Jing Yu's breath quickened suddenly. When the college entrance examination trial began, all 4 city gates of Qingcheng would open, and candidates needed to traverse a stretch of road outside the city to reach the entrance of the examination trial. This was also the first test of the college entrance examination. While there weren't many monsters near the city walls, they certainly existed. Every year, all candidates would rush past this checkpoint as quickly as possible, and Yilin seemed to imply that he wanted to help him level up out there, but that was outside the city. It was nothing like the novice secret realm. The monsters in the novice dungeon only reach a maximum level of 10, and they only appear in the deepest parts of the dungeon. However, the monsters outside the city have a minimum level of 10, which is a place where one could easily lose their life. Every year, countless job changers die at the hands of monsters outside the city. Don't forget, I'm already level 16. It's just a short distance outside the city walls, so I shouldn't encounter any monsters I can't handle. But unfortunately, I don't have any equipment. Otherwise, I might actually be able to help you grind some levels there before entering the high-stakes exam. Yilin sighed, seemingly a bit helpless. Equipment? That's easy to talk about. Jing Yu didn't take this to heart. But boss, I'm mainly worried about our safety. After all, that's outside the city. Jing Yu was still somewhat concerned. If the Ji family could send strong protectors for him, he wouldn't be afraid. But just having a level 16 Yilin, call me boss, and I'll always be your boss. Yilin's voice was strong and powerful. You can rest assured. If I dare to do it, it means I have confidence. Even if I really encounter a monster I can't defeat, I guarantee I'll die in front of you. Don't you want to level up a bit more to get into a better top-tier academy? You should know that these things can't be bought with money, boss. A hint of guilt flashed in Jing Yu's eyes. Yilin was so dedicated to thinking of him, but he was just trying to use Yilin to get a free spellcaster bodyguard. But soon, his gaze became resolute. Business is not about morality. This was a lesson his father taught him long ago. Spellcasters have short lifespans, and didn't he let Yilin experience a more extravagant life before he died? When you think about it, he wasn't really harming Yilin. After all, a businessman must prioritize profit. Yilin was right, money can buy many things, but it can't buy admission to a top academy. The only way to get into a prestigious academy in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom is through the high-stakes exam. Boss, don't worry, just tell me what you want at tonight's auction, and I'll make sure to get it. Jing Yu said firmly. Alright, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Oh no, you can rest assured. With equipment in hand, I guarantee I'll help you level up to above level 10. Yilin also promised. As long as they could reach above level 10, with some effort in the high-stakes exam, they could basically secure a spot in any top-tier academy in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom. The two exchanged smiles, both feeling that they had struck a great deal. At that moment, Jing Yu's group of second-generation friends looked at him with envy. A level 16 SSS level spellcaster risking his life to help Jing Yu grind levels, what an incredible opportunity. They had gone from thinking Jing Yu was foolish at the start to genuinely feeling that having such a boss was worth it. If it weren't for their pride, they might have even asked Yilin if he needed any more underlings. To have a boss who could help you go from level 7 to level 10 for free, who wouldn't want such a good deal? Boss, wait for me. I need to discuss this with my dad first. Jing Yu walked over to Ji father. The auction dinner was filled with big shots, and he couldn't secure anything good on his own. After getting Ji father's approval, Jing Yu felt much more confident. Boss, don't worry, it's all set. Tonight, whatever equipment you want, I guarantee I'll get it for you. Yilin nodded. There were only 6 pieces of equipment that could be used simultaneously for job changers, but there were no restrictions on the types. As long as you were happy, you could even wear 6 rings or wield 6 swords at the same time. It was all up to your personal choice. For ordinary people, gathering 6 pieces of equipment is as difficult as climbing to the sky, let alone finding 6 pieces that suit them. Therefore, those who change professions always burn through money. A broke profession changer can only work for the wealthy ones. Although they are still above ordinary people, essentially nothing has changed, it's just a shift from being an ordinary worker to a high-level worker. However, with the wealthy Jing Yu around, Yilin should not have to worry about equipment for the time being. Suddenly, all the lights in the venue went out, plunging the entire banquet into darkness, but the people seemed to be used to it, showing no signs of panic, instead quietly waiting. A beam of light illuminated the center stage, revealing a stunning woman in a classical chipa with an alluring figure, who had somehow appeared there. She wore light makeup, her beauty was breathtaking, and with every smile and frown, she seemed capable of captivating hearts, causing a glint of greed to flash in the eyes of many men. Good evening, everyone. I am the auctioneer for tonight's auction banquet, Xing. On behalf of the Treasure Pavilion Auction House, I welcome you all and wish you success in acquiring your desired items tonight. The woman slightly bowed, her ample figure drawing the attention of many men, yet no one dared to act out of line, not even a single person attempted to tease her. After all, the Treasure Pavilion Auction House is not a soft target, it is the largest auction house in the Great Xia Kingdom, with branches in almost every city. Each year, the auction banquet is led by the Treasure Pavilion. To tease Qingqing would mean offending the Treasure Pavilion, and everyone present was a prominent figure in Qingqing, naturally unwilling to make such a foolish move over a mere woman. With their status, acquiring a woman is merely a matter of beckoning. Without further ado, just like in previous years, this year we will have 100 auction items. The first 50 will be skill scrolls, and the last 50 will be equipment. Now, let us present our first auction item. Qingqing smiled lightly and clapped her hands, and soon a bundle of skill scrolls was brought up on a tray. The first auction item is an epic level skill scroll, fire type skill, suitable for mage professions. Starting price is 500,000, and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. As soon as Qingqing finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Skill levels are divided into 4 categories: ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary, with epic level skills being extremely rare. Starting with an epic level skill scroll indicates that this year, the Treasure Pavilion has indeed come prepared. A profession changer can only hold 6 pieces of equipment at a time, but the number of skills is unlimited, which is also a reason why profession changers burn through money. Wealthy profession changers have good equipment and many skills, with high skill levels, naturally resulting in stronger combat power. Experts have conducted experiments showing that, at the same level, a well-equipped profession changer can easily defeat 10 equally leveled profession changers without gear. It's not just talk. 510,000, 550,000. The big shots in the audience quickly began to bid, and the price of the epic level skill scroll soared, soon surpassing the million mark, leaving Yilin astonished. Here, money seemed to be merely a number. Fortunately, his profession is a forbidden spell master, which does not require any skill scrolls. He can unlock new skills just by leveling up. Otherwise, this poor guy would definitely find it even harder to cope. Of course, his profession also cannot use skill scrolls. A forbidden spell master can only cast forbidden spells. Ultimately, when Zhuge Qianqing shouted out a price of 3 million, the epic level scroll was claimed by him, and no one else dared to bid. First, 3 million is already a high price, and second, in this small corner of Qingqing, unless absolutely necessary, no one would want to offend Mr. Zhuge. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for winning the epic skill scroll. Next, let's bring out our second auction item, a rare skill scroll containing a sword technique, suitable for sword-related professions. The starting price is 100,000, and each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. Qingqing first skillfully congratulated Zhuge Qianqing, then introduced the second auction item. Although the level of the second skill scroll was not as high as the first, it was a sword technique, instantly attracting the interest of many, and the final price settled at 800,000. After looking at a few auction items, Yilin lost interest and leaned back in his chair, pretending to doze off. The first 50 items were all skill scrolls, and even if a legendary skill appeared, it was of no concern to him. However, Jing Yu managed to win 2 desired skills during this time. His profession was an A-level, Shadow Swordsman, and he won the second rare skill scroll. Alright, we have completed the auction for this year's 50 skill scrolls. Guests who did not win a skill scroll should not be disheartened, as the next auction will be for equipment. Qingqing smiled charmingly, and with a clap of her hands, the first piece of equipment for the night was brought out, covered with a red cloth, obscuring its shape, but judging by its size, it should be a ring, necklace, or bracelet. Everyone craned their necks, waiting for Qingqing to introduce it. She did not keep them in suspense. With a graceful smile, she pulled off the red cloth. Tonight's 51st auction item is a rare level equipment, the Imperial Dragon Auspicious Ring. A tribute effect, increases mental attributes by 30%, and comes with a passive skill, Dragon Aura. Starting price is 8 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. As soon as Ching finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Unlike the classification of skills, equipment is divided into 7 levels: low level, mid level, high level, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. Moreover, the rarity of equipment is much greater than that of skills. Only those who have advanced to S level or above in forging-related professions can create equipment. The leveling of life professions cannot be compared to that of combat professions. As long as combat professionals persist and do not die, continuously grinding monsters, their levels will naturally increase. But life professions are different. Take the blacksmith profession, for example. It is divided into low-level blacksmith, mid-level blacksmith, high-level blacksmith, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, and the legendary divine craftsman. To level up, one can only invest money, continuously forge, and practice to improve. The more one forges, the higher the level will naturally rise, and an ordinary person cannot afford the vast resources required for a blacksmith's growth. Even looking at the entire Qingcheng, the highest level blacksmith is only at the high level, which means that the equipment produced in Qingcheng can only reach high level at best, and even then, success in 100 forges is not guaranteed. Rare level equipment can only be crafted by master blacksmiths. This also means that the Imperial Dragon auspicious ring before us must have been crafted by a master blacksmith. At this moment, the corners of Yi Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. A ring that can increase mental power by 30% is an enormous boost for a class changer. It's important to note that while his forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation, can increase mental power by 100%, it comes at the cost of burning his life force. If a wealthy heir were to wear 6 Imperial Dragon auspicious rings, the mental power boost would reach an astonishing 180%, and he wouldn't be able to keep up even by burning his life force. No wonder a class changer with a divine item can easily defeat 10 novices. However, the price of the Imperial Dragon auspicious ring is daunting, starting at 8 million, and based on previous experiences with skill scroll auctions, the final price will definitely not be less than 20 million. 20 million! Yi Lin counted on his fingers and realized he would need to sell 666 kidneys to gather this amount of money. Even he, with his immortal body, found this number absurd. But fortunately, he had Jing Yu. 9 million. Ji's father immediately announced the price, instantly raising the price of the Imperial Dragon Rui ring by 1 million. However, this price was clearly not enough to scare off other competitors, and many began to bid. 9,200,000, 10 million, 12 million. Everyone understood how precious a rare-grade piece of equipment was. It was a treasure that money couldn't buy in Qingcheng, as there were no forging masters there. At that moment, Ji's father raised the price again. 15 million. The crowd erupted in an uproar, raising the price by 3 million in one go. Everyone could see that the Ji group was determined to acquire this Imperial Dragon Rui ring. There were still some bids, but the number of bidders had decreased significantly. When Ji's father raised the price to 18 million, the entire venue fell silent. 18 million for a rare-grade piece of equipment was a reasonable price. There was no need to raise it further. Ji's father wore a faint smile. 18 million for his son to gain admission to a top-tier academy was worth it. After all, he only had this one son. If he didn't spend the money on him, where else could he spend it? Although this Imperial Dragon Rui ring was meant to be a gift for Yi Lin, the profession of a forbidden spellmaster was notoriously short-lived. In a few years, when Yi Lin passed away, wouldn't the equipment still belong to his son Jing Yu? 18 million once, 18 million twice, 18 million 3 times. Let us congratulate the Ji group. Just as the auctioneer from the treasure pavilion was about to announce Ji's father as the successful bidder for the Imperial Dragon Rui ring, a lazy yet arrogant voice interrupted. 20 million. When this voice rang out, everyone turned in surprise. Bidding was normal, but to bid at the last moment was clearly a way to offend the Ji group deeply. Who had such audacity? Ji's father's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle. But when he saw the person who placed the bid, everyone was stunned. It was a man with slick back hair, looking somewhat plump, with a kind smile on his face. The king of the underground, Kensen. Did he do it on purpose or was it an accident? The Ji group and Kensen have nothing to do with each other. Hard to say, but it seems like there's some history between them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, sensing an unusual tension. Although Kensen hadn't made any big moves in recent years, everyone knew that there was only one eternal king of the underground world in Qingcheng, and that was Kensen. Ji's father was also bewildered. He had never offended Kensen and had hardly seen him in person. What did this mean? Mr. Kensen, I wonder if I have offended you in some way. Adhering to the principle of making friends through kindness, Ji's father did not get angry but instead put on a smile. Mr. Ji, what are you talking about? At an auction, the highest bidder wins. Is it wrong for me, Kensen, to want this Imperial Dragon Rui ring? Kenson smiled kindly, showing no airs, his eyes subtly scanning Yilin, while inwardly he thought, good for you, G Group, still pretending to be clueless, while that Yilin is standing right behind you. Yilin was also sizing up Kenson. If he hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have guessed that the person before him was actually the king of the underground in Xincheng. The two locked eyes from a distance, both feeling a hint of coldness, while Ji's father remained clueless in the middle. Could it be that Kenson really just wanted the Imperial Dragon Rui ring? 21 million. Ji's father tentatively offered another bid, but the plot was still the same. The moment Xincheng announced the price, Kenson shouted out 22 million. Uncle Ji's heart sank. He could now confirm that Kenson was indeed targeting the G Group, and that was definitely not a good sign. Mr. Kenson, what have I, the G Group, done to offend you? Please make it clear, Uncle Ji said respectfully. It wasn't that he was afraid of Kenson, it was just that it was not in his interest to offend such a person for no reason. Make it clear? Upon hearing this, Kenson's gaze instantly turned cold. He leaned closer to Uncle Ji's ear and whispered, you killed my man, and you dare ask me to make it clear? You have guts. I, Kenson, accept your challenge. I guarantee I will make your family suffer. Yilin had just burned Kenson's dozens of subordinates and their farm to the ground, and now he was personally taken away by Ji Lingyu, the eldest son of the G Group. If there was no backing from the G Group, Kenson would absolutely not believe it. Uncle Ji's act of feigning madness was, in Kenson's eyes, a blatant provocation. Uncle Ji was even more confused. What? A challenge? How did he issue a challenge to Kenson? But he understood the last four words, family destruction. Uncle Ji's face instantly turned cold. He had repeatedly given Kenson face, yet Kenson threatened him with his family's lives. If he continued to back down, he would truly be a coward. The G Group was not some soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Since Mr. Kenson is unwilling to make it clear, let's follow the auction rules. 30 million, 30 million. As soon as this price was announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. A rare-grade piece of equipment had actually fetched a sky-high price of 30 million, which was simply shocking. With this price, one could even bid for a lower-quality epic-grade equipment. However, there was not a hint of fluctuation on Uncle Ji's face. In terms of financial power, the G Group had never feared anyone in Xincheng. What if Kenson was the king of the underground world? In terms of financial strength, even two Kensons would not be enough to compare with the G Group. Good. 30 million, Kenson's gaze also turned cold. 30 million for a rare-grade piece of equipment, even he would feel the pinch. This was an auction held by the Treasure Pavilion, and even he, Kenson, would not dare to make a random bid here. With Uncle Ji's move, the enmity between the G Group and Kenson was completely established. In the end, the Emperor Dragon Rui ring was successfully acquired by Uncle Ji. Damn it! Is this Kenson crazy? When did I kill his man? Although he successfully bid for the Emperor Dragon Rui ring, there was no joy in Uncle Ji's eyes. Offending Kenson in Xincheng was definitely a big trouble, and the key was that he never intended to offend Kenson. It was Kenson who came at him like a mad dog from the start. Uncle Ji, we need to look beyond the surface to see the essence. When others want to make a move against you, even a lost soldier can become an excuse. Whether Kenson's men are dead or not, isn't it up to him to decide? Yilin confidently analyzed for Uncle Ji. He dared not let Uncle Ji know that Kenson was targeting the G Group because of him, otherwise, he would definitely be thrown out. When your strength is too weak to resolve conflicts, you can choose to escalate the conflict. Kenson has always wanted to wash himself clean from the underground and become a real businessman, but the market in Xincheng is already saturated, and there is no opportunity for him to enter. However, as long as he takes down the G Group, he will have a ready-made large enterprise. Yilin's words plunged Uncle Ji into deep thought, his eyes flickering with uncertain brilliance. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Cold sweat suddenly poured down Uncle Ji's forehead. He had thought Kenson was just madly biting at people, but if Kenson was pretending to be mad while secretly plotting against the G Group, then if he didn't act, it would be fine. But once Kenson did act, it would surely be a thunderous strike. If one is not prepared in advance, they will definitely be caught off guard by Kenson. After all, in terms of the number of strong subordinates, the G family group cannot compare to Kenson. Yilin, thank you. Those involved are often confused while bystanders see clearly. If it weren't for your reminder, my uncle really wouldn't have thought of this layer. Ji's father looked at Yilin with gratitude in his eyes. It's nothing, uncle. You are Ji Lingyu's father, and I consider Ji Lingyu my brother, so naturally, I regard you as my father too. Yilin smiled brightly, revealing 8 big white teeth. Ji's father was somewhat taken aback. Looking at Yilin's sincere face, a hint of guilt rose in his heart. You are also a child with a hard life. If you don't mind, you can stay at the Ji family from now on. Okay, uncle. Yi Lin nodded. At this moment, the waiter also brought the Emperor Dragon's wish ring to Ji's father, a ring quietly lying on the tray, intricately carved with dragon patterns, radiating a faint glow, as if containing endless secrets. Take it, see if you like it, Ji's father said with a smile as he handed the Emperor Dragon's wish ring to Yi Lin. Yi Lin slipped the Emperor Dragon's wish ring onto his finger, and a strange power emanated from the ring, making Yi Lin feel extremely comfortable, like taking a hot bath in the middle of winter. Emperor Dragon's wish ring level, rare attribute, mental power increased 30%, can be refined, skill, Dragon Chi embodiment. Dragon Chi embodiment. The wearer of the Emperor Dragon's wish ring is blessed by Dragon Chi, which can increase luck value by 10%. Yi Lin's heart skipped a beat. Luck value is something mysterious. With good luck, one could find a supreme secret manual after falling off a cliff, while with bad luck, one could be falsely accused of taking pictures by a little fairy just for riding the subway. Although luck cannot be seen or touched, having it is better than not having it. Moreover, the mental power increase of the Emperor Dragon's wish ring is already worthy of the rare level. After all, this is a percentage increase. Thank you, uncle. You can rest assured, even if I have to carry him, I will get Ling Yu into a top university. Yi Lin said seriously. We are family, so there's no need to be so formal. If there's anything else you want, just tell me, Ji's father chuckled, feeling greatly comforted. He spent so much money just waiting for Yi Lin's words. Seeing Yi Lin and Ji's father chatting and laughing, Kenson's eyes flashed with coldness, and he became even more certain that the deaths of his subordinates must have been caused by the Ji family group. In the following auction, no more rare-level equipment appeared. Most were high-level equipment, with a small portion being mid-level equipment. But no matter what equipment it was, as long as Ji's father made a bid, Kenson would definitely follow suit, often requiring Ji's father to exceed the price by more than 50% to win an item. Kenson's malicious price-raising behavior infuriated Ji's father, but the auctioneer Qingqing on stage showed no intention of stopping it. After all, the higher the auction price, the more profit they made at the treasure pavilion, so they naturally wouldn't interfere. During this time, Ji's father also bought Yi Lin a ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace, all high-level equipment. Sky Blue Thunder Ring level, high attribute, mental power increase 15%, can be refined, skill, Thunder Strengthening. The power of Thunder-type skills cast by the wearer is increased by 20%. Dual Yin-Yang bracelets level, high attribute, mental power increase 40%, can be refined, skill, Yin-Yang duality. When wearing both the Yin and Yang bracelets simultaneously, the fusion of Yin and Yang can quickly heal the wearer's injuries. Burning Moon necklace level, high attributes, mental power plus 200, can be refined, skills, none among these 4 pieces of equipment, each one has the effect of enhancing mental power. With the Emperor Dragon's wish ring, Yi Lin's mental power enhancement has now reached an astonishing 85%, plus a fixed bonus of 200 points of mental power. This also means that at level 16, even without activating the burning reincarnation, his mental power can reach an incredible 1088 points. Yi Lin gently stroked the twin yin-yang bracelets. Although the twin yin-yang bracelets count as 2 pieces of equipment and occupy 2 equipment slots, he was most satisfied with this item. Because of the twin yin-yang bracelets, he had a reasonable explanation for how his injuries could heal quickly. Yi Lin, for the last piece of equipment, you should choose something for self-preservation, right? Among the final 3 auction items, there is a piece of soft armor with extremely strong defense, which I think suits you quite well, Uncle Ji chuckled. Yi Lin's first 5 pieces of equipment all increased combat power. If he didn't choose a self-preservation item for the last piece, it would be too easy for someone to ambush him. Surviving is essential for dealing damage. This is an unchanging truth. Yi Lin raised his head and looked at the last 3 final auction items on the stage. They were a knife, a piece of soft armor, and a bracelet, all of which were rare grade. They were also the last items of this auction. Uncle Ji, let Ling Yu have that soft armor. I don't need it. Yi Lin shook his head. Not to mention that he had an immortal body. His own forbidden spell also included an immortality effect that could immunize him against fatal damage, so wearing a self-preservation item was indeed unnecessary. Ling Yu already has one. If you don't want the soft armor, do you want that bracelet? Uncle Ji asked, puzzled. Not really, Uncle Ji, I want that knife. Yi Lin's eyes were fixed on the knife on the stage. Ah, the knife? Uncle Ji looked confused, and even Ji Ling Yu asked in bewilderment, Boss, aren't you a forbidden spell master? What do you want a knife for? I have a forbidden spell that happens to require a knife to cast. Yi Lin didn't elaborate much to the Ji family father and son. When he reached level 10 in the Novice Secret Realm, he unlocked the first forbidden spell that required a weapon to cast, which was called the Yangshuo Blade Technique. Forbidden spell? Yangshuo Blade Technique. For each slash made by the forbidden spell master, 1 year of lifespan is consumed, and the power of each slash is double that of the previous one. stacking up to a maximum of 99 layers. Only Yilin knew how perverse this forbidden spell was. Although his strength attribute was not high, only 160 points, if he activated the Burning Reincarnation first and stacked the Yangshuo Blade technique to the 99th layer, that would be a whopping 31,680 points of damage. Moreover, each slash would deal 31,680 damage. Dealing 99.99 with a single slash was not a dream. With the support of his immortal body, Yilin didn't have to worry about exhausting his lifespan. He didn't need to release any skills, and there were no skill animations or casting times. Each normal attack could deal nearly 32,000 damage. If he had 2 watermelon knives in the Novice Secret Realm, Yilin estimated that he could cut down all the monsters in the entire Novice Secret Realm. If there was one drawback to this skill, it was that he needed to have a knife in hand to cast it, and ordinary knives couldn't withstand the power of the Yangshuo Blade technique. Yilin had tried using a kitchen knife before, and it broke after just 2 slashes. Although Uncle G didn't understand why a forbidden spell master would want a knife, he still chose to respect Yilin's wishes. He didn't bid on the soft armor or the bracelet, and in the end, the soft armor was won by a big shot from Qingcheng, while the rare-grade bracelet was purchased by Zhuge Qianqing. When it came time to auction the knife, Uncle G finally made his move with full force. Although Kensen raised the price, in the end, Uncle G secured this rare-grade treasure blade for 28 million. Starfall Celestial Mark Grade, Rare Attributes, Strength plus 300 points, can be refined, Skill, Radiance of the Stars. Radiance of the Stars. Under the illumination of starlight, the power enhancement of Starfall Celestial Mark can continuously increase, up to a maximum of 100%. The Starfall Celestial Mark lay quietly before Yilin, its blade about 3 feet long, shimmering with deep starlight, as if the Milky Way from the starry sky had poured down. The blade was intricately engraved with complex patterns, each seemingly containing endless cosmic mysteries. The back of the blade was thick, while the edge was exceptionally sharp, exuding a fierce aura. When Yilin reached out to grasp the hilt, the starlight on the blade seemed to shine even brighter, as if conversing with the stars. The light reflected from the blade resembled a shooting star streaking across the sky, leaving a dazzling celestial mark. At that moment, the Starfall Celestial Mark seemed to resonate with the entire universe, emanating a heart-pounding presence. What a good blade! Yilin's eyes were filled with surprise. This auction dinner was truly worth it. He had transformed from a blank slate into someone with a full set of 6 pieces of equipment in an instant, which significantly boosted his combat power. Although his level was still only 16, with 6 pieces of equipment, Yilin felt confident enough to sweep away everyone below level 20. If he were to unleash his full strength without worrying about being discovered as an immortal, he would even dare to arm wrestle with a level 30 job changer. After Uncle G acquired this last auction item, the grand auction dinner was officially declared over amidst the sweet laughter of the auctioneer. As they were leaving, Kensen coldly turned his head and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Uncle G before striding away. Uncle G narrowed his eyes slightly. The feud between him and Kensen had been thoroughly established, and he needed to prepare early. Ling Yu, you go back with Yilin first. Dad has some things to take care of. Okay, Dad. Ling Yu obediently complied. Although he was a second-generation heir outside, he dared not act recklessly in front of Uncle G, fully aware of how strict his father was. Let's go, boss. Ling Yu waved to Yilin, who quickly followed. Although he had been plotting against the G father and son, he still understood the basic principle of gratitude. With the G family being so generous to him, he naturally would not be stingy. With this set of equipment, he was fully confident in quickly helping Ling Yu level up to 10 or even higher when they left the city. After all, while the monsters outside the city were stronger, they also dropped more experience, as well as various materials and even skill equipment. Watching Yilin's departing figure, Zhuge Ni coldly snorted, her eyes filled with disgust. I really don't know what the G family sees in this cowardly guy. They even spent so much money to buy him equipment. The G group had spent nearly 100 million just on equipment tonight, which was definitely not a small sum for them, even considered a significant loss. Seeing Yilin, the person she despised, gain benefits made Zhuge Ni feel extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, Lu Yanwei beside her suddenly received a phone call, and her expression abruptly turned strange. Ni, the Ling Yi you've been investigating has news, but it's not good news. What? There's news about Ling Yi? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Hearing about the person she cared for, Zhuge Ni immediately forgot about Yilin and hurriedly pulled Lu Yanwei to ask. The investigation bureau has news. A farm in Xinjiang was burned down, and dozens of people perished in the fire. Residual flames were found at the scene, suspected to be caused by the Ling Yi you mentioned. The Investigation Bureau hopes you can cooperate with the investigation. Lu Yanwei observed the changes in Zhugani's expression and cautiously said, Ling Yi? Killing? Why? Zhugani's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Impossible. If he were a murderer, he wouldn't have saved me back then. Wei, take me to the scene. Zhuge Ni and Lu Yanwei quickly drove to the farmhouse where Yilin had been before. The place had already been burned to nothing by the flames of karma, the ground showing a charred brown color. This, really is the aura of karma. Zhuge Ni's face was uncertain. Zhuge Ni was extremely sensitive to fire elements. The aura of this power was identical to that of Ling Yi in the Novice secret realm. The one who burned the people here must be Ling Yi without a doubt. But why would he do this? There were rules within the city, even for those who had changed professions. Killing at will was not allowed. Otherwise, they would be arrested, and if the crime was too severe, they could even be killed on the spot. The Investigation Bureau was responsible for maintaining the rules within the city, and the scene had long been sealed off by them. Shortly after the two arrived, a middle-aged investigator approached them. Miss Zhuge, Miss Lu, hello. I apologize for calling you over so late. My surname is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. After introducing himself, Investigator Huang skillfully took out paper and pen. I'll get straight to the point. Miss Zhuge, you said you saw someone named Ling Yi in the Novice secret realm who could use karma flames and killed an 8th level monster with one strike, correct? Yes, Zhuge Ni answered truthfully. Can you find him? Investigator Huang continued to press. I'm looking for him too, but it's as if he vanished into thin air. I can't find him at all, Zhuge Ni said. Alright, let me ask another question. Do you know Yilin? Investigator Huan looked calmly into Zhuge Ni's eyes, filled with a firm strength that seemed capable of piercing through psychological defenses. I know him, he's a coward. Zhuge Ni's face flashed with undisguised disgust. So far, according to our Investigation Bureau's findings, the possibility of Yilin being Ling Yi is very high. After saying this, Investigator Huang continued to stare at Zhuge Ni, trying to find a breakthrough. After all, Yilin was a college entrance examination candidate, currently within the G group. If they arrested someone without solid evidence, the consequences of getting it wrong would be unbearable. Yilin and Ling Yi are the same person? Investigator Huang, don't joke with me. Zhuge Ni's face revealed a cold smile. That guy ran away in front of me. He can't possibly be Ling Yi, and he doesn't know anything about karma flames. Are you so sure? Investigator Huang frowned, as this clearly contradicted their investigation results. Of course, I'm the only one who has seen Ling Yi with my own eyes. He can't possibly be that coward Yilin, Zhuge Ni said with unwavering determination. Investigator Huang fell silent for a moment, then marked an X next to Yilin's name. He was also a profession changer, a life-type, lie detector. With his experience, interrogating someone like Zhuge Ni was a piece of cake. He could be certain that every word Zhuge Ni had said so far was true. If Yilin was not Ling Yi, then continuing to investigate this lead would be a waste of time and completely unnecessary. Investigator Huang rubbed his temples in frustration. If Ling Yi was not Yilin, then the lead was completely cut off. The fire had burned too cleanly. Moreover, it was on Kenson's territory, and the dead were all Kenson's people. Kenson was completely uncooperative with their investigation bureau, and they couldn't even determine who the deceased were. It seems that this will only become a cold case. The abilities of the transmuters are all kinds of strange, and every year there are several unsolved cases that cannot be cracked, which Investigator Huang has grown accustomed to. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other clues to provide? Investigator Huang politely inquired. No, Zhuge Ni shook her head. Investigator Huang's heart sank. He sensed an emotional fluctuation from Zhuge Ni with that response. Zhuge Ni was lying. She clearly knew more about that Ling Yi but hadn't told him. Alright, thank you. You can leave now. Investigator Huan lit a cigarette with a snap. Although he knew Zhuge Ni was deceiving him, he felt helpless. After all, she was Mr. Zhuge's own daughter. Sometimes, the world doesn't always need the truth. Even if their investigation bureau did catch that Ling Yi, if Zhuge Ni called upon Zhuge Qianqing to protect him, they would likely have to compromise in the end. Wei, hurry up. I might be able to find Ling Yi soon. Zhuge Ni's rosy little face was filled with excitement. Then why didn't you tell Investigator Huang just now? Ling Yi has killed dozens of people. Lu Yanwei covered her mouth in surprise. He must have his reasons. I need to find him and ask clearly. Don't worry, if Ling Yi really is a cold-blooded killer, I definitely won't cover for him, Zhuge Ni said with determination in her eyes. Ni, you're totally love-struck. You haven't even gotten together yet, and you're already thinking for him, Lu Yenwei said with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Don't say that. How could I be love-struck? Zhuge and I chased along a path, and if Yilin were here, he would surely notice that the path Zhuge and I was taking was the same escape route he used after killing the corrupt boss and manager Wang. Ni, how exactly are you going to find him? Lu Yenwei, following behind, couldn't help but ask. I'm extremely sensitive to the aura of fire elements. Although it's been a day or two, I can still sense the faint aura left by the karmic fire. Zhuge Ni's eyes were filled with excitement. In the entire Qingcheng, only she, an SSS-level fire mage, could sense it. Fortunately, it hadn't rained in the past 2 days, otherwise, Zhuge and I would have been powerless. She felt grateful, believing this was surely a destined connection from heaven. Zhuge and I tracked the karmic fire aura left by Yilin all the way to the slums. In the filthy, garbage-strewn slums, Zhuge and I and Lu Yenwei, dressed in elegant long dresses, seemed completely out of place. The two frowned, as it was the first time they had seen such a dirty and chaotic place. During this time, some greedy-looking hungry ghosts attempted to target the two, but after Zhuge and I threw a fireball, no one dared to lay a hand on them again. Transmuters were not ordinary people to mess with. The two walked and stopped, and soon Zhuge and I halted in front of Yilin's house. The aura of karmic fire disappeared in this house. It seems this is Ling Yi's home. Zhuge and I looked excitedly at the door in front of her. The Ling Yi she had been thinking about day and night was just behind this door. She wanted to step forward and knock, but she couldn't help but pause, tidying up her clothes and hair, then looked at Lu Yenwei and asked, Wei, is my makeup smudged? No, it looks great, Lu Yenwei replied irritably. That's good. Zhuge and I took several deep breaths, then mustered her courage to step forward, her heart racing as she knocked on Yilin's door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking echoed in the night sky. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Time passed slowly, but the door showed no sign of opening. Zhuge and I did not believe in evil and raised her hand to knock again. This time, the door opened by itself. Yilin had never had the habit of locking his door because there was nothing in his home. Even a thief would leave with tears, having dropped 200 yuan. Ling Yi, are you home? Seeing the door suddenly open, Zhuge and I was startled and quickly lowered her voice to ask, but no one responded in the empty room. Ling Yi, I'm coming in. Zhuge and I gathered her courage and stepped into Yilin's home. The furnishings were very simple, a darkened table, a stool with only 3 legs, an iron bed, and a set of faded, worn bedding and pillows. Other than that, there was nothing in the house. Zhuge and I looked around the environment and then at Yilin's bare home, unable to help but purse her lips, her eyes slightly reddening. So Ling Yi grew up in such an environment? No wonder he has that kind of coldness that keeps people at a distance. He must have suffered a lot while growing up. Even so, when I was in danger, he still rushed to help without hesitation. He is in darkness but has always aimed for the light. Zhuge and I couldn't help but feel heartache. She was even more convinced that Ling Yi must have killed out of necessity. How could such a kind person, someone so pure and untainted, possibly kill without reason? Yilin was still unaware that Zhuge and I had unknowingly shielded him from a great disaster and had no idea that his connection to Ling Yi was almost exposed. If he hadn't coincidentally moved to the Ji family, he would have definitely run into Zhuge and I. At that moment, Yilin was immersed in the joy of acquiring a new set of equipment. With this gear, his combat power had at least doubled. He couldn't wait to find a place to test the combat effectiveness of this new equipment, but unfortunately, the city was under lockdown, and he couldn't go to either the secret realm or outside the city. Hey, boss, I know a place where you can test your new gear, Jing Yu said after hearing Yilin's request. Where? Yilin quickly asked. The Class Change Association. They have dedicated training rooms for practical combat training, Jing Yu explained. With Jing Yu's explanation, Yilin finally understood what the Class Change Association was. The Class Change Association was officially established by the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom and existed in every human city. They provided a series of functions such as material trading, equipment sales, task acceptance, and practical training, specifically serving class changers. Upon learning that the Class Change Association offered practical training, Yilin couldn't sit still and quickly asked Jing Yu to turn around and take him to the Class Change Association. The Class Change Association was located at the city gate of Qingcheng. As soon as Yilin and Jing Yu stepped into the association, a young lady in black stockings came out to greet them. Good evening, gentlemen. Are you here for practical training? I don't need it. It's mainly for my boss. Jing Yu quickly waved his hand. Okay, may I ask your level? The young lady looked at Yilin and asked. Yilin revealed his level, and upon seeing that he was level 16, the young lady smiled sweetly. Alright, I will arrange a training room suitable for class changers below level 20. The price is 200,000 yuan per hour. Yilin was taken aback. 200,000 for just 1 hour? Being a class changer was indeed expensive, but fortunately, he had Jing Yu. Could you arrange one suitable for below level 40? Yi-Lin asked. The young lady first showed a hint of surprise, then quickly nodded. Of course, but the training room suitable for below level 40 will cost 800,000 yuan per hour. That's fine, I want the one for below level 40, Yi-Lin nodded. Although the young lady from the Job Change Association didn't understand why Yi-Lin needed a training room for levels below 40, since he was willing to pay the price, she was responsible for the arrangements. She clicked her high heels as she walked away. Your training room is ready, please follow me. After a while, the young lady returned with a card in hand. Can you wait for me outside? I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you, Yi-Lin said to Jing Yu. Jing Yu recalled the scene of Yi-Lin striking him with the world-destroying thunder and shivered. Boss, it's fine, you can train by yourself, I'll wait for you outside. Okay. Yi-Lin nodded and followed the young lady into the training room. The training room was spacious, about the size of a basketball court, with a row of dummies set up in the middle. According to the young lady who guided him, this training room was made of special materials and constructed by an SS-level builder, capable of withstanding the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40. Even those dummies were designed so that job changers below level 40 would find it difficult to leave marks on them. Do you need a sparring partner? The young lady asked. No need, just let me be alone, Yi-Lin replied, not wanting anyone to witness his full power. Alright, I wish you a pleasant training session. As she left, the young lady kindly closed the door for Yi-Lin. Yi-Lin stepped forward, locked the door, and carefully checked the training room again. After confirming there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices, he sighed in relief and drew out his Starfall Skymark. The lifespan blade technique. Does one strike consume a year of life? Let's try 100 strikes. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Lifespan blade technique. Yi-Lin took a deep breath, gripping the Starfall Skymark tightly, and instantly entered a mysterious state. His gaze became resolute and profound. He swung the blade, and with the first strike, a deafening roar echoed through the training room, as if something had been completely torn apart. A brilliant light flickered on the blade of the Starfall Skymark, the manifestation of Yi-Lin's burning lifespan. After the first strike, the second strike followed, even more fierce and powerful, as the air in the training room seemed to be sliced open, forming an invisible blade aura. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth strikes. Yi-Lin's speed increased with each swing, each strike more powerful than the last. By the time he reached the 99th strike, the entire training room seemed to tremble, with intense energy fluctuations filling the air. In that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, and the blade of the Starfall Skymark burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the entire training room. An invisible blade aura surged from the blade, instantly slicing towards the dummy ahead, leaving a shallow cut on its neck. If anyone were present at that moment, they would surely be left in shock. After all, this was a dummy capable of withstanding the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40. Yi-Lin, a mere level 16 job changer, was able to leave a mark on it? But it wasn't over yet. The 100th strike, the 101st strike, the 102nd strike. Yi-Lin continued to swing, and after stacking the lifespan blade technique to 99 layers, each of his strikes became terrifyingly powerful, transforming him into a war god. After delivering several hundred strikes, with a loud clang, the dummy's head, which was said to withstand the full-force attacks of job changers below level 40, was actually cleaved in two by Yi-Lin, rolling away. Good blade! Yi-Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze towards the Starfall Skymark growing more affectionate. With this blade, combined with the burning reincarnation and lifespan blade technique, he could completely transform into Lu Ruan, cutting his way from Penglai East Road to the southern Heavenly Gate. In the following time, Yi-Lin experimented again with the terrifying power of the forbidden spells he could unleash after obtaining the Huanglong Rui Ring, the Tianqing Xinlei Ring, the Yin-Yang Twinborn Bracelet, and the Burning Moon Necklace. He cast a forbidden spell that sacrificed all his organs, and the dummy he had split in half instantly shattered into countless fragments. The sheer power of this made Yi-Lin gasp in surprise. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. If he let loose without worrying about exposing his immortal body, he could even compete with a level 35 class changer. Next, Yi-Lin tested his forbidden spells on these dummies one after another. After getting a rough estimate of his current strength, he walked out of the training room, satisfied. You're out so soon? If it's not even an hour, we still count it as an hour. The beautiful lady reminded him warmly. I know that. By the way, I don't have to pay for anything I broke in your training room, right? Yi-Lin asked. Sir, you're joking. This training room is designed for class changers below level 40. If a level 16 class changer like you could destroy anything inside, it would mean the quality is subpar. How could we possibly ask you to pay? The lady replied with a smile. That's good to hear. I'll be on my way then. Yilin sighed in relief and quickly pulled Jing Yu away. After Yilin left, the lady entered the training room to check, only to find that almost everything inside was intact. She couldn't help but chuckle. I told you, how could a level 16 class changer damage a training room meant for class changers below level 40? She turned to close the door and leave, but looking at the empty training room, she suddenly felt something was off. Wait, oh no, where are the dummies? How come all the dummies in the training room are gone? While Yilin was testing his strength, a shocking change was occurring at the G family's entrance. Wow, it's really cold today. Hey, wanna smoke? At the entrance of the G family, 2 class changers, one fat and one thin, were shivering while smoking. Although they were class changers, they were only around level 10 and didn't have the courage to face the fierce monsters outside the city. The guards at the G family's entrance were the best job for them, safe, high-paying, and they could slack off. The only trouble was during the winter nights when they had to endure the cold while keeping watch, but overall, it was quite good. Damn it, I can't help it. Every time I smoke, I need to take a dump. You keep watch for a bit. I'll go relieve myself. The fat class changer frowned and got up to walk towards the bushes in the distance. You idiot! You won't use the public restroom and insist on taking a dump in the wild, huh? The thin class changer looked at him with disdain. What do you know? Enjoying nature is called romance. The fat class changer scoffed as he walked away and squatted down. But as soon as he squatted, his face turned pale. It is well known that no matter how strong a man is, he is vulnerable when he is taking a dump. Just as he squatted down, he was horrified to discover that the dense greenery was filled with people. He was about to call out to his companion when a large hand covered his mouth, preventing him from making any sound. Then, a knife was plunged into his lower back, and he could clearly feel his life force draining away. Meanwhile, the thin class changer noticed the cigarette butt in the bushes had gone out, and he realized something was wrong. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Why can't I see you while you're taking a dump? At that moment, the black-clad figures in the bushes were also stunned. They had planned to launch a surprise attack, but they never expected this fat guy to suddenly run over to the bushes to take a dump, which instantly ruined their plan. Damn it, this fatso, what the hell is he doing? The man in black was nearly driven to madness. With no other choice, they could only force their way toward the main door. Enemy attack. The thin transferee was shocked and quickly sounded the alarm. He simply couldn't understand why anyone would attack the G group. Who in Qingcheng had the guts to do that? After pulling the alarm, the thin transferee turned and ran. He had no intention of staying to fight. A few $1,000 a month? What was he playing at with his life? However, it was already enough. The G family's villa, which had been shrouded in darkness, instantly lit up, waking everyone inside. Accompanied by the piercing alarm, G's father was abruptly awakened. A speedster transferee rushed into G's father's bedroom. Mr. G, the outside is full of transferees. They initially wanted to sneak in, but after being discovered, they chose to launch a direct assault. They're too fierce, we can't hold them off. You need to come with me now. What? G's father was both shocked and furious. Ken-sen's retaliation was faster than he had imagined, and it was even more brutal and direct. He had just laid out his plans against Ken-sen at the G group, and now Ken-sen's revenge had arrived. This guy actually dared to lead an attack on his villa. Didn't he fear provoking a united front against him from everyone in Qingcheng? It was simply outrageous. Mr. G, hurry up. If you don't leave now, it will be too late, urged the speedster transferee. But the next second, a cold glint flashed, and a sharp dagger pierced through his heart. Ken-sen had appeared behind him, cigar in mouth, without him noticing. Shao Li. Ji's father glared, his eyes filled with rage. Once upon a time, a small child lay starving on the road, skin and bones, on the verge of dying from hunger. Passers-by came and went, some looked at him, but no one stopped. Moved by compassion, he offered a bowl of warm noodles to the child. Watching the child devour the noodles he had fed him, Mr. G decided to adopt the boy. The boy did not disappoint him. He grew up to become his right-hand man. Shaoli felt his life force ebbing away with the blood, but he still endured the excruciating pain and turned to embrace Ken-sen from behind. Mr. G, run! The severely injured Shaoli let out a desperate roar. Aren't you afraid of dying? Ken-sen was somewhat surprised. My life was exchanged for a bowl of noodles by Mr. G, it's not worth much. Shaoli revealed a grim smile. What a touching master-servant bond. I, Ken-sen, respect those with loyalty and righteousness. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Ken-sen nodded expressionlessly, then raised his hand and with a snap, directly broke Shaoli's neck. Ken-sen. Ji's father's eyes turned blood red, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. He pulled a black handgun from a nearby drawer and aimed it directly at Ken-sen, pulling the trigger. But before the gun could fire, a gleaming long knife flashed like lightning, and in Ji's father's incredulous gaze, his gun-wielding hand was severed high into the air. Using a gun against a transferee? What kind of fool are you? Kensen sneered. Guns might work against newly transitioned transferees, but once their strength reached level 30 or above, a gun was no different from a toy in front of a transferee. In your next life, remember not to oppose me, Kensen. I may be low-key, but I'm not dead. Kensen raised his knife, ready to finish Ji's father, when one of his subordinates hurried over and whispered something in his ear. What? Let them escape? Useless. Kensen slapped the subordinate's face, retracting the knife he had prepared to use on Ji's father. Mr. Ji, Kensen smiled. Congratulations, your son, and that Jilin ran fast enough. You can live a little longer. Since Jing Yu and Yilin had escaped, Ji's father could not be killed just yet. Killing him would be equivalent to severing Jing Yu's weak point. Cut the grass but not the roots, and the spring wind will blow again. Kensen did not want to live another 10 or 20 years only to have someone come back for revenge. If he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. He intended to use Ji's father to lure these two out and eliminate them together. You wish. Ji's father was also an old fox. Seeing Kensen's reaction, he immediately understood his intentions and suddenly charged toward the corner of the wall. His son was his only concern, and he would never allow himself to be the cause of his son's death. But how could Kensen let Ji's father have his way? Before he even reached the wall, Kensen struck him with a knife hand, knocking him unconscious. Take him away. In less than half an hour, everyone in the Ji family villa, except for Ji's father, had become cold corpses. Kensen's reputation as the underground king would surely rise again after tonight. After testing his combat power, Yilin had just returned to the entrance of the Ji family when he caught a strong smell of blood. Yilin's pupils trembled. Even though he had hidden in the Ji family, Kensen still wouldn't let him go? Did he want to capture him even if it meant destroying the Ji family? Yilin seriously suspected that Kensen had already learned some of his secrets, which was why he was so frenzied. This Kensen, perhaps he couldn't be left alive. Jing Yu was just about to open the door when Yilin stopped him, saying meaningfully, "You better prepare yourself mentally." Boss, what are you talking about? Jing Yu had not yet sensed anything wrong and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, he froze in place. Yilin looked over, and what lay before him was a terrifying scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Everywhere were the bodies of the Ji family's hired combatants and servants, with severed limbs scattered about. Many faces were filled with terror, as if they had encountered the most horrifying demons before dying. Boss, did we go to the wrong place? This doesn't seem like my home. Jing Yu forced a grim smile and took a few steps back. He tried to find a denying answer from Yilin, but Yilin's serious expression told him that this was indeed the Ji family, the home he had lived in for over a decade. Jing Yu, like a madman, stepped into the sea of blood and corpses. Dad, where are you? Jing Yu shouted in panic, wanting to find his father quickly, but he was also afraid of seeing Ji's father's body in this sea of corpses. When he reached the door of his father's bedroom, Jing Yu's heart was already in his throat. He pushed the door open as if he were facing death. The room was very clean, as if it had been washed, with only a severed hand holding a gun quietly lying on the table. Jing Yu rushed over. He recognized that it was his father's hand. Under the severed hand lay a piece of paper, on which a message was written in blood. If you want to save your dad, bring Yilin to the underground black market to find me. Every 6 hours, I will cut a piece of flesh from your dad. After reading it, Jing Yu went mad. Kensen, I will kill you. Jing Yu screamed as he rushed to find Kensen for a fight. The only one capable of kidnapping Ji's father was the underground king, Kensen. But as soon as he reached the door, Yilin kicked him back. Get out of the way. Don't stop me. Jing Yu's eyes were filled with rage. Anyone who tried to stop him from saving Ji's father was his enemy. Seeing that Jing Yu had lost his rationality, Yilin didn't bother to waste words. He directly slapped Jing Yu across the face. Yilin's slap was without mercy, and with a loud smack, half of Jing Yu's face immediately swelled up. Uncle Ji is still alive because you haven't been caught by Kensen yet. Do you believe that as soon as you fall into Kensen's hands, you and Uncle Ji will die together? Jing Yu gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He pounded the ground with all his might, as if trying to vent all the frustration from deep within his heart. What should I do then? What can I do? Jing Yu let out a desperate roar, like a cornered beast driven to its limits. Just find a safe place to hide, don't get found, and leave the rest to me. Yilin comforted him. Leave it to you? Jing Yu looked up in confusion. Have you forgotten? Once a boss, always a boss. If Uncle Ji is in danger, how can I stand by and do nothing? Yilin said with a smile. Boss. Jing Yu's tears burst forth, a strong sense of guilt flooding his heart. He had always been plotting against Yilin, yet Yilin treated him with sincerity. How could he not feel guilty? Stop crying. I will bring Uncle G back. I will make Kensen understand how terrifying it is when a forbidden spellmaster is fighting for their life. Xingcheng, the underground black market. This is the darkest corner of Qingcheng, filled with all kinds of evil and filth. As long as you have enough money, you can buy almost anything you want in the underground black market. Killing someone from the outside world would attract the attention of the Transcender Investigation Bureau, but those who die in the underground black market are completely ignored, because this place belongs to the underground king, Kensen. Whoosh! A shadow darted across the night sky like a ghost, silently approaching a guard. The entire underground black market was filled with Kensen's spies. To quietly rescue Uncle G, Yilin had to first deal with the outer spies. Dressed in black clothes and shoes, with his face wrapped in black cloth and a black scarf on his head, he blended completely into the night. Even if someone's gaze swept over him, it would be hard to notice that this dark mass was a person. After activating the Dance of Instants, his speed was as fast as lightning. Using the powerful inertia, the Starfall celestial mark in his hand pierced directly through the guard's heart. To avoid the spread of the bloody smell, Yilin quickly froze the guard's wound with the Eye of Eternal Frost. Thus, a flawless assassination was silently completed in the darkness. Yilin breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was going even smoother than he had imagined. If he could sneak in quietly and catch Kensen off guard, there might really be a chance to kill him. But just as Yilin was thinking this, in the next moment, countless of Kensen's subordinates surrounded him. How did you find me? Yilin was baffled. He had done everything perfectly, so why was he discovered so quickly? The leader, a yellow-haired man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand, arrogantly pointed to a very concealed camera above Yilin's head. Sir, times have changed. Our surveillance has infrared night vision. What era are you living in to still be using night clothes? Yilin. Sure enough, he had been a bit careless, but it didn't matter. As long as he killed them all, no one would discover his infiltration. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Fiery destruction. With the enhancement of 5 pieces of equipment that boosted his mental power, Yilin's own mental power was an astonishing 1088 points. After activating Burning Reincarnation, his mental power soared to 2176 points, allowing him to almost sense how many people were in front of him. Under this terrifying mental power, the fiery destruction lit up the entire night sky. In that moment, the group of Kensen's subordinates led by the yellow-haired man saw the light. They had no idea what kind of terrifying monster they were about to face. A blazing line of fire erupted from Yilin's palm, the terrifying purple-red flames seeming to burn everything in front of him. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they engulfed all of Kensen's subordinates, drowning out all the screams, wails, and cries for help, leaving only the crackling sound of the raging fire. The yellow-haired man, his hair already burned away, was filled with terror as he tried to escape this sea of hellfire, but the purple-red flames seemed to possess a life of their own, relentlessly pursuing him. After flailing about for a few moments, he too was reduced to ashes. Forbidden spell? Return of the Undead. Yilin activated the Return of the Undead, and countless undead creatures crawled up from the ground, surrounding the entire underground black market. With too many lice, one need not fear the itch. After all, Lingy had already borne quite a few burdens in this identity, so he wasn't afraid of taking on the blame for assassinating Kensen. The premise was that no living soul could escape from this underground black market today, otherwise, Yilin's secret of being undying would no longer be concealed. Since he had already been discovered, Yilin no longer bothered to disguise himself. He directly activated the longevity blade technique, swinging the Starfall celestial mark to begin stacking layers. That's the guy. Capture him. Boss Kensen said to take him alive. This underground black market was Kensen's territory, and just as Yilin had finished off the yellow-haired group, more of Kensen's subordinates appeared. This time, the newcomers were not the likes of the yellow-haired minions but true class changers. The dozen or so who arrived were all above level 20. Class changers above level 20 had already transcended the realm of ordinary people. The destructive power they could unleash was no less than that of a fully armed special forces soldier. One figure took the lead and charged at Yilin. This guy was clearly a speedster class changer, darting forward like a nimble spirit cat. But he was fast, and Yilin was faster. With the enhancement of instant dance, Yilin positioned himself right in the path of the attacker. Seeing the face that suddenly appeared before him, the class changer was startled, but his reaction was quick. He launched a left jab, a right whip kick, and a left roundhouse kick. Faced with this fierce assault, Yilin did not dodge or evade. He was not being careless, he was deliberate. As the class changer's attacks landed on him, Yilin's large blade also struck up, cleanly slicing through the throat. At the same time, Yilin was injured by the class changer's assault, staggering back a few steps before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The class changer clutched his bleeding throat, eyes wide with horror. He had not expected Yilin to be so ruthless, directly trading injury for a kill. This guy is not right. Don't hold back. beat him half to death first, then capture him. The gruesome death of their companion instantly alerted the others, and they quickly understood that underestimating Yilin would come at a painful cost. But what exactly is this guy's class? First, he was throwing fire, and now he's wielding a blade? I don't know, but we need to be careful. That fire of his is extremely terrifying. Alright, Old 6, find a way to distract him. Old 8, look for a chance to sneak up on him. The rest of you, come with me and give Old 6 and Old 8 some opportunities. Kenson's subordinates discussed how to deal with Yilin, but Yilin paid them no mind, focusing solely on stacking the layers of the longevity blade technique. One class changer charged in front of Yilin first, throwing a punch like a tiger leaping from its cage, his fist like a heavy hammer, smashing down towards Yilin's chest. Yet Yilin chose to stand firm, not dodging or evading. Crack! With that punch, Yilin's chest instantly caved in, accompanied by a sound of bone cracking that made one's teeth ache, clearly indicating that several ribs had been broken. The transmuter's face lit up with joy. He was just about to say that he had successfully dealt a heavy blow to Yilin and that their mission was complete when a cold gleam flashed by. At that moment, a dazzling starry sky appeared before him, with a meteor streaking across, leaving a white trail in the sky. In the next second, he felt the starry sky spinning around him, and a headless corpse appeared before his eyes, blood gushing wildly. So it turns out, my head has been severed. Accompanied by the last flicker of consciousness in his mind, the world before him plunged into darkness. Old 9, a transmuter with a horse-like face let out a wail, looking painfully at the man slain by Yilin. Everyone, charge! That kid has already been heavily injured by Old 9's iron fist. He won't last much longer. Soon, someone took the lead and charged forward. This time, it was a swordsman, a long sword gleaming with a chilling light in the night. He struck swiftly and fiercely, piercing diagonally into Yilin's lung, penetrating his lung lobe. Don't worry, my sword is very accurate. This injury won't kill you, but it will render you completely powerless. If you move around, you'll feel excruciating pain in your lungs. Before he could finish, Yilin's knife had already arrived. At this moment, the Yangshuo knife technique had stacked up to 70 layers, its power even more terrifying. With one slash, the swordsman was split into two. Old 7, the horse-faced transmuter wailed again. Quick, go! That kid has already been stabbed by Old 7's sword. He can't hold on any longer. Whoosh! A cold gleam arrived first, followed by a spear shooting out like a dragon. A transmuter specializing in spears rushed in, piercing Yilin through the heart. Yilin's response was simple. With a fierce thrust of the knife, now stacked to 75 layers of the Yangshuo knife technique, he pierced through the spear-wielding transmuter, blood gushing from his mouth as he quickly lost his life. Old 11, hurry up! He's been stabbed by both the sword and the spear. This time he's definitely done for. The horse-faced transmuter wailed again. Wind technique. Wind blade slash. Another transmuter quickly formed seals with both hands, and the air around Yilin suddenly became violent, as if a furious beast was roaring. Invisible forces continuously converged, forming a sharp wind blade that sliced through the night sky, heading straight for Yilin. Yilin's figure appeared exceptionally lonely under the reflection of the wind blade. Facing this deadly wind blade slash, he still did not dodge. Put! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed, leaving countless deep wounds on Yilin's body, one of which even sliced into his abdomen, nearly spilling his intestines out. He was heavily injured and could no longer hold on, collapsing weakly to the ground. Humph! I told you he wouldn't last. Tie him up. Hand him over to Boss Kenson. The horse-faced transmuter shouted excitedly. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. After sustaining such severe injuries, if Yilin didn't fall down, they would go mad. 3 transmuters stepped forward to bind Yilin, but at that moment, Yilin suddenly sprang up, shouting loudly, "For Piltover! For the Dark Horse!" He swung the Starfall Celestial Mark, spinning around fiercely, and the 85 layers of the Yangshuo knife technique instantly cleaved the 3 transmuters who were close to him in half. Old 5, Old 6, Old 10. The horse-faced transmuter let out a tragic wail once more, unable to comprehend why Yilin, despite his severe injuries, still had the strength to resist. At this moment, Yilin was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked figure, with a sword and a spear sticking out of him. By all logic, an ordinary person with such injuries would be lying in the ICU drinking kanji. Yet Yilin was still bouncing around as if nothing had happened, which was simply unbelievable. This must be a dying man's final burst of energy. Get him, take him down, the horse-faced transmuter shouted. This time, no one dared to show off. The 3 transmuters attacked simultaneously from 3 directions towards Yilin. One of them was the wind-type transmuter from before, and the sharp wind blade struck again. The other 2 included one with a knife and a fire-type mage. The wind fueled the flames, and with both wind and fire attacking together, the fire spread wildly. But at this moment, Yilin's longevity sword technique had already stacked up to the maximum of 99 layers. he was no longer prepared to sit and wait for death. Forbidden spell? Dance of Instants. Yilin sacrificed a heart, directly gaining 10 times agility, transforming into a streak of light, charging into the sea of flames before him. By the time the two transmuters reacted, Yilin had already appeared before them with his sword drawn, like the arrival of death itself. Swish, swish, 2 arcs of blade light flashed, and the wind and fire mages became 2 warm corpses. Faced with the enhancement of the 99 layers of longevity sword technique, they had no power to resist at close range. Second, fourth, the horse-faced transmuter wailed again. Immediately, 2 shadows appeared behind Yilin, the one with the knife and the long hidden 8th. The one with the knife struck Yilin's back, while 8th brandished a sharp dagger, instantly piercing Yilin's kidney, and in that moment, Yilin was once again heavily injured. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can kill me? Yilin countered with a swift strike, cleanly ending the lives of the 2 who had ambushed him. Third, 8th, the horse-faced transmuter wailed for the 6th time. Now he was the only one left alive. Looking at Yilin, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, covered in wounds, with a sword embedded in his left chest, a gun in his right chest, a knife lodged in his back, and a dagger stuck in his kidney, still advancing step by step towards him, the horse-faced transmuter was terrified. Monster! Monster! You are a monster! Why are you still alive after suffering such injuries? Are you human or a ghost? Yilin tilted his head slightly. A monster? That title isn't wrong. I still maintain my human form purely out of personal interest. Yilin had discovered long ago that even if he was cut into pieces and reassembled into a non-human life form, he could still survive. However, after being human for so long, he still found it more comfortable to maintain his human form. With a swift motion, Yilin directly severed the tendons in the horse-faced transmuter's hands and feet. Listening to the other's screams, Yilin expressionlessly lowered his gaze, placing the blade against the transmuter's neck, demanding, "Now, tell me, where is Kensen? What is the highest level of transmuter in this underground black market? You think I'll tell you? I won't say a word. I could never betray Boss Kensen." At the critical moment, the horse-faced transmuter closed his eyes, appearing ready to face death. "Oh, that's fine. Do you like roasted meat?" Yilin tilted his head and asked, like an innocent boy next door. Roasted meat? The horse-faced transmuter was stunned, seemingly not expecting Yilin to suddenly ask this. After all, the current situation had nothing to do with roasted meat. Hearing this, Yilin revealed a friendly smile. Then, with a swift motion, he sliced a piece of meat from the horse-faced transmuter's body, and as the transmuter opened his mouth to let out a piercing scream, Yilin had already dislocated his jaw. Yilin snapped his fingers, and the red-purple flames of karma blazed fiercely, quickly charring the piece of meat, releasing a burnt smell. "I'm sorry, I'm not very good at roasting. It might be a bit burnt, but it's okay, you have plenty of meat on you, and with more practice, I can definitely get it right." After saying this, Yilin turned the jawbone of the horse-faced transmuter back again, causing the horse-faced transmuter to tremble in fear, finally realizing what Yilin meant by eating roasted meat. "Demon! You are a demon!" As Yilin was about to feed the burnt piece of meat into his mouth, the horse-faced transmuter completely broke down. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything." Seeing that Yilin showed no signs of stopping, and was about to shove the piece of meat into his mouth, the horse-faced transmuter spilled everything he knew like beans from a bamboo tube. Boss Kensen should be busy cooking with Sister Qian at this time, located in the center of the underground black market. The highest level transmuter in the underground black market is Boss Kensen, but I don't know what level he is, because Boss Kensen hasn't made a move in a long time. Last year he was already level 48. Cooking? Yilin asked, somewhat puzzled. I mean, digging. After explaining, the horse-faced transmuter, pulling at his already severed tendons, pleaded with Yilin, "I beg you, give me a quick end." Having obtained the information he wanted, Yilin was too lazy to waste any more time on the horse-faced transmuter. With a swift motion, he gave him a quick end. Before the horse-faced transmuter died, a look of relief appeared on his face. Yilin then set all the bodies ablaze, destroying all evidence. Level 48? This could be tricky. Yilin frowned. If he went all out recklessly, he could probably only handle a level 40 transmuter at most. Kensen was already level 48 last year, and he might have even broken through level 50 by now. If Yilin wanted to kill him, a direct confrontation would definitely not work. He had to find a way to ambush that old guy. Wait, this might actually work. Yilin suddenly realized that if Kensen was busy digging with that Sister Qian, then he had a chance. No matter how powerful a man is, at the moment of reaching the peak, his vigilance would surely drop to the lowest. If he could seize the opportunity to appear at a critical moment for that guy Kensen, it wouldn't matter if he was level 48, even if he was level 58, Yilin would still have a chance. However, there was a prerequisite. Kensen couldn't be a quick draw. If Kensen was a quick draw, then his plan would be in vain. With his thoughts clear, Yilin set off on another killing spree. This night was destined to be a bloody one for the entire Qingcheng underground black market. Yilin moved through the night, his steps light and firm, perfectly embodying what it means to be a qualified hunter. With the enhancement of the 99-layer longevity knife technique and the instant dance, transmuters below level 20 couldn't withstand a single strike from him, becoming souls under his blade. As for transmuters above level 20, a few more strikes would suffice. Yilin was like Lu Ruan possessed, every living thing in his sight had to take a strike from him. After cutting them down, he casually tossed a flame of karma, focusing on a cremation service. As he cut his way through, there wasn't a single body left behind, nor a drop of blood in sight, only charred human-shaped imprints remained on the ground, proving that someone had just lain there. During this time, Yilin did encounter transmuters above level 30, but facing a spellcaster who couldn't be killed and unleashed spells left and right, even transmuters above level 30 were powerless. Under Yilin's life-for-life approach, even transmuters in their 30s would be forcibly replaced by him. Of course, Yilin also paid a price. His body was covered in countless terrifying scars that could be fatal, pierced by numerous weapons, and marked by countless wounds from freezing and burning. At this moment, Yilin resembled a vengeful Azura crawling out of the underworld. He fought his way in, killing as he sought information about Kensen, but soon he encountered real trouble. A level 42 class changer stood in his way like a roadblock. It was a man, tall and robust, resembling a towering mountain. His face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes glinting with sharp light, clad in black battle armor, wielding a massive battle axe, exuding a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. Your courage is truly remarkable. It has been many years since anyone dared to cause trouble in the underground black market alone, the man spoke, his voice deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the soul. Yilin halted, looking at the man before him, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. He knew this was a formidable opponent, and he had to be cautious. Seeing Yilin covered in various weapons and scars, Zhai Shoqi couldn't help but murmur to himself. As a well-known enforcer in the underground black market, he had followed Kensen for a long time and had encountered countless difficult opponents. However, he had never seen anyone as bizarre as the one before him. If it were anyone else with such severe injuries, they would have died 20 times over. Why was this guy still alive? It was unreasonable. Why are you still alive? Before attacking, Zhai Shoqi couldn't help but voice his inner doubt. If you put down the axe, I'll tell you, Yilin replied, glancing at the axe in Zhai Shoqi's hand, revealing a hint of fear. Forget it. You might as well not say anything. I'll find the answer to this question myself. Zhai Shoqi tightened his grip on the battle axe. During a fight, he would never put it down, just as a bull warrior would never remove his mask. Yilin frowned at this. He had hoped to trick Zhai Shoqi into putting down the axe for a sneak attack, but it had failed. Zhai Shoqi swung the battle axe and charged at Yilin, each step causing the ground to tremble. Yilin's expression was extremely serious. Facing Zhai Shoqi, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Forbidden spell? Burning rebirth. Forbidden spell? Dance of instants. With 2 consecutive forbidden spells cast, Yilin instantly elevated his state to its peak. Humph. Burning your own vitality to exchange for combat power, how long can you last? Zhai Shoqi scoffed at Yilin's actions, swinging his battle axe fiercely towards him. Yilin swung his Starfall Skymark to collide with Zhai Shoqi's battle axe but was knocked back repeatedly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yilin's face was extremely grave. A level 42 class changer was indeed extraordinary. Even with the 99-layer longevity sword technique combined with burning rebirth and dance of instants, he was no match for the opponent. However, his advantage was that he couldn't be killed. Although he was knocked back by Zhai Shoqi's axe, Yilin immediately charged forward as if nothing had happened, swinging his Starfall Skymark. Unbeknownst to him, Zhai Shoqi was also filled with shock. Yilin looked very young, just a teenager, yet he could withstand his full-force strike? Zhai Shoqi dared not be careless. The battle axe erupted with dazzling light. Then, with an even more terrifying force than before, he swung it down towards the oncoming Yilin. Yilin raised his blade to block, but it was knocked away, and the axe continued its momentum, striking down hard on Yilin's shoulder. Crack! A series of painful cracking sounds echoed, the sound of Yilin's shoulder and collarbone breaking under Zhai Shoqi's attack. Yilin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall not far away. But just as Zhai Shoqi was about to move in for the kill, Yilin suddenly leaped up, raising his left hand to unleash a terrifying purplish-red flame, while his right hand pointed to the sky, directly summoning lightning. Forbidden spell? Infernal fire burning heaven. Forbidden spell? Annihilation thunder. This time, for the Annihilation Thunder, Yilin sacrificed everything he could, all to summon the legendary Chaos Divine Thunder. Forbidden spells are not omnipotent, no matter how powerful a forbidden spell is, it requires the caster's own strength to be sufficient. Yilin's actual level was only 16, if it were ordinary thunder, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage on Jaishouchi. The purplish-red infernal fire formed a massive fireball that smashed toward Jaishouchi. Jaishouchi's gaze sharpened, he recognized the unusual nature of the flame before him and, not wanting to be tainted, swung his battle axe down from the air, as if to split the heavens. Falling Sun Holy Axe. The battle axe emitted a dazzling light as it struck down fiercely, cleaving the infernal fireball in two. Not a single spark touched Jaishouchi, nor did it cause him any harm. However, in the next second, the entire night sky seemed to be torn apart, leaving only a chaotic aura of thunder raging in the air. It was only as thick as an arm, yet its colors were ever-changing, sometimes deep purple, sometimes violent red, seemingly containing all colors, yet also transcending all colors. The thunder roared deafeningly, as if the entire world was trembling in response. Jaishouchi's pupils constricted, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He swung his battle axe with all his might, trying to block the divine thunder, but the divine thunder seemed to possess a spirit of its own, bypassing his axe and striking him directly. Jaishouchi felt an unprecedented force pierce through his entire body, as if it were going to tear him apart. The battle axe slipped from his hand, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that such a young kid could make him so helpless. Yilin did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He picked up the Starfall Celestial Mark, his figure flashing, and appeared right in front of Jaishouchi, swinging the Starfall Celestial Mark down fiercely, aiming to take Jaishouchi's life directly. Just as Yilin thought he was about to succeed, Jaishouchi suddenly raised both arms to block in front of him, directly stopping the blow. Bang! Yilin's strike was met head-on by Jaishouchi's arms, the immense force numbing his entire arm. He looked at Jaishouchi in shock, seeing the faint black light emanating from the black armor on him, as if a mysterious power was protecting him. This is... Yilin's pupils constricted as he suddenly thought of something. Refined rare-grade equipment? Jaishouchi coldly stared at him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. That's right. This divine light black armor has been with me for a long time, refined to 7 stars. Its defensive power has already reached an astonishing level. Your attacks only made me a bit embarrassed, but they couldn't inflict any fatal damage on me. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Jaishouchi's eyes, and then he raised his hand to summon the battle axe that had flown away back into his grasp. With a powerful swing, he directly gutted Yilin, his organs spilling onto the ground. Yilin staggered back, blood gushing from his mouth. He knew he had truly encountered trouble this time. Equipment can be refined, and through refinement, the attributes of the equipment can be continuously enhanced. Each successful refinement increases the star rating by 1, with a maximum of 9 stars. A rare-grade equipment refined to 7 stars, it could even rival epic-grade gear. No wonder when he struck down with a chaotic divine thunder, it surprisingly failed to inflict any damage on Jaishouchi. If he couldn't break through Jaishouchi's divine light black armor, he would never be able to defeat him. They could only exhaust each other, one unable to die, the other unable to move. What kind of monster are you? How can you still be alive after all this? Jaishouchi was utterly shocked. He had seen with his own eyes that Yilin's internal organs had been reduced to just 2.5 organs and 3 viscera, yet Yilin was still lively, which was completely against reason. Don't speak, let me think. Yilin ignored his own injuries and instead pondered whether the forbidden spells he had mastered could break the deadlock. Soon, his eyes lit up because among the forbidden spells he knew, there was indeed one specifically designed to break through high defenses. The divine light black armor refined to 7 stars? Let me see how tough it really is. Forbidden spell? Eternal Gung Metal. Yilin recited the incantation of the forbidden spell, and then, as a forbidden spell master, golden light began to flicker within him, dazzling yet gentle, dyeing him entirely in gold. The golden light continuously surged from Yilin's body, and with each surge, his complexion paled a little more. The golden light in front of him spun rapidly, colliding with itself, and finally condensed into a brilliant golden spear. This spear exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, its tip shimmering with the unique sharp cold light of eternal gung metal, as if it could pierce through all defenses in the world. Yilin raised his hand to grasp the spear, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He swung his arm fiercely, and the golden spear whistled through the air, directly thrusting towards Jaishouchi. Forbidden spell? Eternal Gung Metal. The forbidden spell master sacrifices all the metal elements in their body to condense a spear forged from eternal gung metal, capable of breaking through anything, invincible. Since obtaining this forbidden spell, Yilin had never used it, as it was a single target attack and had a severe casting delay, making it less useful than the world-destroying chaotic thunder and the infernal flames. But when facing an enemy as hard as Jaishouchi, who was like a turtle, Yilin remembered this forbidden spell. Seeing the whistling golden spear approaching, Jai Shochi flashed a look of uncertainty. The golden spear coming at him was somewhat elusive, yet he still chose to trust in his rare-grade equipment refined to 7 stars. Jai Shochi tightened his grip on the battle axe and fully activated the defense of the divine light black armor, preparing to withstand this blow. The light radiating from the divine light black armor became even more dazzling, as if forming a light shield that completely enveloped Jai Shochi. The moment the golden spear made contact with the divine light black armor, there was no deafening roar, no earth-shattering shockwave. It was like a silver needle piercing a balloon. The golden spear broke through the surface, and Jai Shochi's proud divine light black armor had no resistance against the spear forged from eternal gung metal and was instantly pierced through. In an instant, the light shield shattered, and a blood hole appeared, penetrating through Jai Shochi's body. This blood hole was not large, only the size of a fingertip, and it was not fatal, yet it left Jai Shochi in a daze. Impossible! How can this be? Jai Shochi's face was filled with disbelief. The divine light black armor had accompanied him through countless battles over the years and had never been damaged so severely. While he was still in shock, Yilin had already charged in with the Starfall Heavenly Mark. The longevity sword technique stacked to 99 layers was lethal with every strike, forcing Jai Shochi to retreat repeatedly. At this moment, Jai Shochi's mind was in disarray, and he was utterly powerless to resist. Soon he discovered something even more exaggerated. Yilin had been fighting for so long, and his body was continuously engulfed in blood flames, which meant that Yilin had been using forbidden spells to burn his life force. But after burning for so long, why was Yilin completely unharmed? Kid, are you really immortal? Jai Shochi was both shocked and angry. What kind of monster had Kensen provoked this time? Not only could he sustain the forbidden spell and burn his life force for so long, but despite the numerous injuries Jai Shochi had inflicted on him, he was still lively and showed no signs of dying. This was simply horrifying. Yilin did not answer him. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed another forbidden spell. Forbidden spell? Annihilation Thunder. Once again, the familiar chaotic divine thunder struck down. Yilin held nothing back and attacked with all his might. Although the divine light black armor could still withstand the chaotic divine thunder's assault, it was already in a damaged state, and the chaotic divine thunder continuously surged in through the breaches, wreaking havoc on Jai Shochi's body. Jai Shochi was both shocked and furious. If this continued, he would really die at Yilin's hands. But having crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Jai Shochi felt no fear in the face of death's threat. Instead, he became even calmer. Regaining his composure, Jai Shochi swung his battle axe, once again forcing Yilin into a disadvantageous position, each swing powerful and heavy. Yilin did not relent. He raised his hand and launched another eternal gungold, the golden spear once again aimed at Jai Shochi. This time, Jai Shochi dared not take it head-on. A glint flashed in his eyes, and then his figure flickered, his speed suddenly increasing. Swift shadow escape. Jai Shochi's speed surged dramatically, unimaginable for such a robust body to move so fast. He left a shadow behind as he dodged Yilin's incoming golden spear, so quick that Yilin had no time to react before Jai Shochi was already in front of him. Falling Sun Holy Axe. An axe shadow flashed like lightning, a chill surged from Yilin's neck, and his head flew high, rolling to the ground, his face still bearing a look of fear, leaving only a headless corpse standing dazedly in place. Jai Shochi panted heavily. Despite having killed Yilin with a single axe, that was all he had. Ha! I've chopped off your head. I don't believe you won't die this time. Jai Shochi let out a sigh of relief. Only he knew the perilous nature of this battle. He had almost died at Yilin's hands. Just when he thought he had dealt with Yilin, a long knife shimmering with starlight suddenly pierced through his heart, destroying the life force within him. Jai Shochi turned his head in disbelief. The battle had just ended, and he was completely unprepared. To his shock, it was Yilin's headless corpse that had struck. After piercing Jai Shochi's heart, the headless corpse walked over to the fallen head, picked it up, and after a few adjustments, reattached it to the neck. You're strong, but unfortunately, you're still too careless. Yilin calmly withdrew the knife, blood gushing from the wound, signaling that Jai Shochi's life was nearing its end. In his final moments, Jai Shochi looked at Yilin with a mix of shock and anger. Careless my ass. You really are immortal. Realizing this, Jai Shochi understood that he had no regrets in dying. Facing a monster with immortality and immense combat power, he felt he had died justly. After all, who could have imagined that an enemy whose head you had chopped off could still walk over and stab you from behind? Jai Shochi said nothing more to Yilin. Instead, he braced himself, turned over, and looked in a direction within the black market, his eyes filled with worry. Boss Kensen, hurry, run away, monster, monster. A creature with an immortal body, capable of casting forbidden spells with a mere wave of its hand, was enough to terrify anyone. After saying his last words, Jai Shochi had his life ended by Yilin's swift blade. After dealing with Jai Shochi, Yilin did not encounter any particularly troublesome opponents on the way. It seemed that in the entire underground black market, besides Kensen, the strongest was this Shaishochi. According to the information he gathered, Yilin soon found himself outside a room. Listening to the lascivious sounds coming from within, Yilin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived just in time. He crouched down outside the window, listening intently at the wall's base, waiting for the moment when Kensen would let his guard down the most. This guy probably never imagined that a level 16 rookie would dare to come alone to assassinate him. Crouching at the wall's base, he listened clearly to the conversation between Kensen and that sister Qian. Qian, I, Kensen, have been with many different women, but in the end, you are the one who holds my heart the deepest. Is that so? Then do you want to try something you haven't tried before? I haven't eaten anything these past 2 days, just drank water. I'm particularly clean. The woman's seductive voice rang out. Kensen in the room first let out a soft hum, then his eyes flashed with understanding, instantly intrigued by what the woman meant. Turn over. After a rustling sound of movement, there was a quick sound of someone running in slippers. Yilin waited quietly, even tapping his fingers to the rhythm of Kensen, like a patient old hunter. Finally, the sounds in the room came to an abrupt halt, followed by Kensen's loud shout. Hurry! Open your mouth. Hearing this, Yilin tightened his grip on the Starfall Heavenly Mark, activated the Burning Reincarnation and Instant Dance, and charged in with his blade. Who? Kensen shouted, the Underground King living up to his title. Even in the midst of a missile launch, his vigilance remained high, and he immediately spotted Yilin. What responded to him was a beautiful star mark, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Whoosh! The blade's light flashed at an incredible speed. Even though Kensen's reaction was quick, he was still unable to dodge the strike while outputting zinc ions, resulting in his left arm being severed at the forearm, the cut smooth as a mirror, blood gushing out. Ah! Kensen let out a scream, retreating repeatedly, his eyes filled with horror. Sister Qian was already stunned, her mouth agape in terror. It took her a while to close it and swallow, then she got up and sneaked away. Yilin paid no attention to Sister Qian's escape. With the return of the undead, that woman wouldn't get far. He frowned at Kensen, feeling a bit disappointed that he hadn't killed him with that one strike. But it didn't matter, severing an arm would definitely weaken Kensen's combat power significantly. Since one strike wasn't enough, then he would just have to make a few more. As he prepared to strike again, Kensen had already turned on the light with a click. With the light, he finally saw the assassin's appearance. You are Yilin, the high school student who killed Su Jihu. Kensen was both shocked and angry. He never expected that the one who had severed his arm would be a high school student. How did you get here? Where is Zhai Xiuqi? Where are the others? Kensen was baffled. The underground black market was his stronghold, and with so many of his subordinates guarding outside, how could a high school student sneak in and stab him? They're all dead, and the next to die will be you. Yilin raised the Starfall Heavenly Mark, unhesitatingly swinging it towards Kensen. Die? That word is too far from me. Too many people want to kill me. You little brat aren't even worthy. Kensen was also a tough character. Although he had his left arm severed by Yilin's sneak attack, he was someone who had weathered many storms. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Underground King. Facing Yilin's incoming large blade, Kensen swung his remaining right arm fiercely, delivering a heavy punch that sent both Yilin and the blade crashing into the wall. A cold killing intent flashed in Kensen's eyes. He was a level 50 berserker. Even with one arm lost, he was definitely not someone a high school student could mess with. Cough, cough, cough. Yilin began to cough violently, his eyes filled with horror. Kensen's strength was clearly more terrifying than Zhai Xiuqi. If he hadn't sneakily severed one of Kensen's arms, he would have been captured alive for sure. After that punch, his chest had been shattered, and broken ribs had pierced into his lungs. To avoid further coughing that would affect his combat ability, Yilin directly sacrificed his lungs. Forbidden spell? Annihilation Thunder. A bolt of golden calamity thunder struck towards Kensen, but facing the incoming golden lightning, Kensen's face twisted in rage as he swung his fist again, shattering the golden thunder into countless arcs of lightning. Then Kensen charged forward, his whole body like a mountain crashing towards Yilin. With a thunderous boom, he slammed Yilin to the ground, creating a deep pit in the shape of a person. Kensen then followed up with a brutal kick, only stopping when he heard the sound of Yilin's skull cracking. Seeing that Yilin was as good as dead, Kensen walked over to his liquor cabinet, poured a bottle of white liquor over his wound, and the intense pain made the veins on his forehead bulge. Damn it, I've played the eagle all my life, only to have my eyes pecked out by one. Kensen stuffed a cigar into his mouth and lit it. The nicotine finally eased the pain a bit. He walked towards his severed left hand. As long as he found a healer or a class changer, he could reattach his arm and recover completely. Just as Kensen bent down to pick up his left hand, a golden spear, shining brilliantly, suddenly appeared and pinned his right hand to the ground. Immediately after, a blade of light swept past, severing Kenson's right arm at the root. What? Why are you still alive? Kenson glared at Yilin with a twisted face. He clearly remembered crushing Yilin's skull. How could this guy still be alive and kicking? Was he immortal? Sorry, my class is a forbidden spellcaster. I have a forbidden spell called Immortal and Indestructible, which allows me to sacrifice 2.5 years of my lifespan to become immune to a fatal injury once. Yilin kindly explained to Kenson. With both arms severed, he didn't believe that Kenson could still win against him. Just as this thought arose, Kenson, who had already lost both arms, suddenly kicked up, accurately hitting Yilin's chin and sending him flying into the air. Immortal and indestructible? I want to see how you manage that. Although he had lost both arms, Kenson's combat power was still shockingly fierce. He first kicked Yilin into the air, then leaped up, delivering a powerful whip kick that sent Yilin crashing down like a cannonball. Boom! Amidst the rolling dust, Kenson charged down again, stomping down on Yilin. As a level 50 berserker, even without using any skills, his punches and kicks were enough to deal fatal damage to Yilin, who was only level 16. You brat! You're still too young. One of the biggest taboos in battle is revealing your secrets to an enemy who hasn't lost their fighting ability. Even if I, Kenson, have lost both arms, I'm not someone a high school student can handle. I want to see how much lifespan you have left to dodge fatal attacks. Bang 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 bang! Facing the already defenseless Yilin, Kenson showed no mercy this time, landing every kick on his heart and head. The twin yin-yang bracelets in Yilin's hands emitted a glow, beginning to heal his injuries, but the speed of recovery was no match for Kenson's destructive force. Often, just as Yilin's injuries were barely healed, Kenson's attacks would come crashing down again. Under Kenson's relentless assault, Yilin's body was soon reduced to a puddle of bloodied, mangled flesh, mixed with white bone fragments, a horrifying sight. The twin yin-yang bracelets continued to shine, but they could no longer heal Yilin's body. Kenson let out a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. He had just inflicted at least 100 fatal injuries on Yilin. There was no way he could still be alive. He couldn't believe Yilin could still have over 200 years of life left. Kenson, panting, walked away, the pain from his severed arms making him gasp. Damn it! The profession of a forbidden spellcaster is just too bizarre. No wonder they have short lives. Deserved. Kenson couldn't help but curse. Being disarmed by a high school student was something that would ruin his reputation as the underground king if it got out. No one would dare say anything in front of him, but who knows what they would say behind his back. Just thinking about it made Kenson feel frustrated. Just as he was seething with anger, he felt a chill creeping up from behind. Kenson turned sharply, a streak of starlight flashed by, and a strong leg flew high. Kenson was stunned, standing on one leg in a daze, staring at Yilin, his face filled with confusion. It seemed he hadn't expected Yilin to still be alive. The tremendous impact made him temporarily forget the pain of his severed leg. Didn't expect that, did you? I tricked you. You're too young. How can you believe the enemy's words? Yilin chuckled. With Kenson having lost 2 arms and 1 leg, he couldn't believe that Kenson could still win with just 1 leg. Bang! Kenson viciously headbutted Yilin, causing him to see stars. But this time, he chose not to continue attacking Yilin. Instead, he quickly fled on his remaining leg. Fear surged in Kenson's eyes. He was truly scared. Yilin before him was like an indestructible cockroach. If this continued, he might really die at Yilin's hands with only 1 leg left. Trying to run? Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen eye. Yilin sacrificed his own eyeball, which instantly turned black. In his last moment of sight, he glanced at Kenson's remaining leg. Just as Kenson jumped a few steps, ice crystals began to form on his remaining leg, eventually freezing him in place. No! Kenson struggled, but he had lost both arms and another leg, unable to break free. Once his vision returned, Yilin approached Kenson with the Starfall Celestial Mark, the blade scraping against the ground, producing a series of crisp sounds and sparks. Tell me, where is Uncle G? Before coming here, Yilin had searched many places but had not found any trace of Uncle G. He must have been locked away by Kenson in some secret location. Kenson gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Yilin said nothing more. Instead, he snapped his fingers, and a purplish-red flame fell to the ground, turning Kenson's left arm to ashes. No! Kenson's eyes widened. If he could find a healing profession with his severed arm, he might still have a chance to recover, but without a hand, there was truly no hope. Those who could regenerate severed limbs were not people Kenson could reach. Yilin had effectively cut off his escape route. From now on, you'll only be known as One-Armed Kenson, Yilin said calmly. You! Kenson's eyes turned red with anger. I told you, are you really going to let me go? Kenson, you know I love to speak the truth, Yilin replied with a faint smile. I came here just to save Uncle G. Killing your subordinates won't be a problem because you'll handle it, but if I kill you, then that would be a big issue. I'm not foolish enough to kill the underground king of Qingcheng. That would be a monumental disaster. But my caution doesn't mean I won't dare to act. Uncle G has done me a great favor, so think carefully. Don't push this honest man to his limits. At this point, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Lin's eyes, giving him a serious demeanor. Kenshin hesitated for a moment, but now he had lost 3 limbs, and the last one was frozen into an ice sculpture, leaving him with no choice but to side with Yi Lin. Don't worry, that old guy Ji isn't dead. He just lost a hand. He's locked up in a prison outside, Kenshin said. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. If Uncle G had died, he would have felt a bit guilty and sad. No matter what Uncle G's intentions were, at least he had genuinely spent money and effort to help him, and that was a debt of gratitude he had to bear. Swish! The sharp starfall celestial mark transformed into a streak of light, slashing towards Kenshin's neck, aiming for a beheading. Feeling the cold intent to kill, Kenshin's body bristled with fear. You really are deceiving me, beast! At that moment, Kenshin no longer cared about his last leg. He twisted his waist with all his might, and the last frozen leg broke off with a crack, causing him to tumble to the ground in a pitiful state, but he managed to evade Yi Lin's lethal strike. What a strong will to survive, but it's useless. Yi Lin swung the starfall celestial mark again, determined not to allow anyone who knew his secret of immortality to live. At this point, Kenshin had lost all his limbs and had no room for resistance left. He revealed a bitter smile and closed his eyes in despair. He never expected that the underground king would end up dying at the hands of a high school student. Just as Yi Lin was about to take Kenshin's life, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. Stop! Let him go, or I will kill this G right now. Sister Qian, who had just escaped, returned with a man. Uncle G's mental state was poor. He had clearly suffered a beating, and his face was pale from blood loss. He was tied up like a dumpling, his mouth gagged, unable to make a sound. Sister Qian held a black pistol, aimed at Uncle G's head. Brother son! Seeing Kenshin reduced to such a state, Sister Qian gasped, tears streaming down her face. Didn't you run away? Why are you back? Get lost. I don't need a woman to save me. Kenshin was both shocked and angry. No, I won't leave you behind. Sister Qian shook her head, pressing the gun firmly against Uncle G's temple. Let Brother Sin go. Otherwise, I will kill him right now. You fool! You're just my outlet for venting. Why did you come back? Kenshin's eyes turned red. He hadn't shed a single tear when Yi Lin severed his hands and feet, but seeing Sister Qian return to save him at the risk of her life made his eyes well up. Only when one is in dire straits does one realize who around them is truly human or a ghost. He never expected that the person who would come back to save him would be Qian Shen. Yi Lin squinted, lightly tapping his fingers on the starfall celestial mark. After activating the burning rebirth and instant dance, with his surging speed, he had a 60% chance of cutting off that woman's hand before she could pull the trigger. He hesitated over whether to gamble on that probability, but after thinking it over, he decided to give up. Although a 60% success rate was not low, it was still a matter of Uncle G's life. What do you want to do? Shall we exchange hostages? Yi Lin asked. Impossible. If I don't have a hostage in my hands, you will definitely kill us immediately. You let Sin Ji's men take him away first, and I'll stay here with the hostage. Sister Qian gritted her teeth and said. Yi Lin frowned. This girl was indeed not easy to deceive, having followed Kenshin. But he couldn't let Kenshin go. If he didn't kill Kenshin today, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, and he would face enormous trouble. If he hadn't caught Kenshin off guard tonight, he wouldn't even have had the chance to get close to him before being taken down directly. Hearing Sister Qian's words, Kenshin was filled with anger and fear. He could see that this woman was willing to trade her life for his. He won't let me go. You have to leave. Don't you always listen to me? Go! Kenshin's roar annoyed Yi Lin, who casually picked up a double-headed dragon from Kenshin's bed and stuffed it into Kenshin's mouth, choking him and making him gag, unable to speak. He then raised his eyes to look at Sister Qian. I can't agree to your terms. Once Kenshin leaves, he will definitely gather his men to hunt me down, and then neither I nor Uncle G will survive. You have someone you want to save, and I do too. So, if you're worried about me chasing you and Kenshin, I can assure you. Yi Lin turned the blade of the starfall sky mark towards himself, and after 4 flashes of the blade, the tendons in his hands and feet were severed, blood gushing out. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even crawl. But that wasn't the end. He made another cut on his stomach, his intestines spilling out wildly. How about that? Now you can believe that I won't chase you and Kenshin anymore, right? Yi Lin's face was pale, his expression extremely weak. You. Sister Qian covered her mouth, unable to imagine that Yi Lin could go to such lengths. Uncle G is very important to me. I'm an orphan. He came into my life like a kind father. I must ensure his safety. Yilin's words were resolute, bringing tears to Uncle G's eyes, who had his mouth blocked. After struggling in the heartless business world for so long, such genuine emotion moved him far more than mountains of money. Seeing Yilin injure himself to this extent, Sister Qian also lowered her gun. Kenshin, seeing this, desperately wanted to shout. Yilin had just been trampled into a pulp and was still alive, so this injury was nothing to him. But Yilin had already blocked his mouth with the double-headed dragon, preventing him from warning Sister Qian. Sister Qian saw Kenshin struggling and thought he was calling for her, so she quickly released Uncle G and ran towards him. Sangu! I'm here, Sangu! Sister Qian rushed forward and pulled out the double-headed dragon. Seeing Sister Qian release Uncle G, Kenshin's face turned ashen. Sure enough, as he turned his head, he saw Yilin walking over while stuffing his intestines back into his stomach. You want to kill me? I have no objections, but can you spare Qian? She knows nothing. She's not a transcender, she poses no threat to you. Kenshin hurriedly spoke. In my life, I've done everything, but I've never begged anyone. Consider this my plea. You, how can you still stand up? Sister Qian was also terrified, unable to understand how a person with severed tendons could still stand and wield a knife. Yilin looked at Kenshin with a complex expression. In some ways, Kenshin was indeed a loyal and righteous man, but unfortunately, he had no choice. If the secret of his immortality were exposed, his fate would be 1,000 times worse than Kenshin's. Yilin expressionlessly raised the starfall skymark. I beg you, spare Qian. I beg you to agree. I can give you money or anything you want, just let Qian go. The blade's light shimmered like starlight, and Kenshin's voice abruptly ceased. The underground king of Qingcheng widened his eyes, unable to close them even in death. Brother son. Shanshan let out a mournful cry, her face streaked with tears as she looked at Kenshin's lifeless body, sobbing hysterically. I'm sorry, brother son, it's my fault, I'm so useless, so foolish. Then, with a fierce expression, she picked up a gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger at Yilin. Bang! 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 After 6 gunshots, the bullets were all fired, and smoke billowed from the barrel. Unfortunately, all the bullets she fired were blocked by Xingyun Tianhen, failing to harm Yilin in the slightest. Yilin had initially not intended to block them. After all, he wouldn't die. But considering Uncle G was present, he still put on an act. You killed me! You killed me along with him! Sister Qian screamed in despair, unable to take revenge. All she wanted now was to die with Kenshin. Yilin shook his head and sighed. Don't be foolish, big sister. I don't kill women, you should leave. Not kill women? Sister Qian was taken aback, Yilin's words leaving her momentarily speechless. Yes, Kenshin was a decent man in life. You being alive is just right, you can collect his body. Sigh, if it weren't for him kidnapping Uncle G, I truly wouldn't want to be his enemy, Yilin said with a sigh. Brother son. Mentioning Kenshin made Sister Qian's tears flow like a dam that had burst. Yilin ignored her further and turned to Uncle G. Uncle G, I'm sorry I'm late. Yilin unlocked the shackles on Uncle G and pulled out the towel stuffed in his mouth. It's all right, kid. I'm already very touched that you took such a great risk to save me, Uncle G said, unable to hide his emotions, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew how powerful Kenshin's influence was and could hardly imagine how much suffering and effort Yilin had endured to rescue him successfully. Uncle G, let's go. Yilin supported Uncle G as they walked toward the underground black market exit. Yilin, you must have suffered a lot coming in this way, right? Uncle G said with concern. Uncle G, you underestimate me. I'm only level 16. Even if I'm a forbidden spellmaster, I couldn't possibly deal with so many of Kenshin's subordinates. They could wear me down to death just by exhausting me. Yilin couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, then how did you get in? And how did you injure Kenshin so badly? Uncle G asked curiously. He had seen Kenshin's condition clearly. All his limbs had been severed, turning him into a human monstrosity. It was a friend of mine, Yilin hesitated before saying. This friend doesn't allow me to disclose his identity, so I can't tell you, Uncle G. Uncle G nodded, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, characteristic of a businessman. The growth of a forbidden spellmaster is rapid, despite Yilin being only level 16 now. Once the college entrance examination is over, if he ventures into the wild, in a year or two, Yilin could become a powerful figure. It seems that not only he saw Yilin's talent, others in Qingcheng had their eyes on him as well. Realizing this, Uncle G didn't press further. After all, it was already a stroke of luck that he survived tonight. Being kidnapped by Kenshin had also opened his eyes to many things. Yilin, don't think Uncle G is being long-winded. In this society, the most core and essential relationship between people is interest. If you have value, others will approach you. You need to be careful. Don't easily trust anyone, including me. Uncle G's expression was complex. Initially, he had sent Jing Yu to approach Yilin with the mindset of using him. Alright, I remember, Uncle G. The things you taught me, Yilin will definitely keep in mind. Yilin nodded obediently. Since you recognize me as your uncle, there's something else Uncle G needs to discuss with you, or else you'll definitely suffer a great loss in the future. Uncle G said seriously, having completely regarded Yilin as his second son. In his heart, Yilin's status was only second to Jing Yu. Uncle G, please tell me. Yilin is all ears. Yilin obediently replied. You are too kind, and too merciful. A cold glint flashed in Uncle G's eyes. This is a major taboo. Kindness does not command troops, righteousness does not nurture wealth, goodness does not govern, emotions do not establish affairs, and benevolence does not engage in politics. This is an unchanging truth, just like that woman from Kensun earlier. Uncle G admits that their genuine feelings were indeed moving, but precisely because of that, you cannot let her go. Otherwise, when she reacts, with her identity as a Kensun woman, she will definitely be able to rally many remnants of Kensun to seek revenge on you. At that time, it will cause you great trouble. It might even put your life in danger. Yilin feigned a look of terror and hurriedly said, Uncle G, what should we do now? Should I go back and deal with her right away? No need. I will help you handle the aftermath of the underground black market properly. I just want you to change this habit of being soft-hearted. Uncle G shook his head and then kindly said to Yilin, Yilin, being soft-hearted is fine, but it should only be towards those close to you. Once you clearly identify the other party as an enemy, they will already have the means to take your life. Yilin, I will heed Uncle G's teachings. Yilin said obediently. As they spoke, they began to retreat towards the edge of the black market, but when they reached the outskirts, Uncle G was stunned. Countless white, bony skeleton warriors guarded the edge of the black market, with hollow eye sockets burning with a ghostly blue flame. Behind the skeleton warriors, there were even headless knights, bone dragons, liches, and various other undead creatures. The rusty short swords of the skeleton warriors even had warm bloodstains on them, clearly from a recent unfortunate soul who had tried to rush out and was cut down. Has Kensun's revenge come so quickly? Uncle G was filled with fear, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Yilin, if there's really no way out later, just leave me behind and run. Uncle G, how can that be? Yilin exclaimed in shock. Uncle G wanted to say something more, but he had already seen a skeleton warrior stealthily appearing behind Yilin. Yilin, be careful. Uncle G quickly pushed Yilin aside, and the skeleton warrior punched him in the face, knocking him unconscious. Yilin touched his nose, looking at the unconscious Uncle G with some guilt, murmuring to himself, Uncle G, I'm sorry, I didn't want this either, but if you don't pass out, I can't operate properly. The secret of the undead body was indeed of great importance, and Yilin didn't want anyone to know. As for everyone in the underground black market tonight, he had no intention of letting them go. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Fiery destruction. Yilin raised his hand, and all the blood in his body was instantly drawn away, turning him into a withered corpse. But that wasn't the end. With a thought, the undead body immediately regenerated his blood, and he sacrificed again. Yilin kept switching between the state of a normal person and a skin and bones figure, and with each switch, the purple-red flames in his hand grew stronger, until finally, it shone like a small purple-red sun. The small sun formed by the purple-red flames danced in Yilin's hand, as if it would break free from its restraints at any moment and incinerate everything. Yilin could clearly feel that he was about to lose control of this power. This time, the fiery destruction he released was far more powerful than any previous attempt. He took a deep breath and suddenly threw the infernal sun in his hand towards the black market before him. The purplish-red fireball traced a long arc in the air, resembling a comet streaking across the night sky, carrying an aura of world destruction as it fell deep into the black market. The moment the purplish-red fireball made contact with the ground of the black market, a deafening explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the terrifying inferno burst forth instantly. The flames roared, the temperature soaring as if it would incinerate everything around it. The creatures that had still been alive in the black market let out piercing screams under the horrific heat, but in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flames, leaving not even ashes behind. The entire black market was shrouded in inferno, turning into a sea of fire, the light of the flames proclaiming the complete end of what was once the greatest den of sin in Xinjiang. The purplish-red glow cast flickering shadows on Yilin's face. Looking at the raging sea of flames before him, Yilin's emotions were complex. He opened a pack of cigarettes he had picked up, lit one with the infernal fire, put it in his mouth, and then tossed the entire pack into the sea of flames. The nicotine's essence corroded his mouth and lungs, gradually calming Yilin's turbulent emotions. The urge to smoke when faced with a situation seemed to be a memory ingrained in every man's genes. A high school student who had just recently changed jobs, at level 16, single-handedly killed the underground king of Qingcheng, Kensen, and set the entire black market ablaze. He doubted anyone would believe him if he told them. Even the authorities would never suspect him, just like no one would investigate you sitting in front of the screen if the boss of the great beautiful country was assassinated. Once this fire was done, everything would be blamed on the non-existent Ling Yi. Yilin lowered his gaze, looking through the white smoke of the cigarette at the still unconscious Uncle Ji. The only problem now was Uncle Ji. He was the only one who had witnessed Yilin kill Kensen tonight. If he could just get rid of Uncle Ji first, then send Ling Yu to the afterlife, and himself gravely injured, dying beside Ling Yu, then he would surely be completely cleared of any connection to this matter. If someone came to investigate, they would only think that Kensen had attacked the Ji family, exterminating Uncle Ji's entire household, and then Kensen was wiped out by the mysterious Ling Yi. He would just be a pitiful victim. With this thought, Yilin slowly raised the starfall celestial mark, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, Uncle Ji slowly opened his eyes, and as soon as he did, he saw the faint starlight swirling on the starfall celestial mark. Yilin, what are you doing? Yilin did not answer him but instead struck down with his hand. Accompanied by several flashes of cold light, a bright red apple was perfectly peeled. Uncle Ji, would you like an apple? Yilin blinked innocently. Uncle Ji let out a sigh of relief, still shaken, and said, Yilin, you scared me to death. What kind of time is it to eat an apple? Uncle Ji turned his head, looking at the raging sea of flames in terror, and asked, what happened? Those skeletons just now wanted to kill us, but thankfully Brother Ling Yi, oh no. Yilin quickly covered his mouth, looking as if he had misspoken, and corrected himself. That mysterious person saved us and set the entire black market on fire. Oh, a glimmer of intelligence flashed in Uncle Ji's eyes, thinking to himself that Yilin still had a child's heart, letting slip what was in his mind. If it was spoken, could it still be called a secret thought? He would have to teach Yilin properly when he had the chance. Ling Yi? Who was this mysterious powerhouse he had never heard of? It's fine, as long as we're safe. Let's go. The investigation bureau's people should be coming soon. I must return and prepare. Uncle Ji's expression was serious. Yilin nodded. The investigation bureau was the official organization that dealt with job changers, and Kensen's death would surely trigger their full-scale pursuit. He had indeed thought about killing Uncle Ji, but in the end, he suppressed that thought. If he really went so far as to kill Uncle Ji and Ling Yu, who had been kind to him, just to live without worries, it would mean he had completely abandoned his humanity as a person. Humanity is a combination of human nature and beastly instincts, usually manifesting as shrewdness and self-interest, but sometimes it cannot help but show selfless devotion. He wanted to live, which was the instinct of the beast. He saved Uncle Ji because Uncle Ji had been kind to him, which was human nature. If he truly cast aside his humanity, then even if he lived on, he would merely be a long-lived human-shaped beast. Seeing Uncle Ji return safely with Yilin, Ling Yu burst into tears, tightly hugging Uncle Ji. Dad, you finally came back. I almost thought I would never see you again. The most beautiful thing in life is to regain what was lost. Silly child, why are you crying? Dad is right here, isn't he? Don't worry, as long as Dad is alive, this world won't collapse. Uncle Ji affectionately ruffled Ling Yu's hair, his eyes also turning red. Ling Yu's mother had passed away early, and Uncle Ji had raised him single-handedly. One could say that after his mother left, Ling Yu became Uncle Ji's everything. Alright, stop crying like a baby. You don't look like a man at all. Step aside, Dad has a lot to take care of. A sharp glint flashed in Uncle Ji's eyes. At that moment, he became the formidable CEO Ji who dominated the business world. The matter with Kenshin would soon cause a stir throughout Xinjiang, and by then, the investigation bureau would surely swarm to investigate. His immediate priority was to ensure that Yilin and Ling Yu could smoothly participate in the college entrance examination. As long as the two entered the examination hall, even the investigation bureau would not be able to touch them. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. For Uncle Ji, it was, and for others in Xinjiang, even more so. Xinjiang Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk, having just finished organizing the case files for the Su Jihu farm incident. Su Jihu, a subordinate of Kenshin, the underground king of Xinjiang, had already been informed by Kenshin not to pursue this matter any further. Therefore, investigator Huang directly closed the case as unsolved, and when he looked up after finishing the files, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. He rubbed his temples with his fingers. The underground king of Xinjiang, such a malignant tumor in Xinjiang, truly makes one lose their hair. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly burst in with a bang, the sound of the door opening in the dead of night startling investigator Huang. Looking up, he saw that it was his young apprentice Su Xiu, who had been assigned to him by the bureau, and Su Xiu's face was filled with panic. What is it? Why are you so flustered? Didn't I teach you? When something happens, stay calm and keep your emotions stable. Panic and excitement won't solve anything. Huang reprimanded. Yes, Master, you are right, but it really is a huge matter. Su Xiu's throat bobbed nervously, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Oh, Huang smiled faintly, appearing unfazed as he took a sip of water from the cup on his desk. Then tell me, what is this huge matter? Young people just can't keep their cool. They get worked up over the smallest things. Master, please don't be scared when I tell you, Su Xiu said in terror. Don't worry, your master has been an investigator for so many years. What haven't I seen? Giant views, human centipedes. What could scare me? Huang remained calm, continuing to drink water. Kenshin is dead, the entire underground black market has been burned to ashes, and the methods used are exactly the same as in that farm incident. Seeing Huang's composed demeanor, Su Xiu also calmed down and spoke with poise. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Huang Lidian spat out a mouthful of water, spraying it all over himself. What? Who did you say died? Kensen? WDNMD. Huang Lidian rushed forward, grabbing Su Xiu's shoulders and shaking him violently. Who died? Say it again, who died? Su Xiu felt like his brain was being shaken into a pulp. Master, didn't you say to stay calm and composed in a crisis? Slap, slap. Huang Lidian, hearing this, landed 2 hard slaps on Su Xiu's face, shouting angrily, Stop fucking around. Quickly tell me, what happened? Who died? Kensen, Su Xiu said, feeling wronged. Same name, same surname? Huang Lidian asked softly, holding onto the last shred of hope. No, it's that underground King Kensen. From the looks of it, he and all his subordinates in the underground black market should be dead, Su Xiu said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Huang Lidian released Su Xiu and staggered back several steps, barely steadying himself against the office desk. Huang Litian's profession was a lie detector, and he clearly knew that his little apprentice was not lying. But at that moment, he desperately wished Su Xiu was lying. Kensen was dead. Moreover, he died in the city, and the entire underground black market was wiped out. This was a monumental disaster. Regardless of whether Kensen was the underground king of Qingqing behind the scenes, on the surface, he was one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in Qingqing, a prominent figure. With his death, Qingqing could very well descend into chaos. Let's go. We need to get to the scene. Huang Litian's forehead was throbbing with veins. The college entrance examination was just a day away, and there could be no accidents in Qingqing at this time. When Huang Lidian and his apprentice arrived at the scene, the flames were still not completely extinguished, with purple-red flames occasionally leaping out. Huang Lidian walked over quickly, and Su Xiu hurriedly pulled him back. Master, don't be agitated, the flames are very strange. Once they catch on, they can't be put out. It's very dangerous. I know, you don't need to stop me. Huang Litian's face turned extremely grim. The same scene, the same flames. All evidence was reduced to ashes, everything was gone, even the bones were burned to dust, leaving only a charred brown earth. The farm from that time was just like this. This black market was merely a magnified version of that farm. That damned Kensen. Huang Lidian couldn't help but curse under his breath. If it weren't for Kensen obstructing their investigation into the truth of the farm, perhaps they wouldn't be facing this scene today. He now believed what Zhuge and I said about Yilin and Lingyi not being the same person. After all, how could a high school student have the ability to slaughter an entire black market? Others might not be clear, but the investigation bureau was well aware that Kensen was actually a level 50 class changer. Could it be that this was all the work of that mysterious Lingyi? But no, according to Zhuge and I, she had seen that Lingyi in the novice secret realm, which meant Lingyi couldn't possibly be the murderer. Could it be that Lingyi was only responsible for destroying evidence, and the real murderer was someone else? Huang Litian's head was pounding. Just then, Su Xiu rushed over in a panic, bringing him another piece of news that made his brow furrow. 10 minutes later, in the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, Huang Lidian met with Father Ji. Mr. Ji. Huang Lidian extended his hand to shake hands with Father Ji, but at that moment, Father Ji let out a bitter laugh and raised his left arm, which had already been severed by Kensen. Huang Litian's mouth twitched slightly. Mr. Ji, in urgent matters, let's skip the formalities. You are from the Ji family villa. Around 10 o'clock, you were attacked by Kensen and his men, right? Yes, Father Ji said, painfully closing his eyes. Everyone else is dead except for me. My son and his classmates went outside, which allowed them to escape a disaster. Huang Lidian used his professional skill of mind reading to sense the situation and found that Uncle Ji was not lying, so he frowned and asked, Mr. Ji, can you explain how you survived? I mean, no offense, but as far as I know, you are just an ordinary person, not a transferee. Huang Litian's meaning was clear, all the transferees died, yet you, an ordinary person, are still alive. Why? It was Shaoli. Uncle Ji lit a cigarette with a snap, his eyes filled with sorrow. Shaoli is the orphan I adopted, and also my personal bodyguard. He risked his life to give me a chance to escape. And what happened afterward? Huang Litian pressed on. After that, I passed out. It was my son's classmate, Yilin, who found and saved me, and then I came to the investigation bureau to report it, Uncle Ji said, taking a puff of his cigarette. Then Ken-san is dead, do you know that? Huang Litian stared hard at Uncle Ji. I know. On my way to the investigation bureau, I heard someone mention his death. Good riddance. If he hadn't died, I would have found a way to kill him myself, damn it, Uncle Ji said fiercely. Huang Litian frowned. He realized that everything Uncle Ji had said so far was true, not a single lie, which meant Uncle Ji was not lying at all. Watching Uncle Ji gently flicking the ash from his cigarette, Huang Litian was certain that Uncle Ji must know something about Ken-san's death. A truly skilled liar does not lie when deceiving. Every word they say is true, but when those words are pieced together, they form a massive lie. For example, the national football team is world-renowned. No other country's football team has ever defeated them in the World Cup. Or, for instance, my girlfriend was cheated on by her best friend, and I was so angry that I taught her friend a harsh lesson. This is the montage lie, using the truth to lie. Such a cunning old fox, even someone like him with lie detection skills is powerless. Alright, Mr. G, thank you for your cooperation. I have understood the situation. I plan to talk to your son, Jing Yu, and your son's classmate, Yilin. You don't mind, do you? Huang Litian asked. Of course not, Investigator Huang, please go ahead, Uncle Ji said with a smile. He had already coordinated with Jing Yu and Yilin about their testimonies at home, believing that Huang Litian could not uncover anything. Soon, Jing Yu and Yilin were brought into the investigation bureau. Yilin looked around nervously, appearing guilty, which immediately drew Huang Litian's attention to him. Both of them were just high school students, certainly not as cunning as Uncle Ji, so Huang Litian naturally regarded them as a breakthrough point. Moreover, Yilin was previously the prime suspect in the farm incident, and Huang Litian had long wanted to have a good talk with him. Hello, classmate Yilin, my surname is Huang, you can call me Investigator Huang. Huang Litian extended his hand to shake Yilin's. Yilin's expression was very serious. Hello, Investigator Huang. I need to go to Wuxiankyo via Chenghua Avenue. I can only take a little, not too much. Huang Litian, I was asking if this car can go? Huang Litian said, feeling a headache coming on. It can go, to Wuxiankyo, Yilin nodded seriously. No, I damn. Huang Litian realized he had been led astray by Yilin. Yilin, here. I want to ask you a few simple questions. Just answer them, no need to say anything else, understood? Huang Litian said. Understood, Investigator Huang. I'm sorry, I just thought you looked too serious and wanted to lighten the mood with a joke, Yilin said, scratching his head innocently. I thank you, Huang Litian said in a deep voice. Do you know Su Jihu? No, I don't know him. I've never even heard that name. Yilin answered truthfully that he indeed did not know the name of the unscrupulous boss who bought his organs, Su Jihu. Huang Litian confirmed that Yilin was not lying, but still pressed on with questions. Have you been to the farm? I have. At this, Yilin's expression suddenly turned fearful. What was at the farm? Huang Litian stared intently into Yilin's eyes. A clue was coming. At that farm, there were chickens. Huang Litian was almost furious enough to punch Yilin. That's obvious. There are definitely chickens on a farm. No, Officer Huang, not just any chickens, but those that weigh around 100 pounds, Yilin said seriously. Upon hearing about the 100-pound chickens, the people around them instantly perked up, straining to hear what Yilin would say next. That chicken even asked me if I wanted to play, saying my conditions were good and it wouldn't charge me. I was so scared that I ran away, Yilin blinked and said. He was speaking the truth. Back when he lived in the slums, there were often older, wicked women trying to trick him into eating kun. Huang Litian. He fell silent because he realized that every word Yilin said was true. Now there were two possibilities. 1. Yilin was an even more cunning old fox than Uncle Ji, pretending to be foolish. 2. Yilin really had nothing to do with Su Jihu's death. Huang Litian leaned more towards the latter, so he stopped asking about the farm and instead inquired where Yilin was tonight. However, this line of questioning yielded no results either, as Yilin had indeed been practicing his knife skills with Jing Yu at the Transmigrators Guild that night, and there were records of that. Huang Litian quickly pulled up the records from there, and when he saw that Yilin had destroyed a dummy capable of withstanding attacks from level 40 and below, Huang Litian narrowed his eyes. Yilin, can you explain why, at level 16, you were able to destroy a dummy that could withstand attacks from level 40 and below? Huang Lidian asked with a half-smile. I have innate strength, Yilin replied without a hint of embarrassment. Innate strength? I advise you to tell the truth, or I might have to keep you here overnight, Huang Lidian said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Yilin cursed inwardly. It was impossible for others to pull up the detailed records from the Transmigrators Guild, but the Investigation Bureau naturally had that right. If he had known he would be going to kill Kenshin tonight, he wouldn't have acted so ostentatiously over there. Thanks to Uncle G buying me a good set of equipment, combined with my identity as a forbidden spellcaster, I was able to reach that level in a burst of power. After all, the dummy wouldn't dodge, Yilin said truthfully. Huang Lidian squinted, his fingers lightly tapping the table. If that were the case, it actually made sense. After all, the power of forbidden spells was terrifying, and with good equipment, a level 16 could indeed destroy a level 40 dummy. You disregarded your health to unleash a forbidden spell just to test your strength on a dummy? Why? Huang Lidian frowned and asked. I didn't really want to live anymore. Is that a crime? Yilin blinked and asked. Not a crime. Huang Lidian did not pursue this further but suddenly changed the subject. Do you know Kenshin? I do. He's one of the top 10 outstanding philanthropists in the city, but I haven't really seen him on TV. Oh, how's that? Huang Lidian's gaze sharpened. My family is poor. We can't afford a TV. Huang Lidian. Yilin, it seems you really know something about Kenshin's death. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Huang Lidian's eyes. From the beginning until now, you've been diverting my attention. Clearly, you don't want me to continue asking. At the same time, a bold guess floated in Huang Lidian's mind. A forbidden spellcaster, able to destroy a level 40 dummy. The forest before me might just be that mysterious Ling Yi. And Ling Yi may not be just one person. It could also be a well-trained organization. Once this thought surfaced in my mind, it could no longer be shaken off. With this in mind, many things began to make sense. After the incident at Su Jihu's farm, Yilin was taken to the Ji family, and shortly after, the Ji family suffered retaliation from Ken-sun, followed by Ken-sun being silenced. What do you have on you that could attract the attention of Ken-sun and the Ji group? Su Jihu discovered this thing first, so you silenced him. Along with the farm and everyone else there, you burned them all to ashes. Then Ken-sun suppressed the matter, secretly building up strength to retaliate against the Ji group, killing everyone in the Ji family villa, and President Ji even had a hand chopped off. You, or rather, the force behind you, took action and wiped out Kenson's entire family. Am I right, Ling Yi? Huang Lidian's piercing gaze fixed on Yilin's eyes, as if trying to see the panic within. But he was disappointed. Although Yilin was terrified inside, he still maintained a silly demeanor on the surface, even winking at Huang Lidian. Officer Huang, what are you talking about? Please don't make baseless claims without evidence that could hinder unity. With that one sentence, Huang Lidian deflated like a punctured balloon. Yes, no evidence. Whether it was the farm or the underground black market, everything had been burned to a crisp by the flames of karma, leaving no trace behind. Even if his speculation was the truth, what could he do? Without evidence, he still couldn't define the situation. Huang Lidian took a deep breath, firmly believing that even if what he guessed wasn't the truth, it was close enough to explain the recent series of events. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. The massacre at the Ji family villa happened around 10 at night, while the fire in the underground black market broke out around 3 in the morning. What happened during those 5 hours? If there had been a large-scale confrontation among the transmuters in the underground black market, their investigation bureau would have received news immediately. But those 5 hours were eerily silent, as if nothing had happened, and then suddenly, the fire erupted, burning the entire underground black market to the ground. Huang Lidian looked deeply at Yilin, realizing that asking him further would yield no results. He glanced at his watch and spoke. Yilin, it's 5 in the morning now, and there are 27 hours left until the college entrance examination begins. You'd better hope that within these 27 hours, I don't find any evidence. Yilin was detained by Huang Lidian at the Investigation Bureau and locked in a specially designed prison. The prisons of the Investigation Bureau were built by masters of materials science and architecture, making it a fool's dream to break out. Unless something unexpected happened, Yilin would spend the next 27 hours here before the exam. Even with Uncle G's numerous attempts to obstruct, and even using the G Group's connections, it was all in vain. After all, too many people had died this time, including Ken-sun, the underground king of Qingcheng. Unbeknownst to them, a terrifying force capable of directly annihilating Ken-sun had emerged in Qingcheng, and the people of the Investigation Bureau were completely unaware. When Huang Lidian reported this news, it left everyone in the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau dumbfounded. How could they allow such a force to emerge right under their noses in their territory without knowing? It was simply shocking. To put it bluntly, if they didn't get to the bottom of this mysterious force, one day their Investigation Bureau might end up like Ken-sun, wiped out without even realizing it. This matter immediately attracted the high attention of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, and the higher-ups even directly granted Huang Lidian the highest level of investigation authority, putting him in full charge, and sent 2 powerful transmuters for his personal protection. Watching Huang Lidian leave with his team, Yilin instead let out a sigh of relief, slowly leaning back in his chair, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Although Kenshin was dead, his influence extended far beyond the underground black market. This underground king's power was spread throughout Xinjiang. Those people were not like Huang Lidian, who cared about evidence and other such trivial matters. They would definitely prefer to kill wrongly than let go of a suspect. What he needed to do now was to find a safe place to wait for the start of the college entrance examination trial, and in Xinjiang, what place could be safer than the investigation bureau? In this world, transmuters, especially those with exceptional talents, held enough privileges, as long as they entered the college entrance examination trial and attracted the attention of universities in the provincial capital. Even if Huang Lidian found ironclad evidence of him killing Kenshin, it would be of no use. Yilin had enough confidence in his own strength and talent. He had handled Kenshin's matter very cleanly, so he was not worried at all about Huang Lidian digging deeper. In just 27 hours, Huang Lidian would not be able to find any solid evidence. Yilin comfortably lay down on the small iron bed and began to sleep, conserving his energy for the college entrance examination trial. Meanwhile, just as dawn broke, Huang Lidian arrived at the Zhuge family in Xinjiang. The small building of the Zhuge family was transcendent, as if it were an ancient courtyard independent of the mundane world. The low courtyard walls shone with a golden light under the morning sun, and every brick and stone seemed to tell the secrets of Xinjiang over the years. Mr. Zhuge, Level 7 investigator of the Xinjiang Investigation Bureau, Huang Lidian requests an audience. Huang Lidian respectfully knocked on the door. Even though he was from the investigation bureau, he did not dare to act recklessly here, for the owner of this courtyard was named Zhuge Qianqing. So it's investigator Huang, please come in. The courtyard door opened with a creak, seemingly without wind. Inside the Zhuge family's courtyard, ancient trees towered, green bamboo swayed, and the winding path paved with blue stones meandered. The air was filled with a faint aroma of tea, each whiff refreshing the heart and mind. Here, time seemed to freeze, allowing one to forget the world's troubles. Zhuge Qianqing was seated in the courtyard brewing tea, seemingly having known that Huang Lidian would come. Investigator Huang, please take a seat. Zhuge Qianqing picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Huang Lidian. Huang Lidian took the tea, took a small sip, and the fragrance washed over his throat, as if cleansing his soul. He set down the teacup, his expression serious as he said, Mr. Zhuge, I have important matters to discuss. Zhuge Qianqing smiled slightly. You are here to see me, but really to see my daughter, right? You are here about Kenshin? Nothing can be hidden from Mr. Zhuge. Huang Lidian chuckled awkwardly. He had sensed during their last encounter at the farm that Zhuge and I must know something, but since she wouldn't say, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. After all, Su Jihu was not a good person to begin with. His death was just that. But this time was different. The matter was too significant, and Huang Lidian could not let this lead slip away. He detailed to Zhuge Qianqing the death of Kenshin and the emergence of mysterious forces in Xinjiang. After listening, Zhuge Qianqing gently set down his teacup and said lightly, I have heard of this matter. I can have my daughter cooperate with you, but I also need to trouble investigator Huang with one thing. Is that all right? Huang Lidian replied anxiously, Mr. Zhuge, you flatter me. Just tell me what you need, and I will certainly help. Zhuge Qianqing nodded slightly and said softly, a great change is coming to Xinjiang. I hope you can protect my daughter well, and have your people from the investigation bureau escort her into the college entrance examination trial, and publicly announce that she is now a level 9 investigator of your bureau, officially joining the bureau after graduation. Huang Lidian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood that Zhuge Qianqing wanted to use the power of the investigation bureau to protect Zhuge and I. After all, no matter how powerful a job changer was, unless they were completely insane, it was impossible for them to kill someone from the investigation bureau. That would lead to a nationwide manhunt by the entire Great Xia ancient kingdom. He thought for a moment and nodded solemnly, saying, Mr. Zhuge, rest assured, with me here, no one can touch a single hair on Miss Zhuge. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a storm was brewing in Huang Lidian's heart. The fact that Zhuge Qianqing had entrusted him with the task of protecting Zhuge and I during the college entrance examination was deeply unsettling. If Zhuge Qianqing were present, no one would dare to lay a finger on Zhuge and I. So what kind of drastic change had occurred that even Zhuge Qianqing needed to rely on the power of the investigation bureau? Seeing Huang Lidian agree, Zhuge Qianqing nodded in satisfaction and instructed someone to call Zhuge and I out. Dad, what's going on? It's so early, the sun has just risen. Zhuge and I, just out of bed and wearing a bare pajamas, clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with being woken up so early by Zhuge Qianqing. Didn't you always want to find that Lingyi? He has news now, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Ha, really? Zhuge Ni's eyes brightened instantly, still half asleep. This is Officer Huang, go change your clothes and follow him. Officer Huang will explain everything to you, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Okay. Zhuge Ni looked at Huang Lidian, her expression slightly unnatural, as she naturally remembered him. Watching Zhuge Ni leave the courtyard with Huang Lidian, Zhuge Qianqing let out a long sigh. He took out an old key from his pocket. Zhuge Qianqing gently rubbed the ancient key, its surface covered in the marks of time, as if it were telling endless stories of the past. It was an ordinary-looking bronze key, with mottled rust, yet it contained a mysterious power that could reveal the origins of all things in the world. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Zhuge Qianqing began to cough violently, bright red blood splattering onto the key, a shocking sight, yet his expression remained calm. Yilin, oh Yilin, I never expected you could single-handedly deal with Kensen. When will you be willing to come and ask me for help? My time is running out. In the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau prison. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron knocking woke Yilin from a deep sleep. A cup of mixed soy milk and an aluminum-exceeding fried dough stick, along with 2 lymph meat buns, were placed in front of Yilin. Yilin, it's time to eat, said Su Xiao, Huang Litian's apprentice, as she handed a breakfast to Yilin's door. This immediately drew the dissatisfaction of another imprisoned person. Seriously, sir, we're both locked up. Why does he get soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns while I get steamed buns and plain porridge? He's a college entrance examination candidate. The exam is tomorrow. If you're a candidate too, you can have the same. Su Xiao shot a glare at the person, who immediately shrank back, not daring to speak further. Yilin looked up and noticed that the person across from him in the cell was a small, monkey-like man with deep-set eyes, looking quite weak. Seeing Yilin looking at him, the monkey man couldn't help but greet him. Oi, brother, how come a college entrance examination candidate like you ended up here? That's not reasonable. What big crime did you commit? Me? They suspect I killed Kensen, Yilin replied honestly. What? The monkey man's voice instantly became sharp. You, a high school student, killed Kensen? Brother, I've seen so many people in my travels. You are definitely the biggest braggart. What about you, old brother? What did you get locked up for? Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Yilin didn't explain further. He took a bite of the steamed bun and asked, those who can be locked up in the Investigation Bureau's prison are all transmuters. Me? I haven't done anything bad. I'm just a poet. I hold up the firm, fair fruit, breathe in the blooming lavender sea, explore the damp, warm valleys, and irrigate the parched riverbeds with life-giving rain, and then I got caught. The monkey man spread his hands and said, Speak plainly. Yilin frowned. I'm a flower thief. Yilin. Hey, speaking of this, it makes me angry. Damn it, there was nothing going on at first. I changed my job to become a swift spirit shadow thief, and everything I did was incredibly fast. Many women didn't even realize they had been taken by me until I accidentally got the wife of a big shot, and that's how I ended up here. The monkey man sighed. The corners of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he had seen someone describe themselves as a quick gunman in such a fresh and unconventional way. Moreover, as far as he knew, the swift spirit shadow thief was an S-rank rare profession, known for its extreme speed and agility, capable of disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. A high-level swift spirit shadow thief was the best scout and assassin. But this monkey man awakened the swift spirit shadow thief profession and actually used its speed to be a flower thief. Indeed, every profession has its talents. Brother, aren't you curious about which big shot it was? When they caught me, nearly 10 investigators above level 40 were dispatched. The monkey man chuckled. Yilin was slightly taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. In this small place of Qingcheng, investigators above level 40 were already considered the most powerful beings. What kind of big shot would make the Investigation Bureau go to such lengths? Tell me about it. Yilin swallowed the last bun and looked at the monkey man seriously. A glint of pride flashed in the monkey man's eyes, as if he was reminiscing about the wonderful scene at that time. That woman's skin was really as white and smooth as milk, those thighs, that little hand, TSK. Talking about that big shot, I didn't ask you to talk about his wife. Yilin reminded him. You might not believe it, but that woman is the wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. The monkey man said proudly. The wife of the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau? Yilin's expression turned strange. No wonder the Investigation Bureau dispatched 10 investigators above level 40 to catch this guy. Not directly killing him was already showing mercy. Brother, you really have guts to touch someone else's woman. Yilin couldn't help but shake his head. Hey, do you think the deputy director of the investigation bureau is a good person? I was hiding in his closet at the time and heard him talking on the phone with Kensen. Kensen even said he had something to give him as a tribute. The monkey man said disdainfully. What did you say? Yilin instantly stood up, looking at the monkey man with suspicion. The deputy director of the investigation bureau was on the phone with Kensen? If they were in cahoots, wouldn't he be sending himself into a tiger's den? Just as he stood up, Yilin felt a wave of dizziness. It was obvious that there was some unknown drug in the breakfast he had just eaten. With a crash, Yilin fell to the ground because he couldn't steady himself, feeling completely drained of strength. Brother, what's wrong with you? The monkey man asked. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. Yilin forced a bitter smile. If the other party wanted to make a move against him, the monkey man right across from him definitely wouldn't survive, as he could clearly see everything on this side. Me? What do I have to worry about? If I stay locked up for another 2.5 years, I'll be released. The monkey man was somewhat confused, and the next moment, a long knife came at him like a flash of light, pinning him directly to the wall. The monkey man never expected that someone would attack him in the investigation bureau's prison, so he was completely unprepared. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth as he raised his hand in a reluctant gesture, as if wanting to say something, but then his head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Crack! As soon as the monkey man died, the door to Yilin's cell was opened, and a tall, thin man dressed in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, completely wrapped up, walked in. He grabbed Yilin by the hair and lifted him up, coldly demanding, "Speak, where is it? What? What thing?" Yilin frantically sacrificed his intestines and blood to cleanse the toxins. Bang! The tall, thin man slammed Yilin's head against the bars, and Yilin felt a loud ringing in his head, stars dancing before his eyes, nearly fainting. Stop pretending. Kensen died at your hands. The key must be with you. The tall, thin man's voice was icy and cruel, his dagger glinting ominously in front of Yilin's eyes. Hand over the key you got from Kensen, and his death will be overlooked. If you keep playing dumb, I'll start by digging out your 2 eyeballs. Yilin felt helpless. To avoid leaving evidence and traces, he hadn't taken anything from the underground black market. Even if there was a key, he had burned it to ashes. But now, he couldn't show any signs of abnormality, otherwise, this tall, thin man would definitely resort to violence, and he would either expose the secret of his invulnerability or become blind for the rest of his life. Go ahead and try. Yilin snapped, staring fiercely at the tall, thin man. The key is with me, but not on me. If you touch me, I guarantee you will never find that key. Although Yilin didn't know what the key was, he was very clear that it was his only lifeline. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the tall, thin man narrowed his eyes. He had initially come to find Yilin with the mindset of killing the wrong person rather than letting him go, but he didn't expect to have hit the jackpot. The key is indeed with you. So, what will it take for you to hand it over? First, take me out of the investigation bureau. Yilin had originally planned to stay in the investigation bureau until the college entrance examination began, but now it seemed that the investigation bureau was the real den of tigers and dragons. He never expected that the deputy director of the investigation bureau had connections with Kensen. Are you sure? The tall, thin man shot Yilin a cold glance. If you leave the investigation bureau now, you'll become a wanted criminal and won't even be able to participate in the college entrance examination. Yilin pressed his lips together. It truly felt like a dead end, with no chance of breaking through. In his perception, the strength of this tall, thin man was even more terrifying than Kensen's. Whether to fight or flee, he clearly had no opportunity. Can I contact someone? In this desperate situation, Yilin thought of someone. If it was that person, perhaps they could help him. This was his last resort. Sure, I'll give you a minute, the tall, thin man replied indifferently. He certainly didn't believe that Kensen was killed by Yilin, a high school student, alone. There must be a huge mysterious force behind Yilin. In the tall, thin man's view, Yilin's action was definitely to contact that mysterious force behind him. This was good. He could follow the clues and learn more about that mysterious force. A glint of sharpness flashed in the tall, thin man's eyes, and at the same time, Yilin dialed a number. As the phone rang, Zhuge Qianqing on the other end smiled, adjusted his glasses, and chuckled. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Zhuge Qianqing answered the call. Moments later, in the prison of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, a man draped in a trench coat and exuding an elegant demeanor appeared. When the tall, thin man saw the newcomer, he froze in place. You are Mr. Zhuge. The tall, thin man was shaken to his core, his eyes filled with astonishment. He never expected that Yilin could actually invite Zhuge Qianqing. Could it be that the mysterious force behind Yilin was also connected to Zhuge Qianqing? Are you going to leave on your own? or do you want me to make you? Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, his calm tone carrying an undeniable authority. Mr. Zhuge, you, the tall, thin man gasped, staring intently at Zhuge Qianqing, then gritted his teeth and said, they all say Mr. Zhuge is indifferent to power, which is why he has hidden away in Xincheng, but it seems now that Mr. Zhuge has quite the ambition. If Zhuge Qianqing was involved, then it would make sense for the underground black market and Kensun to be wiped out overnight. It's not ambition, it's just a means of survival. Zhuge Qianqing suddenly pulled out an ancient key from his pocket, the key radiating a peculiar aura. Here, this is what you wanted. The tall, thin man was stunned. Seeing the key he had been searching for in Zhuge Qianqing's hand confirmed his suspicion that the person behind Yilin was indeed Zhuge Qianqing, because this key should have been in Kensun's possession. But this left the tall, thin man even more puzzled. If Zhuge Qianqing didn't want the key, then why did he want Kensun dead? As if sensing the tall, thin man's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses and smiled. Kensun will die because he offended the wrong person. It's a straightforward matter. You want the key, I want his life. Very reasonable. Upon hearing this, the tall, thin man was greatly shaken. He looked at Yilin, then at Zhuge Qianqing. I understand now, Mr. Zhuge. This matter is Kensun's own doing. I will report this and close the case. Since the key was already in hand, there was no need to offend the formidable Zhuge Qianqing. Despite Kensun's reputation as the king of the underground, in the eyes of true bigwigs, Kensun was merely a useful pawn. The tall, thin man swiftly vanished from the prison. Once the tall, thin man left, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed to Zhuge Qianqing. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If it weren't for the lack of options, Yilin truly didn't want to seek this person out. He always felt that Zhuge Qianqing could see through all his secrets. Zhuge Qianqing smiled but said nothing more. Instead, he turned and walked over to the dead monkey man, kicking him. Stop playing dead. The monkey man jumped up with a whoosh, grinning. Mr. Zhuge is truly a master of strategy. Even playing dead can't fool you. Yilin was somewhat shocked. He had seen the monkey man stabbed through the heart with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? This monkey man knew Zhuge Qianqing, and the key the tall, thin man wanted should have been in Kensun's hands, yet it inexplicably appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's possession. He felt as if he had been drawn into a significant event. Have you reflected on your actions after being locked up for 2 years? Zhuge Qianqing asked. I've reflected, Mr. Zhuge. I, Guqin, now hate women the most. I get annoyed just seeing women, I swear. The monkey man raised 3 fingers. Then come with me, Zhuge Qianqing nodded. Sure thing. Guqin promptly followed Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and gently swiped, creating a crack in the space before them. He led Yilin and Guqin through it. On the other side of the crack was a courtyard with towering ancient trees and swaying green bamboo, exuding an antique charm. Guqin, wait for me outside and don't let anyone approach here. Yes, Mr. Zhuge. Guqin swiftly disappeared from sight, his speed so quick it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Only Zhuge Qianqing and Yilin remained in the courtyard. Yilin, long time no see, please have a seat, Zhuge Qianqing said casually as he sat down by the stone table. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If it weren't for your timely rescue, I might have been in real danger, Yilin replied respectfully. Dangerous, indeed, Zhuge Qianqing said, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses with a meaningful look. After all, if the secret of your immortality were to be made public, the top experts of the Great Xia, and even those overseas, would likely come after you. Zhuge Qianqing's words struck Yilin like a heavy hammer, weighing down on his heart. Immortality. Zhuge Qianqing knew the secret of his immortality. This secret had always been Yilin's last line of defense. He had never told anyone, knowing well the saying that a common man is guilty of possessing a jade. Whether it was Su Jihu or Kensun, Yilin had spared no effort to eliminate them, precisely because they could potentially leak his secret of immortality. Now that Zhuge Qianqing knew, what should he do? Kill him? At such a close distance, if he took him by surprise and summoned the Chaos Divine Thunder with all his might, he might be able to severely injure or even kill him. But then what? Oh, I see a killing intent in your eyes. Is it directed at me? It seems I was right. You truly are immortal. The 2 characters Ling Yi reversed spell Yilin, don't they? Just as Yilin was contemplating whether to act, Zhuge Qianqing's voice rang out again, and he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, eliminating all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how incredible, is the truth. You possess immortality, yet you are so weak. It seems that legend is true. Zhuge Qianqing murmured with a complex expression. Yilin felt that he was full of flaws, yet his intuition told him that if he acted against Zhuge Qianqing, he would have no chance of winning. At the same time, Yilin felt extremely frustrated. Had he known Zhuge Qianqing was trying to deceive him, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Just as Yilin was feeling vexed, Zhuge Qianqing suddenly lowered his gaze and said, Yilin, would you be willing to take me as your master? Ah, ha! Yilin was taken aback. He truly had no idea what Zhuge Qianqing was up to. Zhuge Qianqing knew his secret of immortality, and instead of dissecting him for research, he wanted to take him as a disciple? What do I need to do? Yilin asked in return. Zhuge Qianqing smiled faintly. When you become strong, you'll understand what you carry on your shoulders. My only requirement is just one. A hint of sadness appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. After I die, take good care of Ni, and don't let others bully her. Ni? That motherly tyrant of a woman, who could possibly bully her? Yilin muttered quietly in his heart. Alright, back to the point. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Zhuge Qianqing asked with a smile. I would. Although he didn't know Zhuge Qianqing's true intentions, having such a prominent figure as a master could only benefit him. His biggest secret was already known to Zhuge Qianqing, so Yilin decided to let it go. After all, Zhuge Qianqing had never harmed him, having spoken up for him during the novice trial and just now helping him fend off the tall, thin man. Yilin respectfully performed the bow of apprenticeship to Zhuge Qianqing. Seeing Yilin complete the bow, Zhuge Qianqing's face broke into a sincere smile. Rest assured, I won't harm you. Since you have taken me as your master, I should also give you a gift. Here, take this key. Zhuge Qianqing winked with a smile and then pulled out a key identical to the one he had just given Yilin. Ah! Yilin was stunned. He had just seen Zhuge Qianqing give the key to the tall, thin man. Could it be that there were two keys? As if sensing Yilin's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing smiled and explained, his is a fake, crafted by an old friend of mine who was a blacksmith. This one is the real Apocalypse Ancient Key. Apocalypse Ancient Key? Yilin couldn't help but examine the key in his hand. The entire key was made of bronze, with mottled rust on it, yet it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Have you heard of the origin ancient artifacts? Zhuge Qianqing asked as he poured a cup of hot tea. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he had heard of them. In this world, there were originally no magical creature dungeons or job changers, until one day, the Apocalypse Gate descended, and from behind the gate fell 7 origin ancient artifacts, scattered across the world, each possessing distinctly different powers. The first 7 people to obtain the origin ancient artifacts each became powerful and forbidden existences. After the Apocalypse Gate opened, the entire world began to change. Humans started to become job changers, and various strange and powerful magical creatures, along with numerous dungeons, began to appear. During this time, countless terrifying wars broke out between humans and magical creatures, as well as among humans themselves. Some origin ancient artifacts were even shattered in battle, and now their existence was merely a legend. It was said that the Emperor of the Great Xia controlled one origin ancient artifact, but no one knew if it was true or not. One could say that the origin ancient artifacts were the most powerful equipment in this world. Even if all the master blacksmiths in the world were gathered together, they could not forge an origin ancient artifact. Yilin couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhuge, oh no, teacher, this Apocalypse Ancient Key, it can't be used to find the origin ancient artifacts, right? Of course not, Zhuge Qianqing said, handing a cup of tea to Yilin. However, the Apocalypse Ancient Key can open the Apocalypse Gate, and inside, there might be something even more powerful than the origin ancient artifacts. Yilin's breath quickened. He finally understood how precious the Apocalypse Ancient Key that Zhuge Qianqing had given him was. The 7 origin ancient artifacts had all fallen from the Apocalypse Gate. Could there be an 8th one inside? But soon, Yilin realized something was off. Teacher, since this Apocalypse Ancient Key is so powerful, why don't you use it yourself? Because I can't find where the Apocalypse Gate is, Zhuge Qianqing said, spreading his hands in honesty. The Apocalypse Gate appeared randomly each time. It could be in the wilderness, in uninhabited areas, in dungeons, or right in the center of human cities. Even with Zhuge Qianqing's divination abilities, he couldn't predict the location of the Apocalypse Gate. But don't worry, the deputy director of the investigation bureau has obtained that fake Apocalypse Ancient Key. He should soon mobilize official forces to search for the Apocalypse Gate. We just need to wait for the opportunity, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Yilin then understood the deeper meaning behind Zhuge Qianqing giving the key to the tall, thin man. If he were to become an enemy of Zhuge Qianqing, he truly wouldn't know how he would die. But teacher, having the Apocalypse Ancient Key won't help me, right? Even if the Apocalypse Gate appears, I definitely won't be able to compete with those people. Yilin was self-aware. With his strength, he had only managed to kill Kenshin through a sneak attack and good luck. If the Apocalypse Gate appeared, the people who came would definitely be more terrifying than Kenshin. Zhuge Qianqing took a sip of hot tea and said, you don't need to worry about that. Your immediate priority is to be accepted into the Supreme Academy during the college entrance examination. Supreme Academy? The strongest job changer academy in the Great Xia ancient country. Isn't it the Great Xia Academy? Yilin was somewhat puzzled. He had never even heard of the name Supreme Academy. If entering the Daxia Academy means you are a top-tier genius, then entering the Supreme Academy means you are a prodigy among geniuses. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. Let me put it this way, the Supreme Academy only enrolls 100 students each year, the top 100 from the entire college entrance examination. Yilin gasped at the words. Undoubtedly, if he could enter the Supreme Academy, he would receive the full support of the entire Daxia Ancient Kingdom's resources. I understand, teacher. I will definitely enter the Supreme Academy. Yilin nodded earnestly. Initially, he had planned to just coast through the college entrance examination, but now it seemed that would not be possible. With so many candidates in the Daxia Ancient Kingdom, getting into the top 100 was definitely not an easy task. Just do your best. Keep that key safe, and find a room to rest, Zhuge Qianqing said, pointing to a small building in the courtyard. Okay, teacher. Yilin nodded, then picked up Zhuge Qianqing's tea knife and made a small cut in his abdomen, carefully placing the ancient key of enlightenment inside before allowing the wound to heal. Zhuge Qianqing, Miss Zhuge, are you sure it's this way? Absolutely. I'm very sensitive to the aura of the infernal fire, I won't be wrong. Zhuge and I nodded. After Huang Lidian took her to the remnants of the underground black market, Zhuge and I indeed tracked a familiar aura from the residual infernal fire. However, when Huang Lidian saw the direction Zhuge and I was tracking, his expression tightened slightly. Because the direction Zhuge and I was pursuing happened to be where the investigation bureau was located. Huang Litian's heart raced with excitement. It seemed he would soon have substantial evidence to accuse Yilin. This meant that his previous suspicions were correct. Even if Kensen was not killed by Yilin, the underground black market was definitely related to him. Zhuge and I followed the trail, her face filled with excitement, as she was about to meet the one she had been longing for, Ling Yi. But when the two tracked down to the investigation bureau's prison, they found it completely empty. Looking at the desolate prison, Zhuge and I felt a mix of disappointment and happiness. She was disappointed not to see Ling Yi, but happy that he had escaped and was not caught by the investigation bureau. In her view, Kensen, who operated the underground black market, was a genuine villain, and Ling Yi killing him was merely ridding the world of a scourge. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Huang Litian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Huang Litian's disciple, Su Xiu, quickly rushed over. Master, they let the person go. Su Xiu said timidly. Let them go? Huang Lidian rushed forward, grabbing Su Xiu by the collar, spitting saliva on his face. Who told you to let them go? How dare you release someone without my orders? I don't know, Master. It was the deputy director who personally signed off on it. Not only was the person released, but the Kensen case has also been closed. There's no need to continue the investigation, Su Xiu said with a bitter expression. Closed? No need to investigate anymore? Huang Lidian felt as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out, collapsing weakly to the ground. He felt that all his efforts over the past 2 days were nothing but a joke, a complete farce. Damn! Huang Lidian slammed his fist against the wall, and bright red blood instantly stained the white surface. In the eyes of the big shots, were they just a bunch of moving pawns? Investigator, can you tell me where the released person went? Zhuge and I pressed Su Xiu. Sorry, I don't know either. Su Xiu shook his head. He had just discovered Yilin's disappearance and rushed to report it, but the response was a document signed by the deputy director. It stated that the Kensen case was closed due to an accidental fire, and Yilin was naturally released without charges. All right, Zhuge and I felt a bit down. Miss Zhuge, thank you for your cooperation, but I think this matter has come to an end. Huang Lidian revealed a bitter smile. But don't worry, I will definitely fulfill what I promised, Mr. Zhuge. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you to the examination hall and announce that after you graduate from university, you will become a member of the investigation bureau. Okay, thank you. Zhuge and I nodded. Then I'll take my leave. As Zhuge and I walked out of the investigation bureau, she felt a sense of loss. Ling Yi, you really are a mysterious guy. The interest in her eyes for Ling Yi grew stronger. The unattainable always stirred her emotions, and the less she saw of Ling Yi, the more curious she became about him. The name Ling Yi scratched at her heart like a little kitten, making her restless. But when Zhuge and I returned home, she was stunned, because she unexpectedly saw the most detestable person in her own house. Yilin, why are you here? Zhuge and I frowned immediately. At that moment, Yilin was helping Zhuge Qianqing clean up the fallen leaves in the yard. Facing Zhuge Ni's questioning, he shrugged and said, Do you believe that, mister? Juga has taken me as his disciple? You're talking nonsense. Juga and I exploded with anger upon hearing this. How could my dad take someone like you, who is afraid of death, as a disciple? It seems you are not only cowardly but also full of lies. If you say so, then it must be true. Yilin spread his hands, too lazy to explain anything further to Juga and I. Life is never smooth sailing. He had become a disciple of Juga Qianqing and even obtained the legendary Apocalypse Ancient Key. So being scolded by Juga and I was to be expected. After all, being scolded wouldn't cost him anything, and Yilin took it lightly. Growing up in the slums for over a decade, he didn't know how many insults and beatings he had endured. Those people were much harsher than Juga and I. Their insults often centered around the other person's mother, with female relatives as the radius. In comparison, Yilin even felt that Jugani's scolding was like a playful tease. Get out of here right now. Immediately, Juga and I pointed at the door, her voice sharp. What you say probably doesn't count. If Mr. Juga speaks up, then I'll leave right away. Yilin responded calmly. The Mr. Juga you're talking about is my dad. Do you think my dad would favor an outsider? Seeing that Yilin dared to defy her, Juga and I became even angrier. Dad, what's wrong, my little princess? Why are you throwing a tantrum as soon as you get home? Juga Qianqing walked out with a helpless expression. You need to kick him out. This guy is cowardly and full of lies. Why are you keeping him in our house? Juga and I urged anxiously. Yilin isn't lying to you, Dad, and he really are in a master-disciple relationship now. As soon as Juga Qianqing finished speaking, before he could continue explaining, Juga and I exploded. What did you say? Dad, are you losing your mind? You took him as a disciple? Are you crazy? Juga and I pointed at Yilin, speaking excitedly. Fine, even if we set aside his character, just talking about his talent, what can you teach a forbidden spell master? A forbidden spell master doesn't live past 25. He might die before you. Dad, what are you thinking? Even someone as wise as Juga Qianqing didn't know what to say at that moment. He couldn't possibly reveal Yilin's secret of being immortal to Juga and I, could he? And I, don't say such harsh words. Yilin isn't as terrible as you think. He is actually the Ling Yi you've been desperately searching for. Yilin and Ling Yi are the same person. Juga Qianqing thought Juga and I would have a change of heart after hearing this, but to his surprise, Juga and I only sneered coldly and shot a frosty glance at Yilin. I didn't expect that you are not only cowardly and full of lies but also a fraud. Even my dad has been deceived by you. That day, she witnessed Yilin turn and run away, and she also saw Ling Yi descend before her like a savior. How could these two people possibly be the same? People are like that. Once they are convinced of something and become trapped in an obsession, it is hard to break free. At that moment, Juga and I was just like that. This family. With him, there's no me. With me, there's no him. Juga and I said through gritted teeth as she stormed past Yilin. Just wait. I will definitely find the real Ling Yi and expose your hypocritical mask. Yilin's expression turned strange upon hearing Jugani's words. Bang! The courtyard door was slammed shut by Juga and I as she ran out. Teacher, should I follow and protect her? Yilin asked. No need, in Xinqiang, no one dares to touch Juga Qianqing's daughter, Juga Qianqing said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Yilin, don't take it to heart, Ni is not a bad child, just a bit stubborn. I understand, teacher. Yilin nodded. Considering his age before crossing over, he had lived nearly 40 years and naturally wouldn't argue with a girl in her teens. Sigh, this is also my fault. I spoiled her too much. I apologize to you on her behalf. Take this. Juga Qianqing took out a wooden box and handed it to Yilin. Teacher, this is too much, Yilin said while trying to pull the wooden box into his pocket. Juga Qianqing. Yilin opened the wooden box and found a mask as thin as a cicada's wing lying inside. Looking at the mask in the box, Yilin felt a shiver run down his spine. This was no ordinary mask. It was clearly a human face, a vividly lifelike face, as if it had just been peeled off. Teacher, what is this? Yilin stammered. This is a little gadget made by an old friend of mine, a blacksmith, called Huan Yan. As long as you wear this mask, you can become another person. Both your voice and aura will be completely different. Juga Qianqing adjusted his glasses. With this, if you want to go all out in the future, you can wear Huan Yan first to reduce the chances of exposure. Yilin's eyes lit up. Although this item didn't enhance his combat power, it could indeed be very useful at critical moments. Thank you, teacher. Yilin suddenly felt that being scolded by Juga and I was quite worth it. If he could get a good item just by enduring a scolding, he actually hoped Juga and I would scold him more often. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yilin woke up. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and for a job changer, the importance of entering a top university was akin to Pan Jinlian not being able to lose Shimin Qing. Yilin changed into the clothes Juga Qianqing had prepared for him and energetically came to the courtyard, where Zhuge Qianqing was already waiting with breakfast. Come eat, and after breakfast, let Guoqin take you to school, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. At that moment, Zhuge Qianqing was dressed in pajamas, gently stirring a pot of porridge with a spoon. If one didn't say anything, no one would think that this guy was the renowned Zhuge Mister of Da Xia. Aren't you going, teacher? Yilin asked as he took a bowl of porridge. I'm not going. Nini is definitely still mad at me. If she sees me, she will be unhappy, which will affect her exam state, Zhuge Qianqing said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Teacher, that's not right. Yilin gulped down half a bowl of porridge. Women are like this. When they're angry, you have to coax them. Even if they're still angry, if you don't coax them, they'll be even angrier. Zhuge Qianqing was taken aback. Then, what do you suggest? Teacher, you need to appear, but not too early. It's best to show up just when she thinks you definitely won't come, feeling disappointed and angry. Just take control directly, Yilin said confidently. It seems there's some truth to it. Create an expectation gap first, then provide a stronger sense of satisfaction? Zhuge Qianqing's eyes lit up. A child can be taught. Yilin nodded. Guoqin, who was nearby, also brightened up. I understand. It's just like shallow and deep, making it hard for the other person to guess which part is deep. Yilin, it's true that the words are rough, but the reasoning isn't wrong. But Guoqin, your words are too crude. Although he hadn't known Guoqin for long, he had already realized what kind of person Guoqin was. This guy was a complete lecher. Any conversation, Guoqin could relate to something strange. After eating and drinking enough, Yilin prepared to head to Qingqing High School, where the candidates were to gather at the school and then be escorted to the city gate by the school leaders. As soon as he stepped out of his house, he found Guoqin half squatting at the door waiting for him. What are you dawdling for? Get on. Yilin's eyes widened. Yeah, mister, Zhuge asked me to take you to school, Guoqin said. This take should mean escort, right? Why don't we just drive? Yilin's mouth twitched. Forget it. No car is faster than me. Just listen to me. Without further ado, Guoqin picked Yilin up on his back, but he was already thin and half a head shorter than Yilin, making it look particularly comical, like a small horse pulling a big cart. Let's go. Let me show you the speed of a flower thief. Guoqin, carrying Yilin, transformed into a streak of light darting through the streets, so fast that Yilin was astonished. He felt that even if he activated the forbidden spell instant dance, he still couldn't catch up to Guoqin. Their speeds were simply not on the same level, and Guoqin was carrying him, which was like moving with a load. While running wildly, Guoqin leisurely introduced the scenery along the way to Yilin. This house has a girl who just turned 18, likes to wear JK and black stockings. Her figure is a bit flat, but luckily her legs are long, and she looks very good in all kinds of stockings. This house has a slightly plump young woman, unmarried, so she's a bit average. Her talents haven't reached the peak yet. Oh, and there's that heartthrob Rose Foot massage parlor. If you go, just ask for the number 8 technician. She's beautiful and has a great figure, and she won't push you to buy a card, just cares about whether your water temperature is too hot for your feet. Very nice. This one is incredible. There's a married woman living inside. When it came to the words married woman, Guoqin's eyes lit up with a strong gleam. Listening to this guy recount various women in Qingqing like a treasure trove, Yilin felt that it was no injustice for this guy to be locked up in the Investigation Bureau's prison for several years. By the way, what is your relationship with these women? Yilin couldn't help but ask. My relationship with them? Guoqin chuckled. My relationship with them is like that of a hotel and a parking lot. Ha? Yilin was a bit confused. What relationship could a hotel and a parking lot have? Hotels have parking lots. Hotels have parking lots? Yilin hadn't quite grasped what was going on, but when he repeated it to himself, his expression suddenly became strange. Guoqin, I think you haven't been reformed yet. You need to spend at least another 10 years in prison. Right? I think so too. Guoqin nodded in agreement. All right, we've arrived. In the midst of their conversation, Guoqin had already brought Yilin to the entrance of Qingqing High School. It must be said that while Guoqin was indeed crude, his speed was undeniably impressive. It was hard to find a faster means of transportation in all of Qingqing. It was just a bit awkward getting off, as nearly everyone at the school gate turned to look at them in unison. Others either came by car, rode electric scooters or motorcycles, or walked over, but Yilin, who rode here, was indeed unique. Fortunately, Yilin had a thick skin and didn't care much about these things. Yilin, good luck with the college entrance exam. After you finish, I'll introduce my niece to you. She was too young and reckless before and ended up in prison, but she should be out by now, Guoqin said enthusiastically. Your niece? How old is she this year? Yilin looked at Guoqin's face. This guy must be over 30, right? Don't worry, she's only 15 years older than you, 33 this year. Being older is good. She knows how to care for people. Plus, she's my own niece, so I know her well, Guaqin replied. What did she go to prison for? Yilin asked, puzzled. Oh, she needed money, wanted to buy the latest iPhone 13, so she sold her own 13 and got caught. Girls are a bit vain, it's normal. She's reformed now, Guaqin waved his hand dismissively. Yilin, if there's nothing, let's not keep in touch in the future, and definitely don't contact me if there's something. Yilin walked into Qingcheng High School without looking back. No gold miner could ever dig up pure gold like Guaqin. Upon seeing Yilin arrive at the exam venue, the principal of Qingcheng High School, Gao Zhentian, finally breathed a sigh of relief. An SSS-level forbidden spell master from the 16th grade, this was their school's key player for this year's college entrance exam, along with a 12th grade SSS-level fire mage, Zhuge Ni. Qingcheng High School was set for success this year. Boss! As soon as he saw Yilin, Jing Yu rushed over excitedly. Ever since that night when Yilin pulled Ji's father back from the brink of death, Jing Yu had recognized Yilin as his boss from the bottom of his heart. Boss, I heard from my dad that you were accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge? Jing Yu asked eagerly. Yeah. Yilin nodded. The news of Zhuge Qianqing taking him as a disciple would spread quickly, and there was no need to hide it. I see. No wonder even Kenshin was taken down. It was Mr. Zhuge's doing. Jing Yu nodded in agreement. Yilin smiled faintly but didn't explain anything. This time, the teacher had really put him in a tough spot. Don't worry, the promise I made to you still stands. After we leave the city, just stay by my side. Okay, boss, I'll listen to you. Jing Yu immediately replied. Jing Yu, you, the young master of the G group, really have such poor judgment? You recognize someone like him as your boss? Zhuge Ni's voice cut in at an inappropriate moment, and she shot a cold glance at Yilin and Jing Yu. Hey, Zhuge Ni, you can insult me, but how can you insult your own father? Your dad took my boss as a disciple, isn't he the one with poor judgment? Jing Yu retorted. My dad was deceived by this despicable person. Yilin is just a fraud. Zhuge Ni scoffed. As soon as Zhuge Ni said this, the expressions of those around them changed, and their gazes toward Yilin became strange. They had been envious of Yilin for being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing, a renowned astrologer throughout the Great Xia. But now, it seemed there was more to the story according to Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni, you need to have evidence for what you say. Jing Yu frowned. I'll find it, and when I do, I'll expose your true colors in front of everyone. Zhuge Ni shot Yilin a cold glare and turned to leave. She had always disliked Yilin. Because of him, she had to rely on Huang Lidian to get to the exam, and Zhuge Qianqing hadn't even shown up, which made her even more annoyed with Yilin. Once she found Ling Yi and confronted Yilin, everything would be revealed. Wow, this woman, how could I have ever liked her and regarded her as my white moonlight? I must have been blind. Luckily, boss, your 3 bolts of lightning woke me up. Jing Yu cursed angrily. White moonlight? Aren't you just infatuated with her looks? Plus, with unrequited love, you've wrapped her in a layer of divine brilliance, making her your white moonlight while you became a servant of the light. Yilin shrugged and said. It's like how Zhu Yuanzhang later couldn't believe that his pearl, jade, and white jade soup was just a bowl of rotten cabbage leaves. Jing Yu asked, half understanding. The white jade soup at least truly saved old Zhu's life. You, who haven't even touched the edge of the bowl, can only be considered a clown. Yilin spread his hands. Boss, has anyone ever told you that your words can be quite hurtful? Jing Yu clutched his chest, choking back tears. Hurtful just a little bit. I'm still a very kind person. Come on, the bus is here. Yilin looked towards the school gate. Dozens of buses were lined up neatly at the entrance of Qingcheng High School, ready to take them to the city gate. Principal Gao Zhentian was already standing at the school gate, his expression serious. Students, first of all, congratulations on becoming powerful transmuters. Today is the day of the college entrance examination trial, and whether you can enter a good university will determine your future. The rules for the college entrance examination trial are the same as in previous years. The entrance to the trial is located outside the city gate. You need to cross about 10 kilometers of uninhabited wilderness to reach the entrance. If you encounter any insurmountable danger along the way, remember, withdraw immediately. The college entrance examination is indeed important, but a single trial does not determine your future life. Life is always the most important. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you need not fear the lack of firewood. Alright, get on the bus. Yilin and Jing Yu boarded the same bus, and the entire Qingcheng was making way for the college entrance examination trial. The streets of Qingcheng were incredibly empty, with not a single car in sight. Only the sides of the streets were packed with people, bustling with noise, as many parents cheered for their children from the roadside. Some well-built mothers even wore form-fitting, high-slit kipayos, symbolizing a victorious start. However, Yilin couldn't quite understand this behavior, so he repeatedly observed and studied it, trying to comprehend. The bus soon arrived at the city gate, where a massive gate suddenly appeared before them. The gate stood dozens of meters high, wide enough for several buses to pass side by side, majestic and solemn, intricately carved with complex patterns and designs, each stroke appearing profound and mysterious. Under the sunlight, the outline of the gate was clearly visible against the sky, giving an indescribable sense of shock. Many people were seeing the city gate of Qingcheng for the first time and were stunned by this wall-like entrance. It was this gate that separated Qingcheng from the wilderness, keeping all the powerful and terrifying monsters outside. Buses from other high schools also arrived one after another, and 10 minutes later, all the graduating students from Qingcheng High School had gathered at the city gate. The college entrance examination trial was the most important national event for the entire Great Xia. Unless someone was missing a screw, generally, no one would choose to be late for the exam. They had prepared for so many years just for this moment when the college entrance examination began. The eyes of many candidates burned with fighting spirit as they quietly awaited the moment the city gate would open. Zhuge Ni looked around, seemingly waiting for someone, and after searching in vain, a hint of disappointment flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ni, are you looking for Dad? Zhuge Qianqing appeared silently beside Zhuge Ni. Seeing Zhuge Qianqing, Zhuge Ni was first delighted, but then immediately pulled a long face. Who's looking for you? Come if you want. Seeing this, Zhuge Qianqing immediately understood that Zhuge Ni's anger had subsided. She was just saving face. He couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, what Yilin taught was effective. It was true that one learns as long as one lives. That kid clearly understood women better than he did, and as a teacher, he needed to consult him more often. My precious daughter is taking the college entrance exam. How could I, as her father, not be here? You need to work hard. Zhuge Qianqing affectionately reached out to ruffle Zhuge Ni's hair, but she dodged him directly. Humph, don't touch me. Go pet your good disciple. Why are you still angry? You've really misunderstood Yilin, Zhuge Qianqing said with a wry smile. I haven't. Since you trust him so much, let's make a bet. If my ranking in this college entrance exam is higher than his, you will cut ties with him and send him away. How about that? Zhuge Ni raised her long, fair neck, like a proud white swan. All right, I'll bet with you, but what if you lose? Zhuge Qianqing laughed. If I lose, I won't interfere with your affairs anymore. Don't say you can take him as a disciple. Even if you marry him, I won't care. Zhuge Ni said seriously. Child, how can you talk to your father like this? Zhuge Qianqing smiled bitterly. Marry Yilin? Is that even reasonable? The laws of Daxia wouldn't allow it either. Anyway, it's settled. Just wait, he won't be able to beat me. Zhuge Ni strode away. Watching Zhuge Ni's back, Zhuge Qianqing opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to discourage her. He just murmured to himself, Ni, do you know what kind of monster you are up against? The morning sun cast thousands of golden rays, and the sky gradually turned a faint orange-red, like a painter's palette, rich and delicate in color. The sun's light illuminated the entire world, as well as the hopes and dreams in people's hearts. In this beautiful moment, everything was filled with infinite possibilities and vitality. Several principals of Qingcheng stood on the city wall, watching this batch of examinees radiating vitality like the morning sun. The college entrance exam trial is finally about to begin. If the novice trial is just practice, then the college entrance exam trial is truly like 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Guess how many people from Qingcheng will enter Daxia Academy this year? Last year there were 5. I guess there will be at least 7 this year. Not to mention, those 2 SSS level students from the bastard with the surname Gao will definitely get into Daxia Academy unless something unexpected happens. Too flattering. Gao Jingyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, feigned modesty, but his expression couldn't hide his happiness. Wang Zhenglin from Experimental High School, SSS level Rainbow Blade profession. He will definitely secure a spot. And then there's old Su, your Luo Jun from Yucai High School is also an SSS level Shadow Dragon Spear profession. He should also be able to secure a spot at Daxia Academy. That's already 4. If we get 2 or 3 more dark horses, I think 7 spots won't be a problem. One principal voiced his guess, and Principal Su smiled faintly. Luo Jun's goal is not just Daxia Academy, but to be the top scholar of Qingcheng. The other principals showed no surprise at this, as over the past few years, the top scholars of Qingcheng had almost all come from Yucai High School. However, they all turned their attention to Gao Zhenyu, as Qingcheng High School not only produced the record-breaking Zhuge Ni this year but also the monster Yilin, who had reached level 16. Principal Su glanced at Gao Zhenyu and said lightly, the combat power of a job changer is not only determined by level but also by equipment and practical experience. If a high level guaranteed victory, then why hold the college entrance exam trial at all? We could just rank by level. Humph. Does Principal Su know that sheer strength can break all methods? If the level is high enough, other things become unimportant. Gao Zhenyu snorted. The two principals were unwilling to back down, secretly competing against each other. At that moment, with a creak, the massive city gates slowly opened like two walls parting. This also signified the beginning of the college entrance examination trial. As long as they crossed the 10 kilometers of uninhabited wilderness, they could enter the trial, which was the first checkpoint of the college entrance examination. Once the gates opened, many candidates rushed out eagerly, including Yilin and Jing Yu. In order to defeat Yilin, Juga Ni decided to stay in the wilderness to level up, so she was also among the first batch of candidates, even leading the way. More candidates remained behind, quietly waiting, not in a hurry at all. The first batch of candidates rushing out might not reach the entrance faster, but they would definitely encounter fierce monsters sooner. Therefore, if they were not confident in their strength, they generally did not dare to be in the first group. The second group would face much less resistance. Stepping outside the city, a foul stench hit them. It was the odor emitted by the monsters, mixed with the smell of fermented blood. Many candidates retched upon catching a whiff of it. This was the first time everyone had left the city, and they did not expect that the world outside was completely different from the one inside. Having lived in the city for so long, they had even forgotten that this world was surrounded by countless monsters. Just as they stepped out, a beastly roar echoed through the sky. The appearance of the monster shattered the originally tense and orderly atmosphere. It was a giant lizard over 3 meters tall, covered in hard gray scales, with a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes. Its long tongue flicked in and out, resembling a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. It's a bloodthirsty demon lizard. Level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. The candidates were instantly terrified and panicked, fleeing in all directions to avoid the creature. However, the bloodthirsty demon lizard was surprisingly fast, leaping several meters in an instant, catching up to a few fleeing candidates in the blink of an eye. Its claws were as sharp as steel blades, and with one swipe, blood splattered everywhere. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the wilderness. This sudden bloody scene left many candidates dumbfounded, even forgetting to run. They never expected to witness such a gruesome sight right after leaving the city. The several principals on the city wall appeared extremely calm. Only through the baptism of blood could one truly grow, otherwise, they would forever remain sheltered flowers. Unless a monster above level 20 appeared, they would not intervene in the assessment. Watching the candidates flee in panic, one principal couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This year's batch isn't doing well. A level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard has scared them like this. With so many people, if each one used a skill, they could have easily taken it down. Just then, a shadow rushed against the flow of people towards the bloodthirsty demon lizard. It was Yilin. With a blank expression, Yilin charged forward wielding the Starfall Celestial Mark. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Activating the Sun's Life Blade technique, for brilliant streaks of starlight flashed by, and the bloodthirsty demon lizard, which had terrified everyone into fleeing, had its limbs severed, becoming a writhing mass of flesh. What a terrifying blade! That blade must be at least rare-grade equipment. One principal on the wall exclaimed. Is this the forbidden spellmaster Yilin? Level 16 combined with a rare-grade piece of equipment makes dealing with a level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard a piece of cake. But why isn't he killing it? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw Yilin wave his hand behind him. Jing Yu, come finish it off. Coming, boss. Jing Yu excitedly rushed over with his sword. By this time, the bloodthirsty demon lizard had lost all ability to resist, and with one strike, Jing Yu ended its life. Team kill of level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Reward, 40 experience points. An 11th level monster should provide 110 experience points, but due to the team dynamics, the experience was divided, reducing it to 40 points. The remaining 70 points should have been added to Jing Yu. Watching the absurd scene before them, everyone was dumbfounded. They finally understood why Yilin only severed the limbs of the bloodthirsty lizard without killing it. The monster that had scared everyone into fleeing had, in front of Yilin, become a tool for Jing Yu to level up. At that moment, everyone felt an impulse to rush over and cling to Yilin's leg, asking if he needed any little brothers. Who wouldn't want such a good deal, where just by recognizing a boss, someone would help you level up? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yilin and Jing Yu did not rush into the college entrance examination trial but instead swept to the right. Yilin, just you wait, I won't lose to you this time. Juga Ni glared at Yilin's back and then dashed to the left. In her view, her being crushed by Yilin in the novice dungeon was purely because she hadn't taken it seriously. This time, she wouldn't give Yilin any chance. She also chose to hunt monsters in the wild to level up. These two super strong fighters swept out left and right, and the happiest ones were the other candidates who had rushed out with them. They suddenly felt a significant reduction in pressure and couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yilin and Juga Ni. There are still good people in the world. They didn't care about anything else and hurried towards the entrance of the college entrance examination trial. Team kill of a level 12 Chimera, reward 50 experience points. Team kill of an 11th level Seahorse Warrior, reward 40 experience points. Team kill of a 13th level Skeleton Archer, reward 60 experience points. Along the way, whenever they encountered any monsters, Yilin would directly slash a few times, leaving them on the brink of death before moving on. Jing Yu, following behind him, gradually coordinated perfectly with him, stepping in to deliver a finishing blow to the severely injured monsters. Under Yilin's leadership, Jing Yu's level rose rapidly, reaching level 8 in no time. Boss, don't say anything. From now on, you are my real boss. Jing Yu was ecstatic. At this rate, before the sun set, he could at least reach level 12, or even 13. The entrance to the college entrance examination trial would be open all day, as long as they arrived before sunset. Don't get too happy too soon. There aren't many monsters near the city walls, and we might have to go deeper. Yilin glanced around. There were evidently fewer monsters. But boss, if we go deeper, we might encounter level 20 or even level 30 monsters, right? Jing Yu's expression changed. No problem, I can handle level 20, and will run from level 30. Yilin brandished his sword and continued deeper into the wilderness. Not only did Jing Yu need to level up, but he also needed to continue improving. After all, his goal was the Supreme Academy. Yilin, with his sword in hand, slowly disappeared from the sight of several principals. Yilin is being reckless. How can he take Jing Yu to such a deep place? Gao Zhenyu frowned. With Yilin's level, getting into the Dasha Academy was a sure thing. What was he trying to do? Don't worry, Principal Gao. There are already proctors surrounding the area, so there won't be any accidents, another principal comforted. I hope so. Gao Zhenyu's right eyelid twitched. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition. All the way, Yilin brushed through monsters as he walked. He didn't even need to cast other forbidden spells. With just the Yangshuo sword technique, he could easily kill monsters below level 20, at most just needing to slash a few more times. Jing Yu followed behind him, reaping the rewards, and while Yilin hadn't leveled up yet, this kid had already leveled up twice to reach level 9. Just as they were about to continue forward, a man wearing an Invigilator badge suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Do not leave the examination area, it will be dangerous. Can't we go any further? Yilin frowned. Fine. Just as Yilin was about to change direction, he suddenly paused and seriously reminded the Invigilator, "Look behind you." The Invigilator snorted coldly, not even turning his head. "Are you trying to trick me into turning around so you can escape the examination area? If I'm not mistaken, your accomplices should be waiting outside to help you level up. I advise you to give up this ridiculous idea. I've been an Invigilator for 20 years, and no candidate has ever been able to deceive me." "No, turn around," Yilin urged anxiously. "Not a chance. I won't be fooled. Hurry up and leave, or I'll rule you in violation and cancel your examination." Before the Invigilator could finish his sentence, a deep roar suddenly erupted from behind him. The Invigilator's expression changed, and just as he was about to turn around, he saw a massive monster had appeared behind him. With a swipe of its claw, the Invigilator didn't even have a chance to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away, unconscious. The monster stood 4 meters tall, covered in hard armor, wielding a gigantic wolf-tooth club. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Level 33, Goblin Warrior. Jing Yu's face turned pale with fear. This stubborn mule. Yilin was also exasperated. He had told the Invigilator several times to turn around, but the guy just wouldn't listen. A level 33 monster was something he couldn't handle unless he revealed his immortal body and went all out. Jing Yu, run. I'll distract it. Boss, that's not possible. We should run together. Jing Yu quickly replied. Stop talking nonsense. You're not as fast as I am. Yilin kicked Jing Yu in the butt, sending him flying. Then he swung his blade at the Goblin Warrior, and the starlight shimmered. The creature was indeed provoked and charged at him. Yilin quickly activated the Dance of Instinct, but to avoid raising suspicion, he only sacrificed his appendix and a section of his large intestine to gain 3 times his agility. The consequence of this was that he couldn't shake off the Goblin Warrior, which was closing the distance between them. Thunderous might! A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted, condensing into a thick thunder that smashed down on the Goblin Warrior with a destructive force. The Invigilator struggled to stand up, his face was pale, but his eyes shone with determination. Quick! Run away! Leave this to me! I will not let any candidate be harmed in my presence. As soon as he finished speaking, the Invigilator's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yilin, you're actually quite decent. The Invigilator had already been severely injured by the Goblin Warrior's sneak attack, and being able to stand up and cast a skill was already a testament to his strong will. Fortunately, he had already sent out a distress signal, and soon 2 other invigilators rushed over. "Candidates, stay away from here to avoid friendly fire," one of them called softly. "Okay." Yilin obediently dodged to the side. The 2 invigilators immediately began to deal with the goblin warrior. Under their assault, the goblin warrior had no ability to resist and was completely overwhelmed. One of the invigilators swung an axe, and the massive goblin warrior was directly knocked to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. He sacrificed his heart and activated the tenfold dance of instinct, charging towards the unconscious health invigilator. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust, he immediately began to strip the opponent of their clothes, quickly putting them on himself, and then draping the proctor badge around his neck. Next, Yilin took the illusion mask that Zhuge Qianqing had given him from the wooden box and placed it on his face. The mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, fit perfectly with his facial structure. After putting on the illusion mask, Yilin transformed flawlessly into a middle-aged man in his 30s, even sporting fine stubble on his face. A brand new proctor had emerged. At that moment, the goblin warrior got back up, shaking his head after taking a heavy axe blow. His armor was in tatters, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries. "You beast, daring to disrupt the college entrance examination, I will not spare you. Colleagues, I am here to assist you." Yilin's voice was deep, and then he gathered the energy of metal with one hand, golden light continuously surging from his body and converging in his palm. Facing the level 33 goblin warrior, Yilin showed no mercy. Forbidden spell? Eternal metal. A golden spear, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, appeared in Yilin's hand. He raised his hand to grip the spear and swung his arm fiercely. The golden spear whistled through the air as it pierced directly towards the goblin warrior. The spear went straight through the injured goblin warrior's head, killing him instantly. Team kill of level 33 goblin warrior, reward 220 experience points, obtained item, Symbiosis Talisman. Did something drop? Yilin was somewhat surprised. Killing monsters had a low probability of dropping items, equipment, or skill scrolls, but he didn't expect to find something from this goblin warrior. However, it wasn't the time to check. He turned and ran without hesitation. "Damn, beast, who the hell are you? Which department are you from? Who robs kills like this?" The proctor wielding the giant axe was nearly furious. They had been fighting for a long time, and this guy showed up and killed the goblin warrior with a single blow, which was simply outrageous. "Call me a good person," Yilin's voice echoed back. "I'll call you a big watermelon." The proctor with the axe was about to chase after him, but the other proctor quickly stopped him. "Forget it, no need to rush. Maintaining order in the examination room is the most important. I've memorized this guy's face. We'll settle the score later." "Alright, so infuriating. We are all proctors, and we see each other every day, yet he dares to steal kills." The proctor with the giant axe cursed. Meanwhile, Yilin took a detour, returned the clothes and proctor badge to the unconscious proctor, and then turned to leave, disappearing into the night, keeping his achievements hidden. The illusion mask was indeed very useful. Once he took it off, those 2 proctors would never find him. At this moment, Yilin began to check the item he had just obtained. Symbiosis Talisman, hand in hand, living together. 2 job changers with a level difference of less than 10 can use the Symbiosis Talisman after interlocking their fingers. For the next 6 hours, the experience points gained from hunting monsters will be fully shared between them. Note, only one person can use the Symbiosis Talisman at the same time. Wow, this is a great item. Yilin's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to level Jing Yu to level 10 and then abandon him, but with the Symbiosis Talisman, even if Jing Yu killed the monsters, he could still receive the full experience points. However, the way to use the Symbiosis Talisman was somewhat bizarre. It required interlocking fingers. When Yilin found Jing Yu, he was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The Anubis soldier was surrounded by black smoke, and beneath the dust-covered armor was a mass of shadows. Upon seeing Yilin, Jing Yu was instantly overjoyed. "Boss, you're okay? That's great. What about that goblin warrior?" "Don't worry, that goblin warrior has already been slain by the other proctors." Yilin smiled faintly, then stepped forward, extending his warm hand, which coiled around Jing Yu's fingers like a serpent, their hands tightly intertwined. Jing Yu shuddered, frozen in place, his pupils dilating sharply. Although he had held hands with girls many times, this was the first time he had done so with a boy. Even the Anubis soldier across from them seemed stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Jing Yu's throat involuntarily rolled. No wonder Yilin had dismissed all the maids at his house. it turned out he preferred this kind. Jing Yu wrestled with his thoughts, recalling how Yilin had desperately saved his father, never treating him as a burden, leveling up with him, and even when danger arose, had told him to run first while he drew the monsters away. With these memories swirling in his mind, Jing Yu finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. Boss, if you want it, then come on, just be gentle. Jing Yu lowered his head, even showing a hint of the shyness unique to girls. Yilin was momentarily taken aback, looking at Jing Yu with uncertainty. Oh right, here. Jing Yu handed a small blue-lidded plastic box to Yilin. What is this? Yilin asked in return. Vaseline. Jing Yu's face turned pale. Boss, you can't be thinking of going in dry, right? That's not going to work. Yilin. He quickly used the symbiotic talisman and then pushed Jing Yu away. Get lost, get far away. Yilin then slashed at the Anubis soldier, and with a flash of starlight, only a pile of broken armor remained. Under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, both Yilin and Jing Yu gained 130 experience points. This is a symbiotic talisman? Boss, where did you get such a good thing? This is a treasure that money can't buy, Jing Yu exclaimed excitedly. However, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. It turned out to be a symbiotic talisman, and he had thought Yilin had a preference for men. Don't call me boss, keep your distance. What guy carries Vaseline around? This time, it was Yilin who looked at Jing Yu with a strange expression. It's a misunderstanding, boss. I used that Vaseline for my lips, they get chapped easily. Jing Yu protested loudly. No matter what, we should split up. That's the only way to maximize the effect of the symbiotic talisman. Yilin turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. With the Starfall Celestial Mark in hand, he began a massacre. Proctors blocked the perimeter, and monsters above level 25 couldn't even enter the exam area, so Yilin didn't need to use any other forbidden spells. Just a single life-extending sword technique combined with the 300 points of strength from the Starfall Celestial Mark was enough for him to dominate the exam hall. However, he didn't draw too much attention. When he encountered monsters lower than his level, he would slay them with a single strike, and when he faced stronger ones, he would feign a struggle before finishing them off. He sustained quite a few injuries, but under the cover of the healing skill from the twin yin-yang bracelets, he directly used his immortal body to recover and then continued to grind monsters. Meanwhile, Jing Yu was stunned, as his level had been rapidly increasing since just now. He didn't need to think to know that Yilin was going on a killing spree, as their experience points were shared due to the symbiotic talisman. Jing Yu suddenly understood what it felt like to be like a doe, who was carried by Zhao Yun into the enemy ranks, slaying wildly. He was responsible for the chaos, while Yilin was responsible for the slaughter. Run! That bloodthirsty minotaur is about to catch up. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. I don't need to run faster than the bloodthirsty minotaur, I just need to run faster than everyone else. Damn it, how are we so unlucky? The first batch that set off already had people rushing into the entrance. How can there still be a bloodthirsty minotaur waiting here? A dozen candidates were pale-faced, desperately fleeing. Behind them, relentlessly pursuing, was a minotaur wielding a massive double-headed axe, its entire body a deep crimson, standing tall. This minotaur was about 3 meters high, its muscles bulging and twisted, resembling blood-stained granite, sending chills down one's spine, and it was at a terrifying level 15. Running at the back was a young couple, tightly holding each other's hands, fleeing with all their might. If they were eliminated here, they would lose their qualification to participate in the college entrance examination, so they naturally refused to give up. But as they ran, the girl suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. Jinjin, the boy exclaimed, his face turning pale. If he turned back to save his girlfriend, they would both lose their qualification for the exam, but if he kept running without her dragging him down, with her helping to block the bloodthirsty minotaur, he could definitely rush into the entrance. On one side was his beloved, on the other was a bright future, leaving the boy in a dilemma. Hey Bing, you go ahead, don't worry about me. The girl's eyes were misty with tears, she knew she couldn't escape anymore. Okay. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Her boyfriend Bing ran off without looking back. Watching Bing's retreating figure, Jinjin felt as if something in her heart had shattered. Looking at the bloodthirsty minotaur that was pressing towards her like a mountain, she forced a bitter smile and closed her eyes, as if resigning to her fate. But just then, an angry voice rang out. What the hell is this King's Game Hydrangea Rhapsody? The minotaur should die. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, and the starlit sky erupted. Yilin, who was looking for monsters to slay, swung his sword and directly cleaved the minotaur in two, killing it on the spot. Jinjin was stunned, staring blankly at Yilin, who was holding the Starfall Sky Mark, until he left with his sword before she came to her senses. Jinjin, it's great that you're okay, we can still apply to the same university. Seeing the bloodthirsty minotaur dead under Yilin's blade, Abing returned, excitedly hugging Jinjin. But at that moment, Jinjin coldly pushed Abing away. The earlier scene had made her see this man clearly. Sorry, I suddenly don't really want to apply to the same university as you anymore. Cherish me, and you deserve to have me. Jinjin turned and left without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding outside the city, where many monsters were losing their lives in an instant. Some monsters that looked like sheep would hear the devil's whispers in their ears. Pour in my mom's mouthful of fragrant pepper and salt, hot rapeseed oil, and a bit of vinegar, the juice of the soul. Pour it on. As soon as the words pour it on were uttered, the sheep-like monster would be beheaded in one stroke. Some candidates were being chased by monsters, jumping around, when suddenly a starry light flashed, and the monster was split in two. They didn't even see who had struck. Other candidates were stopped by a strange person who asked how they found the monsters, which was simply insane. They were barely escaping from the monsters. How could they dare to actively seek them out? On the city wall, several principals and prominent figures from Qingcheng were dumbfounded. The college entrance examination trials happened every year, and they had seen countless trials. Indeed, there were powerful candidates who would choose to level up before entering, but they had never seen anyone carrying a sword looking for monsters to kill like this. Sigh, if this kid weren't a forbidden spell master, how great would that be? If he weren't a forbidden spell master, Qingcheng would really have produced a true dragon. One principal shook his head in regret. A job changer who can sweep through monsters in the wild, once they grow, will undoubtedly become a powerful presence that suppresses a region, but a forbidden spellcaster simply cannot live past 25 years old. It's fine, at least the number of students from Qingcheng entering the college entrance examination this year will be much higher than in previous years. Another principal nodded and said, thanks to Yilin, the number of students unable to enter the college entrance examination due to monster attacks this year has significantly decreased. Wherever Yilin went, not a single monster could escape his sight. He was like a fully automatic vacuum cleaner, clearing all the monsters within the examination area. At this moment, those students who had waited for the people in front to leave the city looked at the empty surroundings and wore satisfied expressions on their faces. A young man shaking a fan even grinned widely. See? I told you coming out later has its benefits. The fast ones have been dealt with, so we can leave much more easily. Many people following him nodded in agreement. They had walked half the 10 kilometers to the entrance of the college entrance examination without encountering a single monster. Indeed, it was better to set off later. Meanwhile, Yilin also stopped in his tracks. It seems there really isn't a single monster left. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and it seemed that all the monsters in the examination area had been completely cleared by him. At this moment, his level had also remained at level 18. Name, Yilin. Occupation, Forbidden Spellcaster level, 18, 2. 33%, Strength, 180, plus 300, Agility, 270 Spirit, 540, plus 659, Occupational Talent, Endless Spell. A Forbidden Spellcaster unlocks a forbidden spell for every level gained. Skills, Forbidden Spell, Annihilation Thunder, Instant Dance, Burning Reincarnation, Infernal Fire, Immortal and Undying, Eternal Frozen Eye, Necromancer's Return, Lifespan Blade Technique, Eternal Metal. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Forget it, let's enter the examination area. Yilin shook his head. The experience points needed to level up from level 1 to level 16 were not much different from those needed to level up from level 16 to level 18. There was still a long way to level 19, and rather than expending energy to sweep away the few remaining monsters, it was more practical to enter the examination area directly. The portal for the college entrance examination resembled a gigantic light gate, quietly floating in the sky, emitting a soft glow. As he approached the portal, he could feel a mysterious force fluctuating. It was the fluctuation of spatial magic, capable of instantly transporting people to another place. Yilin stepped inside, and the scene before him shattered. When the image reformed, he found himself in a vast blue stone square. Surrounding the square were 10 towering stone pillars, each engraved with ancient runes, exuding a sense of antiquity and mystery. In the center of the square stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with the 5 large characters College Entrance Examination Site, the writing ancient and elegant, like dragons and snakes dancing. Is this the college entrance examination site? Yilin looked around, only to see a dense crowd of people everywhere around the square, making his scalp tingle. So many people. Yilin felt a bit regretful. Had he known there would be so many, he should have let the monsters eliminate some people before he made his move. Alas, in the end, he was still too soft-hearted and kind. Boss! Jing Yu shouted and rushed over to hug Yilin tightly. Boss, you really are my true boss. Oh my goodness, you are too amazing. Jing Yu was so excited he was incoherent, and the reason was simple. His current level had shockingly reached the terrifying level of 15. This was level 15. If nothing unexpected happened, with his level 15, entering the Dasha Academy was almost a certainty. Yilin didn't find it strange. Under the effect of the symbiotic talisman, Jing Yu's experience points were shared with him, so reaching level 15 wasn't anything unusual. Alright, let go. No hugging in public, Yilin said with disdain. No, from now on, you're my dear boss. Jing Yu excitedly hugged Yilin's thigh. Get off, Yilin said, feeling a bit exasperated as he noticed many people casting strange glances in their direction. But to be honest, he quite enjoyed the feeling of being able to mess around with a friend. Ever since he arrived in this world, Yilin had been living in seclusion in the slums to hide the secret of his immortality, and Jing Yu was his first friend since coming here. It had been a long time since Yilin had experienced friendship. After a while, Zhuge Ni appeared in the examination arena with a dark expression. Her level was only 14, having only increased by 2 levels. It had started off smoothly. She had originally wanted to catch up to Yilin's level 16, but for some unknown reason, she suddenly couldn't find any magical creatures. Damn it, Zhuge Ni said, feeling a bit frustrated. But it's fine. Being 2 levels behind isn't the end of the world. I can make up for it with skill and ability. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. As time passed, at the moment when the sun cast its last rays, the tall teleportation portal completely closed. This also meant that those who had not entered the examination arena would be completely excluded from this year's college entrance examination. After the portal closed, a seemingly kind old man quietly appeared in front of the stone tablet in the center of the Qing Stone Square. At the same time, over 100 proctors appeared in various corners of the square, monitoring the movements of all the candidates. Hello, candidates of Qing City. Welcome to the 886th college entrance examination. I am the chief examiner, Lu Ruan. The old man's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate directly in everyone's hearts, and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. Next, I will announce the assessment content for this year's college entrance examination. During my announcement, please listen carefully and do not make any noise. Violators will be disqualified from the examination. As soon as he finished speaking, all the candidates wisely closed their mouths. The college entrance examination consists of 2 parts, a comprehensive ability assessment and an arena battle, which will take place over 2 days. Tomorrow, we will conduct the comprehensive ability assessment. Each candidate will have different assessment content based on their profession. The assessment is divided into 10 levels. You can exit early or complete all of them. The examiners will score you based on your performance in the levels. The full score for each level is 10 points. Only candidates who pass all 10 levels and score above 85 points will qualify for the arena battle the day after tomorrow. The arena battle will also take 1 day. Winning a match will earn you 10 extra points, with a maximum cap of 150 points. The arena battle will determine this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. During the comprehensive ability assessment and the arena battle, any equipment can be used, but no special items are allowed. Violators will be disqualified from the examination. The announcement of the assessment content is complete. Lu Ruan chuckled. Tonight, you all should rest well. Tomorrow morning, we will begin the comprehensive ability assessment. The expressions of the candidates became extremely serious. They knew that tomorrow was the real main event. Many candidates directly took out sleeping bags from their backpacks, clearly having prepared in advance. Boss, didn't you prepare a sleeping bag or something? Jing Yu was surprised to see Yilin not taking anything out. I don't need that stuff. Yilin shook his head. The conditions in the slums were much worse than here, yet he could still sleep. It was just sleeping on a stone slab, completely trivial. That won't do. If you don't rest well, how can you have enough energy to face tomorrow's comprehensive ability assessment? Jing Yu frowned, then handed his branded sleeping bag to Yilin. Boss, you use mine. Yilin was somewhat touched and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Me? I'm fine with anything. Jing Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. He clapped his hands, and 2 invigilators brought over a luxurious mattress bed and placed it beside him. Yilin? Wait, hold on a second. Yilin was stunned. In the college entrance examination training, they actually provide luxury bed services? They do, but it's ridiculously expensive. This bed isn't even as good as mine at home, and it costs a full 200,000 for 1 night. It's like robbery. If it weren't for you not bringing a sleeping bag, I wouldn't be willing to part with it. Jing Yu said with a pained expression. Renting a bed for 200,000 was hard for him to accept. Although he was wealthy, he wasn't foolish. Yilin fell silent. Is this what it means to be a damn rich person? Even the treatment for the college entrance examination training is different. While others sleep on stone slabs and in sleeping bags, Jing Yu sleeps on a luxurious mattress bed. In the end, Yilin managed to persuade Jing Yu to let him use the 200,000 bed through moral persuasion. Of course, martial virtue is also virtue. The next morning, Yilin woke up feeling refreshed. As the time approached, Lin Yuan was ready to appear. The comprehensive ability assessment begins. Please have all candidates line up in 10 orderly queues and enter the assessment room in turn. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice fell, the 10 towering stone pillars standing in the stone square each opened a portal. It seemed that the comprehensive ability assessment would be completed within those stone pillars. The dense crowd quickly formed into 10 orderly lines, and no one dared to overstep. Everyone was well aware that the college entrance examination was the most important exam in the Great Xia ancient country and a watershed that would determine their fate. Yilin stood in the 6th queue, following the crowd forward. Each person disappeared as they stepped into the portal, and soon it was Yilin's turn. He stepped forward, and the next second, he found himself in a closed, all-metal room. A beam of light swept over him, and Yilin's level and profession automatically appeared. Yilin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. All the candidates entered the stone pillars in turn. Lin Yuan, as the chief examiner for this college entrance examination, stood quietly in the stone square, gazing at the 10 stone pillars. Behind him appeared several powerful middle-aged men, all of whom were deputy examiners for this college entrance examination. Among them was a woman in a blue long dress, her presence like a spring breeze brushing over the lake, bringing a refreshing aura. Although she was already of age, she was exceptionally well maintained, with a graceful and refined appearance, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying in the wind. Her figure was slender, resembling a dignified fairy descending to the mortal realm. She walked to Lin Yuan's side, slightly bowed, and said softly, "Chief Examiner Lin, I'm late." Lin Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes filled with respect as he looked at her, saying, "Teacher Su, you're just in time." The other deputy examiners couldn't help but show their respect when they looked at her. This woman, named Su Qingxin, was the head of the Supreme Academy. Ordinary candidates might not have heard of the name of the Supreme Academy, but these examiners were well aware that it was the strongest academy within the Great Xia territory. Every student who graduated from the Supreme Academy was a prodigy capable of dominating a region. The group was about to exchange a few more pleasantries when one of the stone pillars suddenly lit up, and the sculptures on it seemed to come to life at that moment. Level 18? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Reaching level 10 guarantees admission to a top-tier university, while reaching level 12 allows one to compete for the best universities, and level 18 can only be described with one word: prodigy. Even Su Qingxin became interested, her gaze intensely fixed on the direction where Yilin was. At level 18, he was already qualified for admission to the Supreme Academy. However, when she saw Yilin's profession, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Why is he a forbidden spell master? At level 18, he could easily switch to another profession, even one with only an A rank, and she could relax the conditions to allow him into the Supreme Academy. But a forbidden spell master was a different story. Although the forbidden spell master is an SSS level profession, everyone knows that they rarely live past 25. The examiners couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Alas, what a pity. If he weren't a forbidden spell master, Qingchang would truly have produced a real dragon. It seems like the forbidden spell master profession hasn't appeared in a while. The last one was 10 years ago, right? Yes, that forbidden spell master only lived to 23 before passing away. He must have recklessly unleashed forbidden spells to level up so high. This is exhausting his future, which is quite unwise. He might not even live to see 23. So how do we score the first level assessment? Just give him the normal score. He's already level 18. Not giving him full marks would be unreasonable. Indeed. Just as the examiners finished their discussion, a mechanical female voice echoed in Yilin's ears again. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment First Level, Level Assessment, Full Score, 10 points. As soon as the words fell, the metallic wall directly opposite Yilin slowly opened, revealing a crystal-clear sphere. Comprehensive Ability Assessment Second Level, Three-Dimensional Attribute Assessment, Candidate Yilin, please place your hand on the testing sphere. Yilin stepped forward, contemplating whether to use the Burning Rebirth, but after some thought, he decided against it and placed his hand directly on the sphere. Strength 480 points, Agility 270 points, Spirit 1199 points. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment Second Level, Three-Dimensional Attribute Assessment, Full Score, 10 points. In the Qingshi Square, one examiner couldn't help but complain. I can understand everything else, but why does his strength have 480 points? Did this guy equip something that boosts attack power? What does a forbidden spell master need strength for? Casting forbidden spells is already harmful to the body, Does he really want to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Yilin was already level 18, so achieving full marks in the second level 3-dimensional attribute assessment was normal, but his 480 points of strength still made several examiners twitch at the corners of their mouths. 480 points of strength surpassed many warriors class transfigurers. In their eyes, Yilin exuded an air of absurdity. You'll know when you see it. The third level begins, and it's time to take action. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, and a dummy appeared in the metallic room where Yilin was. This dummy looked similar to those in the Transfigurer Guild's practice room, but it was more refined. Comprehensive Ability Assessment 3rd Level, Attack Ability Assessment. Candidate Yilin, please use your most powerful skill to attack the dummy in front of you. The dummy will display your score based on the intensity of your attack. The emotionless mechanical female voice rang out again. Most powerful skill? Yilin's first reaction was the Chaos Divine Thunder, which could only be summoned by sacrificing all his organs, but he felt that using it would be too shocking. It was just a test, there was no need to be so exaggerated, but the power couldn't be too small either, as he was aiming for the Supreme Academy, and he had to score full marks in every level. After some contemplation, Yilin made a decision and raised his hand. Forbidden spell? Annihilation Thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils to summon the most ordinary thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and the dummy exploded into a cloud of powder. Ha! Yilin was stunned. This was already the weakest forbidden spell he had, and the dummy was just too fragile, wasn't it? Moreover, the assessment stated that the dummy would display his score, but now that he had shattered it, how would his score be calculated? At this moment, several examiners on the green stone square were also taken aback. This dummy can withstand attacks from level 25 and below. This kid is only level 18, and with one strike, the dummy exploded? He cast a forbidden spell. Isn't it well known that forbidden spells are powerful? So what now? The dummy is gone. How do we calculate the score? Should we get him another dummy? Forget it, let's not waste teaching materials, just give him full marks. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is really going all out, participating in a college entrance exam and actually using a forbidden spell. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse, and the other examiners nodded in agreement. Using a forbidden spell definitely comes with a cost. Releasing one during a college entrance exam is like using one's lifespan to draw game items. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 3rd Stage, Attack Ability Assessment, full marks, 10 points. Hearing this voice, Yilin, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that because he had broken the dummy, his score would be cancelled. At this moment, he also clearly recognized the downside of being a forbidden spellcaster. There was simply no way to hold back. Once he made a move, it was a forbidden spell, and no matter how much he tried to hold back, it wouldn't matter. After passing the 3rd stage, the next 3 stages were the Spellcasting Speed Assessment, Instant Burst Ability Assessment, and Sustained Output Ability Assessment. None of these could stop Yilin, and under the astonished gazes of the examiners, he quickly passed all with full marks. In the 7th stage, Yilin finally encountered something different, as a specially made cage appeared right in front of him. Inside the cage, a monster roared, its eyes blood red as if burned by fierce flames, exuding a mad killing intent. Its massive body was muscular, resembling a moving small mountain. Its sharp claws scraped against the cage, producing a piercing metallic screech, as if explaining its anger to Yilin. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 7th Stage, Escape Ability Assessment. Please endure for 3 minutes under the pursuit of a level 25 magical creature, the Blazing Firewolf. If unharmed after 3 minutes, it will be considered full marks. A timer appeared at the end of the corridor. Assessment begins. The moment the mechanical female voice fell, the cage slowly opened, and the level 25 Blazing Firewolf stepped out, its crimson eyes filled with a greedy bloodlust. It had been starved for a long time, and upon seeing Yilin, it lunged forward as if it had spotted a stunning beauty. Forbidden spell? Annihilating World Thunder. Boom! A dazzling silver lightning snake surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing firewolf turned into a charred wolf corpse. The timer began counting down from 3 minutes. However, at this moment, the blazing fire wolf responsible for chasing Yilin had already become a corpse. As the countdown ended, the mechanical female voice rang out again. Candidate Yilin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, 7th Stage, Escape Ability Assessment, full marks, 10 points. The examiners watching Yilin's assessment were silent. They had never encountered such a situation. A level 25 magical creature was an absolutely powerful and unbeatable opponent for any college entrance exam candidate. Faced with such a high-level magical creature, candidates could only choose to release skills to buy time until the 3 minutes were up, at which point they would pass. Every year in this stage, there would be candidates who relied on impressive maneuvers to pass without taking any damage. But this year, there was obviously a bit of an unexpected turn. In the very first second of the assessment, Yilin cast a forbidden spell and instantly eliminated a level 25 magical creature. For the next 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Yilin simply sat there in a daze, waiting for the countdown to end. I take back what I just said. Casting forbidden spells like that, let alone at 23 years old, if this kid can live past 20, it would be a medical miracle. One of the examiners couldn't help but shake his head. Although Yilin's performance was extremely impressive, the examiners clearly did not agree with him, believing that he was overexerting his body and jeopardizing his future. Yilin had already entered the 8th round of the exam. Examiner Lin, should we increase the difficulty for candidate Yilin in the last 3 rounds? One examiner couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan. The next 3 rounds were all practical assessments, where candidates would face magical creatures of the same level, 2 levels higher, and 4 levels higher than themselves. This meant that even in the 10th round, Yilin would only be facing a level 22 magical creature. Having already eliminated a level 25 blazing firewolf, a level 22 creature would be no match for him. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, hesitating at that moment. If the difficulty was not increased, Yilin would definitely pass with full marks, but increasing the difficulty seemed quite unfair to him. Teacher Su, I would like to seek your opinion. If we increase the difficulty and Yilin can still pass with full marks, how about we accept him into the Supreme Academy? Lin Yuan asked Su Qingxin. If Su Qingxin agreed, then increasing the difficulty would be no problem, and they could also see where Yilin's limits truly lay. So far, this guy had been handling everything with ease. Sorry, Examiner Lin, I cannot agree. Su Qingxin shook her head and looked at the other candidates. In my opinion, Luo Jun, Wang Zhenglin, Zhuge and that Jing Yu are all more qualified than Yilin to enter the Supreme Academy. Yilin is a forbidden spellcaster. The strength he possesses now is merely a fleeting moment bought at the cost of his life and future. Such a person is not what we need at the Supreme Academy. Nurturing him would only waste resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but quickly closed it again. The 4 people Su Qingxin mentioned were indeed genuine talents. It was just that with Yilin, this monster, as a reference, they appeared less outstanding. In the end, the difficulty of Yilin's assessment was not raised. Facing level 18, 20, and 22 magical creatures, the battles were uneventful, mostly resulting in instant kills. After passing the final round, Yilin's figure reappeared in the Qingshi Square, and he was the first candidate to pass all 10 rounds. After a while, other candidates also gradually passed the assessment, and the Qingshi Square was once again bustling with voices, with many candidates excitedly discussing their assessment experiences with friends. Boss, Jing Yu ran over to Yilin. Boss, I got 96 points. I'm solid. I'm really solid this time. Jing Yu was ecstatic. Based on this score, as long as he won 3 more matches in the arena, he would definitely be able to enter the Daxia Academy. You didn't get full marks? Yilin was a bit curious. Jing Yu's level was already 15, and although the comprehensive assessment content for warrior-type professions should differ from that of mage-type professions, the difficulty should be about the same. Don't mention it, I lost points in the practical assessment. My level increased too quickly, and I couldn't adapt for a moment. Jing Yu scratched his head awkwardly. His level was actually quite inflated. After all, he had reached level 15 by following Yilin. Without Yilin, he would still only be at level 7. While the two were chatting, Lin Yuan also announced the results of the comprehensive ability assessment. First place, Yilin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuge 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Jing Yu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhenglin, 95 points. After announcing everyone's exam results, Lin Yuan spoke up loudly. Alright, candidates with scores below 85, please leave the examination room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the invigilators. Candidates with scores above 85 may also leave, but leaving the examination room will be considered as giving up tomorrow's arena competition. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Zhuge's beautiful eyes whitened in shock. She had clearly scored full marks, so why was she still ranked behind Yilin? Since they both had full marks, they should be tied for first place. Why was she ranked second? Zhuge raised her hand and spoke loudly. Examiner, I contest this result. We both have full marks. Why am I in second place? As soon as Zhuge finished speaking, it sparked confusion among many others. Yeah, we both have full marks. Why aren't we tied for first? With the same full marks, why does the male candidate rank ahead? How much more malice does this world have against women? This is unfair. This is discrimination against women. This is oppression of women. If a reasonable explanation cannot be given, we will appeal. Yes, we want fairness. Faced with the candidate's passionate outcry, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he called up the footage of Yi Lin and Zhuge Ni's assessments. Please watch the VCR. The footage of Zhuge Ni and Yi Lin participating in the comprehensive ability assessment was played alternately. Zhuge Ni's performance was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing her skills beautifully. Dressed in a fitted sports outfit that accentuated her curvy figure, many male candidates couldn't help but stare, swallowing hard. Zhuge Ni's progress was truly astonishing. At level 14, she demonstrated the limits of what a fire mage can achieve at that level. Like a graceful dancing butterfly, Zhuge Ni showcased what a perfect clearance looked like through 10 levels, demonstrating each one to the audience. Especially in the 7th level, when facing the level 25 Blaze Wolf, Zhuge Ni fully displayed human ingenuity. Though she was not as powerful as the Blaze Wolf, she treated it like a dog, evading it for a full 3 minutes without the wolf landing a single hit, not even coming within half a meter of her. The audience was left in awe. Zhuge Ni is indeed Mr. Zhuge's daughter. Truly, a tiger father begets no dog daughter. Such skill, such adaptability, it's top-notch. Don't be fooled by her level 14, I bet any candidate below level 20 would struggle against her. She's amazing. It doesn't feel like she's taking an exam, but rather completing a perfect art exhibition. Zhuge Ni's full marks are absolutely deserved. Why isn't she in first place? This is clearly malice against women. Many candidates discussed among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration for Zhuge Ni. At the same time, they began to doubt the fairness of this comprehensive ability assessment. Zhuge Ni had achieved a perfect clearance, so why was Yi Lin ranked ahead of her? They turned to watch Yi Lin's assessment footage. Compared to Zhuge Ni's extreme performance, Yi Lin's display seemed rather ordinary. After completing the first and second levels to measure his level and three-dimensional attributes, Yi Lin repeated the same action from the 3rd to the 10th levels. Cast forbidden spells, clear the level, cast forbidden spells, clear the level, cast forbidden spells, clear the level. This process repeated a total of 8 times. During the exam period, Yi Lin was carefree, strolling leisurely as if he were just a primary school student out for a spring outing rather than participating in a grueling college entrance examination. Watching the footage of Yi Lin's assessment, everyone fell silent, especially when they saw the 7th challenge, where Yi Lin killed the flame demon wolf in the first second, and then spent the next 2 minutes in a daze. The crowd's emotions were completely ignited. Damn it! Is this a joke? This guy wiped out a level 25 flame demon wolf with a single forbidden spell? Alright, the assessment is about survival skills. If you kill the pursuing monsters, then nothing will chase after you. Full marks for understanding. This guy is not human, he's a monster in human skin. It's too exaggerated. I suddenly understand why, even with full marks, Zhuge Ni is still ranked 2nd. Zhuge Ni got full marks because her abilities allowed her to achieve it, while Yi Lin got full marks because that was the maximum possible. In other words, if the comprehensive ability assessment were changed to a 1,000-point system, Zhuge Ni would still score 100, while Yi Lin would at least soar to 700 or 800. Many candidates looked at Zhuge Ni with a hint of pity. In previous years' college entrance exams, Zhuge Ni's performance and level would have guaranteed her the top spot. But this year, with a monster like Yi Lin around, Zhuge Ni would definitely be overwhelmed. Zhuge Ni pressed her red lips tightly together, remaining silent as she stared at Yi Lin's assessment footage over and over again, her fair hands clenched tightly. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that she had lost to Yi Lin, whom she had always looked down upon, and lost so miserably. Is there anyone who has objections to the results of this comprehensive ability assessment? The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, said calmly. The Qing Stone Square fell silent. No one dared to speak up. It was no joke. Yi Lin threw out a skill, and the level 25 flame demon wolf was dead beyond recovery. With such a monster, who would dare to raise objections? They had all faced the flame demon wolf and knew just how terrifying a level 25 monster could be. Since there are no objections, candidates scoring below 85, please leave in an orderly manner. Those scoring above 85, take a good rest and focus on preparing for tomorrow's arena competition, Lin Yuan announced. Soon, the candidates who did not meet the score began to leave Qing Stone Square, and at that moment, only 104 candidates remained. There were nearly 100,000 candidates from Qing City, yet only a little over 100 remained, highlighting the high elimination rate. The results of the comprehensive ability assessment were quickly announced to the outside world. Several principals closely monitoring the college entrance examination gasped when they saw the results. First place Yi Lin, second place Zhuge Ni? Damn, Lao Gao, your Qing City High School is going to be extraordinary. This year, 2 full marks, all from your Qing City High School. You old man really hit the jackpot this year. Not just that. Look at the 4th place, that Jing Yu is also from Qing City High School. The top 5, Qing City High School has taken 3. Lao Gao, just eat whatever you want lately. I suspect you've used up all your luck. The principals did not hide their envy for Gao Jingyu. With these 3 students, Qing City High School would surely become a hot choice for applications next year. Gao Jingyu was so excited that his whole body trembled, unable to utter a word. He never expected that Yilin and Zhuge Ni would bring him such a huge surprise, along with the unexpected dark horse Jing Yu. Truly, heaven was blessing Qing City High School. Outside the examination hall, Ji's father stood up abruptly upon seeing the results. Good. Great. Ji's father was so excited that tears filled his eyes. With a score of 96, Jing Yu could at least secure a spot in one of the top 20 universities in the country. As long as he won more than 2 matches in the arena, Jing Yu could even aim for the prestigious Daxia Academy. Zhuge Qianqing quietly looked at the results, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, calm and unperturbed. Yilin and the others had achieved such astonishing results, making the students of Qingcheng High School feel proud, unable to help but lift their heads. However, just as Gao Zhenyu was immersed in joy, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Old Gao, don't be too happy too soon. Tomorrow's arena battle is the real main event. After all, that's where the Qingcheng top scholar will be decided. The speaker was none other than Principal Su from Yucai High School, who had always been at odds with Gao Zhenyu and naturally couldn't stand to see him so pleased. Oh, Gao Zhenyu laughed unabashedly. Do you think your school's Luo Jun can handle an 18th level forbidden spellmaster? Hee, who knows? Principal Su revealed a meaningful smile before turning and leaving. Looking at Principal Su's smile, Gao Zhenyu felt a hint of unease, then shook his head. That old man is just putting on an act. How could an 18th level forbidden spellmaster possibly lose? Time is like the dowry money you save. It feels slow when saving, but fast when spending. In the blink of an eye, an entire night quietly passed. It must be said that having good results indeed comes with privileges. The examination hall even arranged for each of them to have a separate room to rest last night. Feeling refreshed, Yilin arrived at the Qingshi Square, only to bump into Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni, sporting 2 large dark circles under her eyes, clearly hadn't slept well last night. I won't lose to you in the arena. Zhuge Ni gritted her silver teeth and said, Yilin was somewhat speechless. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman, who had been targeting him since the day of the job transfer ceremony. He couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhuge Ni, and as the clock struck 7:30, Lin Yuan and the other examiners appeared on time. Today, we will hold the arena competition. The college entrance examination trials for other candidates have already ended, while your trials have just begun. The rules of the arena competition are very simple. The matches will be drawn by lots. Each person must compete in at least 5 rounds. Winning a match earns you 10 points and advances you to the next round. Losing a match does not deduct points, but once you lose, you will enter the losers group, which means you will have no chance at the top scholar. The one who wins from start to finish will be this year's Qingcheng top scholar. By the way, let me remind you that the arena competition will be live-streamed, which means your friends, family, and relatives are currently watching you from outside the examination hall, silently cheering for you. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a candidate who had been picking his nose immediately stopped his actions. Alright, now, let's begin the draw. There are 104 candidates, and here are 104 balls with numbers on them. The opponent of number 1 is number 104, number 2's opponent is number 103, and so on. After drawing the corresponding label, proceed to the arena according to the examiner's guidance. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, an examiner walked over holding a large box covered with a black cloth. Yilin understood the rules. Each person must compete in at least 5 rounds, and if they wanted to contend for the top scholar, they would need to compete in the 6th, 7th, or even 8th rounds. Although this rule seemed to have some loopholes, in reality, it posed no issues. After all, the top scholar is the strongest among all candidates, and if one couldn't even win from start to finish, they would be unworthy of the title. As for the others, even if they drew a stronger opponent in the first round, as long as their strength was adequate, they could still win the next 4 matches and score high. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. A glint of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. To enter the Supreme Academy, he was determined to secure this top scholar title. The candidates took turns drawing their numbers, and when it was Yilin's turn, he fumbled and drew a ball marked with the number 18. Boss, what's your number? Jing Yu couldn't help but ask. 18, Yilin replied. 18? Hee, I'm 24. Great. It looks like I won't run into you that quickly. You scared me to death. Jing Yu let out a sigh of relief. If he had encountered Yilin in the first round, he would have definitely shut down on the spot. As long as he didn't run into Yilin, Zhuge Ni, and Luo Jun, his level 15 was enough to sweep the arena. Under the guidance of the proctor, Yilin stepped onto a stage. According to the rules, his opponent was the candidate who drew the number 86 ball. A petite girl stood defiantly opposite Yilin. Both candidates, please stand in the circle. Do not make any unnecessary movements until I announce the start, the proctor announced expressionlessly. Now, please both candidates display your profession and level. Yilin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18, Bei, Water Mage, level 10, profession and level displayed, the match begins. Glancing at his opponent's level and profession, Yilin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Classmate, you should just admit defeat. No, I won't admit defeat. Even though you're strong, don't look down on me. Go ahead. Bei's expression was very stubborn, her palm-sized face filled with determination. Scoring above 85 in the comprehensive ability assessment, none of them were easy opponents, and having finally made it to the stage, she naturally didn't want to give up easily. In truth, it wasn't that Yilin looked down on her, it was mainly that aside from forbidden spells, he didn't have any other skills. Given their level difference and the fragile nature of mages, Yilin was certain that no matter which forbidden spell he cast, it would definitely result in serious injury or death for her. It seemed she was determined not to give up until she saw the yellow river. Yilin shook his head helplessly and then sacrificed one of his wisdom teeth. Forbidden spell? Annihilation Thunder. Yilin shouted lightly, raising his right hand to the sky, and surging thunderclouds immediately gathered, dazzling silver arcs of lightning weaving like spirit snakes among the clouds. Boom! A violent thunder dragon, as thick as a person's embrace, swept down from the clouds, connecting with Yilin's hand, resembling a chain of thunder. In that moment, Yilin appeared as a deity wielding thunder. This terrifying scene not only caused those watching the livestream to switch their perspectives but also made the candidates on site unable to help but stop and look back. Wow! He starts off by casting a forbidden spell to summon thunder? Did that little girl break some heavenly rule? Such a cute girl, and this guy is summoning such thick lightning to strike her? How can her small frame handle that? For others, risking their lives is just a metaphor. This guy is really risking his life. Casting a forbidden spell in a college entrance exam arena was as absurd as Kujia participating in a middle school Go competition. Sending a war eagle to such a match would be more than enough. The proctor was also startled, then shouted in panic. Candidate Yilin, killing is strictly prohibited in the arena. Otherwise, your college entrance exam qualifications will be revoked. I don't want that either, but you should make her admit defeat, Yilin said helplessly. At this moment, Bei was already frozen in fear. Having watched Yilin's video yesterday, she knew he was strong. But watching a video was nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand. Standing opposite Yilin as his opponent, she truly understood how terrifying he was. Bei felt like a novice stepping into the boxing ring, only to find herself facing Peak Tyson. Then Peak Tyson shook her hand and smiled, telling her, "Hello, I'm today's referee Tyson, and your opponent is Zero Ultraman from the M78 Nebula." Under such terrifying pressure, Bei's legs went weak, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. The next second, she burst into tears. The arena match was in full swing, with battles raging fiercely. Juga Ni held a thick tome in her hand, which was clearly an extremely powerful piece of equipment. As the pages of the tome turned, terrifying flames roared upward, forcing her opponent to retreat repeatedly. Every skill she unleashed was executed with precision, leaving no room for her opponent to maneuver. Soon, Juga Ni defeated her opponent, securing victory in the first round. Jing Yu wielded a long sword, and at level 15, he faced an opponent who was only level 8, feeling no pressure at all. With just a few strikes, he forced his opponent to concede on the spot. Luo Jun from Yutsai High School held a black spear, its shaft entwined with a vividly lifelike shadow dragon. With every swing of the spear, the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the arena. He wore a mocking expression, continuously toying with his opponent, until the final moment when he kicked his opponent off the stage. Wang Zhanglin from Experimental High School was much quicker. As an SSS level Rainbow Blade professional, his speed was ghostly, and with a swift move, he dispatched his opponent in an instant. At this moment, every arena was filled with exhilarating battles, except for the one where Yilin was. The atmosphere was entirely off. A petite girl in a short skirt sat on the ground, wailing loudly. "I can't win. This person is a monster. I can't win." Under immense pressure, Bei's cries echoed throughout the arena. It truly was heartbreaking for those who heard it. Those unaware might think this petite girl had suffered some terrible bullying from Yilin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yilin stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. The forbidden spell he held in his hand was equally difficult to release or retract. He never expected the opponent's mental fortitude to be so weak that she could be scared to tears. In the end, Bei was helped off the stage by the proctor, and this round of the competition concluded with Yilin's victory. Bei was taken directly to the psychological counselor, where she was counseled for a full half-hour before her sobs gradually ceased. Candidate 18, Yi-Lin, first round victory, score +10, the proctor announced with a strange expression. In all his years, he had seen fierce battles, opponents conceding on the spot, and even one-hit knockouts, but this was the first time he had seen someone scare their opponent to tears without even lifting a finger. Yi-Lin had indeed made history by frightening his opponent to tears in the college entrance examination. He was the only one in the entire arena who achieved victory without engaging in any combat. What a beast! That adorable girl, and he made her cry like that. He really has no heart for cherishing flowers in jade. I always thought scaring someone to tears was an exaggerated expression, but I didn't expect it to be a verb. Did he secretly say something vicious to that girl to scare her like that? Listening to the whispers around him, Yi-Lin felt speechless. Damn it, he really hadn't done anything. He hadn't even touched her. After a 10-minute break, the second round of the competition officially began. This time, Yi-Lin's opponent was a swordsman carrying a long sword. This swordsman had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a tall and slender figure, exuding an aura that drew attention. Upon seeing Yi-Lin step onto the stage, the swordsman's expression changed slightly, then he squinted his eyes and murmured to himself, if the opponent is you, it might be a bit tricky. But I will win, for I am the strongest. The swordsman murmured as he drew the long sword from his back, its dazzling light illuminating the entire arena. Yi-Lin's expression immediately became serious, treating this opponent with the gravity he deserved. Even when fighting a rabbit, one must use full strength. He would not underestimate any opponent. The professions of transmuters were varied and their skills unique. The visible level did not represent true combat power, a lesson Yi-Lin had learned well. The opponent's confidence surely indicated extraordinary abilities. The proctor's expression became serious. Both candidates, please stand inside the circle. Do not make any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. Now, please both candidates display your profession and level. Yi-Lin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18, Shen Shengchen, Cloud Sword Cultivator, level 11. Yi-Lin's gaze sharpened. Level 11? He certainly had the confidence to back it up. The display of profession and level is complete. The second round begins. The moment the proctor announced the start, Shen Shengchen turned gracefully, sheathing his sword, and then stepped down from the stage. At the same time, his confident and calm voice reached Yi-Lin and the proctor's ears. I forfeit. Yi-Lin, proctor. That's it? It felt like dining at a 5-star hotel, only to be served a bottle of Lao Gan Ma as the final dish. They watched this guy act so naturally cool, thinking he had some secret move to counter Yi-Lin, but he just admitted defeat right away? Didn't you say you would win? Yi-Lin couldn't help but ask. Yes, I will win, just not today, not now. Shen Shengchen smiled confidently, as if the winds were light and the clouds were thin, and life was peaceful. Yi-Lin fell silent. Indeed, every candidate in the college entrance examination was talented, and their words were pleasant to hear. But it was better not to fight. In front of so many eyes, it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict to prevent arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Candidate 18, Yi-Lin, wins the second round, gaining 10 points. The proctor announced Yi-Lin's victory with a strange expression. It was the first time he realized that being a proctor could be so easy. While others had to stay tense, constantly monitoring the candidates' battles to prevent any life-threatening situations, he basically had nothing to do except recite the rules. Soon, they arrived at the third round. Given the experiences of the previous two candidates, the moment this candidate drew Yi-Lin, he had already made up his mind. Damn it, what bad luck! How could I draw this monster? Proctor, I forfeit. He had no desire to fight Yi-Lin at all. Just seeing the scene of the thunderstorm earlier, he knew he was no match. Since he couldn't win anyway, and if he got seriously injured, it would affect his performance in the next round, it was better to forfeit quickly. Thus, Yi-Lin didn't even have to lift a finger and advanced to the fourth round, with his score reaching an astonishing 130 points. At this point, both the candidates in the examination room and the audience watching the live broadcast outside were dumbfounded. Is this a joke? This guy only cast one forbidden spell from start to finish, and he even retracted half of it, which is equivalent to not having fought at all, yet he won 3 matches in a row. Is the college entrance examination really this easy? These people are too foolish. Just fight him. What are they afraid of? Casting a forbidden spell costs a life. It's just a college entrance exam. Does he really dare to risk his life? I don't know if he risks his life, but if I get hit by that thunder forbidden spell, I'm definitely done for. Hey, this guy won't just get a perfect score without lifting a finger, will he? No way. Anyone who can make it to the fourth round, which one would easily admit defeat? Which one would be significantly weaker than the others? If Yi-Lin wants to advance to the fifth round, he will definitely have to fight. No, look, this beast has a bye. There were a total of 104 candidates entering the arena. After 3 rounds, 91 candidates entered the losers bracket. This means that only 13 candidates remain to compete for this year's Qingqing Top Scholar. The 4th round did not follow the rule of matching the smallest number against the largest. Instead, a new draw was held, resulting in one person getting a bye. The person with a bye does not gain points and directly enters the next round, and the result of the draw revealed that the one with a bye was Yi Lin. If it were someone else who had a bye, the others might envy this guy's good luck. But the one with the bye is Yi Lin, and the other candidates almost all breathed a sigh of relief, marveling at their own good fortune. Yi Lin having a bye means that in the 4th round, none of them will encounter this monster. No matter who it is, facing Yi Lin basically means entering the losers bracket, so Yi Lin's bye is clearly good news. The draw results for the others soon came out. The other 2 matches seemed unremarkable, with the only one of notable interest being Luo Jun against Wang Zhenguang. 2 SSS-level professionals finally stood on the same stage. Both candidates, please stand in the circle. Do not make any unnecessary movements until I announce the start. The invigilator for this match had also doubled, and everyone knew that this battle would undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Now, please both candidates display your profession and level. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14, Wang Zhenguang, Rainbow Blade, level 13. Their levels were clearly 14 and 13. If it weren't for the monster Yi Lin this year, Luo Jun and Wang Zhenguang would obviously be the brightest new stars of Qingcheng. Classmate Luo, it seems you will be entering the losers bracket. 2 daggers appeared in Wang Zhenguang's hands, which he then gripped in reverse, the daggers shimmering with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Luo Jun's black spear struck the ground, causing a slight tremor throughout the arena. This move clearly showcased Luo Jun's nearly terrifying strength. With just you, that's not enough. Luo Jun glanced at Wang Zhenguang, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wang Zhenguang immediately narrowed his eyes. Facing a warrior as an assassin was already difficult, and he would rather face Zhuge Anai than Luo Jun. But since he had drawn this match, he could only give it his all. Profession and level display complete, the 4th round begins. As soon as the invigilator's voice fell, Wang Zhenguang vanished from the arena like a ghost. The speed of the Rainbow Blade profession was dazzling. Luo Jun's gaze instantly sharpened as he wielded his black spear, creating several spear shadows, and the arena was filled with the sound of clashing metal. Everyone knew that Wang Zhenguang was going all out, but they couldn't catch a glimpse of him, making it seem as if Luo Jun was performing his spear techniques alone on the stage. So terrifying. Is this the scene of 2 SSS-level professionals clashing? I can't even see where Wang Zhenguang is. If I went up there, I'd probably be killed in the first second. It's too frightening. As a fellow transferee, I feel like I'm not even in the same world as them. Watching the dazzling sparks occasionally erupting from the arena, many people's eyes were filled with apprehension. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. Clearly, they all participated in the transfer ceremony, entered the novice secret realm, and then came to take the college entrance exam. But Luo Jun and Wang Zhenguang were on a completely different level from everyone else. Teacher Su, who do you think will win? Chief Examiner Lin Yuan asked Su Qingxin. Luo Jun, Su Qingxin replied without hesitation. Lin Yuan chuckled, oh, Teacher Su thinks Wang Zhenguang will lose? Right now, Wang Zhenguang is clearly dominating Luo Jun. On the stage, Luo Jun was constantly on the defensive, not even able to touch the hem of Wang Zhenguang's clothes. It's not that I think so, but he will definitely lose. If he goes all out from the start and can't take down Luo Jun in a short time, his stamina will drop, and that will be Luo Jun's moment to counterattack. Although Luo Jun appeared to be retreating and defending, he was actually handling the situation with ease, using the sturdiness of his spear to fend off attacks, each thrust perfectly timed. In this back and forth, Wang Zhenguang was bound to lose. Su Qingxin openly expressed her opinion, and Lin Yuan's gaze towards her became much more serious. The head of the Supreme Academy had a sharp eye, and his view aligned with Su Qingxin's. Sure enough, shortly after Su Qingxin voiced her judgment, the situation on the arena began to change. Maintaining high-speed movement for an extended period was quite exhausting for Wang Zhenguang, and his speed inevitably slowed down a bit. At that moment, as his speed decreased, Luo Jun sprang up like a tiger that had been lying in wait. He tightened his grip on the black spear, creating countless shadows of the spear as he aimed for Wang Zhenguang's vital points. This strike was the opportunity Luo Jun had been waiting for, leaving Wang Zhenguang no chance to react. Wang Zhenguang's expression changed as he attempted to defend himself. But in a direct confrontation, how could he possibly be Luo Jun's match? Luo Jun's black spear lunged at Wang Zhenguang like a giant black dragon, and although Wang Zhenguang managed to deflect it into the air, Luo Jun seized the opportunity to grip the tail of the spear. Shadow break. The black spear swung down like a colossal pillar aimed directly at Wang Zhenguang. Wang Zhenguang raised 2 daggers to block, but was struck down to his knees. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. It was the sound of Wang Jingguang's knee shattering. Ah! Wang Jingguang let out a piercing scream, curling up on the ground, clutching his knee. The crowd felt a slight heaviness in their hearts, not expecting Luo Jun to strike so hard. Soon, 2 doctors rushed onto the stage to carry Wang Jingguang away. His injuries were severe, and he needed immediate treatment, or it could affect his future career. Luo Jun walked off the stage expressionlessly, marking the end of the 4th round. Including Yi Lin, there were now 7 people left, which meant that in this round, 1 person would be given a bye directly into the top 4. It can't be this bizarre, right? Standing in front of the drawing box, Yi Lin had a strange expression as he reached in and touched a small ball. His intuition told him that this ball was likely the one for the bye, but Yi Lin, not believing in such superstitions, pulled it out anyway. The fact proved that Yi Lin's intuition was indeed quite accurate. Lin Yuan glanced at his ball and directly announced, "Candidate Yi Lin, 5th round, bye." Yi Lin fell silent. He hadn't expected to receive byes in 2 consecutive rounds. The audience watching the college entrance exam livestream was also stunned. They began to call Yi Lin the god of drawing lots. The biggest dark horse of this year's exam had emerged. Without lifting a finger, he had directly entered the top 4, setting a record that had never been seen before, and it would be hard for anyone to replicate in the future. The first round scared his opponent into tears, the second and third rounds saw opponents directly forfeit, and now the 4th and 5th rounds were byes. This was so outrageous it felt like something out of a novel. "Boss, your luck is just too good," Jing Yu couldn't help but exclaim. "If you like byes so much, you can have mine," Yi Lin said nonchalantly. No, I don't want that." Jing Yu shook his head repeatedly. A bye is both a good and a bad thing because it does not increase points. If you receive a bye in the 4th round, then in the next round, you will face the 6 strongest candidates in this year's exam. Only by defeating one of them can you earn another 10 points. Yi Lin had received byes twice, and at this moment, his score was only 130 points. The 6th round was the semifinals, and the 7th round was the finals. This also means that if he wants to achieve a perfect score of 150 points, he must win the next 2 battles and secure the title of Qingqing's top scholar. Without sufficient strength, skipping 2 rounds would definitely result in being sent to the semifinals as a mere sacrifice. "Who is your opponent in the 5th round?" Yi Lin asked. At this moment, Jing Yu had already scored 136 points, a score that allowed him to choose from the top universities in the country. Therefore, whether he won or lost in the 5th round didn't matter much to Jing Yu, unless he wanted to compete for the title of Qingqing's top scholar. "Guess?" Jing Yu blinked and smiled lewdly. Seeing Jing Yu smile, Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. "It can't be Zhuge and I, right? Boss, you're really smart. You guessed it right at once." Jing Yu nodded. "She's not easy to deal with. If it doesn't go well, just forfeit," Yi Lin advised. Although Jing Yu's level was 1 rank higher than Zhuge's, Yi Lin knew better than anyone how Jing Yu had achieved that level. Jing Yu still couldn't perfectly control the power that came with his sudden level increase, and his profession level was only A grade. Therefore, even though Jing Yu had a higher level, his chances of winning against Zhuge and I were actually quite low. "Forfeit? That woman always targets you. I can't beat her, but I have to teach her a lesson." "Don't worry, boss." Jing Yu patted his chest and said. Yi Lin wanted to say something more, but just then, the voice of the chief examiner, Lin Yuan, rang out. "All right, the 5th round of the arena competition is about to begin. Please, all candidates, come to the stage. Wait for my good news." Jing Yu gave a thumbs up and walked towards the arena without looking back. Apart from Yi Lin, who was skipping this round, only 6 candidates remained. The most eye-catching match was clearly the one between Zhuge and I and Jing Yu, and both sides had now entered the stage to showcase their professions and levels. Zhuge and I, Fire Mage, level 14. Jing Yu, Shadow Swordmaster, level 15. This shocking level made countless people gasp in surprise. A level 14 against a level 15. This would usually only occur during the top scholar competition in previous years. But this year, even before entering the semifinals, a battle between level 14 and level 15 had already appeared, prompting much discussion among the crowd. Shadow Swordmaster? I remember that's an A-grade profession, right? An A-grade profession can actually reach level 15? Everyone's physique is different. I once leveled up 20 times in a state of extreme anger. You guys don't know this, do you? I saw with my own eyes that Yi Lin weakened the monster and then let Jing Yu deliver the finishing blow. His level rose so high thanks to Yi Lin. Ha, there's such a good thing? I have a friend who wants to ask if Yi Lin still needs leg accessories? No wonder an A-grade profession could reach level 15. It turned out there was such a trick involved. At this moment on the arena, Zhuge and I looked coldly at Jing Yu, her exquisite and beautiful face showing no expression. Jing Yu, I really don't understand what kind of potion Yilin has fed you to make you so devoted to him, Zhuge Anai said, holding a tome. No need for you to understand, one call of boss lasts a lifetime. Clang! Jing Yu drew a long sword that shimmered with a cold light, his expression becoming serious. When the day comes that you fully realize what kind of person Yilin is, you will definitely regret it. Zhuge Anai shook her head, clearly looking down on Jing Yu's choice. In her eyes, Jing Yu was just a fool deceived by Yilin. The moment the examiner announced the start of the match, Zhuge Anai immediately unleashed her skill. Explosive Phoenix Fire. The tome in her hand lit up, and countless fireballs rose from Zhuge Ni's graceful curves, smashing towards Jing Yu. The terrifying heat caused the temperature of the entire arena to rise continuously. Before the attack even reached him, beads of sweat had already formed on Jing Yu's forehead. Jing Yu gripped his long sword tightly, his figure flickering like a phantom. He was not blindly taking the fireballs head-on, instead, he skillfully utilized the edges and corners of the arena to cleverly evade Zhuge Ni's attacks. Fireballs exploded around him, flames splattering everywhere, yet they could never touch him even slightly. How many times can you dodge? Zhuge Anai calmly flipped through the tome in her hand. In an instant, all the fireballs coalesced into a massive firewall, charging towards Jing Yu with a devastating momentum. Faced with such indiscriminate attacks, Jing Yu's gaze sharpened. He knew this strike was unavoidable and had to be met head-on. He took a deep breath, and the power within him erupted instantly, the long sword shining with a cold light as he slashed directly at the oncoming firewall. Sword technique, slash. The sword energy surged, colliding violently with the firewall in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. The firewall was instantly torn apart by the sword energy, transforming into countless splashes of flowing fire, like blooming fire lotuses in the air. Jing Yu's figure flickered in the flames. The flowing fire would scorch his skin upon contact, yet he disregarded it and charged towards Zhuge Anai. He was well aware that against Zhuge Anai, a fire mage, only close combat would give him a chance of victory. Seeing this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Jing Yu to withstand her powerful attack head-on. At the same time, a surge of anger rose within her. She needed to defeat Yilin to prove herself to her father. If she couldn't even handle Jing Yu, how could she deal with Yilin? With this thought, a sharp glint flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes. Facing Jing Yu, who was rushing towards her, she did not panic. Instead, she responded even more calmly. The tome in her hand flipped again, and streams of fire arrows soared up, shooting towards Jing Yu at high speed. Jing Yu moved like the wind, darting swiftly between the fire arrows, sometimes leaping, sometimes diving, skillfully dodging Zhuge Ni's attacks. When he encountered arrows he couldn't evade, Jing Yu would swing his long sword, unleashing fierce sword energy to directly sever the fire arrows. After a few evasive maneuvers, Jing Yu reached Zhuge Ni's front, successfully closing the distance. At that moment, Zhuge Ni not only remained calm but also broke into a smile that made Jing Yu's heart skip a beat. In the next second, the tome in Zhuge Ni's hand began to flip pages on its own, her long hair swirling as if caught in a wind. Crimson Flame Sea. The air above the arena suddenly became scorching hot, and Jing Yu felt a terrifying wave of heat wash over him, nearly suffocating him. With every breath, his nostrils felt as if they were being burned. He looked up to see Zhuge Ni surrounded by roaring flames, which were no longer the ordinary red but a deep crimson gold, as if containing world-destroying power. Immediately, the flames rapidly converged, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire that enveloped him. The terrifyingly intense energy within the sea of fire seemed ready to swallow the entire world. As the sea of fire surged, the entire arena trembled violently, as if unable to withstand this terrifying force. Legendary level skill. To be able to unleash a legendary level skill at just level 14, this girl's talent is indeed exceptional. The chief examiner, Lu Ruan, flashed a look of astonishment. There are some clever elements involved. That magic book in her hand is an epic level equipment, but she truly is gifted. Su Qingxin couldn't help but praise. That kid named Jing Yu is going to lose. Another examiner shook his head. At that moment, Jing Yu's face turned extremely grim. He finally understood that Zhuge Ni had intentionally let him get close for this very moment. Give up, you can't break through my crimson flame sea. Zhuge Ni was engulfed in flames, her long hair flying, resembling a goddess of fire. At this moment, as long as Zhuge Ni willed it, the endless sea of fire around her would directly consume Jing Yu. Clearly, she had the victory in her grasp, yet there was not a trace of joy in Zhuge Ni's heart. This move was originally meant for dealing with Yilin, but unexpectedly, she was forced to use it against Jing Yu. Hey, you haven't won yet. Don't act like you've already won. A fierce glint flashed in Jing Yu's eyes. He had no way out now, so he decided to charge straight into the darkness. The next second, he actually rushed toward Zhuge Ni through the sea of flames, completely disregarding the threat of the fire. Foolish. Juga Enai frowned slightly, raising her pure white arm, and the sea of fire instantly coalesced into a terrifying wave of flames crashing down toward Jing Yu. Under the cover of the crimson flame sea, Jing Yu had no chance of getting close to her. The wave of flames slammed down on Jing Yu like the end of the world, and at that moment, his figure appeared incredibly small amidst the sea of fire, as if he could be swallowed by the endless flames at any moment. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Jing Yu did not dodge. He charged directly into the wave of flames. This sudden scene shocked everyone, and Ji's father stood up in alarm. Has this kid gone mad? Supervisor, prepare to save him, Lin Yuan shouted, then flashed forward toward the arena. The moment the flames made contact with his skin, Jing Yu felt a searing pain spread throughout his body, as if countless blades of fire were slicing through his flesh. His clothes ignited in an instant, turning to ashes, revealing skin charred black by the flames, yet he showed no sign of retreat. As a wealthy young master, death was Jing Yu's greatest fear, but at this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Whoosh! A charred figure burst forth from the sea of fire, and in Jugani's astonished gaze, a sword was thrust toward her. Juga Enai never expected that Jing Yu would continue to attack her even while enduring the full force of the Crimson Flame Sea. However, she remained extremely calm, quickly reacting and dodging the strike, but Jing Yu's sword was too fast and still grazed her left arm, causing blood to seep out. Seeing that he had successfully injured Juga Enai, Jing Yu let out a cold laugh. At this moment, he had been burned into a blackened husk, with only his eyes still shining brightly. I warn you, my boss is the person I respect the most besides my dad. If you dare to speak ill of my boss again, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Yu, due to his severe injuries, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Yilin rushed onto the stage without hesitation, using the power of the yin-yang twin bracelets to begin treating Jing Yu, whose body was covered in burns, some of his flesh even cooked. I didn't mean to, I didn't know he would go to such lengths. Looking at Yilin's grim expression, Juga Enai inexplicably began to explain herself. I know, it has nothing to do with you, Yilin replied coldly. Seeing Yilin's indifferent attitude, Juga Enai felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within her. What are you pretending for? If you hadn't deceived Jing Yu, how would he have ended up like this? In the end, isn't he still harmed by you? Yilin glanced at Juga Enai, then withdrew his gaze, too lazy to speak further. The label of this woman being foolish had already embedded itself in Yilin's mind. He didn't want to waste any more words with her. If it weren't for Juga Enai being the daughter of his teacher, Juga Qianxing, Yilin would have already cast a forbidden spell at her. When the medical staff carried Jing Yu away, Yilin walked down the stage without looking back. Juga Enai watched Yilin's retreating figure, biting her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes flashing with complex emotions. She suddenly recalled Jing Yu's earlier words. The person she regarded as a cowardly little man could actually make Jing Yu fight so hard. She couldn't understand why Jing Yu would go to such lengths for someone like Yilin, whom she saw as a cowardly fraud. Her own father believed in him, and so did Jing Yu, but why did no one believe in her? A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up in her heart. Was it envy or jealousy? Juga Enai was unsure. But at this moment, her desire to defeat Yilin had reached its peak. She couldn't stand how Yilin, clearly a cowardly fraud, still pretended to be calm and collected. Only a fair and just victory could completely wash away the turmoil in her heart. And there was her bet with her father. She had to drive Yilin out from under her father's tutelage. Such a person did not deserve to be her father's disciple. A coldness filled Jugani's face. Yilin, I will definitely expose your true colors. In the 6th round of the competition, only 4 candidates remained: Yilin, Luo Jun, Juga Enai, and a candidate named Lin Linglin. The other candidates had already completed their 5 rounds and finished their examination, and this year's top scorer from Qingcheng would emerge from these 4. Juga Enai was eager to face Yilin, but after the draw, she ended up against Lin Linglin, while Yilin faced Luo Jun. This draw excited countless spectators. They all knew Yilin was strong, but no one had seen just how strong he truly was. Luo Jun had just defeated Wang Zhanglin, who was also an SSS-level professional, without sustaining any injuries, making him a formidable opponent. Jugani's battle with Jing Yu had already proven to them that a lower level didn't necessarily mean weakness. Therefore, many people favored Luo Jun even more. The principals of Qingcheng High School were also getting excited. For them, the match between Luo Jun and Yilin was even more important than the finals. Unless Lin Linglin suddenly exploded with power, he would not be a match for Juga Enai. If Yilin defeated Luo Jun, it would mean the final showdown would be between 2 students from Qingcheng High School, ensuring that the top scorer would emerge from their school. If Luo Jun won, then Yucai High School would still have a chance to retain the title. After all, the top scorers from the past 3 years had all come from Yucai High School. Principal Su, do you think Luo Jun has a good chance of winning? One principal couldn't help but ask. Of course, he is my student, and I have great confidence in him. Principal Su smiled faintly, filled with an indescribable confidence. But he's an 18th level Forbidden Spell Master. The combat power of a Forbidden Spell Master is terrifying, especially since the opponent's level is higher than Luo Jun's. Can Luo Jun really win? Another principal was somewhat surprised. So what? Principal Su scoffed. In a competition, can he really afford to keep using forbidden spells recklessly? The other principals nodded in agreement. Everyone knew the power of forbidden spells, but they were extremely taxing on the body. Unless it was a matter of life and death, hardly anyone outside of the forbidden spell master profession would want to unleash a forbidden spell. I'm just afraid he can't withstand even one forbidden spell, Jing Yu said quietly. Humph, we'll know once they compete, Principal Su snorted coldly. On the stage, Yilin and Luo Jun had each showcased their levels. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear, level 14, Yilin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 18. The black spear in Luo Jun's hand pointed directly at Yilin, shimmering with a faint black light under the sun, as if a true dragon lurked within. Luo Jun's eyes were filled with surging battle intent, and one could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. Yilin, I finally found you. Among all the people, you are the only one I can regard as a rival. As long as I defeat you, this year's college entrance examination champion will surely be mine. This statement made Zhu Ganyi's expression darken. Luo Jun clearly did not take her seriously at all. Yilin remained silent, simply gripping the Starfall Celestial mark tightly. Amidst everyone's anticipation, with the proctor announcing the start, this battle began. This was also Yilin's first match since entering the arena. Luo Jun's figure suddenly flashed, pouncing towards Yilin like a fierce tiger. The black spear in his hand surged with the might of thunder, aiming straight for Yilin's heart. Yilin's expression remained unchanged, his body shifted slightly, and the Starfall Celestial mark traced a brilliant starry arc, meeting Luo Jun's black spear. He did not use any chaotic forbidden spells but instead employed the simplest and most straightforward Yangshuo sword technique. Luo Jun was only level 14, and each strike of the Yangshuo sword technique doubled the power of the previous one. If all went well, it would only take about 20 layers of stacking for the power of the Starfall Celestial mark to surpass what Luo Jun could withstand. Moreover, using the Yangshuo sword technique, Yilin did not have to worry about accidentally killing Luo Jun, which was the main reason. Using a sword? Luo Jun was somewhat shocked. He had only seen Yilin use the Annihilation Thunder before, so he was fully prepared, but he did not expect Yilin to directly pull out a sword. A forbidden spell master, also skilled in close combat? How did he not know this? As the black spear and the Starfall Celestial mark continued to clash, Luo Jun became increasingly alarmed. Yilin's sword technique seemed simple, yet each strike contained incredibly powerful force, and this power kept stacking. The Starfall Celestial mark traced brilliant trajectories in the air, colliding with Luo Jun's black spear, producing a crisp metallic sound and sparking a series of sparks. At first, the black spear held absolute dominance, but as Yilin swung his sword more frequently, Luo Jun felt increasingly outmatched, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. One force breaks 10,000 methods. Although Yilin only knew simple slashing, the stacking power of the Yangshuo sword technique was truly terrifying. The spectators around the arena watched in astonishment. This was not a forbidden spell master battling a warrior class. It clearly looked like one warrior was exchanging blows with another. Is this how forbidden spell masters fight? Isn't he a forbidden spell master? Why hasn't he cast a single forbidden spell and can still clash with Luo Jun? Is it really that absurd? I'm curious too. I thought it would be a barrage of forbidden spells, but it turned out to be this scene. The viewers watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. This battle seemed quite different from what they had imagined. The principals of Qingcheng High School had already noticed the clues. Is it that forbidden spell? It should be, consuming his own lifespan to make each strike stronger than the last. How many strikes has he made? Is it worth it to exchange his lifespan for a victory in an arena match? The principals discussed among themselves, while Principal Su's expression was extremely grim. He never expected Yilin to be so determined, and to be risking his lifespan. Principal Su, didn't you say Luo Jun might not lose? From the current situation, it looks like he's bound to lose, Jing Yu said, grinning widely. Don't celebrate too early. Principal Su gritted his teeth. On the arena, Yilin's Yangshuo sword technique had already stacked to 15 layers, each strike carrying terrifying immense power. Luo Jun felt an unprecedented pressure, even his tiger's mouth had cracked, blood oozing profusely. No, if this continues, I will definitely lose. A hint of panic flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Every strike from Yilin was growing exponentially more powerful, as if it were endless. He had to take a gamble to have a chance of winning. Shadow Break Strike. Luo Jun tightened his grip on the end of the gun, the black spear striking towards Yilin like a massive pillar. Yilin didn't want to block it, but to avoid appearing too extraordinary, he still horizontally positioned his blade to deflect it. With that block, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Seeing his strike land, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Yilin, do you think you're the only one who can cast forbidden spells? Forbidden spell? Dark Dragon's Fall. The tip of Luo Jun's spear gathered a brilliant light, a forbidden spell unleashed with all his might. Under this strike, the entire arena seemed to tremble, the air filled with a murderous intent, as if this shot could pierce even a true dragon. The moment the black spear was thrust out, it erupted with dazzling light and a deafening roar. Yilin felt a tremendous force hit him, his body uncontrollably stumbling back several steps, while a blood hole slowly expanded on his chest, staining his clothes red. He looked down and saw the tip of the black spear had pierced through his heart, and Luo Jun was coldly gazing at him, eyes filled with pride and mockery. In that instant, the entire Qingqing fell silent. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Luo Jun would directly cast a forbidden spell, let alone that he could pierce Yilin's chest with a single shot. Luo Jun has won. I really didn't expect it. Isn't the forbidden spell master said to be invincible at the same level? Yilin was actually defeated by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels lower. Luo Jun really went all out, directly casting a forbidden spell. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with shock. Old Dog Su, you old thing. To win, you actually taught forbidden spells to your students? Gao Zhenyu was furious, rushing over to confront Principal Su. Although Luo Jun had high talent, his current strength was still insufficient to master a forbidden spell. The only explanation was that Principal Su, in order to secure the top spot in Qingcheng, disregarded Luo Jun's future and made him learn the forbidden spell. Seeing the situation settled, Principal Su wore a smug smile, casually speaking. What's wrong? There's no rule saying that forbidden spells can't be taught to students. Losing is losing. What? You don't want to admit it? Shameless! Gao Zhenyu shouted angrily, and the expressions of the other principals were also somewhat grim. Casting a forbidden spell placed a tremendous burden on the body, especially since Luo Jun was an SSS-level profession with limitless potential. To secure the top spot, sacrificing a future genius was clearly against their educational philosophy. Luo Jun agreed himself. So you needn't worry about it, Principal Su said, calm and spirited. So what if he was a forbidden spell master? This year's top student would still be from their Yutsai High School. Zhuge Enai stared blankly at the arena, her feelings at this moment indescribably complex. She never expected Yilin would lose to Luo Jun. However, that shot from Luo Jun was indeed terrifying, and Zhuge Enai had no confidence she could have dodged it. Originally, she had desperately hoped to defeat Yilin, but now, seeing Yilin on the verge of death, Zhuge Enai couldn't help but sigh. When a person dies, the light goes out, and there was no need to hold on to the other any longer. She had long advised Yilin that the power of a forbidden spell master came at the cost of future in life, but unfortunately, Yilin hadn't heeded her words. If you could have listened to advice, perhaps you wouldn't have ended up like this today. Zhuge Enai shook her head, murmuring softly. On the arena, Luo Jun was gasping for breath, his face pale. It was evident that casting the forbidden spell Dark Dragon's Fall had taken a tremendous toll on him. What does being level 18 matter? You'll still fall under my gun, Luo Jun said triumphantly. Who told you that I lost? Yilin calmly raised his gaze. Your heart has been pierced, and you're still being stubborn? Luo Jun scoffed disdainfully. It seems that forbidden spellcasters have not appeared for too long, causing the world to forget the terror of this profession. Yilin calmly spread his arms. No one can kill a forbidden spellcaster. A forbidden spellcaster only dies under their own forbidden spells. Forbidden spell? Immortal and indestructible. As Yilin cast the forbidden spell, a mysterious power erupted from him, and the air around the arena seemed to solidify. Although his heart had been pierced, Yilin at that moment appeared unfazed, swinging the Starfall Skymark to continue striking at Luo Jun. Luo Jun's expression changed drastically. How could someone with a pierced heart still possess such terrifying power? Is this guy really human? At the same time, the twin yin-yang bracelets on Yilin's wrist glowed, and a powerful energy was rapidly restoring his body. The wound caused by Dark Dragon's Fall was healing at a visibly rapid pace until it completely disappeared. This sudden scene left everyone in shock. They had never seen anyone survive with a pierced heart. Could this guy be immortal? Only a few people understood what was happening, including Lin Yuan and the other examiners. Immortal and indestructible? Wasn't this forbidden spell lost long ago? I never expected to see it in my lifetime. The profession of forbidden spellcaster is terrifying. They can naturally integrate and comprehend forbidden spells. At the cost of one's lifespan, immune to fatal damage, this forbidden spell is indeed the most powerful and practical. capable of directly immunizing against a guaranteed fatal blow. First, using Immortal and Indestructible to immunize against fatal damage, then activating equipment to heal the wound. This kid is too calm. If he weren't a forbidden spellcaster, he would surely achieve great things in the future. One examiner couldn't help but shake his head, his eyes filled with regret. Being a forbidden spellcaster meant a short life. This was an ironclad fact. Yilin pressed forward, each swing of the Starfall Skymark carrying terrifying power. Luo Jun was forced to retreat step by step. He had originally thought that shooting through the heart had secured his victory, but now it seemed he was completely deluding himself. As he faced imminent defeat, a fierce glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Since he had already cast it once, he didn't mind doing it again. Forbidden spell? Dark Dragon's Fall. Luo Jun cast the forbidden spell again, this time aiming for Yilin's head. As the black spear erupted with dazzling light and charged toward him, Yilin frowned. He didn't want to publicly cast Immortal and Indestructible again, as overusing it might reveal his secret one day. Thus, Yilin raised his hand directly. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. Since this kid loved forbidden spells so much, he would match him with a forbidden spell of his own. Yilin pressed his palm forward, and suddenly the sky darkened with thick clouds, bolts of lightning flashing wildly as if to engulf the entire arena. Boom! With Yilin's movement, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, directly crashing toward Luo Jun. Impossible! Luo Jun's terrified scream rang out. Clearly, it was the same forbidden spell, but why was Yilin's version so terrifying? He frantically tried to dodge, but the speed of the lightning was too fast. He had no time to react. The lightning struck Luo Jun hard, sending his body flying and crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Luo Jun was completely charred, with electric arcs occasionally sparking from his body. If he weren't lying at the edge of the arena, his body still twitching, one might even suspect he was already a corpse. Looking at Luo Jun's miserable state, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected that just a second ago, Luo Jun was in a winning position, and the next second, he was struck by a bolt of lightning from Yilin, turning him into charcoal. This sudden reversal left everyone momentarily unsure of how to react. Yilin stood calmly on the stage, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, his face turning extremely pale. To act, one must go all out. Having just unleashed a powerful forbidden spell, if he appeared unaffected, wouldn't that raise suspicions? Luo Jun was struck to ashes by a bolt of lightning and was subsequently carried away by medical personnel. Given how ruthless he had been, Yilin naturally wouldn't hold back. This battle ended with Yilin's victory, bringing his score to 140 points. This also meant that the finals of this year's college entrance examination would be a showdown between Zhuge Ni and Yilin, an internal battle of Qingcheng High School. Regardless of who won, the top scholar would be from Qingcheng High School, and Gao Zhenyu had already started popping champagne to celebrate. As for who found Luo Jun's defeat the hardest to accept, it was undoubtedly Principal Su from Yucai High School. He was nearly grinding his back teeth to dust, staring fiercely at Yilin on the stage. To win, he had even taught Luo Jun forbidden spells, willing to ruin Luo Jun's future if necessary. But even so, they still lost in the end. How could Principal Su accept that? I want to report. I must report Yilin from Qingcheng High School for deliberately killing his opponent. He, an 18th level transmuter, used such a powerful forbidden spell against a 14th level transmuter. This is murder. Principal Su stood up and shouted. Deliberate killing of opponents was absolutely not allowed in the arena. Anyone who could enter the competition was a prodigy, and as long as they grew, they could stand on their own. The death of any one of them would be a huge loss for the great Xia. Therefore, there was a rule in the college entrance examination trials: if an opponent was killed, the perpetrator would be disqualified and all their scores would be cancelled. If it were any other time, seeing Luo Jun's near-death state would surely sway the crowd to Principal Su's side. But thinking of how ruthless Luo Jun had been in shooting Yilin, everyone's expressions were extremely strange. If anyone was guilty of deliberately killing an opponent, it was truly Luo Jun. If Yilin were not a forbidden spell master but another profession, he would either be dead or severely injured. You can report to the examiners. Shouting here is useless, Gao Zhenyu scoffed, looking at Principal Su as if he were a clown. Gao Zhenyu, just wait, this isn't over. Principal Su gritted his teeth and turned to leave, unwilling to watch any longer. What followed was the internal battle of Qingcheng High School. Watching it would only add to his frustration. It's a deal, double happiness is coming. Gao Zhenyu grinned, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out at that moment. I thought the internal battle of the finals at Qingcheng High School would be enough to make me happy, but unexpectedly, the eyesore left on its own. That's just wonderful. Halfway through his departure, Principal Su stumbled, nearly unable to resist turning back to fight Gao Zhenyu. Ah, so tired, this college entrance examination is even more exhausting than fighting Kensen, Yilin muttered to himself as he stepped down from the stage. When dealing with Kensen, he could unleash all his firepower, using as many forbidden spells as he wanted. But in the college entrance examination arena, he felt restricted everywhere, afraid of revealing any clues. After all, the arena competition was live-streamed, with countless eyes watching. Otherwise, with Luo Jun's strength, let alone stabbing himself, even 100 Luo Juns tied together wouldn't be enough for him to kill. I need to quickly improve my strength. Once I am strong enough, I won't have to worry about others discovering my immortality, and I can act freely. Moreover, the final match is against Zhuge Ni, which gives Yilin a headache. He definitely can't just throw a forbidden spell at her like he did with Luo Jun, otherwise, if he turns Zhuge Ni into ashes, Zhuge Qianqing will definitely not let him off the hook. Let me think, is there a forbidden spell I can use? Yilin is in distress. He urgently needs a forbidden spell that can defeat Zhuge Ni without causing her too much harm. Spells like world-destroying thunder or inferno of the heavens won't work. Even a warrior like Luo Jun can't withstand them, and a mage like Zhuge Ni would surely perish from a mere brush with such power. Just as Yilin is troubled, the 7th round, the final match, arrives. However, for many, this match has already lost its suspense. In his battle with Luo Jun, Yilin has demonstrated the terror of a forbidden spell master. As long as Zhuge Ni takes a hit from a forbidden spell, she's done for. On the arena, Zhuge Ni stands opposite Yilin, her stunning face filled with complexity. She had just thought that Yilin was about to die under Luo Jun's gun, but unexpectedly, Yilin suddenly turned the situation around with an immortal forbidden spell. With the examiner's command, this battle, which would determine the top scholar of Qingcheng, officially begins. Strangely, neither Yilin nor Zhuge Ni shows any intention of moving. Both stand there in a daze. Yilin is afraid that a forbidden spell might accidentally kill Zhuge Ni, while Zhuge Ni seems lost in thought. After a while, Zhuge Ni coldly speaks. Yilin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you're ready to make a move. I don't want to take advantage of you. No need, just go ahead and attack. Yilin waves his hand, looking troubled. He thinks through all the forbidden spells he currently knows, but none can be used. The forbidden spells either lack offensive power, like Dance of Instantaneous Movement, Rebirth of Flames, or Return of the Undead, which have other effects, or the ones with offensive power are all too powerful. Alright, then don't blame me for being rude, because I have a reason to win. A determined glint flashes in Zhuge Ni's eyes, and then she opens a tome and directly casts her skill. Exploding Phoenix Fire. Flames instantly surge on the arena, transforming into terrifying fireballs that roar toward Yilin. Forbidden spell? Dance of Instantaneous Movement. Facing the incoming fireballs, Yilin immediately sacrifices a kidney, gaining a 5-fold increase in agility. Since he can't attack, he can only drag it out until Zhuge Ni exhausts her mana. He currently has only 140 points. To enter the Supreme Academy, he must achieve a perfect score, which means he cannot afford to lose this match. Yilin's figure darts swiftly through the flames, like a ghost traversing a sea of fire. His movements are at their peak, changing positions every moment. The roaring fireballs can only graze his body, unable to touch him at all. On the arena, the flames blaze fiercely, but Yilin's figure flows through them like a stream of clouds. This scene astonishes all the spectators. A forbidden spell master can possess such high agility, which is simply unbelievable. But soon, they notice something amiss. Why is Yilin only dodging and not attacking? If he used that Thunder Forbidden spell just now, wouldn't he win? Maybe the Thunder Forbidden spell consumes too much. Yilin can't use it a second time right away? That must be it. Otherwise, how can we explain why he's only dodging and not attacking? I guess Yilin must think Zhuge Ni is beautiful and has developed a heart of pity for her, which is why he isn't attacking. Your information is too outdated. I heard through the grapevine that Yilin has already been taken as a disciple by Mr. Zhuge. He is intentionally trying to let the top scholar position go to Zhuge Ni. On the arena, watching Yilin, who only dodged and did not attack, Zhuge Ni gritted her silver teeth, her pretty face filled with humiliation. Yilin, is dodging all you can do? Zhuge Ni ground her teeth. In her eyes, Yilin's behavior of only dodging and not attacking was clearly a deliberate humiliation. It was like a powerful old horse teasing a weak little sheep with a mouthful of spicy salt. Is there a rule against dodging? Yilin shrugged. Good. I want to see how you dodge. Crimson Flame Sea. Zhuge Ni shouted, her long hair moving without wind. In an instant, the air above the arena became extremely hot, the temperature rising rapidly. Zhuge Ni was engulfed in flames, radiating a dazzling crimson gold color that was breathtaking. The crimson gold flames formed a sea of fire, surrounding Yilin. Yilin frowned, then quickly jumped left and right to evade. The sea of fire blazed, but Yilin's figure moved through it like flowing water, his movements incredibly swift, each dodge precise. Although the crimson gold flames were terrifying, they could never touch him. In an instant, Yilin sacrificed half of his liver, boosting his agility sevenfold. The sudden increase made Yilin's already terrifying speed surge again, turning him into a streak of light heading straight for Juga Ni. Juga Ni never expected Yilin's speed could be even faster, so she had no time to react. Bang! With a crisp sound, Yilin lifted the Starfall Skymark and tapped the back of Juga Ni's head with the heavy blade, producing a sharp sound. Juga Ni crouched down, holding her head. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such humiliation. In an instant, tears welled up from the pain, and a large bump formed on her head. You lost. Yilin spoke calmly. The gap in strength between him and Juga Ni was already evident. If he had used the blade instead of the back of the knife just now, with the sharpness of the Starfall Skymark, Juga Ni's head would have been split in two. Those simple 3 words instantly shattered Juga Ni's psychological defenses. Humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept such a humiliating defeat. Who told you I lost? I didn't forfeit, nor have I lost my fighting ability. This match can continue. Juga Ni stood up angrily, refusing to admit defeat. With a wave of her hand, several fireballs flew towards Yilin. Yilin frowned. He didn't expect Juga Ni to be so stubborn. Since that was the case, he might as well kick her off the stage next time. To avoid accidentally killing Juga Ni, Yilin still didn't use any other forbidden spells, only employing the Dance of Instants. Watching Yilin slip left and right like an eel, Juga Ni's anger intensified. I can't lose. I won't lose. I absolutely refuse to lose to this annoying guy. The pride within her caused Juga Ni's aura to rise rapidly, her flame power reaching its peak. She shouted, quickly forming seals with her hands in front of her chest, a power of flames even stronger than before bursting forth from her body, the book in front of her flipping rapidly. On the arena, the air seemed to twist under this power, forming crimson patterns, as if ancient talismans were appearing in the air. Yilin, since you're so good at dodging, let's see you dodge this move. Juga Ni's voice was filled with surging anger. Tornado Flame Spell. Juga Ni suddenly pushed forward with her jade-like hands, and the crimson patterns instantly converged into a massive fire tornado, roaring straight towards Yilin. This fire tornado was different from the previous sea of flames. It seemed to have a life of its own, dancing wildly in the air, each rotation releasing terrifying heat, as if it aimed to incinerate everything in its path. After casting this skill, Juga Ni's body was drenched in fragrant sweat, and her face turned slightly pale, clearly indicating that using this skill took a significant toll on her. The ancient tome was also quite damaged. After all, it was an epic-level piece of equipment. Looking at the damaged tome, a flash of heartache crossed Juga Ni's eyes. But as long as she could win, everything was worth it. She firmly believed that with this move, Yilin would have nowhere to hide. Sure enough, this time, no matter how Yilin dodged, the fire tornado followed him relentlessly, like a persistent curse. Does it have a tracking ability? Yilin frowned, then saw Juga Ni not far away, and he immediately thought of a solution. With 7 times the agility, he merely shifted and appeared behind Juga Ni. A mage, without teammates to protect her, facing a fast opponent while casting a skill with tracking ability, is essentially committing suicide. Didn't you learn this simple principle in class? Yilin's voice rang in Juga Ni's ears. At that moment, the fire tornado, like a raging fire dragon, was speeding towards them. At this rate, the fire tornado would surely hit Juga Ni before it reached Yilin. Stand down. Yilin spoke calmly. Once Juga Ni cancelled the skill, he would kick her off the stage, directly ending this farce. Facing the incoming fire tornado, Juga Ni's face turned pale, and a hint of humiliation flashed in her beautiful eyes. You wish. Juga Ni not only refused to cancel the fire tornado spell but instead increased her mental output, making the fire tornado even more ferocious. It was clear that she was ready to perish together with Yilin. Nimi. Outside, Juga Qianqing saw this scene and immediately stood up in shock. He never expected his daughter would be so resolute. Was she willing to win even at the cost of her life? Lin Yuan and the other examiners were also startled. Prepare to save her. Faced with the crazed Juga Ni, Yilin frowned slightly. Crazy woman. Since Juga Ni wouldn't back down, he naturally couldn't use her as a shield. After all, she was his teacher's daughter. Despite Juga Ni's many faults, Juga Qianqing had treated him well, and he couldn't just watch Juga Ni die. Yilin reached out and pulled Juga Ni behind him, then raised a hand, unleashing a terrifying force from his palm, causing the arena beneath them to tremble and emit a deafening roar. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. A stone wall rose between Yilin and the fire tornado, incredibly mysterious, as if not made of solid matter. This was one of the forbidden spells Yilin had just unlocked after leveling up. Forbidden spell? Wall of Size. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own life force to summon the Wall of Size from the depths of the underworld, blocking incoming attacks. If the attacker's level does not exceed the forbidden spellcaster's level by 20 or more, the attack is nullified. The effect of this skill was as straightforward as its name. With Yilin currently at level 18, the Wall of Size he summoned could not be broken by any class changer below level 38, who could only sigh at the wall. The ferocious fire tornado collided with the Wall of Size, causing no sound, as the raging flames were gradually devoured by the wall, ultimately turning into nothingness. The sighing wall dissipated, and Yilin stood firmly there, while Juga Ni was securely protected behind him, completely unharmed. A few examiners, seeing that the fiery tornado had been resolved by Yilin, tacitly stopped in their tracks. What on earth? Is this power? Juga Ni stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had clearly prepared to perish alongside Yilin, yet he had so easily deflected her full-force strike and shielded her behind him. At that moment, Juga Ni finally realized the terrifying gap in strength between her and Yilin. Fool, stop daydreaming and turn around. Yilin affectionately ruffled Juga Ni's hair, his smile gentle and kind, leaving her momentarily stunned. She suddenly felt that Yilin before her didn't seem as detestable as she had imagined. Why do I suddenly feel a bit sweet? I think I might be shipping them. The stubborn and proud princess meets the strong and gentle knight. Oh my. Bookstore smash. I see it now. Yilin doesn't want to hand over the top scholar title, he's just afraid of hurting Juga Ni, which is why he keeps dodging. So sweet, how can there be such a gentleman? He really can't bear for Juga Ni to suffer even a bit of harm. The people of Qingcheng watching the live broadcast couldn't help but smile with a hint of maternal affection at the warm scene on stage. Under everyone's gaze, Yilin slowly turned Juga Ni's body around, then viciously kicked her in the backside. Get lost. You're acting like you're sick. Juga Ni was completely unprepared, and Yilin's full-force kick sent her flying into the air, her delicate figure tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before crashing down outside the ring, landing in a heap, utterly disheveled. The people of Qingcheng, the examiners, Juga Qingcheng. Yilin's sudden kick left everyone stunned. On Juga Ni's pert backside, there was even a clear imprint of a size 43 shoe, visible for all to see, with the live camera even zooming in for a close-up. The people of Qingcheng couldn't help but gape in disbelief. One moment it was sweet, hormone-laden air, and the next it turned into violent chastisement? Kicking a beautiful girl into a mess, is this even reasonable? Yi Lin. Pft, pft, pft. Juga Ni got up from the ground, spitting out the dirt from her mouth, her face flushed with anger. She had just begun to change her impression of Yilin, and this kick had undoubtedly shattered her filter completely. Yilin showed no mercy, and Juga Ni could clearly feel that one side of her backside was swollen from the kick, one cheek larger than the other, with the larger one even throbbing with pain. This matter isn't over between us. Just you wait. Juga Ni spat out a harsh remark and turned to leave, but as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain shot through her backside, making her gasp in cold air. Watching Juga Ni limp away, the proctor on the stage looked at Yilin with a strange expression. Such a beautiful girl, and this guy really could be so ruthless. Complaining aside, the proctor didn't forget his duty and immediately announced, in the final round of the arena competition, candidate Yilin wins, earning 10 points. With that, Yilin's score reached 150 points, making him the top scholar of Qingcheng. This should be enough to enter the Supreme Academy, right? Yilin murmured to himself. A perfect score plus being the top scholar was already the best result achievable in the college entrance examination. A host in high heels quickly walked onto the stage, holding a microphone and smiling sweetly at the camera. Hello to all the viewers watching the live broadcast, I am Wei Benlu, the host of Qingcheng Vision. After a day of spectacular competition, the top scorer of the 886th college entrance examination has been born, and that is the student Yilin, who is right beside me. In previous years, there would definitely be enthusiastic cheers at this time in Qingcheng, but this year, there was an eerie silence. Yilin, as this year's top scorer, do you have anything you would like to say to the audience behind the camera? Wei Benlu asked Yilin. No, Yilin replied honestly. No. Wei Benlu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly regained her sweet smile as a professional host. Yilin is really cool, huh? So, Yilin, having achieved the top score, what are your thoughts, or is there anyone you would like to thank? Thank the examiners, I got a free pass for 2 rounds, Yilin replied honestly. Don't you want to thank your parents? Wei Benlu pressed on. I am an orphan, Yilin replied honestly. Wei Benlu. Cold sweat began to trickle down Wei Benlu's forehead. How was this interview supposed to continue? This could very well become a major blemish on her career. she quickly changed the subject and continued to ask, "So, Yilin, do you have any wishes?" "I want to enter the Supreme Academy," Yilin replied honestly. Upon hearing this, many viewers watching the live broadcast looked puzzled. "The best academy, isn't it Daxia Academy? Where did this Supreme Academy come from?" Meanwhile, host Wei Benlu let out a sigh of relief. Yilin finally said something she could work with. What a coincidence! Today, the person in charge of the Supreme Academy in the Qingqing area, Teacher Su Qingxin, is right here at the college entrance examination site. Let's welcome Teacher Su. As soon as Wei Benlu finished speaking, the camera focused on Su Qingxin. Dressed in a long blue dress, Su Qingxin appeared on screen, catching the attention of many viewers who marveled at her mature beauty. This kind of mature and charming beauty is appealing to men of all ages. Let me explain to our audience. The Supreme Academy only recruits the top 100 students from the college entrance examination each year. You can think of the Supreme Academy as a special forces training camp within the academy, Wei Benlu explained. Teacher Su, this year's Qingqing top scorer Yilin wishes to enter the Supreme Academy, and you are in charge of the admissions work for the Qingqing area. May I ask if Yilin's wish can be fulfilled? Wei Benlu sweetly inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxin slightly furrowed her brows and then shook her head. Yilin, don't blame me for being straightforward. Your wish is likely to be unfulfilled. As soon as Su Qingxin said this, both Yilin, the person involved, and Wei Benlu, as well as all the viewers watching the live broadcast, were stunned. What does this mean? Although the Supreme Academy sounds incredibly impressive, it shouldn't be that they would look down on the top scorer of an entire city, right? Even Zhuge Qianqing, behind his golden-rimmed glasses, slightly furrowed his brows, as he vaguely guessed something. Meanwhile, the expressions of the examiners, including Lu Ruan, showed no signs of shock, clearly indicating they had long known that Su Qingxin looked down on Yilin. Why? Yilin couldn't help but ask. With a perfect score of 150 points and being the top scorer of Qingqing, under these two conditions, the Supreme Academy shouldn't refuse him. You know, your profession is a forbidden spellmaster. Su Qingxin's tone was very cold. Since the existence of the profession of forbidden spellmaster, there have been a total of 11 instances. The average lifespan of these 11 individuals is 22 years, with the longest living one reaching 24 years and 10 months. This also means that you have no value to cultivate at all. Your current strength is bought at the cost of overdrawn future and vitality. Investing resources in you is like throwing money into the sea, producing no value whatsoever. Don't blame me for being blunt, but this is the truth. As Su Qingxin's words fell, many viewers of the live broadcast fell into deep thought. They had to admit that although Su Qingxin's words were harsh, they were indeed very reasonable. It is well known that forbidden spellcasters have short lifespans. A university takes 4 years to train a transferee, and Yilin, now 18, will graduate at 22, which is also the average lifespan of a forbidden spellcaster. This means that Yilin is very likely to die right after graduation. So, the resources poured into him over these 4 years would be in vain, wouldn't they? Once they understood this, everyone realized why Su Qingxin had refused to admit Yilin, and for a moment, their gazes toward him were tinged with pity. What a dazzling new star, but unfortunately, it wouldn't shine for long before it was extinguished. I understand, Yilin nodded calmly. Although a bit disappointed, it wasn't a big deal. He had tried his best to fight for it. If Su Qingxin looked down on him, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just tell Su Qingxin in front of everyone that he was actually immortal, could he? If that were the case, he would probably end up not in the Supreme Academy but in some research laboratory. Just then, a figure appeared beside Yilin, draped in a trench coat and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Exuding an elegant demeanor, it was Zhuge Qianqing. Upon seeing Zhuge Qianqing intrude into the examination room, several examiners, including Lu Ruan, frowned but said nothing. After all, they were well aware of Mr. Zhuge's reputation, and since the high-stakes examination had already concluded, Zhuge Qianqing's entrance wouldn't affect anything, so they turned a blind eye. However, Su Qingxin's expression became incredibly complex the moment she saw Zhuge Qianqing, and Zhuge Qianqing's demeanor was somewhat unnatural. It seemed they were old acquaintances. Teacher Su, the problem you are worried about may have already been solved by me. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, his warm hand resting on Yilin's shoulder. In an instant, a surge of stellar power rushed into Yilin's body, wreaking havoc within him. Yilin endured silently, not uttering a word. Even if Zhuge Qianqing intended to harm him, he wouldn't act in front of so many witnesses. Yilin is my disciple. I have developed a method that can significantly reduce the impact of casting forbidden spells on the forbidden spellcaster themselves. If you don't believe it, you can take Yilin for a physical examination, and you'll know, Zhuge Qianqing said. As soon as he finished speaking, many viewers watching the live broadcast changed their expressions dramatically. and some wealthy individuals from Qingchang with daughters looked at Zhuge Qianqing with fervent eyes. There had indeed been rumors that Mr. Zhuge had taken on a disciple. Now, with Zhuge Qianqing publicly acknowledging it in front of everyone, it undoubtedly confirmed Yilin's status as his disciple. Yilin felt a surge of emotion. Zhuge Qianqing had undoubtedly drawn all the attention to himself. As time passed, his vitality as a forbidden spellcaster would surely raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives. By saying this in front of everyone, Zhuge Qianqing had shielded him, placing himself in the spotlight. Any doubts would only fall on Zhuge Qianqing. The gazes of Lu Ruan and the others also grew fervent. If Zhuge Qianqing could indeed reduce the impact of casting forbidden spells on the spellcaster, then Yilin would truly become a rising star. Not to mention, as long as he could live to 30, the situation would be completely different. An additional 8 years of life for a forbidden spellcaster would be enough to make countless people wary. Only Su Qingxin's expression remained unchanged, her gaze growing much colder. Mr. Zhuge, you are indeed skilled in astrology and divination, but when it comes to the research and understanding of job changers, can you match the expertise of the professors at my Supreme Academy? You think I would believe that you could research something that even the professors at the Supreme Academy couldn't? You want me to have the Supreme Academy train a forbidden spellmaster based on your empty claims? What if he doesn't even live past 25? Will you compensate for the lost resources? Facing Su Qingxin's aggressive questioning, Zhuge Qianqing frowned slightly and then sighed. Qingxin, can you not bring personal emotions into this? I am seriously discussing this matter with you. All you need to do is check Yilin's body, and you'll know the truth, right? He had just damaged Yilin's body to a perfect extent, and Zhuge Qianqing was confident that deceiving Su Qingxin would not be a problem. Mr. Zhuge, I am not bringing personal emotions into this. I am also serious about discussing this matter with you, Su Qingxin replied coldly. At this moment, countless gazes sparkled with gossip, and even the dullest could see that there was a story between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin. Our Supreme Academy will not accept a forbidden spell master, Mr. Zhuge, so please stop your nonsense, Su Qingxin said coldly. Zhuge Qianqing furrowed his brows in helplessness. He could see that Su Qingxin was determined to reject Yilin. Forget it, teacher, if the Supreme Academy won't take him, then so be it. I don't mind, it's just a school, Yilin said, not wanting to see Zhuge Qianqing in a difficult position. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. What a big tone, just a school. As soon as the words fell, the cameraman dutifully pointed the camera at the source of the voice. A young man in a white robe walked over slowly, a mocking smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Yilin with a hint of disdain. He curled his lips into a cold smile, then suddenly stepped forward, and a powerful aura erupted, directly charging at Yilin. Yilin felt a tremendous force collide with him, as if struck by lightning. His internal energy surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly sense that the strength of the young man before him was not even weaker than Ken Sin. Humph, just a forbidden spellmaster, merely a fleeting moment, and you dare to speak so arrogantly here? Just because you got first place, you don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth? Who among those who can enter the Supreme Academy isn't a top scholar? The young man sneered repeatedly. Remember, the one who defeated you is Yun Guanlo, a first-year student at the Supreme Academy. Oh, about to be a second year. Silence. Whether in the Qingshi Square or among the people of Qingcheng watching the live broadcast, there was now a profound silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes flashing with surprise. Just moments ago, they had only heard the host Wei Benla talk about how strong the Supreme Academy was, but they had no concrete concept. However, when Yun Guanlo made his move and struck Yilin, causing him to spit blood, they finally understood how terrifying the Supreme Academy was. It should be noted that Yun Guanlo was just about to enter his second year, which meant he had only studied at the Supreme Academy for a year. And Yilin, the top scholar of this year's Qingcheng College entrance examination, the strongest person in all of Qingcheng, and still a forbidden spell master. Even so, in front of Yun Guanlo, Yilin was still struck and coughed up blood in one hit. It was terrifying. No wonder Zhuge Qianqing was willing to personally intervene to send Yilin to the Supreme Academy. Many students in their third or even fourth year at other academies did not possess the terrifying strength of Yun Guanlo. A good academy could definitely lay the foundation for a job changer's future. Yun Guanlo, if you dare to act recklessly and hurt someone again, I will make you write a self-reflection when you get back, Su Qingxin said, pretending to be serious. Got it, Teacher Su. I didn't mean to hurt him, I just wanted to say hello. Who knew he was so weak? Yun Guanlo chuckled, completely dismissing Yilin. Yilin got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and calmly looked at Yun Guanlo. If he were to go all out without holding back, it was hard to say who would win between him and Yun Guanlo, but for now, he was indeed not Yun Guanlo's opponent. Seeing Yilin still daring to look at him, Yun Guanlo's gaze turned colder, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. What's wrong? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, you're always welcome to challenge me. I will remember today's events, Yilin said. Ha ha ha, just a waste of space. I say a few words to you, and you really take it to heart? You'll never have a chance to beat me in your life, you fool. Yun Guanlo laughed disdainfully. Is your confidence based on that Zhuge Qianqing? You're just a frog in a well. In Xinjiang, some respect him and call him Mr. Zhuge, but in the whole of Daxia, he counts for nothing. Su Qingxin's refusal to admit Yilin meant he could not enter the Supreme Academy, and no matter which other academy Yilin went to, he could never catch up to Yun Guanlo at the Supreme Academy. As a student of the Supreme Academy, Yun Guanlo knew all too well the direct gap between the Supreme Academy and those ordinary academies. The resources and teaching staff were not something ordinary academies could compare to. Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet? Yilin asked calmly. He didn't care much about Yun Guanlo's insults, but Yun Guanlo's insult to Zhuge Qianqing had already crossed Yilin's bottom line. Oh, what are we betting on? Yun Guanlo became interested. A year from now, I will challenge you at the Supreme Academy to see if the students there are really unbeatable, Yilin said. You really dare to challenge me? Ha ha ha. Yun Guanlo laughed until tears came out, looking at Yilin as if he were a clown. Yes, it will determine both our strengths and our lives. Yilin spoke seriously. As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Yun Guanlo stunned, but the others were also in an uproar. This was a life and death bet. Everyone knew how terrifying a forbidden spellmaster could be when fighting for their life. Yilin, don't be impulsive. Zhuge Qianqing quickly grabbed Yilin. Although Yun Guanlo was arrogant, he indeed had the capital to be so. His level was already close to 45, and in another year, breaking 50 and approaching 60 was not impossible. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not being impulsive. Yilin gave Zhuge Qianqing a reassuring look. Zhuge Qianqing frowned. He wasn't worried about Yilin losing but about Yilin accidentally exposing the secret of his immortality, determining both strengths and lives? Yun Guanlo grinned, his expression becoming serious. Alright, Yun Guanlo, accept this bet. This scene was also recorded live. The people of Xinjiang were all shocked. They never expected Yilin to be so bold as to dare to make a life and death bet with Yun Guanlo. Right now, Yun Guanlo could defeat him with a single blow, and a year later, Yun Guanlo would only become stronger. Where did he get his confidence? Since Teacher Su insists on refusing to admit Yilin, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Zhuge Qianqing said no more, calling Zhuge Ni and preparing to leave with Yilin. Zhuge Qianqing, do you have nothing else to say to me? Su Qingxin gritted her teeth. No. Zhuge Qianqing didn't look back, his expression unchanged. Su Qingxin's face suddenly turned pale. Watching this scene, Yilin silently followed behind Zhuge Qianqing, but his heart felt as restless as a cat scratching. The relationship between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Qingxin was definitely not simple. What exactly was their relationship? Zhuge Ni rarely refrained from causing trouble for Yilin, silently following Zhuge Qianqing, because she too wanted to know. Girls' curiosity about gossip clearly surpasses that of boys. Upon returning to Xinjiang, just as Yilin was about to ask what was going on, a cheer erupted. He looked up to see Gao Zhenyu leading the teachers and students of Xinjiang High School rushing towards him, their faces filled with excitement. Our top scholar has returned. I've known since childhood that this kid would make it. Changing careers with a loan, who would dare do that? Finally, our Xinjiang High School has produced a top scholar. Surrounded by the crowd, Yilin was soon lifted and tossed into the air by the excited teachers and students. Top scholar, top scholar, top scholar. In such an atmosphere, Yilin felt extremely out of place. He was both enjoying it and feeling awkward. It was like a rat pulled from a sewer and left to bake in the sun. After all, for the previous 17 years, he had lived in a slum, often without anyone to talk to. Experiencing this feeling of being the center of attention for the first time was utterly foreign to him. After finally escaping the cheering crowd, Yilin returned to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. Upon seeing him, Zhuge Ni frowned, then coldly snorted and turned away. Yilin ignored her and walked straight to Zhuge Qianqing, sitting down in front of him. He knew that since he couldn't go to the Supreme Academy, Zhuge Qianqing must have something else to say. However, before Zhuge Qianqing could speak, Yilin took the initiative to ask, Teacher, I know you have something to say, but allow me to ask a question first. What is your relationship with that Su Qingxin? This question had piqued Yilin's curiosity all along. If the person in charge of the Qingqing area of the Supreme Academy wasn't Su Qingxin, he might still have had a chance to enter the academy, but alas, perhaps this was just fate playing tricks. I knew you would ask this, Zhuge Qianqing said, shaking his head with a wry smile. At this moment, Juga and I couldn't help but perk up her ears to listen quietly. Well, there's nothing I can't say. Su Qingxin was my first love. First love? As soon as Zhuge Qianqing finished speaking, the three of them exclaimed in unison. Even Guoqin, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but jump out, surprised that Zhuge Qianqing had such a past with Su Qingxin. Yilin's expression also turned strange. He had wondered why the two seemed off, as if they were not enemies. Shouldn't a first love be a white moonlight? Teacher, why does it seem like your relationship is? Yilin hesitated to finish his sentence. Zhuge Qianqing let out a bitter laugh, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. This is a long story. At that time, I was just a young kid who had just entered university. By chance, I met Su Qingxin, and we developed feelings for each other. Not long after, we confirmed our relationship. After that, we went through a relatively happy period of passionate love, but I discovered a problem with Su Qingxin. She liked to bottle things up and then give me the cold shoulder. I told her to speak up if something was bothering her, but she said that true understanding doesn't require words. Then one time, we had a fight, and she deleted all my contact information. When I tried to find her, she ignored me. I thought we had broken up, but after about 6 or 7 years, she suddenly messaged me, asking if I realized my mistake after such a long Cold War. If I could coax her, she would get back together with me. It was then that I realized she had never started a new relationship. Zhuge Qianqing's face was filled with helplessness, and even Zhuge and I had never seen her father show such an expression before. In her memory, Zhuge Qianqing had always appeared unflappable, no matter what happened. Mr. Zhuge, what were you doing at that time? Guoqin couldn't help but gossip. Zhuge Qianqing had a strange expression as he looked at Zhuge and I and said, at that time, when I was just born, I was holding the baby. Yilin, Guoqin, Zhuge and I. The three of them were momentarily at a loss for words. Speaking of Su Qingxin, she really had kept herself pure for Zhuge Qianqing for 6 or 7 years. If they said there was something wrong with Zhuge Qianqing, who would have thought that a normal person could endure a Cold War for 6 or 7 years? As for what happened afterward, even if Zhuge Qianqing didn't say anything, they could roughly guess. No wonder things had escalated to this point. Su Qingxin had never looked favorably upon Yilin, a forbidden spellmaster, and with Zhuge Qianqing's connection, she was even less likely to accept him. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhuge Qianqing put on his glasses, returning to his calm demeanor. He first looked at Zhuge and I, with your strength and talent, you should be able to enter the Supreme Academy. You don't need to refuse because of me. The Supreme Academy is indeed the top academy in Daxia. Okay, Zhuge and I obediently nodded. As for Yilin, your best choice is only the Daxia Academy. Zhuge Qianqing sighed. Zhuge and I glanced sideways at Yilin, her eyes filled with a hint of pity. Although Yilin had beaten her and achieved the top score in the college entrance examination in Xinjiang, he still couldn't be compared to her. It was merely a temporary achievement bought at the cost of his future. Once she entered the Supreme Academy, Zhuge's future would only shine brighter. Even though she lost to Yilin, Zhuge and I still hadn't changed her opinion of him. That day, when Yilin abandoned her to face the dragon blood beast alone and turned to flee, his cowardly behavior always left her unsettled. Thinking of this, Zhuge and I remembered Lingyi. Why didn't that guy participate in the college entrance examination? Did he go to another city? But it didn't matter. Someone as outstanding as Lingyi would definitely appear in the Supreme Academy, and a spark of excitement flashed in Zhuge's beautiful eyes. Perhaps at the Supreme Academy, she would be able to see Lingyi. It's fine, teacher. The Daxia Academy isn't bad either. Yilin was quite open-minded. Having lived in a slum for over a decade, the Daxia Academy was surely better than the slums of Xinjiang, right? Then you two should go prepare. The admissions office people should be here soon. As soon as Zhuge Qianqing finished speaking, someone knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. Before Zhuge Qianqing could say anything, the door was pushed open, and then Su Qingxin walked in with Yun Guanluo. After hearing Zhuge Qianqing finish the story about Su Qingxin, the expressions of Yilin and the others were quite interesting. Su Qingxin didn't notice anything unusual and walked straight towards Zhuge and I. She then took out a gilded admission notice from her exquisite leather folder and handed it to Zhuge and I, revealing a gentle smile as she said, Zhuge and I, on behalf of the Supreme Academy, I officially invite you to become a member of our Supreme Academy. Thank you, Teacher Su. Zhuge and I took the admission notice, looking at the embossed golden characters, a bright light flashing in her eyes. The Supreme Academy was so highly regarded even by her father, it must have its merits. Holding the admission notice from the Supreme Academy, Zhuge and I waved it in front of Yilin, as if showing off. In fact, she really did think that way. What Yilin had strived for but couldn't obtain, she had gotten. Wasn't that a kind of victory? Alright, I'll take my leave now. Remember to report to the academy. Su Qingxin smiled lightly, not even glancing at Zhuge Qianqing, and turned to leave. Before Yin Guanlo left, he made a throat-cutting gesture towards Yilin, then followed Su Qingxin out. Yilin's expression remained unchanged as he slightly squinted his eyes. Just as Su Qingxin left, a large group of people came over, led by a man who walked with a commanding presence, exuding authority. It was Gao Jinyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, followed by a throng of reporters and photographers. Yilin, come here quickly. This is our city lord, Hu Wang, Gao Jinyu hurriedly introduced. Hello, Yilin. The top scholar truly has an extraordinary aura. Hu Wang extended his large hand, and the photographers behind him quickly zoomed in for a close-up. Yilin did not move but furrowed his brow in confusion. Principal, what is this about? The city lord is here to present you with the top scholar award, and the cash prize is 5 million, Gao Jinyu whispered. Upon hearing this, Yilin's brow instantly relaxed, and he beamed with joy, eagerly shaking Hu Wang's hand. Ah, so it's City Lord Hu. I've long admired your name. It's truly a pleasure to meet you in person. Hu Wang's mouth twitched slightly. His intuition told him that if it weren't for the award, Yilin probably wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge him. At the moment they shook hands, the nearby photographers quickly snapped photos, and Wei Benlu reappeared, flashing a sweet smile at the camera. Dear audience, we can see that City Lord Hu was engaging in friendly communication with the top scholar, expressing high hopes for this year's Qingqing top scholar. Yilin cooperatively smiled politely at the camera and then quietly asked, by the way, City Lord, how will the 5 million be given? Will it be transferred to my card or in cash? I don't even have a bank card. Hu Wang was at a loss for words. Don't worry, Yilin, this money will not be shortchanged. City Lord Hu, you don't know, I've lived in a slum for over a decade. I'm terrified of being poor. Yilin said sincerely. I won't feel at ease unless the money is in my hands. Hu Wang, 5 million is not a small amount, but as the city lord of Qingcheng, could he really owe 5 million and not pay? Xiao Lu, speed up the process, let's go straight to the award presentation, Hu Wang said helplessly. Okay, City Lord Hu, Wei Benlu obediently complied, skipping the tedious procedures and heading directly to the award segment. 3 ladies in kipayos gracefully approached, each holding a tray. The first award is 5 million in cash, a token of encouragement from Qingcheng. We hope Yilin will remain humble and continue to achieve greatness. Hu Wang smiled as he handed Yilin a large plaque inscribed with 5 million, while the photographers clicked away. Once the photos were taken, Hu Wang handed Yilin a card. The second award is a bundle of epic-level self-selected skill scrolls. At this announcement, many people's pupils constricted sharply. Self-selected skill scrolls, especially epic-level ones, were indeed a generous reward. This meant that regardless of one's profession, one could choose an epic-level skill that suited them. However, when Hu Wang handed such a precious scroll to Yilin, Yilin's mouth twitched. As a forbidden spell master, skill scrolls were of no use to him. They were too hard for even wiping. But he still reached out to accept it. He wouldn't be foolish enough to embarrass Hu Wang in front of everyone. The third award is an entry token for the top scholar's secret realm. Hu Wang handed Yilin a token and then explained, the top scholar's secret realm can only be entered by the top scholars of various cities. This realm is extremely special. Everyone who enters will gain immortality. What the hell? Guo Qin exclaimed in surprise. So in that realm, can't you just focus on grinding monsters without a care? Yes, those who come out of the top scholar's secret realm will not be below level 20, Hu Wang nodded. Then why not just stay inside and grind until level 99 before coming out? After all, you won't die. Guo Qin asked in confusion. Because the monsters in the top scholar's secret realm are limited, and it can only be opened once after a year of nurturing, Zhuge Qianqing explained, then looked at Yilin. This secret realm is extremely suitable for you. Yilin nodded, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes. If he could go all out, he wouldn't hold back. Hu Wang also patted Yilin's shoulder vigorously and said loudly, Yilin, give it your all and strive to bring back the title of National Top Scholar for our Qingcheng. Is there really a title of National Top Scholar? Yilin asked. Of course. The person with the highest level when coming out of the top scholar's secret realm is the National Top Scholar, Hu Wang explained. So what rewards does the National Top Scholar get? Yilin pressed, as this was what he truly cared about. I'm not sure about that. After all, our Qingcheng has never had a National Top Scholar. But one thing is certain, it must be more generous than the rewards for the Qingcheng Top Scholar. Hu Wang patiently explained, with Yilin's presence, this year was undoubtedly the most hopeful year for Qingcheng. Alright, with Hu Wang saying this, Yilin became more interested. After Hu Wang left, Zhuge Qianqing called Yilin into a room alone. Yilin, you must remember one thing, do not use life-consuming forbidden spells in the top scholar's secret realm. Is it because, although the secret realm can grant immortality, it cannot slow down the aging of the human body? Yi-Lin countered. Exactly, you're very clever. Also, after coming out of the top scholar's secret realm, return to Qingcheng as soon as possible. Zhuge Qianqing looked out the window, where a large green mantis leaped up, using its pincers to tightly grip its prey. Those people may soon find the gate of revelation. Understood, teacher. Yi-Lin rubbed his belly, where a key lay quietly inside. The next morning, Huang appeared again, bringing Yi-Lin to the core of Qingcheng, where a teleportation array lay quietly. All cities within the Great Xia territory are interconnected by teleportation arrays. After all, outside the city are terrifying monsters, and previous high-speed trains and planes were completely unfeasible, as they would be intercepted by monsters halfway. Each activation of the teleportation array consumes a massive amount of resources, so let alone ordinary people, many job changers have never left the city they were born in their entire lives. If it weren't for Yi-Lin being the top scholar, Huang wouldn't have been willing to activate the teleportation array. Yi-Lin, do your best. With Hu Wang's encouragement, the teleportation array lit up, dazzlingly bright. The scene before Yi-Lin shattered like a puzzle, and he felt as if he were soaring in the air, experiencing a strong sense of weightlessness that made him extremely uncomfortable. When the scene reassembled, Yi-Lin found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Having been in this world for so long, this was Yi-Lin's first time leaving Qingcheng. Yi-Lin blinked and looked up. In his line of sight stood a towering city wall, rising into the clouds, as if a massive mountain loomed across the horizon. On top of the city wall, flags fluttered, embroidered with a fierce giant dragon, menacing and imposing. Beyond the city wall was an endless horde of monsters, roaring and howling, constantly crashing against the wall but unable to cross even a step. Yi-Lin stood frozen in place. He had never seen such a magnificent sight, a world he had never imagined in Qingcheng. The prosperity of the big city, the terror of the monsters, and the strange atmosphere that hit him all left him in shock. He took a deep breath, calming the surging emotions within him. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind Yi-Lin. You must be the top scholar Yi-Lin from Qingcheng, right? Welcome to Deep City. Come over here to register. Yi-Lin turned around and saw a capable-looking woman approaching him, wearing frameless glasses, a white shirt, a black short skirt, and high heels. Noticing Yi-Lin staring at her, the woman smiled gently. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Lin. Hu Wang has already informed me of the situation. The top scholar's secret realm has not yet opened, so you can take a good rest for 2 days. Okay, thank you. Yi-Lin didn't say much and cooperatively completed the registration. After finishing the registration, Bai Lin took Yi-Lin to a tall building, where she handled his check-in at the front desk and handed him a card. Alright, this is your room card. Your room number is 6099. The restaurant is on the first floor and serves food 24 hours a day. You can also go out to eat. When the top scholar's secret realm opens, someone will notify you. After saying this, Bai Lin handed Yi-Lin a business card. If there's anything urgent, you can contact me directly. Okay. Yi-Lin nodded. After Bai Lin left, Yi-Lin found his room. The room wasn't very big, but it looked clean and tidy, with a faint scent of aromatherapy in the air. From the window, he could see the entire Deep City. Yi-Lin stood by the window, gazing at the night view of Deep City. Tall buildings stood in rows, each emitting its own brilliance, dazzling and magnificent. The streets were bustling with traffic, and pedestrians flowed continuously. Everything was completely different from Qing City. In the distance, the giant dragon flag on the city wall fluttered in the wind, as if telling the glory and splendor of this city. Yi-Lin felt a desire to go out for a walk. After all, he had nothing to do, so why not explore this city he had never visited before? Just as he was about to get up, there was suddenly a commotion at the door, followed by a very pleasant girl's voice. Strange, why can't this room card open the door? Open up for me. With a bang, Yi-Lin's door lock was destroyed. Yi-Lin was stunned. Who would break into a room like that? Creak! The door was pushed open, and a sweet-looking petite girl appeared at the doorway, blinking her big eyes and looking at Yi-Lin with a puzzled expression. Her hair was a light pink, tied into 2 cute bows, and she carried a small bear backpack, wearing a pink dress that swayed gently with her movements, looking incredibly adorable. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The girl asked, hands on her hips. Yi-Lin. He was completely silent. Who would break into someone else's room when their room card didn't work? Seeing Yi-Lin not speaking, the girl suddenly realized. I get it. You're a pervert. Wow. You thought of me as a target and are waiting in my room. Take this. The girl closed her fingers, and her originally fair arms instantly bulged with solid muscle, veins popping out. Then she threw a punch, and a terrifying wind from her fist howled towards Yi-Lin. Just as the girl's fist was about to hit Yi-Lin's face, he reacted quickly, activating instant dance, and sidestepped to avoid this terrifying blow. He was shocked. This cute girl, who looked as delicate as a doll, had such immense strength. He hurriedly explained, wait, I'm not a pervert. Which pervert would admit to being one? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? The girl said, raising her fist again and launching a fierce attack at Yilin. Seeing that reasoning was futile, Yilin had no choice but to strike back. Forbidden spell? Wood realm descends. In the small room, countless green plants suddenly sprouted, and green vines shot up like tentacles, wrapping around the girl's fist. She wanted to break free with brute force, but the resilience of these vines was terrifying. She simply couldn't escape. Before long, she found herself tightly bound, hanging in the air in a humiliating position. What the hell is this? Why can't I get free? The girl stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Yilin. Yilin shook his head helplessly. Now, can you believe I'm not a pervert? If I were, you'd be in big trouble right now. The Wood Realm's Descent was a forbidden spell primarily focused on capturing, so Yilin had hardly ever used it. At this moment, facing this violent girl, the Wood Realm's Descent was just what he needed. The girl was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. My name is Mi Shui, and I'm here to participate in the top scholar's secret realm. She was the top scholar of a city, yet she didn't expect to suffer such a loss upon arriving in Deep City. It turned out that none of the top scholars were easy to deal with. Seeing Mi Shui apologize, Yilin finally retracted the forbidden spell and asked, How did you end up in my room? This is clearly my room. The girl, dissatisfied, took out her room card. Look, 6th floor, 6099. Yilin reached out, took the room card, and then turned it 180 degrees. Is there a possibility that your room number is 6609? When the room card couldn't open the door, didn't you have the slightest doubt? Mi Shui was left speechless, realizing she had made a blunder, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's my first time traveling far, I'm really sorry. It's fine, just a door, Yilin said, not wanting to hold a grudge since her apology was sincere. By the way, what's your profession? When Yilin asked about her profession, Mi Shui proudly lifted her head. SSS level, Savage Berserker. Yilin, that's pretty good. A cute little girl, only 1 meter 50 tall, carrying a teddy bear backpack, wearing a dress, with a bow in her hair and dyed pink hair, yet her profession was a Savage Berserker. This was too frightening. Could it be that the more pink the hair, the harder the punch? Mi Shui went to room 6609 and tried the door. It indeed opened with a beep, making her expression even more awkward. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal as an apology for breaking the door. Mi Shui quickly said. That works, Yilin nodded, as he had intended to go out for a stroll anyway. The two of them left together, and as they passed the front desk, Yilin casually asked them to send someone to fix the door. During their conversation, Yilin learned that Mi Shui was the top scholar from Sea City and had already been accepted by the Supreme Academy. At this point, Mi Shui also inquired about his situation. By the way, which city are you from? You must be a new student preparing to enter the Supreme Academy, right? In Mi Shui's eyes, Yilin's strength was so formidable that he could subdue her with just one skill. He must be a top scholar from a big city. Although they were all top scholars, there were still differences among them. For instance, a top scholar from a city like Deep City would definitely be much more powerful than one from a smaller city. I'm from Qing City. As for the Supreme Academy, I wish I could go, but they don't want me. Yilin shrugged helplessly. What? Mi Shui exclaimed, startling those around them. With your strength, how could the Supreme Academy not want you? What kind of place is Qing City? Qing City is probably an unknown small city in the Great Xia. As for why the Supreme Academy doesn't want me, do you know of a profession called a Forbidden Spell Master? Yilin said. Forbidden Spell Master? No wonder. The guilt in Mi Shui's big watery eyes deepened. Cursed sorcerers are inherently short-lived, and here I am, having broken down his door and treating him like a pervert, chasing him down and beating him up. I really deserve to die. Come on, let's not talk about such sad things. I'll take you out to eat. Mi Shui pulled Yilin into a restaurant, which was quite busy, and they finally found a spot in the corner. Mi Shui handed the menu to Yilin. You order. Get whatever you want, no need to be polite. What do you mean? It sounds like I'm about to die, Yilin said helplessly, rubbing his nose. Of course, he didn't hold back and ordered a whole table of dishes. Soon, the food was served, and the place Mi Shui found seemed to be a well-established restaurant, with every dish cooked to perfection. Just as they were enjoying the food, a tall woman in a black bodysuit and high heels walked over, her heels clicking on the floor. Oh, isn't this our top scholar Mi Shui? A violent person like you actually found a man to eat with? Looks like you're getting old and starting to get frisky. Upon seeing this, Mi Shui's face immediately darkened. Ning Yi, I don't want to fight with you today, so stay away from me. She already felt guilty towards Yilin and naturally didn't want to stir up trouble. But just because she didn't want to, didn't mean Ning Yi felt the same. Seeing Mi Shue's reaction only fueled Ningyi's enthusiasm as she reached out her hand towards Yilin. Hey, handsome, let's get to know each other. I'm Ningyi. Yilin ignored her and turned to Mi Shue. Who is she? Her? Just a coward who was afraid of losing to me and ran off to another city to take the college entrance exam. Mi Shue lifted her chin proudly. After being ignored by Yilin and mocked by Mi Shue, Ningyi's expression darkened, but then she smiled at Yilin. Handsome, what do you see in Mi Shue? She has nothing to offer, just a flat board. Why not come with me? I can introduce you to some beautiful friends. Ningyi slightly bent down, revealing a generous amount of her assets. Yilin calmly took a step back. Hello, please keep your distance. You have bad breath. Put. Mi Shue couldn't help but spray the noodle she had just eaten, which landed right on Ningyi's face. She didn't expect Yilin to be so harsh when confronting someone. To publicly say a beautiful woman has bad breath was undoubtedly like stabbing a knife into her heart. Ningyi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom as she wiped the noodles off her face, glaring coldly at Yilin and Mi Shue. Baby, what's wrong? Just as Ningyi was about to explode, a thin man suddenly walked into the restaurant. He was dressed in expensive Versace, moving with a confident stride, as if every step exuded an undeniable aura. He walked up to Ningyi and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Seeing the man, Ningyi's expression softened considerably. She leaned against him, pointed at Yilin and Mi Shue, and complained, "These two are bullying me." The man followed Ningyi's finger and looked at Yilin and Mi Shue for a moment before smiling slightly. Apologize. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable dominance. Seeing that Yilin and Mi Shue remained unmoved, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. I'll give you one last chance. Apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, the man revealed his profession and level. Wu Shaoqi, Angel Paladin, level 22. This level made Mi Shue's expression turn serious, and even Yilin's pupils slightly contracted. Level 22 was indeed intimidating. It seemed this guy must be from one of the top cities in the Great Xia, where resources for new adventurers and monsters were much richer, allowing for faster leveling up. After all, Xingqiang was just a small corner of the world. I know you just emerged from your little county town, claiming the top spot, and it's the time for you to be self-important. You may be gold, but here, it's a land of splendor. I ask you to apologize as a gesture of my tolerance. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Wu Shaoqi spoke coldly. Yilin leaned back in his chair, adopting a tactical retreat. Reaching level 22, Wu Shaoqi indeed had the capital to be arrogant, but to be honest, Yilin didn't think much of level 22. Without any distinction, he demanded an apology right off the bat. Wu Shaoqi wasn't qualified for that. After a moment of contemplation, Yilin spoke in a very friendly manner. Apologize to your mother. What did you say? Wu Shaoqi's expression changed instantly, his aura suddenly condensing, a powerful pressure emanating from him, filling the entire restaurant in an instant. Following that, a brilliant angelic phantom slowly coalesced behind Wu Shaoqi, bathed in sacred light, a chilling aura of holiness sweeping over. SSS level profession, Angel Paladin. Someone in the restaurant exclaimed at the sight. Yilin slightly raised his hand, silver arcs of lightning gathering in his palm, the thunder and lightning dancing like a spirit snake. Just as the atmosphere was tense and it seemed the two were about to clash, a commanding voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. In Deep City, it is strictly forbidden for job changers to act recklessly. Violators will be fined 30,000 and detained for 10 days. A man spoke coldly, easily identifiable as a member of the investigation bureau from his attire. Only then did Wu Shaoqi and Yilin withdraw, as the top scholar's secret realm was about to open, and being detained for 10 days at this time was clearly extremely unwise. However, the anger in Wu Shaoqi's eyes showed no sign of diminishing. He held Ningyi close and threatened in a low, dark voice. I remember you. You'd better hope I don't run into you in the top scholar's secret realm. While it can't kill, there are many ways to make life worse than death. Yilin's expression turned somewhat strange. If Wu Shaoqi wanted to deal with him outside, he would have to be cautious, worried about being noticed by those with ulterior motives. But inside the top scholar's secret realm, Yilin could only say he had never seen such a strange demand in his life. In the secret realm, everyone possessed immortality, which meant Yilin could use forbidden spells without hesitation. To put it modestly, even if all the top scholars were tied together, they might not be enough to take on Yilin alone. As Wu Shaoqi left after dropping his harsh words, Mi Shue spoke somewhat apologetically to Yilin. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. It's fine, it's not your fault, Yilin replied, unable to resist asking, how do you know her? Why did she come out biting people right away? She's my sister, Mi Shue sighed. Of course, she's my half-sister, born of my father's second wife. Since we were little, she has always looked down on me, wanting to compete with me in everything, profession level, skills, equipment, looks, and figure. She was afraid that taking the college entrance exam in the same city as me would push her down, so she had my dad find a way to transfer her to a small city for the exam. There, for some reason, she met Wu Shaoqi, and since then, she's been arrogant in front of me. Mi Shui said helplessly. So, is Wu Shaoqi really that impressive? Yi Lin asked. Very impressive. Mi Shui nodded seriously. Not only is he a genius himself, but the family power behind him is also extremely formidable. The Wu family is one of the top existences in Deep City. After finishing the meal, Mi Shui's mood was clearly a bit low. Clearly, she wanted to invite Yi Lin to a meal to apologize, but instead, it ended up offending Wu Shaoqi and Ningyi, which made Mi Shui feel even more guilty. Yi Lin, however, didn't take it to heart. After returning to the hotel, the door had already been repaired. He flopped onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his door was knocked on. Yi Lin thought it was someone from Bai Lin coming to inform him that the top scholar's secret realm was about to open. However, when he opened the door, he found a pile of various foods stacked at his doorstep, the colorful packaging and tempting aroma immediately filling the entire corridor. Yi Lin blinked, looking at the scene before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had the food come to life? In this day and age, could food knock on doors by itself? Just as Yi Lin was puzzled, a pink little head popped out from the pile of food. Mi Shui, what are you doing? Yi Lin asked, confused. Ni Shui's little face showed a hint of embarrassment and apology. We're going to stay in the top scholar's secret realm for a month, and I thought there's nothing better to give you, so I bought a bunch of food to make sure you won't go hungry in the realm, Mi Shui said softly, her eyes revealing a hint of expectation. Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle, but he didn't refuse Mi Shui's kindness and accepted all the food she brought. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't refuse, Mi Shui smiled, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Time flew by, and on the morning of the third day after Yi Lin arrived in Deep City, Bai Lin appeared again in high heels. However, this time, Bai Lin was not the main character. She was holding a registration form and respectfully following behind a man in a suit. You are Yi Lin, right? I am the person in charge of this secret realm, Zhang Kanki. The top scholar's secret realm is about to open. Please gather downstairs in 10 minutes, the man in the suit said with a polite smile. Yi Lin nodded, then quickly tidied up, packed the food Mi Shui bought into his backpack, and left the room. As soon as he reached the square downstairs, Mi Shui came running towards him with a bag that was extremely disproportionate to her size, attracting the attention of many male peers. If Yi Lin hadn't seen Mi Shui in action before, he might have been fooled by her silly and cute appearance. At this moment, the square was already filled with many people, each exuding an extremely steady aura. Yi Lin estimated that not a single person in the square was below level 12. Just then, Yi Lin suddenly felt a cold gaze fixed on him. He turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was Wu Shaoqi. At that moment, Wu Shaoqi was like a star surrounded by the moon, making a provocative gesture towards Yi Lin, incredibly arrogant. Yi Lin ignored him and withdrew his gaze. With the lazy morning sunlight, Zhang Kanki appeared again, wearing a very gentle smile. Good morning, top scholars. I am the person in charge of this top scholar's secret realm, and I have a few points to discuss regarding the upcoming opening of the secret realm. First, you should all be aware that within the top scholar's secret realm, under the influence of the rules, you possess immortality. However, this immortality is only effective within the realm. So, if you suffer a fatal injury, remember, do not leave the secret realm. I will arrange for 5 priests above level 50 at the exit of the secret realm. If you suffer a fatal injury, you must receive treatment before leaving the realm, otherwise. Zhang Kanki didn't continue, but everyone present understood his meaning. If one left the secret realm without treatment, it would truly lead to death. Second, if you lose an arm or a leg, remember to bring your severed limbs with you as much as possible. Regrowing severed limbs is much more troublesome than reattaching them, and the regenerated limbs may not be as useful as your original ones. The third point. Zhang Kanki's expression grew serious. Be sure not to be swallowed by the monsters. If you are swallowed, your body will be completely digested, and even if you possess an immortal body, that feeling will definitely not be pleasant. The expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Being crushed in the blood-filled maw of a monster, then swallowed, digested in stomach acid comparable to strong sulfuric acid, and expelled through the intestines while remaining fully conscious the entire time, just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Lastly, I suggest you form simple teams, as there may be monsters up to level 35 in the top scholar's secret realm, and teamwork will be much safer. You are all top scholars from various cities, exceptional talents, the future pillars of the Great Xia, so I sincerely hope that you all return safely. Zhang Kanki bowed deeply to the crowd and then called out, activate the teleportation array. As soon as Zhang Kanki's voice fell, a massive teleportation array opened behind him. The intense spatial fluctuations caused many to focus their eyes. It was clear that this teleportation array was the entrance to the top scholar's secret realm. Now, you have 20 minutes to find suitable teammates. Of course, if you are confident enough in yourselves, you can choose to go solo, Zhang Kanki said, glancing at his watch. The top scholar's secret realm is one of the most unique realms. Once inside, one possesses an immortal body and can safely grind monsters to quickly level up. Therefore, when the top scholar's secret realm was first discovered, all job changers were ecstatic, rushing in to hunt the monsters frantically. It wasn't long before the monsters in the secret realm were nearly hunted to extinction. Fortunately, the Great Xia government intervened, regulating access to the secret realm and preventing job changers from entering freely, allowing the monsters to recuperate, thus preserving the realm. Subsequently, this realm became a benefit for each year's top scholars, with the monsters inside being harvested like leeks once a year. Yi Lin, shall we team up? Mi Shui asked, looking at Yi Lin. Sure, just follow me, Yi Lin nodded, not refusing. He had a decent impression of Mi Shui, and to him, she seemed like a good person to carry things for him. After all, the barbarian berserker class is known for its strength. Yi Lin casually handed his Starfall Skymark and a backpack full of food to Mi Shui. Naturally, Mi Shui happily accepted everything, as the weight was nothing to her. However, while Mi Shui was pleased, others were not. Mi Shui's petite and cute appearance had already attracted the attention of several boys present, and seeing Yi Lin casually give everything to the small-framed Mi Shui, they immediately frowned. Hey, don't you have any gentlemanly manners? How can you let a girl carry all that? A tall, thin boy scolded Yi Lin, then turned to Mi Shui with a gentle tone. Why don't you team up with me instead? I definitely won't make you do any heavy lifting. Get lost. Mi Shui clenched her fist, her fair, slender arms suddenly bulging with muscle, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. The tall, thin boy was startled by Mi Shui's sudden change. He widened his eyes, unable to believe the transformation of her arm into something so muscular. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone's gaze focused on this unexpected confrontation. No one expected that Mi Shui, with her pink hair styled in a bun and looking adorably silly, would display such grandeur when she spread her arms. This stark contrast made many people involuntarily twitch their lips. Mi Shui picked up the fallen star and her backpack from the ground and effortlessly slung it over her shoulder. The tall, thin boy could only helplessly close his mouth as he watched her ease. After all, Mi Shui looked like someone who could knock him out with a single punch. 20 minutes passed. Almost everyone chose to team up. After all, within the top scholar's secret realm, the level of monsters could reach over 30. Moreover, the number of monsters was limited. Besides guarding against them, the top scholars were also competitors against each other. If someone was alone and encountered a group of 3 to 5 others, they would basically just have to consider themselves unlucky. There were even instances in previous years where someone was tied up and thrown into a corner, gaining no experience until the secret realm ended. As the top scholar of Deep City, Wu Shaoqi was at level 22, so people naturally flocked to him for team-ups. After all, Deep City was one of the most powerful cities in the Great Xia, and Wu Shaoqi, born there, had received the best education and enjoyed the most favorable conditions from a young age. His strength far surpassed that of top scholars from smaller cities. Before long, Wu Shaoqi's team had more than a dozen people, including the tall, thin boy who had just been humiliated by Mi Shui. After Zhang Kanki announced that they could begin entering the top scholar's secret realm, Wu Shaoqi, with Ningyi by his side, led the group of over a dozen people past Yi Lin. These dozen people were the top talents from their city, yet at this moment, they respectfully followed behind Wu Shaoqi. As they passed by Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi's steps paused slightly. I've looked into you, Yi Lin, right? From Qingcheng, a tiny little county. Wu Shaoqi's smile was filled with malice. Having level 18 in such a small county is indeed a rare talent, but a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin, not fit for the stage. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, bow 3 times, and say you're sorry. We'll let that incident go, but if not, once you're in the top scholar's secret realm, you'll face the consequences. Wu Shaoqi crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin, waiting for Yi Lin to bow. The teammates he had just gathered were also watching Yi Lin with hawk-like eyes. It was clear that if Yi Lin did not apologize, he would have to face this group's attack in the secret realm. In Wu Shaoqi's view, Yi Lin had offended him, yet he was still willing to give him a chance. He considered himself quite merciful. However, Yi Lin's reaction was extremely simple. He rolled his eyes and calmly uttered 2 words. Brain dead. Wu Shaoqi's smile instantly froze on his face, and then his expression slowly darkened, as if brewing a storm. His eyes became deep and cold, a terrifying aura gradually emanating from him, filled with oppression and horror, making the air around him tremble, and everyone's heartbeats quicken involuntarily. Was this the worth of a top scholar from a big city? Many people's expressions changed involuntarily. They were the top scholars in their respective cities, but under Wu Shaoqi's pressure, they felt as if they couldn't withstand even a single blow from him. Wu Shaoqi walked step by step towards Yilin, each step seemingly carrying immense weight, impossible to ignore. You're good, Yilin. Once you enter the secret realm, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death. Wu Shaoqi leaned against Yilin, his tone chillingly cold. At that moment, everyone held their breath, nervously watching the scene unfold. They knew that Wu Shaoqi was genuinely angry, and Yilin was likely to suffer. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yilin's expression changed. He clutched his stomach and painfully retreated, looking at Wu Shaoqi with a face full of terror. The crowd turned to look, and only then did they notice a gruesome wound on Yilin's abdomen, blood gushing out continuously, and through that wound, one could even vaguely see the organs inside Yilin's body. Sarlang! Sarlang! Quick! Save him! Zhang Kanki's face changed drastically as he hurriedly rushed over to Yilin with 3 priests. These 3 priests were originally supposed to help the top scholars heal at the exit of the secret realm, but unexpectedly, they were called into action right away. It wasn't until one of the older priests turned around and nodded at him that Zhang Kanki finally relaxed. This meant that Yilin could be treated and was not in life-threatening danger. If a top scholar died before even entering the secret realm, Zhang Kanki would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Kanki shot a cold glance at Wu Shaoqi, his eyes icy. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. No one could have imagined that Wu Shaoqi would actually attack Yilin directly. Even Wu Shaoqi himself did not expect this. He was in a state of extreme confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was certain that he had not attacked Yilin. He wasn't foolish enough to kill Yilin in front of so many people. Once the accusation of murdering a top scholar was established in front of everyone, even if he was from the Wu family, he would face severe consequences. Wu Shaoqi was not that stupid. But then, what was the wound on Yilin's body? Could it be that he did it to frame him? A flash of insight struck Wu Shaoqi's mind. Although this idea was absurd, it was the only possibility. You despicable scoundrel! Wu Shaoqi shouted, pointing at Yilin. At that moment, Yilin was slowly recovering under the treatment of the 3 priests. Hearing Wu Shaoqi's accusations, his eyes turned red. He tugged at Zhang Kanki's pant leg, looking aggrieved. Teacher Zhang, let it go. I'm just from a small county. I can't compare to someone like Wu Shaoqi from a big family. Anyway, I'm not dead, so let's not make a big deal out of this. Zhang Kanki's heart trembled slightly. Looking into Yilin's sincere eyes, he felt as if the softest part of his heart had been touched. He had been hesitating about how to deal with Wu Shaoqi. Logically, attacking other top scholars before entering the secret realm should disqualify him from entering. But after all, Wu Shaoqi had the Wu family backing him, and if he really disqualified Wu Shaoqi, he would also face trouble. After seeing Yilin's appearance, Zhang Kanki became resolute. Although he couldn't disqualify Wu Shaoqi, he would definitely not let him off easily. Seeing Yilin's pitiful look, Wu Shaoqi could no longer hold back. Damn it! You scheming little rat, are you still pretending? Don't you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish and kill you right now. Wu Shaoqi revealed his angelic paladin profession, and suddenly, golden light surged. Enough! Zhang Kanki shouted, his voice like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears, making every person present feel a chill, as if a waking tiger was exuding an overwhelming aura. Wu Shaoqi's face paled slightly. Teacher Zhang, listen to me. It's not what you think. This despicable and sinister. Before Wu Shaoqi could finish, he was directly interrupted by Zhang Kanki. Wu Shaoqi, I've had enough. This is not the Wu family, and you have no right to act recklessly here. Zhang Kanki's gaze was frosty. What happened is clear to everyone present. Do you still want to argue? Wu Shaoqi pressed against Yilin, and in the next moment, a deep wound appeared on Yilin's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What was happening was already quite clear, wasn't it? It's really not what you think. Wu Shaoqi was about to explain when he was interrupted again, this time by Yilin. Under the full treatment of 3 priests, Yilin's wound had healed, but his face was still pale from excessive blood loss. Teacher Zhang, please don't make it difficult for him. Otherwise, he will take revenge on me. Actually, I cut open my own belly. Please don't make it hard for him, Yilin said with a look of terror. Seeing this, Zhang Kanki felt even more heartbroken for Yilin. Compared to the cowardly Wu Shaoqi, Yilin, who came from a small county, was more deserving of Zhang Kanki's recognition. Yilin, don't worry. The truth will be what it is. Zhang Kanki made his promise, then shot a piercing look at Wu Shaoqi. Wu Shaoqi apologized to Yilin. Damn! Wu Shaoqi was so frustrated he felt like he might vomit blood. Clearly, it was Yi Lin who had harmed himself to frame him, yet no one present believed him. Do you believe me? I really didn't do anything. Wu Shaoqi turned his gaze to Ningyi. Shaoqi, why not just apologize to him? It would make things easier, Ningyi couldn't help but advise. Wu Shaoqi clutched his chest, feeling a bit dizzy. As the pampered young master of the Wu family, when had he ever been so wronged? The key was that no one believed him. Wu Shaoqi, I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for canceling your qualification to enter the top scholar's secret realm. Zheng Kanki, seeing Wu Shaoqi's stubbornness, was now thoroughly enraged. Under the gaze of so many people, he had already given Wu Shaoqi so many chances. If Wu Shaoqi insisted on going down this path, then he would cancel his qualification, and the Wu family would have nothing to say about it. Wu Shaoqi clenched his fists, his whole body trembling, clearly extremely unwilling. But thinking about the cancellation of his qualification to enter the secret realm, Wu Shaoqi still gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. Wu Shaoqi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, causing Yi Lin to look confused and ask, What did you say, Wu Shaoqi? You bastard. Wu Shaoqi erupted in anger again, ready to charge at Yi Lin, but when he saw Zheng Kanki's icy gaze, he forcibly suppressed his rage. Apologizing was like maintaining one's integrity. The first time it was painful, but after doing it multiple times, it became easier to bear. Wu Shaoqi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and shouted, Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi, apologize to you, I'm sorry. Seeing Wu Shaoqi apologize, Zheng Kanki's expression finally softened a bit. Since you are willing to apologize, this matter will be put to rest. However, you must be the last to enter the secret realm. That is your punishment. Upon hearing this, Wu Shaoqi felt darkness cloud his vision again. With his strength, he could have been the first to enter the secret realm and seize the opportunity. But now, because of that bastard Yi Lin, he had gone from being the first to the last. He couldn't help but cast a cold, resentful glance at Yi Lin, vowing that once he entered the secret realm, if he didn't make Yi Lin's life worse than death, he wouldn't be called Wu Shaoqi. At that moment, Yi Lin also noticed Wu Shaoqi looking at him, so he made a face at Wu Shaoqi from an angle where no one else could see, conveniently adding a middle finger. Wu Shaoqi, already suppressing a belly full of anger, could no longer hold back when he saw Yi Lin daring to provoke him. His eyes turned red, and he charged over, spitting out the same 4-character mantra as Lu Haiju. I-U. Looking at Yi Lin's grimace, Wu Shaoqi was furious and charged at Yi Lin again. But this time, Zheng Kanki was already on guard. Halfway through Wu Shaoqi's charge, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. Wu Shaoqi, if you dare to make a move, do you really want to be disqualified? Zheng Kanki shouted sternly. He made a face at me. That guy is just pretending, he's all acting. Wu Shaoqi screamed in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot. Zheng Kanki turned his head in confusion to look at Yi Lin, but all he saw was Yi Lin's face filled with innocence and bewilderment, making it clear that he was an honest person. Enough! Wu Shaoqi, how long are you going to make a scene? Zheng Kanki frowned and then spoke to the 2 transferees holding Wu Shaoqi down. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him cause any more trouble. Yes. The 2 transferees nodded seriously and dragged Wu Shaoqi aside. All of this had nothing to do with Yi Lin. Thanks to Wu Shaoqi, he and Nishue were the first to step onto the teleportation array. I'm sorry, I dragged you down, Nishue said, feeling even more guilty. If it weren't for her, Yi Lin wouldn't have offended Wu Shaoqi and wouldn't have been so severely injured before entering the secret realm. Yi Lin leaned close to Nishue's ear and whispered, the injury was my own doing. He was framed by me. Nishue's big watery eyes widened in shock. So Wu Shaoqi was wronged? No wonder that guy was so agitated. She then realized that the seemingly honest Yi Lin in front of her was actually more scheming than she had imagined. As the teleportation array glowed and flickered, Yi Lin and Nishue arrived in a brand new world. The top scholar's secret realm was located in a forest, surrounded by a faint mist, as if every step was taken on clouds. Inside the secret realm, ancient trees towered, birds sang, and flowers bloomed, resembling a paradise on earth. But beneath this beauty, a terrible crisis was clearly hidden. Suddenly, the mist ahead surged and rolled, and a huge monster burst forth from the fog, its ferocious face and sharp claws sending chills down one's spine. The monster's eyes glinted with a hungry light as it lunged at Yi Lin and Nishue. Be careful, it's a level 20 gargoyle. Just as Yi Lin was about to unleash a forbidden spell, Nishue pushed him away. The little girl was strong, and her push was neither light nor heavy. Yi Lin felt as if his ribs were about to break. Nishue had already positioned herself in front of Yi Lin, her muscles bulging, creating a stark contrast with her cute face. The gargoyle let out a deafening roar, but Nishue was undaunted, instantly charging forward to engage in fierce combat with the gargoyle. The level 20 gargoyle found no advantage against Nishue. With each punch she threw, stone chips flew from the gargoyle's body. As time passed, it was only a matter of time before Mi Shui defeated the gargoyle. Just as the battle between Mi Shui and the gargoyle reached a fever pitch, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and blue lightning dragons rolled through the clouds, as if the wrath of the gods was about to descend. Boom! A thick bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, like the sword of a deity, directly hitting the gargoyle. The level 20 gargoyle was instantly reduced to a pile of stone debris by this bolt of lightning. Mi Shui covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock. Instant kill? Instant kill of a level 20 monster? This probably required a transferee of level 25 or above to achieve. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Mi Shui's mind. Team kill of a level 20 gargoyle, reward 70 experience points. She turned her head in a daze to look at Yi Lin behind her. That gargoyle, was it you who killed it? How do you have lightning magic? Mi Shui was puzzled. Because I'm a forbidden spell master. Yi Lin did not hide anything and directly told Mi Shui the truth. A forbidden spell master? I thought you were a wood mage. Mi Shui murmured to herself. That day, Yi Lin summoned so many tentacle vines to bind her tightly that she thought it was his area of expertise. Alright, let's not waste time, let's go deeper. Yi Lin dragged Mi Shui and started moving towards the depths of the top scholar's secret realm. Wait, the deeper we go, the stronger the monsters become. If we wander around, we'll get killed, Mi Shui exclaimed in shock. Normally, when people entered a dungeon, they would first deal with weaker monsters on the outskirts to gain strength before venturing deeper, right? Why was Yi Lin rushing straight to the deepest part? Sure enough, they had not gone far when a shadow slowly rose. It was a gigantic monster, covered in impenetrable armor, with fierce red light flickering in its eyes and purple saliva dripping from its massive pincers. The ground around it sizzled and emitted white smoke from the corrosive purple saliva, clearly highly toxic. The appearance of this monster seemed to darken the sky, with the gloomy clouds hanging lower, as if they were about to crush the creature beneath them. Level 25 monster, venomous giant scorpion. Mi Shui swallowed hard and instinctively took a few steps back. She knew this monster was far more dangerous than the gargoyle they had encountered before. Run, or it will be too late. Mi Shui pulled Yi Lin to flee, but Yi Lin remained calm and composed, raising his hand with a tranquil expression. Forbidden spell? Annihilation thunder. The familiar thunder dragon appeared again, and a blue-purple lightning bolt struck down. The terrifying venomous giant scorpion in Mi Shui's eyes didn't even have time to resist before it was turned into a charred corpse, with silver lightning arcs occasionally sparking from it. The air was filled with the rich smell of burnt protein. It just died? Mi Shui felt her brain cells were insufficient. What was this operation? She remembered encountering a level 22 monster before, and with the cooperation of 3 teammates, using various tactics, they had barely managed to kill it. And now, a level 25 monster was instantly killed in front of Yi Lin? Stop dawdling, let's go. Yi Lin pulled Mi Shui along. The subsequent scenes completely left Mi Shui unable to think. A level 22 poisonous scorpion attacked, and a lightning bolt struck down, dead. A level 25 skeleton sword and shield warrior charged fiercely, and a lightning bolt struck down, dead. A level 28 abyss ratman tried to ambush from underground, and Yi Lin raised a brilliant golden spear and thrust it down, dead. Instant kill. No matter what kind of monster they encountered, Yi Lin only needed one move to instantly kill it. This scene stunned Mi Shui. She had never imagined that clearing dungeons could be this easy. No need to kite monsters, no need to study their weaknesses, no need to avoid their dying counterattacks. Without a word, he would throw a forbidden spell and walk away. Incredibly stylish. She didn't even realize she had leveled up from 17 to 18. Wait, I get it. After Yi Lin instantly killed a level 23 goblin, Mi Shui suddenly realized, her face filled with surprise, as if she had solved a historic puzzle. You are a forbidden spell master. In the top scholar's secret realm, you can't die, so you can maximize the power of your forbidden spells, releasing them with the determination to kill every time, making them incredibly powerful. Yi Lin. He thought Mi Shui would have figured this out when he revealed he was a forbidden spell master. This girl might have strong muscles, but her brain didn't seem to work particularly well. Of course, this isn't really Mi Shui's fault. It's just that Yi Lin's actions are simply astonishing. No matter what level of monster he encounters, he kills them in a single blow. It's like when you're playing basketball and you see a guy on the court shouting "Lan Dai Hua Yin Yushinbu," and then every time he jumps from half court to dunk, you would definitely be momentarily stunned. Alright, let's go, stop dwelling on this, Yi Lin said as he pulled Mi Shui along. He remembered that the monsters in the top scholar's secret realm were limited, and since he had the first opportunity to enter, he had to kill as many monsters as possible before anyone else arrived. Gradually, Mi Shui also began to feel numb. Those monsters seemed to be coming to deliver experience to Yi Lin, roaring as they charged forward, only to be smashed to death by Yi Lin's forbidden spell, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Yi Lin had recreated the glory he had in the Novice secret realm, with thunderous sounds echoing throughout the entire top scholar's secret realm. The lower-level monsters on the outskirts would now soil themselves in fear at the sound of thunder. After killing a level 24 giant scorpion, Yi Lin's level also reached 20, and he now mastered 20 forbidden spells. Level 20 is a significant watershed for all job changers, as reaching this level allows them to awaken their second job talent. Yi Lin couldn't wait to check it out. Name: Yi Lin, job: Forbidden Spell Master, level 20, 0. 1%, strength, 200, plus 300, agility, 300, mentality, 600, plus 710, job talent 1, endless spell. For each level the Forbidden Spell Master increases, 1 forbidden spell can be unlocked. Job talent 2, ultimate sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spell Master will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. Skills: Annihilation Thunder, Instant Dance, Burning Reincarnation, Infernal Fire, Immortal and Undying, Eternal Frost Eye, Necromancer's Return, Lifespan Blade Technique, Eternal Metal, Wall of Size, Would Realm Descend. After glancing at his second job talent, Yi Lin's pupils suddenly constricted. Originally, he couldn't use skill scrolls, whether they were ordinary, rare, epic, or legendary skill scrolls, he couldn't use any of them, because the skills released by the Forbidden Spell Master could only be forbidden spells. This also meant that he could master at most 100 skills, which would be a significant shortcoming in the later stages. For example, a fire mage like Zhuge Ni, when reaching a high level, could master thousands of fire spells to deal with different battle situations and enemies. But with the second job talent, Yi Lin would no longer have this worry, because any skill he used would be enhanced into a forbidden spell. Hurry, give me that fireball spell from earlier, Yi Lin said eagerly, looking at Mi Shui. Along the way, he had thrown all the skill scrolls dropped by monsters to Mi Shui, thinking he wouldn't need them at all. Ha, that fireball spell is just an ordinary skill. Are you sure you want it? Mi Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes. Yi Lin decisively took the fireball skill scroll, then learned it directly, immediately activating the fireball spell. Job talent ultimate sublimation activated. Fireball has been enhanced to the Sigh of the Flame God. Forbidden spell? Sigh of the Flame God. The Forbidden Spell Master burns their own life force to summon the Flame God to unleash divine fire that incinerates everything. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a powerful wave of energy instantly spread out. The surrounding air seemed to ignite with this energy, the temperature rising sharply, forming a massive fireball. The fireball continued to expand, emitting scorching light and high temperatures, as if it were about to devour everything around it. Yi Lin infused his life force into the fireball, which instantly became more dazzling, radiating a golden red light, as if a true sun were burning on the ground. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yi Lin's eyes, just as he thought. With the extreme sublimation of this occupational talent, he no longer needed to worry about forbidden spells. Whatever type of forbidden spell he wanted, he could simply find the corresponding low-level skill scroll. Even epic skill scrolls and ordinary skill scrolls were no different to him, as they would all be enhanced into forbidden spells. He just needed to buy the most basic skill scrolls, which only cost a few thousand each. What a great deal! Yi Lin was overjoyed. If other forbidden spellcasters obtained this occupational talent, they would surely be lamenting their fate. After all, life was already scarce, giving more forbidden spells was not as good as giving another life. But for Yi Lin, it was different. He had no other advantages, just more lives. Having more forbidden spells undoubtedly allowed Yi Lin to have greater adaptability and tactics when facing stronger opponents. Let's go, level up. In a great mood, Yi Lin pulled Mi Shui along to continue leveling up. Mi Shui's tasks over the past 5 days had been to carry bags, haul things, collect loot, cook for Yi Lin, and fetch water for him, essentially playing the role of a servant. Yet Mi Shui was enjoying herself, even wishing she could personally feed Yi Lin. After all, with Yi Lin as her strong ally, Mi Shui's level had also risen rapidly over these 5 days, reaching level 19, just 1 level below Yi Lin. At this moment, when Yi Lin called for her to continue leveling, she eagerly followed him. But after just a couple of steps, she bumped into a broad back, and Yi Lin quickly covered her rosy little mouth. Shoo, look, what is that? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Lin's eyes. Not far away, there was a clear spring, with water flowing like a small waterfall, continuously washing into the spring. A golden toad was squatting on a huge black rock beside the spring. Its skin shimmered in the sunlight, as if coated with a thin layer of gold dust. This toad was exceptionally large, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, with bright vertical pupils that exuded a mysterious aura. Mi Shui leaned in for a closer look, her beautiful eyes instantly widening. This is the treasure-collecting golden toad. The treasure-collecting golden toad. This was an extremely special magical creature, and its name was almost legendary among every job changer. The treasure-collecting golden toad would swallow all treasures into its belly, hiding them in its enormous stomach. The higher the level of the treasure-collecting golden toad, the more valuable the treasures hidden inside. It was no wonder that both Yilin and Mixue were excited. The treasure-collecting golden toad before them was level 26. If they could capture it alive, the treasures it could yield would surpass the combined total of over 100 other magical creatures. Sneak closer, I'll control it, you catch it, got it? Yilin whispered to Mixue. Mixue's little pink head nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Greedy, timid, and extremely fast, these were the labels of the treasure-collecting golden toad. Moreover, the treasure-collecting golden toad could only be captured alive, not killed. If it sensed a deadly threat, it would immediately secrete highly corrosive gastric fluid to digest all the treasures inside, leaving the hunter with nothing. Mixue crawled on the ground, inching closer to the treasure-collecting golden toad. The toad was extremely alert. Any slight movement would make it flee. Fortunately, Mixue was also very patient. She took a full hour to slowly move to right under the toad's eyelids. Mixue quietly reached behind her back and made an OK gesture to Yilin, signaling that he could make his move. Seeing this, Yilin quietly began to cast a forbidden spell, preparing to use the wood realm to bind the multi-treasure golden toad first, and then let Mixue pounce on it like a vicious dog to take it down. The power attribute of the Savage Warrior class is incredibly astonishing. Once this multi-treasure golden toad is bound by the wood realm and then protected by Mixue, it would surely be unable to escape. Just as Yilin and Mixue were about to make their move, a sinister voice suddenly came from behind. Yilin, so you are here. You really made me search for you. Yilin's expression changed, and he shouted loudly, make your move. Forbidden spell? Wood realm, descend. Launching this forbidden spell in the jungle undoubtedly increased its terrifying power, as countless resilient green vines coiled around the multi-treasured golden toad like spirit snakes. Mixue also stopped lurking and directly pounced towards the multi-treasured golden toad. However, it was already too late. The sudden voice alerted the multi-treasured golden toad, and with a croak, its massive body instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a golden afterimage. Damn! Yilin's face darkened, and Mixue, who had missed her target, gritted her silver teeth. The duck that was almost in hand had flown away, and anyone's mood would be sour. A rustling sound came, and then Wu Shaoqi and his group emerged from the lush bushes, with many others following them, clearly wanting to watch the excitement. No matter when or where, the urge to watch the excitement is ingrained in the genes of the people of Daxia. You really hid well, making me search for you. I must settle the score with you for what happened outside. I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. Enemies meet with red eyes, and Wu Shaoqi glared at Yilin with malice. TSK, this kid is in trouble, caught right in the middle by Wu Shaoqi and his people, with nowhere to run. Wu Shaoqi has leveled up again in the top scholar's secret realm, now at level 23. There are few who can match him in a one-on-one fight, not to mention he has a group of teammates. One can only say he is indeed unlucky. The top scholar's secret realm is so vast, yet he just happened to run into Wu Shaoqi. The crowd that had come to watch the excitement murmured, their gazes towards Yilin carrying a hint of sympathy. They knew that facing the furious Wu Shaoqi, Yilin was bound to suffer. However, at this moment, Yilin's expression was extremely cold, like a volcano about to erupt. Wishing I were dead? Don't worry, I will make all of you experience that. With the multi-treasure golden toad having fled, it would be even more difficult for him to catch it again. Ha, have you lost your mind? You mean you want to take on more than a dozen of us by yourself? The tall, thin man who had previously invited Mixue to team up and was rejected sneered. He had long disliked Yilin, and now he was the first to step forward. In the face of his provocation, Yilin calmly took a skill scroll from Mixue, then raised his hand, a surge of energy flowing. Fireball. The tall, thin man laughed even more disdainfully. The fireball technique was the most basic and ordinary skill, something any job changer could learn. This guy actually thought he could use a fireball to deal with him, simply absurd. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Yilin's finger lifted slightly, and that seemingly ordinary fireball suddenly swelled several times, transforming into a golden sun several meters in diameter, carrying terrifying high temperatures, and smashed towards the tall, thin man with the force of thunder. This scene was like divine fire descending from the heavens, shocking, and one could faintly hear a soft sigh. No, this is impossible. Save me! The tall, thin man screamed in terror, frantically trying to escape, but the speed of the fireball was simply too fast. He had nowhere to run. The sun slammed down on him fiercely, exploding into a burst of heat and shockwaves that instantly engulfed him. He couldn't even let out a scream before turning into a charred corpse. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded, mouths agape, unsure of what to say. This is a fireball spell? Why does it feel so wrong? That tall, thin man was the top scholar of a city, at level 18. How could someone like him be killed in an instant by a fireball? It was like just stepping into a game and the opponent was already shouting, "I've won." The charred corpse twitched slightly, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His expression was completely twisted, clearly in immense pain. Although the rules of the top scholar's secret realm could protect him from death, the agony of being burned was all too real. He was probably the first person to survive with 100% burn area. Yi Lin, we are all the future pillars of the Great Xia. How could you be so ruthless? Are you even human? Ning Yi, beside Wu Shaoqi, immediately accused Yi Lin. Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person who can't stand favoritism. I believe in equality for all, so what he experienced, you will soon experience as well. Yi Lin spoke calmly, and at the same time, picked up another skill scroll. Ice Spiral Spell. The few people targeted by Yi Lin suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by a ferocious beast. Like the Fireball spell, the Ice Spiral spell was also a very ordinary skill. Specifically, it condensed a sharp spiral ice cone that spun towards the enemy. But in Yi Lin's hands, the Ice Spiral spell underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless sharp ice spikes, each as thick as 100 feet, formed in midair, resembling crystal-clear pillars that radiated a bone-chilling cold. They spun rapidly in the air, like a massive ice-colored top, carrying destructive power as they whistled towards Wu Shaoqi and his stunned companions. How is this possible? How can the Ice Spiral spell have such power? This is unreasonable. And why can he use both fire and ice spells? Wu Shaoqi was also left speechless, immediately activating his class ability, the Holy Knight of Angels, raising a golden shield high to block the ice spike's attack. But it only managed to block the first ice spike before countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the golden shield. When the second ice spike came, the golden shield shattered instantly. Golden 10-Fist Sword. Wu Shaoqi's face changed dramatically as he unleashed his ultimate move. A golden longsword formed in his hand, crossing in a shape towards the sky full of ice spikes. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe he can handle so many of us at once. Wu Shaoqi shouted, and Ning Yi and the others finally snapped out of their shock, joining forces to resist Yi Lin's ice spiral spell. The onlookers had completely lost their minds. One person against a dozen top scholars. No one would believe such a thing if told, yet this scene was unfolding right before their eyes. Is this guy an elemental mage? Why can he use both fire and ice skills? No, the skills of an elemental mage aren't this powerful. I thought of an extremely terrifying class. If it's that class, then it's entirely possible. What? Forbidden Spellcaster. As these three words were uttered, countless people gasped in shock. Forbidden Spellcasters were notoriously short-lived. Using too many skills would cost them limbs. But if it were within the top scholar's secret realm, a forbidden spellcaster's potential would be greatly amplified. After all, within the top scholar's secret realm, everyone is immortal, which also means that the forbidden spellmasters have many forbidden spells they no longer need to hold back. As expected, Yi Lin's third strike directly confirmed their speculation. Falling Stone Technique. Yi Lin raised his palm and once again unleashed an ordinary skill that seemed unremarkable. The Falling Stone Technique summons a large rock to fall from the sky and smash down on the enemy, but after Yi Lin cast the Falling Stone Technique, what fell from the sky was no longer an ordinary stone, but a brilliant star from beyond the heavens. That star traced a dazzling trajectory through the void, like a shooting star, carrying the power to destroy the world, heading straight for Wu Shaoqi and the others. Wherever the star passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Wu Shaoqi and the others turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying skill. The oppressive force brought by that star left them without the courage to resist. What the hell is this Falling Stone Technique? This is clearly the forbidden spell Falling Star. My god, he really is a forbidden spell master. A bystander recognized the forbidden spell Yi Lin had cast, and his face instantly turned ashen. Wu Shaoqi's expression became extremely grim, and Ning Yi and the others also looked terrified. Although they were not weak, facing a forbidden spellmaster in the top scholar's secret realm made them feel utterly powerless. Before they could resolve the ice spikes, an even more terrifying star was already crashing down. If they had known earlier that Yi Lin was a forbidden spellmaster, they would never have chosen to provoke him. They tried to resist, but that star felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds, directly pinning them down. Yi Lin, I am a direct descendant of the Wu family. Are you sure you want to oppose me? Wu Shaoqi shouted. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Yi Lin, Wu Shaoqi could only bring up his family background. Don't worry, you won't die here, it will just hurt a bit. If the Wu family has to intervene for this, then I accept it. Yi Lin waved his hand, and the star pressed down a little more. Wu Shaoqi's face turned red with anger. Yi Lin, even if you don't fear the Wu family, what about the Supreme Academy? We are all students of the Supreme Academy. we will see each other again in the future. Are you really going to make things so absolute? What a coincidence! The Supreme Academy won't accept me, so you can rest easy. The moment Yi Lin finished speaking, that brilliant star came crashing down completely. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as the star smashed down on Wu Shaoqi and the others. In an instant, light radiated everywhere, and the entire space seemed to be filled with the brilliance of this star, dazzling to the extreme. No! Wu Shaoqi let out a miserable scream. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Wu Shaoqi and the others had been smashed deep into the ground by the star, and the surrounding earth had developed spiderweb-like cracks, as if the star had truly fallen from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world. The group of over 10 people, including Wu Shaoqi, had all been turned into a puddle of flesh. But under the rules of the top scholar's secret realm, they still did not die. Instead, they writhed madly. Dozens of puddles of flesh, mixed with shattered organs and bones, kept writhing there, making it a horrifying sight to behold. This was equivalent to a pile of rotten meat possessing human thought and awareness. Seeing its torn muscles, exploded eyeballs, and broken bones, all of this was enough to drive the mentally weak to the brink of collapse. At this moment, the entire place fell silent, and those who had come to watch the excitement began to regret why they had come. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Yi Lin would set his sights on them and give them a falling stone technique as well. Could some kind-hearted people please take Wu Shaoqi and the others for treatment? Yi Lin said very kindly. In fact, he couldn't even tell which pile of flesh was Wu Shaoqi. The crowd watching exchanged glances, none daring to move, until Yi Lin raised his hand again in a friendly manner, and when the thunder crackled in his palm, they hurriedly rushed over in fright. Lacking suitable tools, they used shovels to scoop, and without proper containers, they took off their clothes to wrap the remains. A group of them, bustling with energy, rushed towards the exit of the scholar's secret realm, carrying a dozen piles of rotten flesh and a charred corpse. Phew! With these few flies dealt with, it's finally quiet, Yi Lin sighed in relief. Although Wu Shaoqi and the others could still be saved and restored, it would definitely take a considerable amount of time. After all, reassembling a pile of rotten flesh into a living person was no small task. By the time Wu Shaoqi became a person again, the scholar's secret realm would likely have already ended. Let's go see if we can catch up with that treasure toad, Yi Lin called to Mi Shui. At that moment, Mi Shui was so frightened that her little face turned pale. Without a word, she loaded everything onto herself. Now recalling the events, she realized she had already walked a near brush with death. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had treated Yi Lin as a pervert at that moment. Her fate would probably not have been any better than Wu Shaoqi's. A beautiful girl turning into slime, was that even reasonable? At the exit of the scholar's secret realm, Zhang Kenqi stood ready with 3 priests and a dozen professional medical staff. Although it was only the 6th day since the opening of the scholar's secret realm, with over 20 days left until it ended, there had already been serious injuries in previous years by this time, so they had to be cautious. This year's group of scholars is quite impressive. It's already the 6th day, and not a single one has come looking for help, Zhang Kenqi said with a smile. Priest 1, yes, in previous years, we would have already been busy by now. It's clear that this batch of scholars is extraordinary. Priest 2, I hope they all have smooth sailing, that way, we can take it easy. Priest 3, indeed. Just as they were chatting, a large group rushed over in a flurry. Zhang Kenqi's heart tightened instantly. In such a situation, someone must have been injured. What happened? Who got hurt? Zhang Kenqi asked. We can't really say who got hurt, the crowd replied as they placed the charred, tall man in front of Zhang Kenqi. What the hell? Zhang Kenqi was startled. Is the injury this severe? Did they encounter a high-level fire-type monster? Priests, come quickly. As the 3 priests worked together to begin treatment, the burns on the tall man's body gradually started to heal, with new skin growing as soft as a baby's. Phew! Thankfully, just one. It's much better than previous years, Zhang Kenqi sighed in relief. But the next moment, a dozen writhing masses of flesh were brought before Zhang Kenqi. What is this? Low-level monster slime? Zhang Kenqi frowned. No, Teacher Zhang, this is Wu Shaoqi and the others. One scholar said, looking pale with fear. What? Zhang Kenqi's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. Are you saying these dozen masses of flesh are all people? Under Zhang Kenqi's astonished gaze, the few people in front slowly nodded. Zhang Kenqi felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly fainting. He had just said this year's scholars were impressive, and in the blink of an eye, the so-called scholars had turned into a pile of meatballs? The 3 priests were also dumbfounded. Priest 1, what happened? How did they end up like this? Priest 2, were they trampled by some giant monster? This is too pitiful. Priest 3, indeed. The task of restoring a dozen masses of flesh into a dozen living people was an overwhelmingly daunting workload. Zhang Kanki quickly borrowed several high-level priest healers from the deep city. After seeing the dozen or so meatballs, their eyes lit up. If they did this well, it would undoubtedly be a highlight in their professional resumes. Soon, the exit of the top scholar's secret realm was bustling with activity. On the other side, Yilin and Mi Shui were equally busy. The two chased after the direction in which the treasure toad had escaped, but to no avail. They didn't see a single trace of the treasure toad, not even a hair. Those damn dogs got off too easily. Yilin frowned. If it weren't for Wu Shaoqi and the others causing trouble, the treasure toad would never have escaped from him. The treasure toad had already been startled once, and now it was likely hiding somewhere in the secret realm, making it extremely difficult to find it again. Forget it, no more searching. Let's level up first. With no other choice, Yilin had to give up on the idea of continuing to pursue the treasure toad. The top scholar's secret realm was so vast that trying to find the treasure toad with just the two of them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yilin took Mi Shui and began to push deeper into the top scholar's secret realm. After awakening his second career talent, Yilin preferred using the fireball spell, a small skill. After all, forbidden spells required chanting and had a certain skill windup, making both humans and monsters wary. But using the fireball spell directly could be instantaneous, and the fireball cast in this way could reach the power of a forbidden spell under extreme enhancement, making it extremely useful for ambushes. After quickly dealing with the monsters blocking their path, Yilin and Mi Shui continued to explore deeper into the top scholar's secret realm. Soon, they encountered several batches of terrifying monsters. The closer they got to the center of the secret realm, the more numerous and powerful the monsters became. Gradually, level 30 monsters began to appear, and Yilin's expression grew extremely serious. Because level 30 monsters could no longer be easily killed with just one forbidden spell, it required two. Alright, let's call it a day. As the bright moon hung high, Yilin stopped. Although his mana had not yet been exhausted, his spirit was already beginning to tire. Even with his immortal body, Yilin still needed normal rest. He lit a campfire and then had Mi Shui keep watch for him. After all, this girl had followed him and leached so much experience, so it was only right for her to keep watch for him. To fall asleep quickly, Yilin picked up the Starfall Skymark and struck the back of his head hard with the blade, instantly achieving a sleep quality as pure as that of a baby. Listening to Yilin's steady breathing, Mi Shui couldn't help but murmur, "What a strange person." Throughout her life, the men who approached her, except for her father, almost all had ulterior motives, with 9 out of 10 being lolicon. But Yilin was different from those men. He didn't see her as a woman, or even as a person. Mi Shui felt that in Yilin's eyes, she was just a somewhat useful human-shaped tool. Lost in thought, Mi Shui's mind drifted away as she stared blankly at Yilin's sleeping face. However, in the darkness, 3 pairs of crimson eyes were watching them from afar. Mi Shui suddenly shivered, as if sensing something, and turned her head sharply, but saw nothing. Strange, is it just my imagination? Mi Shui frowned. She had clearly felt something watching her just moments ago. The next second, Mi Shui suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous feeling. Yilin, be careful. She had no time to react otherwise. Instinctively, she picked up the sleeping Yilin and then lunged to the side. Crack! Mi Shui felt a liquid fall on her back, followed by an intense burning sensation, as if someone had splashed her with sulfuric acid. She gasped in pain. Yilin was also awakened at that moment. He looked at Mi Shui's back and discovered that her clothing had been almost completely corroded by a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid, and even her originally fair and delicate skin had been deeply eroded. Yilin frowned and turned to the monster in the darkness. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his expression grew serious. This is a high-level magical creature, the Hellhound, Cerberus. The night was as dark as ink, and silence enveloped everything when suddenly, a deep roar shattered the tranquility, like a demon from hell raging. A massive canine figure leaped out of the darkness, its imposing body covered in black flames, and its crimson eyes glinted with a fierce light in the night. Foul, corrosive saliva dripped continuously from its mouth, and its exposed fangs seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Even more terrifying was that this monster had 3 heads. 6 crimson eyes were sizing up Yilin and Mi Shui. This was indeed the legendary Hellhound Cerberus, a true high-level magical creature. There was a world of difference between low-level and high-level magical creatures. Low-level creatures not only had significantly lower strength and intelligence but also had a maximum level of only 50. 50 was the limit for low-level magical creatures, such as slimes, which were common low-level monsters. However, high-level magical creatures were different. they not only had greater strength and higher level caps but also possessed extremely high intelligence, even employing strategies and traps. A single high-level creature could easily tear apart dozens of low-level creatures of the same level. The Hellhound before them was a staggering level 36. No wonder Mi Shui was heavily injured right from the start. In fact, if it weren't for her trying to save the sleeping Yi Lin, she could have dodged that attack. "Stay back, this guy is tough to deal with," Yi Lin said to Mi Shui. This Hellhound was likely the most powerful creature in the top scholar's secret realm. The Hellhound growled, circling the campfire a few times, clearly having marked Yi Lin and Mi Shui as its prey. Fireball. Yi Lin struck first, using a skill scroll. The Fireball spell was upgraded to the Sai of the Flame God under extreme enhancement. A massive, golden-red flaming sun hurtled toward the Hellhound. But at that moment, Yi Lin read an emotion in the Hellhound's 6 enormous eyes: contempt. The second head of the Hellhound opened its mouth wide and bit down on the golden-red sun that Yi Lin had unleashed. With a loud thud, Yi Lin's forbidden spell was directly swallowed by the Hellhound. What kind of monster is this? Yi Lin felt a chill run down his spine. It was his first encounter with a high-level magical creature, and he never expected it to be so terrifying, able to swallow his forbidden spell whole. After devouring Yi Lin's forbidden spell, the Hellhound's eyes revealed a hint of human-like mockery. Then, its third head opened its mouth wide, and a thick, green, foul-smelling liquid spewed toward Yi Lin. Yi Lin frowned and sacrificed 2 of his kidneys, gaining 10 times his agility, and suddenly dodged to the side. This thick green liquid had terrifying corrosive properties. Mi Shui had already verified that firsthand, and he did not want to come into contact with it. The massive dog head followed Yi Lin, spewing the thick green liquid, and wherever it went, all the flowers, grass, and trees were corroded. Even the ground could not escape, emitting plumes of white smoke under the corrosive effect of the liquid. Yi Lin had just avoided the highly corrosive green liquid when he suddenly felt a strong wind rushing at his back. He quickly turned around and saw a sharp black claw shadow slashing towards him fiercely. He dared not take it head-on and swiftly jumped sideways, narrowly dodging this deadly strike. At this moment, Yi Lin understood that in the face of such a high-level magical beast, he could no longer hold back or hesitate. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Brilliant blood-red flames rose from Yi Lin, his life force burning fiercely. Without the double 3-dimensional attribute boost from burning reincarnation, Yi Lin would not stand a chance against this hellish 3-headed dog. "Beast, don't you like to swallow? I'll make you swallow to your heart's content." Yi Lin raised his hand, and the metallic elements within him surged out, gathering into points of golden light in his palm, eventually coalescing into a dazzling golden spear. Forbidden spell? Eternal metal. The golden spear in Yi Lin's hand shot through the night sky like a meteor, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it thrust towards the hellish 3-headed dog. The spear shimmered with the unique luster of eternal metal, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the hellish 3-headed dog, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce snarl. It let out a low growl, and the second head opened its massive maw, spewing forth rolling black flames in an attempt to resist Yi Lin's attack. However, the forbidden spell of eternal metal was best at breaking through points, and while its destructive power might not match that of the world-destroying thunder, its attack power was absolutely top-notch. The spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, piercing through the black flames and driving deep into the gaping maw of the hellish 3-headed dog's second head, penetrating deep into its throat. A piercing scream erupted, and the hellish 3-headed dog's body trembled violently, as if it were suffering unimaginable pain. The second head struggled for a moment before drooping limply, silent. With one head killed by Yi Lin, the hellish 3-headed dog was clearly enraged. The first head, which had remained silent until now, roared in fury, opening its massive maw to unleash an extremely strange black aura. This aura carried a rich scent of death and decay, as if it were the essence of all things in the world. As this aura spread, everything along its path was eroded, flowers wilted, and green leaves withered. The frightened little white rabbit, in a panic, was enveloped by the black aura, and in an instant, it collapsed to the ground, quickly turning into dried rabbit meat. It was not hard to imagine that if a person were struck by this aura, it would surely turn into a dried corpse as well. Yi Lin was furious at the sight. "Bunny is so cute. How can you kill the bunny?" Fireball technique. Although it was the same skill, Yi Lin now had the double boost from burning reincarnation. This time, the crimson golden sun that appeared was many times more terrifying than before. As soon as the black aura approached, it was directly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. The crimson golden sun then continued its momentum, smashing directly towards the hellish 3-headed dog. The hellish 3-headed dog let out a roar, and its massive claws swiped down at the approaching crimson golden sun. Bang! The crimson golden sun was shattered upon impact, but the hellish 3-headed dog's claws were also burned, releasing a rich scent of char. At that moment, Yilin had already appeared at the side of the hellish three-headed dog, and the forbidden spell of eternal metal was unleashed once more, the golden spear reappearing in his hand. Facing such a large enemy, there was no better forbidden spell than eternal metal. It was impossible to miss when thrown casually. This time, Yilin aimed for the third head that would spit corrosive liquid. Just as the golden spear was about to hit the third head, a shocking scene unfolded before Yilin's eyes. The second head, which should have been dead, came back to life and bit down on the swiftly approaching golden spear. Vocal, resurrect, clang, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The suddenly revived second head accurately bit into the golden spear formed by the eternal metal. Yilin clearly remembered that this head had just been pierced through the brain by the eternal metal, dead beyond recovery. Yet, in such a short time, the injuries on this second head had completely healed, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that this thing also has an immortal body? Yilin looked at the three-headed hellhound in front of him with uncertainty. At this moment, the injuries on the hellhound had fully recovered, and all three heads let out terrifying roars. The second head fixed its fierce and hateful gaze on Yilin. Then, the massive hellhound suddenly leaped up and pounced towards Yilin. While dodging, Yilin shouted loudly to Mi Shui, who was hiding nearby. "I remember you have a lot of chocolate in your backpack, throw some to me." "Ha, are you hungry?" Mi Shui was taken aback. Weren't they dealing with the high-level magical beast, the hellhound? Why did Yilin want to eat chocolate at this moment? "Don't worry about that, just throw it over," Yilin urged. Oh. Mi Shui fumbled to open her backpack and threw dozens of chocolate bars at Yilin. Chocolate is small in size but high in calories, making it perfect for outdoor camping and trekking, as it can quickly replenish energy, which is why Mi Shui had prepared a lot. After receiving the chocolate, Yilin raised his hand and cast a fireball spell at the hellhound. The hellhound was enraged and became even more frenzied, lunging at Yilin to bite him. The three massive mouths were extremely conspicuous, even visible through the moonlight, revealing the hellhound's throat. This saved Yilin a lot of trouble. He held the chocolate in his hand and, like throwing darts, continuously tossed the chocolate into the hellhound's belly. To ensure fairness, he didn't spare any of the three heads. Who knows if these three heads shared a digestive system or had three separate ones? The hellhound was very cooperative, accepting everything thrown at it, as if it could devour everything in the world. Soon, all the chocolate was thrown into the belly of the hellhound, Cerberus. Mi Shui was dumbfounded by Yilin's actions. She couldn't understand what he was doing. Was he feeding the hellhound? But soon, a shocking change occurred with the hellhound. The massive hellhound suddenly collapsed to the ground, its muscles began to spasm violently, and all three heads started foaming at the mouth, while its lower body lost control, emitting a foul odor. "Ah! Ha!" Mi Shui's small mouth opened wide, her fair face filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why the hellhound, which had been chasing Yilin, suddenly collapsed. Yilin glanced at the dazed Mi Shui and explained, "Don't you know? Dogs can get poisoned by chocolate. The theobromine and other substances in chocolate can cause muscle spasms in dogs. After eating it, they may vomit, have diarrhea, and drool, and in severe cases, it can even lead to death." "I know that. But this is a high-level magical beast, Cerberus," Mi Shui murmured. Yilin's explanation only left Mi Shui more stunned. The hellhound was also a dog, so chocolate could poison it too? Who would have thought that the fearsome high-level magical beast, the hellhound, would have chocolate as its nemesis? Yilin walked up to the still convulsing hellhound, then activated the burning reincarnation, directly summoning a world-destroying thunderbolt to strike down. Perhaps sensing death approaching, the hellhound actually staggered to its feet just as the violent, surging thunder was about to descend. Six eyes fixed on Yilin, letting out a low, hoarse growl. Then, the black flames on the hellhound surged towards Yilin and Mi Shui at an extremely terrifying speed. The flames were filled with high temperatures, as if they could incinerate everything, carrying the hellhound's resentment and madness before its death. The consequences would be unimaginable upon contact. Yilin pulled Mi Shui behind him, then raised a hand, and a thick wall appeared in front of them. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. Yilin's level had now reached 20. Unless a creature or class changer above level 40 attacked, they could not break through the wall of size defense head-on. Otherwise, they would have to find a way around it to launch an attack on Yilin. Although the hellhound's desperate counterattack was extremely terrifying, it could only shake its head and sigh in the face of the wall of size. The black flames collided with the wall of size and were instantly extinguished, leaving not even a crack on the wall. At that moment, the thunder Yilin summoned also struck down. With a loud bang, the hellhound was directly struck down into a charred corpse. Killed the level 36 high-level creature, hellhound, rewarded with 720 experience points. High-level creatures indeed provided experience points that were double that of low-level creatures, and with this boost, Yilin leveled up to 21. But before he could rejoice, he noticed another problem. The black flames released by the Hellhound before its death, although not directly harming Yilin and Mixue due to the wall of size, quickly spread around, igniting a devastating fire. The surroundings instantly became chaotic and dangerous, with trees, grass, and nearby bushes turning to ashes in the raging flames. Run! Yilin reacted quickly, grabbing Mixue's hand and rushing away from the black flames, but as soon as he moved, Mixue gasped in pain. Yilin then remembered that Mixue had been corroded on her back by the Hellhound's saliva while carrying him, who was asleep. Without caring much, Yilin disregarded Mixue's protests and directly picked her up horizontally, then dashed towards the edge of the secret realm. Mixue's cheeks were already flushed, the ground beneath her was scalding hot, and the air was filled with the smell of burning and thick smoke, yet at that moment, she wished time could pause. Quack! Just as Mixue was immersed in this atmosphere, a clear frog croak sounded. Yilin turned his head and saw a giant golden toad frantically hopping, its rear end still ablaze with black flames. This is the last time's treasure toad. Yilin was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that after slaying the Hellhound, there would be an unexpected surprise. The black flames released by the Hellhound's dying counterattack had actually burned out that treasure toad. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell? Wood Realm descends. Yilin did not hesitate at all, raising his hand to cast 2 forbidden spells. In the state of burning reincarnation, the vines that appeared with Wood Realm descends would become more resilient and difficult to escape. Moreover, this was a forest, and casting Wood Realm descends here would yield the greatest enhancement effect. It was clear that Yilin had no intention of letting this treasure toad escape this time. The green vines slithered like serpents towards the treasure toad. Fear was evident in the treasure toad's vertical pupils. It clearly did not expect to be so unlucky today, first being inexplicably burned by fire, and then encountering Yilin. The multi-treasured golden toad struggled wildly, trying to break free from the vines that bound it. However, those vines seemed to possess a life of their own, tightly wrapping around it, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Instead, the more it fought, the tighter they became. The multi-treasured golden toad opened its large mouth, took a deep breath, and then its entire body swelled even larger, stretching the vines apart, while a transparent slime oozed from its body. Quack! With the lubrication of the slime on its body, the multi-treasured golden toad instantly broke free from the binding of the Wood Realm's descending vines and attempted to flee. I didn't want to harm you, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Yilin's gaze sharpened, and the vines released by the Wood Realm's descent once again lunged toward the multi-treasured golden toad. This time, the vines not only shimmered with a faint golden light but also sprouted countless sharp thorns. The vines surged toward the multi-treasured golden toad like a python chasing its prey, quickly wrapping around it tightly, gradually tightening and slowing the toad's movements. The multi-treasured golden toad emitted anxious cries, its body becoming more and more constricted by the vines, as if it were about to be crushed into a ball. However, this time, no matter how it struggled or secreted slime, it could not break free from the binding vines. On the contrary, due to its violent struggles, the thorns on the vines had deeply pierced its skin, causing the multi-treasured golden toad to cry out in pain. Yilin swiftly appeared in front of the multi-treasured golden toad, clearly very pleased with this prey that had been lost and regained. He placed the starfall celestial mark on the toad's head. I know you can understand me. Spit out everything, and I won't kill you, Yilin said. The multi-treasured golden toad, being a high-level magical creature, was not lacking in intelligence. After a moment of hesitation, it spat out a peculiar stone about the size of a fist. The surface of this stone shimmered with a faint golden luster, as if it contained boundless magical power. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, exuding a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Yilin picked up the stone, feeling a cold and heavy sensation in his palm. The small stone was so heavy that it made his hand tingle, and it had peculiar patterns resembling dragon scales. This is dragon scale gold. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yilin's eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't daydreamed during geography class in high school. Dragon scale gold was an extremely precious forging material, and if it fell into the hands of a master blacksmith, it could definitely be forged into an epic piece of equipment. This multi-treasured golden toad was indeed more than meets the eye, being able to spit out dragon scale gold. Is this it? Nothing more? Yilin looked at the multi-treasured golden toad with a half-smile. The toad nodded repeatedly. I don't believe it. Yilin was convinced that the multi-treasured golden toad must have something more precious than dragon scale gold inside it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so easily spat out the dragon scale gold. Although high-level magical creatures were not less intelligent than humans, they lacked the cunning and deceitfulness of true humans, making it easy to guess their thoughts with a little deduction. Yilin did not let go of the multi-treasured golden toad but instead carried it along with Mixue to a place far from the black flames. He then tossed the multi-treasured golden toad aside, took off his yin-yang twin bracelet, and put it on Mi Shue's hand to heal her back injuries. Under the effect of the yin-yang twin bracelet, Mi Shue's back, which had been corroded by the hellhound, began to slowly recover, though the scars still looked somewhat hideous. This could only be fixed later by finding a beautician or a similar profession after exiting the top scholar's secret realm. After healing Mi Shue, Yilin hung the multi-treasure golden toad on a towering giant tree and assigned a task to Mi Shue. Every 3 minutes, he would punch the plump belly of the multi-treasure golden toad, and when it spat something out, he would let it rest for 5 minutes. If it didn't, he would continue to hit it. Hearing Yilin's words, the multi-treasure golden toad croaked in protest, but how could Yilin care about the complaints of a toad? He hummed a tune and went straight to prepare food. The little girl picking mushrooms carries a big bamboo basket, walking barefoot in the morning light through the forest and hills. Along the way, Yilin picked up every colorful mushroom he saw without hesitation. Soon, he returned with a large pile of strange mushrooms, while Mi Shue had already been torturing the multi-treasure golden toad for quite a while. Although the toad had spat out quite a bit, compared to the dragon pattern mine gold, it was almost like scrap metal. Yilin was sure that this multi-treasure golden toad was still hiding its true abilities, so he didn't let it go but instead ran to the side to start a fire and cook, preparing for a midnight snack. Forbidden spell? Wood realm descends. Forbidden spell? Fiery catastrophe. Forbidden spell? Eternal metal. 3 consecutive forbidden spells were unleashed. There was firewood, a fire source, and a pot made of eternal metal. This operation left both Mi Shue and the multi-treasure golden toad dumbfounded. They never expected that forbidden spells could be used like this. Using forbidden spells to start a fire was one thing, but someone actually used forbidden spells to make a pot? Was that reasonable? Watching the water in the pot begin to boil, Yilin nodded in satisfaction and sliced all the colorful mushrooms, tossing them in. Some mushrooms that were originally white turned green as they cooked. The bubbling water flipped the mushrooms over and over, making Yilin drool. Brother, we can't eat this, can we? They look poisonous. Mi Shue couldn't help but say, what do you know? A friend of mine from Yunnan told me that the more colorful the mushroom, the stronger the toxicity, but the more toxic the mushroom, the more delicious it is. Yilin said seriously, since we're in the scholar's secret realm and have immortal bodies, if we don't eat now, we won't have the chance later. Really? Mi Shue blinked her big eyes, clearly a bit skeptical. But soon, the fresh aroma unique to the mushrooms spread from the pot, making Mi Shue swallow her saliva. Just eat. 1 bite and you won't say a word. After 5 minutes of cooking, Yilin couldn't wait to scoop up the mushrooms. He and Mi Shue each took a bowl, soup and mushrooms included, and swallowed them down. The fresh and sweet mushrooms slid down to their stomachs, a delight only those who have experienced it could describe. Mi Shue's little face turned rosy from the hot soup, looking incredibly cute. How is it? Delicious, right? Yilin wiped his mouth and scooped another bowl for himself and Mi Shue. Delicious. But, why are there 2 little people fighting on your head? Mi Shue asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a small issue, the poison has just acted up. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin collapsed with a thud, his head diving into the still boiling mushroom soup, making a bubbling sound. Oh, so it's the poison acting up. I thought the mushrooms weren't cooked. Mi Shue chuckled foolishly, her beautiful eyes rolling back as she fainted. Multi-treasure golden toad. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. When Yilin woke up, the mushroom soup pot was still boiling, cooking his head. The flesh of his entire head was thoroughly cooked, like a sheep's head placed on a table, just waiting for a sauce to be poured over it to start. Since his nerves had already been cooked, Yilin felt no pain at all. He reached out to touch Mi Shue, confirming that she was still in a poisoned state and hadn't woken up. With a thought, the terrifying healing ability of his immortal body began to reveal itself. All the fully ripe flesh fell off, until a fresh skull was revealed, and then new muscle fibers, blood vessels, and skin grew on the skull. Even the fallen eyeballs regrew. The mushrooms are indeed delicious, but next time I need to find a place further from the pot, Yilin said with a bitter smile. He wasn't a masochist, so he naturally didn't have a hobby of boiling his head in a pot. This horrifying scene was vividly captured in the eyes of the hanging duobao golden toad, whose already round vertical pupils nearly popped out of its eye sockets. Humans, can they really recover so terrifyingly? Even if it were a monster, if its head were boiled, it would surely be dead. Seeing that Mi Shue was still not awake, Yilin walked over to the duobao golden toad and flicked its white belly. I say, you've been hanging here all night, and you still won't spit out the treasure? Do you have to die hanging here to be satisfied? The duobao golden toad remained silent, clearly unwilling to give it up. Seeing this, Yilin was too lazy to force the stubborn toad any further. After waking Mi Shue, he handed the duobao golden toad and their luggage over to her, then set off on his monster hunting journey again. With 24 days left until the scholar's secret realm closed, He didn't believe the Duobao Golden Toad could withstand 24 days of severe torture. On the journey ahead, Yilin and Mi Shui worked together with great synergy. Yilin was responsible for casting forbidden spells to kill monsters, while Mi Shui was in charge of tormenting the Duobao Golden Toad to make it spit things out. They rampaged through the scholar's secret realm, quickly gaining experience points. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Only 5 days remained until the scholar's secret realm closed. At the exit of the scholar's secret realm, 3 priests, sporting large dark circles under their eyes, walked out of the operating room looking exhausted. The priests breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Kanki, "We did not fail our mission, the surgery was very successful, and Wu Shaoqi and the others have nearly recovered to their former selves." Zhang Kanki's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. "Thank you for your hard work, the 3 of you. Rest assured, I, Zhang, will definitely report your contributions truthfully during this time." Just then, Wu Shaoqi and his group were also pushed out of the operating room by the medical staff. "Teacher Zhang, I feel like my face shape is a bit off. My face seems a bit square," one of the scholars said. "A square face is good, it looks stable." Zhang Kanki waved his hand and replied. "But, isn't this a bit too square?" The scholar sat up, revealing that his face was a perfect square, with sharp angles. Zhang Kanki was startled and quickly grabbed a priest by the collar. "What's going on here?" The priest sighed helplessly. "Boss, they were squished into meat patties. It's already impressive that they could recover to human form in such a short time. Any issues with their face shape will have to be fixed by a plastic surgeon later." "That's true," Zhang Kanki nodded. "Teacher Zhang, what about me? My arms are different lengths." Another scholar spoke up. "It's impossible for everyone's arms to be the same length. You'll get used to it," Zhang Kanki comforted. "But it can't be this ridiculous." The scholar angrily raised his hand, revealing one arm was normal while the other was only a few centimeters long. Zhang Kanki's pupils slowly dilated, and then he grabbed a priest by the collar. "Are you messing with me? You dare to say the surgery was successful after this?" "Boss, we pieced together more than 10 people in half a month, averaging 1 person a day. It's normal for there to be some issues. I'll help him fix his arm, just calm down," the priest quickly replied. Subsequently, various bizarre symptoms appeared on the others as well. Some had extra taste buds on their intestines, some had a steel door in their palms, and some had an extra tongue in their armpits. At that moment, the entrance to the operating room was filled with complaints. Wu Shaoqi broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. He quickly checked his own body and, finding that he did not have the same bizarre symptoms as the others, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, a flash of resentment crossed his eyes, and he threw off the blanket, ready to get out of bed to find trouble with Yilin. He had not forgotten who had caused him to suffer the agony of having his body remade, but just as he stood on the ground, he noticed something was off. Wu Shaoqi discovered that he had 2 left feet. "Yilin, I won't let you off." Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Yilin could use forbidden spells infinitely within the top scholar's secret realm, but what about outside? Without the immortality rules of the secret realm, wouldn't he still become a lamb to the slaughter? By then, he would make Yilin pay the price and let him know what it meant to offend Wu Shaoqi. At that moment, in the top scholar's secret realm, Yilin was still unaware that he had been targeted by Wu Shaoqi. He was struggling to find the magical creatures. After searching for 2 hours, he had only found 2 living people and not a single magical creature. In the end, Yilin had to face the reality that the magical creatures in the top scholar's secret realm seemed to have been wiped out by him. At this point, Yilin had reached level 25, and Mi Shui had reached level 23. It was worth mentioning that the multi-treasure golden toad still refused to spit. Its white belly had been beaten black and blue by Mi Shui, yet the multi-treasure golden toad remained stubborn. Yilin once again hung the multi-treasure golden toad upside down and calmly stroked its belly. "Little golden toad, we're leaving today." Upon hearing this, the toad's round eyes instantly brightened. Its days of suffering were finally coming to an end. "Since you are unwilling to spit out the treasures in your belly, I won't force you. Perhaps it's just fate." Yilin sighed softly. "Since we have known each other for a while and I have tormented you for so long, today I will give you a quick end, allowing you to be completely free." Yilin raised his hand, and the sky instantly darkened with clouds, silver lightning weaving through the clouds. Then, a furious bolt of lightning, like a world-destroying dragon, dove down rapidly, connecting with Yilin's palm. Forbidden spell? World-destroying thunder. Quack! The vertical pupils of the multi-treasure golden toad reflected the raging lightning snake, its eyes filled with terror. The good news, its days of suffering were over. The bad news, its days were also numbered. It thought Yilin was going to let it go, but unexpectedly, Yilin was sending it away. Quack quack, quack 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 quack. The multi-treasure golden toad waved its hands repeatedly, as if begging for mercy. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say?" Yilin asked with a smile. The multi-treasure golden toad fell silent for a moment, then seemed to have made a certain decision. During this time, it had seen through that this human in front of it was a lunatic. It couldn't provoke him, but could it not avoid him? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The more intelligent a creature, the more it fears death. The multi-treasure golden toad's huge mouth began to slowly move, as if chewing on something. Then, accompanied by a low rumble, it actually spat out a weapon that shimmered with cold light. The weapon traced an elegant arc in the air before finally embedding itself into the ground in front of Yilin. It was a staff, radiating a faint golden glow, as if containing boundless power. The staff was engraved with exquisite patterns, as if flames were burning, with every detail revealing mystery and nobility. Yilin was stunned. He hadn't expected that the treasure the multi-treasure golden toad had hidden for so long was actually a staff. He quickly began to check the attributes of the staff. Crimson Flame Staff Level, Epic Attribute, 50% Mental Power Amplification, can be refined. Skill, Crimson Flame Devastation. Crimson Flame Devastation, when casting fire spells with the Crimson Flame Staff, reduces mana consumption by 30% and increases power by 50%. Yilin gasped in shock. This staff was actually an epic level equipment. No wonder the treasure toad was hiding it so tightly. However, the enhancement from this epic level equipment was indeed astonishing. Just one piece of epic equipment was equivalent to the total of 3 high-level pieces. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer so much, would you? Yilin picked up the Crimson Flame Staff and then swung it fiercely, casting a basic skill. Blade of Flame. Class talent fully activated. Blade of Flame has been enhanced to God of Flame's Wrath Slash. Yilin wielded the Crimson Flame Staff, and a violent force gathered at the tip of the staff, forming a massive vortex of flames. With a thrust of the staff forward, the flame vortex erupted instantly, transforming into a scorching giant blade of fire, striking forward with tremendous force. The air seemed to be split by this blade of flame, producing a sharp sound of slicing wind. Wherever the blade of flame passed, the ground was instantly melted by the high temperature, leaving a long, charred mark. The God of Flame's Wrath Slash was already a forbidden spell, and with the 50% power enhancement from the Crimson Flame Staff combined with Yilin's level, this slash was enough to easily annihilate any monster or class changer below level 35. The treasure toad, witnessing this, flashed a hint of terror in its eyes. It never expected Yilin would go back on his word. It had already spat out its treasures, yet the other still wanted to kill it. This strike was something it could not withstand. The treasure toad was not good at fighting and could only close its eyes and wait for death. But just at that critical moment, the blade of flame stopped right in front of it, and the treasure toad could even clearly feel the intense heat radiating from the blade. Looks like you really have nothing left in you. Yilin nodded in satisfaction, then released the bindings and set the treasure toad down. He remembered that if the treasure toad encountered a life-threatening danger, it would self-destruct along with the treasures in its belly, leaving nothing for its hunter. This treasure toad was on the verge of death and still hadn't self-destructed, clearly indicating that it had been completely drained and had nothing left inside. The treasure toad, having escaped death, stood dazed in place. With its limited intellect, it couldn't understand why Yilin, who had seemed intent on killing it just a moment ago, would let it go the next. But it knew it was free. The treasure toad cried tears of joy and darted away, but due to the torment it had suffered at the hands of Yilin and Mishue, its speed was clearly not what it used to be. Let's go, we'll head out directly and not waste any more time here. Yilin brought Mishue to the exit of the scholar's secret realm. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. There are still 5 days until the secret realm closes, but it seems like there are no monsters left inside. Right, I wanted to mention that too. Our team hunted on the outskirts for 10 days, leveled up, and then entered the inner depths, but all we found was a scorched area, not a single hair. Isn't that strange? I also noticed that there are actually more monsters on the outskirts than in the inner depths. Is that reasonable? Let's wait for Wu Shaoqi and the others. Once they recover from their injuries, they'll go in to level up too. They might know what's going on. The group gathered together, discussing the shocking changes within the scholar's secret realm, but when they saw Yilin and Mishue, the people around them recoiled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. They had already learned that it was this seemingly gentle-looking youth who had crushed all of Wu Shaoqi and his dozen companions into meat paste. They certainly did not want to experience the feeling of being crushed all over and then reassembled into human form. Yilin ignored them and walked straight towards the exit. Yilin, if you walk out from here, it means you have completed the trial of the scholar's secret realm. There are still 5 days left. Are you sure you want to leave now? Zhang Kanki kindly reminded him. Sure. Yilin nodded. He had almost killed all the monsters in the scholar's secret realm. Why stay inside? Alright, let's register your level over here, Zhang Kanki said. Yilin directly revealed his level. Yilin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 25. Zhang Kanki instantly gasped. 2. 25 levels? He remembered that Yi Lin was only level 18 when he entered the scholar's secret realm. This guy had leveled up by 7 levels inside? In previous years, the highest level anyone had reached upon exiting the scholar's secret realm was only 24. Yi Lin had already broken the highest record. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of others, and their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Yi Lin. Looking at Yi Lin's level, they seemed to understand why there were no monsters left in the deeper areas. Could it be that this guy had killed all the monsters in the inner depths? Meanwhile, after recovering from his injuries, Wu Shaoqi, wanting to quickly level up before the scholar's secret realm closed, let out an angry roar. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there no monsters left? Teacher Zhang, can I leave now? Yi Lin asked. Oh, yes. Yi Lin's voice brought Zhang Kanki back from his shock. It was terrifying. In just a month, he had managed to level up 7 times, which was simply astonishing. He could hardly imagine how quickly Yi Lin had killed monsters in the secret realm. No wonder the forbidden spell master profession rarely lived past 25. When God opens a window for you, he closes a door and then slams your head in it. If forbidden spell masters could have the same lifespan as other professions, then other professions wouldn't stand a chance. They might as well find a 36E and crash into it. Wait, no, you can't leave. Zhang Kanki suddenly reacted as he watched Yi Lin walk past him. Your level is currently the highest. You are very likely to be this year's national top scholar, so you must stay until the secret realm closes. Is there any reward for being the national top scholar? Yi Lin asked directly. Of course there is. Zhang Kanki nodded. In addition to the honor, the national top scholar will receive a generous reward from the Daxia government. How generous? Yi Lin's eyes immediately lit up. About 3 or 4 stories thick, I suppose. After hearing Zhang Kanki's explanation, Yi Lin decisively decided to stay. He had originally planned to return to Qingcheng immediately. After all, he had completely offended Wu Shaoqi, who was a local tyrant in Deep City. It was better to avoid trouble. But since there was a reward, that was a different story. Yi Lin waited with peace of mind, and soon, the 5 days passed in a flash. The top scholars in the scholar's secret realm gradually emerged, but at that moment, their faces were extremely grim, as if they had eaten several pounds of something unpleasant. During these 5 days, some of them, with a whole team of 5, had only killed 4 monsters in total, averaging less than 1 per person. Some hadn't encountered a single monster and had merely wandered around the scholar's secret realm for 5 days. It was as if all the monsters in the scholar's secret realm had mysteriously disappeared due to some irresistible force. For example, Wu Shaoqi and Ningyi, along with their group of over 10 people, had only encountered 2 monsters in 5 days. One was killed by them, while the other was a multi-treasured golden toad. They exerted tremendous effort, pursuing and intercepting all the way, before finally capturing the precious golden toad alive. However, a more bizarre scene unfolded. The golden toad's belly was completely empty, devoid of anything. This was entirely inconsistent with the nature of the golden toad, which was known to be obsessed with treasures and would certainly swallow any valuables it encountered. The only explanation was that someone had gotten there before them and taken all the treasures from the toad's belly. Wu Shaoqi's face darkened, and he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, sending chills down people's spines. He had entered the top scholar's secret realm at level 22 and emerged at the same level, which meant he had gained nothing from the experience and had only endured a beating, spending over half a month healing. The root cause of all this was clearly Yi Lin. When Wu Shaoqi emerged and saw Yi Lin's indifferent expression, he nearly charged at him. If it weren't for Yi Lin, he could have at least leveled up 3 or 4 times in that month, and he might have had a chance to compete for the title of national top scholar. But Wu Shaoqi suppressed his inner turmoil, casting a cold glance at Yi Lin before looking away. If he were to act against Yi Lin in the secret realm, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to stumble in the same place twice. But this matter clearly couldn't just end like this. As everyone left the top scholar's secret realm, their levels were all clearly tallied. The highest level among them was undoubtedly Yi Lin. After all, he had slaughtered all the monsters in the realm. Congratulations, Yi Lin, you are the highest level person in this top scholar's secret realm, Zhang Kanki praised. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, shock still flickered in Zhang Kanki's eyes. After all, the title of national top scholar had always been monopolized by students from the top-tier cities. Scholars from big cities could reach levels in the 20s before even entering the secret realm, far surpassing those from small counties who only managed to reach the teens. Yet Yi Lin had undoubtedly broken this rule, as Qingcheng was undeniably a small city. Once this news spread, it would surely leave countless people in disbelief. What? Level 25? Wu Shaoqi could no longer remain calm, glaring at Yi Lin with resentment. He distinctly remembered that Yi Lin was only level 18 before entering the secret realm, and now he had jumped 7 levels in one go. No wonder there were so few monsters left in the top scholar's secret realm. This meant that Jilin not only turned him into a meat patty, forcing him to spend over half a month healing, but during his recovery, he had wiped out all the monsters. Jilin, you damned guy. I will never let this go. Wu Shaoqi gritted his teeth. The expressions of the other top scholars from different cities also turned unfriendly, subtly filled with hostility. They now understood that the culprit behind their inability to see a single monster for the next 5 days was clearly Jilin. Damn! A cursed spellcaster who won't last long is stealing kills. How disgusting! Exactly, it's sickening. The previous national top scholars were all level 26 or even 27, and it's all because of him that the value of the national top scholar has plummeted. Damn it! Why can cursed spellcasters even take the college entrance exam? No one in that profession lives past 25. What's the point of training cursed spellcasters? They're just ruining the future pillars of our great Xia. The crowd was abuzz with discontent towards Jilin. Jilin, however, was indifferent, but Mishua quickly grew tired of it and actively confronted those people. But how could she possibly argue against so many alone? Just as they were debating, the sky of the top scholar's secret realm suddenly darkened, as if all light had been swallowed. A tightness gripped everyone's hearts, an inexplicable fear spreading through the air. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the secret realm, as if something was awakening from underground. Immediately, the entire secret realm began to shake violently, making people feel dizzy. Everyone, don't panic, crouch down. Zhang Kanki's face changed drastically as he realized that the exit of the top scholar's secret realm had closed at some point, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. The top scholar's secret realm had never had any issues before. What was happening now? The sky of the secret realm grew increasingly dark, the thick darkness pressing down on everyone's souls like a tangible weight. Suddenly, a scarlet light shot up from the depths of the secret realm, breaking through the shackles of darkness and illuminating everyone's faces. Within that light, enormous monsters could be vaguely seen, each with different forms, some with horns, some with wings, and others covered in scales, exuding a strong aura of evil. Zhang Kanki's pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer maintain his composure, even his voice trembled slightly. This is the demon race. Demonic creatures are divided into low-level and high-level. High-level demonic creatures can even command low-level ones. Above the demonic creatures, there exists an even more terrifying entity, the demon race. No one knows where the demon race comes from. The only thing known is that every member of the demon race is terrifying to the extreme. They not only possess intelligence comparable to humans but can even speak human language. Each appearance of the demon race is an unparalleled crisis, and now, Zhang Kanki had witnessed the emergence of the demon race within the top scholar's secret realm. How could Zhang Kanki not be terrified? The demon race dares to invade our human territory. You have some nerve. Zhang Kanki shouted angrily. However, the members of the demon race paid no attention to him. They all bowed down to the ground, as if welcoming some great figure. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a tall man with unnaturally pale skin slowly walked out. The only thing different from a normal human was that this man's pupils were a bizarre deep purple, deep and cold. Zhang Kanki was so shocked he couldn't speak. The demon race, and they looked just like humans. At this moment, he hoped this guy was a traitor to humanity, but seeing how the other demons treated him with such respect, it was clearly not the case. The man raised his deep purple eyes and surveyed the surroundings. You humans are merely food for my demon race. Now you dare to raise our lowly servants for your hunting? You truly are asking for death. The man spoke slowly, his voice cold, an invisible fear deeply penetrating the bones of everyone present. A profound fear rose within Zhang Kanki. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared that everyone would die here. These people were all top scholars selected from across the country through the college entrance examination, the most elite of the younger generation of transmuters. If they all died here, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the entire Great Xia. Everyone, hide behind me. Don't worry, the anomalies here will surely be noticed by the people of Deep City soon. Perhaps they are already on their way. Zhang Kanki comforted the candidates, then stepped forward, facing the demons before him. A terrifying aura rose from Zhang Kanki. He was indeed a level 70 transmuter. However, the demon man who looked like a human showed no signs of panic. He glanced at Zhang Kanki with a hint of disdain. Luda, I'll leave him to you. I want to have some fun with these humans. Yes, my lord. A figure as solid as an iron tower responded in a deep voice. He stepped forward, and the entire ground trembled. Standing at a height of 3 meters, he had 2 horns on his head, and his body was covered in red armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The man then attempted to bypass Zhang Kanki and charge directly at Yilin and the others. Zhang Kanki took a step forward, swinging a large blade towards the front, trying to block the man. But at that moment, Ruda charged straight at Zhang Kanki. You mustn't disturb the master's enjoyment. Although Ruta was massive, his speed was astonishing, and he knocked Zhang Kanki flying with a single charge. You can't touch them. Zhang Kanki desperately tried to get past Ruta to stop the man, but Ruta was like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard Zhang Kanki tried, he was always blocked by Ruta. The blade in his hand struck Ruta, creating a shower of sparks, but it couldn't harm Ruta in the slightest. Don't worry, I'm just playing with them, the man said as he slowly walked in front of all the top scholars, chuckling softly. So you are the strongest humans selected from various places this year? Come, fight me. If one of you can defeat me, I will let you all go. The demon man spread his arms wide, his face full of anticipation. Don't worry, according to your ranking system, I am at most level 20. The crowd exchanged glances, some focusing intently, realizing that the aura emanating from this demon man was indeed not far from that of a level 20 creature. This gave everyone a surge of courage. They had thought the opponent was some terrifying, unbeatable enemy, but if he was only level 20, what was there to fear? After all, they were the top scholars, the best of the best. A tall young man stepped out from the crowd first. He had short hair, his skin healthy and dark from years of outdoor training, and he wore a tight-fitting combat suit that showcased his muscular build. He walked to the front, his gaze fixed on the demon man. I'll fight you, he said calmly, his voice filled with determination and confidence. It's Lin Zian, the top scholar from Chaochang. With him in the ring, we can definitely win. He's a paladin and already at level 21. Exactly, a level 21 against a level 20, the advantage is definitely ours. Before the last person could finish speaking, Lin Zian's figure shot into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking down 7 or 8 people before finally coming to a stop. Everyone was stunned. Lin Zian had been instantly defeated by the demon man in front of him? Cough, 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 cough. Lin Zian began to cough violently, blood mixed with bits of internal organs spilling from his mouth. If it weren't for the life-preserving power of the top scholar's secret realm, he would have already died, and there was a clear footprint on his chest. Top scholar? Ridiculous, as weak as an ant, the demon man sneered disdainfully. Who's next? This time, no one dared to respond. This guy looked like he was only level 20, but the power he displayed was terrifying. Many hadn't even seen how the demon man had struck before Lin Zian was gravely injured and on the brink of death. What? Are you all so scared that no one dares to step up? The human race truly is a bunch of cowardly wretches, the demon man mocked coldly. The crowd, filled with young blood, was incensed by his words, and one after another, they charged at the demon man, only to be struck down to the brink of death with a single blow. The so-called top scholars appeared utterly powerless before this demon man. Wu Shaoqi swallowed hard, trembling as he slowly stepped back. He was one of the few who could discern the trajectory of the demon man's strikes, but it was precisely because he could see clearly that he understood even more the terror of the demon man before him. Although he was only level 20, even a level 30 or even 35 class changer would not be a match for this demon man. Suddenly, Wu Shaoqi seemed to remember something, his footsteps abruptly halting. With a righteous demeanor, he turned to look in Yi Lin's direction and shouted loudly, Yi Lin, what are you waiting for? With great power comes great responsibility. You are the highest level and strongest fighter here. Why aren't you making a move? Wu Shaoqi's shout drew everyone's attention to Yi Lin. They were instantly overjoyed. Yes, they still had a forbidden spell master on their side. In the top scholar's secret realm, under the protection of the rules, they wouldn't die. A forbidden spellmaster who wouldn't die, even at level 25, could face off against level 35 or even 40 class changers, right? Yi Lin, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? You've almost killed all the monsters in the top scholar's secret realm by yourself, and you still have the nerve to hide behind and say nothing? Only you can deal with that demon. Are you going to be a coward? With Wu Shaoqi leading the charge, the others in his team also began to morally pressure Yi Lin. Mi Shui was so furious she nearly exploded, angrily pointing at the group and scolding. You just said Yi Lin was disgusting, that he was affecting the pillars of the Great Xia, and now you want him to save you? How shameless can you be? I think you are the truly disgusting ones. The others felt a bit guilty after Mi Shui's words, but then frowned and shouted back, what do you know? If it weren't for Yi Lin injuring us and slaughtering all the monsters, leaving us with no chance to level up, how could we possibly be unable to deal with that demon? In the end, it's still Yi Lin's fault. How dare you say such things? Shameless! Mi Shui couldn't help but curse, her anger boiling over. She simply couldn't understand how these people could be so shameless. Just let it go, don't get angry with these people. They'd blame the Earth's gravity if they couldn't take a dump. Yi Lin comforted Mi Shui, then turned to Wu Shaoqi and said, I can make a move. But I can't work for free, right? How about this? Everyone in your team gives me 1 piece of high-level equipment as payment. How does that sound? 1 piece of high-level equipment each? Yi Lin, You really know how to ask for a lot. Wu Shaoqi shouted angrily. What? I'm risking my life to deal with the demons, and you guys aren't even willing to part with a single piece of high-level equipment? Is a piece of high-level equipment worth more to you than the lives of everyone here? Yilin said sarcastically, as if it were just moral coercion. As soon as he said this, the other top scholars looked at Wu Shaoqi and the others with a changed expression, faintly showing hostility. Wu Shaoqi's face turned green. The anger of the crowd was not to be trifled with. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Yilin, then took off a ring from his hand and shoved it into Yilin's hand. Kid, you better be careful with your life. You don't need to worry about that, Yilin said with a smile as he accepted it. Seeing that Wu Shaoqi had handed over a piece of equipment, the others who followed him, though extremely reluctant, could only blacken their faces and obediently take off a piece of equipment to give to Yilin. Looking at the dozen or so high-level equipment in front of him, Yilin's smile nearly split his face. Selling a dozen high-level pieces of equipment, plus the 5 million from Qingcheng, he was now a solid millionaire, needing to sell 300 or 400 kidneys to have that much money. Looking at Yilin, who was smiling brightly, Wu Shaoqi's face twisted. Yilin, you've taken the items, why aren't you making a move? Yilin ignored him and handed the dozen pieces of equipment to Mi Shui. Help me keep this safe. Be careful. Mi Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Yilin nodded and walked towards the demon man. The demon man was also looking at Yilin with great interest. You humans are truly amusing. Even at a time like this, you don't forget to fight among yourselves. Yilin ignored the demon man and raised the crimson flame staff, concentrating his mental energy at the tip of the staff. Fireball spell. The moment Yilin released the spell, everyone tensed up. What's he doing? Is he casting a forbidden spell? Why use such a low-level fireball spell? Isn't that demon clan so powerful? Doesn't he have any sense of danger? Even the corner of the demon man's mouth twitched. Using a fireball spell against me? You really are dreaming. He raised his hand, intending to crush the small fireball, but at that moment, the originally small fireball suddenly expanded violently, almost instantaneously forming a blazing golden sun. Boom! The golden sun crashed down, directly engulfing the demon man, and the surrounding temperature soared rapidly, a surging wave of heat rushing towards them. Everyone was stunned. Yilin's fireball spell. Why was it so different from theirs? But whether it was the incantation or the fluctuations of the spell, they could confirm that Yilin had indeed released a fireball spell. Has the power of fireball spells become this great these days? Only Wu Shaoqi and his group had dark expressions, as they had truly witnessed Yilin's terror. A fireball spell seemed reasonable, but a falling rock spell could drop a small asteroid. That was absurd. After a moment of shock, everyone burst into excitement. We're saved! We won! We won! Though forbidden spellcasters have short lives, their combat power is truly unmatched. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, the blazing flames vanished in an instant, as if swallowed by a black hole. The demon man reappeared at the same spot, his expression calm, with severe burn marks appearing on his right arm. I can feel that you are different from the others. I appreciate you. Be my dog, and I will grant you endless glory. How about it? The demon man extended an invitation to Yilin. I also appreciate you. How about this? You call me father, and when I become emperor, you will be the crown prince. How about it? Yilin countered. It seems there's nothing to discuss, then I can only kill you. The demon man shook his head with slight regret, then, on his arm that was almost charred to ashes, flesh and blood began to regenerate wildly at that moment. In just a few breaths, his right hand returned to normal. Yilin's gaze couldn't help but tighten. The demon clan's recovery ability was indeed terrifying, and this speed of recovery was only slightly inferior to his own immortality. However, he wondered if this demon's recovery ability could regenerate infinitely. Yilin raised the crimson flame staff again, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite, forming a scorching vortex of flames. Illumination spell! Yilin shouted, and the light at the tip of the staff instantly became dazzling. The illumination spell was a practical little skill of the fire element, capable of releasing a bright flame for lighting. But the illumination spell released from Yilin's hands was clearly not quite right. In the shocked and terrified gazes of everyone, an even more violent surge of fiery energy erupted from the staff, transforming into a massive fire dragon that roared towards the demon man. The fire dragon twisted in the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be burned away, leaving a long trail of flames. Everyone was stunned. Who uses this thing for lighting? As the fire dragon roared towards him, the demon man had learned his lesson this time. In the battle against Yilin, one cannot pay attention to his casting movements, nor can one focus on his incantations. Those are all illusions. One must observe the actual power of his skills. Magic surged around him, coalescing into a massive black magic shield in front of him. The fire dragon collided with the magic shield, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. The clash of flames and magic stirred up a whirlwind, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being twisted by this force. The fire dragon struggled against the black shield, attempting to break through this defense, but no matter how it thrashed and roared, the black shield remained unmoved, like an eternal mountain. Meanwhile, the demon man stood behind the giant shield, a hint of disdainful smile on his face. At that moment, a tiny golden light, no larger than a pinhead, fell upon the black shield. By the time the demon man reacted, a brilliant golden spear had already pierced through his heart. He lowered his head, staring at the golden spear that had impaled his chest, disbelief filling his eyes as purple blood dripped from the spear tip. I lost to a human? How is that possible? The demon man slowly raised his head, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a grimace of rage. You've angered me. I will take your head as a trophy to hang in my study, he roared, and with a surge of magic, the brilliant golden spear was instantly shattered. The eternal gun-gold spear was adept at breaking defenses, and its lethality was not as terrifying as other forbidden spells. Therefore, even though his heart was pierced, the demon man still retained his fighting capability. He charged at Yilin with a roar, but Yilin was not foolish enough to engage in close combat with a demon who had been blinded by rage. Forbidden spell? Instant dance. Yilin's speed surged instantly, darting around like a specter, and the demon man couldn't even touch him once. Then Yilin raised the crimson flame staff again. With the 50% fire magic boost from the staff, Yilin favored fire magic immensely. The blazing fire elements on the crimson flame staff began to dance, as if they were about to ignite the surrounding air entirely. This time, Yilin did not hold back. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Illumination. Yilin chanted, and a fire dragon even larger than before roared forth from his staff, charging straight at the demon man. A flicker of terror flashed in the demon man's eyes as he hurriedly summoned his magic, trying to conjure that indestructible magic shield once more. However, this time, the power of the fire dragon seemed to exceed his expectations. The power of forbidden spells was already terrifying, and with the dual enhancement of burning reincarnation and the crimson flame staff, this forbidden spell's power was now enough to threaten a level 50 class changer. The black shield began to tremble violently under the impact of the fire dragon, and soon, cracks appeared all over the magic shield. With another collision from the fire dragon, the magic shield shattered with a thunderous boom. The demon man was sent flying as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he rose, he collapsed to the ground again, coughing up a mouthful of purple blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had actually lost to a human. How is this possible? A mere human, how could they possess such powerful combat strength? Yilin squinted his eyes. It seemed that while the demon race had strong recovery abilities, they also had their limits, so he no longer felt worried. My lord! Seeing the demon man injured, the other demons could no longer sit still. They all rushed forward, and in an instant, demonic energy surged into the sky. Yilin's gaze sharpened. These demons were not like the injured demon man. Their aura was extremely terrifying, far beyond what a mere level 25 could handle. Stop right there! A sharp shout rang out. Zhang Kanki leaned on his knife, barely managing to stand, staggering in front of all the demons. His body was covered in wounds, blood staining his clothes, and his left arm hung uselessly at his side, clearly broken. How is this guy still alive? Ruta, what are you doing? One of the demons shouted impatiently. The demon called Ruta stood like an iron tower. But in the next moment, Ruta's tall figure crashed to the ground like a mountain collapsing, his horned head rolling several meters away before finally stopping, the cut on his neck smooth as a mirror, clearly severed by a sharp weapon. Ruta! The other demons were shocked. They never expected Ruta would die at Zhang Kanki's hands. Zhang Kanki raised his knife, a mad glint flashing in his eyes. Come on, you demon scum. I want to see how many of you I can take down before I die. At that moment, despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, an extremely terrifying aura surged from Zhang Kanki, momentarily intimidating all the demons into inaction. But soon, one demon reacted, a grotesque creature with wings charging directly at Zhang Kanki. A human dares to speak so arrogantly? I will devour every bit of your flesh and blood. For Ruta's revenge. The demon's speed was astonishing, reaching Zhang Kanki in an instant. Despair welled up in Zhang Kanki's eyes. Killing Ruta had already taken everything he had, and he had no strength left to deal with a second demon. But at least he would die in front of all the top scholars, which could be considered fulfilling his mission. Zhang Kanki closed his eyes, but the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, he found a tall figure had somehow appeared in front of him. The figure merely extended a finger, pinning the winged demon in place, unable to move. Zhang Kanki's face lit up with joy as he recognized the newcomer, He Yunfeng, the Lord of Deep City. Lord He. Seeing He Yunfeng appear, Zhang Kenki was instantly overjoyed. This meant everyone would be saved. As the lord of a top city, He Yunfeng's strength was among the best in the entire Great Xia. You did well this time. He Yunfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group of demons, his eyes filled with coldness. Since the demon race dares to invade our human territory and cause trouble, none of you will leave today. Stay for a good meal. We have an old saying in Great Xia, since you have come, make yourself at home. Since you are here, let's bury you all here. As soon as He Yunfeng finished speaking, a brilliant light erupted from his fingertips. The head of the winged demon was instantly engulfed by the blinding light. When the light faded, the winged demon had become a headless corpse. The remaining demons, seeing this, couldn't help but take a few steps back in fear. One strike to kill a demon, this terrifying power stirred the hearts of all the top scholars. They couldn't help but imagine that one day they too would achieve such feats as He Yunfeng, single-handedly scaring off countless demons. My lord, we should go, the strong humans will arrive soon. One demon flashed to the side of the fallen demon, helping him up. The demon's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared fiercely at Yi Lin. Your name is Yi Lin, right? I will remember you. My name is Galahad. One day, I will skin you alive and take your head as my trophy. You can't even save yourself and still dare to threaten humans. He Yunfeng coldly shouted, striking again, a dazzling light bursting forth from his fingertips. The light shot through the surrounding void like a meteor in the night sky, carrying boundless power. Where the light shone, the air seemed to ignite instantly, crackling with sound. Be careful, my lord. A demon beside Galahad quickly blocked the attack for him, but he was struck directly by the dazzling light. A large hole instantly melted into his chest. Run! Galahad gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. He had never thought that there would be someone among the humans who could defeat him, which had caused him to waste too much time. Now that He Yunfeng had arrived, if they delayed any longer, more human powerhouses would come, and they would suffer heavy losses. After all, this was human territory. Several demons quickly gathered around He Yunfeng, their demonic energy rising, clearly preparing to buy time for the other demons to retreat. One of the demons swung its claws and charged at He Yunfeng, the claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. He Yunfeng's gaze sparkled, and the brilliant light shone again. With a gentle flick, a beam of light shot out, instantly piercing through the demon's body. The demon's figure stiffened in midair for a moment before crashing down, turning into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated in the air. The remaining demons showed no fear upon seeing this. Instead, they continued to close in on He Yunfeng, while Galahad had already retreated to the exit. Get out of my way! Seeing Galahad trying to escape, He Yunfeng instantly became displeased, his entire body radiating light, resembling a small sun, as he charged directly at the demons in front of him. Those demons could not withstand He Yunfeng's force and were knocked back. It was clear that He Yunfeng was determined to keep Galahad here. Galahad's expression changed drastically, clearly underestimating He Yunfeng's strength and resolve. At that moment, a pale hand suddenly reached out from the crack in the top scholar's secret realm, colliding with He Yunfeng, who was rushing in like a stream of light. Bang! The violent impact unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, severing all the towering ancient trees around them. Taking this opportunity, Galahad and many demons dove directly into the crack, returning to the demon realm. As the dust settled, He Yunfeng's figure reappeared, his expression very grim. You demons may not be good at much, but your speed in fleeing is indeed exceptional, He Yunfeng mocked coldly. There's no point in saying more. If you have any objections, feel free to chase after us. An old, hoarse voice slowly emerged from the black crack. I will. One day, the warriors of the Great Xia will step into the demon realm and slaughter all the demons. He Yunfeng replied coldly, then turned to scan the faces of all the top scholars. Do you have confidence? Yes. A deafening roar erupted within the top scholars' secret realm. They were all young and full of vigor, having just won the title of top scholar, dressed in fine clothes and riding spirited horses. Under He Yunfeng's encouragement, they were naturally filled with passion. I will wait for that day. The old, hoarse voice echoed again from the other side of the crack, then fell silent. He Yunfeng turned around and deeply bowed to everyone. To all the top scholars who have come from various places in Great Xia, here, on behalf of Deep City, I apologize to all of you. I'm sorry. It was our negligence that allowed the demons to take advantage, almost causing a disaster. Rest assured, Deep City will definitely compensate you. Looking at He Yunfeng bowing to them, everyone was deeply shocked. This was a powerful class changer from Great Xia, willing to lower himself to bow to a group of students in their 20s. Lord He, don't blame yourself. It's all the demons' fault. That's right, those demons are too despicable. Yes, one day, we will drive all the monsters and demons out of Great Xia. Hearing everyone's comfort, He Yunfeng smiled and nodded. Yes, that day will come. You all go back and have a good rest. The results of the top scholars' trial in the secret realm will be announced shortly. Soon, the staff from the Deep City appeared, helping Zhang Kanki down to heal his injuries, while the candidates who had been severely injured by Galahad also began to receive treatment. The candidates who were uninjured were taken back to the hotel where they had initially stayed to rest. After Yilin returned to the hotel and opened the door, he found an extra person in his room. He instantly became alert, his first reaction being that Wu Shaoqi had sent someone to take revenge on him. However, upon seeing the figure clearly, Yilin was taken aback, for the person was none other than He Yunfeng. Lord He. Yilin greeted politely. I know all about the situation in the top scholar's secret realm. You did well, managing to defeat a holder of a royal-level bloodline from the demon clan without any injuries. Thank you for the compliment, Lord He. Yilin was momentarily unsure of He Yunfeng's intentions and could only respond politely. The demon clan is divided by bloodlines into various ranks. Those above royal level look quite similar to humans. They can command other demons and possess terrifying strength, making them nearly invincible at their level. He Yunfeng explained the origins of the demon clan with a faint smile, then shifted the topic. Yilin, would you be interested in serving the Deep City? Me? Yilin pointed to his own face in confusion. Are you sure? I know you are a forbidden spell master. Training a forbidden spell master is indeed a labor-intensive and costly endeavor, and quite a loss. However, with the demon clan stirring, the Deep City truly needs a terrifying presence to deter them. After hearing He Yunfeng's words, Yilin fell silent. Forming a team to hunt monsters has its limitations. First, the level difference between the highest and lowest in the team cannot exceed 10 levels. Secondly, experience points are distributed based on contribution after a monster's death, with a minimum of 1 experience point. To train a forbidden spell master, one must level them up without allowing them to cast forbidden spells. If they cannot cast forbidden spells, the forbidden spell master can only use a knife or sword to slash at the side, resulting in extremely limited experience points. The financial, human, and material resources required to train a forbidden spell master to level 90 could instead train hundreds of other class changers of the same level. This is why hardly anyone is willing to train forbidden spell masters. Major powers look down on it, not wanting to engage in a losing business. Minor powers are envious but cannot afford it. He Yunfeng's meaning was clear. If he served the Deep City, they would train him as a strategic weapon, akin to a nuclear warhead. If one day the demon clan launched a massive attack, it would be his time to sacrifice himself for the Deep City. The wealthy Deep City was willing to invest in training him, and if Yilin were truly just a forbidden spell master, he would certainly agree with great enthusiasm. But unfortunately, he also possessed immortality. The speed of leveling up in the Deep City would surely not match his own monster hunting pace. Lord He, although I would love to agree, I must first consult my teacher's opinion. To avoid raising He Yunfeng's suspicions, Yilin had to mention his cheap master. Your teacher? Who is your teacher? He Yunfeng was greatly surprised. Someone actually took a forbidden spell master as a disciple? Zhuge Qianxing. Oh, so it's Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint flashing in his gaze. Could it be that Mr. Zhuge has already divined something? Alright, rest assured. When you return to Qingcheng, I will go back with you. I will personally discuss this matter with Mr. Zhuge. He Yunfeng sighed softly. After the last time we repelled a large-scale attack from the demon clan, peace barely lasted a century before the demon clan showed signs of movement again. A storm is brewing. He Yunfeng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but the next moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked towards the door of Yilin's room. Yilin also looked over. It seemed someone had arrived at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Mr. Yilin, hello, I am a hotel staff member, here to bring you some fruit to calm your nerves. A sweet female voice spoke from outside the door. Under He Yunfeng's silent cue, Yilin walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a cute woman dressed in a maid outfit, wearing cat ears and black stockings, holding a fruit platter. Hello, Mr. Yilin, may I come in? The woman spoke softly, her eyes almost shimmering, and Yilin had no doubt she was currently in a state of heightened emotions. However, given his years of experience living in a slum, Yilin immediately guessed what the woman was up to. If he dared to let her in, the next moment, a celestial being would ask him, "Guess how high I can jump?" But since He Yunfeng was also in the room, Yilin felt no fear. He simply stepped aside. Sure, come in. Thank you. The woman walked in with a click of her high heels, and even thoughtfully closed the door behind her, brushing past Yilin, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. She bent down to place the fruit platter on the table, and in that moment, her short-made skirt could no longer conceal the spring scenery, spilling out. Yet she seemed completely unaware, even deliberately arranging the fruit platter as if to make Yilin look longer. Yilin found this behavior extremely distasteful, so he stared at her with a critical gaze. "Alright, I invite Mr. Yi-Lin to enjoy the fruit platter," the woman said gently. Yi-Lin did not refuse. Instead, he walked over to sit down. He had initially wanted to eat, but the methods used to poison this fruit platter were simply too low-end. "Sister, the medicinal smell of this fruit platter is overwhelming, and what's worse is that the powder on top hasn't been mixed evenly. Are you even embarrassed? Even a pig would not eat this fruit platter, right?" The woman's expression changed slightly. "Mr. Yi-Lin, what nonsense are you talking? The powder on this fruit is clearly sweet plum powder." She sweetly wrapped her arms around Yi-Lin's neck, the pressure of her ample bosom suddenly weighing down on his shoulders. "Since Mr. Yi-Lin doesn't want to enjoy the fruit platter, then enjoy me instead." "No thanks, you smell like dead fish, hard pass." Yi-Lin pushed the woman away, and the key was that up close, he noticed her makeup was a bit cakey. The woman's beautiful face could no longer maintain its sweet appearance and turned somewhat sinister. "I initially thought you looked decent and planned to give you a send-off before I killed you. Dying at your peak would count as a romantic ghost. But since you lack appreciation for beauty, then just go die." The woman shouted fiercely, and in an instant, a sharp dagger shot towards Yi-Lin's heart with lightning speed. The dagger glimmered with a faint purple light, clearly laced with deadly poison. At that moment, Yi-Lin realized that this woman was actually a level 50 or higher assassin class job changer. To kill him, Wu Shaoqi was indeed willing to invest heavily. If it were just him, he could probably fight her to a standstill. But unfortunately, today was definitely not his turn to act. Before the woman's dagger could touch Yi-Lin, a large hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron vice, and Huai Unfeng slowly stepped out with an icy expression. "Who sent you?" Huai Unfeng's tone was chillingly cold, clearly enraged. He city lord?" The woman initially wore an impatient expression, but when she turned to see the face of the newcomer, her face instantly turned pale with fear. Huai Unfeng, the man who was the pinnacle of combat power in Deep City. How could he be in Yi-Lin's room? Originally, Wu Shaoqi had sent her to assassinate a top scholar, and the woman was reluctant, as the risk was too great. However, Wu Shaoqi offered too much, making her willing to take the risk once. But if she knew Yi Yunfeng was in Yi-Lin's room, it wouldn't matter how much he offered. Even if Wu Shaoqi knelt and called her mother, she wouldn't agree. The woman's face turned ashen. She knew very well that if Yi Yunfeng caught her in the act, she would either die without a doubt or live a fate worse than death. "Don't make me ask a third time. Who sent you?" Yi Yunfeng's tone grew increasingly cold. The woman's face was filled with struggle. Offending the Wu family meant trouble, and not saying anything meant offending the Lord of Deep City. Either way, it was a dead end. The woman's eyes hardened, and then she suddenly twisted her body, colliding at an odd angle with the poisoned dagger. Yi Yunfeng was a good person. If she offended him, her family would be safe, but if she offended the Wu family, she might lose her entire family. So, in this situation, the best choice was for her to die in front of Yi Yunfeng. Death would erase the debt. As for whether Yi Yunfeng could investigate her backer, that was his business. There was no way around it. Good people had to be held at gunpoint. The poison on the dagger was extremely potent. Within just a few seconds, a strange purple hue appeared on the woman's face, and then she breathed her last. A toxin that can instantly kill a level 50 class changer requires at least a level 40 poison master to concoct. To mobilize 2 level 40 or above class changers and scare a level 50 class changer into suicide, the umbrella behind this is truly vast. Yi Yunfeng squinted, his face dark enough to drip water. In Deep City, the forces bold enough and capable of such actions could be counted on one hand. Coupled with Yi-Lin offending Wu Shaoqi in the top scholar's secret realm, the identity of this female assassin's backer was becoming clear. Deep City, the Wu family. Yi-Lin remained silent, wanting to see how Yi Yunfeng would handle this matter. "Yi-Lin, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this. I will make Wu Shaoqi apologize to you in person," Yi Yunfeng said, taking a deep breath. Hearing the word apologize, Yi-Lin almost laughed out loud. Wu Shaoqi had sent someone to kill him, and the only consequence was to apologize? This punishment was a bit too heavy. Lord He, maybe we should forget about joining Deep City. I'm afraid I won't survive a month if I stay here, Yi-Lin said. Yi Yunfeng was taken aback for a moment, then looked deeply at Yi-Lin. Those guys from the Wu family. Yi Yunfeng suppressed the surging anger within. He knew that the situation Yi-Lin described likely existed, but he couldn't move against the Wu family. Once the demon clan attacked, the Wu family would be an important force in defending Deep City. In that case, I respect your choice, Yi Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Between an undeveloped forbidden spell master and the powerful Wu family, he clearly chose the latter. After Yi Yunfeng left, the results of the top scholar's secret realm trial were quickly announced. Yi-Lin ranked first in level, having repelled the demon clan's royal bloodline, and rightfully became the national top scholar. As soon as this news spread, some were overjoyed while others were worried. Mi Shui directly tore down Yi-Lin's door and excitedly rushed in. Yi Lin, you are the national top scholar. The national top scholar. You've brought glory to your ancestors. Yi Lin replied, I'm an orphan. Mishue felt a bit awkward, then quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you're amazing. I actually teamed up with the national top scholar to clear a secret realm. I can brag about this for a lifetime. Come on, let's take a photo together. Mishue pulled Yi Lin for a picture. When Wu Shaoqi learned the news, his anger surged, and he swept everything off the table. Yi Lin becoming the national champion meant that the assassins he sent had failed. After all, the dead cannot become the national champion. Why can't a level 50 assassin kill a level 25? What a waste! Wu Shaoqi was beside himself with rage. Just as he finished speaking, a stern middle-aged man pushed open his door and walked in. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Wu Shaoqi's expression immediately turned to one of fear. Dad, do you even see me as your dad? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his face filled with disappointment. I don't care that you sent someone to deal with Yi Lin, but why are you so stupid? Dad, what's wrong with me? Wu Shaoqi looked confused, still unaware of what had happened. What's wrong with you? You're just a fool. I should have kept you on a leash. The assassin you hired tried to kill a champion right in front of the city lord, He Yunfeng. Are you not a fool? Wu Shaoqi was scolded mercilessly by the middle-aged man, and only then did he realize the seriousness of the situation. Dad, what should we do now? Wu Shaoqi hurriedly asked. The middle-aged man wanted to slap Wu Shaoqi but held back, thinking of their blood relation. You are the direct descendant of the Wu family. He Yunfeng will at most give you a light punishment. You need to pack your things and go with me to apologize to He Yunfeng. Don't cause me any more trouble, the middle-aged man said sternly. Wu Shaoqi felt like a wilted eggplant, not daring to retort, but his resentment towards Yi Lin grew even stronger. Soon, Yi Lin also received the reward for being the national champion, personally presented by the city lord, He Yunfeng. The rewards for the national champion were quite simple. A legendary level skill scroll and a legendary level piece of equipment. When He Yunfeng announced the rewards, nearly everyone present looked at Yi Lin with extreme envy. A legendary level skill scroll and a legendary level piece of equipment. This was almost the highest level of reward. After all, skills and equipment. Beyond that, one is a forbidden spell, and the other is a divine artifact. Forbidden spells are something that normal people wouldn't dare to practice unless they bore a deep grudge. Divine artifacts are even more so. The moment news of you possessing a divine artifact spreads, several level 90 or above masked robbers will appear to rob you. Such things are too precious, an innocent person can suffer for possessing them. Yi Lin stepped forward to receive his reward. He directly stuffed the legendary level skill scroll into his pocket without even looking at it, and then began to study the legendary level ring equipment. Great Sumeru ring level, legendary attributes, 100% increase in mental power, can be refined. Skill 1, Sumeru's hidden mustard seed. Sumeru's hidden mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Sumeru ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. Skill 2, mustard seed enters Sumeru. Mustard seed enters Sumeru. The wearer can open the storage space within the Great Sumeru ring, with the size of the storage space proportional to the wearer's mental power strength. Hiss! After seeing the attribute boost and skills of the Great Sumeru ring, Yi Lin couldn't help but gasp. This Great Sumeru ring doubled his mental power and came with a rare spatial attribute, capable of absorbing energy-based attacks and converting them into temporary mental power. Yi Lin couldn't help but imagine a scene where a powerful mage bombarded him with countless skills, trying to erase him from existence. However, after a round of output, the other party discovered that not only was he not dead, but he had absorbed these skills one by one with the Great Shumi ring, converting them into a boost in mental power. Then, with a forbidden spell, he instantly eliminated the opponent. With this thing combined with his immortal body, wasn't he getting stronger the more he was hit? Yi Lin eagerly took off his burning moon necklace and replaced it with the Great Shumi ring. The burning moon necklace was just a piece of high-level equipment, providing only a 200-point boost to mental power, which was incomparable to the Great Shumi ring. The moment he put on the Great Shumi ring, Yi Lin felt a significant enhancement in his mental power, and everything around him became much clearer in his perception. He then checked the storage space of the Great Shumi ring, which was roughly equivalent to a 4-bedroom, 2-living room apartment, and Yi Lin estimated it to be about 200 square meters. After wearing the Great Shumi ring, Yi Lin's mental power attribute reached 2137. 5 points, indicating that for every 10 points of mental power increased, the storage space of the Great Shumi ring would expand by 1 square meter. He placed the more than 10 pieces of high-level equipment he had scammed from Wu Shaoqi, along with the burning moon necklace, into the Great Shumi ring, also putting in his own luggage. With the Great Shumi ring, he no longer needed to carry heavy bags. After awarding Yi Lin, the national champion, it was time for the second and third place winners, but their rewards were much less impressive compared to Yi Lin's, whether it was skill scrolls or equipment, they were all only of epic quality. After the award ceremony, all the champions gathered at the teleportation point in Deep City, preparing to return to their respective cities. Yilin, you're going to the Dasha Academy, right? Wait for me, I will come find you. Mi Shui waved at Yilin and disappeared into the teleportation array. Yilin smiled silently and stepped onto the teleportation array. As the scene before him shattered, Yilin once again set foot on familiar ground. The moment his figure appeared, a series of crackling sounds erupted, and for a moment, drums and gongs filled the air, startling Yilin. He's back! Our national champion is back! Accompanied by a wave of excited shouts, the Lord of Qingcheng, Hu Wang, rushed over with a large crowd, surrounding Yilin in the middle. Quick! Let me touch him. I want to rub off some of the national champion's luck. I never expected that our little Qingcheng would one day produce a national champion. Now we can make a name for ourselves. I don't have much education, just 2 words, awesome. Everyone surrounded Yilin, each person filled with excitement, and Hu Wang was beaming with joy. Having a national champion emerge during his tenure was a significant highlight on his professional resume. After hearing the news, he was so happy that he kept grinning foolishly. I am Yilin's principal, make way. I am his principal. Gao Zhenyu, the principal of Qingcheng High School, was squeezed into a corner by the crowd, desperately shouting, but the surrounding noise was so loud that no one could hear him. Looking at the fervent crowd before him, Yilin felt a bit overwhelmed, especially by the group of aunties who claimed they wanted to rub off the champion's luck but were actually groping him all over, which gave him goosebumps. There were even people trying to rip his clothes off in the chaos, nearly scaring Yilin to death. He exerted tremendous effort to squeeze out of the dense crowd, but the people behind him continued to pursue him relentlessly. Yilin, come on, get on me. Guo Qin's figure appeared at the corner at some point, and at that moment, Yilin didn't care about Guo Qin's strange wording and jumped onto his back. Whoosh! Guo Qin, being as fast as a flower thief, naturally didn't need to say much about his speed, leading Yilin through the twists and turns of the alley, directly shaking off the frenzied crowd behind them and returning to Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. As Zhuge Qianqing was brewing tea, he couldn't help but smile at the disheveled Yilin. Fame is a double-edged sword. Being the top scholar in the nation isn't easy, is it? Yilin wiped away the lipstick mark that he didn't know who had left on his face and forced a bitter smile. It's not easy, but the rewards are quite generous. Zhuge Qianqing chuckled and handed a cup of tea to Yilin. Being the top scholar represents the face of the great Xia, so the rewards won't be trivial. Now that you're back, you should take a good rest. There are more important matters waiting for you. What matters? Yilin asked, a bit curious. The gate of revelation has appeared. Zhuge Qianqing's gaze swept over Yilin's abdomen, where a key lay quietly. Yilin's expression grew serious. He had already learned from Zhuge Qianqing about the importance of the gate of revelation. It was once a portal that had revealed 7 ancient artifacts of origin. Do you mean for me to go to the gate of revelation? Yilin asked tentatively. To be precise, you, me, and Guo Qin will go together. Zhuge Qianqing replied with a smile. Alright, teacher, then I'll make a trip to the Class Change Association first. I have some equipment to deal with. Yilin nodded obediently and then got up to leave Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard. In truth, he had never understood why Zhuge Qianqing wanted to take him as a disciple. Especially considering Zhuge Qianqing's profession as a mysterious diviner, Yilin had even doubted whether Ken Sen and the people from the investigation bureau were part of Zhuge Qianqing's scheme. The purpose was to trap him in a desperate situation, making it natural for him to owe Zhuge Qianqing a huge favor. Therefore, Yilin had always been somewhat wary of Zhuge Qianqing. Growing up in the slums, he firmly believed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If his suspicions were true, it would mean that Zhuge Qianqing had grand ambitions, and the only thing about him that could attract someone like Zhuge Qianqing was his immortality. But regardless of whether Zhuge Qianqing was good or bad, Yilin, due to his lack of strength, could only play the role of a good disciple for now. After Yilin and Guo Qin left, Zhuge Qianqing, who was drinking tea, suddenly began to cough violently. A mouthful of bright red blood was spat out, and Zhuge Qianqing's complexion turned a bit gray. Guo Qin, Mr. Zhuge, I'm here. The usually lewd Guo Qin became extremely serious at this moment. During this time, stay close to Yilin. Don't let him run around. You must ensure that nothing happens to him before he reaches the gate of revelation. If there are any interferences, kill them, Zhuge Qianqing said calmly. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Guo Qin vanished without a trace in a few flashes. With his skills, it was incredibly easy for him to follow someone silently. After Yilin and Guo Qin left, Zhuge Qianqing was left alone in the small courtyard. He raised his head, calmly gazing at the sky until the sun set and the stars hung high. The night was as dark as ink, with stars dotting the sky. Zhuge Qianqing continued to stand quietly in the small courtyard. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dark night sky, seeing sights invisible to ordinary people. An ancient tortoise shell silently appeared in Zhuge Qianqing's hand, covered in complex patterns and mysterious symbols. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a vast sea of spiritual power began to surge, causing the tortoise shell in his hand to emit a faint glow, reflecting the stars in the night sky. Zhuge Qianqing's face appeared exceptionally mysterious and solemn under the starlight. His fingers glided gently over the tortoise shell, each touch seeming to converse with the stars. After a moment, Zhuge Qianqing put away the tortoise shell, and his complexion grew even grayer. It seems that Yilin still doesn't fully trust me, but at this point, I can only give it a try. My time is really running out. The Job Changers Guild. To avoid causing trouble, Yilin put on a disguise before entering the Job Changers Guild. The appearance of the disguise could change according to one's wishes, and at this moment, Yilin transformed into an unremarkable face, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. After confirming that he was unrecognizable, Yilin turned and walked into the Job Changers Guild. He sidestepped a well-dressed man who was preparing to greet him and approached a young lady in black high heels. "Hello, I have equipment and skill scrolls to sell." "Alright, esteemed job changer, please follow me," the young lady said with a pleasant smile, leading Yilin to the trading area. In the trading area, Yilin spotted a familiar figure. It was a tall woman in a tight leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves, with long hair cascading down and delicate features that drew the attention of passing job changers. However, upon seeing the beauty, Yilin frowned, for this beauty was Zhuge Ni. He secretly rejoiced that he had put on the disguise, otherwise, encountering Zhuge Ni might have led to complications. Yilin quickly averted his gaze, trying not to look, but at that moment, Zhuge Ni seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head to look at Yilin. This person feels so familiar. During the month Yilin spent in the scholar's secret realm, Zhuge Ni had also been busy, grinding levels in the wild, and she had just returned to the city today, now at level 22. She came to the Job Changers Guild to sell off the excess equipment and unused skill scrolls she had. Zhuge Ni stared at Yilin, and when he turned his back to her, her heart suddenly trembled, as if struck by a heavy hammer, beating wildly. That back, so familiar. She would never forget. This person must be Ling Yi, the one she had been searching for day and night. At that moment, Zhuge Ni couldn't care about anything else and rushed forward, grabbing Yilin's arm. "Is there something you need?" Yilin frowned. This shouldn't be happening. He had put on the disguise, yet Zhuge Ni could still recognize him. "Hello, I apologize for the intrusion, but you look very much like someone who saved me before. May I ask your name?" Zhuge Ni said, trying to suppress her nervousness. Looking at Yilin's ordinary face, which was indeed plain, Zhuge Ni felt her heart racing. "You have the wrong person." Yilin's heart sank. He thought to himself that a woman's intuition was truly terrifying, and he coldly shook off Zhuge Ni's hand. Zhuge Ni's emotions became even more agitated, a faint blush appearing on her delicate, fair face. It couldn't be wrong, this cold demeanor. When Ling Yi saved her, he was just as indifferent. This man must be Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it?" Zhuge Ni stepped forward, arms outstretched to block Yilin's path. Yilin frowned slightly. He didn't argue with Zhuge Ni but instead turned to the young lady in black stockings beside him and said, "Is it still okay to act recklessly in your Job Changers Guild?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across the young lady's face, and she quickly replied, "I'm sorry, sir, I'll take care of it right away." She approached Zhuge Ni and spoke softly, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but please do not disrupt the order of the trading area, alright? Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave." A look of grievance flashed in Zhuge Ni's eyes, and she quickly nodded. "Okay, don't worry, I won't cause trouble, just don't kick me out." She no longer stood in front of Yilin, but silently followed behind him. Now, neither Yilin nor the girl in black stockings could do anything about her, as the Job Changers Guild might have rules against following someone else. The commotion here also attracted the attention of many other job changers. Zhuge Ni's figure and appearance were already outstanding, and with her following Yilin like a devoted admirer, while Yilin looked extremely ordinary, it sparked a wave of envy and jealousy among others. "Damn, why does he get that? I'm way more handsome than him. Why aren't there any girls following me around? No kidding, I bet this guy is loaded. He must be so desensitized to beautiful girls that he can be so indifferent to one. Come on, man, with looks like that, even if you don't like her, you could at least stand up and show some interest." In an instant, all the job changers in the trading area focused their attention on Yilin. Yilin was speechless. He had intended to keep a low profile, but Zhuge Ni had turned him into the center of attention. Fortunately, he was using a fake identity, and once he removed the illusion, no one would recognize him. Yilin simply ignored the gazes of others and took out a dozen high-level equipment pieces from his great Sumeru ring, which he had obtained from Wu Shaoqi and the others. He also retrieved the intermediate and low-level equipment that had dropped in the top scholar's secret realm. Luckily, he had Mi Shui's free labor at the time, otherwise, without the Great Sumeru Ring, it would have been quite difficult to transport so much equipment. In an instant, the trading area was piled high with equipment, shining brilliantly, as if countless stars had fallen to the earth. Each piece of equipment radiated different auras, some shone with a fierce light like divine weapons, while others glimmered with a soft halo, exquisite like treasures. Every piece of equipment exuded a unique presence, some filled with power, others hinting at mystery. The job changers in the trading area were stunned by the sudden appearance of this pile of equipment, their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Equipment that was usually incredibly precious now lay scattered like cheap cabbages. Some couldn't help but swallow hard, a strong greed surging within them. If this weren't the Job Changers Guild, many would have attempted to snatch it outright. Wow, so much equipment? This kid really is loaded. Did you see that? There are even a dozen high-level pieces in there. Just one of those could sell for millions. How did he get all this? How many monsters did he have to kill? Damn, no wonder that beauty is following him around. This cash flow. Even I, a guy, want to be his admirer. Hey, how about you take a look at me? I have good taste too. The sight of all that equipment left Zhuge and I dumbfounded. After hunting monsters in the wild for a month, she had only managed to obtain a dozen pieces of equipment, none of which were high level. They were all low and intermediate. She never expected that the man before her could produce so many high-level items. Her conviction grew stronger. This person must be the Ling Yi she had been searching for. Listening to the admiration and shock of those around her, Zhuge and I felt elated, the corners of her rosy lips involuntarily curling up. Seeing her crush shine was far more satisfying than shining herself. After a long moment of daze, the girl in black stockings from the Job Changers Guild finally came to her senses. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yi Lin, as if she were gazing at a living god of wealth. They led job changers in trading, and there were commissions involved. With Yi Lin pulling out so much equipment at once, her commission from this deal would be astonishingly high. It's no exaggeration to say that if Yi Lin claimed to be very angry right now, she would willingly transform into a fire extinguisher. The black silk lady quickly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing the deep Mariana trench, then slightly bent forward and respectfully said to Yi Lin, "Hello, esteemed class changer, may I ask if you wish to trade these items for money?" "No, I want to barter." The Class Changer Guild has two types of transactions. One is exchanging items for money, and the other is bartering. For example, a fire mage who obtains an item that enhances water skills can bring it to the Class Changer Guild to exchange for an item of the same level suitable for fire mages. "Alright, please choose the type of equipment you wish to trade." The black silk lady's voice was incredibly sweet, and she bent over the entire time to serve Yi Lin, presenting a tablet in front of him. Yi Lin also showed enough respect to this lady. Whether he found her attractive or not, he only knew that the scenery was just right, and not looking would seem like he lacked appreciation for beauty. Men, after all, have similar tastes. However, this scene infuriated Zhuge and I. In terms of both figure and looks, she could outshine that black silk lady from the Class Changer Guild by a long shot. Even the Mariana Trench of the other party seemed like a small ditch in front of her. Yet, the man she admired, Ling Yi, was so indifferent to her and kept staring at that black silk lady. Zhuge and I was puzzled. She looked down at her outfit. Her tight combat suit was wrapped snugly, leaving almost no skin exposed except for her head, neck, and hands. Could it be that she was dressed too conservatively? That Ling Yi didn't like this? Zhuge and I bit her red lip. Women dress up for the ones they admire. Although she had never worn anything too revealing growing up, if it was what Ling Yi liked. On the other side, Yi Lin had already selected the equipment he wanted on the tablet. Shaking Light Necklace level, rare attribute, mental power increase 50%, can be refined. Although the Shaking Light Necklace had no skill bonuses, its mental power increase was an astonishing 50%. It should be noted that Yi Lin's Scarlet Flame Staff was an epic level equipment, also providing a 50% mental power increase. Leaving skills aside, the Shaking Light Necklace could completely rival epic level equipment. Yi Lin was a forbidden spell master, and he lacked skills the least, so he immediately set his sights on the Shaking Light Necklace. "I'll trade for this." Yi Lin clicked confirm. "Alright, let me calculate that for you." The lady smiled at Yi Lin, then had someone start tallying up the pile of equipment he had. After the tally was completed, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she cautiously spoke. "Sir, if you wish to exchange for this equipment, you will need to pay an additional 3 million. "No problem." Yi Lin nodded, not surprised at all. The high-level equipment that Wu Shaoqi and the others were forced to hand over to him definitely wouldn't be anything good. The top scholar's reward already included money, and Yi Lin promptly paid the 3 million, successfully obtaining the Shaking Light Necklace. "The transaction is complete, sir. We welcome you to visit again. The black silk lady slightly bent at a 45-degree angle, the angle most convenient for Yilin to appreciate the view. I have something else to sell. Yilin took out a stone from the great Sumeru ring. The surface of the stone shimmered with a golden sheen and had dragon scale patterns, containing a strange magical power. The moment the stone appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. This is. The black silk lady approached with uncertainty, took out a magnifying glass to examine it closely, and after weighing the stone in her hand, her expression suddenly changed, and she screamed, "This is dragon scale or gold." Her scream attracted the attention of everyone around. What? Dragon scale or gold has appeared? That is a material capable of forging epic-level equipment. Incredibly precious. Dragon pattern or gold, with visible dragon patterns and inner dragon might, is indestructible and can break anything. When forging swords and blades, dragon pattern or gold is the top choice. This dragon pattern or gold is as big as a fist. If we can find a master blacksmith, we could probably create a true divine weapon. The faces of the crowd were filled with shock, far more than when Yilin had just taken out a dozen high-level pieces of equipment. In the presence of dragon pattern or gold, a dozen high-level pieces were nothing. Juga and I looked at Yilin with sparkling eyes, almost bursting with hearts. This was the kind of man she liked. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Just as everyone was discussing and marveling, a calm and authoritative voice came from the crowd. What happened to cause such a ruckus? Haven't I taught you to remain calm and composed in the face of events? Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, stepping out from the crowd. It's him, the vice president of the Qingcheng Class Change Association, Shen Kai. Someone exclaimed. I heard his level is already close to 60. Shen Kai walked over slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on the dragon pattern or gold in Yilin's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Dragon pattern or gold? Not bad. It truly is a good treasure. What do you want to exchange for it? Such a precious item, no one would sell it for money, it would surely be a trade. Exchange for refining stones. Yilin said. Refining stones can enhance the star rating of equipment, making it even more powerful. A rare level piece refined to 7 stars could even rival an unrefined epic level piece in attributes. No problem. Dragon pattern or gold, how about 800 pieces? Shen Kai said. 1,000 pieces, Yilin replied decisively. Shen Kai looked at Yilin deeply, then smiled. Alright, 1,000 pieces it is, consider it making a friend. If you ever have more dragon pattern or gold, don't forget the Qingcheng Class Change Association. Good, Yilin nodded. Soon, staff members brought over 1,000 refining stones, and Yilin directly stored them in his great Sumeru ring. Shen Kai's eyes sparkled. Equipment with storage functions indicated that this person was not simple. Pleasure doing business, Shen Kai said, extending his hand to shake Yilin's, a smile on his face. Then he turned to scold the black silk lady from earlier. Did you see that? Be calm and composed in the face of events, no shouting. It tarnishes the reputation of our Qingcheng Class Change Association. Got it, the black silk lady said, feeling wronged. Actually, I have one more thing to trade. Yilin scratched his head. Just take it out, Shen Kai said casually. Right here? Yeah, alright. Yilin took out a bundle of skill scrolls from his great Sumeru ring. Shen Kai glanced at them, stunned in place, then let out a roar that could topple the roof of the Class Change Association. What the hell? Legendary skill scrolls? President, come quickly. Shen Kai's earth-shattering roar soon attracted an old man in a gray robe. The old man moved like the wind, instantly appearing before everyone, an invisible authority radiating from him, making it hard to look directly at him. This man was Wang Lichuan, the president of the Qingcheng Class Change Association. At this moment, Shen Kai looked like he had seen a savior, hurriedly pointing at the skill scrolls in Yilin's hand and saying to Wang Lichuan, President, you have to see this. Why all the commotion? Haven't I told you to remain calm and composed in the face of events, not to shout and scream? Wang Lichuan frowned slightly, a bit displeased. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing on the skill scroll in Yilin's hand. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, and a look of incredulity spread across his face. He quickly walked up to Yilin, reached out, and took the skill scroll into his hands, examining it closely. This is really a legendary level skill scroll? Although he was trying hard to suppress his inner excitement, Wang Lichuan's voice still trembled slightly. Wait! A flash of shock crossed Wang Lichuan's eyes as he exclaimed, this legendary level skill scroll is adaptive. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes all focused on the skill scroll in Wang Lichuan's hands. Legendary level skill scrolls were already incredibly precious, and an adaptive legendary level skill scroll was even more enticing. This meant that regardless of whether you were an assassin, warrior, knight, mage, priest, or any other profession, as long as you used this skill scroll, you would obtain a legendary level skill suitable for yourself. Such a treasure would be hard to find even in the entire Qingcheng. Watching the excited President Wang Lichuan and Vice President Chen Kai, the black-haired girl silently rolled her eyes. Is this what you call staying calm in a situation? Indeed, leaders often talk nonsense. Sir, may I ask what you intend to exchange for this bundle of legendary level skill scrolls? Wang Lichuan calmed his excited emotions, and his gaze towards Yi Lin now held a hint of respect. To bring out such a treasure for trade, the person before him was either incredibly powerful or had a strong background, and Wang Lichuan naturally wouldn't want to offend him. I want to exchange for all the ordinary skill scrolls in the Qingcheng Transmigrators Guild, Yi Lin said. Wang Lichuan was instantly dumbfounded, and everyone present looked equally bewildered, staring at Yi Lin as if he were a fool. To exchange a legendary level skill scroll, especially an adaptive one, for ordinary skill scrolls? This was akin to Lu Fei wanting to marry you, and you not only refused but also exchanged Lu Fei for 500 Demon Wave scrolls to take home. This kind of operation was completely inhumane. Ling Yi, this trade is too much of a loss. Ordinary skill scrolls can be bought with money, costing only 8,000 to 20,000 each, but legendary level skill scrolls are priceless. You can't buy them with money at all. Zhuge Ni quickly tried to persuade him, then pulled out a pink card from her bag. If you really need money, I have some here, you can take it and use it. Looking at the sincere Zhuge Ni, Yi Lin felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Thank you, but I don't need it. He directly refused Zhuge Ni. With the existence of a second career talent that could be fully enhanced, legendary level skill scrolls were of no use to Yi Lin. It would be better to get a few thousand ordinary skill scrolls, as they would all turn into forbidden spells once he used them. Are you sure you want to exchange a legendary level skill scroll for ordinary skill scrolls? Wang Lichuan cautiously inquired. Absolutely. Yi Lin nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Lichuan instantly became excited. This deal was a huge profit for their Transmigrators Guild. Chen Kai, hurry. Go help this gentleman retrieve all the ordinary skill scrolls from our Transmigrators Guild. Not a single one should be missed. Wang Lichuan urged, fearing that Yi Lin might suddenly change his mind. Yes, President. Chen Kai hurriedly dashed off with people to collect the scrolls. This way, sir, please. Wang Lichuan quickly stepped aside, respectfully inviting Yi Lin to the lounge. Watching Wang Lichuan's humble demeanor, everyone was utterly shocked. Who was Wang Lichuan? The president of the Qingcheng Transmigrators Guild, an existence that could stand on equal footing with the city lord Hu Wang. On ordinary days, when Wang Lichuan was seen, he always appeared calm and unruffled, as if the collapse of Mount Tai was before him and he remained unchanged. Such a person surprisingly had a subservient demeanor. However, it was understandable. Yi Lin had given too much, trading legendary skill scrolls for ordinary ones, which was no different from giving them away to the Transmigrator Guild. After inviting Yi Lin into the lounge, Wang Lichuan personally poured tea for him. Here, please enjoy some tea. Just wait a moment, they will bring the skill scrolls over soon. By the way, I still don't know how to address you, little brother? Wang Lichuan asked with a smile. Lu Ben Kai. Wang Lichuan's expression twitched slightly. If you're going to make up a name, at least make it somewhat believable. Does he really think he's too old to be online? Little brother is truly humorous. Since you're unwilling to share, I won't press you, but please accept this. Wang Lichuan took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Lin. The card was inlaid with intricate golden patterns, emitting a faint glow, looking very exquisite. This is the highest level membership card of our Transmigrator Guild. With this card, you will enjoy a 30% discount on purchases within the Qingcheng Transmigrator Guild, and a 15% discount at any Transmigrator Guild within the Great Xia territory. Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback by the black membership card in front of him. He hadn't expected Wang Lichuan to give him the highest level membership card directly. Thank you, President Wang. Yi Lin accepted the card with a slight smile. You're too polite. Just remember us at the Qingcheng Transmigrator Guild next time you have such good fortune, Wang Lichuan said with a cheerful smile. Soon, Vice President Chen Kai arrived with the guild staff, bringing over thousands of bundles of skill scrolls. These included skills from various professions, representing all the stock available in the Qingcheng Transmigrator Guild. Looking at the thousands of bundles of skill scrolls, Yi Lin's eyes lit up, as if he saw thousands of brand new forbidden spells. With a wave of his large Sumeru ring, he stored all the skill scrolls into his storage space. Thank you, President Wang. I'll take my leave now. With everything settled, Yi Lin didn't want to linger in the Transmigrator Guild any longer and stood up to leave. Alright, Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation next time in advance." Wang Lichuan shook hands with Yilin, both smiling happily. After watching Yilin leave, Chen Kai beside Wang Lichuan whispered, "President, should we send someone to protect him secretly?" Yilin had taken out so many valuable items, which had already attracted the attention of many transmigrators in the trading area. Their gazes on Yilin were like wolves eyeing their prey. Wang Lichuan shook his head. "No need. Someone who can produce dragon pattern gold and legendary skill scrolls is definitely not an ordinary person. If we act on our own, it might instead provoke his displeasure." Yilin walked straight out of the Transmigrator Guild's door and found a graceful figure waiting for him at the entrance. The moment she saw Yilin, Zhu Ganyi's beautiful eyes lit up. "Ling Yi, you finally came out. Hurry, come home with me. There's a fraud impersonating you, and I want to prove to my dad that you and that shameless person are not the same." Zhuge and I pulled Yilin, wanting to head home. Zhuge Qianqing had always told her that Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person, and today she was determined to prove to Zhuge Qianqing that Yilin and Ling Yi were two different people. Although Ling Yi was plain-looking and far less handsome than Yilin, in Zhuge Ni's eyes, Ling Yi was much more pleasing. Moreover, Ling Yi was far superior to Yilin. He could take out dragon pattern gold and legendary skill scrolls right away. With just that, Yilin couldn't even compare. Yilin was also at a loss for words at this moment, asking him to prove that Ling Yi was better than Yilin? Wasn't that just me winning against myself? You really have the wrong person. I'm not Ling Yi. Yilin pulled his hand out of Zhu Ganyi's grasp. "Impossible. Stop lying to me. I will never forget your silhouette." Zhuge and I said firmly. "I told you, you're mistaken." Yilin was somewhat speechless. "Then tell me, who exactly are you?" Faced with Zhu Ganyi's aggressive demeanor, Yilin finally lost his patience. Unreasonable. He turned to leave, too lazy to argue with her. Once he turned into a less crowded area, he activated his instant dance and slipped away, not believing Zhuge and I could catch up to him. "Stop, Ling Yi. I really mean no harm." Zhuge and I hurried after Yilin. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she bit her red lip in frustration and then made a phone call. Watching Yilin and Zhuge and I tugging at each other, those who had followed Yilin with ulterior motives had to abandon their murderous thoughts. Although they didn't know Yilin's identity, they were very clear about Zhuge Ni's. She was the only daughter of Mr. Zhuge, in Xincheng, unless one had lost their mind, who would dare to touch Mr. Zhuge's daughter? Along the way, Yilin deliberately turned into alleys, with Zhuge and I closely following behind. Soon, they reached a sparsely populated area, and just as Yilin was about to activate his instant dance to shake off Zhuge and I, he saw two investigators appear right in front of him. I didn't expect that the legendary Ling Yi, who killed the underground King Kensen, would look so ordinary. "Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover," Huang Lidian said, staring intently at Yilin's face, unable to help but exclaim. His apprentice, Su Xiu, was extremely tense, ready for anything, as the person before them was the terrifying murderer who had killed Kensen. Yilin frowned and glanced at Zhuge and I. It was clear that these two investigators, Huang Lidian and his apprentice, had been brought over by her. Seeing Yilin's cold gaze, Zhuge Ni's heart trembled, and she quickly explained. "Ling Yi, don't misunderstand, Uncle Huang and the others aren't here to catch you. You've refused to listen to me, and I had no choice but to call them over. I really mean no harm. I just want you to come home with me to meet my dad. He was deceived by a very bad person. If you have any requests, you can tell me, and I will do my best to fulfill them." Zhuge and I spoke sincerely, afraid that Yilin would refuse. She looked at him with hopeful eyes, like a little girl pleading with her father to take her to an amusement park, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "Let's go," Yilin said coldly, feeling a headache coming on. This crazy woman, Zhuge and I, was stubborn to the core. He suspected that if he continued to refuse her, she might even call Zhuge Qianqing over on the spot. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to go directly with Zhuge and I to meet Zhuge Qianqing. After all, Zhuge Qianqing already knew his secret of being Ling Yi. "Okay." Upon hearing Yilin's agreement, Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. "Uncle Huang, Brother Su, I'm sorry for troubling you to come all this way," Zhuge and I said apologetically to Huang Lidian and the others. "No problem. We also want to see if the person who killed Kensen is really as formidable as the rumors say," Huang Lidian said coldly, casting a glance at Yilin. The Kensen case was supposed to be thoroughly investigated, but suddenly, the higher-ups forced a conclusion, leaving Huang Lidian with a knot in his heart. As Yilin and Zhuge and I walked away, Su Xiu spoke up. "Master, it seems that Ling Yi and Yilin are indeed two different people." "Not necessarily, maybe he used some kind of disguise. Anyway, it's all closed now, so it's meaningless to dwell on it." Huang Lidian smiled wryly and shook his head. He was just a small investigator, and even if he had feelings, he could only comply with the decisions from above. You mean, Yilin used a disguise to become someone else, went to the Job Change Association to sell skill scrolls and equipment, and just happened to run into Nini, who mistook him for Lingyi, and now he's being dragged over here? Even with Zhuge Qianqing's temperament, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Such a cliché plot could actually happen? Yes, Mr. Zhuge, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? That kid Yilin originally wanted to run away, but he was blocked by the lady calling for the investigator, so he couldn't escape, Guqin said. Zhuge Qianqing rubbed his forehead. What is this? Wait, you said he appeared in front of the investigator? Yes, Guqin nodded. Then perhaps, this might actually be a good thing. Zhuge Qianqing revealed a meaningful smile. At that moment, Zhuge Ni excitedly brought Yilin home, bursting through the door with a bang. Dad, Daddy, come out, look who I brought back. As soon as Zhuge Ni entered the courtyard, she shouted loudly, What's wrong, Ni? What has you so happy? Zhuge Qianqing pretended to know nothing and walked out. When Yilin saw Zhuge Qianqing, he was about to remove his disguise to reveal his identity, but Zhuge Qianqing stopped him with a glance. Zhuge Ni happily ran over, shaking Zhuge Qianqing's arm and said, Dad, this is Lingyi. I told you before, Lingyi is so much better than that cowardly Yilin. Yilin isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. You just wouldn't believe me. You insisted that Yilin and Lingyi are the same person. Look, now I've brought him to you. I tell you, today Lingyi was so impressive at the Job Change Association. He brought out high-level equipment of over 10 levels all by himself, along with dragon pattern gold and legendary skill scrolls. You should have seen the expressions of the others, they were all shocked. At that moment, Lingyi was the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars, everyone was watching him. Zhuge Ni seemed to have opened a floodgate, chattering away, her happiness evident in her radiant smile. Guqin nodded from the side, feeling emotional as he said, The young lady hasn't smiled like this in a long time. Zhuge Ni excitedly elaborated on how excellent Yilin was, praising him to the skies, making even Yilin himself feel a bit embarrassed. Then Zhuge Ni changed her tone, looking expectantly as she said, Dad, if you really want to choose a disciple, why not kick out that Yilin and take Lingyi under your wing? Lingyi is 100 times stronger than that cowardly Yilin. Really? I'm not lying to you. Zhuge Qianqing looked at his daughter's excited expression and couldn't help but smile wryly. Those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly, his daughter had really gotten herself stuck in a corner, still stubbornly believing that Lingyi and Yilin were two different people. Silly daughter! Zhuge Qianqing sighed inwardly, gently ruffling Zhuge Ni's hair, speaking in a tone as if coaxing a child. Ni, your judgment is good. This Lingyi is indeed an outstanding young man. But taking on a disciple is not a small matter, it requires careful consideration. How about this? Let Lingyi go with Dad to a place, and I'll test him. After that, if all goes well, I'll take him as my disciple. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ni immediately became excited. Really? Yay! Finally getting her wish to vindicate her beloved, Zhuge Ni couldn't be happier at that moment. Seeing Zhuge Ni's excited expression, Yilin touched his nose and forced a couple of laughs, unsure of what kind of expression to put on. What kind of situation is this? Then you should go rest first. I will have a good talk with Lingyi, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Okay. Zhuge Ni secretly glanced at Yilin, and when she found that his gaze was not on her at all, she pouted angrily and returned to her room. Counting her 2 meetings with Lingyi, the first time her clothes were burned to rags, and she was in a terrible state. The second time she wore tight-fitting clothes suitable for battle, and not once had she dressed up properly. She had already thought it through. She would take a shower and change into a beautiful outfit to impress Lingyi. After Zhuge Ni left, Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but glance at the silent Yilin and asked, Aren't you curious why I don't let you reveal your identity in front of Ni? The teacher has her reasons for doing this, Yilin replied calmly. Zhuge Qianqing chuckled in surprise, then took a sip of tea and explained, Although this matter is a coincidence, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Think about it, you met the investigator as Lingyi and appeared at the location of the Apocalypse Gate. Doesn't that perfectly eliminate any suspicion of Yilin? Yilin nodded in agreement and continued, In this way, Yilin has never appeared at the Apocalypse Gate, and I can act with all my strength as Lingyi. Of course, if Lingyi disappeared at the Apocalypse Gate, it wouldn't matter, and no one would care, because it was originally a false identity. And if Yilin's identity went missing, with no trace left behind, Zhuge Qianqing could also clear all suspicion, as he had sufficient alibis. Yilin had a strong premonition that if Zhuge Qianqing really had any ulterior motives towards him, he would definitely act at the Apocalypse Gate. As long as you understand my meaning, we will set off the day after tomorrow. Remember to arrange everything first as Yilin. Zhuge Qianqing nodded with a smile. Alright, then I will go rest first. Yilin turned and returned to his room. Zhuge Qianqing's strength was unfathomable, and one must always be cautious. He needed to prepare early. Back in his room, Yilin put on the radiant necklace and took off the Azure Thunder Ring. Although the Azure Thunder Ring could enhance the power of Thunder-type skills, its mental power boost was only 15%, which was definitely not as good as the radiant necklace overall. After changing into the new equipment, Yilin took out the 1,000 refining stones. Before heading to the Apocalypse Gate, he had to enhance his strength as much as possible. The refining stones could refine the attributes of equipment, with a maximum refinement level of 9 stars. With each additional star, the attributes of the equipment would increase significantly. Yilin thought for a moment and decided to use the first refining stone on the Great Sumeru Ring. The Great Sumeru Ring was currently his only legendary level equipment, so using the refining stone on it was obviously the most cost-effective choice. Holding the refining stone, Yilin slowly approached the Great Sumeru Ring. The refining stone began to emit a faint glow in his hand, resembling a small star. He gently pressed the refining stone against the Great Sumeru Ring, and a mysterious power surged instantly. The Great Sumeru Ring seemed to sense the power of the refining stone, beginning to tremble slightly and emit an even more brilliant light. However, the next second, that light suddenly dimmed, and the refining stone shattered into countless fragments. It was clear that this refinement had failed. However, Yilin did not feel discouraged. Instead, he took out the second refining stone. The success rate of refining equipment was originally low, otherwise, the world would be filled with 9-star equipment. After breaking over 100 refining stones in succession, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. In the radiance, the Great Shumi Ring trembled wildly, its surface patterns becoming more intricate and exquisite. As the dazzling light gradually faded, the Great Shumi Ring before Yilin had been completely transformed. The ring's surface patterns became more refined, shimmering with a brilliance that seemed to contain endless mysterious power. Yilin quickly checked the attributes of the Great Shumi Ring. Great Shumi Ring level, legendary attributes, mental power amplification 120%, current refinement level, 1 star. Skill 1, Shumi hides mustard seed. Shumi hides mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Shumi Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. Skill 2, mustard seed enters Shumi. Mustard seed enters Shumi. The wearer can open the storage space within the Great Shumi Ring, with the size of the storage space proportional to the wearer's mental power strength. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yilin's eyes. Just refining it to 1 star directly granted an additional 20% mental power boost, which was equivalent to wearing an extra piece of high-level equipment. The mental attribute boost from high-level equipment generally only amounts to around 20%. Having tasted the sweetness, Yilin continued to press the trial stones against the Great Shumi Ring without pause. However, it seemed that refining to 1 star had already exhausted all of Yilin's luck. He pressed 700 or 800 trial stones in succession, all resulting in failure. Damn! This probability is too low, right? Yilin felt a bit of a headache. Could it be that he was actually a non-lucky player? Although the higher the level of the equipment, the more difficult it is to refine, but to not get even 1 star after 700 or 800 trial stones was just too unlucky. At this moment, Yilin had only a little over 100 trial stones left in his hand, and he hesitated whether to continue using them on the Great Shumi Ring or on the Crimson Flame Staff. Suddenly, a devilish voice echoed in Yilin's mind. The more broke you are, the more you should go all in. 3rd all in. 4th all in. 5th all in. All in. All in. All in. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. With this thought, Yilin gritted his teeth, taking a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. If he gave up now, wouldn't those 700 or 800 trial stones be wasted? He pressed all the remaining trial stones onto the Great Shumi Ring without saying a word, going all in. Over 100 trial stones surrounded the Great Shumi Ring, which was as busy as Tom Cat blowing a trumpet. Bang! 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 Each sound of failure causing the trial stones to shatter made Yilin wince. No way? It can't all fail, right? Yilin felt like his mood was akin to playing a game where he was just 1 card short of a 3-star 5 cost, each refinement making his heart race. 10 stones, 50 stones, 100 stones. As he saw that they were really about to all fail, Yilin's face turned pale. 1,000 trial stones, and only 1 star refined. Even the most unfortunate player would look at him with pity and offer him a cigarette. Just when Yilin thought it was all over, the last 2 trial stones seemed to sense his despair. Their brilliance was more dazzling than any of the previous trial stones, shooting straight towards the Great Shumi Ring. As they fell, the Great Shumi Ring trembled even more violently, as if a powerful force within was awakening. Amidst the shimmering light of the Great Shumi Ring, mysterious runes seemed to dance. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from the Great Shumi Ring, followed by 2 consecutive bursts. Ha! Ah! Ah! Yilin was completely stunned. he picked up the Great Shumi ring and discovered that it had successfully refined to 3 stars. The mental power boost had reached an astonishing 160%. Yi-Lin was overjoyed. He never expected to succeed at the last moment. Indeed, going all in is truly a kind of wisdom. At level 25, his base mental power was already 750 points, and with the addition of the Great Sumeru ring and a series of other equipment, his mental power soared to 3,225 points. If he activated the Burning Rebirth, 6,450 points. This terrifying number made Yi-Lin involuntarily gasp. A fiery glint flashed in his eyes. If he unleashed his full power now, no one below level 50 would stand a chance against him. If he relied on his immortal body and fought a war of attrition like he did against Kensen, he might even have a chance to take down a level 60 class changer. However, he also had to worry about encountering class changers skilled in encirclement and sealing techniques. If they aimed to seal him rather than kill him, his immortal body would be rendered useless. But there should be a self-destruct forbidden spell. Yi-Lin took out all the skill scrolls he had obtained from the Qingcheng class changer guild and carefully selected those that could potentially evolve into a self-destruct forbidden spell. He then studied them one by one. If he could find a self-destruct forbidden spell, he wouldn't have to fear sealing or freezing. He could just self-destruct if necessary. After trying one by one, he finally found a suitable skill. Star Shield. The mage draws the brilliance of the stars into their body using their mental power, forming a starry shield around them. Professional talent has been fully sublimated. Star Shield has been enhanced to Starburst Obliteration. Forbidden Spell? Starburst Obliteration. The forbidden spellcaster burns their soul, drawing the power of the stars from the heavens into their body, and when the star power reaches the maximum capacity the caster can hold, it detonates completely. A faint starlight began to gather around Yi-Lin, gradually forming chains of stars that connected to his body. Yi-Lin could clearly feel the terrifying and violent star power continuously surging into him. After a few seconds, Yi-Lin felt as if he had transformed into a brilliant star, his body swelling like a balloon, and under the starlight, his near-transparent skin even revealed the flowing trajectory of his blood. Yi-Lin hurriedly stopped casting the star shield. If he continued, he would truly explode on the spot. It takes about 5 seconds from casting to detonation. With this forbidden spell, Yi-Lin felt a sense of relief. This way, if he encountered an enemy wanting to seal him at the Gate of Apocalypse, or if Zhuge Qianqing aimed to seal him, he could self-destruct on the spot. The Shaking Light Necklace, the Great Sumeru ring enhanced to 3 stars, and the tens of thousands of skill scrolls in his storage space were his confidence for venturing into the Gate of Apocalypse. Yi-Lin let out a long breath. Next, he should go out and make his presence felt as Yi-Lin, so that if he obtained something good at the Gate of Apocalypse in the identity of Ling Yi, no one would suspect him. Yi-Lin took off his illusionary mask, changed his clothes, and prepared to head to the Ji family. Apart from Zhuge Qianqing, the only other person he was somewhat familiar with in Qingcheng was Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu. Yi-Lin was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to see Zhuge Ni, with her back to him, as soon as he opened the door to the courtyard. Today, Zhuge Ni was completely different from usual. She wore a fitted white long dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a swaying highland flower. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her fair, delicate skin shimmered under the moonlight, creating a captivating glow. Hearing movement behind her, Zhuge Ni turned around with a bright smile, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and excitement. She had clearly dressed up for a long time. Even her makeup was just right, accentuating her already exquisite features, making her even more enchanting. Zhuge Ni firmly believed that Ling Yi's indifference towards her was definitely due to her previous 2 encounters where she had been too embarrassed. She wanted to change Ling Yi's perception of her through her actions. "Good evening, Ling Yi. What a coincidence. Are you out for some fresh air too?" Zhuge Ni turned around shyly, but when she saw the person behind her, her expression instantly froze. "Why is it you?" Zhuge Ni did not hide her disgust and disdain, looking at Yi-Lin as if he were an irredeemable piece of trash. "What are you doing in my house, you fraud? Didn't my dad tell you? I've already found Ling Yi. He's 1,000 times better than you. My dad is going to take him as a disciple. Why are you still shamelessly hanging around here? I'm just here to pack my things and leave." Yi-Lin was too lazy to argue with Zhuge Ni and intended to leave directly. "Wait." But as Yi-Lin tried to leave, Zhuge Ni was unwilling and reached out to stop him. She already despised Yi-Lin, and after spending 2 hours getting ready without letting Ling Yi see her, it was infuriating that Yi-Lin saw her first. Zhuge Ni was now filled with anger, and she said aggressively, "I told you before, I will find the real Ling Yi and expose your hypocritical mask. You two are like the bright moon in the sky and the mud on the ground. There's no comparison at all. How dare you impersonate him? Now that Ling Yi has been found, I will let you see for yourself just how big the gap between you and Lingyi really is." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge and I ran off to find Zhuge Qianqing. Originally, she was in a good mood because of Lingyi's appearance and didn't want to bother with Yilin, but Yilin had to come and flaunt in front of her. Since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back from exposing him. "Dad, which room is Lingyi staying in?" Zhuge Qianqing was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Yilin standing in the courtyard, and said, "Lingyi isn't staying with us, he left a long time ago. He'll come back the day after tomorrow when he departs." What? Zhuge and I felt wronged. Had she dressed up for nothing? Seeing Yilin standing in the courtyard made her even angrier. Lingyi might have left just because this guy was in the way. "Aren't you leaving? What are you still doing standing there?" Yilin rolled his eyes. If it weren't for this woman having a good father, he would have cast a forbidden spell at her. He even doubted whether Zhuge and I was really Zhuge Qianqing's biological daughter or if he had picked her up from some trash can. Zhuge Qianqing could deduce that he had an immortal body from just a few clues. Truly a man of foresight. Zhuge and I was like someone with 2 eggs hanging under her eyebrows, always acting recklessly because of her poor brain. Even with the truth right under her nose, she still insisted that she and Lingyi were 2 different people. The gap between this father and daughter was simply too large. Yilin walked out the door and directly hailed a taxi to leave. "Driver, take me to Rishian Bridge via Chenghua Avenue." The taxi arrived in front of a small manor, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards. They had restrained auras but gave off an unfathomable feeling, clearly all capable transmuters. After the attack by Kensen last time, Uncle Ji had clearly become more willing to spend money on security. Just as Yilin reached the bronze-colored gate, a bodyguard stopped him, sternly shouting, "Stop! Private area, no trespassing." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head from another bodyguard, who scolded, "Are you blind? This is Mr. Yilin, the national champion of this year's college entrance examination, our young master's boss. Young Master Yi, please this way." The bodyguard quickly smiled and led the way. The bodyguard respectfully guided him, and just as Yilin sat down on the sofa in the reception room, Jing Yu rushed out. "Boss, I miss you so much. Why didn't you let me know in advance that you were coming? I could have sent a car to pick you up." Since the college entrance examination, Jing Yu had completely submitted to Yilin, this boss of his. "Are your injuries all healed?" Yilin smiled. "Healed? My dad found the best priest in Qingcheng for me. He'll definitely be very happy to know you're here. I'll go call him." Jing Yu hurriedly called his father over, and after the 3 of them reminisced for a while, Yilin mysteriously said, "Can we ask everyone else to leave first? I came to find you for something important." Ji's father and Jing Yu exchanged glances, and then Ji's father said sullenly, "Everyone, please leave." The butler and maids bowed and respectfully stepped out. "Go ahead, Yilin. Have you encountered some trouble? Just say it. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely help you." Ji's father said seriously. "Yes, boss, just say it, no need to be polite." Jing Yu nodded. "Well, after the college entrance exam, I went to the top scholar's secret realm, right? I even encountered real demons in the secret realm. For more than a month, I've been fighting against these monsters." Before Yilin could finish, Ji's father suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes filled with concern. "You were injured? Is it serious?" "Don't worry, I'll call all the healing professionals above level 40 in Xinjiang right now." Ji's father quickly picked up his phone to dial, but Yilin hurriedly stopped him. "No, what I mean is, I've fought all my life, and I want to enjoy myself." "Enjoy yourself?" Ji's father was taken aback. "I mean, keep the music playing, keep dancing." Ji's father. Soon, the news that the Ji family was hosting a celebration banquet for the national top scholar Yilin spread. The Ji family held a grand feast, and almost all the prominent figures in Qingcheng gathered to congratulate the birth of the national top scholar. Many people also extended olive branches to Yilin, wanting to win him over, even trying to introduce their daughters to him. After all, for these small forces in Qingcheng, being the national top scholar, a level 25 forbidden spell master, and a disciple of Mr. Zhuge, these 3 identities were already dazzling enough. However, Yilin ignored everyone. At the banquet, he only did 3 things: smoke, drink, and flirt with women. He fully embodied the essence of living in drunken revelry. Watching Yilin, who had 2 women in his arms and 3 cigarettes in his mouth, many forces that originally intended to win him over exchanged glances. What's going on? How did he, a national top scholar, fall so low? Well, he's a forbidden spell master, which means a short life. He overexerted himself to grab the title of national top scholar. Now he probably won't live for 2 more years. Knowing he's close to death, indulging in pleasure isn't wrong. True, if he weren't a forbidden spell master with such a self-destructive profession, Xinjiang would really have produced a true dragon. It's been so long since our small place had a national top scholar. People whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with regret and pity as they looked at Yilin. What a good seedling, why did he have to be a forbidden spellmaster? However, Yilin didn't care about their gazes at all. He turned his head and made the girl next to him giggle, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After the celebration banquet, everyone who mentioned Yilin felt one thing: it's over. He's ruined. But that wasn't the end. In the following 2 days, people in Qingqing frequently saw Yilin driving expensive sports cars, racing down the streets, with different hot girls in the passenger seat each time. At the bar entrance in Qingqing after midnight, a national top scholar could randomly be found lying there. In a single day, he could be seen coming out of hotels with 3 or 4 different girls, each with graceful figures and exquisite features. Everyone speculated that Yilin was likely really going to die, which was why he had become so degenerate. Gradually, no one paid attention to Yilin anymore, everyone was busy. In the adult world, interests mattered, and a top scholar who indulged in wine and women and willingly fell from grace could hardly provide them with any value. On the third morning, just as dawn broke, Yilin woke up. He first activated the forbidden spell, igniting the flames of hellfire to burn all the blood in his body completely. Then he took out the Starfall celestial mark and made a gentle cut, creating a large gash from his chest to his abdomen. Yilin cut out his lungs and liver, then tossed a spark to turn them to ashes. Immediately, with a thought, his cells began to rapidly divide and reproduce, and new lungs and liver grew back. Smoking harms the lungs, drinking harms the liver. To portray a fallen image well, he had smoked and drunk too much these past few days. If he didn't replace his lungs and liver, it would obviously affect his physical condition. Not to mention, after smoking over 20 packs in a day, Yilin had clearly felt his lung capacity diminish significantly. After doing all this, Yilin put on a disguise and quietly slipped out of the Ji family home. With the groundwork laid over the past 2 days, even if he disappeared for a few days, Ji Fu and Jing Yu would only think he had gone off to seek pleasure in some corner. When Yilin appeared at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's courtyard, Guo Qin and Zhuge Qianqing were already waiting for him inside, along with Zhuge Ni, who had been specially dressed up and was standing behind Zhuge Qianqing. "You're here? I made some locust flower porridge. Let's eat a bit before we set off," Zhuge Qianqing said, picking up a bowl and serving Yilin a steaming bowl of fragrant locust flower porridge. The hot porridge slid down his throat and into his stomach, warming his entire body and making him feel extremely comfortable. Of course, if it weren't for Zhuge Ni, who was blushing and staring at him from across the table, this meal would have been even more enjoyable. Zhuge Ni occasionally stole glances at Yilin, and when their eyes met, she immediately looked away like a startled rabbit. Yilin. Finally, after enduring the meal, Yilin sighed in relief and stood up, preparing to leave. At that moment, Zhuge Ni suddenly called out to him, "Lin Yi, is there something?" Yilin replied helplessly, when you come back, after becoming my father's disciple, can I invite you to watch a movie?" Zhuge Ni said, her face flushed as she lowered her head, her hands nervously tugging at her clothes. "Let's talk about it when I return," Yilin said coldly, turning his head away. "Okay." Zhuge Ni felt a bit disappointed, but soon her fighting spirit reignited. In Lin Yi's heart, she must still hold a certain status, otherwise, he would have directly rejected her instead of giving her an ambiguous answer. As long as she continued to work hard, she would surely be able to melt the iceberg that was Lin Yi. Zhuge Ni cheered herself on in her heart. Guo Qin, squatting at the door, stroked his chin, glancing at Zhuge Ni and then at Yilin, chuckling softly. "I can tell, the young lady is quite interested in you." "I'm not interested in her," Yilin shook his head and replied. "Actually, it's quite fun, isn't it? The young lady doesn't know that Lin Yi is Yilin, and she likes Lin Yi while hating Yilin. You should first win her over, and when you two are in a room together, at a negative distance, bam, you just take off the mask and give her a surprise. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Then shout, 'Fool, there's no Lin Yi, I've always been Yilin,' and then start a mad dash." The more Guo Qin spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Right, why didn't I think of such a fun method before? Forcing the other party to connect with someone they dislike, isn't that a kind of bullheadedness? But the cow is you yourself. Yilin." Guo Qin's mind was really beyond saving. This guy could almost associate anything chaotic with strange aspects. You talk to him about green beans, he shows a strange smile. You talk to him about tigers, he shows a strange smile. You talk to him about fans, he shows a strange smile. Even if you talk to him about the meteor shower at 8 tonight, he can still show a strange smile. Sometimes Yilin really wanted to pry open Guo Qin's skull to see how his brain was structured. "What are you guys talking about?" Zhuge Qianqing came out with a half smile. Nothing, mister. "Zhuge, let's get going," Guo Qin said awkwardly. If Mr. Zhuge knew he was teaching Yilin how to bully Zhuge Ni, he would definitely skin him alive. You better be. Zhuge Qianqing shot a glance at Guiqin, making him shiver all over. Let's go. Fortunately, Zhuge Qianqing had no intention of holding it against Guiqin, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly got into a black SUV parked at the door, taking on the role of the driver. Yilin and Zhuge Qianqing sat in the back seat. Teacher, are we going to the teleportation array? Yilin asked. No need. The Gate of Revelation is in the wilderness of Qingcheng, and stop calling me teacher, it might expose your identity. Just call me Mr. Zhuge like Guiqin. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses and smiled. Okay. Yilin nodded. Guiqin stepped on the gas, and the SUV shot out like an arrow. At the city gate, seeing that Zhuge Qianqing was in the car, no one dared to stop them and they were let through directly, the black SUV smoothly making its way out of Qingcheng. Once out of the city, the road instantly became bumpy. Zhuge Qianqing took out a piece of white paper and a pen, scribbling something on it before handing it to Guiqin. Follow the route on this. Okay, Mr. Zhuge. Guiqin began to drive according to the route Zhuge Qianqing had drawn, and for the first time, Yilin witnessed just how terrifying the profession of an astrologer could be. The SUV drove along the rugged road, and Yilin was always ready to deal with any sudden appearance of monsters. After all, they were in the wilderness. However, to Yilin's surprise, they didn't encounter a single monster along the way. Those ferocious monsters that roamed the wild for years seemed to have received news in advance and deliberately avoided them. Even though the roars and howls of monsters could be heard from time to time around them, not a single one appeared to block their path. This discovery sent a chill down Yilin's spine, and he couldn't help but glance at Zhuge Qianqing, who was meditating with his eyes closed, foreseeing the future, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, anticipating the enemy's moves. Such methods were truly too strange and unpredictable. If Zhuge Qianqing really had any thoughts about him, it would obviously be an extremely terrifying matter. After the SUV crossed a hill and passed through a narrow path in a dense forest, it stopped at the entrance of a valley. We're here, get out. Zhuge Qianqing opened his eyes and led Yilin and Guiqin into the valley. Inside the valley, there was a faint white mist, and shortly after entering, Yilin saw a number of figures gathered ahead. In front of the crowd stood a massive stone door, towering high and wide as clouds, intricately carved with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, dragons, phoenixes, and qilins, appearing both mysterious and solemn. This door stood abruptly in the valley, and strangely, it could only be seen from the front. From other directions, one could only see the empty valley. Is that the Gate of Revelation? Yilin gazed at the stone door in front of him, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Indeed. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes, hidden behind the golden-framed mirror, were filled with surprise. Even he was seeing the Gate of Revelation for the first time. Mr. Zhuge, you have finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have sent someone to check if something had happened to you, said a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his tone indifferent. Behind him followed a group of transmuters, each exuding a terrifying aura, clearly none below level 30. Thank you for your concern, Director Tan, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. Seeing Yilin's puzzled expression, Guiqin quietly explained, he is Tan Qingjiang, the deputy director of the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau. I got caught back then because I was fooling around with his wife. By the way, his wife is amazing. Yilin fell silent. How should he put it? Even if his wife was indeed amazing, was it really appropriate to say that in front of her husband? Yilin suddenly felt that Tan Qingjiang was indeed broad-minded. Despite everything, he hadn't killed Guiqin but merely locked him up. Next to Tan Qingjiang, Yilin also spotted a familiar figure. He recognized at once that it was the tall, thin man who had wanted to kill him back in the Investigation Bureau's prison. However, the tall, thin man clearly did not recognize him after he donned the illusionary face, maintaining a cold expression as he stood behind Tan Qingjiang. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhuge Qianqing, Tan Qingjiang got straight to the point. Since Mr. Zhuge has arrived, to avoid any prolonged delays, please open the Gate of Revelation. Tan Qingjiang produced a mysterious key, intricately engraved with complex patterns, as if it contained the secrets of the universe. No problem, Zhuge Qianqing smiled slightly and turned to give Yilin and Guiqin a knowing glance. The two immediately understood and followed him. Watching the three figures, a hint of concealed murderous intent flashed in Tan Qingjiang's eyes. Mr. Zhuge, why do I feel a chill down my back? Guiqin shivered. It's normal, I played a trick on him, and Tan Qingjiang would love to kill us right away, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a faint smile. The ancient key he had given Tan Qingjiang was fake, so it naturally couldn't open the Gate of Revelation. In response to Tan Qingjiang's questioning, Zhuge Qianqing explained that he had placed a restriction on the ancient key, and only he could open the Gate of Revelation in person. Tan Qingjiang knew that Zhuge Qianqing wanted a share of the benefits from the Gate of Revelation, but he could only accept it begrudgingly. After all, Taking advantage of the fact that no one knew the Gate of Revelation had appeared, they could seize the opportunity. Once the news spread, the gate would undoubtedly attract the most elite of powerful beings. By then, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Gate of Revelation. Mr. Zhuge, do you need to take out the real ancient key? Yi Lin inquired. No need, just getting close to this door will suffice, Zhuge Qianqing replied with a smile, shaking his head. As they spoke, the three arrived at the stone door. Zhuge Qianqing approached the stone door and pretended to press the ancient key against it, fiddling with it. At that moment, Yi Lin distinctly felt that the ancient key within him seemed to resonate with the ancient stone door before him, emanating a faint warmth. The Gate of Revelation also seemed to respond. There were no earth-shattering phenomena or dazzling lights, just the simple opening of an ordinary door. With a low, prolonged mechanical sound, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black passage that seemed bottomless. An ancient and mysterious aura rushed out from the passage, evoking a sense of awe. Upon seeing the Gate of Revelation, Tan Xingjiang's eyes instantly lit up. Even with his status, a hint of surprise and greed couldn't help but surface in his gaze. After all, this was the legendary Gate of Revelation. It was once the place where 7 ancient origin artifacts had fallen. Even true divine artifacts were insignificant in the face of the ancient origin artifacts. It was precisely because of this that such a terrifying war had erupted back then, one that shattered the ancient origin artifacts and brought about a brief period of peace. Mr. Zhuge, the ancient key of revelation should be returned to me now, Tan Xingjiang said coldly. The class changer following him also exuded a dangerous aura, clearly indicating that if Zhuge Qianqing attempted to seize the ancient key of revelation, they would have to engage in a fierce battle before entering the Gate of Revelation. Of course, the ancient key of revelation has always belonged to Director Tan, Zhuge Qianqing nodded, handing over the fake ancient key of revelation to Tan Xingjiang. Mr. Zhuge is indeed a clever man. After reclaiming the ancient key of revelation, Tan Xingjiang revealed a faint smile. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from behind, causing Tan Xingjiang's expression to freeze. The Gate of Revelation really exists in this world? It's truly shocking. The president of the Qingcheng Class Changer Guild, Wang Lichuan, and the vice president, Chen Kai, appeared in the valley, leading a group of class changers. Tan Xingjiang's expression darkened immediately. It was one thing for Zhuge Qianqing to come and share a piece of the pie, but how could the Class Changer Guild's people also show up? Did you call them here? Tan Xingjiang gritted his teeth and questioned Zhuge Qianqing. Does Director Tan think I, Zhuge Qianqing, would do something so foolish? Zhuge Qianqing raised an eyebrow in response. At that moment, Zhuge Qianqing was also puzzled as to how the Class Changer Guild had received the news. But soon, he thought of something and glanced at Yi Lin intentionally or unintentionally. From a motive standpoint, the most likely person to have called the Class Changer Guild was Yi Lin. After all, if he wanted to take action against him, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it would be for him. This kid was indeed a clever little fox, and Zhuge Qianqing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhuge, Director Tan, what a coincidence. You're also here to treasure hunt? Why not take me along? Wang Lichuan laughed heartily. President Wang, you haven't contributed anything and want to share in the spoils right away. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Tan Xingjiang said coldly. That's true. How about this? Let our Class Changer Guild take the lead and scout the way for you. Wang Lichuan pondered for a moment before suggesting. Upon hearing this, Tan Xingjiang's expression improved slightly. They didn't know what dangers lay within the Gate of Revelation, so he was naturally pleased to let the Class Changer Guild members act as cannon fodder. At this point, he had no better options, especially since Wang Lichuan wouldn't leave empty-handed. Since that's the case, let's do as President Wang suggests, Tan Xingjiang said, pinching his nose. Ha! Thank you, Director Tan. Director Tan is magnanimous. Wang Lichuan laughed joyfully and led his people toward the Gate of Revelation. As he passed by Yi Lin, he shot him a glance but did not greet him. Yi Lin appeared oblivious, calmly following behind Wang Lichuan and the others as they entered the Gate of Revelation. The pitch-black passage extended deep into the Gate of Revelation. The world beyond the door was not as bizarre as Yi Lin had imagined, nor was there any scene of monsters everywhere. On the contrary, it was extremely quiet, with nothing around, so quiet that one could hear their own breathing. After passing through the dark passage, another door appeared ahead. This time, it was a metal door that could only accommodate one person at a time, engraved with very modern circuit patterns, flickering with a faint glow. This door was out of place with its surroundings, as if it had been forcibly torn from another world. Why is there still a door? Could this be the true Gate of Revelation? Wang Lichuan and the others looked at the door, their eyes filled with confusion. They turned to Tan Xingjiang, as the ancient key to the revelation was in his hands. Tan Xingjiang steadied himself, then stepped forward and gently pressed the ancient key against the door. Yi Lin also cooperatively took a few steps forward, appearing simply curious about how the door would open. As Yilin's stomach began to heat up, the metal door suddenly swung open with a loud crash, and a strong light burst forth from behind the door, instantly illuminating the entire dark passage. The group was momentarily blinded by the intense light, and it took them a while to adjust before they could open their eyes. When they finally saw the scene behind the metal door, they were left dumbfounded. How could the world behind the Gate of Revelation be like this? This is impossible. Shock was written all over their faces. Some even rubbed their eyes and slapped themselves, trying to convince themselves that what they were seeing was an illusion. But unfortunately, the pain they felt told them that everything before them was real. It was no wonder they were so out of sorts. Even Yilin wore a face of disbelief, because when the Gate of Revelation opened, what appeared before them was actually Qingcheng. However, the Qingcheng before them was clearly different from the one they lived in. The towering city walls, winding streets, and lush trees had all turned into broken walls and ruins, a desolate wasteland. Cold rubble lay scattered on the streets, dust swirling as if a catastrophic disaster had occurred. A gust of wind blew through, carrying an indescribable sense of desolation. The group stood there in a daze, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They had heard that the world behind the Gate of Revelation could be full of danger and the unknown, but they never expected to see such a scene. Is this Qingcheng before us an illusion? Or what is going on? Wang Lichuan couldn't help but murmur. I don't know, maybe we'll find out if we go in. Perhaps there are still living people inside. Tan Xinjiang shook his head. The group suppressed their shock. Having come this far, they could not turn back, no matter what lay ahead. The members of the Transcender Guild led the way, with Zhuge Qianqing and the investigators following closely behind. As they entered this ruin-like Qingcheng, they discovered traces of battles everywhere, as if a terrible war had destroyed everything in Qingcheng. Fragments of broken equipment littered the ground, including swords, guns, clubs, rings, staves, and spellbooks. Strangely, there were no living beings, and as they walked, they didn't even see a single corpse, whether human or monster, not even a single bone. A faint sense of unease enveloped the group. The unknown was always the most terrifying thing. Zhuge Qianqing crouched down and picked up a delicate metal fragment, its edges sharp and covered in ancient runes, as if telling of a once glorious past. What's wrong, Mr. Zhuge? Did you find something? The others quickly looked at Zhuge Qianqing, hoping to get answers from him. Just a small discovery, Zhuge Qianqing said softly, raising the metal fragment in his hand. This is a fragment of a divine artifact, but unfortunately, under the passage of time, it has lost all its value. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Looking across the entire Qingcheng, they couldn't find a single divine artifact, yet now they had found a fragment of one in this ruin-like Qingcheng? What kind of intense and terrifying battle could cause even the divine artifacts to shatter? Everyone felt a sense of oppression in their hearts. In the following time, they went to the Job Change Guild, the Investigation Bureau, the small courtyard where Zhuge Qianqing was located, and all the famous buildings in Qingcheng. But without exception, all these places had already turned into ruins, and there was not a single corpse to be found. The entire Qingcheng seemed to have become a deserted city. There was nothing, no danger, no opportunity, only the desolate land, the gray sky, and a stretch of concrete ruins. Everyone's faces turned extremely grim. This was nothing like the Apocalypse Gate they had imagined. President Tan, don't you have the ancient key to the apocalypse in your hand? Is it not reacting? Has it not given you any guidance or anything? Wang Lichuan asked Tan Xinjiang with a hint of dissatisfaction. I've already said, there's nothing. Tan Xinjiang's expression was also not good. Lin Yi, do you have any clues? Zhuge Qianqing lowered his gaze and asked Yilin. None. Yilin shook his head, his expression calm. In fact, the ancient key to the apocalypse inside Yilin had already been restless, desperately wanting to rush in one direction. Given Yilin's familiarity with Qingcheng, if he was not mistaken, that direction was towards the slums. But Yilin did not intend to tell anyone, because whether it was Wang Lichuan, whom he had called here, or Zhuge Qianqing, he did not trust any of them. In the face of interests, even biological brothers could turn against each other, let alone when it involved the ancient artifacts of origin. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Damn! Is it possible that there's really nothing behind the Apocalypse Gate? Wang Lichuan was somewhat anxious. Entering the Apocalypse Gate and returning empty-handed was something no one would accept. Zhuge Qianqing pushed up his glasses and calmly said, in that case, why don't we let everyone search separately? Let's see if we can find something. If there's danger, just shout. This place is quiet, and the sound travels far. Sounds good. X2 Tan Xinjiang and Wang Lichuan nodded in agreement with Zhuge Qianqing's suggestion. After all, it seemed that there was no danger in this ruined version of Qingcheng. 3 groups of people spread out, each searching in a different direction. For a moment, Yilin not only had the opportunity to act alone, but the direction he was assigned happened to lead to the slums. There are not that many coincidences in the world. If there are, it means there is a big hand behind the scenes pushing the development of events. Yilin had reason to believe that Zhuge Qianqing had already begun to suspect him, so he did not rush to follow the guidance of the ancient key to the apocalypse towards the slums, but instead searched along the way, entering any building he encountered to see if there were any discoveries. Gradually, the sky began to darken, and night enveloped the entire Qingcheng. Strangely, in this ruined version of Qingcheng, not a single star could be seen, only a deep darkness. Yilin's face showed no expression as he diligently continued his search. When he turned and entered a public restroom, he boldly activated his skill. Earth Escape Technique. Earth Escape Technique. The mage uses their mental power to control the surrounding earth elements, allowing them to move freely underground, not exceeding a distance of 50 meters. The professional talent has been fully enhanced, and the Earth Escape Technique has been upgraded to Spatial Jump. Forbidden Spell? Spatial Jump. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own organs to achieve short-distance cross-space movement, during which they are immune to any physical attacks and most energy attacks. In an instant, the space was torn apart, revealing a black, deep, boundless void that directly swallowed Yilin, making him disappear from his original spot. After a moment, another person entered the public restroom. The man, clad in a trench coat and tall in stature, searched the public restroom but found no trace of Yilin. A glint of cold light flashed from the golden frames of his glasses in the darkness. The space before him shattered completely, then reassembled like a jigsaw puzzle. Yilin's figure flickered in the void and appeared in the familiar slums. Before him stood dilapidated, low houses, their walls overrun with withered vines and moss. An indescribable odor permeated the air. Everything here was even more desolate and ruined than he remembered. Although he had temporarily evaded everyone, Yilin knew his time was limited. Whether it was Tan Xingjiang, Wang Lichuan, or Zhuge Qianqing, they would surely start searching upon realizing someone had vanished. He followed the guidance of the ancient key of revelation in his gut and moved forward. After wandering through the slums for about 5 minutes, Yilin stopped in front of a low bungalow. This was the destination indicated by the ancient key of revelation. Yilin stood still, a chill running from his tailbone straight up to the crown of his head, because this low bungalow was his home in the Qingcheng slums. He had lived here for over a decade. He could not be mistaken. Yilin's throat involuntarily rolled, and he felt a wave of horror. Was it a coincidence? Why would the ancient key of revelation lead him to the ruins of his home in Qingcheng? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Yilin stepped forward and pushed open the door. The room inside was dim and cold, as if time had stopped here, the air thick with an indescribable sense of decay and rot. As soon as the door opened, Yilin's gaze froze in the corner of the room, where a massive flesh ball had appeared. This flesh ball was over a person's height, its surface uneven, as if made from countless small pieces of meat, displaying a sickly purplish-red color that emitted a nauseating stench. Countless tiny tentacles extended from the surface of the flesh ball, sticking it to the walls of the bungalow. Thud, thud, thud. After Yilin opened the door, the flesh ball began to thump like a heart, beating heavily. This bizarre scene made Yilin's scalp tingle. What kind of monster was this? They had searched the ruins of Qingcheng for so long without finding a single living thing. Could it be because of this monster? Just as Yilin was filled with doubt, the monster-like flesh ball actually spoke. Yilin, you finally came, Yilin. The voice seemed to resonate directly from Yilin's heart, an indescribable sense of the grotesque and horror flooding his mind. This monster knew his name, and it knew he would appear? Who are you? Yilin quickly suppressed his emotions and retorted, I am the guardian of the ancient artifact of origin. I have waited for you for many, many years. Yilin's pupils constricted sharply. The guardian of the ancient artifact of origin? Was there really an eighth ancient artifact behind the gate of revelation? Suddenly, the large mass of flesh began to writhe violently, as if something was about to break free. Then, a dazzling light erupted from the flesh ball, illuminating the entire room. As the light gradually faded, an ancient object appeared before Yilin. The object resembled a balance scale, its surface ancient and profound, intricately carved with complex patterns. The appearance of this scale caused the air in the room to freeze. On one end of the scale floated a brilliant golden gem, while the other end was shrouded in a mass of pitch-black mist, seemingly representing light and darkness, eternally confronting each other. Yilin's heart raced wildly. He could clearly feel that the scale before him contained a power capable of driving all job changers mad. Since you are here, the eternal balance should return to its rightful owner. After spitting out the balance, the aura of the meatball noticeably weakened. This ancient artifact of origin belongs to me? Yilin was shocked. Am I really that impressive? The meatball fell silent for a moment before its voice continued. It once belonged to you. Otherwise, how do you think your immortal body came to be? Yilin's heart jolted, his pupils constricting sharply. This meatball actually knew he had an immortal body? This was his biggest secret. Only an ancient artifact of origin can create such an ability that completely exceeds common sense. The meatball wriggled slightly, and the balance flew towards Yilin, quietly hovering in front of him. As the eternal balance approached, a familiar feeling, etched deep in his soul, swept over Yilin. It was as if, a long, long time ago, this balance had always been by his side, becoming a part of his body, merging with his flesh and blood. He cautiously reached out his hand, wanting to touch this legendary ancient artifact. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the balance, brilliant starlight suddenly erupted behind him. The dazzling starlight exploded like a hanging galaxy, and Yilin felt a powerful suction pulling at him. His arm gradually disappeared beneath the starlight, turning into nothingness. Fear and astonishment intertwined in Yilin's heart as he retreated repeatedly, barely escaping the range of that starlight. However, his right hand had already been severed at the root, completely vanished. If he had retreated a moment slower, he might have been obliterated under that starlight. A figure stepped out slowly from the starlight, a refined middle-aged man in a trench coat, but his face was now filled with coldness, and the starlight sparkled in his golden-framed glasses. It was Zhuge Qianqing. This was Yilin's first time witnessing Zhuge Qianqing make a move, and the terror of it was chilling. With a thought, his vanished right arm reformed, and Yilin gripped the crimson flame staff tightly, looking at Zhuge Qianqing with a complex expression. Although he had long suspected that the two would eventually face off, when the moment arrived, it still made Yilin feel uneasy. After repelling Yilin with a single strike, Zhuge Qianqing ignored him and raised his hand towards the balance. Those who seize ancient artifacts of origin shall die. The meatball trembled violently, and a chilling wind swept through, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Dark figures began to emerge from the ruins. These figures were tall and twisted, exuding a strong aura of malice that sent shivers down one's spine, their eyes flickering with crimson light, like beasts ready to pounce on their prey. After these shadows appeared, they completely ignored Yilin, who was closer to them, and charged towards Zhuge Qianqing. Starlight Annihilation. Zhuge Qianqing gently raised his hand, his movements elegant and composed. The brilliant starlight gradually lit up, gathering into a terrifying torrent that swept towards those dark figures. Wherever the starlight passed, the shadows dissipated, as if completely turned to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Any one of these shadows could easily rival a level 50 or higher class changer, yet under the starlight, they were as fragile as paper. The meatball trembled even more violently, exclaiming in alarm, "Yilin, take the eternal balance and run. I can't hold him off." The eternal balance, as an ancient artifact of origin, has the ability of equivalent exchange. This man wants to use the eternal balance to transfer your immortal body to himself. Yilin's heart shook violently. It clicked. All the logic made sense. There is no good in this world without reason. The profession of an astrologer can glimpse the secrets of the heavens. With the power of Zhuge Qianqing, one can even see a glimpse of the future. Such a powerful profession is naturally subject to backlash, but if one possesses an immortal body, the backlash from peering into the future can be disregarded. If Zhuge Qianqing wants to calculate his own immortal body, then all of his previous inexplicable actions, such as taking me as his disciple and gifting me the ancient key of revelation, can all be explained. Perhaps the ancient key of revelation is meant to be in my hands to find this eternal balance. That familiar feeling etched deep in my soul cannot be deceived. This eternal balance must be inextricably linked to me. Perhaps from the moment I began my job change ceremony, Zhuge Qianqing started plotting against me, which is entirely possible given the terror of an astrologer. Even now, everything I do may still be within Zhuge Qianqing's calculations. A deep sense of fear rose within Yilin. Having an enemy like this would make anyone restless. Your words are too many. Blade of the stars. Zhuge Qianqing raised a slender finger and pointed at the mass of flesh. Countless swords of starlight appeared out of thin air, densely packed, filling the entire sky. These swords emitted a cold and dangerous aura, instantly piercing through the mass of flesh, skewering it like a sea urchin, with foul pus continuously oozing from its wounds. The smell was akin to stuffing durian and stinky tofu into socks that hadn't been washed for 2 months and then heating them in a microwave. The mass of flesh writhed violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Yilin, take the eternal balance and run. As soon as the words were spoken, the mass of flesh was completely shredded by the blades of starlight, leaving not even a trace of blood or flesh, as if it had never existed. The eternal balance transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Yilin at an incredible speed. Yilin raised his hand to grasp the eternal balance while secretly gathering power, preparing to cast a forbidden spell. As long as he could obtain the eternal balance, he would immediately use spatial leap to escape. With his immortal body, he could continuously perform spatial leaps for instant movement. No matter how terrifying Zhuge Qianqing was, he couldn't catch up to him in a short time. But just as his hand touched the eternal balance, familiar starlight reappeared, and Yilin's outstretched hand was directly annihilated. Zhuge Qianqing's power was too terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Yilin focused his thoughts, and his severed arm quickly regenerated. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Blood flames ignited on his body, and Yilin raised his staff, casting a fireball spell at Zhuge Qianqing. The Great Sumeru Ring had already been refined to 3 stars, with his mental power enhancement reaching a terrifying 160%. Coupled with the 50% power boost from the Crimson Flame Staff for fire spells, Yilin, in the state of burning reincarnation, unleashed a fireball spell with such force that it could make a level 60 job changer turn pale. The crimson golden sun smashed towards Zhuge Qianqing, the intense heat instantly vaporizing the surrounding buildings. However, facing such a terrifying blow, Zhuge Qianqing remained unfazed. Yilin, no matter how powerful a forbidden spellcaster with an immortal body is, you are only level 25, don't struggle in vain. Zhuge Qianqing spoke lightly, then raised his hand, and the brilliance of the stars shone, directly annihilating the crimson golden sun. Naturally, Yilin would not sit idly by as Zhuge Qianqing suggested. To attack the enemy, one must first save oneself. He had to attack Zhuge Qianqing so that he would be too preoccupied to pay attention to him, giving Yilin a chance to seize the eternal balance and escape. Fireball spell, flame impact, fire wall, illumination, flame jet, fire rain descends. One after another, basic fire skills were unleashed by Yilin as if he were risking his life, and under the utmost enhancement, they all transformed into forbidden spells. The surrounding air seemed to ignite in an instant, and the blazing flames raged wildly around Yilin, turning the nearby houses and streets into a sea of fire. Each fire skill was as terrifying as divine punishment, with countless flames sweeping out, turning everything around Zhuge Qianqing into ashes. Under the relentless bombardment of forbidden spells, even a level 60 class changer would turn pale with fear. Yet amidst the sea of fire, Zhuge Qianqing's figure flickered in and out, as if the surrounding temperatures capable of melting steel had no effect on him. Yilin, don't you understand yet? Struggling is useless in the face of absolute power. Starshine confinement. Zhuge Qianqing called out softly, and starlight gathered together, forming a strange cube. It slowly rose from the sea of fire, and the surrounding heat vanished the moment it came into contact with the cube. The cube flashed and appeared before Yilin, enveloping him directly. Yilin felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult to even move a finger. He struggled with all his might to break free from this restraint, but the force felt endless, far beyond what he could contend with. The best way to deal with an immortal enemy was to freeze, seal, or confine. Fortunately, Yilin had anticipated this situation before coming to the Gate of Revelation. Star Shield. The moment it was cast, the star shield sublimated into the celestial star explosion. Yilin's eyes became brilliant like stars, as if endless star power was converging, and the surrounding air trembled violently. Yilin's body expanded rapidly like a balloon. 5 seconds. He had tested it before. The celestial star explosion took only 5 seconds from casting to complete detonation. As long as the self-detonation succeeded, Zhuge Qianqing's confinement would be lifted, but Zhuge Qianqing's next move made Yilin's heart sink to the bottom. Playing with star power in front of me, do you look down on me as an astrologer? Zhuge Qianqing adjusted his glasses, and the next second, the star power accumulated within Yilin quickly receded like a tide, causing Yilin's expression to change drastically. The gap between Zhuge Qianqing and him was so great that even completing a self-detonation in front of him was a luxury. Zhuge Qianqing raised his hand and grasped the eternal balance, and even with his temperament, a hint of fervor surged in his eyes at that moment. The eternal balance, one of the 7 ancient origin artifacts, is indeed exquisite. Zhuge Qianqing exclaimed, then couldn't help but cough violently, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his chest. His entire aura also became weak. Tisk, Yilin, you almost really dragged me to death. I have divined too much and encountered the devouring of heaven. My life was already short, and calling upon star power was like adding fuel to the fire. But unfortunately, it was still almost there. Perhaps this is fate. Zhuge Qianqing smiled bitterly, holding the eternal balance. He walked up to Yilin and looked at him calmly. When did you start doubting me? Always. What a pity. If you had completely trusted me, this process might have been a little less painful. Zhuge Qianqing shook his head regretfully, holding the eternal balance in one hand and placing the other on Yilin's head. In an instant, the eternal balance erupted with dazzling brilliance. Yilin clearly felt a powerful suction coming from above his head. His consciousness began to blur little by little, as if something within his body was being crazily drawn away by the eternal balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. Ah! Yilin let out a hysterical scream. As an immortal being, his tolerance for pain had already reached an appalling level. Even losing hands and feet, or having his heart and liver dug out, was hard to move him. Yet even so, at this moment, he still felt an indescribable immense pain, as if invisible hands were slowly tearing his soul into pieces, a pain far beyond that of the flesh. Scenes from his past began to flash before Yilin's eyes. The breath of death grew stronger, and Yilin clearly sensed that his immortality was gradually slipping away from him. He wanted to resist, but his body was completely out of control, leaving him to watch Zhuge Qianqing act wantonly. Just as the soul-rending pain reached its peak, a dazzling light burst forth from Yilin's body. Within that light, a half of an exquisitely crafted black balance could be faintly seen, resonating with the eternal balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. This half balance seemed to emerge directly from the depths of Yilin's soul, carrying an ancient and mysterious power. However, upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that this half balance was covered in countless cracks, as if it would completely shatter with the slightest touch. Yilin's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, his muscles uncontrollably twitching, and he clearly felt that his immortality was gone. The sensation of his cells rapidly replicating and reproducing at the slightest thought had vanished without a trace. At this moment, he was just an ordinary curse master, nothing more. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and raised his eyes to look at the half-black balance. Was that the thing that granted him his immortality? Why did it resemble the eternal balance? Could it be that the eternal balance had two halves? Countless questions flooded Yilin's mind. At that moment, the eternal balance in Zhuge Qianqing's hand suddenly began to tremble violently, as if trying to break free from his control and rush towards the half-balance. And at that moment, the half-black balance also wanted to rush back into Yilin's body. Heavenly Star Eternal Suppression. Zhuge Qianqing calmly raised his hand, the brilliant power of the stars gathering at his fingertips. He split his focus, lightly tapping on both the eternal balance and the half-black balance. The black balance was suppressed by the star power, unable to fly towards Yilin. The restless eternal balance also instantly calmed down, as strands of black energy continuously emerged from it, only to be strangled by the star power. When the black energy completely disappeared, the eternal balance transformed into a golden fragment, no longer restless, but quietly floating in Zhuge Qianqing's palm. The golden fragment resonated with the black half-balance, exuding a shocking ancient aura. This scene left Yilin stunned in place. Why did a half-balance appear within him? Why had the eternal balance turned into a golden fragment? Could it be that the ancient artifact, the eternal balance, had always had half of it within him? Eternal balance, one light one dark. When the eternal balance tilts, it will infinitely amplify the abilities of one side. The one who controls the eternal balance will have their strength increase with the rising sun, reaching invincibility at noon. As the sun sets, the power of the controller gradually weakens, while the body's recovery ability significantly increases, until night completely falls. At the moment of dawn, one will possess an immortal body. With the dual abilities of immortality and invincibility, the eternal balance is thus hailed as the strongest ancient artifact of origin. Unfortunately, in this world, the eternal balance has long ceased to exist. It was shattered in a series of battles 10,000 years ago. Zhuge Qianqing seemed to be speaking to himself, yet it felt as if he were addressing Yilin. Moreover, the complete eternal balance possesses an extremely defiant equivalent exchange ability. As long as both parties agree, they can exchange levels, professions, lifespans, and even genders equivalently. When the eternal balance still existed, the Forbidden Spellmaster was the strongest SSS level profession, without exception, because if a level 90 class changer exchanged their level with a Forbidden Spellmaster, they could instantly create a level 90 Forbidden Spellmaster. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing with uncertainty and asked, "What do you mean by telling me all this?" A sudden smile appeared on Zhuge Qianqing's pale face. He did not answer Yilin but raised his hand to push up his glasses. A half-black balance and a piece of golden fragment floated before Zhuge Qianqing. His eyes revealed an indescribable focus, as if he had completely immersed himself in another world. The power of the stars danced like lively spirits among Zhuge Qianqing's 10 slender fingers, as if an artist were playing a challenging piece of music. The golden fragment trembled slightly under the embrace of the star power, seemingly responding to his call. Then, the golden fragment was actually refined by the brilliant star power, forming a mass of golden liquid. Cough, 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 cough. Zhuge Qianqing began to cough violently again, his face growing even paler, yet his hands did not pause for a moment. Guided by Zhuge Qianqing's fingers, the mass of golden liquid flowed like a lively stream towards the half-black balance. Under the urging of the star power, the half-black balance began to emit a faint glow, warm and mysterious, as if it contained a vigorous life force. The golden liquid started to seep into the fine cracks on the half-balance. Yilin watched in astonishment, hardly believing his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed Zhuge Qianqing was repairing that half-black balance. This was the legendary ancient artifact of origin. Under Yilin's shocked gaze, the fine cracks on the half-black balance were indeed being repaired little by little. Zhuge Qianqing resembled the most skilled master craftsman in the world, deftly mending every crack and gap on the balance with precision. As time passed, the half-black balance, which had originally looked quite awkward, began to radiate a dazzling brilliance. A complete and undamaged balance appeared before Yilin, identical to the eternal balance, but instead of two colors of gold and black, it now shimmered with a deep black luster, tilting to one side as if it could devour all of time. At this moment, Zhuge Qianqing was so weak he could barely stand. His face was so pale that even a 1,000-year-old zombie would lose some vitality in his presence. Yet, when Zhuge Qianqing reached out to grasp the black balance, his pale face instantly regained a rosy hue, and he seemed to be revitalized. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. He was all too familiar with this state. It was the same condition he experienced when he activated his immortal ability. It seems I have succeeded. Zhuge Qianqing's eyes were filled with surprise. When he raised his gaze to look at Yilin again, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then you are of no use. He raised his hand, the palm brewing with the brilliant power of the stars, a terrifying force capable of erasing Yilin, who had lost his immortality at this moment, hundreds of times. Watching Zhuge Qianqing raise his hand towards him, a strong sense of fear surged in Yilin's heart, his pupils constricting sharply. Having the body of immortality, he had never considered the possibility of death. When death truly approached him, Yilin finally understood how terrifying it was. Despairing, he closed his eyes, but the imagined excruciating pain did not come. Instead, he felt a warm hand gently rubbing his head. I was just scaring you, silly boy. With a thud, Zhuge Qianqing's body crashed to the ground like a mountain collapsing. Gasp! 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 Yilin's eyes widened, breathing heavily, still showing signs of terror in his gaze. He was still alive? The despair shrouded in death made Yilin's mind stop thinking. At the same time, a familiar power returned to his body, and Yilin clearly felt that his immortality had returned, and it seemed even stronger than before. When he looked down, he found Zhuge Qianqing had already fallen to the ground, breathing faintly. Yilin hurriedly helped Zhuge Qianqing up, looking at him with a complex expression. Why? He didn't understand. Zhuge Qianqing could have taken his immortality, so why return it to him? Is there really someone in this world who can resist the temptation of eternal immortality? Moreover, what was Zhuge Qianqing's true intention in doing this? Yilin was perplexed. If he were Zhuge Qianqing, he would undoubtedly kill himself without hesitation and seize the immortality for himself. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge Qianqing coughed, blood spilling from his mouth, yet a smile appeared on his face. What have I done to earn such disrespect from you that you won't even call me teacher? Teacher! Hearing Zhuge Qianqing still had the mind to joke, Yilin felt complicated. He realized he knew nothing about this teacher of his. Don't worry, you guessed right, I have actually been plotting against you all along. Zhuge Qianqing calmly gazed at the ceiling, seemingly indifferent to the impending death, and slowly began to speak. However, my plotting against you is not for your immortality, but for the future of humanity. Do you know? When I observed the stars at night, I saw countless possible futures for my daughter Ni, but in all those futures, she dies at the same point in time. Even if I obtained immortality myself, or even gave it to Ni, she would still die at that moment in various ways. In the future I saw, she died 13,670,523 times. Zhuge Qianqing's tone was calm, but Yilin's heart trembled violently. To witness his beloved daughter die over 100 million times was the cruelest torture in the world for a father. Once is a coincidence, but if 13,670,523 futures are the same, it cannot be a coincidence. There can only be one explanation for this. A deep worry flashed in Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. That is, at that moment, it is very likely that the entire Great Xia, or even all of human civilization, will be completely extinguished. Yilin's breath quickened instantly. What kind of catastrophe could annihilate all of humanity? Even immortality could not escape? Yilin, the only future I cannot see clearly is yours. The Great Way has 50, heaven produces 49, and one escapes. You are very likely that one. Yilin scratched his head. Teacher, why don't you just speak Mandarin? I don't really understand classical Chinese. Zhuge Qianqing. In the world, the laws of operation and development of all things total 50. Zhuge Qianqing pointed to the sky and continued. Heaven can only produce 49. And the one that has escaped is the variable. You might be the only one who can change the future of humanity. In the corner of the future I saw, there are 6 people fighting alongside you. I have noted their characteristics. They will come to find you. Do not refuse their requests. Zhuge Qianqing handed a silk pouch to Yilin. I'm sorry, Yilin, forgive me for placing such a heavy burden on you. From now on, you may have to endure a lot of suffering. Yilin looked at the pouch, his expression complex, then spoke. Teacher, when disaster strikes, no one can stand aside, can they? Zhuge Qianqing had already shown him through action that his immortal body was not without flaws. If the opponent was much stronger than him, they could imprison him and forcibly strip away his origin artifact. Under the fallen nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? If the entire Great Xia or even the whole human race were to perish, Yilin did not believe he could survive alone. Yilin carefully stored the pouch in his great Sumeru ring, then asked, by the way, teacher, what was that meatball that claimed to be the guardian of the origin artifact? Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He is a ridiculous guardian of the origin artifact. That thing is a fragment of the demon race's butterfly emperor. Its purpose is to lure the half of the eternal balance within you using a shard of the eternal balance. Inside the gate of revelation, origin artifacts can be forcibly stripped away. If you really touch that fake eternal balance, you're done for. I was originally worried about not finding suitable materials to repair the incomplete eternal balance within you, so I simply went along with the plan. There is nothing better than using the materials of the eternal balance itself for repairs. Yilin's emotions were somewhat complex, and he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? You have such heavy suspicions. If I explained it to you in advance, would you believe me? Zhuge Qianqing chuckled softly. Yilin fell silent. He wanted to refute Zhuge Qianqing, but it was clear that even if he had heard this explanation beforehand, he would still suspect Zhuge Qianqing of having ulterior motives. Zhuge Qianqing had calculated his own reactions while plotting against the demon race. No plan is without flaws. The four characters suddenly surfaced in Yilin's mind. Nothing could describe Zhuge Qianqing better than these four words. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuge Qianqing began to cough again, his already weak breath now even more fragile. Teacher! Yilin's heart tightened suddenly, panic flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly supported Zhuge Qianqing's swaying body. Yilin, can I ask you for one more thing? Zhuge Qianqing spoke slowly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. If possible, in light of my helping you repair the origin artifact, please take care of Anai. She is the only thing I can't let go of in this world. Okay. Yilin nodded with a complex expression. Thank you. Zhuge Qianqing smiled, his pupils gradually beginning to fade. Strange, I clearly calculated my death date long ago. Why am I still so reluctant to part with it? The renowned Mr. Zhuge died. He died within the much-coveted Gate of Revelation, in a dilapidated small house. Yilin looked at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse, his expression incredibly complex. In his eyes, Zhuge Qianqing was undoubtedly a figure to be revered, like a towering mountain. With strategies that seemed to encompass everything in the world, it felt as if all was under Zhuge Qianqing's control. If Zhuge Qianqing had wanted to kill him, the body lying on the ground would have been his own. And Zhuge Qianqing could have held the restored eternal balance, enjoying immortality, at least able to accompany his daughter until the moment of catastrophe arrived. But Zhuge Qianqing did not, for the sake of the Great Xia, for humanity, or perhaps for Zhuge and I, he resolutely chose death, all for that elusive future. Yilin truly did not understand, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why there were people in this world who could resist the temptation of immortality. Why would someone willingly face death for the so-called welfare of the world? Wasn't that foolish? Once dead, wouldn't there be nothing left? Yilin could not find an answer to this question, yet Zhuge Qianqing had done just that in front of him, which moved him deeply. Master, your disciple Yilin bids you farewell. Yilin knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing. Since Zhuge Qianqing became his teacher, he had never imparted any grand philosophies, yet through his actions, he had given Yilin the most vivid lesson. In this moment, Yilin sincerely acknowledged this teacher. The stars hung high, the gentle moonlight illuminating the dilapidated little house in the slums. Everything appeared so tranquil. However, this tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Tan Xingjiang and Wang Lichuan were leading a group of people quickly approaching, drawn by the commotion caused by Zhuge Qianqing's actions. Tan Xingjiang's face was dark, and when his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Zhuge Qianqing, his pupils constricted sharply, and he questioned sharply, "Did you kill Mr. Zhuge?" Yilin ignored him, simply taking out a cloth, wetting it, and began to wipe the bloodstains from Zhuge Qianqing's body. His teacher had been a dignified person in life. He could not let him leave in such a disheveled state. Speak! What happened here? Did you kill Mr. Zhuge? Did you obtain something? Tan Xingjiang shouted sternly. In his view, whatever had provoked Zhuge Qianqing to fight must be an extraordinary treasure. Seeing that Yilin still did not respond and continued to wipe the bloodstains from Zhuge Qianqing, Tan Xingjiang signaled to one of his subordinates. Go, seize Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. Zhuge Qianqing was already dead, yet this man was still acting so cautiously. Perhaps the treasure was still on Zhuge Qianqing. Tan Xingjiang's subordinate acted instantly, drawing a knife and lunging at Yi Lin. The blade's aura crisscrossed within the small room, drawing attention. Just from the force of the attack, one could tell the assailant was at least level 40. Hand it over. The man swung his knife directly at Yi Lin while reaching for Zhuge Qianqing's corpse with his other hand. However, Yi Lin did not turn around. Instead, crimson flames ignited around him, and then he whispered in a voice only he could hear, "Master, for saving such scum, you truly won't regret it?" Tree growth technique. Under extreme enhancement, the tree growth technique instantly evolved into the forbidden spell. The wood realm descends. In an instant, the ground beneath began to tremble, plunging into chaos, as if some colossal being was awakening from underground. A vine emerged from the ground, heading towards the blade aura. The blade aura that person slashed out was as fragile as paper in front of this seemingly delicate vine, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Immediately after, countless green vines stretched out from the ground, tightly binding that person in midair, preventing him from getting any closer to Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. He wanted to struggle, but found that the more he struggled, the tighter the vines bound him. Disturbing Mr. Zhuge's rest, kill without mercy. Yi Lin stood up, then raised his hand and gently pressed it on the head of the knife-wielding man. "No, impossible. What have you done to me?" "Ah!" The man's face changed dramatically, looking at Yi Lin in terror, letting out a piercing wail. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. The man's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and regular gaps started to appear on his skin, as if countless invisible entities were gnawing at his body, causing him to be gradually disintegrated. Tan Xingjiang and the others widened their eyes, watching this scene in horror. They had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying sight. The man's wailing gradually weakened, eventually disappearing completely, leaving no remnants behind, as if he had never existed. At this moment, a series of prompts echoed in Yi Lin's mind. Devoured a level 42 transmigrator *1, gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements, increased lifespan by 45 years, gained 420 experience points, 4 points in strength, 2 points in agility, and 1 point in spirit. The Eternal Balance, this ancient artifact of origin, after being repaired by Zhuge Qianqing, tilted completely towards the dark side. Although it lost the attribute of being invincible at noon, it permanently retained the body of immortality. As the balance tilted towards the dark side, the original equivalent exchange ability of the Eternal Balance transformed into endless devouring. Although it could no longer exchange others' levels for his own, it gained the ability to plunder from others. For Yi Lin, this was already enough. "What exactly did you do?" Tan Xingjiang was both shocked and angry. His subordinate had just vanished into thin air, looking as if he had been swallowed by some invisible monster. Wang Lichuan's expression was also filled with uncertainty. Previously, during the transaction at the Transmigrator Guild, he thought Yi Lin was quite easy to talk to, but he never expected him to be so terrifying when it came to action. In response to Tan Xingjiang's questioning, Yi Lin said nothing more, silently taking out the crimson flame staff. Yi Lin did not possess the world-embracing demeanor of his teacher, Zhuge Qianqing. He only knew that grievances should be resolved rather than deepened. He killed Tan Xingjiang's subordinate, and Tan Xingjiang would surely hold a grudge against him, so it was better to simply kill all of Tan Xingjiang's group and then use endless devouring to wipe them out completely, leaving no trace behind. In this way, the grievance would be resolved. Tan Xingjiang and his group had not yet recovered from their shock. Without any fluctuation of power, a living person was directly obliterated. They had never seen such a bizarre method. "I understand now. You must have obtained the 8th ancient artifact of origin." Tan Xingjiang was both shocked and delighted, his eyes filled with a greedy light. This was the interior of the Gate of Revelation, something that could provoke Zhuge Qianqing to fight fiercely and even perish. Even if it wasn't an ancient artifact of origin, it was certainly a treasure not weaker than one. If the other party possessed an ancient artifact of origin, then everything would be explained. Ancient artifacts of origin were synonymous with terror. Wang Lichuan and the others, upon hearing this, couldn't help but breathe heavily. After all, it was an ancient artifact of origin, something that even the top-tier transmigrators would be tempted by. But the members of the Reincarnator Guild did not intervene. Instead, they chose to watch the fight from a distance. Yi Lin did not explain anything, raising his hand to unleash a powerful fireball spell. Around, golden sun appeared in the sky, hurtling towards Tan Xingjiang and the others. Tan Xingjiang's expression changed, and he quickly retreated, flipping his palm to reveal a bow and arrow. The bow was made of dark gold material, shimmering with a fierce luster, while the bowstring was woven from an unknown silver fiber, exuding a chilling aura. A glint of cold light flashed in Tan Xingjiang's eyes as he swiftly drew the bowstring, aiming at the incoming golden sun. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced through rang out as Tan Xingjiang released his fingers, the arrow transforming into a shooting star, directly targeting the center of the fireball. The moment the arrow made contact with the fireball, it was as if Hoi was shooting down the sun. The fireball was torn apart by the arrow's force, and the exploding flames were forcibly suppressed, scattering into countless fire serpents. "Cover me," Tan Xingjiang commanded his subordinates, then quickly drew the bowstring again, aiming the arrowhead at Yilin. He was a level 62 holy bow hunter, and at this distance, he was confident he could hit his mark every time. Whoosh! The sharp arrow transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Yilin's forehead. Before the arrow even arrived, Yilin felt a sharp pain in his brow. Earth escape. The earth escape technique was elevated to a spatial leap, and Yilin's figure shattered like a puzzle, causing the lethal arrow to land in empty space. Wood magic, fire magic, and now earth magic, what exactly is this kid's profession? Tan Xingjiang exclaimed, his eyes filled with rage. How could one person master 3 completely different types of magic? Could he be an elemental mage? Just as he was astonished, Yilin's figure reappeared, not choosing to flee but instead materializing like a ghost behind a tall, thin man. Yilin was not one to hold grudges. He usually retaliated on the spot if he had a grudge, and if his strength was insufficient, he would wait until the next encounter. This tall, thin man had previously tried to kill him in the investigation bureau's prison, so Yilin naturally felt the need to repay the favor. Raging Water Curtain. Professional talent has been elevated to its peak. Raging Water Curtain has been enhanced to the Wrath of the Sea God. Forbidden Spell? Wrath of the Sea God. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their 2 kidneys, condensing the surrounding water elements to summon the phantom of the sea god's trident. When cast in an area with sufficient water sources, the power is increased by 200%. The water elements in the surrounding air instantly surged, continuously gathering together to form a phantom of a golden trident. A terrifying aura rose from the trident, as if the surrounding space was locked by this power. The tall, thin man felt a chill run down his back, his body covered in sweat, a strong sense of crisis making his soul tremble. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The phantom of the golden trident lunged down towards the tall, thin man. "No! Lord, save me!" The tall, thin man was horrified, exerting all his strength to flee, but the golden trident locked onto him like a parasite, piercing directly through his back. Blood gushed from the tall, thin man's mouth, and he clearly felt his life force draining away. When he locked eyes with Yilin's cold gaze, he instinctively felt that the other's eyes seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall why, as his consciousness slowly sank into darkness. "This time, let's see how you escape." Tan Xingjiang drew his bow again, shooting a fierce arrow towards Yilin's forehead. He had actually had the chance to save the tall, thin man just now, but he didn't, because the man's life was insignificant compared to killing Yilin and obtaining the ancient artifact. It must be said that Tan Xingjiang chose the timing very well, right when Yilin's old strength had just been exhausted and his new strength had yet to be born. If an ordinary mage were here, after consecutively casting 4 skills, there would definitely be some consumption, more or less. But unfortunately, he was facing Yilin, this monster. After the eternal balance was repaired by Zhuge Qianqing, Yilin's immortal body became even more terrifying, reaching the point of blood regeneration. The organs just sacrificed could regrow in just a few breaths. Earth escape technique. Yilin's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, it was yet another ordinary skill that directly took the life of one of Tan Xingjiang's subordinates. What? Tan Xingjiang was filled with fear and dread. He never expected that Yilin could teleport again in such a short time. Did this guy's skills have no consumption or cooldown? Attack him. Tan Xingjiang, clearly someone who had weathered many storms, forced himself to calm down and then drew his bow again. However, this time, he did not strike easily but let his subordinates attack Yilin first. Although skills that could teleport were powerful, as long as one paid close attention when the opponent used it, they could catch the fluctuations in space and predict the opponent's landing point. At that time, the opponent would be a lamb to the slaughter. Tan Xingjiang's subordinates all launched their attacks: flames, frost, thunder, gales, sword lights, blade energies, various skills all came crashing down on Yilin, overwhelming him. This time, however, Yilin did not choose to evade with unprecedented leaps but raised his hand directly. The Great Sumeru Ring activated instantly. The attacks from Tan Xingjiang's subordinates, as long as they were in energy form, were devoured by an invisible force the moment they touched Yilin's body, all flowing into the ancient ring on Yilin's hand. The Great Sumeru Ring, with runes flowing and light flickering, seemed to contain a universe shrunk countless times, spinning within. Sumeru hides mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Sumeru Ring and convert the energy into a temporary mental power boost. In an instant, the mental power boost of the Great Sumeru Ring, refined to 3 stars, surged from 160% to 220%. As for physical attacks, Yilin dodged what he could and took the hits he couldn't avoid. With the mental power enhanced, Yilin raised his hand and unleashed a group attack fire skill. Fire Rain Descends. Under extreme sublimation, Fire Rain Descends became a forbidden spell, heavenly fire to annihilate the world. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered like ink, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless crimson-gold flames of high temperature condensed from the clouds, then poured down with the might to destroy heaven and earth, raining down upon Tan Xingjiang and the others. Not good, quickly dodge. Tan Xingjiang's face changed drastically, he sensed the terror of this strike and hurriedly shouted a warning. However, the speed of the heavenly fire was too fast, and the range too wide. Tan Xingjiang's subordinates had nowhere to hide, only able to watch helplessly as the fire rain fell, engulfing their bodies. They struggled in the flames but could not break free, letting out piercing screams. Tan Xingjiang's expression changed repeatedly, he simply could not understand why a single fire rain descends could have such terrifying power. Seeing Yilin standing there, calm and composed, he gritted his teeth, sweat sliding down his cheeks. Even if he shot again, it would be impossible to hit the opponent. Since that was the case, a fierce glint flashed in Tan Xingjiang's eyes, and he turned to shoot an arrow at Zhuge Qianqing's corpse. He had already realized that Zhuge Qianqing seemed extremely important to this man before him. Rather than aiming at a target that could teleport, it was simpler to aim at a dead person. He was betting that Yilin would intercept this arrow. As long as Yilin wanted to block this arrow, it would inevitably give him a chance for a killing blow. With this arrow, Tan Xingjiang held nothing back, unleashing a violent aura. At his impressive level of 62, this arrow was enough to turn Zhuge Qianqing into dust. However, just as the arrow was about to strike Zhuge Qianqing's body, a violent fluctuation rippled through the space ahead, and Yilin's body teleported in, appearing in front of Zhuge Qianqing. Puff! The arrow shot by Tan Xingjiang instantly pierced through Yilin's chest, and the violent force accompanying the arrow exploded, creating a blood hole the size of a human head in Yilin's chest. Seeing this, a trace of wild joy flickered in Tan Xingjiang's eyes. He had bet right. This kid was foolish enough to use his own body to block an arrow for a dead man. Truly, he was beyond saving. Drip, drip, drip. Thick, sticky blood dripped continuously from the horrifying hole in Yilin's chest, and it was clear that this injury was fatal. Yet, Yilin did not pay attention to his wound. Instead, he turned his head immediately and, upon seeing that Zhuge Qianqing's corpse was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, kid, I have to admit, your strength is indeed terrifying. I almost fell into your hands, but unfortunately, you are too foolish. Tan Xingjiang laughed triumphantly. The thought of soon obtaining the legendary Origin Ancient artifact made his heart race with excitement. Just a dead man, and you would actually block an arrow for him. Ridiculous. Yilin slowly stood up and walked towards Tan Xingjiang. Tan Xingjiang's actions had completely enraged him. If Mr. Zhuge knew he died for someone like you, he might regret it. No matter, I will send you to repent. Crimson flames erupted from Yilin's body, a manifestation of his life force burning wildly. At the same time, muscle fibers continuously wove together like silk, and in just a few breaths, the terrifying blood hole in Yilin's chest had completely healed, showing no signs of injury. What do you mean, died for me? Stop spouting nonsense. Tan Xingjiang had only spoken halfway when he was left dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. That injury was clearly fatal. Why can you recover so quickly? Tan Xingjiang retreated several steps, looking at Yilin as if he were a monster. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked up at the starry night sky and suddenly realized. I understand. The Origin Ancient artifact within you is the Eternal Balance. Only the Eternal Balance can grant such terrifying recovery abilities to its wielder when darkness envelopes the earth. Tan Xingjiang's thoughts turned chilling. No wonder every ordinary skill you cast has such terrifying power. This is another ability of the Eternal Balance, invincibility. Yilin did not bother explaining anything further to Tan Xingjiang. Instead, he raised the Crimson Flame Staff and directly unleashed a barrage of spells, demonstrating what true devastation looked like. Fireball, light spell, firewall. The moment the Crimson Flame Staff lit up, the entire night sky seemed to be ignited by raging flames. The crimson fire spells streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling towards Tan Xingjiang. The flames illuminated the entire night sky, and the destructive power of the fire seemed ready to completely engulf Tan Xingjiang. Tan Xingjiang's expression changed drastically. He drew his bow and shot 3 arrows in quick succession, desperately trying to counter the fiery onslaught from Yilin. But soon he realized something absurd. His speed in drawing and shooting arrows was actually slower than Yilin's spellcasting. This guy released skills as if there were no cooldowns or costs, one after another, without even pausing for breath. A mage's skill release speed was surprisingly faster than a marksman's basic attack. If this got out, it would surely astonish countless people. At least Wang Lichuan and the others were left dumbfounded. It was their first time witnessing a magical machine gun. The temperature around them kept rising under Yilin's fire-forbidden spell, quickly reaching an exaggerated level. Tan Xingjiang was drenched in sweat, realizing that if this dragged on, even if he wasn't blown to bits, he would be roasted alive. His gaze locked onto Yilin like an eagle eyeing its prey. To capture the leader first, at this point, Tan Xingjiang could only choose to fight with all he had. He gripped his longbow tightly, pouring all his strength into it. The longbow trembled in his hands, as if it would shatter at any moment. Divine Demon Mother Arrow. With a low shout from Tan Xingjiang, a golden arrow shot through the air, directly aimed at Yilin. Wherever the arrow passed, it seemed to tear through space itself, scattering the surrounding flames. Yilin frowned slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this arrow, so he chose not to take it head-on and instead used Spatial Leap. After all, Tan Xingjiang was at level 62, and it was clearly unwise for a level 25 person to confront him directly. But just as Yilin's figure was about to vanish, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Tan Xingjiang's mouth as he raised his hand and clenched it. Explode! With a bang, the golden arrow exploded instantly. The target of this arrow was not Yilin, but the space around him. The previously calm space was thrown into chaos by this violent force, and Yilin, who was about to slip into the void, was jolted out. After the golden arrow exploded, a black arrow shot out from within, heading straight for Yilin's forehead. At this distance, there was no way to evade. The black arrow transformed into a streak of black light, piercing directly into Yilin's forehead, followed by a thunderous explosion that turned him into a mist of blood. Fragments mixed with blood splattered everywhere, and a severed finger even fell behind Tan Xingjiang. Watching this scene, Tan Xingjiang snorted coldly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. What if you master the eternal balance? It's not midnight. Even if your recovery ability is strong, I don't believe you can recover from being blown to pieces. What he didn't notice was that as soon as he finished speaking, the severed finger behind him began to regenerate wildly. In the blink of an eye, a finger grew into a palm. In 2 breaths, a palm grew into an arm and half a shoulder, and in 3 breaths, a head connected to the shoulder emerged. Although there was only a head and a hand, it was enough. Yilin raised his hand and cast a forbidden spell at Tan Xingjiang's back. Feeling the terrifying energy rising behind him, Tan Xingjiang finally sensed something was wrong. Before he could turn around, a golden spear skewered him from tail to head like a roasted whole lamb. Ah! The intense pain made Tan Xingjiang let out a scream, his whole body convulsing. At that moment, the blood and flesh that had exploded began to surge towards Yilin, and in the blink of an eye, Yilin's body had completely recovered. If it weren't for his clothes being torn to shreds, one wouldn't even notice he had been injured. He crouched down, placed his hand on Tan Xingjiang's head, and gently shook it. You can't do anything even when given a chance. Tan Xingjiang was completely dumbfounded, fear finally appearing in his eyes for the first time. You can't kill me. I'm the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Oh really? I'm so scared. Yilin directly unleashed Endless Devour, and Tan Xingjiang screamed in agony as his body was gradually disassembled, subsequently turning into nourishment for Yilin. Devoured a level 62 transmigrator *1, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements, increased lifespan by 2.5 years, gained 620 experience points, 8 points in strength, 4 points in agility, and 4 points in spirit. This prominent figure of Qingqing vanished from the world just like that, leaving not even a trace behind. Oh no, there was still something. He provided Yilin with quite a bit of experience points. Following that, Yilin repeated the process, devouring Tan Xingjiang's subordinates as well. With more usage, he had also grasped the techniques of using Endless Devour. For instance, devouring Tan Xingjiang, the Holy Bow Hunter, provided the most points in strength, while devouring a mage-type transmigrator yielded the most points in spirit. It seemed this was related to the 3-dimensional attributes of the devoured. A few minutes later, Tan Xingjiang and his subordinates had completely disappeared without a trace, with only the occasional puddle of blood left on the ground to indicate their existence. Managing both the killing and the burial, Yilin felt like an environmental pioneer. After all, if too many corpses piled up without being dealt with, it could easily lead to plagues and other diseases. The onlookers, led by Wang Lichuan, were already completely stunned. They had been blown to a mist of blood and yet could still recover? Who could win against such an enemy? They suddenly felt fortunate that they had chosen to stand by and watch instead of rushing in like Tan Xingjiang. Otherwise, they would probably have been reduced to nothing by now. Seeing Yilin's gaze turn towards them, Wang Lichuan shivered in fear and quickly spoke up. Ling Yi, but you were the one who called us here. You wouldn't want to wipe us all out, would you? How could that be? I'm not a devil. Yi Lin smiled brightly, causing Wang Lichuan to feel alarmed. Then why are you pulling out your staff? I ask you, why are you pulling out your staff? Wang Lichuan retreated several steps. Oh, I'm a mage, so it's quite reasonable for me to carry a staff with me, right? Yi Lin waved the crimson flame staff in his hand. Don't you remember? You made a transaction at the Transmigrator Guild. I even gave you a membership card. We are friends. Wang Lichuan's throat involuntarily rolled, trying to awaken Yi Lin's conscience. Friends turn bad at night, friends say goodbye. What responded to him was the glow of fire igniting at the tip of Yi Lin's staff. Friends? If he spared Wang Lichuan and these friends, the whole world would know about his possession of the ancient artifact the next day. By then, the entire Qingchang would probably be turned upside down, and regardless of whether he was Yi Lin or Ling Yi, those big shots would surely prefer to kill wrongly than let anyone go. You won't have a good death. Seeing Yi Lin truly about to make a move, Wang Lichuan's eyes turned filled with resentment, and he led the members of the Transmigrator Guild to counterattack. However, facing an enemy who couldn't be killed and whose forbidden spells were flying everywhere, how could Wang Lichuan and the others possibly be a match? After being blown up by Wang Lichuan and his group more than a dozen times, Yi Lin, relying on his immortal body, dragged all of them down with him, and conveniently devoured them all with endless devour. After doing all this, Yi Lin's level rose from 25 to 28. Moreover, his three-dimensional attributes received significant boosts. Name, Yi Lin. Occupation, Forbidden Spell Master level, 28, 4, 23%. Strength, 365. Agility, 520. Spirit, 908, plus 2,996. 4. Professional Talent 1, Endless Spell. For each level the Forbidden Spell Master increases, one forbidden spell can be unlocked. Professional Talent 2, Ultimate Sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spell Master will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. If hunting monsters in the wild or in dungeons, it would take Yi Lin at least a month to level up from 25 to 28. However, under the effect of Endless Devour, he completed the upgrade in less than 2 hours. If he were to find a city, unleash a massacre on the job changers, and then use Endless Devour, it wouldn't be a dream to level up by 10 levels in a day. But soon, Yi Lin dismissed this dangerous thought from his mind. If he really did that, he would likely face the pursuit of all job changers, and he didn't think he could be powerful enough to take on the whole world alone. However, with the skill Endless Devour, his power-up speed would obviously be much faster than before. After dealing with Wang Lichuan and the others, Yi Lin looked in a certain direction and said lightly, "Have you watched the show enough? It's time to come out." Seeing no response, Yi Lin raised his hand and cast a fire-type forbidden spell directly, unleashing an endless sea of fire that engulfed the space. A figure burst out from the flames, moving as fast as lightning. It was Guoqin. Forbidden spell? Return of the Undead. Yi Lin shouted, and countless skeletal liches, bone dragons, and headless knights crawled out from the ground, surrounded by ghostly flames, completely encircling the area. Now, both Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan's groups had been wiped out by Yi Lin, and Zhuge Qianqing was already dead. Inside the Gate of Apocalypse, only Guoqin and Yi Lin remained alive, and Guoqin also knew that Yi Lin and Ling Yi were the same person. For someone like this, Yi Lin would naturally be extremely cautious. "You want to kill me too?" Guoqin's expression was somewhat strange. "Brother, I once thought about introducing my niece to you. Remember, 33 years old, sold his own 13 to buy the latest 13, right? If you hadn't mentioned this, you might have been fine, but since you did, you're dead today." Yi Lin's face darkened. "No, she's 33 and you're 18, isn't that a perfect match? You meet her when you want her the most, and she needs you the most, aren't you satisfied?" Guoqin retorted. Yi Lin stopped speaking, raising the crimson flame staff to start casting forbidden spells. "Damn, don't get excited. Look at the pouch, mister. Zhuge gave you first." Seeing the indifference and killing intent in Yi Lin's eyes, Guoqin felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that if he delayed even a second longer, Yi Lin would really throw a forbidden spell at him. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes and then took out the pouch Zhuge Qianqing had given him before his death. With the return of the undead in place, he wasn't worried about Guoqin escaping. This barrier would not let him out unless the opponent was strong enough to shake the entire undead realm. Yi Lin slowly opened the pouch, and the contents were simple: a piece of sheepskin paper and another smaller pouch. Yi Lin opened the sheepskin paper and began to read seriously, his expression gradually turning to one of astonishment. The content on the paper was completely unexpected. The night was as dark as ink, filled with countless stars. Zhuge Qianqing sat by the window, tightly gripping a steel pen, the pen tip dancing lightly on the sheepskin paper. His handwriting flowed like water, each character full of vitality, as if leaping and breathing on the paper. To Yi Lin, personally. "Yi Lin, before you read this letter, I must first apologize to you. I'm sorry. From the first time I saw you, I had already begun to lay my plans. I am the strategist, you are the authority, I am the one playing the game, you are the piece, and my opponent in this game is the heavens. I want to win against the heavens, I want to change the future, I do not want the human race to perish, I do not want the great Xia to fall, and I especially do not want to see my daughter die as tragically as I have foreseen in my divinations. I dare not divine the future of the human race, the causal connections involved are too great for me to bear, so I only divine two people, one is you, and the other is Nini. I have already told you the outcome for Nini, but I cannot see yours clearly, I can only vaguely perceive some disjointed and incomplete images. I originally wanted to write down everything I saw and tell you, but I was afraid that if you knew what the future held, you would subconsciously start to avoid certain dangers or events you deemed unfavorable, which would trigger a butterfly effect and possibly alter the final outcome. So I thought it over and left you 7 pouches. At important nodes in your life trajectory, these pouches will automatically open. If you do not wish to heed my advice, you can simply discard the pouches. As for Guoqin, aside from being overly lecherous and prone to causing trouble, he has no major issues, you can trust him. If you can keep him in check, he will become your right-hand man. Lastly, please bury me and my wife together. Zhuge Qianxing. The wind outside gently blew, drying the ink on the paper and scattering Zhuge Qianxing's thoughts. He set down his pen, gently massaging his temples, his gaze deep and resolute behind the golden-framed glasses, calmly looking at the starry sky. This letter would find its way into Yilin's hands 3 days later. After reading the letter, Yilin took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous emotions within him. He took out the small pouch that had fallen from the large one, thinking that the 7 pouches Zhuge Qianxing mentioned should be nested like Russian dolls. He could only open the next pouch after opening the first one. Now that he had opened the first, was this the important node Zhuge Qianxing spoke of? Then this node should refer to Guoqin? So, how is it? I didn't deceive you, did I? What did Mr. Zhuge say? Seeing that Yilin no longer had any murderous intent, Guoqin dared to ask. Yilin gave him a strange look. Mr. Zhuge said to castrate you. Guoqin. Then, what do you think? Guoqin's throat bobbed nervously, and he cautiously took a few steps back, his face clearly showing a look of terror. He was genuinely afraid. There were still so many women waiting for him in Qingcheng, wives, sisters, lolas, mature women, and ordinary folk. As a man, especially an extremely lecherous one, what was the point of living if he lost that ability? Yilin frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. To castrate someone like Guoqin, who valued lust above all, would probably be more painful for him than killing him, right? If he castrated him, he wouldn't come after him in a rage, and could he still be his right-hand man? But Zhuge Qianxing had no reason to deceive him. Could there be some secret he was unaware of? Yilin put away the Qi Yen staff and silently took out the Starfall celestial mark. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Don't come over. Seeing the half-man-high cleaver in Yilin's hand, Guoqin was completely terrified. For a mere inch or two, he was wielding such a large knife? Don't be afraid, my knife will be quick. Yilin walked towards Guoqin with the knife. All along, Zhuge Qianxing had been infallible in his calculations. He thought this time would be no different. At this moment, it was deep night, and the power boost of the Starfall Sky Mark had increased from 300 to 600. Coupled with Yilin's own power attributes, it totaled a staggering 965 points. With this strike, not to mention an ordinary koan, even a deep-sea giant koan would not be able to withstand it. I'm not afraid. What the hell? Damn, are you serious? Seeing that Yilin truly intended to strike, Guoqin's body was covered in a cold sweat. This is the teacher's intention, Mr. Guoqin. You wouldn't want to go against Mr. Zhuge's last words, would you? Yilin raised the Starfall Sky Mark and began to aim. In an instant, Guoqin felt a terrifying aura locking onto him. Whoosh! A flash of starlight zipped past, and with a clang, it struck the ground, sending sparks flying. Phantom? Yilin was astonished, as he saw Guoqin slowly dissipating before him, while the real Guoqin had already appeared dozens of meters away. Although Yilin had known Guoqin for some time, he had never seen him go all out. Judging by this speed, Guoqin's strength was likely even more terrifying than he had imagined. You actually swung the blade. Damn it! Guoqin cursed, grabbing his hair in despair. I knew it. I knew things couldn't be this simple. Yilin raised an eyebrow. He had suspected that things were not so straightforward. He did not pursue the attack but instead listened to Guoqin continue. Yilin, some mistakes really can't be made. Some mistakes must be repaid with a lifetime. When Guoqin looked up again, his face was already streaked with tears. At that time, Mr. Zhuge told me that as long as I accompanied him to the Gate of Revelation, he would set me free, and all past matters would be disregarded. I thought I would be liberated early, but who would have thought I was waiting for this? As Guo Qin spoke, he unfolded a yellowed piece of paper, on which a very complex magic array was drawn, with several ancient seal characters in the center, faintly glowing with the light of countless stars. Here, sign your name. Guo Qin's face was ashen. What is this? Yi Lin asked curiously. This is my contract of servitude, personally crafted by Mr. Zhuge. According to the rules on it, I must work for Mr. Zhuge for 30 years without pay to regain my freedom. During this time, I cannot betray my boss. If my boss dies, I will die too. Guo Qin's voice choked up as he took out a cigarette, lit it with a snap, his eyes filled with an unshakable sorrow, and continued. This is the 10th year. Before coming here, Mr. Zhuge suddenly released me from the contract and returned it to me. I thought my diligent work over the past 10 years had moved Mr. Zhuge, but who would have thought? He wanted to give my remaining 20 years to you. Guo Qin extinguished the cigarette but in frustration. Damn it, the evil capitalist. Ha! Yi Lin was taken aback, realizing that Zhuge Qianqing meant that as long as Guo Qin was castrated, he would become his right-hand man. So that was the meaning. Then why did you sell yourself to Mr. Zhuge for 30 years? Yi Lin asked curiously. Guo Qin glanced at Yi Lin, his expression complex, filled with 3 parts regret, 3 parts fear, and 4 parts resentment, before speaking. At that time, I had my eyes on Mr. Zhuge's wife. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin's body jolted. Awesome! Yi Lin genuinely gave Guo Qin a thumbs up, expressing heartfelt admiration. He had thought that Guo Qin's peak was when he targeted the wife of the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. He never expected Guo Qin to be even more formidable. He had audacity to such an extent. Such bravery. Whose subordinate was this? That was Zhuge Qianqing, who was known for his meticulous strategies. For Guo Qin to have designs on his wife was like turning on the lights in a toilet, purely asking for death. Don't mention it. At that time, I was like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, thinking that with my speed, no one could catch me. Hearing that Mr. Zhuge's wife was as beautiful as a fairy, I couldn't help but go. As a result, I hadn't even seen what his wife looked like after climbing over Mr. Zhuge's courtyard wall when I was pinned to the ground. Guo Qin sighed deeply, clearly regretting this matter immensely. Mr. Zhuge, being kind-hearted, didn't kill me. He said that as long as I worked for him for 30 years, he would let me go, and during that time, he wouldn't interfere with my normal life. It's fortunate I ran into Mr. Zhuge. Thinking back, if I had offended someone else, I would probably have been a corpse by now. Yi Lin. He looked at Guo Qin with a strange expression. Perhaps this was a typical case of being sold out yet still counting the money for others. With Zhuge Qianqing's strength, he probably had already calculated that Guo Qin would come knocking, and it was very likely that even the news of his wife being as beautiful as a fairy was released by Zhuge Qianqing himself, and even that contract of servitude was prepared in advance. However, Yi Lin didn't say much, but silently took Guo Qin's contract of servitude and signed his name in the position of the first party. A free laborer should not be passed up, and Guo Qin's speed was indeed astonishing, which could come in handy at times. Once the contract was signed, Yi Lin felt as if there was some kind of connection formed between him and Guo Qin, and if he focused, he could even sense Guo Qin's current state. Ah, what a hard life, still have to work for 20 more years, Guo Qin sighed. Then how about tearing up the contract, everything goes back to normal, and I castrate you, Yi Lin said while putting away the dead spirit return. Let's not do that. Working is definitely a must. I absolutely love working. Little boss, you point east, I definitely won't dare to go west. Upon hearing about the castration, Guo Qin quickly expressed his loyalty. Yi Lin ignored him and walked straight up to Zhuge Qianqing. Forbidden spell? Extreme ice coffin. Yi Lin raised his hand to release the forbidden spell. The extreme ice coffin was an ice-type forbidden spell that cost the caster one of their arms to freeze the enemy in an unmelting ice coffin, erasing all signs of life from the enemy. At this moment, Yi Lin was using this forbidden spell as a coffin-making technique. The ice blue light rapidly spread beneath Zhuge Qianqing, like a brilliant flower blooming from ice crystals. A terrifying chill that could freeze everything filled the air, as if time itself had solidified at that moment. The ice blue light condensed around Zhuge Qianqing into a crystal-clear ice coffin, as if carved from the purest blue ice, incredibly smooth, exuding intense cold. Zhuge Qianqing lay quietly in the ice coffin. If it weren't for the lack of color in his face, he would look as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Teacher, I'll take you home. Yi Lin stepped forward, shouldering the ice coffin, and began to retrace his steps. Just like when he came, the Qingqing inside the Gate of Revelation was eerily silent, with no signs of life to be found. This place is really strange. Didn't they say there were countless treasures inside the Gate of Revelation? Why is there nothing? Guo Qin mumbled. This place, I'm afraid, is not something we have the ability to explore right now. Yi Lin also raised his eyes, taking a deep look at this world. This trip to the Gate of Revelation had already yielded significant gains. At least he figured out why he possessed immortality. As for the greater secrets within the Gate of Revelation, he could unravel them later when he became stronger. The most important thing now was to ensure that Zhuge Qianqing could rest in peace. A person who could calmly face death for the sake of all humanity, Yilin didn't want Zhuge Qianqing to be restless even after death. When they walked out from the stone door, a sharp pain surged through Yilin's abdomen, and the ancient key of Apocalypse uncontrollably burst out from his belly, disappearing into the Apocalypse Gate. Immediately after, the massive stone door began to slowly dissipate, ultimately vanishing completely. The next time the Apocalypse Gate and the ancient key would appear, no one knew when or where that would be. Yilin carried the ice coffin and walked towards the valley's exit. Without Zhuge Qianqing's guidance, he and Guoqin were not so fortunate this time. Just a few steps out, a gigantic monster swiped at them with a claw. It was a level 34 dragon blood behemoth. Fireball. Yilin raised the crimson flame staff, and a fireball sent the dragon blood behemoth back to the west. Following that, he activated Endless Devour on the beast. Devoured one level 34 ordinary monster, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline, increased lifespan by 424 years, gained 340 experience points, increased strength attribute by 6 points, agility attribute by 2 points, and mental power by 1 point. Yilin was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the rewards from devouring monsters and humans were somewhat different, with an odd dragon bloodline added. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.00001%, effect unknown. Yilin then killed and devoured another monster, but this time, there was no increase in the dragon bloodline concentration. It seems that only the things possessed by the target of Devour will transfer to me, Yilin murmured to himself. It appeared that the ability of Endless Devour still had many aspects waiting for him to explore. However, Yilin had no time to ponder this now. He carried the ice coffin back, killing as he went, using Endless Devour to clean up the battlefield. The monsters near Qingcheng were no match for Yilin's full strength. The physical bodies of monsters were far stronger than those of humans, so with each monster devoured, Yilin's strength attribute received a significant boost. When he returned to Qingcheng, Yilin clearly felt that his physical strength had greatly improved, to the point where he could engage in hand-to-hand combat with some low-level monsters without any forbidden spells. For a forbidden spell master, this was undoubtedly incredible. The ice coffin, which had felt heavy on his shoulder, now felt light. Yilin arrived at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Soon, the door to the courtyard opened, and upon seeing the person at the door, Zhuge Ni's smile was as bright as a flower, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Ling Yi, you finally returned. Where's my father? Did he agree to take you as his disciple? Faced with Zhuge Ni's question, Yilin didn't know how to respond. He didn't know how to tell Zhuge Ni that Zhuge Qianqing had passed away. Although he had never particularly liked Zhuge Ni and thought she was a bit dim-witted, he still didn't know how to break the news of her father's death to her. Zhuge Ni gazed intently at Yilin, and seeing him silent, she felt puzzled. Then her gaze caught sight of the ice coffin resting on Yilin's shoulder, and her heart suddenly sank, forcing a somewhat awkward smile onto her face. Ling Yi, why aren't you speaking? What is that you're carrying on your shoulder? I'm sorry. Yilin took a deep breath, lowered the ice coffin, and it thudded to the ground in front of Zhuge Ni. Zhuge Ni stepped forward to take a look, and when her gaze penetrated the ice layer to see Zhuge Qianqing's pale face, a smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she raised her eyes to look at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, this is a prank you and Dad are playing to trick me, right? My father is the renowned Mr. Zhuge of the Great Xia. How could he possibly be dead? You all want to trick me, right? Zhuge Ni's gaze was fixed on Yilin, like a drowning person desperately trying to grasp the last straw of hope. At that moment, she wished, so desperately, to hear from Yilin that everything she saw was a lie, just a cruel prank. Seeing Yilin remain silent, Zhuge Ni rushed forward and grabbed Yilin by the collar. Say it. You have to say it. You have to say this is your prank. You have to say the person lying here is not my father. Say it. Say it. Zhuge Ni's emotions completely broke down. She cried out hysterically, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Mr. Zhuge said, he hopes to be buried with your mother. Yilin spoke in a hoarse voice. You're lying. How could my father be dead? He is Mr. Zhuge. Zhuge Ni clutched Yilin's shoulders tightly, not daring to look back at the ice coffin a second time. Ling Yi, I beg you, tell me this must be fake, right? Am I still dreaming? I'm sorry, everyone will know soon, Mr. Zhuge is a hero. Yilin murmured softly, as if making a promise to Zhuge Ni, or perhaps to himself. I don't want a hero, I just want my father to come back safely. Zhuge Ni collapsed onto the ice coffin, crying out in anguish, her tears falling onto the coffin and freezing into ice. Yilin took a deep breath, accepting this reality. It was still too cruel for Zhuge Ni. In this world, few people could remain calm after witnessing the unexpected death of a loved one. He didn't know how to comfort Zhuge Ni, so he stood there like a statue, quietly watching her, preventing her from doing something foolish in her emotional turmoil. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Zhuge Ni's sobs quieted a bit, her gaze fixed on Zhuge Qianqing as she calmly asked, "How did my father die?" No one could possibly kill him. Too many divinations led to a heavenly devouring. He died for the sake of the common people. Yilin spoke softly. Mr. Zhuge had long foreseen his own death. Zhuge Ni nodded calmly. He has such a cruel heart. He didn't even want to say goodbye properly. Perhaps. Mr. Zhuge was afraid. Yilin's gaze was complex. Zhuge Qianqing had a chance to live, as long as he ignored those troublesome matters and took the eternal balance and left. If he had said goodbye to Zhuge Ni, perhaps Zhuge Qianqing would truly have been reluctant to die. He didn't dare to say goodbye to Zhuge Ni, fearing he wouldn't have the heart to do it. Zhuge Ni reached out, gently stroking the ice coffin. Looking at Zhuge Qianqing inside, she spoke calmly. I understand now, Ling Yi, you can go. Let's pretend we never knew each other. Yilin opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Perhaps what Zhuge Ni wanted more at that moment was simply to be alone for a while. Yilin turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. After the door closed, muffled cries echoed from behind it. Ah, the young lady is also pitiful. When the lady left, Mr. Zhuge was with her, and now that Mr. Zhuge is gone, she is truly all alone in this world. Guqin, who had been waiting at the door, sighed softly. You stay here for the next few days. If anything happens, notify me immediately, and remember not to show yourself in front of others, Yilin instructed. Okay. Guqin nodded and faded into the shadows. Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan were not insignificant figures. One was the deputy director of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, and the other was the president of the Transmigrators Guild. Their deaths would surely cause a stir in Xinjiang. There's no need to mention Zhuge Qianqing. The death of such a figure would send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia. He and Guqin must prepare early. A simple investigation would reveal that Zhuge Qianqing left the city that day with me and Guqin. This also means that from now on, the identities of Ling Yi and Guqin must never appear in public again. Yilin directly used a forbidden spell to teleport, disappearing from the spot. Next, he needed to create more evidence that he hadn't left Xinjiang in the past 2 days. Moments later, Yilin, having removed his illusion, stumbled out of the villa arranged for him by the Ji family, looking as if he had just woken up. After leaving the villa area, Yilin hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to find the centipede's natural enemy. Ha! The driver's face was filled with terror. Who goes looking for a centipede's natural enemy early in the morning? But when he turned around and saw the face of the person in the back seat, he immediately relaxed. The national champion, Yilin. This kid had been missing in action in Xinjiang lately, living a life of drunkenness, so if he said he wanted to find a centipede's natural enemy early in the morning, it seemed quite reasonable. What price range are you looking for? 698, 888, or 1888? The driver glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before asking quietly. Don't you know me? Of course, I want the most expensive, and I want 5. Yilin handed the driver a wad of cash, and without a second thought, the driver drove off towards the place in Xinjiang where there were centipedes' natural enemies. While the driver was driving, Yilin suddenly spoke up. Driver, why do I feel like I've seen you before? Did I take your cab in the past couple of days? Oh, really? If I had picked up you, the champion, how could I not remember? The driver thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh and said, Oh, I remember. I did pick up a kid yesterday, who got in with 2 beauties, one in black stockings and the other in white. That kid buried his head in the big one's chest as soon as he got in. Turns out that person was you. Right, I thought you looked familiar. You've been driving a taxi in Xinjiang for many years, haven't you? Yilin laughed in agreement. Of course, I've been driving a taxi for 30 years. Young man, I'm not bragging. I know every street and alley in Xinjiang. I could even tell you who left a pile of poop on the street. Once the conversation turned to his profession, the taxi driver became animated and chattered on. Yilin listened quietly, occasionally complimenting him, which made the driver even more excited. When they arrived at the destination, the driver still seemed reluctant to part and reminded him, Young man, you've arrived at the underground wonderland. Remember, if you encounter a raid, don't take the elevator, use the emergency exit and jump out of the second-floor window. They definitely won't catch you. By the way, technician no. 6 is a bit pricey, but she's very beautiful. The corner of Yilin's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, Thanks, driver. Yi Lin walked straight into the underground Wonderland Club, where a magnificent hall appeared before him, with crystal chandeliers embedded in the ceiling, refracting colorful lights. Exquisite oil paintings adorned the walls, the carpet underfoot was soft and thick, and a faint fragrance filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Every corner exuded luxury and elegance. It was morning, and the underground Wonderland was quiet, but the two receptionists at the front desk remained diligently at their posts. The underground Wonderland is a 24-hour establishment, combining bathing, dining, and entertainment. Although there were fewer customers in the morning, there were still some. "Hello, welcome," one of the receptionists smiled at Yi Lin. "Call that technician from yesterday to accompany me, and make it quick. Get me a private room, and remember, the old rules, no glass windows on the door. The door must be able to be locked from the inside," Yi Lin instructed. Sir, which time are you referring to?" The receptionist looked a bit confused. "You don't recognize me, do you? Haven't you seen the news? I, the national champion, Yi Lin," Yi Lin said, nostrils flaring. Oh, sorry, it's you. I'll have someone take you to the private room right away," the receptionist said apologetically. Soon, a waiter came to lead Yi Lin, and as he turned, he accidentally knocked over a vase at the front desk. Yi Lin calmly waved his hand. "Put it on my tab. We'll settle it together later." After Yi Lin left, the two receptionists leaned together and began to discuss. "Which female technician did he mean last time?" "I don't know. He was probably attended to by a colleague from the night shift yesterday. There were so many guests yesterday, we can't find any records. What should we do?" "Forget it. Just send the prettiest one to him. That can't go wrong." Yi Lin, just like before entering the Gate of Revelation, began a life of indulgence. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the events inside the Gate of Revelation began to unfold. That morning, everyone at the Qingqing Investigation Bureau cancelled their leave and entered an emergency state. Huang Lidian, along with his apprentice Su Xiu, looked at the report in front of them, their brows tightly furrowed. Deputy Director Tan Xingjiang, the Transmigrators Guild's Wang Lichuan, and Vice President Chen Kai, these three are missing and unaccounted for. Mr. Zhuge, confirmed deceased. Huang Lidian trembled as he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, trying to light it, but the lighter wouldn't spark no matter how he tried. He simply crumpled the cigarette and began to chew it. The pungent taste of tobacco cleared Huang Litian's mind a bit. The sky has fallen. Fear filled Huang Litian's eyes. Tan Xingjiang, Wang Lichuan, Chen Kai, Zhuge Qianqing, each one was a top figure in Qingcheng. Now one was dead, and the others were all missing. How could Huang Lidian not be alarmed? "Master," Su Xiu pushed another report in front of Huang Lidian. "This is the record of people leaving the city from the city gate. The records show that Deputy Director Tan Xingjiang has been frequently taking people out of the city during this time, as if he was searching for something. The last record of him leaving was 7 days ago. Mr. Zhuge and Wang Lichuan from the Transmigrators Guild left the city 5 days ago, one after the other, with Mr. Zhuge going first. Since then, they have not returned, until 3 days ago when Mr. Zhuge's body was sent back." "Who sent it back?" Huang Lidian asked, frowning. "Two people who left the city with Mr. Zhuge. One is named Guo Qin, who was previously caught for being a flower thief, and the other is named Ling Yi. Other colleagues are already searching for these two, but there are currently no leads," Su Xiu replied. "Ling Yi, it's Ling Yi again." Huang Lidian suddenly stood up. The name Ling Yi had frequently appeared when Ken Sen and the entire underground black market were wiped out. At that time, he was close to catching the real culprit and was almost certain that Yi Lin and Ling Yi were the same person. But then, that dog Tan Xingjiang personally let him go and wouldn't allow him to continue investigating. Now, Zhuge Qianqing was dead, and Tan Xingjiang and Wang Lichuan were all missing. "Where's Yi Lin? Where is that guy? Get him arrested," Huang Lidian ordered immediately. "Master, he is the national champion now. We have no evidence to arrest him. It would cause a lot of trouble," Su Xiu said awkwardly. Huang Lidian gritted his teeth and then said coldly, "In that case, find out where he is. I will visit him personally." Moments later, Huang Lidian found Yi Lin in a famous bathing center in Qingcheng. When he located Yi Lin, he was lounging on the sofa in a bathrobe, wearing a name tag, while a fair-skinned beauty was giving him a foot massage. With a loud bang, Huang Lidian pushed the door open, causing the beauty to think it was a raid, and she quickly crouched down, covering her head in fear. Huang Lidian ignored her and walked straight to Yi Lin, speaking coldly. "Yi Lin, you national champion really has a good time, even taking the time to get a foot massage. Oh, isn't this Officer Huan? Come on, call over a couple of pretty technicians to serve Officer Huan, and put it on my tab," Yi Lin said generously. "No need." Huang Lidian had crossed paths with Yilin before and knew very well that this seemingly young guy was actually more troublesome than many old foxes, so he got straight to the point. Yilin, where have you been this past week? Huang Lidian stared intently into Yilin's eyes, and at the same time, his skills as a lifestyle polygraph expert began to activate. As long as Yilin dared to lie, he would never be able to hide it from him. Officer Huang, how could I possibly remember that? There are so many things I've done in the past 7 days, Yilin replied with an innocent expression. Is that so? Huang Lidian shifted his tone. Then let me ask this. Did you disguise yourself as the so-called Ling Yi and follow Mr. Zhu got out of the city 5 days ago? Yilin smiled broadly. Officer Huang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Answer my question directly. Did you disguise yourself as Ling Yi and follow Mr. Zhu got out of the city? Yes or no? Huang Litian's gaze was sharp as a knife. Yilin's smile began to fade slowly. Officer Huang, you need to speak with evidence. You suspect me, that's fine, but where's the evidence? Without evidence, don't speak recklessly, or I'll sue you for defamation. Yilin leaned back on the sofa, signaling for the technician to continue the foot massage, and no matter what Huang Lidian asked him, he remained silent. Huang Litian's face turned ashen. He was now certain that Yilin was definitely involved in the deaths of Zhu Qianqing and the disappearances of Wang Lichuan and Tan Qingjiang. However, Yilin was right. Just like the last time with the Kenshin case, there was still no evidence. Moreover, what made it even more troublesome was that Yilin was not only the top scholar of Qingcheng but also the national champion. With such an identity, without substantial evidence, he couldn't touch Yilin at all. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to retrieve all the surveillance footage from this period. If you disguised yourself as Ling Yi and left the city, there will definitely be evidence of you not being in the city during these 7 days. Huang Lidian said coldly. Soon, Su Xiu walked in, and Huang Lidian, not noticing Su Xiu's ugly expression, coldly asked, Yilin, you wanted evidence, right? I'm giving it to you. Huang Lidian extended his hand towards Su Xiu. Master, the surveillance footage from 5 days ago to 3 days ago has all been destroyed for unknown reasons, Su Xiu said with a bitter expression. What? Huang Lidian was filled with rage, his face contorting. Yes, and 3 days ago, the surveillance first captured Yilin appearing at the entrance of a suburban villa area. He took a taxi, and we have already found the taxi driver. The driver said he saw Yilin 4 days ago and drove him twice, Su Xiu explained. Impossible. Bring him to me. Huang Lidian was extremely furious. Soon, the taxi driver who had picked up Yilin was brought before Huang Lidian. Upon entering the private room and seeing Yilin, the driver's expression changed immediately, and he stuttered as he spoke. I really didn't introduce him here to find the centipede's natural enemy. Please don't arrest me. Huang Lidian. His lie detection ability had already revealed that the taxi driver was lying, but he wasn't from the Vice Squad. Who asked you that? Huang Litian's forehead veins bulged as he pointed at Yilin. You drove him 4 days ago, right? I didn't, the taxi driver said, his eyes darting. Tell the truth. If I don't arrest you, and you lie again, I'll arrest you on the spot. Huang Lidian shouted sternly. At the same time, his profession was revealed. Huang Lidian, Master Lie Detector. The taxi driver turned pale at the sight of Huang Litian's profession. Having reached the master level in lie detection, it was clear that Huang Lidian had interrogated countless people. Trying to lie in front of Huang Lidian was surely a dead end. If I confess, can you not leave a record on me? I have kids at home, and I'm afraid it will affect his civil service exam, the taxi driver said with a mournful face. You tell me everything you know. If it helps with this case, not only will I not arrest you, but I will also reward you, Huang Lidian coaxed. Okay, I'll say. The taxi driver nodded vigorously. I did drive him twice, but I really can't remember the exact times. It was about 3 or 4 days ago. The first time, he was drunk and got in with 2 women, and he buried his head right into one of the women's. Well, you wouldn't know, but it was really big and white. Stop, Huang Lidian interrupted, his head filled with black lines. Get to the point. Then the next morning, I picked him up again. This time, as soon as he got in, he said he was looking for a centipede's natural enemy and gave me a wad of cash. I was momentarily bewitched and took him there. As he spoke, the driver took out the money Yilin had given him and placed it honestly on the table. I beg you to be lenient. I didn't dare spend a single cent. Huang Litian's chest heaved violently as he stared intently at the taxi driver. Are you sure you picked him up twice, once at night and once in the morning? Sure, the taxi driver nodded. Huang Litian's mind exploded because he realized the driver was not lying. So where did you take him? Huang Lidian pressed. Underground Wonderland Club. The taxi driver blushed slightly. Huang Lidian immediately signaled Su Xiu to bring over the staff from the Underground Wonderland Club. However, the response from the club staff during the interrogation was that Yilin had indeed been there, about 3 or 4 days ago, and had gone twice, even breaking a vase. After Huang Litian's assessment, everything they said was the truth. Huang Litian's expression grew darker. The surveillance had been destroyed, and all the witnesses he had investigated were proving that Yilin had been in the city these past few days and hadn't gone anywhere. The evidence he currently had all pointed to Yilin being innocent. Officer Huang, don't be so angry. Should I call a few technicians to help you vent? Don't worry, I've tried it. It's very smooth. Yilin smiled at Huang Lidian. Even before leaving the city, he had already started laying the groundwork. Now, in the entire Qingcheng, anyone who mentioned him, the national champion Yilin, would immediately think of self-indulgence. How could such a person be connected to the death of Mr. Zhuge and the disappearances of big figures like Tan Qingjiang and Wang Lichuan? As for the taxi driver and the staff from the Underground Wonderland testifying for him, that was even simpler. These two professions interacted with a large number of people every day. How could they remember so clearly? The human brain automatically folds some repetitive memories. For example, if you live the same day over and over, you will feel like time is passing very quickly. At this moment, Yilin only needed to give a slight psychological hint. When a person tells a lie that even they believe, it is no longer a lie. Moreover, with Guoqin destroying part of the surveillance, at Guoqin's speed, he could even get to Tan Qingjiang's wife, let alone tampering with a surveillance camera, which would be a piece of cake. This way, Yilin would have a perfect alibi for not having left the city. Yilin, don't think you've really made it flawless. As long as something is done, there will be traces left. I will definitely find them. Huang Lidian gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Officer Huang, as a master of lie detection, you should firmly believe that no one can lie in front of you, right? Yilin asked with a smile. Of course. Huang Lidian narrowed his eyes. Although he wasn't skilled in fighting, he had absolute confidence when it came to lie detection. Yilin glanced at Huang Lidian and then calmly spoke. Haven't you always suspected that I am the same person as Ling Yi? Then let me tell you, just a few days ago, I witnessed Ling Yi explode into a mist of blood right in front of me. Huang Litian's eyes widened in terror, feeling as if his heart skipped a beat. He realized that Yilin was truly not lying. Everything he said was the truth. But this contradicted his long-held deductions. If Yilin was Ling Yi, how could Yilin see Ling Yi explode into a mist of blood? But if Yilin was not Ling Yi, how could he explain all the things he had investigated before? At that time, Zhuge and I had followed the traces of the Inferno to find the Investigation Bureau's prison, and all the evidence pointed to Yilin. Huang Lidian felt his head was completely in a mess, like a tangle of yarn, yet he couldn't find a single thread to pull. He tugged at his hair, looking utterly defeated. Did he really suspect the wrong person? Nothing else. I'll take my leave now, Officer Huang. Let's wash our feet together sometime. Yilin withdrew his jade foot from the technician's hands, then put on his shoes and prepared to leave. Wait, what else do you know? Even if you are not Ling Yi, you must know him. Huang Lidian stubbornly grabbed Yilin's clothes. Guess? Yilin smiled faintly, then pried Huang Litian's hand away and turned to leave. If nothing unexpected happened, Huang Lidian wouldn't disturb him for a while. By the time Huang Lidian figured something out, he would have already gone to university. As an investigator from Qingcheng, he didn't have the power to come to Daxia Academy to investigate him. In fact, within the entire Qingcheng Investigation Bureau, the only one who suspected him was Huang Lidian. After leaving the club, Yilin hailed another taxi to Mr. Zhuge's house. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, the taxi driver sighed. Young man, you're also going to pay your respects to Mr. Zhuge, right? Yilin nodded, not saying much. Mr. Zhuge was a good person. After he came to Qingcheng, he did a lot of good deeds, even boosting the economy of Qingcheng. The old Qingcheng was much poorer than it is now. The taxi driver couldn't help but reminisce, his eyes reddening as he approached 60. Young man, don't blame me for talking too much. I grew up in Qingcheng. Back then, Qingcheng was just like the slum it is now. I was so poor as a child that I didn't even have food to eat. Mr. Zhuge's arrival brought many resources to Qingcheng. If it weren't for Mr. Zhuge, Qingcheng might have been destroyed by now. What a good person. How could he just suddenly be gone? The driver said excitedly, slapping the steering wheel. Yilin remained silent. Not every city would go to great lengths to maintain itself. If a city had too few people, its inhabitants would be transferred to another city, and the original city would be abandoned. He had only been in this world for a little over a decade, and he was indeed unaware of the events that had transpired in Qingqing before. He never expected that Zhuge Qianqing was not only revered among the transcenders but also held in high regard by the common folk. When Yilin arrived at the entrance of Zhuge Qianqing's small courtyard, both sides were already filled with dense clusters of yellow and white chrysanthemums. The courtyard was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. In the center of the courtyard stood a portrait of Zhuge Qianqing, his face still bearing a faint smile. Surrounding him were many people, their faces etched with sorrow and grief. Some silently wept, while others bowed their heads in prayer. Many prominent figures from Qingcheng, who were rarely seen, had gathered here, including the city lord Hu Wang, who stood in the crowd dressed in a black suit, his face filled with sorrow. However, even with Hu Wang's status, he could only stand in the second row, as the first row was occupied by a group of unfamiliar faces, their presence powerful, as if shrouded in a faint glow that made it hard to look directly at them. The identities of these individuals were clearly beyond what someone from a small place like Qingqing could compare to. Yilin walked straight in and approached Zhuge Qianqing's portrait. Upon seeing Yilin, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, and then they began to murmur among themselves. "Isn't that Zhuge's disciple? This guy is outrageous." After the news of Zhuge's death came out, he was still indulging himself in the club. If Zhuge knew he had taken on such a disciple in life, I wonder if he would regret it. Exactly. And today, during Zhuge's funeral, he only realized it so late. This guy probably doesn't even regard Zhuge as his teacher. Humph, a national champion? Huh? Put. Luckily, he's just a short-lived cursed sorcerer. Truly, heaven has eyes. Say less. At least he is Zhuge's only disciple. Yilin ignored their insults and knelt before Zhuge Qianqing's portrait, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times. Many of the prominent figures in the first row turned their attention to Yilin. Being accepted as a disciple by Zhuge Qianqing surely meant he was not an ordinary person. "Teacher, I have come late, please forgive me," Yilin said, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had wanted to come and pay his respects to Zhuge Qianqing as soon as possible, but unfortunately, he could not. Matters concerning the Gate of Revelation and the ancient artifact required him to be cautious. Once the issue of the ancient artifact was exposed, Yilin's fate could be easily imagined. "Are you done paying your respects? If you are done, then leave. You are not welcome here," Zhuge Ni said coldly. "And from now on, do not consider yourself my father's disciple, and do not use his name to deceive others. He has long severed ties with someone like you, a fraud." At Zhuge Ni's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Many looked at Yilin with expressions of disgust and mockery. So it turns out that Zhuge has already severed his master-disciple relationship with this person? How can he still shamelessly come to pay his respects? Haha, he probably knew many prominent figures would come today and deliberately came here to get familiar faces. Didn't you hear Zhuge Ni? This guy is clearly notorious for his deceit. If Zhuge knows from the afterlife, he would probably be furious. How can this person be so thick-skinned? Is he just waiting to eat? Tsk, Zhuge was such a gentle person. What kind of outrageous thing must this person have done to be expelled from the sect? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the prominent figures in the first row, who had initially shown some interest in Yilin, frowned and then withdrew their gazes. Without the identity of Zhuge Qianqing's disciple, Yilin appeared no different from an ant in the eyes of these prominent figures, and naturally, they did not want to waste their energy on an ant. In an instant, Yilin became the target of everyone's scorn, as if he were truly a person of unspeakable evil. But Yilin remained unmoved, simply looking at Zhuge Ni and saying, "I have no other intentions, I just want to send my teacher. I want to send Mr. Zhuge on his final journey. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. After I see Mr. Zhuge off, I will leave." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Ni's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. "Yilin, can't you understand human language? I said, you are not welcome here. Get lost." Faced with Zhuge Ni's provocation, Yilin said nothing more and quietly retreated outside. He did not want to argue with someone who had just experienced the pain of losing a father, nor was there any need to argue. After sending Zhuge Qianqing on his final journey, according to Zhuge Qianqing's last wishes, he would do his best to ensure Zhuge Ni's safety, and that was enough. Beyond that, he would not have any further interactions with Zhuge Ni. Moreover, compared to Zhuge Ni, there were evidently greater troubles at this funeral. Yilin's gaze could not help but sweep towards the prominent figures in the front row who had come from various places in the Great Xia. He did not believe these people were simply here to pay their respects to Zhuge Qianqing. Dealing with Huang Lidian was manageable, but these old foxes were the real difficult characters. Soon, the ice coffin containing Zhuge Qianqing's body was carried out from the mourning hall, ready to be transported to Qingqing Cemetery for burial. The ice coffin was placed on the hearse, with the black hearse leading the way and mourners following behind. Occasionally, low sobs could be heard, and even the air was tinged with a layer of sorrowful atmosphere. Zhuge and I sat in the hearse, watching Zhuge Qianqing lying quietly in the ice coffin as if he were asleep. Tears began to fall unconsciously. Just then, the hearse suddenly swerved, causing Zhuge and I to hit her head against the corner of the ice coffin, and bright red blood immediately seeped from her fair forehead. What happened? Why did you suddenly swerve? Zhuge and I questioned the hearse driver. Miss Zhuge, someone is blocking the road ahead. The driver pointed ahead. There stood several men in black robes, their true faces hidden behind masks, blocking the road, all holding sharp weapons, clearly not here for a friendly visit. Who are these people? Zhuge and I frowned, a sense of unease rising in her heart. I don't know, they suddenly appeared in front of the car, and I instinctively swerved. The driver shook his head, looking helpless. The hearse slowly came to a stop, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Zhuge and I jumped out of the car, her gaze sharp as she stared at these men. Who are you? Do you know whose car you are blocking? Of course we know. Inside the hearse is Mr. Zhuge, said the leading man, wearing a ghost mask, coldly. Do you know what you're doing by blocking the car? Zhuge Ni's face was filled with anger. Don't worry, we mean no harm. We just find Mr. Zhuge's death suspicious and want to open the coffin to investigate the cause of his death, the masked man said. You dare! My father died from too many celestial omens. I am very clear about this. A blazing fire erupted from Zhuge and I, distorting the surrounding space with its high temperature. Being stopped and having the coffin opened for inspection in front of everyone was undoubtedly a humiliation for Zhuge Qianqing. Even in death, he could not find peace, and Zhuge and I would never allow such a thing to happen. The gathered citizens of Qingcheng were also instantly enraged. Zhuge Qianqing was the savior of Qingcheng, having done countless good deeds there. Now that someone wanted to cause trouble at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral, how could they allow it? I don't care where you came from, get lost. Mr. Zhuge's funeral cannot be disturbed by anyone. A strong man stepped forward, intending to push the masked figure away. Whoosh! A flash of white light passed by, and the strong man's head rolled away like a soccer ball, blood staining the street. In the masked man's hand, a long knife was prominently displayed. This sudden scene frightened everyone into silence. Even Zhuge Ni's beautiful eyes widened in shock. No one could have imagined that the masked man would dare to kill in front of so many people. Many people were so scared that they scattered in all directions. They respected Zhuge Qianqing, but most were unwilling to die for him. Only Zhuge and I took a deep breath, her expression grave. This was the city, and the masked man, being a class changer, was rampaging. The investigation bureau's people should arrive soon to take him away. She just needed to protect Zhuge Qianqing's body from being disturbed until they arrived, which shouldn't take long. Get out of the way, the masked man said coldly. Not a chance. Crimson flame see. Zhuge and I gritted her silver teeth. She would never allow anyone to disturb her father's rest. In an instant, the air around her became unbearably hot, the temperature rising rapidly. Dazzling crimson gold flames erupted from Zhuge Ni's body, forming a sea of flames that stood between her and the masked man, like an insurmountable fiery chasm. But facing Zhuge Ni's full force, the masked man didn't take it seriously at all. He no longer suppressed his aura and stepped directly into the raging sea of flames. The crimson gold flames burned fiercely but could not harm him in the slightest. At this sight, an indescribable fear rose in Zhuge Ni's heart. You are a level 50 class changer? She was already a level 22 class changer, and with her SSS level fire mage profession, the power of her fire skills was certainly not to be underestimated. The fact that the masked man could walk freely in her flames indicated that his level was at least above 50. A level 50 class changer was considered top tier in Qingcheng. As long as they didn't provoke a very small number of people, a level 50 class changer could walk freely in Qingcheng. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are Zhuge Qianqing's daughter. If you die, it will be very troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man reversed the knife and struck Zhuge and I with the back of it. Zhuge and I felt a tremendous force hit her, and she flew out, crashing into a nearby railing, her face contorted in pain. Stop! Don't come near my father's coffin. Seeing the masked man approaching the ice coffin, Zhuge and I struggled to get up, but a sharp pain shot through her chest and abdomen. It was clear that the masked man's blow had broken her ribs, leaving her unable to stand. Zhuge and I could only watch helplessly as the masked man drew closer to the ice coffin. Why? Why had there been no sign of the investigation bureau for so long? Where were they? Zhuge and I seemed to realize something. She turned to look back and discovered that many prominent figures who had been following the hearse had vanished. The city lord Hu Wang, the head of the Qingqing Investigation Bureau, and many important figures who had just stood in the front row had quietly left at some point, as if it had been prearranged. A wave of immense fear enveloped Zhuge and I, making her feel cold all over. It was then that she realized the people blocking the car were merely pawns. Zhuge and I never expected that just after her father's death, someone would dare to scheme against her so openly. The investigation bureau was clearly not going to come. Juga and I no longer dared to place her hopes on them. But when she turned her gaze to others, those who had flattered her father, calling him Mr. Juga when he was alive, and who would have knelt to pay their respects to Juga Qianqing, now avoided her eyes, none daring to meet her gaze. The man in the ghost mask was clearly a ruthless villain, strong and merciless. They wouldn't joke with their lives. Juga and I was filled with grief and anger. Uncle Wang, have you forgotten? When your son went missing and was almost used as food by monsters, my father took no reward and used astrology to point you to your son's location. Now that he is dead, you just stand by and watch. Doesn't your conscience feel uneasy? Juga and I questioned a middle-aged man. The man referred to as Uncle Wang first showed a flash of shame, then his expression turned fierce. So what? When I asked Juga Qianqing for help, what did he do? He just pointed me in a direction. It was I who rescued my son from the monsters. I was seriously injured in the process and lay in bed for half a month. If Juga Qianqing had been willing to help, I wouldn't have had to suffer this. Juga Ni's face turned pale as she looked at another tall young woman. Sister Xia, do you think the same? You participated in the job transfer ceremony, almost dying from the dual professions, and my father personally intervened to set things right for you. You survived because of him, and you too will just stand by? Sister Xia's face looked somewhat unnatural, then she sneered. Did I ask him to save me? Maybe if he hadn't intervened, I would have become the first dual profession practitioner in history, renowned forever. Setting aside the facts, perhaps Juga Qianqing is a male chauvinist, afraid that we women would surpass men, which is why he interfered. Juga and I bit her lip so hard that it bled, yet she felt nothing. She had never imagined that people could be so shameless, that they could twist the truth to such an extent. Juga and I questioned several others who had benefited from Juga Qianqing, but without exception, they were unwilling to help and instead criticized him harshly. Great kindness breeds great enmity. They vividly illustrated to Juga and I what it meant for people to turn cold once the benefactor was gone. Moreover, these people had long sensed that the situation was off. The investigation bureau had not shown up for so long, clearly indicating that a powerful figure was intervening behind the scenes. To offend a living powerful figure for the sake of a dead Mr. Juga was clearly a losing deal. Juga and I smiled, a smile filled with desolation. She had thought that after Juga Qianqing's death, her life would be difficult, but she never expected it would be this unbearable. Blocking the hearse in the street, beating her into serious injury, and trying to force open the coffin for an autopsy, despite the madness of the man in the ghost mask and his group, not a single person was willing to step forward. These people had all received Juga Qianqing's kindness, yet at this moment, they seemed deaf and blind. Father, was everything you did truly meaningful? 2 streams of tears slid down Juga Ni's cheeks, and at that moment, she felt lost, bewildered by this world. Just then, a hysterical roar erupted. Beasts, do not approach Mr. Juga's coffin. An elderly man with white hair resolutely charged towards the man in the ghost mask, his excited face flushed and his neck thick, but in his hand, he only held an ordinary iron shovel. The man in the ghost mask remained unmoved, lifting a foot to kick the old man away, who fell heavily to the side, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Yet the old man's roar was like the sound of a battle horn, prompting a dense crowd to surge forward. Among these people were the elderly, women, youths, and young boys, but not a single one was a class changer. They were all ordinary people, wielding pots, pans, and the sharpest weapons they had were kitchen knives and watermelon knives. A warm hand landed on Juga Ni's shoulder. Girl, don't cry. You are Mr. Juga's daughter. Mr. Juga has done so many good deeds for Qingcheng. We won't let you suffer. A farmer-looking uncle spat into his hands, grabbed a chopping knife, and charged towards the man in the ghost mask. Mr. Juga is the benefactor of all Qingcheng. Don't worry, we won't let him rest in peace after death. A plainly dressed aunt also rushed forward, holding a pressure cooker. Juga Ni's tears fell uncontrollably, as if a dam had burst. No, don't go, don't go. You will die, don't go. Damn it, when have the men of Daxia ever feared death? If good people end up like this, who will dare to be a good person in the future? Brothers, follow me. A repairman joined the fight, wielding a wrench, and behind him, more people followed. Those class changers who had benefited from Juga Qianqing chose to protect themselves, but these powerless ordinary people chose to stand up at this moment. Countless figures flashed past Juga and I. These people had no ability to confront the man in the ghost mask and his group, yet at this moment, their steps did not falter. I'm sorry. I'm just too useless, I'm sorry. Juga Ni's vision was blurred by tears, and at that moment, she suddenly hated herself. She hated her weakness, hated being Juga Qianqing's daughter, yet could only watch as a group of ordinary people stood in front of her. Boss, what should we do? Should we kill them all? Another man wearing a smiling mask excitedly asked the man in the ghost mask. Although there were many of them, they were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled. If they unleashed a massacre, it would only take an hour or two. Are you crazy? Mass slaughter of civilians? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. The man in the ghost mask nearly wanted to stab this guy. Just let the third one set up a barrier to block these people. Alright, fine. The smiling man shrugged, then turned to another person wearing a crying mask. Third sister, the boss wants you to set up a barrier to stop these annoying guys. The crying woman nodded, then raised her hand and softly commanded, "Crystal wall." A faint white light emerged from the crying woman's fair palm, quickly spreading to form a transparent wall that separated the angry crowd outside. Although this light wall was formless, it was unbreakable. Those ordinary people who tried to rush through were bounced back, falling to the ground, unable to cross this invisible barrier. Yet they still did not give up, straining with all their might to break through the transparent wall before them. Unfortunately, the strength of ordinary people was far too insignificant in front of class changers. Even with their numbers, they left no mark on the wall, let alone destroy it. As the ghost-faced masked figure stood before the ice coffin, raising his long knife, the crowd blocked by the barrier erupted in chaos, with tens of thousands greeting the ghost-faced man's ancestors in various profound national languages. Unfortunately, the ghost-faced man remained unmoved, and with a fierce swing of his long knife, he struck towards Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin. Stop! Zhuge Ni's eyes widened in horror, but she was too injured to prevent the ghost-faced man. Just as she fell into despair, a cold voice filled with murderous intent suddenly roared, "Forbidden spell? Annihilation thunder!" In an instant, the sky over Qianqing darkened, lightning flashed, and dark clouds surged, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, carrying the power to destroy everything, violently striking towards the ghost-faced masked man. The might of the thunder seemed capable of tearing apart the very heavens and earth, and as the purple light flickered, the surrounding space began to warp. At that moment, everyone in Qianqing felt an unprecedented fear, as if the thunder was not just aimed at the ghost-faced masked man, but at each and every one of them. Even the distant rumble of thunder sounded as if it were exploding right next to their ears, deafening. The ghost-faced masked man's expression changed drastically. He had never expected that someone would launch such a terrifying attack against him at this moment. He swung the long knife in his hand, transforming it into a cold gleam aimed at the lightning, trying to block it. However, the power of the thunder far exceeded his imagination. When the ghost-faced masked man's long knife met it, it was instantly destroyed as if made of paper, unable to withstand even a fraction of the thunder's might. The thunder's force did not diminish, crashing violently into the ghost-faced masked man, purple light flashing and electric sparks flying, as he was instantly engulfed by the lightning. He let out a scream, and his entire body was blasted away. When the thunder dissipated, the black robe on the ghost-faced man had turned to tatters, and half of the ghost mask had shattered, revealing a terrified eye. The other four masked figures stood frozen, unsure of what to do. They knew the ghost-faced man's strength, but he had been severely injured in just one encounter? The surroundings fell into a dead silence in an instant, a faint smell of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Everyone stared in shock at this sudden turn of events. The seemingly invincible ghost-faced man had been heavily injured by a single bolt of lightning in just a few breaths? Could it be that heaven had eyes and had sent down divine punishment? Only Zhuge Ni immediately looked towards Yilin's direction, her face filled with disbelief. This forbidden spell could only be wielded by Yilin in Qianqing. She had never expected that Yilin would actually take action. Pale-faced Yilin moved through the crowd towards the ghost-faced man and his companions. He said nothing, simply standing calmly in front of Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin. A flicker of resentment flashed in the one visible eye of the ghost-faced man. It's that forbidden spell master. Third, trap him with the barrier. Second, fourth, and fifth, kill this guy. At the ghost-faced man's command, the four figures snapped out of their daze and surrounded Yilin from four directions. They had already reviewed Yilin's information before coming. No matter how strong the forbidden spell master was, Yilin was only in his 20s. Kid, if you had just stayed hidden, no one would have bothered you. Since you insist on seeking death, we'll send you on your way. The smiling man chuckled, his figure flickering like a ghost. For against one, and their levels were all much higher than Yilin's, they were all level 50 class changers. In the smiling man's eyes, this battle held no suspense at all. Unfortunately, they still underestimated the terror of a forbidden spellmaster, especially one who was reckless. The crying-faced woman clasped her hands together, and 6 invisible walls began to converge around Yilin, forming a barrier to trap him. Forbidden spell? Eternal metal of Gung. The leaves of the forest shimmered with golden light, and the once robust body of Yilin began to wither at that moment. The golden spear sliced through the sky, instantly piercing the barrier before him like a withered branch, and then directly through the forehead of a masked man. The masked man didn't even have time to realize he was dead, charging forward a short distance before crashing to the ground. Old 5. The smiling man was startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Instant kill. Yilin had used a forbidden spell to instantly kill one of them, a display of power that made his scalp tingle. But Yilin didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He raised his hand again, a terrifying aura brewing in his palm. Forbidden spell? Annihilating thunder. Another terrifying bolt of lightning struck down, this time aimed at another masked man. That man wasn't as lucky as the grinning man. The violent thunder exploded around him, arcs of lightning radiating out, and when the power of the thunder dissipated, only a steaming charred corpse remained in its place. Yilin's face grew even paler. The smiling man fell silent, quickly approaching Yilin, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Yilin seemed oblivious to him, locking his gaze onto the weeping woman. The weeping woman trembled. In that instant, she felt an indescribable aura of death, as if she had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Die! Just then, the smiling man had reached Yilin's side, a cold glint flashing as a dagger lunged toward Yilin's throat. Thud! Yilin's throat was pierced, a blood hole penetrating from front to back, crimson blood gushing from the artery. Such an injury was clearly fatal. The smiling man and the weeping woman both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A desperate forbidden spellcaster was truly terrifying. Thankfully, it was all over. Humph, fool. The smiling man triumphantly pulled out the dagger, a mocking smile creeping beneath his mask. But even with his throat pierced, Yilin showed no sign of distress. Forbidden spell? Immortal and indestructible. The blood hole in Yilin's throat began to heal and regenerate at an incredible speed. His gaze swept over the smiling man and the weeping woman, both within his line of sight. Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen eyes. Yilin's eyes instantly shriveled, 2 streams of blood tears flowing from his hollow eye sockets. Not good, run. The smiling man's face changed drastically. The 4 of them had split up to attack to avoid giving Yilin a chance to use a forbidden spell that could affect all 4. But now, he and the weeping woman were clearly locked onto by Yilin's forbidden spell. A bone-chilling frost spread out instantly. The smiling man and the weeping woman felt as if their bodies were trapped by an irresistible force. They wanted to escape but found themselves unable to move. Everything around them began to slowly freeze, even the air seemed to be frozen. In their vision, Yilin's figure gradually became blurry, replaced by a pair of eyes flickering with a ghostly blue light, the coldness and deathly silence emanating from those eyes amplifying their fear to infinity. No! The smiling man let out a reluctant roar, his voice filled with despair. Then he and the weeping woman were both frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures, completely devoid of life. 4 forbidden spells, killing 4 level 50 job changers. This achievement was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Everyone looked at Yilin with a mix of terror. Even though Yilin was now blind and as thin as a skeleton, no one dared to underestimate him in the slightest. On this day, everyone finally recalled just how terrifying the profession of a forbidden spellcaster truly was. The severely injured grinning man was completely stunned. He never expected that a forbidden spellcaster could be this terrifying when fighting for their life. At this moment, the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. He never expected that 4 of his brothers would die, and Yilin seemed to have no intention of letting him go. The blind Yilin crouched down, groping to pick up the iron shovel that the old man had dropped earlier. He used the shovel as a cane, stumbling his way to the position of the grinning man. Just as the grinning man was puzzled about what Yilin was going to do, Yilin raised the shovel and, with a crack, struck the grinning man. Ah! The grinning man let out a painful scream. Yilin was different from the other forbidden spellcasters. The endless devouring had granted him considerable strength. Now, even without casting any forbidden spells, Yilin could inflict a certain amount of damage. Yilin paid no attention to the grinning man's cries. Shovel, slap, chop, poke, every possible use of the shovel was employed against the grinning man, and soon his body was a bloody mess. Whether the grinning man screamed, begged for mercy, or threatened, Yilin showed no signs of stopping. He was like a tireless machine, his face devoid of any expression, relentlessly swinging the shovel at the grinning man. This bloody and bizarre scene sent shivers down the spines of many onlookers. It was clear that Yilin intended to beat the grinning man to death with the shovel. It should be noted that the grinning man was a level 50 class changer. Using a shovel to kill him was akin to trying to kill an ordinary person with a soup spoon. For the grinning man, this was undoubtedly a torturous and prolonged process, both physically and mentally. The rhythmic strikes of the shovel soon drove the grinning man to complete despair. Stop! Please give me a quick death. Don't you want to know who is behind me? I'll tell you, it's... Upon hearing this, Yilin unhesitatingly brought the shovel down on the grinning man's mouth, silencing him. At the same time, a flash of cold light, swift as lightning, pierced through the grinning man's temple, leaving a barely noticeable wound. The grinning man's eyes filled with blood, and he almost instantly ceased to breathe. Yilin pretended to know nothing, continuing to swing the shovel, striking the grinning man's corpse again and again. He certainly knew that someone was behind the grinning man, but that person was definitely not someone he could provoke at this moment. That was a being capable of mobilizing the entire power of Qingqing to assist him. If he were to pry into things like Huang Lidian, he would mysteriously disappear from this world within 3 days due to irresistible forces. Given his current strength, feigning ignorance was the best choice. After smashing the grinning man's body into a pile of mush, Yilin discarded the shovel and coldly spoke. Zhuge Qianqing was once my teacher. He has been kind to me. I want his final journey to be peaceful and undisturbed. If anyone insists on causing trouble, I will accompany them to the end. After all, as a forbidden spellcaster, I don't have many years left to live. I don't mind dragging everyone down with me. His words were resolute, and no one doubted Yilin's determination. Just moments ago, he had proven through his actions that he truly would do so. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. Without his eyes, the 2 black sockets on Yilin's face looked somewhat terrifying, but at this moment, the citizens of Qingcheng, gathered because of Zhuge Qianqing, showed no fear of Yilin. Instead, their gazes were filled with admiration. Some even stepped forward to support Yilin. Zhuge Ni was also helped up, and Zhuge Qianqing's ice coffin was lifted back onto the cart, everything orderly, as if nothing had happened. Only the 3 corpses lying on the ground and the 2 standing ice sculptures testify to what had just occurred. Everyone thought this farce would end here, but a sinister voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. A forbidden spellmaster is going all out? How frightening! But how many can you take down with your blinded eyes? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. That ghost-faced man actually had accomplices. A trace of despair flickered in Zhuge Ni's eyes. Could it be that her father would truly find no peace even after death? Yilin's heart also sank slightly. It shouldn't be like this. Could the mastermind truly be so powerful? One forbidden spellmaster isn't enough? Then how about adding me? Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a streak of light shot down from the sky, instantly transforming into a middle-aged beauty in a white dress, her face dark and her eyes red-rimmed. Su Qingxin. I don't care who is behind you, as long as you dare to stand up today. I, Su Qingxin, will fight you to the death. Many in the crowd gasped, surprised to see Su Qingxin. They had just seen her on television not long ago. She was a recruitment teacher from the Supreme Academy. The crowd was curious. They had clearly seen Su Qingxin and Zhuge Qianqing at odds over Yilin during a live broadcast. Why did Su Qingxin look so agitated now that Zhuge Qianqing had passed away? Well said. Zhuge Qianqing was an old friend of mine. I want to see who dares to cause trouble. An elderly man with white hair rushed over, exuding a terrifying aura, clearly another powerful transmuter. Count me in, Elder Lai. Me too. One after another, strong figures arrived, all coming to support Zhuge Qianqing. Hearing this commotion, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had said it, with Zhuge Qianqing's connections, how could anyone bully them at the funeral? If the mastermind could truly block all those coming to aid Zhuge Qianqing, it would be truly terrifying. With the protection of powerful figures like Su Qingxin, the hidden person did not appear again. Soon, the hearse started moving towards the cemetery, traveling smoothly without obstruction. In a nearby tall building, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the hearse depart. His brows revealed an air of authority, clearly cultivated from years in a high position. His gaze was deep, as if he could see into people's hearts, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes. A figure in a black robe with a rat-faced mask knelt behind this middle-aged man. Have the tiger and rabbit returned? The middle-aged man asked. Reporting to you, my lord, they have returned. There are indeed traces of the Gate of Revelation that once appeared in a valley 79 kilometers east of Qingcheng. The rat-faced masked figure emitted an electronic voice, seemingly using a voice changer, making it impossible to discern gender. The Gate of Revelation has appeared? I said, how could the esteemed Mr. Zhuge die inexplicably? The middle-aged man murmured to himself. My lord, should we continue to send people to intercept Zhuge Qianqing's hearse? The rat-faced masked figure asked. The middle-aged man rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, producing a thudding sound. No need. Su Qingxin and those people have already stepped in. Continuing this would have a negative impact. So far, neither Yilin nor Zhuge Ni seems to know about Zhuge Qianqing going to the Gate of Revelation. You only need to send people to monitor Yilin and Zhuge Ni. As for yourself, take others and search for Lingyi and Guoqin with all your might. Alive or dead, we want to see them. The cost is irrelevant. Understood. The rat-faced masked figure vanished like a ghost, leaving the middle-aged man alone in the large office. He squinted, his eyes filled with dangerous light. Zhuge Qianqing, oh Zhuge Qianqing, what exactly did you do at the Gate of Revelation? Even risking my life, Could it be that within the Gate of Revelation, there truly exists a new ancient artifact of origin? As the last handful of yellow earth was gently sprinkled, Zhuge Qianqing's funeral came to a solemn conclusion. The setting sun's afterglow was sliced into mottled golden fragments by the leaves, casting a faint glow over the freshly turned soil, draping a layer of soft radiance over the final resting place of the renowned Zhuge. As time passed, the night deepened, and the crowd of mourners gradually dispersed, leaving behind a serene and solemn atmosphere. In the end, only Yilin and Zhuge Ni remained, standing like statues before Zhuge Qianqing's grave. Zhuge Ni turned her head somewhat stiffly, looking at Yilin's blind eyes and emaciated body. Her expression was quite complex. This was all the backlash from fully unleashing the forbidden spell, which also meant that Yilin would only be able to live as a blind man from now on. Today's battle had slightly changed her impression of Yilin. This person seemed not as useless as she had imagined. Yilin, thank you for today. She took out a card from her hand, stepped forward, and pressed it into Yilin's hand. This card has a lot of money. Even if you are blind, it can ensure that you will live comfortably for the rest of your life. I, Zhuge Ni, do not like to owe others. Yilin nodded, then knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Zhuge Qianqing, stood up, folded the card in his hand, and turned to leave. The crisp sound of the card snapping made Zhuge Ni's brows furrow instantly. Yilin, what do you mean by this? Is the money not enough for you? Yes. I know you fought to the death for my father, but what I gave is enough compensation, right? Do you still want to hold a grudge for it? Yilin's body paused slightly as he spoke softly. Zhuge Ni, you are too self-righteous. What I did today was merely to repay my master's kindness. I do not need any return. In fact, from the moment we first met, I did not want to have any interaction with you. If it weren't for your father, Zhuge Qianqing, you would have long been a corpse under my hand. You should know very well that killing you is no harder than killing a chicken. Yilin's tone was light, yet it pierced Zhuge Ni's heart like a sharp knife. Yilin, what are you saying? Explain yourself, Zhuge Ni demanded. Why should I explain to you? Setting aside your father, Zhuge Qianqing, what are you, Zhuge Ni? Yilin's words left Zhuge Ni stunned, her face alternating between green and white, a sight to behold. She wanted to retort, to scold, to argue her case, but she realized that while Yilin's words were harsh, it seemed that every single one was a fact. All along, she had lived under the protection of her father, Zhuge Qianqing, and only after his death did she realize how weak her own power was, almost unable to protect her father's coffin. Losing Zhuge Qianqing, she seemed to have truly become a complete waste. At that moment, Zhuge Ni's proud self-esteem was utterly shattered. Like a lost soul, she fell to the ground in front of Zhuge Qianqing's grave, gently caressing the tombstone. Dad, did I really do something wrong? Yilin, holding a picked-up stick, groped his way out of the cemetery. Losing his sight was somewhat inconvenient, but as a forbidden spell master, if his level rapidly increased while he remained strong and healthy, it would inevitably raise others' suspicions. After today's incident, he should be able to completely sever ties with the identity of Ling Yi. When Yilin walked out of the cemetery, Ji Fu and Ji Lingyu were already waiting for him. Boss. Seeing Yilin's miserable state, Ji Lingyu couldn't help but redden his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. Why are you crying? I'm still alive, aren't I? Yilin grinned, but with those hollow eye sockets, it inevitably looked a bit eerie. He reached out and patted Ji Lingyu's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Don't cry, I'm really fine. Uncle Ji looked at Yilin with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Yilin, what are your plans next? Why not stay by my side? It would be nice to have someone to talk to, and this path of a transmigrator, it's too hard. Let's not walk it. Yilin chuckled silently. Uncle Ji meant to support him for the rest of his life. But how could Yilin agree? He was just forced to pretend to be blind for the time being, not truly blind. Uncle Ji, I appreciate your kindness, but I still want to go to university. After all, I don't have much time left to live. It would be better to go out and experience more scenery. That way, when death really comes, maybe there will be fewer regrets. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ji fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Alright, since you've made your decision, I support you. No matter where you go, the Ji family will always be your backing. On the way back, Uncle Ji also gave Yilin a card. Although Yilin didn't know how much money was on it, it shouldn't be less than the one Zhuge Ni had given him. After that, Yilin settled down comfortably in the Ji family and began to adapt to life without sight. After losing his vision, Yilin's hearing and sense of smell became much sharper, and he gradually learned to discern sounds and their locations. Just a few nights later, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yilin like a ghost. The figure moved extremely quickly and lightly, like a feather falling to the ground, but still couldn't escape Yilin's ears. Guoqin? Among the people he knew, only Guoqin had such skills. Little boss, it's me. I have to leave. Recently, a group of people has been hunting me down everywhere. I can't stay in Qingcheng any longer, or I'll be in trouble sooner or later. I need to go out and avoid the storm. Also, the identity of Ling Yi is being hunted. There are people watching you and Zhuge and I, so I can't stay alone. Be careful and take care, little boss, Guo Qin whispered, then left without a sound. Yi Lin's heart sank. He hadn't expected that even someone close to him was being monitored, and he hadn't noticed it at all. This could only mean that the person watching him was extremely powerful. Fortunately, he had been fully committed to playing the role of a blind person these past few days, without revealing any abnormalities. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem. He had originally planned to sneak out of the city to hunt monsters to quickly increase his strength through endless devouring, but now it seemed that this plan had to be temporarily shelved. However, wasting precious time like this made Yi Lin feel a bit unwilling. Yi Lin took a deep breath, waves of thought rippling in his heart. He sat quietly in the darkness, contemplating his next move. Since he had already been targeted, he couldn't act recklessly. He needed to find a safe place, a place where he could quietly develop and increase his strength. But where could he find such a place? Who knows how long that person watching him would keep an eye on him? What if it lasted for several years? Would Yi Lin really have to pretend to be blind for several years, without even leveling up? This was clearly unacceptable to Yi Lin. Just as he was struggling with these thoughts, something suddenly fell out of his Great Sumeru ring. Yi Lin was stunned. Although the Great Sumeru ring had storage functions, things couldn't come out unless he activated it himself. Yi Lin curiously reached down to feel around and quickly touched a soft, bag-like object. He immediately realized that this was the 7 silk pouches left for him by Zhuge Qianqing. Zhuge Qianqing had told him that at important junctures in his life, these pouches would automatically open. When he hesitated about whether to kill Guo Qin, the first talisman had opened. Now it was the second one. Yi Lin took a deep breath, eager to know what was inside the talisman. But there was a problem. He was blind now. Yi Lin's mouth twitched slightly, then he stuffed the talisman into the Great Sumeru ring, turned, and dashed into the bathroom, shooing away the maid who was there to serve him. He didn't believe that whoever was secretly watching him could monitor what he did in the bathroom. Once inside, Yi Lin raced against time to regenerate his eyesight. After regaining his vision, he quickly looked at the second talisman, wanting to see what Zhuge Qianqing had left for him. However, strangely, unlike the first talisman, the second one contained no words from Zhuge Qianqing, only 2 skill scrolls, and they were of the most ordinary level, not even rare skills. Teacher, what do you mean by this? Yi Lin was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be an important turning point in his life? Zhuge Qianqing only left him 2 bundles of scrolls? No. Based on his understanding of Zhuge Qianqing, his teacher would never do something meaningless. Perhaps the secret lay within these 2 ordinary skill scrolls. Yi Lin examined the 2 bundles of skill scrolls. Shadow technique. The user creates a shadow in front of them to confuse enemies. Turtle breathing technique. The user can slow their breathing rhythm until it completely stops, entering a state of apparent death. Yi Lin glanced at them, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The shadow technique was decent. For assassins and warriors, this skill was somewhat useful. As for the turtle breathing technique, entering a state of apparent death wasn't bad. If he couldn't defeat an enemy, he could play dead. But the problem was that this skill had a wind-up. He had to control his breathing rhythm for a while to enter the state of apparent death, which was quite troublesome. Fortunately, Yi Lin had a second job talent, the ultimate sublimation. Teacher, did you even foresee my second job talent? Yi Lin murmured, directly activating the turtle breathing technique. If all went well, these 2 skills upgraded into a forbidden spell should be very useful to him. Job talent ultimate sublimation activated. Turtle breathing technique has been enhanced to great nothingness technique. Forbidden spell? Great nothingness technique. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices a piece of their own bone every minute, entering a state of nothingness, achieving complete invisibility. This forbidden spell will fail when an attack is made or when the caster is hit. Watching his body gradually become transparent and then completely disappear, a hint of amazement appeared in Yi Lin's eyes. With this forbidden spell, he could indeed silently escape from the person watching him. However, this was also useless. If the watcher noticed Yi Lin had disappeared, it would only bring him greater trouble. It seemed the answer might lie in the second bundle of skill scrolls. Yi Lin believed that Zhuge Qianqing would never act without purpose. Yi Lin directly activated the shadow technique. Job talent ultimate sublimation activated. Shadow technique has been enhanced to 1 chi transforming 3 purities. Forbidden spell? 1 chi transforming 3 purities. The forbidden spellcaster loses half of their lifespan, creating a clone that is completely identical to their current self with a maximum of 3 clones existing simultaneously. Note, when a clone dies, the main body is unaffected. When the main body dies, the clones disappear. As a mass of flesh continuously formed before him, Yi Lin saw an identical version of himself appear. This clone was indistinguishable from the real him. except it wasn't wearing clothes and lacked the great Sumeru ring and other equipment. Even the level and other attributes were the same as his own. Yilin was initially curious about how to control his clone after it appeared, but now he realized that having an extra clone was no different from extending a part of his flesh and blood. He only needed to think, and the clone would respond accordingly. Yilin's breathing suddenly quickened. He knew it. He knew that Zhuge Qianqing could not have deceived him. The combination of the Great Void technique and the One Qi transforming into three purities could perfectly resolve the predicament he faced. First, he would use the One Qi transforming into three purities to leave a clone at the Ji family to continue wandering, making the person secretly monitoring him believe he was still there, while his main body would use the Great Void technique to slip away, changing his face with a disguise to hunt monsters. How wonderful would that be? Without hesitation, Yilin stripped off all his clothes and put them on the clone. To make it more realistic, he even took off the Yin-Yang twin birth bracelet and the Emperor Dragon's Rui ring and gave them to the clone. After this operation, the clone was now identical to the original Yilin, except for the fact that it was not immortal. Perfect. Yilin nodded in satisfaction, then paused for a moment. Wait, almost forgot this. Yilin reached out and popped out the clone's eyeballs, flushing them down the toilet. He had regenerated his eyeballs just to check the pouch, so the clone had eyes too, and now it was no problem. Yilin controlled the clone to push the door and walk out, while he activated the shadow technique, completely entering an invisible state. The clone walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and murmured, "Open the balcony door, I want to feel the breeze." "Okay, young Master Yi." Two maids in black stockings immediately opened the balcony door for the clone, and at that moment, Yilin's main body slipped out. With the Great Void technique in effect, despite the many people in the Ji family, none could detect Yilin's presence. Yilin's main body did not rush to leave but closely watched the clone's movements. He controlled the clone to step onto the balcony, enjoying the night breeze. Soon after, Yilin sensed a subtle change before him. A faint shadow, like a ghost, appeared on the wall on the other side of the balcony, making no sound at all. Yilin's heart stirred. He knew this was the person secretly monitoring him. If he hadn't tricked this person with the two forbidden spells, Yilin might not have even discovered where this person was hiding. Just as Yilin was staring at the figure, the shadow suddenly lifted its head, and its sinister gaze met Yilin's. Yilin's expression changed drastically, and he froze in place. Had he been discovered? He held his breath, not daring to move an inch. Fortunately, after staring in Yilin's direction for a while, the shadow murmured to itself and withdrew its gaze. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Yilin let out a sigh of relief. It turned out the shadow hadn't noticed him, just subconsciously felt something was off. It seemed the invisibility effect of the Great Void technique was quite effective. With the clone at the Ji family holding the fort, Yilin could finally relax and focus on leveling up. Teacher, you are truly like 10 big black cows and a little cow staying at a hotel, absolutely amazing. On his way, Yilin couldn't help but marvel at Zhuge Qianqing's foresight, as he had even predicted the kind of predicament Yilin would encounter. Relying on the invisibility effect of the Great Void technique, Yilin first went to get a new set of clothes, then slipped into a secluded area to change and put on a disguise. With that, he transformed and acquired a brand new identity. From now on, the skills I use should also be unified, so let's go with ice magic. There are more ice magic scrolls, so from now on, I am an ice mage. Yilin categorized all the ice-type skill scrolls in the Great Shumi ring together. With a second profession talent that had been fully elevated, Yilin could easily disguise himself as a job changer of another profession. How should one put it? The power of ice-type skills is a bit greater, which is quite reasonable, right? After completing his preparations, Yilin activated the Great Void technique and arrived at the edge of the city wall, then made a spatial leap to the outside of the city. Breathing in the foul air outside the city, Yilin felt an indescribable sense of comfort. From now on, it was truly a world where the sky was high for birds to fly and the sea was vast for fish to leap. However, Yilin did not rush to kill monsters. Instead, he continuously activated spatial leaps, creating a distance of over 100 kilometers from Qingcheng before officially starting his leveling journey. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Yilin looked in the direction of the sound and gradually saw a hideous-looking monster. It was on all fours, its fur as black as asphalt, with a pair of crimson eyes flashing with ferocity, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, drool dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound, exuding a strong stench. "What a cute little dog, come here." Woof woof woof. Yilin was in a great mood at the moment, even having the leisure to flirt with the monster. Sensing Yilin's provocation, the dog-like monster let out a low growl, then suddenly pushed off the ground with its limbs and pounced towards Yilin. "If you do that, I might just start cooking you with ginger and garlic." Yilin smirked, flicking his fingers as a cold aura instantly spread out. Ice Blade technique. At the moment of release, the Ice Blade technique was sublimated into the forbidden spell Frost Sorrow. A massive blade made of pure ice crystals formed in the air, sharp and unmatched, exuding a chilling aura. This blade seemed to be sculpted from the purest ice in the world, crystal clear, radiating a faint blue light. In the instant Yilin flicked his fingers, the ice sword whistled out with a piercing cold, directly aimed at the hideous monster. The ferocity in the monster's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by terror and despair, and it finally realized what it had provoked. The monster whimpered, trying to escape, but as soon as it turned, a chill that seemed to come from the depths of the underworld completely froze it. The ice sword sliced down without obstruction, splitting the monster's body in two, the ice crystals shattering into a cloud of frost, while the monster's corpse became two ice sculptures. Yilin then activated Endless Devour. Devoured level 32 Ordinary Monster *1, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increased lifespan by 125 years, gained 320 experience points, increased strength attribute by 5 points, agility attribute by 1 point, spirit attribute by 1 point. Although he lacked the Emperor Dragon's Wish Ring and the Yin-Yang Twin Bracelet, Yilin's combat power at this moment was certainly not something ordinary monsters below level 50 could contend with. That day, the monsters over 100 kilometers away from Qingcheng once again recalled the fear of being slaughtered by humans. Devoured level 36 Ordinary Monster *1, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increased lifespan by 360 years, gained 360 experience points, increased strength attribute by 7 points, agility attribute by 2 points, spirit attribute by 1 point. Devoured level 37 Ordinary Monster *1, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals. Increased lifespan by 245 years, gained 370 experience points, increased strength attribute by 5 points, agility attribute by 1 point, spirit attribute by 3 points. Under the effect of Endless Devour, Yilin's experience points kept rising, and even his three-dimensional attributes were continuously increasing. Moreover, the various energies his body required were constantly replenished, making him feel no fatigue at all, as if he were a perpetual motion machine, crazily slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Yilin couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. No wonder ancient artifacts always triggered a series of terrifying wars whenever they appeared. The existence of such things was truly too defiant against the heavens. This seems a bit slow, Yilin murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Yilin's level had already risen to level 29. Gaining a level in 3 days, especially without a high-level team and completely soloing, was already astonishing, but Yilin was still not quite satisfied. In that case, forbidden spell? 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Yilin directly unleashed the forbidden spell, sacrificing 3/4 of his lifespan to successfully summon 2 clones. 1 chi transforming into 3 pure ones could summon up to 3 clones, but one had to stay behind to mislead others, so Yilin could only summon 2 clones for now. However, when he saw the faces of the clones, the corners of Yilin's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. The faces of these 2 clones looked just like his own. After all, clones couldn't wear any illusionary masks. With such a face, encountering people would likely lead to trouble, as Yilin's face was quite recognizable nationwide as the top scholar. Thinking of this, Yilin conjured an ice blade and began to modify the faces of the 2 clones. In an instant, blood flowed freely, and soon the 2 clones were completely disfigured, becoming terrifying to behold. Their faces were covered with various scars from knife cuts and axe blows, with knife-like brows and eyes, a knife-like nose, knife-like lips, and a knife-like jawline. This is about right. Yilin nodded in satisfaction. If these 2 clones were placed in a domineering CEO novel, they would definitely be the standard model for a domineering president. After finishing the modifications on the clones' faces, Yilin looked towards a low-level magical creature not far away that was munching on leaves. Today it dares to eat leaves, tomorrow it will dare to eat people. Go, take it down. Yilin commanded the clones to charge at the magical creature. The creature sensed a human approaching. It was a corrupted hammer dragon. Although it was herbivorous, its strength was no joke. Seeing Yilin's clone rushing towards it, the corrupted hammer dragon stopped eating and turned around, swinging its tail with great force. That scaly tail swept through the air like an iron whip. However, even though Yilin's clone had no equipment, it was still a level 29 forbidden spellcaster. Facing the attack of the corrupted hammer dragon, the clone activated instant dance and dodged directly, then raised its hand to unleash an ice-type forbidden spell, Frostmourne. A massive ice sword fell from the sky, directly slaying the magical creature. Is that so? It seems my guess was correct, Yilin murmured to himself. When the clone killed the magical creature, the main body would not gain any experience points. However, if the clones could gain experience points from slaying magical creatures, then 3 clones would mean an additional 3 times the monster slaying and leveling speed, which would be too defiant against the heavens. One chi transforming into 3 pure ones couldn't even be considered a forbidden spell. It could be regarded as celestial magic. However, for Yilin, it didn't matter whether the clones provided experience points or not, as long as the magical creature's corpse remained. Yilin stepped forward and activated Endless Devour on the corpse of the corrupted hammer dragon. Devoured one level 33 ordinary magical creature, gaining moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increased lifespan by 666 years, gain 330 experience points, increased strength attribute by 4 points, agility attribute by 1 point, and spirit attribute by 2 points. After devouring the corrupted hammer dragon, the concentration of Yilin's dragon bloodline instantly doubled. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0.00002%, effect unknown. A hint of surprise appeared in Yilin's eyes. It seemed that his plan was feasible. Let the two clones hunt monsters alongside him, while he uses endless devouring to consume the corpses of the monsters killed by the clones. This way, his leveling speed would surely increase significantly. Yilin gave the two clones several ice-type skill scrolls, and then with a thought, the two clones immediately dashed off in opposite directions. His main body also swept forward. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to sharpen a sword, 5 years to hone half of it. In this three-person cooperative mode, Yilin's already terrifying speed received another significant boost. Devoured a level 29 ordinary monster *1, gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, increased lifespan by 85 years, gained 290 experience points, increased strength attribute by 3 points, agility attribute by 3 points, mental attribute by 1 point. Devoured a level 38 ordinary monster *1, gained water, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increased lifespan by 15 years, gained 380 experience points, increased strength attribute by 9 points, agility attribute by 2 points, mental attribute by 2 points. Endless devouring quickly decomposed one monster corpse after another. This terrifying speed of enhancement made Yilin unable to hide his surprise. 3 days later, Yilin's level increased again, reaching level 30. It is known that the experience required to level up from 29 to 30 is greater than that from 28 to 29, yet he completed the upgrade in just 3 days. At this rate, if he focused on grinding for a month, Yilin could at least reach level 35. Still too slow. Even though the leveling speed was already so fast, Yilin was still somewhat dissatisfied. If he continued at this pace, even if he didn't eat or drink and kept grinding, it would take him at least a few years to reach level 90 or above. This is assuming the experience required for leveling up doesn't increase. Ultimately, the monsters near Qingqing were too weak and too few, scattered in distribution, and it was also hard to find monsters above level 40. As for high-level monsters, he couldn't find any at all. Moreover, the clones couldn't continuously help him hunt monsters, as the clones created through the chi transformation into 3 purities were not immortal. Once he cast too many forbidden spells, the clones would die outside. Yilin had tried using endless devouring to consume the corpses of the clones, but the devoured clones could only provide him with lifespan, nothing else. This left Yilin somewhat disappointed. If only the clones could provide experience points, since his lifespan was infinite anyway. He then began to ponder whether there were faster ways to level up. However, after careful consideration, he couldn't come up with a better method. After all, he was just a solitary individual, and apart from the G family, he had no powerful class-changing forces behind him. Besides money, he had nothing. This limited Yilin's operational space significantly. Sigh, if only I were the emperor of the Great Xia. With a single command, I could have all the class changers in the Great Xia hunt monsters for me and deliver the monster corpses to me. Wouldn't that be wonderful? In that case, I could probably level up in just 1 day. Yilin chuckled self-deprecatingly, but then, he suddenly realized that this idea might actually have potential. Although he wasn't the emperor of the Great Xia, he could buy monster corpses with money. Generally speaking, monster corpses were useless to combat class changers. But for life class professionals, monster corpses were incredibly useful. Because for professions like blacksmiths, alchemists, and alchemists, monster corpses could provide many materials for skill training. Therefore, many combat class professionals would drag the monster corpses back to the class changer guild after hunting them and sell them to the guild. There are also lifestyle professionals in the Transmigrators Guild who post tasks, offering a hefty sum for materials from certain magical creatures. Could I do the same? Yilin realized he had discovered a way. Without hesitation, he returned to Qingcheng, swapped identities with his clone, and went to ask Uncle G for money. To avoid leaving traces, Yilin didn't ask for a bank card but requested gold instead. Gold is small in volume and easier to carry than cash, a gold nugget the size of a fingernail could be worth tens of thousands. Although Uncle G didn't know what Yilin wanted the gold for, since it was the kind of money he had plenty of, he naturally wouldn't refuse. How much do you need? Uncle G asked straightforwardly. I only need 30 million, Yilin replied honestly. Uncle G, upon hearing this, picked up his coffee and said solemnly, You're still young, 30 million isn't enough. How about 300 million? That way, you won't have to worry for a lifetime. 300 million? 300 million is too much, Uncle G. Drawing such a large sum at once could raise suspicions, right? Plus, this money needs to be kept confidential. No one can know it was given to me, or we could both get into trouble, Yilin frowned. Uncle G's brow furrowed tightly, then slowly relaxed. Don't worry, it's not much, and it will definitely be kept confidential. No one else will know you received such a large sum. As he spoke, Uncle G opened his reinforced safe. The moment the safe opened, Yilin realized that it was indeed poverty that limited his imagination. Even his face was reflected in a golden hue. Inside the safe, there were 2 layers. The upper layer was filled with 4 papers, seemingly important documents, while the lower layer was neatly stacked with rows upon rows of gold bars, making Yilin's breath quicken. He had thought Uncle G was wealthy, but he never expected it to be to this extent. Without a word, Uncle G began to move the gold bars out, and Yilin immediately helped. Soon, the safe was emptied, leaving only an empty vault. In front of Yilin, a pile of gold had already stacked up to his calves. I haven't counted how much gold there is, but it should be around 200 to 300 million. I have a habit of collecting gold, Uncle G said, sweating profusely. Yilin couldn't help but marvel. Gold was indeed valuable. If it were 200 or 300 million in cash, he probably wouldn't even be able to fit it all in his big sumi ring. With a wave of his hand, Yilin stored all the gold in the big sumi ring. Thank you, Uncle G. Consider this money as a loan from you. I will pay you back in the future, Yilin said sincerely. What thanks or loan? If I hear you say those words again, I might get angry. Uncle G frowned. If we really want to talk about it, I should be thanking you. After Kensen died, a big piece of the cake became available. Since everyone thought I was the one who killed Kensen, no one dared to compete with me for that piece. With the G Group swallowing up various businesses before Kensen, our assets have skyrocketed, even reaching 3 times the original amount. Yilin, having you as my blessing. Yilin scratched his head, not expecting there to be so many intricacies involved. Alright, I won't say any more polite words. Rest assured, as long as I, Yilin, have a meal, you'll have a bowl to wash. I'm off. Uncle G was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but shake his head. You little rascal. After bidding farewell to Uncle G, Yilin returned to the restroom to swap identities with his clone again, then headed straight to the Transmigrators Guild. The deaths of Wang Lichuan and Chen Kai, the president and vice president, seemed to have had no impact on the Qingcheng Transmigrators Guild. The entrance was still bustling with people. Yilin walked in and approached the counter in the task area. Hello, I want to post a task. Hello, a man with a long face smiled at the counter. May I ask what task you would like to post? Recycling monster corpses, Yilin said. Alright, may I ask what price you are prepared to offer for the recycling? The man with the horse-like face inquired politely. What is the current normal recycling price? Yilin asked. Sir, that depends on the level and type of the monster. Normally, a level 10 monster corpse is about 300,000 each. For special monsters, like the golden armored rhinoceros, it would cost more, roughly 450,000, the man explained. What about those above level 20? Yilin pressed on. Level 20 is a bit more expensive, around 800,000, and for a level 30 monster corpse, it's about 2 million, the man kindly explained. I understand now. Yilin nodded and then said, for a level 10 monster corpse, I will buy it for 400,000, for a level 20 monster corpse, I will buy it for 900,000, for a level 30 monster corpse, I will buy it for 2,100,000. To put it simply, whatever the market price is, I will offer 100,000 more. The man with the horse-like face was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was a wealthy client. No problem, would you mind stepping this way? Our Adventurers Guild needs to verify your funds first. The man led Yilin to a private, enclosed lounge, and then Yilin took out all the gold from his great Sumuro ring. The moment the gold was revealed, the man's breath caught in his throat. The impact of so much gold was akin to a forbidden spell. The man's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and then he picked up a gold ingot and bit into it. When he saw a tooth mark appear on the ingot, he instantly became excited. Sir, for posting a task, our Adventurers Guild charges a 1% handling fee. Is that alright with you? That's fine, I'll leave everything to you. I want as many monster corpses as you have. I will come to collect once every 3 days, Yilin nodded. No problem, leave it to me. The man was extremely excited. The commission from this deal would be enough for 10 years' worth of salary. May I ask how you would like to be addressed, sir? Lu. All right, Mr. Lu, I will go post the task right away. The man was so excited that he nearly tripped as he left. Soon, a new task appeared in the Adventurers Guild of Qingcheng. Unlimited recycling of monster corpses, level 1 to 4 monster corpses, 100,000 each, level 5 to 8, 200,000 each, level 9 to 12, 400,000 each, level 37 to 40, 5 million each. The moment this task was posted, the task hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by the exaggerated recycling prices. It should be noted that level 1 to 4 monster corpses normally only go for 30 to 40,000 each, only live captures could sell for over 100,000. But now, dead ones are also worth 100,000? Killing monsters and dragging their corpses back is much easier than capturing them alive. Moreover, not only level 1 to 4 monster corpses, but even those of other levels were priced significantly higher than normal. The instant the task appeared, many people rushed to the task hall to verify the authenticity of the task with the Adventurers Guild staff. When they received confirmation that the task was indeed real, all the adventurers were stirred up, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for money. 1 hour after the task was posted, the task hall was packed, bustling with people, the crowding comparable to a popular tourist spot during holidays. 3 hours after the task was posted, the entrance of Qingcheng was overflowing with people, all of whom were adventurers, leaving the soldiers guarding the city pale with fear. They almost thought that the adventurers of Qingcheng were about to start a riot. After understanding, I realized that these people were all going out of the city to complete tasks. Upon hearing this news, the Lord of Qingcheng, Hu Wang, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He had been the Lord for so long, yet it was the first time he had seen the enthusiasm of the job changers in Qingcheng for completing tasks so high. Is this what they call the power of money? Let them be. This trend won't last long. With that kind of price for recovering monster corpses, no amount of money will be enough to burn. Hu Wang waved his hand generously, not bothering to pay attention to the matter. A real big shot had come to Qingcheng these past few days, and he had no time to care about what the job changers were doing. It was far more important to entertain the big shot. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After Yi Lin's monster corpse recovery task was released, some were happy while others were worried. As the combat profession job changers in Qingcheng excitedly rushed out of the city to complete tasks, the life profession job changers sighed and complained. Damn it! Which prodigal son is this? What does he need so many monster corpses for? I haven't seen a single monster corpse these past few days. How can I forge without materials? Who isn't? I originally wanted to see if I could advance from a senior alchemist to a master alchemist, but I can't buy any monster materials these days. His price is too high. What normal person would use that price to recover monster corpses? It's a loss. Originally, the combat profession would hunt monsters, sell the materials from the monsters to them, and they would then make equipment or potions to sell to the combat profession. This was a healthy cycle, but now, once Yi Lin's task was released, they couldn't get any materials unless they were willing to pay like Yi Lin. Many blacksmiths, alchemists, and potion makers were grinding their teeth in anger. Wasn't this nonsense? They had to think of a way to solve it. Since they couldn't solve the problem, they would solve the person who raised the problem. At this moment, Yi Lin had once again arrived at the Job Changers Guild, as today was the day he came to collect monster corpses. As soon as he saw him, the horse-faced man's eyes lit up. Mr. Lu, this way please. The horse-faced man led Yi Lin to a huge warehouse, and at his gesture, the warehouse security immediately opened the large door. The moment the warehouse opened, a visible chill rushed out. The interior of the warehouse was dim and cold, contrasting sharply with the sunny weather outside. High shelves were piled with all kinds of monster corpses, some already cleaned, while others still bore frozen bloodstains. Even though the temperature was extremely low, a faint stench of decay lingered in the air, intertwining with the cold air, making it uncomfortable when it entered the nostrils. Mr. Lu, these are all the monster corpses received in the past 3 days. Please see if you are satisfied, the horse-faced man said, seeking praise. You even found a cold storage. That's thoughtful. Yi Lin nodded and stepped inside. Close the door for me. Close it? The horse-faced man was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. Okay, no problem. Although he didn't know why Yi Lin wanted to do this, it was the intention of the money master, so he just needed to follow without asking why. It was like someone directly transferring 5 million to your account and asking you to run naked. Would you even ask why? As the cold storage door slowly closed, Yi Lin couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Indeed, many hands make light work. If he relied only on himself and 2 avatars, he wouldn't be able to gather so many monster corpses in 3 days, let alone 3 months. Although the levels of these monsters were not high, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change. A $1 coin, when accumulated in large numbers, could also buy a car or a house. After checking and confirming that there were no surveillance cameras in this cold storage, Yilin immediately activated Endless Devour and began to feast. Devour 1 level 2 ordinary monster, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 10 years, gain 20 experience points, increase strength attribute by 1 point. Devour 1 level 8 ordinary monster, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline. Increase lifespan by 16 years, gain 80 experience points, increase strength attribute by 2 points, agility attribute by 1 point. Devour 1 level 5 ordinary monster, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, and minerals. Increase lifespan by 15 years, gain 50 experience points, increase agility attribute by 1 point. One by one, the corpses of the monsters were decomposed and devoured. After half an hour, all the monster corpses in the cold storage had been completely consumed, and Yilin's level had successfully risen to level 32. It should be noted that when he entered the Gate of Apocalypse, Yilin was only level 25. In just over half a month, he had risen from level 25 to level 32. If this leveling speed were to spread, who knows how many people would be left in shock. Perhaps throughout the entire history of humanity, there has never been such a shocking leveling speed. Yilin was even more convinced that mobilizing all the job changers in Qingqing to hunt monsters for him was indeed the right decision. After calming his excited emotions, Yilin had the man with the horse face open the large door of the cold storage and walked out. When he saw the empty cold storage, the man with the horse face was stunned. So many monster corpses had just disappeared? As if sensing the man's confusion, Yilin shook the large storage ring in his hand. No need to be surprised, I've stored them all in my storage ring. The man with the horse face showed a look of realization, and then his gaze towards Yilin added a hint of envy. Equipment with storage functions is not cheap, and storage gear large enough to rival a cold storage has an astronomical price. No wonder he could take out so much money to buy monster corpses. Let's go. Yilin burped. Mr. Lu, take care, the man with the horse face said respectfully. Just after leveling up, Yilin happily left the Job Changers Guild, but after walking a short distance, his brow slightly raised. He was being followed. The mental power of a forbidden spellmaster should not be underestimated. Unless the other party was particularly skilled in stealth or had mental power superior to Yilin's, he would usually notice if someone was following him right away. He didn't make a fuss but quietly left the city, even thoughtfully finding a secluded place that looked like a perfect spot for murder and robbery. Sure enough, 2 men, one tall and one short, instantly blocked Yilin's path. You're the one who posted the task to collect a large number of monster corpses, right? Someone has paid to buy your life, the tall man said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yilin raised an eyebrow. How much did they pay you? Tell me who they are, and I'll give you double. Bargaining when death is imminent? If we kill you, your money will all be ours. The tall man wore a mocking smile. At this moment, the shorter man had already made a bold move. Why waste words with him? Look at his aura, his level is about the same as ours. If we kill him, we need to hurry to the 79th secret realm of Qingcheng. That's a new secret realm. There might be good stuff there. A cold glint slashed towards Yilin's throat. The short man was clearly an assassin-type profession, and his level was not low, probably around level 30. Yilin sighed helplessly. He had just leveled up twice today and was in a good mood, not wanting to kill anyone. Why did they have to force him? Frost spell. Just as the cold light in the short man's hand was about to touch Yilin's throat, an extreme chill suddenly erupted, rapidly spreading outwards from Yilin's center. The short man felt a wave of cold air rushing towards him, and then his body began to freeze at a visible speed. The tall man, seeing this, changed his expression drastically, but before he could escape, the extreme chill froze him along with the short man. In an instant, 2 ice sculptures appeared before and behind Yilin. Apart from their heads, the bodies of the tall man and the short man were completely frozen, their eyes filled with terror. Only then did they realize what a terrifying existence they had provoked. Alright, now we can talk properly, right? Tell me, who sent you here, and what is this secret realm? No. 79 foot you just mentioned? Yilin asked with a friendly face. The tall man and the short man were trembling, and no one dared to say anything more. Hurry up, whoever speaks up first gets to live, Yilin said sternly. This shout instantly startled the 2 men awake, and the tall man quickly shouted, I spoke up. I really spoke up. What the hell is inflamed? Yilin frowned, somewhat confused. The tall man's face turned red, a bit embarrassed as he said, I went to wash my feet earlier and didn't wear anything, so I got infected and inflamed. Yilin, I told you to speak up. I didn't ask if you were inflamed. Yilin was almost laughing in anger. He had never seen anyone so crazy. He even felt a bit reluctant to kill these 2. Oh. The short man was the first to react, cautiously asking, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Of course, don't worry, if I lie to you, I'll chop off my own head." Yilin patted his chest and assured him. The short man finally breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke. "The ones who hired us to kill you are a few life system professionals from Qingcheng. They think the task you posted is disrupting the market." "Names?" Yilin pressed. "Senior blacksmith Yin Xiang, Senior alchemist Yuningfa, Senior alchemist Zhou Heping." The short man didn't hesitate to sell out his employers. "Alright, I've noted that down. Now, what's this secret realm No. 79 you just mentioned?" Yilin continued to ask. "Secret realm No. 79 is a new secret realm that suddenly appeared a few days ago, not far from Qingcheng, located 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng. I don't know much else, but every time a new secret realm appears, there are usually a lot of good things." The short man was shivering from the cold but still answered Yilin's questions very seriously. Upon hearing this, Yilin began to ponder whether he should go to secret realm No. 79 or not. Perhaps he should go. After all, there had been many job changers hunting monsters around Qingcheng recently, and the number of monsters had decreased significantly. Moreover, he had just collected monster corpses from the Job Changer Guild, and the next time he could collect them would be 3 days later. 3 days would be enough time to visit a secret realm. "Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" The short man's teeth were chattering from the cold. He really couldn't stand it anymore. "Let you go? How could such words come out of your mouth?" Yilin's mind moved, and then the ice crystals began to freeze again, spreading towards the faces of the tall man and the short man. "You are untrustworthy, going back on your word. You are shameless." The short man's eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Upon hearing this, Yilin instantly became displeased. "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin conjured an ice blade, gently slicing around his neck, and detached his own head. The wound had just appeared and was frozen, not even a drop of blood had flowed. "I am a man of my word. Once I say something, it's as hard to retract as it is to chase a horse after the words have left my mouth. I said, if I deceive you, chop off my head. Look, it's done." Watching Yilin, who could still speak even after having his head removed, the tall man rolled his eyes back and fainted on the spot. The short man, though not fainting, looked no better. His jaw was clattering wildly, whether from the cold or fear, it was hard to tell. By the time Yilin put his head back on, the two men had already turned into ice sculptures. With a gentle snap of his fingers, they turned into 2 clouds of icy powder, dissipating into the air. "Alright, let's go to the 79th secret realm." Along the way, Yilin encountered many teams hunting magical beasts, which filled him with great relief. It seemed that in 3 days, his level would surely rise again. As night fell, the stars dotted the sky, and Yilin arrived 30 kilometers north of Qingcheng. The entrance to the 79th secret realm resembled a massive black vortex, constantly exhaling a dark aura. Yilin could feel a powerful force emanating from within. At that moment, many job changers had gathered at the entrance, discussing among themselves, "What exactly is in this secret realm? Why hasn't anyone come out?" "Yeah, the first batch that went in has been inside for almost 2 days without a peep. I'm waiting for someone to come out before I go in. Who knows if it's a death trap? There will be other secret realms. Everyone only has one life." Many of those gathered were hoping to let others scout ahead. Not all secret realms were suitable for job changers to level up and increase their strength. This secret realm was called the 79th because it was the 79th secret realm to appear near Qingcheng. Leaving the 79th secret realm aside, almost half of the other 78 secret realms were death traps. Entering meant death. Some of those realms had extremely high temperatures, turning flesh to ash the moment one stepped inside. Others had extremely low temperatures, freezing job changers into ice sculptures upon entry. Some were filled with poisonous gas, while others contained lethal radiation. These were all discovered by previous bold job changers who had risked their lives. Therefore, whenever a new secret realm opened, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th central hospitals in Qingcheng would send ambulances to the entrance to seize business. Job changers were not short on money. A single high-level job changer transaction could sustain a hospital's revenue for a month. The 79th secret realm had just opened 2 days ago, and since then, no one who entered had come out. Who knew if it would also be a death trap? Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, the black vortex at the entrance suddenly became transparent. Through the transparent vortex, everyone saw a dazzling light, within which seemed to be a faintly rotating object. As everyone held their breath, staring intently at the object, suddenly, the light at the center of the vortex erupted, shining brilliantly as if a blazing sun had risen from the depths of the earth, forcing everyone to close their eyes. When the light slightly dimmed, and everyone cautiously opened their eyes again, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A long staff floated in the light, its body swirling with colorful radiance, as if it contained the purest power of the universe. At the top of the staff was a transparent crystal gem, engraved with ancient runes, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it could lead all beings into an unknown world. The crowd gathered at the entrance was utterly shocked, staring blankly at the suddenly appeared staff, unable to utter a single word. What a terrifying aura! That staff can't be a divine artifact, can it? Someone in the crowd murmured softly. This sentence was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring the crowd into a frenzy. Following that, many of the onlooking job changers surged toward the entrance of the 79th secret realm like locusts. The divine artifact is mine. Whoever tries to take it from me, I'll kill them. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Killers can be killed by anyone. Such treasures naturally belong to the virtuous. Martial virtue is also virtue. A job changer's muscles bulged as he slowly formed the character for virtue. The sudden change at the entrance of the 79th secret realm drove all the job changers mad. Human greed is endless. The moment that staff appeared, their rationality was instantly cast aside. After all, that staff could very well be the legendary artifact that could destroy the world. Wealth and honor come from danger. If one could seize that staff, what was there to worry about not achieving great things? Watching the many job changers rush into the 79th secret realm like they had gone mad, Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a vague feeling that this was likely a trap. After all, if there really was a divine artifact in this secret realm, how could it fall into the hands of these small fry like them? The true strong ones must have arrived long ago. Just as Yilin hesitated about whether to enter, a very pleasant voice rang out. Brother, you also noticed something's off about this secret realm? A crew-cut man appeared beside Yilin. Even with a crew cut, it was hard to hide his exquisite features and handsome face. Yilin glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brows, and took half a step back. Why are you cross-dressing as a man? How did you tell I was cross-dressing? Xia Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted at his words. She had clearly changed into boy's clothes, hadn't put on makeup, and had even shaved her long hair. She had checked herself in the mirror several times, confirming she looked completely like a tomboy before leaving. Yet the first person she encountered outside immediately recognized her as a girl disguised as a boy? First, unless a boy's lips are chapped, they wouldn't wear such thick lipstick. Yilin pointed at Xia Xiaoxiao's lips, which were as red as if smeared with lard. Second, you know to change into boy's clothes and shave your head, but you didn't think to hide such a big pair of assets? If you're not a girl disguised as a boy, then you're a she-male. Yilin pointed at Xia Xiaoxiao's ample bosom. Xia Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. She realized how poor her disguise was. No wonder everyone had been looking at her strangely along the way. Damn it! She had long been accustomed to those things being there. How could she think to hide them? Yilin shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. He vaguely felt that this woman's brain seemed even less useful than Zhugani's. He didn't want to provoke another brainless woman. Wait! Don't go! Seeing Yilin about to leave, Xia Xiaoxiao quickly blocked his path. I see you're quite clever. How about we team up to enter the 79th secret realm? If I'm not mistaken, there should be demons in this secret realm. Only demons would use such tricks to lure humans in. Ordinary monsters don't have that kind of intelligence, Xia Xiaoxiao said earnestly. Demons? Yilin paused slightly, recalling the demon man he had encountered in the top scholar's secret realm, Galahad. Demons were indeed powerful. If he could devour a few demons with endless consumption. Yilin's heart raced, and he immediately decided to enter the 79th secret realm. However, he didn't want to team up with a woman who cross-dressed and didn't know how to hide her assets, so he coldly intended to leave. At this moment, Xia Xiaoxiao spoke again. I can offer you benefits. Sorry, the education I've received since childhood doesn't support me doing such things. You've got the wrong person. Yilin continued walking. An epic level equipment. The moment Xia Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, Yilin instantly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head with a cold expression, then suddenly broke into a smile. You really know how to pick them. He scoffed at women who were not smart, but he was drawn to wealthy women who lacked intelligence. Lu Ruan once said that even if you hate someone, when they send you money, the corners of your mouth will still involuntarily rise. May I ask how to address you? By the way, is that epic level equipment available now? Yilin asked in succession. You can just call me Xiao Xiao, Xia Xiaoxiao replied. As for the epic level equipment, what type do you want? A ring? A necklace? Or a sword? Hiss. Yilin gasped in surprise upon hearing this. You can choose the type? This is a real wealthy woman. When did Qingcheng have such a rich lady? Why hadn't he heard Guoqin mention it? Didn't Guoqin say he knew all about the wealthy women in Qingcheng? You see, Yilin only had one piece of epic level equipment, a crimson flame staff, which he had pulled out from the belly of a treasure-hunting golden toad. Although epic level equipment is worth tens of millions, it is often priced but not available in the market, very few people would take epic level equipment out to exchange for money. Otherwise, Yi Lin would have asked his uncle Ji to use his cash ability to help him exchange all his equipment for epic level ones. I'm an ice mage, just give me whatever you think is suitable. I won't be picky, Yi Lin said, rubbing his hands and chuckling. Ice mage? That's perfect. I actually have one that suits you. Xia Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, then waved her hand, and a box appeared in her palm, its surface adorned with silver patterns, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. This move made Yi Lin squint. Equipment with storage functions? This girl really is wealthy. Xia Xiaoxiao opened the box, revealing its contents, a crystal-clear bracelet, embedded with one blue gem after another, resembling eternal blue ice, emanating a faint chill. This is the Heart of Ice Crystal, an epic-level bracelet. Xia Xiaoxiao handed the Heart of Ice Crystal to Yi Lin. Yi Lin took the box and felt a wave of cold air seep through his palm, as if ice and snow were dancing at his fingertips. Heart of Ice Crystal level, epic attribute, mental power amplification 60%, can be refined, skill, absolute 0. The wearer expands a field that approaches absolute 0 centered on themselves, increasing the power of ice skills cast within this field by 100%. It actually has a field skill? After reading the description of the Heart of Ice Crystal, Yi Lin couldn't help but be astonished. Field-type skills were extremely rare. After all, for mages, the difference in the battlefield has a significant impact on their combat power. For instance, if two mages of equal strength, one fire and one ice, were to fight at a volcano, the fire mage would definitely win. But with the existence of a field skill, the impact of the battlefield on the mage can be minimized. This Heart of Ice Crystal, even among epic-level equipment, is considered a standout. Such equipment, and Xia Xiaoxiao actually said she would just give it away? What more incredible items could she have? Yi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. He had already entertained thoughts of killing and robbing. Just as Yi Lin was about to make a move, he seemed to suddenly remember something and abruptly halted. Extremely wealthy, possessing numerous resources, with extensive knowledge, yet lacking common sense and even appearing a bit foolish, this was clearly a second-generation heir who had long resided in a privileged environment. It's like a rich young master not knowing how much a starch sausage costs, 3 for 2. Such a person definitely cannot exist in a small county like Qingcheng. Coupled with the fact that at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral, there was a mysterious figure that made the entire Qingqing Investigation Bureau too afraid to show up. This woman in front of me, could she be related to that mysterious big shot? Yi Lin broke out in a cold sweat at the thought, startled by his own speculation. Your mother. What's wrong? Xia Xiaoxiao turned her head, puzzled. Nothing. I wish your mother happiness and health. Do you know my mom? You're not lying to me, are you? Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, filled with shock. Yi Lin. I was just joking, let's go into the secret realm. Yi Lin's mouth twitched slightly. So innocent, and still alive and well at this age, Xia Xiaoxiao's background must be astonishing. A child raised in an ordinary family could not maintain such pure thoughts and enthusiasm for the world. Yi Lin, who grew up in a slum, understood this particularly well. He was glad that he had only entertained thoughts of killing and robbery without taking action. If this woman was connected to that big shot in Qingcheng, there might be someone secretly protecting her. Moreover, even if he successfully committed murder and robbery, what awaited him next would be a relentless pursuit like a storm. Phew! I told you, if you know my mom, I'd be in big trouble. If she found out I ran away from home, she'd definitely nag me to death. Xia Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, muttering softly. So you snuck out? Yi Lin asked. Yes. Aren't I amazing? Xia Xiaoxiao proudly lifted her little head, looking for compliments. Amazing. Yi Lin couldn't quite understand the thought process of these rich young ladies. By the way, what's your name? What level are you? I can feel that you seem pretty strong. Xia Xiaoxiao curiously examined Yi Lin. My name is Yi Mushi, I'm almost level 60, and you? Yi Lin countered. With his current level, the skills he cast, once enhanced into forbidden spells, indeed had power comparable to those released by practitioners at levels 50 or 60. Saying he was at a lower level would only raise suspicion. Almost level 60? You're so impressive. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. No wonder Dad always tells me that there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Looking at your age, you should be around 25 or 26, right? 25 or 26, and already nearly level 60, in the entire Great Xia, that counts as a genius. Yi Lin smiled, not saying much more. At this moment, with the illusion mask on, he did indeed look around 25 or 26. But compared to me, you're still a bit behind. I'm 17, but I'm already level 37. When I reach your age, I'll definitely surpass you, Xia Xiaoxiao said proudly. 17? Level 37? Then haven't you already become the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Yilin was somewhat surprised. I haven't taken the college entrance examination. None of my friends have either. My dad says that the college entrance examination is a waste of time for me, Xie Xiaoxiao said truthfully. Yilin fell silent for a moment. After all, the national top scorer only gets rewarded with one piece of legendary equipment. For someone with a strong background, the view that taking the college entrance examination is a waste of time makes perfect sense. As they talked, they had already entered Secret Realm No. 79. What greeted their eyes was a black earth, vast and boundless, like an abandoned ancient battlefield. The ground was covered in dark red soil, as if formed from dried blood. In the sky, only 2 or 3 stars flickered with an eerie light, like eyeballs hanging overhead, observing everyone who entered the secret realm. Looking into the distance, some towering mountains could be faintly seen. Their shapes varied, some twisted like a giant dragon, others prowled like a fierce tiger. Those peaks seemed to possess their own life. From time to time, the roar of monsters would echo from deep within the mountains. Yilin stood at the entrance of the secret realm, feeling the atmosphere around him, his brow slightly furrowed, as a sense of oppression and danger pervaded the entire secret realm. It seems I was right. There must be real demons in this secret realm. This stench is very familiar. As soon as Xie Xiaoxiao entered the secret realm, she couldn't help but cover her nose. Do you often deal with demons? Yilin asked curiously. Yes, but the demons I've seen before were brought by my elders. This is my first time facing demons alone. Excitement sparkled in Xie Xiaoxiao's big eyes. Am I not? Am I even human? Yilin pointed at himself and asked. Of course, you're human, but you're not like my elders. You're my teammate and won't risk your life to protect me, Xie Xiaoxiao said with clarity. How do you know I won't? Yilin smiled faintly. What did you say? Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing. Yilin shifted his gaze. Xie Xiaoxiao was indeed an excellent way for him to understand the big figure behind the scenes. If he could gain her trust, he should be able to obtain a lot of useful information. After all, he and that big figure would eventually cross paths. However, gaining trust couldn't be rushed. Haste makes waste. The two continued deeper into the 79th secret realm, during which they encountered many job changers battling monsters. The monsters in the 79th secret realm were quite formidable, with several high-level monsters comparable to the Hellhounds. More job changers were searching for the dazzling staff they had seen outside the secret realm, convinced that there must be such a treasure within the 79th secret realm. As Yilin and Xie Xiaoxiao walked, they also faced numerous monster attacks, all of which Yilin resolved one by one. Ice Blade Technique. Yilin casually froze an attacking monster into an ice sculpture, then stored the corpse in his large storage ring. Why are you always collecting monster corpses? Xie Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Along the way, whether it was monsters killed by others or those Yilin had slain himself, he would collect the corpses into his storage ring, which puzzled Xie Xiaoxiao. What could monster corpses be used for? I'm an orphan. Monster corpses can be worth quite a bit of money. Yilin casually provided a somewhat plausible reason. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask that, Xie Xiaoxiao said, feeling a bit ashamed. It's fine, but since just now, you've been subtly leading me in one direction. Can you sense where the demons in this secret realm are? Yilin asked. But I can't explain the principle. It's my secret, Xie Xiaoxiao said seriously. It's okay. Yilin shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. After we hunt the demons, you can have all the corpses. I don't want any. The corpses of demons are worth much more than those of monsters. But can you promise me one thing? Xie Xiaoxiao asked. What is it? Yilin inquired. Xie Xiaoxiao took out a pink phone from her pocket, looking a bit shy. When I deal with the demons later, can you film a video for me? I want to prove to my family. I'm not the little kid who needs their protection anymore. I have the strength to hunt demons on my own. Yilin paused for a moment. Running away from home to confront demons in the secret realm was just to prove himself to his family. The pursuits of a rich kid were truly hard to fathom. However, he still took the phone and nodded. Thank you. Xie Xiaoxiao smiled happily, revealing a cute little phone. The two of them ventured deeper into the secret realm No. 79, having arrived at the foot of the mountain they had just seen from afar. At this moment, quite a few job changers had gathered here, and upon seeing Yilin and his companion, they all showed wary expressions. This was the secret realm, and there were no investigators to intervene. Here, killing and looting were common occurrences. Therefore, job changers were always on guard against each other. Ignore them, let's go this way. I can feel that the demon clan is very close to us. Xie Xiaoxiao's words revealed a strong excitement. Yilin nodded and followed her. As they delved deeper into the mountains, the air around them seemed to grow tense. Even the wind that blew by carried a sense of foreboding, as if foreshadowing something. There! Xia Xiaoxiao paused and whispered. Yilin looked in the direction she indicated and saw a massive demon nearly 3 meters tall slowly emerging from the woods. Its body was covered in black scales, its eyes glimmering with a crimson light, and its exposed fangs looked exceptionally fierce. Are you ready? We need to get a clear shot, Xia Xiaoxiao said, a bit excited. That demon looks to be at least level 40. Are you sure you can handle it? Yilin asked with concern. Under the same level, the combat power of demons was far more terrifying than that of monsters. A level 40 demon could easily overpower a dozen level 40 monsters. One could say that demons were an enhanced evolution of monsters. No problem, don't underestimate me. A glint of cunning flashed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes as she waved her hand, as if something had appeared. But Yilin saw nothing. However, he instinctively felt that something very dangerous had emerged in the air. In the next moment, Xia Xiaoxiao's 10 delicate fingers began to move gently, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly as if drawn by an invisible force. Yilin zoomed in with his phone's high-definition lens and saw that nearly invisible threads were continuously flying out from Xia Xiaoxiao's fingertips. These threads occasionally shimmered faintly in the light, moving like agile snakes, quickly wrapping around the demon. The demon seemed to sense the danger. It let out a furious roar, and its black scales appeared to harden even more, trying to resist the attack of the threads. However, the sharpness of these threads was comparable to that of blades, directly ignoring the demon's scale defenses and easily penetrating them. In an instant, purple blood began to seep out from beneath the black scales. Yilin, who was filming, was astonished. Although he couldn't tell what profession Xia Xiaoxiao was, her display of skill indicated that her combat power was definitely not lacking. These nearly transparent threads were undoubtedly the best ambush weapon. Even a level 50 job changer could easily lose their head if they weren't careful around Xia Xiaoxiao. It's humans! How could you be so fast? The demon was both shocked and angry. It had never expected that someone could find this place so quickly. It let out a roar, trying to break free from the thread's restraints. It's useless. My star puppet threads, once they ensnare their prey, cannot be escaped. A hint of pride flashed in Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes. As expected, with the struggle, the threads around the demon tightened even more, digging deep into its flesh, blood flowing freely. But at that moment, the demon, despite the excruciating pain, pulled with all its might. Although Xia Xiaoxiao's combat power was extremely strong, her battle experience was clearly lacking. The gap in strength between Xia Xiaoxiao and the demon was evident. With that pull, she was directly yanked away. The demon revealed a cruel smile, then opened its blood-red mouth, terrible energy gathering within. If that strike hit, even if Xia Xiaoxiao didn't die, she would definitely be severely injured. Fortunately, Xia Xiaoxiao reacted exceptionally quickly, countless fine threads intertwining in front of her, forming a semi-transparent shield. Boom! The energy that the demon had been brewing suddenly erupted, forming a beam of energy that slammed heavily against Xia Xiaoxiao's shield. She was pushed back several dozen meters, but thanks to the protection of the fine thread shield, she was unharmed, only her aura slightly disordered. However, after this encounter, the demon successfully broke free from the invisible thread's restraint. I underestimated you. Xia Xiaoxiao's small face became serious. She raised her hand, and the invisible thread surged out again, wrapping towards the demon. With the experience from the last time, the demon dared not let Xia Xiaoxiao's star puppet threads entangle it. If it weren't for Xia Xiaoxiao's lack of combat experience, it wouldn't have had any chance to escape and would have been directly strangled. The demon turned and fled without hesitation. Although the star puppet threads were powerful, they clearly lacked in pursuit, missing their target entirely. Don't think you can escape, Xia Xiaoxiao pursued without hesitation, unwilling to let this demon go. After all, it was an important prey to prove herself to her family. Hey, don't chase a desperate enemy, it's a trap, Yilin hurriedly reminded, but Xia Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen to him. Don't worry, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. Watching Xia Xiaoxiao's flying figure, Yilin felt helpless and could only activate instant dance to chase after her. The demon, familiar with the terrain, kept weaving through the mountains, having already crossed 2 peaks, with Xia Xiaoxiao relentlessly pursuing from behind. But when it reached the 3rd peak, the demon suddenly stopped. Humph, run! Why don't you keep running? Xia Xiaoxiao tugged at the thread in her hand, thinking the demon could no longer run. Run? He. The demon let out a chilling laugh. Now, the one who should run is you. As soon as the words fell, the once tranquil peak suddenly became noisy. The scene before Xia Xiaoxiao changed in an instant, as if she had jumped out of a landscape painting and entered another world. On the originally empty peak, more than 20 demons appeared. They varied in shape, some were tall and mighty, like iron towers, others were small and cunning, hiding among the rocks and trees. The only similarity was that all the demons' eyes flickered with a cold light, like hungry wolves staring at their prey, sending chills down one's spine. Xia Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Xinjiang is just a small county. How could there be so many demons in this secret realm? Her delicate face was filled with disbelief. She never expected there would be so many demons in the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Xie Xiaoxiao revealed a resolute expression and whispered to Yilin, "One person does the work, one person takes the blame. I got you into this. When we fight, I'll use the star puppet threads to hold off all the demons. You run directly, don't worry about me, understood? I run? What about you?" Yilin became interested. He didn't expect this little rich girl to not push him to take the hit at a critical moment but instead let him go first. "You can rest assured. I have a way to escape. Just run." Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze was very serious, the star puppet threads in her hand already spreading out, ready to block the 20 or so demons with her own strength. Yilin said nothing more and turned to leave. "Don't let him escape. Today, not a single human in this secret realm can be let go." At the very beginning, the scaled demon tribe let out a fierce shout. As soon as the voice fell, several demons simultaneously launched their attacks. One demon wielding a giant axe charged forward, swinging the axe directly at Yilin's back. Another demon clasped its hands together, and a ball of black flames blazed to life, forming a fiery tornado that rushed toward them. Several other demons also began their assaults. In an instant, the surrounding demonic energy surged. Xie Xiaoxiao's expression grew serious as she wove fine threads at an incredible speed, forming a dense net in front of her that intercepted all the demon attacks. However, Xie Xiaoxiao herself was only at level 37, and facing so many simultaneous attacks from the demons left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The net twisted into a bizarre shape, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. Xie Xiaoxiao turned her head and found that Yilin had already vanished, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She then decided not to linger any longer, retracting the starry puppet threads and intending to escape directly. But having delayed for that moment, how could the demons allow her to escape? As soon as Xie Xiaoxiao turned around, she realized she was completely surrounded by the demons. Her face turned a bit pale, but she did not give up. A large mass of fine threads coalesced in front of her into a sharp silver spear, which she then thrust fiercely toward the scaled demon. Xie Xiaoxiao's thoughts were clear. This demon had already been injured, making it the most likely target for her escape. The scaled demon's gaze sharpened slightly, facing Xie Xiaoxiao's thread spear. It certainly did not dare to block it head-on, for the terror of that thing was enough to chill any demon's heart. However, not daring to block the thread spear did not mean it would not dare to confront Xie Xiaoxiao. The scaled demon dodged swiftly, evading the thrust of Xie Xiaoxiao's thread spear, then raised its sharp claws and swiped down at her. If Xie Xiaoxiao continued to break through, the thread spear would surely allow her to escape, but she herself would be left behind. At that moment, a cunning glint flashed in Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes, and unexpectedly, the thread spear suddenly changed direction, piercing into another demon that was preparing to come to its aid. The demon was momentarily stunned, seemingly not realizing that its body had been penetrated. With a thought from Xie Xiaoxiao, the spear, originally formed from threads, instantly transformed back into threads, wreaking havoc within the demon's body and destroying all its internal organs completely. It had hoped to rely on the demon's powerful vitality to recover, but Xie Xiaoxiao had clearly dealt with demons before. Countless threads shot out from the demon's body, turning it into a porcupine and completely severing its life force. The demon's eyes were filled with unwillingness as it slowly fell. With the death of this demon, a small gap appeared in the encirclement, and Xie Xiaoxiao rushed through without hesitation, moving at an incredible speed. A closer look would reveal that it was those threads pulling Xie Xiaoxiao forward. The death of this demon did not cause any disturbance. The other demons remained utterly calm, as if only an ant had died. "I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Farewell." Seeing that she had broken through the encirclement, Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. But at that moment, the scaled demon raised its hand, and a black energy sphere appeared in its palm. It coldly smiled and hurled it towards Xie Xiaoxiao's back. "Want to leave? Not so easy." The black energy sphere traced a strange trajectory in the air, rapidly pursuing Xie Xiaoxiao with an eerie aura. Xie Xiaoxiao felt a powerful sense of pressure coming from behind, her heart tightening. She pushed herself to accelerate her escape, but that force clung to her like a parasite, locking onto her tightly. Just as the glowing sphere was about to touch Xie Xiaoxiao, the star puppet threads on her body suddenly lit up, as if triggering some kind of defense mechanism. But this time, these fine threads seemed unable to completely withstand the power of the black sphere. The sphere exploded, and Xie Xiaoxiao felt a tremendous force pulling her violently, as if she were being swallowed by a giant wave, helplessly falling towards the center of that force. When the force finally diminished, Xie Xiaoxiao realized she was trapped at the very center of the sphere. "Heavenly demon prison? You really are willing to invest?" Xie Xiaoxiao gritted her silver teeth. The Heavenly Demon Prison was a human capture device that only those with royal-level bloodlines among the demon race could refine. Once trapped, unless one was stronger than the refiner, it was nearly impossible to break free. Even Xie Xiaoxiao hadn't expected that the opponent would possess such a thing as the Heavenly Demon Prison. Could this 79 secret realm actually be related to the royal-level bloodlines of the demon race? I naturally wouldn't invest such resources on an ordinary person, but you are not ordinary. I just thought about it and finally remembered what you have in your hands, an artifact, the star puppet threads. The scaled demon's eyes were filled with excitement. At your age and with your strength, being able to obtain such a treasure means your status in the Great Xia Ancient Kingdom must be quite high. As long as I can capture you alive and bring you back to the demon realm, the reward I receive will definitely far exceed a heavenly demon prison. Xia Xiaoxiao's expression turned grim. She realized she had been too careless. In the past, when she watched her elders deal with the demon race, it was as easy as killing a chicken. It was only when she faced them alone that she realized how cunning the demon race truly was. You want to use me as a bargaining chip? You wish. With a thought, all the star puppet threads pierced into her body, her gaze resolute. At most, you can only get a corpse. With just a thought, the star puppet threads could strangle all her life force. Although she felt some reluctance, Xia Xiaoxiao had no better options left. The current situation was a result of her own recklessness and underestimation. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that Yi Lin had escaped. Her recklessness hadn't implicated any innocent people. The scaled demon's gaze turned extremely cruel, and he grinned. Do you know? Among our demon race, there is a type called the sheep demon, which is extremely lustful. Each mating session can last over 3 hours, and they have a particular fondness for human females. If you were to commit suicide, I would immediately bring over 20 sheep demons to turn you into cream puffs and broadcast the footage throughout the human race. As he spoke, the scaled demon pulled out a DSLR camera equipped with a high-definition lens. I must say, some of the things you humans have developed are quite useful. He. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death. She had heard countless stories of heroes who died on the battlefield for the peace of the human race since she was a child. Xia Xiaoxiao hoped that one day she could become such a person, so she had long been mentally prepared for death. But the fate described by the scaled demon was something she could not accept. To die and then be humiliated was far more terrifying to Xia Xiaoxiao than death itself. She stood frozen, unsure of what to do, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. She finally understood that fighting against the demon race could lead to outcomes even more dreadful than death. You are shameless. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red, tears welling up. After all, she was just a girl not yet 20 years old. This is how it should be. As the saying goes in the Great Xia, those who know the times are the true heroes. Seeing that Xia Xiaoxiao had given up on the thought of suicide, the scaled demon clan laughed wildly, reaching out to remove Xia Xiaoxiao's star puppet line. Xia Xiaoxiao was utterly desperate. She didn't know what to do and could only watch helplessly as the scaled demon approached her. But just as his hand was about to touch Xia Xiaoxiao, ice crystals suddenly formed at his fingertips. Immediately, the ice crystals spread rapidly, freezing half of his arm. The scaled demon was horrified. He couldn't care less and raised his hand to slice off his own arm, purple blood gushing out. The severed arm fell to the ground, shattering into ice shards. Who is it? The scaled demon was both shocked and angry, and the other demons immediately became alert. Xia Xiaoxiao seemed to think of something, her eyes widening, but there was a hint of disbelief in her gaze. It wasn't until she saw Yi Lin appear before her that she gasped in surprise. Here, I cut out the second half of the video for you, only keeping the part where you fought against more than 20 demons alone and successfully broke out of the encirclement. Yi Lin tossed a pink phone to Xia Xiaoxiao, who took it, her face still filled with confusion. You didn't run away just now? You were hiding in the shadows filming a video for me? Xia Xiaoxiao asked incredulously. Yeah, didn't you tell me to? To film you defeating the demons alone so your family would recognize you, Yi Lin replied matter-of-factly. Are you stupid? In a situation like this, you should run. Why are you filming a damn video? You can't even escape now. Xia Xiaoxiao clenched the phone, her emotions extremely complicated at that moment. She never expected that the reason Yi Lin didn't run away was to film a video for her. This man was so strange. Xia Xiaoxiao's current feelings were akin to finally getting the goddess to come home with you, and just as you were about to make your move, your mom walked in with a bowl of noodles, saying you hadn't eaten all day and should eat first. Absurd, ridiculous, yet somehow reasonable. More than 20 demons, several of which are level 50. This is indeed a bit tricky. Yi Lin glanced at the demons before him, his expression serious. Can you win? Xia Xiaoxiao asked with a glimmer of hope. Although she knew the chances of Yi Lin winning were slim, given the strength of the demons before them, she still held on to that last shred of hope. If there was a chance to live, who would want to die? I will win. Yilin revealed a confident smile, then said somewhat sadly, I will do my utmost to defeat them, even if it costs my life. Don't worry, I'm an orphan. If I die here, no one will be sad. Xia Xiaoxiao trembled slightly at his words, as if the softest part of her heart had been struck. Yilin's tone was calm, yet it carried an unshakable sadness. I will. Xia Xiaoxiao blurted out, taking a deep breath and saying seriously, if you die, I will be sad. So, I beg you, stay alive, even if you have to run. Really? Yilin suddenly smiled, genuinely happy. That's great, finally, there's someone in this world who would be sad because of my death. If that's the case, my death won't be meaningless. Yilin turned and walked towards the more than 20 demons, his back appearing desolate and lonely, evoking a sense of melancholy reminiscent of a hero who goes to battle and never returns. Xia Xiaoxiao felt her heart being gripped. She never imagined that a stranger she had just met would fight to the death for her. I beg you, stay alive, you must live. The heavenly demon prison only allows entry, not exit. Before the power of this prison is exhausted, Xia Xiaoxiao can do nothing but silently pray for Yilin. A powerful freezing aura spreads out from Yilin, forming an extremely cold domain, the skill of the ice crystal heart, Absolute Zero. Within the Absolute Zero domain, the power of all ice-type skills is doubled. Ice Spiral Spell. In an instant, countless massive ice spikes crash down towards the 20 or so demon clan members. Seeking death. The scaled demon clan member coldly shouted, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Having lost an arm to Yilin, he clearly harbored deep hatred for him. Judging by the power of this skill, this person's level should only be around 50 or 60, making it impossible for him to be a match for so many demons. Sure enough, shortly after the battle began, a demon clan member seized the opportunity to approach Yilin, swinging an axe that struck Yilin's back. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the wound on his back even revealed the glistening white of bone. If Yilin hadn't used an ice layer to block it, that axe would have cleaved him in two. Yilin's eyes hardened, and he retaliated by pressing his hand against the demon's face. Freeze Technique. The freeze technique was elevated to the level of a forbidden spell, and under the enhancement of the Absolute Zero domain, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the demon wielding the giant axe was frozen into an ice sculpture, his life extinguished. Yilin successfully eliminated one demon, but at that moment, another demon took the chance to launch a sneak attack, its sharp claws piercing through Yilin's lower abdomen, twisting brutally. Pain flashed across Yilin's face, but his hands did not pause for a moment. Ice Blade Technique. A massive ice sword coalesced and directly cleaved the attacking demon in half, at the cost of part of Yilin's intestines being torn out. Xia Xiaoxiao watched in horror. She had only seen such brutal battles in books and videos, and this was her first time witnessing it in person. Watching Yilin continuously get injured under the onslaught of the demons, his body stained red with blood, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Yi Muxiang, I beg you, stop fighting. Just run away. Don't worry about me. If this continues, you really will die. Seeing Yilin drenched in blood, Xia Xiaoxiao's guilt reached its peak. It was all her fault. It was her ambition that led to this. Yilin had clearly told her not to pursue, as there could be traps, so why didn't she listen? The more indifferent Yilin appeared, the more self-reproach Xia Xiaoxiao felt. If it weren't for her, how could Yilin be in such danger, gravely injured? I won't run away. You are the first person who cares about me. Yilin, who had been blasted away by demonic energy, staggered to his feet again, revealing a sunny smile, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. Xia Xiaoxiao, with her keen eyes, noticed that the blood was mixed with some internal organ fragments. Yilin had clearly suffered severe internal injuries. Yet, the smile on Yilin's face remained radiant. I have never been needed by anyone before. This is the first time. Xiaoxiao, thank you. The feeling of being needed is truly wonderful. If I die, could I ask you to take me out of this secret realm and bury me? I don't want to be left to rot in the wilderness, nor do I want to be chewed up and swallowed by monsters. As for the gravestone, just help me find a square stone, okay? As soon as Yilin finished speaking, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged towards him. Yilin barely had time to conjure an ice shield in front of him to block it. The ice shield, under the erosion of the demonic energy, lasted only a few seconds before being shattered. Immediately after, the demonic energy slammed into Yilin's body. Yilin's body arced through the air like a broken sack, crashing heavily beside Xia Xiaoxiao. Yi Muxiang. Xia Xiaoxiao's tears fell incessantly like pearls that had come loose from a string. Cough, 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 cough. Yilin coughed violently, blood spilling out with each cough, yet he still forced a smile. Don't cry, crying doesn't look good. I like to see you smile. Xia Xiaoxiao felt a pang of heartache, hurriedly wiping away her tears, suppressing the sadness within to force a smile. I won't cry anymore. I won't cry anymore. I beg you, please escape quickly, okay? They want to use me as a hostage. They won't kill me. You don't have to worry about me. just run. I said, I won't escape, even if it means burning my last drop of blood. Forbidden spell? Extreme ice coffin. With a loud shout from Yilin, a terrifying chill surged forth like a storm. Under the influence of absolute zero, the extreme ice coffin was greatly enhanced. Just as a demon approached to attack Yilin, an ice coffin formed around him, permanently sealing him inside. Unlike the last time with Zhuge Qianqing, this time Yilin wasn't trying to create a coffin, he intended to kill. Therefore, as soon as the ice coffin formed, the demon's life force was instantly erased by the terrifying chill. No! Seeing Yilin begin to cast a forbidden spell, Xie Xiaoxiao was filled with despair and anger. A class changer would only start casting a forbidden spell under one circumstance, feeling that death was imminent, preparing to fight to the death, risking everything. In other words, once a class changer began to cast a forbidden spell, it was a sign they were fighting for their life. Just as Xie Xiaoxiao worried that Yilin might die at any moment, the demons were also shocked that Yilin was still alive. Damn it, this guy has taken 3 axes, 8 knives, 12 swords, over 20 magical attacks, 50 punches, and more than 100 kicks. Why is he still not dead? Right, it's so unreasonable. We've lost 10 brothers to him, and he can still stand, let alone cast a forbidden spell? Damn it, his vitality is scarier than ours as demons. Exactly. Why don't we just let the demon race take him out? The remaining dozen or so demons looked at Yilin with incredibly complex expressions. They couldn't understand how a human, especially a mage known for being fragile, could still be alive after enduring so many attacks. This must just be a last burst of energy before death. Keep attacking. I don't believe he can turn the tables on us. The scaled demon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity. A human could not possibly continue fighting under such severe injuries. Once this was said, the other demons found it very reasonable and charged at Yilin again. Facing the onslaught of the ferocious demons, Yilin flashed a brilliant smile at Xie Xiaoxiao. Remember, don't cry. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin charged headlong towards the dozen or so demons. Instead of retreating against the fierce attack, Yilin took the initiative to strike back. He quickly formed hand seals, and ice-blue magic circles appeared in the air. Forbidden spell? Eternal Ice of Heaven. As Yilin recited the incantation, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and powerful cold air emanated from the magic circles, followed by blue ice pillars crashing towards the demons. However, these demons were not to be underestimated. They quickly retreated, dodging Yilin's attack, preparing to launch an even fiercer assault. But as the demons passed by the blue ice pillars, Yilin suddenly smiled. It's over. Explode. In an instant, the blue ice pillars seemed to come to life, erupting with astonishing power. Like a bomb detonating, ice pillars exploded one after another, turning into countless sharp ice shards that, guided by magic, swept towards the demon clan like a raging storm. Retreat! A dozen demons were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their planned attack rhythm was disrupted, and they could only flee in panic from the unexpected assault. The ice shards danced in the air, each exuding a chilling aura of death, continuously piercing through the demons' defenses and reaping their lives. In an instant, the cold air ravaged the surroundings, and when the chill finally dissipated, there were no demons left standing before Yilin. Just then, the power of the heavenly demon prison also ran out. Xie Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded. She never expected that Yilin could actually eliminate more than 20 demons. Such combat power was simply terrifying. I did it. I told you, it's a guaranteed win. Thud. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilin's body crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Mu Xiang. Xie Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed over to Yilin, heartbroken as she helped him up. Yilin looked at Xie Xiaoxiao's face, seemingly wanting to say something. But in the next second, Yilin's pupils suddenly constricted. Watch out. Despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, he somehow found the strength to roll over and push Xie Xiaoxiao away. Behind her, the scaled demon suddenly appeared. At this moment, he was covered in wounds, clearly also gravely injured and near death. The scaled demon's face twisted in a snarl as he brought down his remaining claw with great force. Bang! The powerful claw landed squarely on Yilin. Everything before him seemed to be pressed on slow motion. Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze went blank as she watched Yilin being knocked away from her, and she could even see the cold smile on his face. Yilin's already battered body was further crushed under this blow, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out continuously, quickly staining the ground a vivid red. Ah! Xie Xiaoxiao let out a desperate scream, a terrifying aura spreading from her. The starlight puppet strings in her hand seemed to come alive at that moment, writhing like spirit snakes as they wrapped around the scaled demon. The scaled demon, having lost an arm to Yilin and severely injured by the blue ice pillars, had no strength left to resist Xie Xiaoxiao's attack. Under the razor-sharp starlight puppet strings, he was like a lamb to the slaughter, cut into a pile of bloody flesh. This strike was fueled by Xie Xiaoxiao's hatred, showing no mercy whatsoever. Even a demon with strong vitality could not survive such injuries. After completely shredding the demon, Xie Xiaoxiao rushed towards Yilin. Yi Mu Xiang, pull yourself together. Don't be afraid, I have medicine that heals injuries exceptionally well, made by a top-tier alchemist. It will definitely save you. Xie Xiaoxiao frantically rummaged through her storage space for medicine. Whatever could help heal his injuries, she stuffed into Yilin's mouth without hesitation. But as soon as the pill was in Yilin's mouth, it was washed out by the blood surging from his throat. I beg you, don't die. Xie Xiaoxiao refused to give up, continuously shoving pills into Yilin's mouth. You need to get stronger, don't underestimate the demons. In the future, you might not meet someone as foolish as me to save you. As Yilin spoke, blood sprayed from his mouth. Stop talking, you're seriously injured. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red. I'm afraid, if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to say it later. Don't cry. It doesn't look good when you cry. I like to see you smile. Yilin said. Okay, I won't cry. If you want to see me smile, I'll smile for you every day from now on, alright? Don't die. Xie Xiaoxiao forced out a smile that was still somewhat pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, Yilin could no longer see it. His pupils began to fade, and he raised his hand towards the sky, as if trying to grasp something, murmuring softly, to be needed by someone in the last moments of life. It's truly wonderful. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yilin's hand fell from the air, his eyelids slowly closed, and he fell silent. Xie Xiaoxiao was silent. She held Yilin's body, not speaking or moving, just quietly holding him. Plop, plop, plop. Tear after tear, the size of beans, slid down the side of Xie Xiaoxiao's face, dripping onto Yilin's face. Yi Mu Shuang, I will definitely become stronger to avenge you. I will take you out of this secret realm, and I will choose a good burial place for you. So, can I cry now? Xie Xiaoxiao bit her red lip tightly, but the tears still fell uncontrollably. Self-blame, guilt, sadness, sorrow, pain, various emotions mixed together, thickly coating Xie Xiaoxiao's heart. Yi Mu Shuang, say something, don't die. Yi Mu Shuang. Xie Xiaoxiao cried out in anguish, holding Yilin tightly. As long as Yilin could come back to life at this moment, she would be willing to do anything. Cough, 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 cough. A fit of violent coughing came, followed by a weak voice. Sister, can you let me go first? I wasn't killed by the demon clan, but I might be choked to death by you. Xie Xiaoxiao's body trembled violently. She raised her head in disbelief and saw Yilin's pale face, devoid of color. Although he looked like he could pass away at any moment, she was certain that Yilin was alive. Yi Mu Shuang, you're still alive. You're still alive. That's great. Tears welled up in Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. Regained. Nothing in the world is more heart-stirring than these 4 words. Maybe the king of hell didn't want me, or maybe those pills you fed me worked. Yilin revealed a weak smile, then calmly collected all the demon corpses into the great Sumeru ring. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to find a priest right now. I'll find the best priest in the entire Great Xia to treat you. Xie Xiaoxiao used the star puppet line to tie Yilin to her back and lifted him up. Yilin was tall, and it was somewhat strenuous for Xie Xiaoxiao to carry him, but she resolutely hoisted him up. The warmth of their bodies passed through a thin layer of fabric, and the intense heat from Yilin's chest made Xie Xiaoxiao's face slightly flush. From childhood to now, she had never been this close to any unrelated male. Generally speaking, if a strange male tried to get close to her, they would mysteriously disappear from this world the next day. But at this moment, Yilin was gravely injured, and Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't care about that anymore. She struggled to carry Yilin towards the exit of the 79th secret realm. At this moment, Xie Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with only one belief: she had to save Yilin. But when she reached the exit of the secret realm, Xie Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen, because at the entrance of the secret realm, there were actually more than a dozen demons guarding it. Not far away, countless corpses of job changers were piled up, almost forming a small mountain, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, emitting a foul odor. It was clear that the entire 79th secret realm was a trap set by the demon clan to slaughter all those who entered. Anyone trying to leave the 79th secret realm would be besieged and killed by the demons. If it were just herself, Xie Xiaoxiao would naturally not fear a dozen demons. Unless these more than a dozen demon clan members also possess a devastating weapon like the celestial demon prison, they would not be able to stop Xie Xiaoxiao. But now, Xie Xiaoxiao was carrying the heavily injured Yilin on her back, making the difficulty of breaking through clearly several times greater. Yilin also realized the situation before him and struggled to get down from Xie Xiaoxiao's back. Let me down, you break through on your own. Once you get out, come back with someone to save me. I don't want to be your burden. No. Xie Xiaoxiao's gaze was incredibly firm. With a thought, the star puppet line tightened even more. preventing Yilin from escaping. You are not a burden. Have you forgotten? You are the person I need. If you die, I will be heartbroken. If we are to leave, we leave together. I will never abandon you. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were resolute. It was clear that she would never give up on Yilin's survival. Seeing this, Yilin looked at the pile of corpses in the distance and then at Xia Xiaoxiao, letting out a deep sigh. But if you take me with you, neither of us can escape, unless… Never mind. Yilin shook his head violently, as if trying to shake off some terrible thought. Unless what? Xia Xiaoxiao quickly pressed. Sorry, I can't tell you. Although this skill can save us both, I once swore a deadly oath in front of my father to bury this evil skill with my death, or let me be pierced by 1,000 arrows. Pain flashed across Yilin's face, as if he was recalling some deeply etched memory. Yi Mushi, you are wrong, Xia Xiaoxiao immediately said. Skills have no distinction between evil and justice, just like fire, which can create delicious dishes or turn into a beast that devours lives. Whether a skill is evil depends on your heart. If your heart is just, then the skill is just. Xia Xiaoxiao's words made Yilin tremble all over, his eyes revealing a hesitant expression, as if he were in a battle of conscience. Yilin took a deep breath, and his expression gradually became resolute. Xiaoxiao, you are right, I was being too attached. Skills have no distinction between justice and evil. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded slowly and continued. Exactly. Just like my star puppet line, do you know who its previous master was? Who? Yilin asked curiously. Bai Li Su. When she mentioned this name, Xia Xiaoxiao's expression became very serious. Bai Li Su? Yilin was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed dramatically. That butcher? That's right. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly. The name Bai Li Su was enough to silence children's cries 10 years ago. He was a heartless, perverse killer who killed purely for pleasure. In a fit of rage, he would slaughter thousands, earning him the title of butcher. Because of this, Bai Li Su was besieged by many top-tier job changers from the Great Xia. The outcome of that battle was unknown, only that many top-tier job changers died in the assault against Bai Li Su. After that battle, Bai Li Su himself completely vanished. When the star puppet line was in Bai Li Su's hands, it was a weapon for slaughtering the innocent, but in my hands, it became a tool to fight against the demon clan. Objects themselves have no right or wrong, no good or evil, Xia Xiaoxiao earnestly advised. I understand. I'm just worried. You might fear me after knowing this skill, Yilin said with a bitter smile. It's okay, I'm not afraid, Xia Xiaoxiao said very seriously. It's like this, actually I have an ancestral skill that allows me to heal my injuries by devouring corpses. If I can recover from my injuries, it will obviously be much easier for us to break out together. Yilin pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant, and continued, but if it's the corpses of the demon race, I wouldn't hesitate at all. The problem is, these are the bodies of my compatriots. I really can't bear to see them die without a complete corpse. Xia Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She hadn't expected that the skill Yilin mentioned would be like this. No wonder he called it evil. For a moment, Xia Xiaoxiao hesitated as well. After all, the act of devouring corpses didn't seem like a proper behavior in any way. Seeing her reaction, Yilin couldn't help but sigh. I understand, this skill indeed goes against human ethics. It's better to let it rest with me underground. No, Xia Xiaoxiao quickly interjected to dissuade him. Yi Muxiang, don't think like that. Those people's corpses will eventually become food for the demon race. Rather than that, if you devour their bodies and recover your injuries, then you can kill all the demons to avenge them. Isn't that a good thing for them? Yilin hesitated. Stop hesitating. Let's decide on this. I'll attract the attention of those demons, and while I buy time, you take the opportunity to devour the corpses over there. Xia Xiaoxiao's gaze became resolute. She was not a person who wavered. All right, at least, I can't let you die here with me. A glint of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. The two then split up to act. Xia Xiaoxiao carefully lowered Yilin from her back, considering that he was severely injured and unable to move. She left a star puppet line wrapped around him. Immediately after, Xia Xiaoxiao charged towards the dozen or so demons. As she moved, the demons guarding the exit noticed. Someone from the human side wants to break out. Stop her. Just one person, she's just looking for death. The dozen or so demons grinned as they surrounded Xia Xiaoxiao, intent on exterminating her. Xia Xiaoxiao's eyes were cold. She didn't rush to attack but quietly waited until the demons surrounded her completely, then suddenly activated the star puppet line in her hand. In an instant, countless threads as fine as silk shot out from her hand, slicing through the surrounding demons. At the same time, taking advantage of the demons' unpreparedness, Xia Xiaoxiao silently tugged on another star puppet line. Yilin, who had been placed aside by Xia Xiaoxiao, flew towards the pile of corpses. At this moment, the attention of the dozen demons was focused on Xia Xiaoxiao, busy dodging the sharp and terrifying star puppet lines, completely unaware of Xie Xiaoxiao's small actions. Yilin plunged into the mountain of corpses, where the ground was littered with the bodies of job changers, so his presence wouldn't attract any attention. As Yilin fell into the pile of corpses, he looked at the mountain of bodies before him, and his eyes lit up like two big light bulbs. Damn, this time I'm going to enjoy it. Yilin raised his hand, activating the dark balance within him, and without hesitation, unleashed endless devouring. Usually, unless he was engaged in a large-scale massacre, how would Yilin have the chance to encounter so many job changers' corpses? For a moment, Yilin even felt grateful to these demons. After all, these people were killed by the demons, so he felt no guilt in devouring them. After devouring these people, he would kill the demons to avenge them, and then devour the demons as well. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Devour 22 level transmuters *5, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements, increase lifespan by 250 years, experience points 1100, strength attribute 10, agility attribute 8, spirit attribute 10. Devour 25 level transmuters *4, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements, increase lifespan by 310, experience points 1000, strength attribute 8, agility attribute 6, spirit attribute 14. Although the levels of these transmuters killed by the demon race were not high, their sheer numbers made up for it, focusing on quantity to fill the stomach. Under the effect of endless devouring, Yilin's experience points soared rapidly. The more than 20 demon race members he had just killed were not wasted. He took the opportunity to pull them out from his storage ring and digested them all with endless devouring. The other demon races only provided him with a large amount of experience points and three-dimensional attributes, but when he devoured that scale demon, a small change occurred. Devour 45 level ordinary demon *1, gain moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of dragon bloodline, increase lifespan by 233 years, experience points 1350, increase strength attribute 16, agility attribute 12, spirit attribute 6. Dragon bloodline, current concentration 0, 10,086%, effect unknown. Yilin couldn't help but be stunned. That scale demon actually provided him with a 0.1% concentration of dragon bloodline? Did this not mean that if he could devour 1,000 beings like that scale demon, his dragon bloodline could be completely filled? This suddenly gave Yilin a glimmer of hope. Although he didn't know what the dragon bloodline did, as a person from the Great Xia, he instinctively felt that anything related to dragons was definitely a good thing. Taking a deep breath, Yilin suppressed his excitement and continued to feast. Soon, the mountain of corpses before him was completely decomposed and devoured. Yilin's level jumped from 32 to 37. At this moment, Yilin had reached the same level as Xie Xiaoxiao. It should be noted that Xie Xiaoxiao had countless resources and grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth, having everything she wanted. Even her equipment was a divine artifact. But what about Yilin? Apart from an ancient origin artifact, he had nothing. Yet now, Yilin was actually at the same level as Xie Xiaoxiao. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Yilin's heart was also filled with excitement. Entering the secret realm was indeed much faster than hunting any monsters by himself. He couldn't help but look forward to life after going to the Great Xia Academy. It should be known that the reason why all the academies could attract so many transmuters was that almost every academy held several powerful secret realms. Unless one was a second-generation transmuter like Xie Xiaoxiao with a deep background, otherwise, entering a university was an irresistible temptation for any transmuter. While Yilin was leveling up crazily, on the other side, Xie Xiaoxiao's battle with a dozen demons had also entered a heated stage. Although she had the divine artifact star puppet line in hand, facing the siege of a dozen demons, Xie Xiaoxiao still seemed somewhat powerless. Even so, Xie Xiaoxiao fought desperately. The scene of Yilin fighting fiercely against more than 20 demons for her life had clearly touched her deeply. Now that Yilin was seizing the opportunity to heal, she would fight to buy him time to recover. Xie Xiaoxiao's figure was agile, like a spirit butterfly weaving through the dozen demons. The starry puppet thread danced in her hands, each swing leaving a deep blood mark on a demon's body. However, with the sheer number of demons and their coordinated efforts, although Xie Xiaoxiao had opportunities to injure them, she had no chance to kill. Xie Xiaoxiao was already stained with a lot of blood, both from the demons and her own. After a prolonged battle, a hint of fatigue could not help but show on Xie Xiaoxiao's face. At that moment, a demon seized the opportunity and attacked her from behind with a terrifying demonic aura. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes sharpened, and she quickly turned around, gathering the starry puppet thread into a galaxy that surged toward the rear. Galactic star explosion. With a loud bang, the two collided, and the demon was pushed back by the starry puppet thread, but Xie Xiaoxiao also felt a surge of blood and energy within her. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to suppress the discomfort with sheer willpower. She knew she could not fall because Yilin still needed her. But many things could not be resolved just by willpower. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao's injuries worsen, the attacks from a dozen demons became even more ferocious, clearly aiming to take her down in one fell swoop. As the balance shifted, Xie Xiaoxiao's defenses quickly developed vulnerabilities, just as a demon grinned maliciously, about to deal a heavy blow to her. A warm hand that had always been there wrapped around Xie Xiaoxiao's waist at that moment, pulling her into an embrace. Ice blade technique. Yilin raised his hand, and a terrifying ice sword coalesced, slashing down toward the dozen demons in midair. Not good, be careful. This strike is terrifying. The demons clearly sensed the unusual nature of Yilin's attack and began to shrink back defensively. Boom! The sword struck down, and a wave of cold air swept through the area. When the cold and dust dissipated, both Yilin and Xie Xiaoxiao had vanished from sight. The dozen demons were left injured, frozen like grandchildren, their faces looking extremely grim. How could there be such a terrifying powerhouse near Qingcheng? Wasn't it said that Qingcheng is just a small county of the human race? I don't know. I suggest we quickly report this news to the Lord and request support. I agree. Me too. Meanwhile, Yilin had already carried Xie Xiaoxiao and fled several kilometers away. At this moment, Xie Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure and looked around, asking with some confusion, Yimushi, why didn't you take the opportunity to escape the secret realm, but instead ran deeper? Yilin remained silent. Yimushi, why aren't you speaking? Xie Xiaoxiao pressed on. Yilin did not respond. He found a secluded spot and set Xie Xiaoxiao down. The next second, Yilin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking to behold. Xie Xiaoxiao panicked and hurriedly asked, Yimushi, are you okay? I'm fine, it's just that my injuries haven't healed yet. Yilin forced a smile. It wasn't that I didn't want to take you out of the secret realm just now, it was really that my heart was willing, but my strength was insufficient. Seeing Yilin's self-reproachful expression, Xie Xiaoxiao's heart tightened. He was clearly trying his best, yet she was still blaming him for not doing better. I'm sorry, Yimushi, I didn't know your injuries weren't healed. Yilin smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Silly girl, you never need to apologize to me because you are the first person who would feel sad for me. Yilin's words struck Xie Xiaoxiao's heart like an arrow, piercing through instantly. Her eyes shimmered like a pool of water, gently rippling. Am I the first? Xie Xiaoxiao felt a surge of emotions within her that she had never experienced before, indescribable and unclear. It was a feeling she had never felt before, and it seemed a bit sweet. Yes, you are the first. To me, Xiaoxiao is the most special person in the world. Yilin said naturally, his eyes exceptionally clear, free of any distractions. Don't say that anymore. Xie Xiaoxiao quickly stepped back, feeling as if her face was on fire. Aren't you still injured? Hurry up and heal. Xie Xiaoxiao ran to the side like a startled little bird. Yilin chuckled silently. In this 79th secret realm, where upgrades came quickly and there was little danger, he certainly didn't want to leave so soon. Forbidden spell? One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao walk away, Yilin quickly released 2 clones, scarred their faces, and sent them out. The 2 clones activated the dance of instantaneous movement and dashed off in different directions. The purpose of the clones was to scout whether there were higher-level demon creatures in this secret realm. If there were several level 70 or 80 demons in the 79th secret realm, Yilin would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. If not, then Yilin would not hold back. Moments later, Xie Xiaoxiao returned, her left hand holding several wild fruits and her right dragging the corpse of a 4-eyed demon pig. The 4-eyed demon pig was a low-level magical creature, known for its immense strength and quick movements, making its meat incredibly flavorful and highly favored by job changers. When food was scarce in the wild, job changers often hunted 4-eyed demon pigs. Clearly, Xie Xiaoxiao had just gone to find food for Yilin. Manipulating the star puppet line, Xie Xiaoxiao quickly cleaned the 4-eyed demon pig, then lit a campfire and placed one of its legs directly over the flames to roast. Xie Xiaoxiao's expression was very serious, and under her efforts, the pig leg inevitably got burnt. Watching Xie Xiaoxiao excitedly present the pig leg to him, Yilin fell silent, but he wasn't surprised. Given Xie Xiaoxiao's background, she likely had no opportunity to cook, and burning it was already quite good. Looking at Xie Xiaoxiao's expectant gaze and considering his own immortality, Yilin bit into the pig leg without hesitation. With that bite, even with Yilin's resilience, his face contorted slightly. Xie Xiaoxiao had just placed the pig leg directly in the fire. While the outside was burnt, the inside was still raw. It was a mix of charred and undercooked. Is it good? Xie Xiaoxiao asked nervously. This was her first time roasting meat, but she had seen her elders do it the same way at home, so she thought she couldn't be wrong. Yilin chewed on the charred and undercooked meat, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. Really? Yuck, yuck. I will definitely finish it. Yuck. Although Yilin was immortal, he still had the most basic human physiological reactions. He didn't want to gag, but he couldn't help it. To be honest, he had never eaten anything this bad even when living in a slum. He felt a bit sorry for the four-eyed demon pig's death. Seeing Yilin's reaction, Xie Xiaoxiao fell silent, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Yi Mu Xiang, if it's really hard to eat, you don't have to force yourself. What? Don't talk nonsense. It's clearly delicious. Yuck. Well, can you bring me some water? I'm choking and can't stop hiccuping. Yuck. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoxiao hurried to get water for Yilin. Just as she turned around, Yilin could no longer hold back and activated Endless Devour, completely breaking down that wretched pig leg. To avoid raising Xie Xiaoxiao's suspicions, he even left the bones behind. Devouring the fragments of the toxic monster's corpse, I obtained 12 brain parasites, 25 intestinal parasites, 2A carcinogen acrylamide, gene mutation heterocyclic amines, and class 1 carcinogen benzo, A, pyrene. Yilin. Silence, the theme of tonight's Kanxiao. Yilin never expected that Xie Xiaoxiao roasting meat could directly cost him his life. Such a skill, not practicing poison but instead practicing the star puppet line, truly feels like a waste of talent. Xie Xiaoxiao returned with water and was a bit surprised to see that Yilin only had a pig bone left in his hand. How did you eat so fast? Because it was too delicious, I really liked it, and I couldn't help but finish it. Yilin forced a smile on his face. Really? This is the first time I've cooked for someone. I was worried it wouldn't taste good. Hee hee. I really am a little genius. Xie Xiaoxiao was very happy. Yilin fell silent again. This was no longer just a matter of whether the food was good or not. If he weren't immortal, after 2 meals of her cooking, he would basically be ready to meet the king of hell. By the way, when I just went to hunt the four-eyed magic pig, I ran into other job changers. Xie Xiaoxiao suddenly said as if she had thought of something. Oh, Yilin became interested. They seem to have realized that this 79 Secret Realm is a plot by the demon race, so they are preparing to gather together to resist these demons. I think we can't get out for a while, and after what just happened, the demons at the exit will definitely strengthen their defenses. Why don't we join them? The more people, the more strength, and we can break out together. How about it? Xie Xiaoxiao asked Yilin. I think that's a good idea. If we do that, the pressure on both of us will be much less, especially since my injuries haven't healed yet, and I can't exert my full strength, Yilin said with a bitter smile. No problem, then let me protect you before that. Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes were very determined. Yilin smiled silently. Alright, let's go. Okay, wait for me. Xie Xiaoxiao turned around and stored the four-eyed magic pig, which only had 3 legs left, into her storage space. What are you doing? Yilin suddenly had a bad premonition. Don't you like the roasted meat I make? I'll bring it along, and when you get hungry, I'll roast it for you, Xie Xiaoxiao said thoughtfully. Yilin felt a bit helpless. Looking at Xie Xiaoxiao's innocent smile, he really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that Xie Xiaoxiao's roasting skills would improve tremendously during this time, not to mention becoming delicious. At least it shouldn't be poisonous. The two left the original spot, with Xie Xiaoxiao supporting the seriously injured Yilin as they walked towards the gathering place of the human job changers. Along the way, they saw many signs of battle, clearly left by previous skirmishes between the demon race and human job changers, and occasionally, 1 or 2 corpses would appear. Yilin couldn't bear to see these people exposed in the wilderness, so he used Endless Devour to decompose them all, taking the initiative to help. Soon after, they arrived at a wide plain. There were no obstructions in any direction, and the terrain was open, providing excellent visibility. If the demon race attacked, the people on the plain would be able to spot the demons immediately, avoiding being surrounded. In the center of the plain, a group of human job changers was sitting together, exchanging information. Almost everyone's expression was not good, and some were even injured. This 79 Secret Realm is a huge trap. There are no divine artifacts, only the brutal demon race. This is Qingchang. In the vicinity of Qingchang, even high-level magical creatures are rare. How could so many demons suddenly emerge from a secret realm? Could it be that the demon race is brewing some kind of conspiracy? There's no conspiracy that concerns a small fry. If the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. Right now, the urgent matter is to think of a way to escape from here. Escape? How do we escape? The exits are all filled with demons. Going out means certain death. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, clearly having recognized the brutality within the 79th Secret Realm. The blood and the corpses of their compatriots had thoroughly awakened them from their fantasy of finding a divine artifact to reverse their fate. Unfortunately, at this moment, none of them had any means of escape. The strength of the demons was too overwhelming, merely evading their pursuit had left them utterly exhausted, let alone breaking through the encirclement. Everyone's gaze inevitably turned to a man in the center of the crowd. He was slender, with a pair of incredibly deep black eyes, holding a long battle knife stained with purple blood, clearly having injured quite a few demons. This man was named Wu Hao, the most powerful among the gatherers here, at level 48, with an S-class profession as a Flameblade master. Thanks to Wu Hao's earlier intervention, they had successfully repelled the demons and managed to break through the encirclement. Wu Hao stood up, surveyed the surrounding gatherers, and said in a deep voice, "I won't waste words. You all understand the current situation. At this point, there's only one way that can help us break through. Wu Hao, you're the strongest here. If you have a plan, please share it." "Yeah, we're counting on you. If you lead us out, you'll be our hero, and we will remember your kindness." Upon hearing that Wu Hao had a plan, the crowd instantly became excited, looking at him, waiting for him to continue. Wu Hao didn't rush to speak. Instead, he turned his gaze to the side. There, many severely injured individuals lay dying, all wounded by the demons, their injuries grave. Some could barely stagger a few steps, while others were unable to move, only able to breathe. "My plan is somewhat cruel. These severely injured individuals clearly have little chance of escaping this secret realm. To us, they are more of a burden. However, if we utilize the useless well, it can turn waste into treasure." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, a terrifying possibility surfacing in their minds, their faces showing horror. Wu Hao ignored their reactions and continued coldly, "Although the individual strength of the demons is formidable, their numbers are still far fewer than ours. Therefore, I propose using the severely injured as bait, cutting out their tongues to prevent them from speaking, and then throwing them out to attract the demons, giving us a chance to break through. This way, surely many among us will be able to successfully escape and survive. I've said my piece. Who agrees, who opposes?" As soon as Wu Hao finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had expected that Wu Hao's so-called plan would be so cruel. This was clearly about using the bodies of those severely injured to forcibly carve out a path to survival. To put it bluntly, this meant making them personally kill those severely injured individuals. "I oppose. This is too cruel. It goes against humanity." A righteous gatherer stood up, his face filled with anger. With someone taking the lead, several others immediately stood up as well. "I oppose too. My brother is also severely injured. I can't just watch him die." "Right. My husband is also badly hurt. I can't abandon him. Honey, say something." "Though I have no loved ones injured, if we resort to such a barbaric method, even if we survive, I will suffer a lifetime of guilt. Therefore, I oppose." Although some opposed, many others remained silent, not speaking up, and some even buried their heads in their chests, playing ostrich. Looking at the few who opposed, Wu Hao smiled faintly. In the next moment, Wu Hao's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! Several cold flashes flickered and disappeared, moving at an incredible speed, sharp enough to instill fear. The few dissenters let out piercing screams, crashing heavily to the ground, their limbs bleeding profusely. They had no time to react. Their tendons had already been severed by Wu Hao's blade. "Alright, now with a few more seriously injured people to attract the attention of the demon clan, our chances of breaking through have increased a bit," Wu Hao said with a smile, then raised his dark eyes, scanning the faces of the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. "Now, is there anyone who still opposes?" Seeing no one daring to respond, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Since no one opposes, let's do as I say. First, cut out the tongues of the seriously injured to prevent them from harboring resentment and informing the demon clan." But just then, a sharp voice rang out. "I oppose." The speaker was Xie Xiaoxiao, who had been supporting Yi Lin all the way. At that moment, Xie Xiaoxiao's face was filled with anger. She had brought Yi Lin to join the other job changers, thinking that with more people, they could unite and try to break out together. But she never expected to witness such a cruel scene. "Our enemy is clearly the demon clan. How can you act so contrary and inflict harm on your own kind? You are going too far." Xie Xiaoxiao trembled with rage. Having lived in a sheltered environment, she had never imagined that a person could be so cruel to their own compatriots, even injuring someone over a disagreement. Yet, having been well-versed in poetry and literature since childhood, she couldn't think of any vulgar words to express her anger. Too far was the harshest accusation she could come up with. Faced with Xie Xiaoxiao's accusations, Wu Hao remained indifferent, his heart showing no signs of disturbance as he merely chuckled coldly. After all, Xie Xiaoxiao's insults were nearly harmless to an adult. Yi Lin, seeing this, couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed Xie Xiaoxiao was still naive, and he would have to teach her a lesson. "You can't insult a beast like this. Let me teach you a more refined and easygoing way to curse," Yi Lin said in a calm tone. He then turned to Wu Hao, and in the instant their eyes met, Yilin cast his spell without any preparation, instantaneously. If **** your mother. In 3 days, I'll **** you. I'll fry your ashes in freshly squeezed peanut oil and serve it with rice. You piece of ***t. You look like a ***ing root. When I see you, I just want to put a juicer on your head. What you just said, was that human language? Are you doing human things? *****you. I have never seen such a shameless person. Yilin's eloquent words sounded like celestial music to the ears. Everyone was frozen in place, staring at Yilin in shock, seemingly unable to believe that someone could curse so obscenely. The most stunned was undoubtedly Xie Xiaoxiao. Having lived under protection since childhood, she had rarely even heard a curse word, let alone this long string of vulgarities from Yilin. The shock was akin to having never touched a girl's hand for 20 years, only to come home one day and find a dozen beautiful women inviting you to join them. Her eyes widened as she stared at Yilin, as if discovering a new world. Wu Hao's face had turned a deep shade of purple. He had never seen someone curse so obscenely. It was simply too much. Good. Wu Hao squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth. Since there are 2 seriously injured people delivered to me, I won't hold back. Wu Hao drew his battle knife, his face filled with rage, and his fury ignited the blade, flames roaring to life along its edge. In this scene, the others fell silent, realizing that Wu Hao was truly enraged. He was about to go all out. The crowd looked at Xie Xiaoxiao and Yilin with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Wu Hao's level had reached 48. If he went all out, these 2 young ones would definitely not have a good ending. Come on, say it again for me to hear? Wu Hao said, gripping his battle knife and glaring at Yilin. I won't say it anymore. I'm afraid if I say too much, you'll secretly enjoy it. Yilin shook his head. Wu Hao was momentarily stunned, then instantly furious. This was even more offensive than the previous string of insults. Sharp-tongued. I'll smash your teeth one by one and cut off your tongue. Wu Hao struck instantly, his flaming battle knife slicing through the air, forming a fiery tornado that aimed directly at Yilin and the others. Wu Hao's strike was incredibly fast. The 2 had no way to dodge. But just as Wu Hao's battle knife was about to cleave down on them, it suddenly stopped mid-air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it any further. What's going on? Wu Hao was both shocked and angry. He felt as if his battle knife was entangled by something, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. The next second, a sonic boom echoed through the air, as if something was rapidly approaching. Although Wu Hao couldn't see anything, he instinctively felt a sense of impending doom. He quickly released his battle knife and dodged to the side. Whoosh! Even though Wu Hao reacted quickly, a piece of flesh from his body was still sliced off, blood gushing out. The spectators gasped in shock. They never expected that Wu Hao would be the first to get hurt. What kind of technique is this? Wu Hao's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why should I tell you? Xie Xiaoxiao pressed her wrist, and all the star puppetry lines were retracted. Playing tricks. Let me see how I deal with you. Wu Hao picked up his battle knife, ready to strike again. Stop. You can't win against me, Xie Xiaoxiao advised. In fact, if Xie Xiaoxiao hadn't held back just now, Wu Hao would have been severely injured, if not dead. Don't be fooled by Xie Xiaoxiao's lower level. The star puppetry line was a genuine artifact. The advantage in equipment was enough to make up for the level difference. Ha ha ha, I can't beat you? What a joke. Wu Hao didn't believe Xie Xiaoxiao's words at all and lifted his knife to attack again. Xiaoxiao, he's just bullying you because you're a cultured person. Why waste your breath on him? Ice Blade Technique. Yilin raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell. With his high level of 37, even without activating the Burning Rebirth, this spell, transformed into Frost Sorrow, was something Wu Hao couldn't withstand. As his level increased, the terror of the forbidden spellcaster profession was gradually becoming evident. A terrifying ice blade, carrying a chilling aura, descended from the sky. Before the ice blade even arrived, the terrifying cold had already extinguished the flames burning on Wu Hao's battle knife. What? Wu Hao exclaimed, his face turning pale. He didn't know if it was from the cold or fear, but he could clearly sense the breath of death from the ice blade. It dawned on him that he had truly kicked a steel plate. Yi Mu Xuan, don't! Xie Xiaoxiao's voice rang out, and the ice blade hovered ominously above Wu Hao's head. A drop of cold sweat slid down Wu Hao's forehead, instantly freezing into ice crystals. He fell to the ground with a thud, looking as if he had lost his soul. Yilin looked at Xie Xiaoxiao, who took a deep breath and said, Yi Mu Shuang, I know this guy is very annoying, even deserving of death, but with the demon race looming, I think we should unite against a common enemy. Instead of killing him, it would be better to throw him out to deal with the demon race. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Yilin said no more, snapping his fingers, and the ice blade hovering above Wu Hao's head transformed into a flurry of ice crystals that dissipated into the air. This scene left the other job changers in awe. and soon they became excited. The stronger Yilin's power, the greater their chances of survival. Clinging to Yilin's leg was clearly more reliable than clinging to Wu Hao's. This young lady is right. With the demon race as a formidable enemy before us, we humans should indeed unite. Wu Hao's method is too cruel, sacrificing our own kind to pave the way for himself. I've long found him displeasing. Exactly. This act is nothing short of beastly. Thanks to the two of you for your righteous intervention, many of our compatriots have been spared from suffering. We were all forced into this situation by Wu Hao. I have drifted for half my life, only regretting not meeting a wise leader. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father. Those job changers who had just stood by Wu Hao's side now turned like reeds in the wind, all denouncing him. One even knelt down on the spot, wanting to recognize Yilin as his adoptive father, but was stopped by others. Yilin merely watched these people calmly, saying little. He had seen too many vivid examples of the ugliness of human nature. The only thing that could surprise him was the existence of Zhuge Qianqing. Unfortunately, Zhuge Qianqing was no longer around. In contrast to Yilin's indifference, Xia Xiaoxiao's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Don't worry, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to leave this secret realm. Xia Xiaoxiao swept her hand across the ground, clearing a patch of flat land, then poured a bit of water on it and began to draw and write on this small area. Half an hour later, a model built from dirt rose up, and upon closer inspection, it was a scaled-down version of Secret Realm No. 79. A sand table? Do you understand military strategy? Yilin asked, surprised at the model Xia Xiaoxiao had constructed. My grandfather taught me a little. Xia Xiaoxiao nodded seriously, and as her fingers glided gently over the dirt, her entire demeanor became sharp. She meticulously illustrated the terrain of Secret Realm No. 79, marking every road, every mountain, every river, and even the position of every tree. Even Yilin had to admire Xia Xiaoxiao's remarkable memory for terrain. Staring at the greatly reduced model of Secret Realm No. 79, Xia Xiaoxiao occasionally furrowed her brows in deep thought, and at times her eyes lit up. Got it. Everyone, come here. Xia Xiaoxiao called out, and the many job changers who had long been curious gathered around. Look here, this is our starting point, she said, pointing to a flat area on the model. And here is the exit. There will be at least 15 demons guarding the exit, and it will likely be more. Her finger traced an arc in the air, landing on the exit position. We still need to split into two teams, but this time, it's not about sacrificing the injured to give others a chance to survive, but rather letting those who can fight go and give the injured a chance to survive. For convenience, I will refer to the two teams as Team A and Team B. Team A will take this route and is responsible for attracting the demon's attention. So Team A doesn't need too many people, 100 will be enough, but those in Team A must be warriors or assassins, no mages. Mages are too slow. Hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's words, many mages instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The danger of going to Team A was clearly much greater than going to Team B. Xia Xiaoxiao ignored their little calculations and continued, mages and the injured will all be assigned to Team B. After Team A attracts some of the demons away, you will then circle around to the side of the exit. Xia Xiaoxiao's fingers traced a winding route on the model, as if an invisible battalion was navigating through numerous obstacles under her command. Once you reach this position, the mages should leverage your advantage of standing output. Your task is not light. You need to eliminate the remaining demons at the exit, and then support Team A in reaching the exit. Both teams will leave together. Do you understand? Xia Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her heart racing with tension. This was her first time applying what she had learned in a real battlefield, and if something went wrong, it could cost lives. Many of the job changers nodded, indicating they understood. Xia Xiaoxiao's plan was actually quite similar to Wu Hao's, except she wasn't using the severely injured as tools, and it included many more details, making it more feasible to execute. Alright, who is willing to join Team A? Team A is indeed more dangerous, so I won't force you. I will act as the captain of Team A myself, Xia Xiaoxiao said seriously. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the job changers looked at each other, none of them stepping forward, a stark contrast to their earlier enthusiasm. After all, joining Team A meant their lives would be in someone else's hands. If Team B dealt with the demons at the exit and fled, the members of Team A would be left without support and would surely perish. I'll go. Yilin was the first to step towards Xia Xiaoxiao. No, you're injured. You go to Team B. Xia Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously. So what if I'm injured? Being injured doesn't mean I can't fight. I'm going too. Take me with you. Me too, as long as my husband survives. Fool, if we're going to die, we die together. How could my husband survive alone? For figures staggered towards Xia Xiaoxiao, the very job changers who had just had their tendons severed by Wu Hao. After some basic treatment, they could barely stand and now joined Team A without hesitation. You all. Xia Xiaoxiao was taken aback. At this moment, Team A only had 6 members. Aside from Xie Xiaoxiao, the other 5 were all severely injured. This scene moved many, and soon more job changers gritted their teeth and joined Team A. However, in the end, Team A only had a little over 50 members, half of the 100 Xie Xiaoxiao had anticipated. It was important to note that there were still 700 or 800 job changers here, even after excluding the severely injured, yet they couldn't even gather 100. Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had tried her best to ensure as many people as possible could survive, but it seemed that most only cared about their own lives. Forget it. Xie Xiaoxiao shook her head, her gaze becoming resolute again. The books all said, do good deeds without asking about the future. 50-some people were actually enough. Since no one else wants to join Team A, I won't force it. We'll proceed according to the original plan. With that, Xie Xiaoxiao led Team A along the original route, preparing to attract the demon's attention. The job changers left behind all breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Xie Xiaoxiao would forcibly take more people for Team A. Seeing her leave like this, they couldn't help but feel excited. Great, we ran into a silly girl. Yeah, ha ha, this silly girl is too easy to fool. A few compliments and she takes them seriously? Thanks to this silly girl, how else would we have a chance to escape this hellhole? So what do we do next? Really listen to that girl and bring these burdens along? Someone pointed at the severely injured who couldn't move. Bring them? Just leave these people here to fend for themselves. We'll follow her route, and when she draws the demons away, we can break out directly. Who cares about their lives? A girl this foolish deserves to die. Brother, you make a good point, ha ha ha. The job changer left behind all the heavily injured, then lightened his load and quickly moved towards the exit along the route that Xie Xiaoxiao had just pointed out. The heavily injured could only watch this scene helplessly. Without anyone to protect them, they could only wait in despair for death. Soon, a monster followed the scent of blood, a carrion eater, emanating a foul stench of decay. It fed on rotting flesh and prey that could not move. Clearly, these heavily injured individuals would become its main course. It crawled in front of one of the injured and opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow him whole. The injured man turned pale with fear. Just as he thought he would be chewed up and swallowed, a cold voice rang out. Forbidden spell? Infernal fire burns the heavens. A ball of purplish red, eerie flames blazed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the carrion eater was reduced to ashes. A man appeared before everyone, his face chiseled like it had been carved with a knife, covered in deep scars, making it impossible to discern his features. Under normal circumstances, seeing such a person would evoke terror, but at this moment, all that filled the eyes of the crowd was gratitude. They were saved. Just as they were secretly delighted by this thought, they failed to notice that the knife-faced man was looking at all of them with an incredibly affectionate gaze. Forbidden spell? Eternal frozen eyes. Just as Team B began to rush towards the exit, Xie Xiaoxiao and her group moved even faster and were already nearing the exit. As they expected, the number of demons at the exit had indeed increased. Yilin counted and found there were at least 24 demons, accompanied by countless monsters, forming an impenetrable defense. Such a scale clearly indicated that they were not prepared to let them escape. Xie Xiaoxiao's expression grew serious. If they were to draw away so many demons and monsters, it would be extremely difficult for the 50 or so members of Team A, and, if they weren't careful, they could very well be wiped out. But at this point, they had no way out. They had to take a gamble. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Xie Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We need to pretend to prepare to break out, trying to draw away as many demons as possible. I can't guarantee that all of you will survive, but I can promise that I will charge to the front." Upon hearing this, many members of Team A couldn't help but laugh heartily. "What are you saying? Don't worry, we're not at the point of relying on a girl to survive." Exactly. If we wanted to survive, we wouldn't have joined Team A. From the moment we stepped in here, we were ready to die at any time. As long as we can break out, living is best. If not, killing one is breaking even, killing two is a profit. I've long been fed up with these demon beasts. You all. Listening to their words, Xie Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Then, let's set off. The determination and resolve in Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes were evident, but when she looked at Yilin and the others, her resolve turned into concern. You guys are injured, slow down when you charge later, or you definitely won't be able to escape. At that moment, Yilin suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Actually, if it's just to attract the demon's attention, we don't need that many people. But if fewer people go, then the number of demons sent to chase us will definitely be less, Xie Xiaoxiao said, puzzled. That's true, but what if there's something that can attract the attention of all the demons? Yilin replied. Are you saying? Xie Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, then looked down at the star puppet line in her hand. The starry puppet line is a genuine divine artifact. Even the demon race cannot help but feel a stir when faced with such a treasure. I understand. Xie Xiaoxiao nodded. It's enough for me to attract the attention of the demon race alone. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoxiao was about to set off towards the exit when Yilin raised his hand and tapped her on the head, producing a crisp sound. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Xiaoxiao cried out, holding her head in pain. What do you understand? If you draw the demon race away by yourself, isn't that just going to your death? Then wouldn't I have saved you for nothing? Give me the starry puppet line, and I'll go. And then you can hide in the shadows and control the starry puppet line to rescue me, Yilin said. No way. Xia Xiaoxiao flatly refused. You're still injured. I can't let you take that risk. There are some things in this world that someone has to do, right? If my death can allow all of you to live, then that's not so bad, Yilin said with a carefree smile. Besides, who says I will definitely die? If the number of demons we attract isn't too many, we could even ambush them and turn the tables. And you have some knowledge of military strategy, so you definitely can't go. But, no buts, it's decided. The longer we delay, the more changes will occur. Xia Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else but was directly interrupted by Yilin. Seeing Yilin so resolute, Xia Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and then handed a transparent thread, about the length of her index finger, to Yilin. This thread emitted a faint starlight, as if a piece had been taken from the Milky Way. Starry puppet line, level, divine, attribute, mental power amplification 320%, refinement level, 5 stars, skill 1, endless. The user's mana recovery speed is increased by 100%. Before the mana is exhausted, the starry puppet line can grow infinitely. Skill 2, all-encompassing. The starry puppet line can change and present any form according to the user's thoughts. Skill 3, Star Devour. After being pierced by the starry puppet line, the user can extract 10% of the opponent's life force to replenish themselves. Is this the starry puppet line? Yilin was somewhat shocked. It was his first time witnessing a true divine artifact. Even without considering the 3 skills, just the mental power amplification of 320% was already astonishing. If it were in the outside world, the starry puppet line would be enough to attract the attention of true top-tier powerhouses, making it invaluable. Yet Xia Xiaoxiao handed it to Yilin without any hesitation, demonstrating her trust in him. Yilin couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the starry puppet line?" "Not afraid, as long as you can stay alive," Xia Xiaoxiao said, her gaze fixed on Yilin, the warmth in her eyes making him feel a bit pained, and he couldn't help but look away. "Don't worry, I will survive." Yilin dared not look at Xia Xiaoxiao any longer and turned to stealthily approach the demon race's location. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoxiao and the others remained in place, ready to support Yilin at any moment. Some people, once dead, are dead. For some, it's better to continue living, Yilin murmured to himself as he continued to approach the exit. At that moment, a demon creature had already spotted him and roared as it charged towards Yilin. Yilin infused his mana into the starry puppet line, which, originally only the length of his index finger, suddenly began to grow wildly like seaweed. Controlling the rapidly growing starry puppet line with his mental power, it swiftly twisted towards the demon creature, which was almost instantly shredded into pieces. The strong smell of blood alerted all the demons guarding the exit, and they turned to look in this direction. "It's him, the one who was just playing with ice. Be careful, this guy's strength is extremely terrifying. Just now, more than a dozen of us couldn't stop him. Humph, this time, he won't escape." But Yilin had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he manipulated the star puppet threads to continue growing, soaring into the sky. Yilin did not conceal the brilliance of the star puppet threads like Xia Xiaoxiao did. Instead, he let them shine completely, and in an instant, it was as if a curtain of stars had appeared in the sky. "This is as fine as a hair, as brilliant as the stars. This is a divine artifact. The star puppet threads. This human kid actually has a divine artifact. Capture him. Be careful, the power of a divine artifact is extremely terrifying. This kid might be brewing some big move." In an instant, all the demons became alert, and no one dared to approach Yilin, fearing that he was planning something significant. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Xiaoxiao also couldn't understand what Yilin was trying to do. Using the star puppet threads like this, aside from being visually impressive, had no other effect. Under Yilin's control, the star puppet threads intertwined and changed in the sky. Finally, the star puppet threads formed 4 shining characters in the sky, glittering with golden light. "Come here." Silence. Whether it was the demons, the demonic creatures, or Xia Xiaoxiao and her group hidden in the dark, even the recently arrived Team B, all fell into silence at that moment. They had thought Yilin was going to pull off something big, but unexpectedly, Yilin had just made a big mess. Such a clumsy provocation was truly eye-watering. But it must be said that sometimes the simplest methods are the most effective. Realizing they had been played, the demons instantly ignited with rage. The leader of the demons resembled a human somewhat, but stood 3 meters tall, with muscles like granite, exuding a strange grayish-white hue. "Come, 10 people follow me to deal with this guy, the rest continue to block the exit. Notify me immediately if there's any movement. This could very well be the human's trick to lure the tiger away from its mountain. Novice spoke in a deep voice. He possessed a quarter of royal blood and was extremely powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, Novice led 10 demons and a group of demonic creatures to surround and kill Yilin. Even knowing it was likely a trap, they still chose to take the bait. Such was the temptation of a divine artifact. Yilin did not overestimate himself and turned to run, with Novice leading the demons in hot pursuit. He succeeded. He lured away nearly half of the demons. Quick, let's go help him. The members of Team A, hiding in the shadows, rejoiced at the sight. Xia Xiaoxiao wanted to go assist Yilin, but after glancing at the exit where there were still a dozen demons, she hesitated. Wait a moment. Xia Xiaoxiao called to everyone, biting her lip as if making a significant decision. There are still a dozen demons at the exit. Our mission is not yet complete. Team B has a large number of seriously injured. Breaking through won't be as easy for them as it is for us. The number of demons is still too many. We must lure away more demons, so Team A needs to split into 2 groups. One group to assist Jimu Shuang, and the other to head to the exit to draw away another batch of demons. Xia Xiaoxiao was halfway through her sentence when someone interrupted her. Girl, look over there. Who is that? They saw a man with blind eyes and a face full of knife scars charging directly toward the dozen demons at the exit like a moth to a flame. Such behavior was akin to seeking death. You demon bastards, don't underestimate the bonds between us humans. My compatriots, you must carry on my share and live well. The knife-scarred man shouted as he charged into the midst of the demons. Immediately, his body began to collide like a balloon, expanding into a large sphere within a few breaths. Run! This is a self-destruct forbidden spell. The demons finally realized what the knife-faced man was about to do, and they were terrified. But it was already too late. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of bright light, the man exploded into nothingness, and a massive starfish appeared in midair, followed by a deafening explosion. The surrounding demons and monsters were also affected. The power of this self-detonation was terrifying, comparable to a full-force strike from a level 70 powerhouse. Anyone nearby, whether demon or monster, was blown to pieces. After the explosion, the ground was littered with severed limbs, and of the dozen or so demons that could still stand, no more than 5 remained, all of them injured. Madman! How can there be such a lunatic among the human race? The demons trembled in fear, rushing forward without a word, not using any skills, but directly self-destructing. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a madman? Not good. In the distance, Novice had almost surrounded Yilin, but upon hearing such a terrifying explosion, he immediately realized something was wrong. He could no longer care about Yilin and began to retreat with all the demons. Xia Xiaoxiao and her group were initially stunned, then they erupted in joy. We did it! Only 5 demons left, and they're all injured. Team B can definitely break through. In times of despair, heroes who disregard life and death always emerge from the human race. Ah, I feel ashamed. It's a pity about that iron-willed hero. He died just like that, and we don't even know his name. Everyone discussed, feeling a bit regretful about the man who had just self-destructed. Although they didn't know where he came from, he had truly saved everyone. Xia Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, then turned and rushed towards Yilin. You all break through first. I need to go rescue Yimashi. The members of Team A looked at Xia Xiaoxiao's departing figure, exchanging glances before breaking into smiles. Girl, what are you joking about? There's no such thing as us breaking through first. You're the captain, and wherever the captain goes, we go. Exactly. We haven't even exerted ourselves yet. Seeing that everyone had unanimously decided to continue following her, Xia Xiaoxiao felt a surge of indescribable emotion in her heart. She cast aside her distractions and hurried towards Yilin. Yimashi, you must stay alive. Xia Xiaoxiao was filled with worry. Meanwhile, the members of Team B also saw a glimmer of hope. Damn, a fool went to die with the demons. Only 5 demons left. The opportunity has come. Let's charge. That's right. With so few demons, they definitely can't stop us. Charge. The transmuters of Team B had long abandoned the heavily injured, so they charged forward at great speed, almost instantly nearing the exit. At this moment, the demons and monsters were thrown into disarray by Yilin's clone self-destructing, and facing this fresh force, they had no ability to resist and were quickly overwhelmed. Seeing the exit so close, everyone became excited. Ha ha ha, we survived. It's all thanks to us ditching those heavily injured burdens, and even more so to that silly girl and that self-destructing fool. Isn't that right? I would never be such a fool, but I hope there are more fools like that in the world so I can live a long life. Brother, haven't you heard the saying that good people don't live long, while disasters last for 1,000 years? It's only right for good people to die. Ha ha ha. Everyone in Team B excitedly rushed towards the exit. As long as they broke out of this secret realm, they would survive. As for the lives and deaths of others, What does it have to do with them? The matter of supporting Team A had long been cast aside by all of them, but just then, a dark figure suddenly blocked their path. It was a gaunt man, his face marred by various twisted and hideous scars, an appearance so ugly that just a glance could induce nightmares. The man raised his hand towards the excited members of Team B, and a terrifying force surged up from the ground. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. A gray stone wall shot up from the ground, blocking the way of all Team B members and sealing off the exit of the 79th secret realm. In an instant, everyone panicked. Damn! Where did this wall come from? Get out of the way. This might be a backup from the demon race. It's just a wall. We can break it together. It's not the demon race. I saw it. A man just created this wall. Smash this wall, and we'll kill him. After a moment of chaos, everyone quickly calmed down and joined forces to attack the wall of size in front of them. In an instant, flames, ice, thunder, sword light, blade energy, and spear tips, all sorts of attacks were unleashed, crashing violently against the seemingly ordinary stone wall, producing a series of booming sounds. Everyone thought this strike would be enough to completely destroy the wall, but when the dust settled, their expressions changed in an instant. Because facing the assault of hundreds of job changers, the stone wall remained completely unmoved. Not even a single crack appeared. Their attacks left not a trace on the stone wall. How is this possible? With so many of us attacking together, how can we not break a wall? Someone exclaimed, their face filled with fear and disbelief. Then, undeterred, the group joined forces again, bombarding the stone wall, but it had no effect whatsoever. No matter what methods they used, they could not damage the wall in the slightest. The stone wall was like an insurmountable chasm, blocking all their hopes of survival. Little did they know, the clone created by the chi transformation was at the same level as Yi Lin's main body. The wall of size, cast at the clone's current level of 37, could not be broken without the intervention of job changers above level 57. In other circumstances, if they couldn't break it, they could just go around, but at this moment, the wall of size blocked the exit, leaving them nowhere to go. They were so close to escaping, the exit was within reach, yet none of them could get out. This drastic rise and fall from life to death caused many to collapse instantly. Please, let me go. I'm innocent. You're human too. How can you help the demons in their tyranny? Exactly. Your actions betray humanity. You're a traitor. I don't want to die. Who will save me? I have 5 wives waiting for me at home. I can't die. What will happen to them if I die? Seeing that brute force couldn't break the wall of size, some even knelt down before it, begging for mercy, while others cursed loudly, a myriad of human emotions on display. But no matter what they said or did, the stone wall remained unmoved, standing silently in place, blocking everyone's path. Just as despair was about to engulf them, Novice returned with the demon race. Seeing so many human job changers gathered at the exit, and the remaining demons and monsters suffering heavy casualties, Novice was instantly furious. You damned humans! I want all of you to die here. With Novice's command, the demon race led the monsters in an instant massacre against Team B. In front was an impenetrable wall of size, and behind them was the furious onslaught of the demon clan. At this moment, these individuals finally experienced what true despair felt like. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, cries for help, and pleas for mercy, echoing through the skies. Under the shadow of death, these job changers quickly began to fight back. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone these people who were all-powerful job changers. In no time, the demon clan and the job changers of Team B were locked in fierce combat, the battlefield resembling a massive meat grinder, relentlessly harvesting lives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie Xiaoxiao, leading Team A, finally found Yi Lin. She saw Yi Lin leaning against a tree, eyes tightly shut, unaware of life or death. Yi Mu Xiang, Xie Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing over. Upon discovering that Yi Lin was still breathing, she finally sighed in relief, realizing he had merely fainted from his injuries. Hearing Xie Xiaoxiao's voice, Yi Lin struggled to lift his eyelids. When he saw Xie Xiaoxiao and her group, his expression changed instantly. How did you all get here? Can't you escape? Could it be that the demon clan has a backup plan? Don't worry, after you lured away part of the demon clan, someone took them down with them, sacrificing themselves to open the exit. The people from Team B should have all safely escaped, Xie Xiaoxiao quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin let out a long breath, a look of relief spreading across his face. Did everyone escape? That's great. Then my efforts weren't in vain after all. By the way, here, this is for you. Yi Lin took out the star puppet line and handed it to Xie Xiaoxiao. A hint of surprise flashed in Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes, then she smiled broadly, taking the star puppet line and tying Yi Lin to her back. Let's go. I'll take you out with me. The job changers of Team A couldn't help but laugh and tease at this scene. TSK, a successful rescue of the husband from 1,000 miles away. At least it has a good ending, isn't that right? You can't deny it. These two look quite compatible. I really envy the young people, daring to love and hate, able to experience a passionate love story. Thinking back to my youth, the only experience related to love was being scammed out of 38,000 in an online romance. Facing the teasing from everyone, Xia Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red, but she showed no intention of untying Yilin. Instead, she tightened the bindings. With Yilin on her back, Xia Xiaoxiao led Team A towards the exit. However, when they reached the exit, the scene before them left everyone frozen in place. A hell on earth. This was the same term that flashed through everyone's minds upon seeing the scene before them. As far as the eye could see, there were human body fragments and severed limbs everywhere, the blood seeping into the ground, turning it a dark red, a shocking sight. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, these two idioms vividly described the scene that was now laid out before them. Some even collapsed to the ground in shock, their faces pale. How is this possible? What on earth happened? Did all the people from Team B die here? Xia Xiaoxiao murmured, her face filled with disbelief. She clearly remembered that when she went to find Yilin, there weren't many demons guarding the exit. With the strength of Team B, dealing with those few demons to escape should have been an easy task, but now, how could all of Team B have been slaughtered? Just as Xia Xiaoxiao and her group were immersed in shock, unable to comprehend what had happened, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I caused their deaths. Yilin broke free from Xia Xiaoxiao's back, his face filled with self-reproach and frustration. He clutched his hair tightly, pain etched across his features, tears welling in his eyes. It must be that the demon clan chasing me has returned for support, which is why Team B suffered such heavy casualties, even to the point of total annihilation. It's all my fault. If I could have delayed those demons a little longer, everyone in Team B would have survived. It's because I'm too weak that I caused their deaths. It's all my fault. Hearing Yilin's cries, everyone finally realized what had happened. In retrospect, this was the most likely scenario. No wonder when they found Yilin, there were no traces of demons nearby. It turned out that all the demons chasing Yilin had returned to support the encirclement of Team B. Thinking of this, everyone began to sympathize with Yilin. Brother Yi, you don't need to blame yourself so much. You've already done your best. This can't be blamed on you. If anyone is to blame, it should be those damned demons. That's right. The ones killing are those demons. What does it have to do with you? When we found you, you were already exhausted and unconscious. You don't need to feel guilty. The urgent matter now is that we need to escape and then find a way to avenge our fallen brothers in Team B. The dead are gone, but the living must carry on. Brother Yi, pull yourself together. Listening to the encouragement from everyone, Yilin's emotions finally calmed down a bit. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. You're right. Revenge. We can't let the brothers of Team B die in vain. Yilin staggered to his feet, gritting his teeth. I want there to be no demons left in this secret realm. No. 79, not a single one, to comfort the souls of our fallen comrades. Xia Xiaoxiao hurriedly stopped him. Yi Muduang, I know you're very angry right now, and so am I, but you're still injured. Listen to me, we need to leave first. Once you're healed, we can come back for revenge, okay? No. Have you forgotten? I have secret methods to recover from injuries. I'll cover for you, you take the others and leave. I must avenge the people of Team B. They can't die in vain. Yilin shook his head, his gaze unwavering. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin staggered towards the exit. Demon spawn, come and take your lives. Ice spiral spell. Countless terrifying giant ice spikes formed under Yilin's control, whistling as they shot forward. It's you! Norris turned around and instantly recognized Yilin. He wiped the blood of the human race from his face and spoke coldly. You're walking into a trap. If you want to die, I'll grant you that. Norris clapped his hands, and a terrifying demonic aura surged forth like a demonic dragon, sweeping towards the ice spikes in the sky. The ice spikes and demonic energy clashed, canceling each other's power and emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Just as Norris was about to continue his attack, he suddenly felt a sense of heart palpitations, as if some danger was quietly approaching. He instinctively raised his hand and waved it to the side, and several transparent threads wrapped around his arm like ants crawling on bones. The threads were as sharp as blades, instantly causing blood to seep from his arm. Starry puppet threads? Another expert? Norris's vertical pupils narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the other end of the threads, where Xia Xiaoxiao stood with a cold expression. Yi Muduang, leave now. Once you're healed, there will definitely be a chance for revenge. Xia Xiaoxiao urged. If we just leave like this, then the people of Team B will have died in vain, and my conscience will be condemned for a lifetime. Yilin said sternly. He then turned around, his black eyes fixed intently on Xia Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, do you believe in me? Xia Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. I believe. Good. Then you take the people from Team A and leave quickly. I'll handle things here. Yilin pointed to the exit and said. But, Xia Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but at that moment, a pair of warm hands suddenly cupped her face, and Yilin looked seriously into her eyes. Be good, listen to me, I won't lie to you, I will definitely make it out alive. I can't let these people die for nothing. Yilin's gentle voice rang in her ears, causing a surge of emotions in Xie Xiaoxiao. You must make it out alive. After I send them all out, I'll come back to help you. In the end, Xie Xiaoxiao chose to trust Yilin, and without any hesitation, she led Team A towards the exit. Want to leave? No way! Norris shouted angrily and prepared to strike. Just then, wall after wall of ice rose up from the ground, blocking his path, while at the same time, a blade of ice imbued with intense cold descended from above, slashing towards Norris. With the enhancement of the Absolute Zero domain, Yilin's ice skills were terrifying. Even Norris couldn't break through Yilin's assault for a moment. Seeing Xie Xiaoxiao and her group disappear at the exit of the 79th Secret Realm, Yilin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Norris, like a bullet, smashed through several ice walls and appeared in front of Yilin. Seeing that Xie Xiaoxiao and the others had already left, a fire of rage ignited in Norris's heart as he coldly said to Yilin, Kid, you're really stupid. If that girl stayed here, I would still have to be wary of her, but now you've let your helper go first. You're dead for sure. I will make you experience the tortures of the demon race. As soon as Norris finished speaking, several demons surrounded Yilin with murderous intent. Why do you think her leaving would be bad news for me? I'm almost exhausted from acting. Yilin stretched lazily, and his injuries healed almost instantly. Seeing this scene, Norris's vertical pupils shrank sharply. This recovery speed was terrifying. Even demons couldn't possibly have such a fast recovery rate. But what shocked Norris even more was what came next. Suddenly, a sound of heavy dragging came from behind. Norris turned to look and saw a man with a face like a chiseled knife dragging a huge block of ice towards him. What left him dumbfounded was that inside that block of ice, many humans were frozen. Those humans looked lifelike, some even maintaining smiles on their faces, as if they had been frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. Yilin approached the giant ice block, then raised his hand and pressed it against the ice, directly activating Endless Devour. In just a few breaths, the giant ice block was as if it had been disintegrated by an invisible swarm, disappearing completely, along with the humans frozen inside. After devouring the massive ice block, Yilin did not stop but instead turned his gaze to the members of Team B. Yilin was like a diligent battlefield cleaner. Wherever he went, the corpses and bloodstains would be cleared away, and his aura was rising steadily at that moment. Norris was so frightened that he retreated several steps. Looking at Yilin in terror, he finally understood what Yilin was doing. You actually devour your own kind, you are a devil. Even among demons, cannibalism was rare. Only lowly demonic creatures would eat each other. Facing Norris's accusation, Yilin showed a kind smile. I told you, I won't let them die for nothing. Don't worry, it will soon be your turn, you won't die for nothing either. Yilin moved his body. Only children would make choices, adults would definitely want it all. Not only did he want to devour the people from Team B, but he wouldn't let a single demon in the 79th Secret Realm escape either. In his eyes, these were all walking experience points. Outside, he had neither the opportunity nor the courage to carry out such a large-scale massacre. Now, it was good, the people were killed by the Demon Clan, and the Demon Clan was killed by him. Not only would he not be wanted, but he would also become a great hero for slaying the Demon Clan. Xie Xiaoxiao and those from Team A who survived could testify for him. He was completely innocent. Forbidden spell? Burning reincarnation. Blood-red flames rose from Yilin's body. As his level increased, the terrifying nature of the forbidden spell Burning Reincarnation began to manifest, doubling his power, agility, and spirit without any restrictions, making it an existence akin to a cheat. Forbidden spell? Annihilation Thunder. Thunder rained down from the distant sky, and Yilin's full-force attack made Norris's face pale. He felt a deadly crisis from Yilin. Come, everyone, attack together. Norris quickly called for other demons to assist. If he faced Yilin alone, he felt he wouldn't last 3 moves before being killed outright. All the remaining demons and monsters in Secret Realm know. 79 gathered behind Norris, working together to fend off the terrifying thunder that kept striking. Imu Zhangle, Binghuayangle, Guishui Inle, Gung Jinjiele, Wutu Mingle, Juxie Xinle, Lucian Molai, Sheng Mingxi. Various thunders struck down continuously, and the demons were like criminals facing divine punishment, being struck by the heavenly thunder into chaos. The demons could barely resist, while the monsters, facing the incoming thunder, were like cannon fodder, dying upon contact or severely injured. Meanwhile, Yilin's internal organs were continuously regenerating. Despite being alone, he firmly held back the army of monsters led by Norris. He's using forbidden spells, he can't hold on for long. Hold the line, Norris shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the other demons became fierce. Novice was right, when humans cast forbidden spells, it would cause irreversible damage to their bodies. Yes, that's right, I'm about to collapse. Yilin chuckled in agreement, then tilted his head and asked Novice, have you heard of the ice and fire duality? It's quite refreshing. Novice was first taken aback, then looked at Yilin with some confusion. Yilin did not disappoint him and quickly made him understand the significance of those 5 words. Forbidden spell? Extreme cold eternal freeze. Forbidden spell? Sigh of the fire god. Forbidden spell? Sorrow of frost. Forbidden spell? Infernal fire burning heaven. With each ice-type forbidden spell Yilin cast, he would follow up with a fire-type forbidden spell. The demons and monsters first saw frost flying everywhere, then felt as if they were in an extremely cold place, shivering from the cold, with those directly hit freezing into ice sculptures. But immediately after, they were met with flames burning as fiercely as the sun, capable of turning their bodies to ashes. They were caught in an endless cycle between extreme cold and extreme heat, with monsters continuously being burned to charred corpses or frozen into ice sculptures. Forbidden spell? 1 chi transforming 3 purities. Yilin created 2 clones to continue casting forbidden spells while he leisurely strolled across the battlefield, beginning to absorb the slain monsters with endless devouring. Damn it! How does he have helpers? Seeing 2 more people suddenly appear, Novice's heart sank. Just dealing with Yilin alone had them in a flurry, and now with 2 more helpers, how could they fight? Yilin didn't care what Novice thought. He was now completely unleashing his power. Devoured ordinary monsters *185, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a trace of extremely thin dragon bloodline, increased lifespan by 50 years, experience points by 24,580, increased strength attribute by 198 points, agility attribute by 150 points, and mental power by 88 points. Devoured advanced monsters *32, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a very thin trace of dragon bloodline, increased lifespan by 7,800 years, experience points by 16,900, increased strength attribute by 254 points, agility attribute by 170 points, and mental power by 180 points. Devoured demon race *2, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a thin trace of dragon bloodline, increased lifespan by 450 years, experience points by 2,800, increased strength attribute by 33 points, agility attribute by 18 points, and mental power by 18 points. So refreshing! Feeling the rapidly increasing experience points and 3-dimensional attributes, Yilin was filled with excitement. If it weren't for Zhuge Qianqing repairing the ancient artifact for him, how could he possess the incredible skill of Endless Devour? Yilin even felt that the existence of Endless Devour was even more terrifying than immortality. Immortality only allowed him to not die, and if he hadn't changed his class to a forbidden spellcaster, just being immortal would hardly grant him powerful strength. But Endless Devour was different. With Endless Devour, even if he awakened the most garbage F-class profession, as long as he could survive and develop, he would still have an invincible day. Not to mention, as long as his strength attribute reached a certain height, even a casual punch could cause extremely terrifying damage. Watching his subordinates being blasted to death one after another by forbidden spells, turning into nutrients for Yilin, Novice was almost crying out of desperation, yet he had no way to deal with Yilin. Under the bombardment of forbidden spells, the gathered monsters completely collapsed. Although their intelligence was not as high as that of the demon race, they still had the most basic survival instinct. A monster's life is still a life. Soon, as the first monster turned to flee, it quickly triggered a chain reaction, and the struggling monsters could no longer bear it, all turning to escape. But they hadn't escaped for long when Yilin's voice rang out behind them. Forbidden spell? Return of the undead. A wave of green smoke rose not far away, shimmering with eerie blue-green light. Then, a white skeleton emerged from the smoke, holding a rusty longsword in its hand. Undead creature. Skeleton warrior. With the appearance of the skeleton warrior, soon one after another, other undead creatures appeared, surrounding the area tightly, cutting off all hope of escape for these monsters. Any monster attempting to flee would be met with the frenzied attacks of the undead creatures, and the final outcome would either be being smashed into pulp by a bone dragon or being dismembered by the skeleton warrior's chaotic strikes. Clearly, Yilin was not going to let a single monster escape. The monsters let out piercing wails, their large eyes filled with terror of death. Unable to fight back and unable to escape, there was nothing more despairing in this world. But Yilin would show no mercy. Any creature attacked in this world would feel pain, fear, or show a flaw, but monsters did not have such feelings. Monsters had no sense of pain. Seeing that two of his avatars were on the verge of dying from casting too many forbidden spells, Yilin immediately commanded the two avatars to charge into the battlefield. The star chain connected to the avatars, and the power of the stars continuously poured into them, causing the two avatars to expand rapidly like balloons. Then, accompanied by two deafening explosions, the two avatars exploded into two massive sea stars. The violent explosion harvested the lives of the surrounding monsters, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Hearing the two consecutive blasts, Norris seemed to realize something and stared intently at Yilin. I understand now. The explosion at the exit just now was also your doing. Correct, but unfortunately, there's no prize, Yilin replied, continuing to clean up the battlefield. Soon, Norris was the only one left standing among the demon race. When Yilin checked his attribute panel, he was taken aback by what he saw. Name, Yilin. Occupation, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level, 43, 5. 11%, Strength, 1120, Agility, 1024, Mentality, 1998, plus 6,393. 6. Professional Talent 1, Endless Spell. For every level the Forbidden Spellcaster increases, one forbidden spell can be unlocked. Professional Talent 2, Ultimate Sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into forbidden spells. After the massacre in the 79th Secret Realm, not only had Yilin's level greatly increased, but all his three-dimensional attributes had also surpassed 1,000. The Strength attribute determines muscle strength and physical quality, and as a forbidden spellcaster, Yilin should have been the least proficient in strength. However, after devouring enough demons and monsters, Yilin's strength attribute had reached 1120 points. Even among warriors of the same level, without considering equipment boosts, their strength attribute would likely be similar to Yilin's. A forbidden spellcaster with over 1,000 strength. Just thinking about it made Yilin's lips curl up. As a forbidden spellcaster, having innate divine power seemed quite reasonable, right? Now, if he were to face an opponent like Kenshin again, Yilin wouldn't even need other forbidden spells. With just the Starfall Celestial Mark combined with the Lifespan Blade technique, he could easily cut Kenshin down. What a pity. It won't be so easy to encounter such a large-scale war between humans and demons again. Yilin couldn't help but shake his head. The grandeur of the 79th Secret Realm was something that could be encountered but not sought after. With his actions, not only had the demon race suffered heavy losses, but at least half of the transmuters from Qingcheng had also perished in the Secret Realm. Norris had completely fallen into despair. He had originally intended to use the artifact illusion to lure human transmuters into the 79th Secret Realm and then slaughter them all. Unexpectedly, while he had caught fish, one of them turned out to be a great white shark. At this moment, the only living being in the entire 79th Secret Realm, aside from Yilin, was himself. The great demon lord will one day enslave all of you humans. Norris roared, as if to bolster his courage, then charged at Yilin with a determined resolve to face death. Yilin raised his hand, just about to strike, when suddenly a wave of spatial fluctuation came from the exit, causing Yilin to retract the forbidden spell he was about to unleash. This girl is back so soon? Well, one less demon to devour is one less demon, Yilin muttered to himself, ignoring the desperate Norris. Norris unleashed a punch infused with demonic energy, but to his surprise, Yilin showed no intention of dodging. The punch landed squarely on Yelin's chest. With a loud bang, Yilin was sent flying, the demonic energy rampaging and ravaging his body. With a cough, Yilin spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene perfectly coincided with the re-entry of Xie Xiaoxiao into the 79th Secret Realm. Just as Xie Xiaoxiao had sent all the members of Team A out of the Secret Realm, she witnessed a scene that made her eyes widen in disbelief. Yemu Shuang! Xie Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing forward to support Yilin. Cough, 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 cough. Yilin weakly began to cough. I'm sorry, I've really tried my best. This Norris is too strong, and he has dark magic that can absorb the powers of other demon races and monsters to strengthen himself. Otherwise, I should be able to win. It's okay. It's okay. You've done very well. I'm back now, just leave the rest to me. Xie Xiaoxiao looked at Yilin's injured state, her heart tightening. However, when Norris heard Yilin's words, he instantly exploded with rage. You're talking nonsense. All the demon races and monsters, including those human corpses, were clearly devoured by you. Don't believe him, he's a liar. He's a demon. Norris hurriedly defended himself. I don't believe him. Should I believe you, a demon? After settling Yilin, Xie Xiaoxiao stood up coldly. The fine threads of the star puppet line began to spread out, and an intense killing intent radiated from her. What's wrong with the demon race? Some people among your human race are even more demonic than us. Norris was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Shut up. For one day you are a demon, you will be a demon for your whole life. The demon race is inherently evil and cunning, full of lies. Do you think I would fall for your schemes? Xie Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and countless threads rushed towards Norris. He barely managed to dodge, but still received a cut on his face from the star puppet line. When he saw Yilin making faces at him behind Xie Xiaoxiao, Norris was so furious he almost couldn't catch his breath. As a demon, it was the first time Norris felt the world's malice. He never expected that there were humans in this world who were even more demonic than demons. Little girl, I'm really not lying to you. So many human corpses, so many demon and monster corpses, all disappeared without a trace. Don't you find it suspicious? Think about it carefully, Norris pleaded earnestly. However, facing Norris's verbal tricks, Xie Xiaoxiao showed no sign of being moved, only slowly lifting a cold smile. I can't be bothered to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Star puppet line. Xie Xiaoxiao didn't care at all about what Norris said. The education she received since childhood and the bloody history of the human race all told her how detestable the demon race was. It was like encountering a good friend on the road who had a conflict with someone living a good life. Would you carefully investigate who was right or wrong? The demon race is simply damned. The star puppet line, under Xie Xiaoxiao's control, twisted towards Norris, containing a strong killing intent, aiming to strangle him directly. Norris raised his hand to block, but the star puppet line wrapped around his arm, instantly digging into the flesh, cutting his arm and causing blood to blur. However, the pain in his arm was trivial compared to the pain in his heart. Norris knew he would definitely not survive today, but he couldn't swallow the overwhelming grievance in his heart. Just like Xiao Liuzi, who would rather disembowel himself to prove he only ate a bowl of noodles, Norris was determined to expose Yilin's true nature today, even at the cost of his life. You despicable and shameless human! You're bullying demons too much! Norris roared and charged angrily towards Yilin. He didn't believe that Yilin could still pretend in the face of a fatal attack. You're seeking death. Seeing this, Xie Xiaoxiao's eyes narrowed, and the star puppet line shot out like an arrow released from a bow. But Norris did not dodge. He allowed the star puppet line to pierce through his body, creating blood holes, and continued to charge towards Yilin, showing his current grievance and anger. Is this demon race insane? Xie Xiaoxiao was also startled. Norris's fighting style clearly showed that he no longer cared for his own life. But being scared was one thing. Xie Xiaoxiao would not allow Norris to harm Yilin. She curled her fingertips, and the star puppet lines that pierced through Norris's body instantly shrank, pulling him backward. Ah! Norris's eyes turned crimson, panting like a bull, letting out a hysterical roar. Then, disregarding everything, he forcefully struggled, and the sharp star puppet lines cut through his body, causing him to charge toward Yilin, drenched in blood. Yi Mu Xiang, be careful! Xie Xiaoxiao hadn't expected Norris to go to such lengths, and in that moment, she couldn't react in time, only able to shout a warning to Yilin. Seeing Norris's twisted expression as he lunged at him, Yilin almost couldn't hold back a laugh, but considering Xie Xiaoxiao was still there, he ultimately restrained himself, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I will kill you! Norris roared, his sharp claws slashing down at Yilin. He had to force Yilin's true face to reveal itself. But just as his attack was about to land on Yilin, Yilin raised a hand, and the absolute zero domain enveloped Norris, causing his body to begin freezing bit by bit until he could no longer move. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Can the demon race be wronged so easily? Norris roared in frustration. Nonsense, if you're not wronged, am I supposed to bear the blame myself? Yilin replied softly. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, Xie Xiaoxiao's attack followed, directly severing Norris's head. Yi Mu Xiang, are you okay? Xie Xiaoxiao hurriedly checked Yilin's injuries. It's nothing, just some minor wounds, Yilin said with a gentle smile. Phew, that's good. Xie Xiaoxiao finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Then let's go out. Yilin nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the exit, both tacitly silent as if each had their own thoughts. When they reached the exit, they both stopped simultaneously and spoke in unison. X2U. X2 you go first. X2 they exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll go first. Xie Xiaoxiao mustered her courage and said seriously. Yi Mu Xiang, my dad is outside. Once we go through this door, you must pretend not to know me, just two strangers helping each other as fellow humans. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will die. Yilin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint flashing in his gaze, then smiled and asked, What? Is your dad some kind of man-eating monster? No. Xie Xiaoxiao shook her head, her expression serious. My dad might be even more formidable than a monster. Any male who dared to approach me without his permission since I was little has mysteriously disappeared. Is he a very powerful class changer? Or does he have a huge influence? Yilin pressed. Xie Xiaoxiao smiled wryly and shook her head. Yi Mu Xiang, don't ask anymore. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Just being able to meet you, I'm already very happy. No. Yilin stepped forward, grabbing Xie Xiaoxiao's shoulders, his burning gaze firmly fixed on her. No matter how great the resistance, I won't give up. I will definitely find you. Tell me, At least let me know how high a mountain I need to climb to see you again. A blush instantly crept onto Xia Xiaoxiao's face as she tugged at her clothes, lowering her head. Tell me, Xiao Xiao. I really can't accept never seeing you again. Yi Lin's voice was filled with grievance, like an innocent puppy caught in the rain. Xia Xiaoxiao raised her eyes to meet Yi Lin's gaze. Yi Lin showed no sign of retreat, staring back at her, the clarity in his eyes reflecting their images. Are you really going to come find me? You're not just lying to make me happy, are you? Xia Xiaoxiao asked, biting her rosy lips. I, Yi Mushi, swear to the heavens, if I deceive you, let me be struck by 5 thunders. Before Yi Lin could finish his sentence, Xia Xiaoxiao raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck. Immediately, Yi Lin felt his lips come into contact with something soft, like warm jelly. Xia Xiaoxiao's sudden action left Yi Lin stunned. When they finally pulled apart, Xia Xiaoxiao's face was already flushed. She trembled and whispered, "Don't say anything reckless. Even if you are lying to me, I still hope you stay safe. My father is the head of the Xia family, one of the 5 ancient clans of the Great Xia, Xia Hong. The 5 great families? What is that?" Yi Lin asked, puzzled, as he had never heard of this before. You've been active near Qingcheng, so you must have heard of Mr. Zhuge, right? Xia Xiaoxiao inquired. Yi Lin nodded. Of course I've heard of Mr. Zhuge. Without him, Qingcheng would have likely been overrun by monsters long ago. The 5 great families have a long history and are the 5 families with the longest lineage in the entire Great Xia. Each one wields immense power and is filled with talented individuals. Even the emperor of the Great Xia has to show them some respect. Mr. Zhuge comes from one of the 5 great families, the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family has the fewest members among the 5, but each one is exceptionally talented. Listening to Xia Xiaoxiao's explanation, Yi Lin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was the first time he learned about Zhuge Qianqing's background. He had only known that Zhuge Qianqing was famous in the capital and later grew tired of the bustling city life, choosing to live a pastoral life in Qingcheng. He never expected Zhuge Qianqing's origins to be so remarkable. Given this, his guess was likely correct. The one causing trouble at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral must be Xia Hong, the head of the Xia family. Just thinking about how the person who had been investigating and hunting him down not long ago had such a significant background made Yi Lin break out in a cold sweat. He secretly thought he was truly lucky. If he hadn't used a false identity, he would probably have been dissected for research by now. At the same time, he couldn't help but worry about Guqin. That guy, he wouldn't have been caught, would he? Humph. So, how is it? Now that you know my identity, do you still dare to boast about coming to find me? Xia Xiaoxiao asked. Of course. Yi Lin's gaze remained unwavering. What do the 5 great families matter? Do nobles and officials have any real power? Once I, Yi Mushi, set my mind on something, I will definitely accomplish it. Xia Xiaoxiao looked deeply at Yi Lin, as if trying to imprint his image in her heart. I'll wait for you. Remember, my name is Xia Xiaoxiao. With that, Xia Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and walked toward the exit. Yi Lin took a deep breath, adjusting his complex emotions, and followed her out. At the exit of the 79th secret realm, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood there, his face lined with wrinkles and his eyes filled with an imposing aura. Su Cheng's city lord, Hu Wang, followed this middle-aged man like a servant. When he saw Xia Xiaoxiao's figure, Hu Wang let out a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. It was a good thing Xia Xiaoxiao was alive. If she had truly died here, Hu Wang suspected the entire Qingcheng would be bathed in blood. Dad! Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xia Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head and walked over, looking like a wilted eggplant. It was clear that this middle-aged man was Xia Hong, the head of the Xia family. Quite capable, huh? Shaved your head and even learned to run away from home? Xia Hong said, his tone revealing no hint of joy or anger. I know I was wrong. But look, I can handle the demon clan now. Xia Xiaoxiao took out the pink phone and pulled up the video Yi Lin had filmed for her. In the video, Xia Xiaoxiao faced off against more than 20 demons alone, even managing to kill one and escape with style. Xia Hong took the phone expressionlessly, while Xia Xiaoxiao looked at him eagerly, seemingly expecting praise from her father. But in the next moment, Xia Hong's broad palm tightened slightly, and the pink phone was crushed into a crumpled heap of scrap metal, causing Xia Xiaoxiao's face to turn pale. And then? What does this prove? Have you ever thought that the family has invested so much effort and resources in training you, so you should be able to do these things? If you couldn't, that would truly make you a waste. You have disappointed me too much. When we get back, you will go into the Dragon Pool secret realm to reflect. Hearing the name of the Dragon Pool secret realm, Xia Xiaoxiao's petite body trembled violently, clearly terrified of this place. Xia Hong casually discarded the crushed phone as if it were just a piece of trash, while Xia Xiaoxiao lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. But she didn't dare to refute Xia Hong in the slightest. Yes, daughter knows she was wrong, and I will reflect properly. Xia Hong ignored Xia Xiaoxiao and turned his gaze to Yilin not far away. Yilin's heart tightened instantly. He felt as if he were being targeted by a colossal beast. Who is he? Xia Hong asked in a deep voice. A fairly strong ice mage. He has killed many demons in the 79th secret realm, Xia Xiaoxiao replied. Oh, are you very familiar with him? Xia Hong asked casually. Not really, but we have fought side by side before. Xia Xiaoxiao quickly defended herself, feeling as if her heart might leap out of her throat. This was the first time in her life that she had lied in front of her father, Xia Hong. Is that so? Then let's go. Xia Hong said no more and left with Xia Xiaoxiao, while Hu Wang hurriedly followed respectfully. It wasn't until Xia Hong had walked far away that Yilin let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Xia Hong exerted was simply too strong. Aside from Zhuge Qianqing inside the Gate of Revelation, Yilin had never felt such intense pressure before, making it hard to breathe. Thanks to Xia Xiaoxiao, he had seen the true face of this behind-the-scenes figure. One of the 5 great families, the Xia family? Yilin's eyes were filled with apprehension. To put it bluntly, the current Xia family could crush him as easily as stepping on an ant. Fortunately, his identity had not been exposed. If the Xia family wanted to find Ling Yi, they could go ahead. The 79th secret realm was already taken care of, and Yilin was ready to return to Qingqing to enjoy some tea with those blacksmiths and alchemists. He had always been kind to others and didn't like holding grudges, so he preferred not to have enemies living in the same world as him. But just as he walked a short distance, Yilin suddenly paused, as if sensing something, and abruptly twisted his body in another direction. Whoosh! Just as Yilin moved, a sharp arrow pierced through his shoulder. If he hadn't turned slightly, it would have surely gone through his head. You didn't die? A puzzled voice rang out, and then a man holding a longbow stepped out of the darkness, wearing a mask with a tongue-sticking ghost face. Yilin's heart sank. This man was clearly from the same faction as the masked individuals who had appeared at Zhuge Qianqing's funeral. It seemed Xia Hong still had no intention of letting him go. To be able to dodge my arrow without any knowledge, you must be quite gifted. It's just a pity you shouldn't get too close to the young lady. Better luck in your next life. The tongue-sticking masked man pulled back his longbow, aimed at Yilin's forehead, and shot another arrow. This arrow contained a terrifying power. If it hit, Yilin's head could explode. Yilin was somewhat anxious. He was wearing a mask of illusion. If the tongue mask man had aimed at another vital point, he would have certainly let the opponent shoot him and then pretended to be dead. But the tongue mask man always aimed for his head. It was one thing for his head to be pierced, but if the illusion mask was damaged, that would be a serious problem. Yilin tried to track the trajectory of the arrow as best as he could, then summoned an ice blade to slash at the arrow. With a single strike, the arrow veered slightly and pierced through his heart instead. Bang! The force of the arrow exploded, creating a blood hole that passed through Yilin's heart. He glared at the tongue mask man, blood gushing from his mouth, and then his whole body went limp, his life force rapidly fading. The tongue mask man walked over coldly, watching as Yilin continued to convulse. He raised his bow again, aiming for Yilin's head. I'll give you a quick end. At this point, Yilin could no longer pretend. Damn! You really have to shoot me in the face, huh? Yilin was almost furious enough to explode. He had prepared to play dead, but this guy was as stubborn as a mule, insisting on shooting his head, as if he were sick. I'll go to your grandmother's egg, your 6th uncle's cantaloupe sister's big watermelon, grandpa's big chicken leg, aunt's big grapes. Unable to maintain his act, Yilin leaped up, activated his burning reincarnation, and threw a powerful punch at the tongue mask man's face. You can still move? The tongue mask man was taken aback. He had pierced this guy's heart. He was supposed to be dying, so how could he suddenly spring back to life? Was it a last-minute burst of energy before death? The tongue mask man then sneered. If he thought that a marksman was a fragile class not good at close combat, he was gravely mistaken. If the strength was too low, one couldn't even draw the bowstring, so the strength attribute of a marksman was actually not low at all. You might think a marksman is fragile, but Lu Bu, who wielded the spear at the gate, was also a marksman. A frost mage dares to play close combat with me? Facing Yilin's incoming punch, the tongue mask man did not hesitate to retaliate, meeting Yilin's fist head-on. Bang! After the clash of fists, the tongue mask man was instantly shocked because he realized that Yilin's strength seemed to be not much weaker than his. How could this be? Wasn't this guy a frost mage? How could a mage specialize in strength? Before he could figure it out, Yilin had already closed in, launching a left front kick, a right whip kick, and a left jab in quick succession. The 3 attacks came one after another, forcing the tongue mask man to retreat step by step. One misstep caused his mask to shatter at the edge, revealing a left eye filled with shock. No, this isn't right. Why are you still alive? The tongue mask man felt increasingly uneasy. This guy was a frost mage. How could his strength be so astonishing? It was one thing to have incredible strength, at most it could be innate power, but more importantly, this guy's heart had already been pierced by him. Why could he still move freely and even hit so powerfully? You don't know? Some people have their hearts on the right side, right? The one who will die today is you. Yilin began to spout nonsense seriously. The heart is on the right side? So that's it. The tongue mask man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his doubts and unease, then quickly adjusted his stance, gripping the longbow tightly, his gaze turning cold. He instantly drew a full bow, as if all his strength was concentrated in the bow and arrow in his hands. The moment he released his fingers, 3 arrows shot out like lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, heading straight for Yilin. The 3 arrows were aimed at Yilin's forehead, throat, and chest, clearly indicating that this time the tongue-out masked man had no intention of giving Yilin any chance to survive. You shot my face again. Yilin was almost faint with anger, his fury akin to seeing Xiao Haizi blackening Kuan every day. At that moment, he was completely filled with the intent to kill. Forbidden spell? Wall of size. A stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, and the 3 arrows struck the wall, instantly shattering under their own force, while the wall remained unscathed. After all, Yilin was now at level 43, and any job changer below level 63 could not shake the wall of size in the slightest. What? The tongue-out masked man was startled. Although he didn't know what was happening, he was very clear that he would not be able to kill the man in front of him. If he didn't leave quickly, he might be in danger himself. He turned to flee, but at that moment, a wave of undead creatures crawled up from the ground, forming an unbreakable line of defense in front of him, causing the face behind the tongue-out mask to turn pale. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Yilin gritted his teeth. If you kill me, you can go back and report, and everyone will be happy, right? Why do you have to shoot my face? Now look, you're going to die, and I can't use this identity anymore. I'm definitely going to be hunted next. Who exactly are you? The tongue-out masked man shouted in a trembling voice, while secretly pulling out a button from behind him and pressing it. This was their organization's means of communication. As long as he pressed it, he could send out a distress signal. After pressing the button, the tongue-out masked man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could hold on for a few minutes, his backup would arrive. He couldn't believe he couldn't last a few minutes. Just as the tongue-out masked man held onto this thought, a pair of deep, affectionate eyes were already looking at him. Forbidden spell? Eyes of eternal frost. In the blink of an eye, the tongue-out masked man was frozen into an ice sculpture. Yilin then stepped forward, placing his hand on the top of the ice sculpture's head, and the endless devouring instantly activated. Devoured level 58 job changer *1, gained moisture, fat, protein, carbohydrates, minerals, and a small amount of trace elements, increased lifespan by 35 years, gained 580 experience points, 9 points in strength, 5 points in agility, and 4 points in spirit. After a few breaths, the tongue-out masked man was completely disintegrated. WDNMD 2A. Although he had killed the tongue-out masked man, Yilin felt no joy. He picked up the masked man's bow and arrows and quickly turned to leave. This identity could no longer be used, and he definitely couldn't retrieve the monster corpses stored in the Job Changer Guild. He was at a loss. After a spatial leap, Yilin activated the turtle breathing technique, entering a state of void. With the death of the tongue-out masked man, he would face even more trouble. It was better to hide for a while to avoid the storm. Sure enough, not long after Yilin left, a black-robed man wearing a mouse-faced mask appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Killed in such a short time and even managed to destroy the body? When did Qingcheng have such a strong person? This is unreasonable. The mouse-faced masked man muttered to himself, his tone filled with confusion, then he crouched down and began to sniff around. There are fluctuations of ice-type magic. That guy clearly made a move, and there's also a wave of earth-type magic and space-type. More than one person attacked? That makes sense. Just then, a faint light flashed at the mouse-faced masked man's ear, and he quickly pressed his earphone. Yes, sir, the Strangler is dead. The initial suspicion is that 3 people were involved in his murder. Guo hasn't caught up yet, and as for that Ling Yi, it's as if he has evaporated from the world. There's no trace of him. Understood. Next, we will conduct a thorough search of Qingcheng and the surrounding areas. On the other end of the headset, Xia Hong's expression was somewhat grim. It seems that there are forces involved in this matter in Qingcheng that I am unaware of, otherwise, the Strangler wouldn't be dead. Is it the Zhuge family? No, Zhuge Qianqing has long severed ties with the Zhuge family, that much is certain. Could it be the leaves of the sky? As expected, when it involves the Gate of Revelation, I knew those guys wouldn't stay put. The Qingcheng Meteorological Station predicts that starting tomorrow, a new wave of strong cold air will hit, which will be the strongest cold air since the second half of this year. A standard female announcer's voice came from the taxi's radio. After blending into Qingcheng with the Great Void technique, Yilin changed his face again using illusory face and then got into a taxi. Coincidentally, the driver of this taxi was the same one who had introduced him to the underground fairyland last time. Driver, take me to find. Before Yilin could finish his sentence, the driver waved his hands repeatedly, nearly dropping the thermos cup in his hand. Can't find it. I've turned over a new leaf. Xinjiang doesn't have that kind of place. No, I'm not looking for that. I want to find Master Yin Xiang, Yilin explained. Oh, you should have said so earlier. You scared me to death. You don't know, I recommended a good place to someone last time and almost got caught by the investigation bureau. I was really scared. The driver couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Really? Such a thing happened. The investigation bureau is too much. Aren't they supposed to be managing the job changers? Why are they bullying a regular citizen like you? Yilin spoke up for him. Exactly. The driver thought he had found a kindred spirit and excitedly slapped the steering wheel. I just introduced that young man. I didn't even take his money. Isn't that just doing a good deed? And they want to arrest me. Unbelievable. After venting his emotions, the driver realized he had lost his composure and quickly changed the subject. By the way, young man, what do you need Master Yin Xiang for? If you're looking to buy equipment, you should go to the Job Changers Guild. To be honest, I have a piece of equipment that broke, and I need Master Yin Xiang to help me repair it, Yilin explained. So that's it. You'd better be prepared. I remember Master Yin Xiang charges quite a bit, but that's normal. He is one of the 3 top-level blacksmiths in Xinjiang. The driver nodded, chatting happily with Yilin all the way. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a large courtyard. Master Yin Xiang lives here. Off you go, young man. The driver stepped on the gas and left, while Yilin smiled and waved at him. The poor driver had no idea that soon he would be invited by the investigation bureau for tea again. Looking at the heavy security door of the courtyard, Yilin pushed the door open and entered. Inside the yard, there was a burning forge, radiating intense heat. A lean middle-aged man, about 1.60 meters tall, was pondering something in front of the forge. The moment he saw Yilin, his brows furrowed instantly. Who are you? Put down my door. Seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, Yilin guessed that this person must be the high-level blacksmith Yin Xiang, one of those who had hired assassins to kill him back then. Thus, Yilin slammed a palm down, and Yin Xiang was sent flying like a fly, crashing heavily against the wall, wincing in pain. You dare to cause trouble in my home. You're looking for death. Come here. Yin Xiang shouted angrily, and more than a dozen job changers rushed out. As a high-level blacksmith, Yin Xiang was certainly surrounded by job changers eager to curry favor with him. After all, high-level equipment was a precious treasure for the job changers of Xinjiang. Faced with the oncoming dozen job changers, Yilin charged forward with a door panel in hand. With his strength exceeding 1,000 points, the door panel became his best weapon. Each swing sent a job changer flying, and within a few minutes, no one was left standing in front of Yilin, the ground littered with cries of despair. Even Yilin couldn't help but marvel. A high-level blacksmith was indeed extraordinary. Even the door panel was crafted so sturdily. Who exactly are you? I don't believe I've offended you. Yin Xiang realized the extraordinary strength of the person before him, and his tone became more polite. You don't need to know who I am. I'm here to ask Master Yin Xiang for a favor, Yilin said with a friendly smile. What kind of favor? Yin Xiang inquired politely. First, call the other 2 people over. One is Yuningfa, and the other is Zhou Heping. I'll tell you once they arrive, Yilin replied. Yuningfa? Zhou Heping? Yin Xiang murmured, then exclaimed. You're the one who buys monster corpses at a high price from the Job Changers Guild. Yin Xiang instantly guessed who Yilin was, his face filled with terror, especially since he had hired someone to kill Yilin along with the other 2. Those 2 had gone missing, and Yin Xiang had felt something was off. He never expected Yilin would actually come knocking. Don't worry, Master Yin Xiang, don't be agitated. This is Xinjiang. No matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare kill someone here. Otherwise, would the Xinjiang Investigation Bureau let me off? Yilin spoke sincerely, then pulled out a phone from Yin Xiang's pocket and handed it to him. Now, please call the other 2 over. Brother, please calm down. You can state your demands clearly. Yin Xiang wanted to say something more, but Yilin slapped his phone's mute button, and Yin Xiang instantly fell silent, obediently dialing the number. Hello? Is this Yuningfa? This is Yin Xiang. I have something good here, but I'm afraid I might misjudge it. Can you come over and take a look? Yes, my place. Yin Xiang then arranged to meet Zhou Heping with the same reason. More than half an hour later, a chubby old man walked in, wearing round glasses, his face looking greasy, exuding a strong medicinal smell. Yin Xiang, what's going on? Why is your door missing? As soon as Yuningfa finished speaking, a heavy security door panel was swung towards him. With a dull thud, Yuningfa's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Moments later, Zhou Heping was also knocked out in the same manner and tied up. After finishing all this, Yilin put the door panel back in place and thoughtfully locked it. When Yuningfa and Zhou Heping woke up, they began to curse at Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang, you dog, I thought of you as a brother, and you actually betrayed me. Exactly. If you had just given me a heads up, I wouldn't have come here unprepared. You beast. Yin Xiang initially felt a bit guilty, but then he straightened his neck and retorted, "What are you pretending to be? It was you two who said you wanted to hire someone to kill me. Now that the person has come to your door, do you want me to bear it alone? Dream on. Alright, stop arguing." Seeing the three of them bickering like dogs, Yilin intervened. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but as the price for hiring someone to kill me, you need to help me with a favor." Yilin took out the bow belonging to the masked man and tossed it in front of Yin Xiang and the others. "I'll give you 3 days to reforge this bow into a new one, with the requirement that it looks completely different from the original, and preferably, it should be stronger. As long as you can do it, I swear to the heavens, I will definitely not kill you. Otherwise, let me go out and take my chances. 4 in front, 8 in the back," crushing repeatedly. After hearing Yilin's words, Yin Xiang and the three exchanged glances, somewhat unable to believe it. Yin Xiang looked at Yilin and asked, "Is this true? As long as we do as you say, you will let us go?" "Of course. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Look at your subordinates. I haven't killed a single one of them, have I?" Yilin said. Yin Xiang glanced at his subordinates, who, although beaten to the point of broken bones and crushed tendons by Yilin with a door panel, were indeed all alive. Yin Xiang took a deep breath and then picked up the bow that Yilin had thrown over, and upon inspecting it, his face immediately turned green. Rainbow bow level, epic attributes, strength plus 1200, refinement level 4 stars, skill, virtual vision. The person holding the rainbow bow has their static vision increased by 100% and dynamic vision increased by 200%. Yin Xiang slowly forced out an extremely unpleasant smile and then cautiously said, "This little brother. Well, this is an epic level equipment. I can't handle it. I'm just a senior blacksmith. Epic level equipment requires at least a master blacksmith to be able to reforge, and as for crafting an epic level piece, even ordinary master blacksmiths cannot accomplish it alone." Yin Xiang was merely a senior blacksmith. Asking him to reforge rare level equipment was already pushing it, let alone epic level equipment. It was like being pulled into the college entrance examination right after graduating from middle school. "I know, but don't you have 3 people? 3 cobblers can make a zhuge liang. You can think of something," Yilin said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang's expression instantly turned ugly. "Little brother, if there were 3 senior blacksmiths, then this matter would indeed have some hope. But the problem is there aren't. Brother Zhou is an alchemist, which is fine, he can help a bit." Yin Xiang pointed at Yuningfa. "But he is a pharmacist." "Oh, you mean he's useless, right? Fine, I'll just kill him now." Yilin walked over to Yuningfa, who nearly wet himself and quickly explained, "Yin Xiang, stop talking nonsense. Both forging and alchemy require fire. My control over fire is even better than yours. You're the one who's useless. Little brother, I believe we can reforge an epic level equipment." Yilin paused slightly, looking at Yin Xiang with a smile. "He says it can be done, you say it can't. I think you're lying to me, so I might as well kill you." No. I also think it can be done." Sensing Yilin's murderous intent, Yin Xiang quickly changed his tune, while inwardly cursing Yuningfa's ancestors. A senior blacksmith, a senior pharmacist, and a senior alchemist, these 3 people are going to reforge an epic level equipment? Can it be done? What a joke. Yilin then nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I like straightforward people like you. If you can successfully reforge it, then this matter will be over, and we'll part ways happily. But if you fail," Yilin's smile slowly faded, a terrifying aura spreading out. "Not only will the 3 of you die, but your fathers, mothers, wives, children, brothers, sisters, masters, and disciples, anyone related to you, I will wipe them all out." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiang and the others felt a bone-chilling coldness rise behind them. "Alright, you understand now. Go get to work." Yilin clapped his hands and revealed a friendly smile. Why were ancient craftsmen often able to create works that seemed like divine miracles? Because at that time, emperors held a terrifying forbidden spell known as the technique of clan separation. There is an old saying that goes well, "Do not use your shallow professional knowledge to challenge my 9 clans." Nowadays, Yilin has applied this forbidden spell to Yin Xiang and the other 2, believing that they will surely deliver a satisfactory answer. As expected, Yin Xiang and the others have already started a heated discussion in front of the forge with their longbows in hand. Over the next 3 days, the 3 of them hardly closed their eyes, and from time to time, the sounds of their arguments and the clanging from the forge could be heard. Meanwhile, Yilin leisurely wandered around Yin Xiang's house. He couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative the profession of a blacksmith is. Yin Xiang, being a high-level blacksmith, had precious forging materials scattered all over his home. Yilin even spotted a small piece of dragon patterned or gold. Although it was not as large as the one he sold to the Class Change Guild, it was still extremely valuable. As for equipment, Yin Xiang had quite a lot, and Yilin casually took them all, as with the enhancement of his mental power, the storage space of the Great Sumeru Ring was also expanding, so it would be a pity to leave it empty. During these 3 days, Yilin stayed in Yin Xiang's house, slept in his bed, and supervised his work. The biggest regret in Yin Xiang's life should be hiring someone to kill Yilin. However, at this moment, Yin Xiang had no time for regrets. It was already the morning of the 3rd day, and if he couldn't reforge the rainbow bow, his 9 clans would suffer greatly. In front of the forge, Yuningfa controlled the flames, while Zhou Heping continuously refined the metals with his alchemy, making them stronger and purer. Yin Xiang was fully focused on observing the changes in the molten metal inside the forge, occasionally hammering in some materials. After repeated discussions and experiments over the past few days, they finally came up with a highly feasible method. The rainbow bow had been completely melted, and now the only challenge was to reforge it. With the fate of his 9 clans at stake, Yin Xiang dared not be careless. He held a hammer in his hand and leaned half of his body into the forge, starting to hammer directly inside. His strength was insufficient. Once the materials for the epic level equipment left the forge, Yin Xiang would have no way to successfully reforge them, so he could only take this risky approach. If Yuningfa failed to control the flames properly, Yin Xiang would be turned to ashes by the high temperature. The clanging sounds echoed continuously in the forge, and every so often, Yin Xiang had to come out to catch his breath before diving back in. There was no sweat on his forehead, as any that formed would evaporate instantly. Yin Xiang had forgotten how long it had been since he had worked so hard. The last time he felt this exhausted, he was still an apprentice. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually sank from the east to the west. When the setting sun cast its last rays, a soot-covered Yin Xiang emerged from the forge, his eyebrows and hair completely singed and stuck to his skin, yet a somewhat manic smile appeared on his face. "Yes, it's done. I did it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiang fell backward, his jaw clenched, unconscious. "Damn it, Yin Xiang, wake up. What's wrong with you?" Zhou Heping was startled and quickly helped him up. Fortunately, Yuningfa was a high-level alchemist. After checking Yin Xiang's condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a minor issue, he hasn't slept for 3 days, and with his nerves so tense, he just succeeded all at once, causing his emotions to fluctuate too much, and he fainted." After saying this, Yuningfa took out a few pills and fed them to Yin Xiang, then gave him a few sips of water, and only then did Yin Xiang slowly regain consciousness. "Yes, great, I did it." As soon as Yin Xiang woke up, he excitedly clapped his hands and ran over to the forge. In the forge, a dark silver longbow emitted a chilling gleam, its surface adorned with natural and irregular patterns, the marks left by Yin Xiang's forging. Each strike of the hammer left a trace, and judging by the patterns on the longbow, Yin Xiang had struck it at least 100,000 times. He took the longbow out and reattached the original bowstring, signifying that this epic-level equipment had been successfully reforged. Next, all that remained was for Yin Xiang, the blacksmith, to name the longbow, and it would become a brand new piece of epic-level equipment. Holding the longbow, he grinned foolishly, murmuring to himself, "Hee, I've done it." Yuningfa and Zhou Heping exchanged glances, both seeing fear reflected in each other's faces. "It's over, Yin Xiang has gone mad with joy." Zhou Heping couldn't help but speak up. "No, I'm not crazy," Yin Xiang replied solemnly, his eyes shining brightly. "I should soon become a master blacksmith, the only master blacksmith in Qingcheng." "What?" X2 Yuningfa and Zhou Heping exclaimed in unison. As practitioners of life skills, they understood very well the vast chasm between a high-level craftsman and a master. If one did not follow the right path, some might never become masters in their life skills. Yin Xiang nodded with a smile, then sighed. Usually, who would be willing to let a high-level blacksmith reforge an epic-level piece of equipment for me? Even if someone was willing, I wouldn't dare to take the risk. If I ruined it, that would be a huge problem. I have a feeling that if I have another month to reflect and gain insight, I will definitely become a master blacksmith," Yin Xiang said, full of spirit. "Then congratulations, Brother Yin. Don't forget us when you become rich and famous, Brother Yin." Zhou Heping and Yuningfa's expressions were not very pleasant. Clearly, they were both threatened and kidnapped, so why did Yin Xiang get the chance to break through? This made them feel extremely unbalanced, but they didn't dare to act rashly. If Yin Xiang really became a master blacksmith, to put it bluntly, even the city lord Hu Wang would have to treat this guy politely in the future. Let's go and report back. This matter is considered a complete success." In good spirits, Yin Xiang laughed as he walked into the house with the longbow in hand. At that moment, Yilin was playing a game inside the house. Upon seeing Yin Xiang and the others enter, he quickly greeted them. "Make yourselves at home, don't be polite, just treat it like your own place." Yin Xiang. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiang managed to force a smile. "Little brother, I've completed the reforge of that bow for you, take a look." Yilin put down his phone and took the longbow Yin Xiang handed him, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. The longbow felt icy cold, as if he were holding a piece of millennia-old ice. The dark silver bow body shimmered with a faint glow, and the irregular patterns exuded a sense of resilience. Moreover, the ends of the longbow were exceptionally sharp, capable of serving as a melee weapon. Yilin's heart stirred. Gripping the longbow, he swung it lightly, and a sharp flash of cold light zipped past, the air seeming to resonate with a faint whistle. After checking the attributes of the longbow, Yilin understood why it had melee attributes. 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow Level, Epic Attributes, Strength plus 1000 can be refined, Skill, Break Illusion. When the bow holder is within 10 meters of the target, the arrows shot from the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow double in power and ignore any defensive equipment below Divine Artifact level. Double power within 10 meters and ignore defenses? Interesting. Yilin couldn't help but smirk slightly, which also meant that if he shot accurately within 10 meters, even if the opponent had legendary level armor, it would still be 1 arrow, 1 kill. This skill is quite extreme. It has its merits, but its flaws are also very apparent. Caught off guard, it can give the opponent a big surprise, but once within 10 meters, the effectiveness of a bow as a weapon diminishes significantly. No wonder the ends of the bow have been sharpened to enhance its melee attributes. Overall, Yilin was quite satisfied with the longbow after its reforging. He also had a new identity now, a melee archer. Fortunately, there were many ordinary skills related to archers in the Great Sumeru Ring, which he could finally put to use. Seeing the smile on Yilin's face, Yin Xiang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little brother, shall we consider our grievances settled? Of course. Yilin nodded, then looked down at his phone. When he saw that he had lost the game due to being idle, his expression immediately darkened. Do you dare to make me lose the game? You have already chosen the path to death. Yin Xiang and the others turned pale instantly. Little brother, you have to be reasonable. We agreed that as long as you successfully reforged that bow, you wouldn't kill us. Yin Xiang exclaimed in a panic. Stop talking, Yin Xiang. Don't you understand? When Xiao Shaolin sat in your shop, whether there were scallions in the beef noodles was no longer important. Yuningfa sighed deeply. He realized that Yilin had never intended to let the three of them go from the very beginning. Even if they hadn't caused him to lose the game, he could find other excuses to kill them, like stepping in with his left foot first. From the moment the three hired a killer, the outcome was already determined. You are very clever, so you die first. Yilin raised his hand and struck Yuningfa's head forcefully. Yuningfa's head instantly shrank into his chest, and he collapsed to the ground, limp. Yin Xiang was terrified on the spot. No, don't kill me. I can become a master blacksmith soon. I still have a bright future. Don't kill me. I can be your dog, please. If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? Yilin sighed softly. I would love to help you, but unfortunately, I am powerless. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiang's neck was snapped, his eyes wide open in death. Then, one by one, all living beings in Yin Xiang's household were sent to reunite with him through Yilin's endless devouring. To erase the remaining traces, Yilin thoughtfully set a fire, then left quietly, concealing his achievements and fame. Not long after, the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau received the news, and Su Xiu rushed into Huang Litian's office in a panic. Master, it's bad. In one night, all 13 members of the Yin family, plus a dog named Biao, were killed. Gulu Gelu. Huang Litian picked up the wine bottle on the table and took a swig, drunkenly saying, So what if they're dead? Our leader, Tan Qingjiang, and the president and vice president of the Transmigrators Guild, aren't they all missing? Mr. Zhuge even killed someone publicly at a funeral. What's so special about a Yin Xiang? Master, you. Su Xiu's gaze was complex. Once upon a time, Huang Litian was known as a relentless worker in the Investigation Bureau, meticulously pursuing matters until the truth was revealed. But she didn't know when it started. Huang Litian began to live in a drunken stupor, caring for nothing. Su Xiu thought that the incident with Yin Xiang would reignite Huang Litian's work enthusiasm, but unexpectedly, he still showed no reaction. Su Xiu, take it easy. Don't you understand? In the eyes of those big shots, we are just pawns. No, not pawns, we are dogs. Huang Litian laughed, his drunken face showing an extremely desolate smile. A dog that comes when called and goes when dismissed. Even if we uncover the truth, what difference does it make? Even if the truth is right in front of us, what difference does it make? As long as a word from the big shots is enough to settle everything, right? Su Xiu took a deep breath and then said firmly, Master, if you won't investigate, I will. I don't understand those intricacies. I only know that I am an investigator. Watching Su Xiu's departing figure, Huang Litian fell silent for a long time. In a hurry to leave, Su Xiu collided with someone, falling to the ground and grimacing in pain. Sorry, are you okay? A strong hand helped Su Xiu up. Su Xiu then saw that the person who bumped into her was a robust young man, with slightly dark skin, a hint of shyness on his face, and carrying a dark silver longbow and a quiver, resembling a nimble cheetah. "I'm fine, thank you." Su Xiu brushed off the dust from her clothes. "No need to be so polite. It was me who bumped into you, so I should apologize." The sturdy young man scratched his head awkwardly. Hee, from your accent, you don't seem to be from Qingcheng. Are you from out of town?" Su Xiu offered him a cigarette, but the young man quickly waved his hand. "I don't smoke. I really am from out of town. The Ji family group is hiring bodyguards with high salaries, so I thought maybe I could get a job." Su Xiu nodded upon hearing this. The incident at Secret Realm No. 79 had caused many job changers to die due to the sudden appearance of the demon race, resulting in significant losses for Qingcheng. Therefore, the city lord, Hu Wang, had issued many announcements in the past few days, opening up various benefits to encourage job changers from other cities to settle in Qingcheng. Because of this, there had been an influx of outsiders in Qingcheng recently, so Su Xiu didn't suspect anything and lit a cigarette to get back to her business. Little did she know, the person she had just brushed past was the very culprit she was trying to investigate. "Looks like this new identity is quite useful." Yilin grinned. Now he was heading to the Ji family to apply for the bodyguard position. The person he was to protect was his own avatar. "Really? I'm protecting myself." After all, that avatar was a rare commodity. An avatar created from the 3 clears of Qi transformation looked exactly like the original body. Yilin's original body was already level 43, so his avatar would also be level 43. However, the avatar had never left the house due to being monitored, which meant it was still only level 28. Yilin couldn't create a second level 28 avatar, so he needed to protect it well. Moreover, by becoming the avatar's bodyguard, he could openly accompany it to the teleportation array heading to the capital. As for going to the capital alone from the wild, Yilin didn't think his level 43 self had that capability. If the wild were really that safe, humans wouldn't be forced to hide behind city walls to live. So a few days ago, Yilin had mentioned to Jifu about needing a bodyguard, and Jifu immediately began arranging the selection process. When Yilin arrived at the Ji family group, many job changers had already gathered at the entrance. After all, the conditions offered by the Ji family group were extremely generous. As long as one could get hired, life would be filled with luxury cars and beautiful women. For this bodyguard selection, Jifu even had a temporary arena built downstairs that could accommodate hundreds of people, gleaming with metallic luster under the sun. The rules for this selection were also quite simple and brutal. Anyone below level 35 would be eliminated, while those above level 35 would go directly to the arena, and the last one standing would be the final candidate. When it was announced that only job changers above level 35 would be considered, a wave of murmurs spread through the crowd, as most people were just hoping to take a chance. Not to mention level 35, many didn't even have level 20. After a round of screening, only 11 people made it to the arena, including Yilin, who was carrying a bow. As soon as Yilin stepped onto the arena, the other 10 people unconsciously moved towards the opposite side of the stage. They all sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Yilin. This guy looked terrifyingly strong just from his stance. Moreover, during the recent level test, Yilin's level had reached an impressive 43, which made them feel a sense of dread and left them somewhat speechless. A level 43 in Qingcheng was already considered a significant figure. How could someone of that caliber come here just to compete for a bodyguard position? Was this even reasonable? After exchanging glances, the 10 of them understood each other's thoughts. They had to join forces to take down Yilin first, otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Little did they know, Yilin was even more speechless at that moment. It seemed the job market was truly dire. A bodyguard position at the Ji family group could attract 10 job changers above level 35. This was absurd. He had thought he would be hired immediately upon arrival, but it seemed he would have to fight for it. When the Ji family group announced the start, the 10 of them simultaneously launched their attacks at Yilin. Flames, water screens, sword energy, and blade waves, all sorts of attacks surged towards him. However, Yilin was clearly prepared for this. He quickly unstrung the 8 Desolation sacred silver bow, aimed at one of the job changers, and released an arrow. Initially, Yilin instinctively aimed for the face, but considering the public setting and the potential for serious injury, he lowered the arrowhead slightly and struck the opponent's shoulder instead. Even so, with over 2,000 points of power backing it, the arrow still sent the opponent flying with a scream. Be careful, his class is archer. Close the distance and take him down. Are there any knights or tanks? Step up and block the arrows. A bespectacled man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yilin shot an arrow at him. The bespectacled man felt a chill. He had no confidence in dodging this arrow. Just then, a burly man with a beard stepped in front of him, carrying a large shield. The shield was engraved with a lifelike lion's head, and as the arrow approached, the lion's head let out a roar, significantly slowing the arrow's speed before it struck the shield. Even so, the immense power behind the arrow forced the bearded man to stagger back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. This guy has terrifying strength. Hurry up and take him down, I can't withstand many more arrows, the burly man exclaimed. The other assassins and warriors nodded and quickly moved towards Yi Lin. But at that moment, Yi Lin did something that left them utterly baffled. He took another arrow from his quiver and rapidly approached the remaining 9 job changers. This mutual advance left everyone stunned. Although the power of an archer should not be underestimated, what did it mean for an archer to rush towards them? Soon, Yi Lin demonstrated the significance of his actions. He drew the bowstring again, and at this point, he was within 10 meters of the bearded man. With a whoosh, the skill-breaking illusion of the 8 Desolation Sacred Silver Bow activated. In an instant, the lion-headed shield was pierced as if it were made of tofu. What? This is impossible, the bearded man exclaimed in disbelief. He knew exactly how strong his shield's defense was. How could it be pierced by a single arrow? He wanted to say more, but soon he collapsed weakly, as his body had also been pierced along with the giant shield. Good opportunity, attack together, the bespectacled man shouted. At this point, Yi Lin was very close to them, and there was no way he could draw the bowstring again. Although there were 2 fewer people, the 8 of them acted together, and even a level 43 job changer had a high probability of being taken down in one wave. But at that moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Yi Lin's mouth. Immediately, he wielded the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow like a large blade, and a rushing assassin job changer was sent flying. The sharp ends of the bow combined with Yi Lin's own immense strength caused considerable destruction. A warrior job changer, extremely confident in his own power, swung his dual axes at Yi Lin, who did not retreat an inch and met him with the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow. With a crisp clang, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the axe-wielding job changer was forced to retreat repeatedly, blood pouring from his hands. Damn it, he's 7 levels higher than me, but he's an archer and can go toe-to-toe with me, a warrior. This is a bit too exaggerated, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lin charged again, swinging his bow down once more, sending the opponent flying off the stage, blood gushing. The bespectacled men were shocked by Yi Lin's close combat ability. Just as they were about to distance themselves and throw skills at him, the moment they pulled back even a little, Yi Lin drew his bow and shot, instantly taking one down. The furnace creation painstakingly crafted by Yin Xian finally shone brilliantly at this moment. The originally 10-1 situation turned into 5-1. The remaining job changers felt a sense of despair. They couldn't win in close combat, and if they distanced themselves, he would take them down with a single arrow. I'm done. I'm leaving, the bespectacled man said darkly, jumping off the stage first. It was not worth it to take on such a monster for a bodyguard job. Seeing the bespectacled man lead the way and giving up, the other 4 had no reason to continue and all surrendered, jumping off the stage. Suddenly, only Yi Lin remained on the stage. At this moment, not far away, Uncle Ji was watching with his people. He nodded and praised, "This young man is indeed impressive. Xiao Zhao, go bring him over." "Yes, Mr. Ji." A well-dressed employee quickly walked out, and soon Yi Lin was brought before Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji examined Yi Lin, whose eyes revealed a clear and honest demeanor. "What's your name?" Uncle Ji asked. "My surname is Sure. No matter when we meet, I am worth it." Ji Lingyu chimed in from the side. "Yi Lin." "Ji Lingyu, shut up." Uncle Ji scolded Ji Lingyu before continuing. "It's fine, you don't have to mind him. He's not the one you need to protect. You can continue." "My surname is Sure. My name is Sure Xing, level 43, and my profession is S-rank forged hunter," Yi Lin casually fabricated. Uncle Ji nodded, then looked at his clone and asked, "Yi Lin, do you think he's suitable?" "Uncle Ji, I can't see." The clone pointed to his hollow eye sockets. "You decide." Uncle Ji, "Alright, then it's him. His strength is indeed very strong." Uncle Ji looked back at Yi Lin and asked, "You should already know about the benefits, right? During your employment, the equipment you need will be provided by my G Group, with an annual salary of 60 million, paid biannually, with 5 insurances in one fund, but no days off throughout the year. Can you accept that?" "Yes, I can start immediately." Yi Lin nodded. "Alright, Xiao Zhao, take him to complete the employment procedures." Uncle Ji nodded. After all the processes were completed, Yi Lin's main body finally became the personal bodyguard of the clone. One thing that made him feel uncomfortable was that the person secretly monitoring him still had not left. With the increase in strength, the person secretly monitoring could no longer hide from Yi Lin's eyes. As long as Yi Lin wanted, he could easily expose him, but after some thought, Yi Lin decided not to act rashly. With less than half a month until the start of classes at the Dasha Academy, he wasn't planning to stir up trouble. it was better to wait patiently for the school year to begin. Once he was at the Dasha Academy, he could openly shake off the surveillance. Meanwhile, on the wild plains outside Qingcheng, countless magical creatures began to gather at a visible speed, gradually forming a terrifying tide of monsters. If someone were to look down from the sky at that moment, they would see that the direction of this gathering of monsters was heading straight for Qingcheng. Not far away, Xia Hong stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing the scene. Behind him knelt 12 mysterious figures in black robes, each wearing a mask representing one of the 12 zodiac animals. Has Xiaoxiao been sent back? Xia Hong asked. The young lady has safely returned home, but sir, is this really okay? With Qingcheng's current strength, it's impossible to withstand so many monsters that we've attracted. There are hundreds of thousands of civilians in Qingcheng. The person wearing the dragon mask couldn't help but ask, Chen Long, are you questioning the master's decision? Ling Yi and Guoqin are both from Qingcheng. They surely have loved ones there. Directly destroying Qingcheng is the most effective way to force them to show themselves, said the person wearing the rat mask. That's not what I meant. There are many innocent people in Qingcheng. Chen Long began to speak but was interrupted again. Do you have a better way to catch Ling Yi and Guoqin? The person in the rat mask sneered. How dare you say that? Wasn't Guoqin the one who slipped away right under your nose? Chen Long retorted coldly. That was a mistake on my part. Don't blame the road if you can't catch the person. If you could catch Guoqin, would I still need to say all this here today? You. Seeing that the two were about to come to blows, Xia Hong finally spoke up. Enough, stop arguing. It's just a mere Qingcheng. When it comes to the Gate of Revelation, sacrificing more people is worth it. If an ancient artifact truly appears, it can only fall into the hands of the Xia family. Strange. Too strange. I can't extract any human tissue. It's as if the entire Yin family vanished into thin air. It shouldn't be. Even if there was a fire, it wouldn't be possible to burn the human bodies so cleanly. But if someone took the bodies away, that doesn't make sense either. The surveillance on the nearby streets has already been checked. Aside from a man who took a taxi here 4 days ago, followed by the high-level alchemist Zhou Heping and the high-level pharmacist Yuning, no one else has come or gone since. How could so many people just disappear into thin air? Su Xiu squatted in the yard of the Yin family, puzzled. Then, the taxi driver who had previously picked up Yilin was brought before Su Xiu. As soon as the driver saw Su Xiu, his face turned pale, and he hurriedly began to explain. I'm wronged. I really haven't introduced anyone to find the centipede's natural enemy recently. Su Xiu, I didn't call you here to ask that. 4 days ago, did you pick up someone to Yin Xian's house? The driver paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, there was such a person. He said he was looking for Master Yin Xian to repair a piece of equipment. What happened? Did something occur? I'm asking you, not the other way around. What were the person's characteristics? Su Xiu asked, frowning. Characteristics? The driver recalled. He was very chatty. He talked to me the whole way. Su Xiu, I'm asking you about his physical characteristics. Oh, he looks neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, neither dark nor light. Are you deliberately trying to pick a fight? Su Xiu blared angrily. Under Su Xiu's fierce gaze, the driver suddenly panicked, scratching his head and desperately trying to recall. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember any features of Yilin, because at that time, Yilin was just an inconspicuous face that could be lost in a crowd. Alright, don't make it difficult for him. A hoarse voice came from the doorway. Huang Lidian, with a face full of stubble and hair in disarray like a bird's nest, walked in holding a bottle of liquor. Master! Su Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Huang Lidian approached and patted the driver's shoulder. You can go now. This matter has nothing to do with you. Ah, okay. Thank you. You really are a great judge of character. The driver quickly gave Huang Lidian a thumbs up and hurriedly left. Master, he is the only one who has seen the murderer. If you let him go, what will happen next? Su Xiu asked anxiously. You've been following me for so long. How come you haven't made any progress? Huang Lidian shook his head and continued. Didn't he say? The murderer came to find Yin Xian to repair equipment. Do you think Yin Xian was willing or forced? Su Xiu's mind buzzed, as if a tangled mess suddenly found a loose thread. Master, you mean, if Yin Xiang was forced, he would definitely leave us some clues? Huang Lidian didn't say much, took a sip of liquor, and then walked straight to the forge, his whole body diving into the furnace. Ha, nothing? Huang Lidian's bleary eyes showed some confusion, then he shouted loudly. Su Xiu, ignite the furnace. Ah, master, are you serious? Su Xiu was startled. At that moment, half of Huang Lidian's body was in the forge. If he lit it, wouldn't he turn into a roast duck? Just light it. Stop talking so much. Su Xiu gritted his teeth and finally ignited the furnace. This forge was built at great expense by Yin Xiang, and its flames could reach temperatures of up to 4,000 degrees Celsius. As soon as the flames ignited, Huang Lidian was instantly engulfed in fire. Flames burst forth. Master! Su Xiu was startled and quickly pulled Huang Lidian out, extinguishing the flames on him. If he had waited a few more seconds, Huang Lidian would have probably turned into a skewer. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Lidian coughed violently, his hair and facial hair singed and stuck to his skin, looking quite disheveled, but he revealed a smile and slowly uttered 5 words. 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow. Quick! Immediately investigate all the longbow wielders in Xinjiang. Yes, master. Su Xiu nodded excitedly. This was the Huang Lidian he was familiar with. But just after taking a couple of steps, Su Xiu suddenly stopped. Bow, wait, hold on. Su Xiu suddenly remembered the very simple-looking young man he had bumped into that day when he went out. That young man seemed to be carrying a bow and a quiver. Su Xiu's mind exploded. He felt like he had missed something. Master, I should know where the murderer is. Su Xiu turned and rushed towards the G group, with Huang Lidian quickly following. You know where the murderer is? Now it was Huang Litian's turn to be puzzled. Su Xiu nodded and then recounted the incident of bumping into Yilin that day on the road. Huang Lidian was first taken aback, then asked with some skepticism. You mean, that person went to apply for a bodyguard position at the G family group, and the one he needs to protect is Yilin? Seeing Su Xiu nod, Huang Litian's 2 singed eyebrows immediately furrowed together. Yilin. Again Yilin. Ever since the Kensun case, it seems like every incident is somehow related to this person. What role does he play in all these matters? What is his relationship with Ling Yi? And what connection does he have with this murderer? Huang Lidian vaguely felt like he had grasped something, yet it also felt like he had grasped nothing at all. But he was now certain of one thing. Everything that had happened in Xinjiang recently was inextricably linked to this Yilin. Huang Lidian called for reinforcements and then stormed towards the G family group, furious. He had already witnessed Yilin's sharp tongue, so this time he was not planning to waste words. He intended to take him directly, settling both new and old scores. The investigation bureau's personnel naturally did not dare to stop the bodyguards of the G family group. Soon, Huang Lidian saw Yilin himself, using a wheelchair to push his doppelganger out into the sun. When Yilin saw Huang Lidian, he was somewhat surprised. This guy was still insisting on investigating him? Truly persistent. Sure Xing, right? You are suspected of the murder of senior forger in Xiang. Now, please come with me to the investigation bureau, Huang Lidian said coldly. Don't worry, this time I have plenty of evidence. This 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow on you is the best evidence. Upon hearing this, Yilin's expression slightly darkened. It seemed he had left some loose ends when dealing with Yin Xiang, leaving behind a handle. After all the effort he put into obtaining his new identity, was he really going to have to give it up? Just as Yilin hesitated whether to take action, a semi-transparent figure suddenly emerged from the wall. Yilin recognized at a glance that this figure was the one who had been secretly monitoring him all along. Who are you? Huang Lidian shouted sharply, and the investigation officers behind him also drew their weapons, ready to act at any moment. However, the figure showed no intention of attacking. Instead, it spoke directly. You are from the investigation bureau, right? A large number of demons are about to attack Xinjiang. With Xinjiang's strength, it cannot withstand it. Now is the time to quickly evacuate the civilians. Upon hearing this, a bone-chilling coldness shot up Huang Litian's spine to the top of his head. Huang Lidian was a lie detector. He could clearly determine that what this figure said was the truth. Because of this, he felt a deep chill. Xinjiang was going to be destroyed? Where did you come from? What nonsense are you talking about? There are no royal bloodline demons near Xinjiang. How could there be enough demons to annihilate Xinjiang? Su Xiu questioned. Believe it or not, if it weren't for my lord's orders, I wouldn't even bother to remind you. The figure dropped this line and then disappeared back into the wall, vanishing without a trace. Su Xiu wanted to chase after it but found she couldn't catch up at all. Don't chase anymore. It doesn't matter who that person is now. Huang Lidian took a deep breath, cold sweat continuously breaking out on his forehead. He desperately hoped that his lie detection ability was malfunctioning and that he hadn't discerned the other party's lies. But soon, a piercing alarm rang out from above, echoing throughout Xinjiang. This alarm shattered all of Huang Litian's fantasies. Level 1 alert. Once a city issues a Level 1 alert, there is only one possibility: this city is facing an insurmountable crisis of destruction. Huang Lidian glanced at Yilin, then said nothing more and left with his team. With the Level 1 alert sounding, regardless of what the investigation officers were doing or whether they had retired, they had to rush to the investigation bureau to assemble immediately. Now it no longer matters who killed Yin Xiang. The entire Xinjiang is facing a catastrophic disaster. Yilin felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that a massive number of demons were approaching Xinjiang. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the ruined version of Qingcheng inside the Gate of Revelation. Could it be that the ruined version of Qingcheng is a glimpse of its future? Damn it, boss, why are you still dazed here? Level 1 alert has been issued. Come with me now. Jing Yu rushed over anxiously, lifting Yilin's avatar and taking off. When the level 1 alert sounded, all transmuters in Qingcheng aged 25 and above with a level of 10 or higher were required to gather at the city wall. The first to evacuate would be the talented young transmuters, followed by minors, and finally the elderly, women, and children. Yilin and Jing Yu were both about to enter university, naturally placing them on the first evacuation list. Watching his avatar being carried away by Jing Yu, Yilin's gaze grew complex. Just as the avatar in Jing Yu had not been gone long, a figure resembling a skinny monkey appeared beside Yilin. It was Guoqin, who had been missing for days. At that moment, Guoqin's expression was extremely grim. Damn it! Those people brought in tens of thousands of demons just to force us to show ourselves. Qingcheng is doomed, you need to come with me. He had a contract with Guoqin, who could accurately locate his true self, so Yilin was not surprised. But what shocked Yilin was the content of Guoqin's words. What did you say? Those demons were brought here by someone? Yilin's eyes widened. Yes, they couldn't catch me and couldn't find your fake identity as Lingyi, so they came up with this insane plan to destroy the entire Qingcheng. Guoqin cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! There are so many old friends of mine in Qingcheng. These people have no humanity at all. Yilin's breathing grew heavy. He never expected that in order to find him, Xia Hong would resort to such a mad scheme. This world is like a massive novice station, filled with both large and small goods, and some of the goods aren't even stacked. The Xia family is clearly using the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians in Qingcheng as a joke. Should he flee or save? If he fled, his avatar had already evacuated with Jing Yu, and with Ji's father being such a big boss, he surely had means to escape. There was no one left in Qingcheng that he cared about. With the power of the Great Void technique, Yilin was confident he could successfully leave Qingcheng. If he chose to save, it was clearly a trap set by Xia Hong. If he showed up and displayed unusual combat power, he would definitely be targeted by the Xia family. At that point, he would likely have to face one of the 5 great families, the Xia family. With his current strength, facing the Xia family would be like striking a stone with an egg. Even Xia Xiaoxiao could wield a divine artifact. How much better could Xia Han's equipment be? It was not impossible for him to have 6 divine artifacts at his side. Once captured by the Xia family, aside from being dissected and forcibly extracted for ancient origins, Yilin would have no other outcome. Yilin hesitated, while at that moment, Qingcheng had completely descended into chaos. The streets were packed with people, and cries could be heard from time to time. All transmuters under 18 years old who have successfully transmuted, please proceed to the teleportation array immediately. Transmuters aged 25 and above with a level of 10 or higher, head to the city wall immediately to assist in repelling the demons. Violators will be killed on the spot. This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill. Child, follow these uncles, they will take you to a safe place. You must be brave and live well. Your mom and dad love you very much. Don't be afraid, my wife, I'm here. Although I can't fight those monsters, maybe if they eat me until they're full, they won't eat you? Please, let my mom go. She has trouble walking. I can stay behind and let her leave first. If only Mr. Zhuge were still here. On the street, the cries and wails of countless people filled the air. Yilin stood calmly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Ji family group, watching the scene unfold. If nothing unexpected happened, in about 1 or 2 hours, the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Qingcheng would all be devoured by the monsters. Guoqin quickly pulled him away. Stop looking, let's go. Even if these people die, it's those damn beasts who caused it. If we show up now, it would only please those bastards. Should good people be morally bound by others? Should good people be held at gunpoint? I'm not really a good person. Yilin shook his head. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Hey, there's nothing we can do. This world is like that. If you want to defeat the bad guys, you can only be worse than them. Guoqin said helplessly, patting Yilin on the shoulder. Shouting about love and courage won't defeat the bad guys. That's just a plot from an animated show. Just as Yilin hesitated between leaving or saving, a pouch fell from his large shumi ring. The third pouch given by Zhuge Qianqing opened at that moment. Yilin quickly picked it up. The last pouch had revealed the Great Void technique and the one chi transforming 3 purities, which had directly resolved his urgent crisis. Teacher, was everything happening now already in your predictions? Yilin murmured to himself, desperately wishing someone could tell him whether to stay or go. But when Yilin opened the pouch, he found nothing inside, only a simple note with 8 words written on it. Do what you do, follow your heart. Do what I do, follow my heart? Yilin chuckled in surprise. He had thought Zhuge Qianqing would give him some clever strategy in this third pouch, but instead, he only received these 8 words: do what I do, follow my heart. Yilin's gaze gradually became resolute. Perhaps this time, he would also be a fool like Zhuge Qianqing. Guoqin, come with me. Aren't they looking for Lingyi? I'll give them a Lingyi. What the hell? Are you crazy? Do you know how terrifying those people's strength is? Guoqin was startled by the words. What? Can you bear to watch your old flame die? Those women you once mocked as Wang Wang snowcakes being chewed and swallowed by monsters, can you stand that? Yilin glanced at Guoqin, knowing exactly where his weakness lay. Seeing Guoqin's eyes redden and his breathing become heavy, Yilin added, there's a type of monster called a goat demon, as thick as a thigh, and they particularly enjoy human women. TSK, I wonder if your old flames can handle it. Stop talking. Damn it. Let's kill them. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Fight until they are scared, Guoqin said indignantly. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental, Yilin smirked. Bullshit. I like minotaurs, but I prefer being the one in charge, not the victim. Guoqin snorted. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Hurry up and tell me your plan. You're not really thinking of charging out and fighting them, are you? In that case, I think it's better to let my old flame accompany the goat demon. Of course not. Forbidden spell? 1 chi transforming 3 purities. In an instant, 2 level 43 forbidden spell avatars appeared beside Yilin. I should say up front, I don't know how successful this plan will be. You might very well die, Yilin said. Stop saying useless things. I've already bought the gear and opened the house. Are you still asking me if I want to go? Guoqin replied impatiently. Yilin did not say anything further but took out the crimson flame staff and handed it to one of his avatars, then began to chop and slice. The focus now is not on the monstrous tide outside the city, which is as vast as the sea. Although the sheer number of monsters is terrifying, to put it bluntly, without elite combat power, what we really need to be cautious of are the people from the Xie family hiding in the shadows. Once Ling Yi and you appear, the Xie family will definitely strike at you immediately. Yilin raised his gaze to Guoqin, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. What you mean is, to use the Xie family to deal with the monstrous tide? A flicker of fear crossed Guoqin's eyes. Exactly, this is the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Yilin nodded. Damn, you might as well just let me commit suicide. No matter how fast I am, I need space to maneuver. You haven't seen how exaggerated the number of monsters outside is. There's not even a place to step. Guoqin's scalp tingled. I will support you from the city wall, don't worry, but whether you can escape depends on your own performance. Yilin felt somewhat helpless. This was the best plan he could come up with at the moment. What performance can I give? I'm not going. Guoqin shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. Just then, Yilin tightly grasped his hand and gave him a look that only men could understand. Guoqin, for the sake of the big breasts, if you don't go, think about how many big breasts in Xinjiang will die under the trampling of the monsters. Guoqin fell silent. He lit a cigarette, and the rising white smoke obscured his somewhat weathered face. I'll go. Yilin took a deep breath and said each word clearly. Guoqin, for the sake of the big breasts, stay alive. Don't worry, I've got this. Guoqin waved his hand, turned with his avatar, and disappeared from Yilin's sight. Yilin grabbed the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow and hurried towards the city wall with another avatar. The closer he got to the city wall, the sparser the crowd became. Everyone knew that once the monsters attacked the city, the first to bear the brunt would be the city wall, so no one would foolishly stay near it. Have all the civilians near the city wall been evacuated? Good. Well done. Gather all qualified transmuters at the city wall. The rise and fall of the Great Xia is the responsibility of every man. If they don't block the monsters, how will the civilians have time to evacuate? Don't worry about that, the situation is urgent. Any qualified transmuters who refuse to go up the city wall will be killed. Huang Litian's composed face issued various orders methodically. When he saw Yilin approaching with a bow, Huang Litian couldn't help but be taken aback. It's you? You actually didn't leave? Huang Litian was somewhat surprised. Transmuters with real backgrounds wouldn't appear near the city wall, they would have left long ago. He thought this Shirshing would definitely take the opportunity to leave with Ji Fu and the others, but he didn't expect the other party to appear here. What? Not welcome? Yilin walked straight towards the city wall. Huang Litian's gaze was somewhat complicated. Going up the city wall now was basically a death sentence. Public is public, private is private. Personally, I admire your courage to go up the city wall at this time, but officially, once this matter is over, I will definitely arrest you. Huang Litian said sternly. Then I'll wait for you, Investigator Huang. Yilin smiled faintly, then walked straight up the city wall with his avatar, and naturally, no one stopped him along the way. In fact, some even actively made way for him. Once on the city wall, Yilin finally saw the scene outside the city. Even though he was prepared, his pupils couldn't help but constrict sharply. In the distance, the horizon was densely packed with black figures, one after another of terrifying monsters, some even hundreds of meters in size. Even from far away, he could smell the foul stench emanating from the monsters. For a long time, Yilin had never witnessed the true gathering of magical creatures, and he even thought that killing them was quite easy. It wasn't until he saw the dark tide of magical creatures surging like a flood that Yilin finally understood why humans lived behind the city walls. Such a massive number of magical creatures charging forward could easily reduce everything in their path to ruins. On the city wall, Yilin also saw the Lord of Qingcheng, Hu Wang. At that moment, Hu Wang was dressed in a specially made combat suit, standing at the very front of the wall. Anyone could escape, but he could not, for he was the Lord of Qingcheng. Hu Wang was well aware of his mission. If he fled, then Qingcheng would truly be beyond saving. Has that lord still not replied? Hu Wang took a deep breath and asked his subordinate behind him. No. The subordinate's face looked somewhat grim. Have other cities responded to our call for help? Hu Wang continued to inquire. None. All messages have vanished like stones sinking into the sea, the subordinate replied. Hu Wang revealed a bitter smile. No need to send more, no one will come to our aid. They have clearly received news in advance. Indeed, in the eyes of those big shots, human lives are merely numbers. After a bitter laugh, Hu Wang's gaze gradually became resolute. He scanned the many job changers on the city wall, most of whom were either shrouded in fear or wore faces of dejection. Everyone, Hu Wang shouted angrily. Today, I won't preach any grand principles. Qingcheng is our home. The walls cannot hold back so many magical creatures. We all have parents, brothers, wives, and children. Only by building a defense with our flesh and blood can our parents, brothers, wives, and children have a chance to retreat safely. What we do today is for Qingcheng. More importantly, it is for ourselves. I, Hu Wang, cannot guarantee that everyone will survive, but I can guarantee that I will charge to the front lines. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. Hu Wang's hysterical roar echoed around, and many job changers were infected by this bloodlust, their fighting spirit igniting as they joined in the roar. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. Whether they truly wanted to or not, the entire city wall was now filled with fighting spirit. The people from the investigation bureau were supervising the battle below the wall. Any job changer attempting to flee at this moment would find it utterly unrealistic. Once this group on the wall was exhausted, the people from the investigation bureau would continue to push forward. As a large number of magical creatures approached, the ground began to tremble. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. When the vanguard of the magical creatures was 500 meters from Qingcheng, Hu Wang gave the order. All mage job changers, attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless dazzling skills tore through the air, crashing down upon the tens of thousands of magical creatures. Given the number of magical creatures in front, casting skills required no aiming at all. Even throwing them with eyes closed would hit several magical creatures. Boom! The mage's skills exploded among the horde of magical creatures, various elemental spells wreaking havoc, causing considerable damage. Many magical creatures were instantly blown to pieces. Even those not killed outright by the mage's skills had no chance of survival due to their injuries. At this moment, the magical creatures had already charged forward. As soon as the creatures in front were injured and fell, they would be trampled into mush by those behind. The first wave of attacks from all the mage job changers in Qingcheng clearly dealt a heavy blow to this group of magical creatures, but compared to the dark mass of creatures, this damage was like a drop in the ocean. Soon, more magical creatures surged forward. When the magical creatures were 500 meters from Qingcheng, Hu Wang issued another order. Archers and mages, let's attack together. This time, in addition to the dazzling array of skills, countless arrows pierced through the air. Yilin also joined in, firing arrows from the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow, which were unstoppable. However, after piercing through 7 or 8 monsters, they gradually came to a halt. The second wave of attacks from the Qingcheng transmuters still couldn't hold back the horde of monsters for long, and soon the monsters were within 100 meters of the Qingcheng city wall. At this moment, Hu Wang drew a black tang saber and shouted sternly, "Warrior, knight, assassin transmuters, follow me, kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wang, the lord of Qingcheng, leaped down into the endless horde of monsters. Several flashes of cold light disappeared in an instant. As soon as Hu Wang landed, he chopped a monster attempting to charge the city wall into pieces. He led the charge, incredibly brave. Any monster daring to approach within 3 meters of him would be cut into a pile of corpses. Hu Wang's actions clearly inspired many transmuters still filled with fighting spirit. Kill! They roared, rushing down to slaughter the densely packed horde of monsters. For a moment, the dark mass of monsters was actually held back, unable to approach the Qingqing city wall by even a fraction. However, as humans tire, with the consumption of stamina and mana, soon transmuters screamed in agony as they were devoured by the monsters, the smell of blood only exciting the monsters further. The battlefield was like a massive meat grinder, cold and cruel, reaping lives. At this moment, the lives of both humans and monsters seemed particularly cheap. 1 second they were full of life, the next they could be knocked to the ground and trampled into a pulp, merging completely with the mud. On the city wall, Yi Lin numbly pulled the bowstring. He wanted to unleash his full power. A level 43 forbidden spellcaster, combined with an immortal body, could cause destruction on this battlefield at a nuclear level. One forbidden spell could wipe out hundreds of monsters in one go, but he couldn't. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the restless killing intent within, Yi Lin once again pulled the bowstring, focusing solely on killing monsters. Right now, he was just an ordinary transmuter, Shirshing. After the initial surge of bloodlust, people finally began to react slowly. A tremendous fear gripped them like an invisible hand. The bodies piled at the base of the city wall were like small mountains, yet the horde of monsters before them showed no signs of diminishing, continuously charging towards the wall. Many of Hu Wang's warrior transmuters had already exhausted themselves and died, swallowed whole by the monsters, producing chilling sounds of chewing. Many mages collapsed to the ground from excessive mental strain after continuously casting spells. At this moment, only one emotion permeated everyone's hearts: despair. It was impossible to win, they were doomed. Fireball! Just as despair enveloped everyone, a voice rang out softly. Many couldn't help but twitch their lips. The fireball spell was the simplest and most ordinary of fire spells, something to fool those who didn't understand, and against this massive tide of monsters, it probably wouldn't even singe a hair. Everyone thought someone had gone mad from despair, but when they looked up, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Around, golden red sun slowly rose above the city wall, seemingly containing a terrifying heat capable of burning the heavens and boiling the seas. The surrounding void ignited at that moment, beginning to twist and warp. Flames blazed fiercely, as if to devour everything, capable of turning the tide, capable of saving the world. This is a fireball spell? A fire mage rubbed his eyes, looking incredulously at the golden red sun. Maybe. People have different physiques, some can conjure larger fireballs, which might be reasonable. A figure holding a staff stepped forward, pointing the staff downward. The crimson golden sun in midair seemed to be guided, crashing straight down toward the dark mass of monsters below. Flames traced a long arc in the sky, distorting the space along its path due to the intense heat. The moment the crimson golden sun descended, with a thunderous roar, the monsters at its center were completely vaporized, leaving no trace behind. The once boundless horde of monsters suddenly created a vacuum in the area after the sun fell. The despairing job changers witnessed this scene and erupted into thunderous cheers. If a single fireball could cause such terrifying destruction, what if a few hundred fireballs were unleashed? Wouldn't that clear the entire monster horde before them? They couldn't help but turn their gazes toward the one who had acted, but when they saw the person's face, they were momentarily stunned. The person's face was covered in a multitude of grotesque and terrifying scars. Ling Yi, entrusted by Mr. Zhuge, is willing to fight to the death for Qingqing. The voice of Yi Lin's avatar was resolute, with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Just as everyone was still in shock, they suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep across their faces. Then, another figure appeared on the battlefield below. This figure wielded 2 short daggers, moving with such speed that it was breathtaking, directly dismembering several monsters in midair. Ladies of Qingqing, don't worry. When there's no danger, I, Guoqin, am the greatest danger, but when danger arises, I, Guoqin, will protect you. With Guoqin's speed, the monsters below hadn't even reacted to what was happening before they met their demise. The sudden appearance of these two left everyone in Qingqing in shock. These two, such terrifying strength, they must be among the best in all of Qingqing, right? Why have we never seen them before? That scarred man said he was entrusted by Mr. Zhuge. Does Mr. Zhuge still care about Qingqing after his death? Are we saved? A glimmer of light appeared in everyone's eyes, a light named hope. After Guoqin and Yi Lin's avatar appeared, they charged straight into the center of the beast tide without a word. Guoqin moved like the wind, his blades sharp as thorns, carving a bloody path through the monster horde, while Yi Lin's crimson flame staff ignited with purple-red infernal fire, launching a devastating attack. Once touched by the infernal fire, it was a fight to the death. Many monsters, in pain, crashed into each other, spreading the infernal fire further. The arrival of the two was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone present, reigniting their fighting spirit as they joined the fray. The people of Qingcheng began to show a faint tendency to overpower the monster horde. Meanwhile, after the appearance of these two, Xia Hong's group was also paying attention to this side. "Are you sure it's them?" Xia Hong spoke coldly. "Absolutely. The files transferred from the Qingcheng Investigation Bureau record that this Ling Yi is extremely skilled in fire magic, even able to summon infernal fire. A small thug named Kensen from Qingcheng was killed by Ling Yi," replied the person wearing a rat-faced mask. "Take action." Yes. 12 masked figures in black robes suddenly charged out from behind Xia Hong. If outsiders had seen this scene, they would have been left dumbfounded, for the speed of these 12 was hardly slower than Guo Qin's. The 12 moved like shooting stars, directly rushing toward the dark mass of monsters. As those terrifying monsters faced these 12 individuals, they were unexpectedly sent flying into the sky, unable to stop them even a little. This astonishing scene instantly drew gasps of amazement from the people of Qingcheng. Who are those dozen people? Are they also a backup left by Mr. Zhuge during his lifetime? I don't know, but they look incredibly powerful. No, look, those dozen people didn't even attack the monsters, they simply relied on their own strength to force the monsters aside. What do they want to do? The sudden appearance of these mysterious individuals left the people of Qingcheng completely bewildered, and on the city wall, Yi Lin's true form couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The strength of these guys was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. No wonder Guo Qin had opposed it so vehemently at the beginning. Relying on his true form's elevated view from the city wall, Yi Lin began to control his clone to play hide and seek among the dense crowd of monsters and those 12 mysterious individuals. Before this clone completely disappeared, he aimed to use these 12 people to exhaust as many monsters as possible. What Guo Qin was doing at this moment was quite similar to Yi Lin. Lacking Yi Lin's vantage point, he directly dove into the depths of the monster horde. From the very beginning, they had planned this out. Guo Qin would not return to Qingcheng but would charge straight into the wilderness. With his speed, returning to Qingcheng would only make it easier for him to be caught like a turtle in a jar. Under the onslaught of those 12 mysterious individuals, the dark mass of monsters was instantly thrown into disarray, and the pressure on the people of Qingcheng suddenly decreased. The monsters could only emit angry roars, but they had no way to deal with those 12 individuals. However, the good times didn't last long. Soon, Yi Lin's clone found all its escape routes cut off, surrounded by 6 masked individuals within the monster horde. "Aren't you good at running and hiding? Why don't you keep running and hiding?" sneered the masked figure with a rat-like face. "Humph, do you think you can catch me?" The eyes of Yi Lin's clone revealed a hint of madness, and then chains of stars connected to his body, causing him to swell up like an inflating balloon. "I cannot succeed, it is fate. Mr. Zhuge, Ling Yi has let down your trust. Guo Qin, everything is up to you." Yi Lin's clone roared. "Damn it, is a worker's life not worth anything?" On the other side, Guo Qin, who was being chased up and down by the other 6 masked individuals, nearly turned back to punch Yi Lin for this. Wasn't this just drawing aggro to him? Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Stop him. The rat-faced masked figure exclaimed, preparing to intervene. Unfortunately, he was not Zhuge Qianqing. He couldn't stop the self-detonation. A blinding pillar of light shot into the sky, evaporating the surrounding clouds entirely. After seeing the dazzling light, a tremendous roar followed. The terrifying explosion obliterated everything around, with the monsters caught too close being blown to bits, leaving a circular pit dozens of meters deep on the ground. Yet, even so, when the dust settled, the 6 masked individuals, aside from being covered in dirt and looking a bit disheveled, surprisingly suffered no injuries at all. "Damn it, this kid is so fearless. Go, chase that coward." After being hit by a clone self-detonation, the 6 masked individuals cursed and turned to pursue Guo Qin. The crowd finally realized that these masked individuals were not there to help them at all. In fact, one could say that these masked individuals were their enemies. Yi Lin's true form on the city wall couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A level 43 forbidden spellmaster self-destructing had actually failed to injure any of them? Just how terrifying must the strength of these guys be? However, the first step of the plan had been achieved, and next, they needed to assist Guo Qin in escaping. After all, Guo Qin was about to face the relentless pursuit of 12 masked men. Yet, Yi Lin had confidence in Guo Qin. As long as he could let his clone self-destruct to clear a path for Guo Qin, those 12 would never catch up to someone desperately fleeing. As a forbidden spellmaster, Yi Lin was proficient in several self-detonation techniques. Just as Yi Lin was preparing to send another clone to support Guo Qin, a hysterical scream rang out. "Lin Yi, I want all of you to accompany him to the grave." A slender and graceful figure quickly scaled the city wall, her beautiful face filled with anger and hatred. She was panting, her hair clinging to her sweat-drenched forehead, clearly having run here in a frenzy. Zhuge and I? Yi Lin was somewhat shocked. This woman hadn't escaped with the main force through the teleportation array. What was she doing here? But soon, Zhuge and I provided Yi Lin with an answer. She took an ancient compass from her waist, on which stars flickered, as if the entire galaxy had been captured within it. She bit her lip, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes, and raised the compass high above her head. In accordance with my father's dying wish, today Zhuge and I will share the fate of Qingcheng. As soon as her voice fell, the stars on the ancient compass began to swirl rapidly, emitting a profound starlight that was dazzling even in the daytime. Power of the heavenly stars, heed my command. Zhuge and I cried out, and the starlight within the compass condensed into a slender beam that shot straight into the sky. Several buildings within Qingcheng collapsed with a thunderous roar, forming a mysterious star formation, as if the entire city had come to life at that moment. In the sky, the stars seemed to respond to some mysterious call, shining visibly even in daylight, with brilliant beams of light cascading down. At that moment, Qingcheng transformed into a massive energy vortex, greedily absorbing the power of the stars from the heavens. Heavenly stars, forever suppress! Zhuge and I shouted, and the star formation expanded instantly, centered around Qingcheng. At that moment, it was as if a divine being had pressed the pause button. Everything was suppressed, whether it was the dark horde of monsters or the 12 extraordinarily powerful masked men, all turned into sculptures. Damn it, I can't move at all. One of the masked men cursed angrily. No wonder no one dared to cause trouble in Qingcheng when Zhuge Qianqing was around. How can this guy still be so terrifying even in death? How did such a terrifying figure die? If I hadn't seen his corpse with my own eyes, I would suspect he faked his death. Stop talking so much. That Guqin has already vanished without a trace. The 12 masked men were both shocked and furious, helplessly watching as Guqin ran further and further away. The star power unleashed by Zhuge and I through the ancient compass targeted only them and the monsters, leaving others unaffected, so Guqin was completely unharmed. Now's the time, kill with me, Hu Wang shouted, charging directly towards the immobile horde of monsters. As the Lord of Qingcheng, even covered in blood from battle, Hu Wang remained calm, not letting this rare opportunity slip away. Under his lead, others quickly reacted, rushing towards the motionless monsters. Poof! On the city wall, Zhuge and I spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ancient compass red. It was evident that exerting such power was an extremely taxing endeavor for her, but Zhuge and I gritted her teeth, showing no signs of retreat, and raised her hand again, pressing it onto the ancient compass. In an instant, countless blood streaks appeared on Zhuge Ni's fair skin, looking just like a porcelain vase on the verge of shattering. It was evident that the next strike would be unleashed at the cost of Zhuge Ni's vitality. Don't, girl. You are the only daughter of Mr. Zhuge. Why? Why do good people never live long? The people of Qingcheng were filled with rage, but their anger could not change anything. The brilliant starlight gradually illuminated the sky above Qingcheng, converging into a terrifying torrent of stars. In that moment, all the monsters in front of Qingcheng revealed expressions of fear, even the faces of the 12 mysterious masked figures twisted in horror. From the magnificent starlight, they sensed a thick aura of death. If this strike fell, the 12 of them would absolutely be reduced to ashes, with no one spared. Help me break free from the suppression, or we will all die, the rat-faced masked man roared. The other 11 did not hesitate at all, forcing themselves to suppress the starlight power within the rat-faced masked man, buying him a chance to strike. With a sense of relief, the rat-faced masked man turned and locked onto Zhuge and I on the city wall. Die, you filthy woman! A terrifying energy coalesced into a fiery red spear, slicing through the air and thrusting violently towards Zhuge and I. If Zhuge and I insisted on unleashing her next move, this spear would surely pierce through her body. However, Zhuge and I showed no intention of dodging. She focused on gathering the starlight power, the ancient compass shining brightly, continuously absorbing her vitality. Dad, Ni has come to see you. Zhuge and I revealed a smile that seemed to express relief. Starlight extinguish. Before she could finish her words, Zhuge and I felt a heavy blow to her neck, and then she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. Before her consciousness faded, Zhuge and I caught a familiar scent. Dad, are you here to take me away? Looking at the completely unconscious Zhuge and I, Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh. Even if he disliked Zhuge and I, he could not just stand by and watch her go to her death. After all, she was the only concern Zhuge Qianqing had in this world. If Zhuge Qianqing saw Zhuge and I in the underworld, he would probably rise from the dead just to slap himself twice. After placing Zhuge and I aside, Yi Lin drew the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow and activated the forbidden spell to double his power. Damage Boosting Arrow. Professional talent has been fully enhanced. The damage boosting arrow has been upgraded to the Heavenly Punishment God-Killing Arrow. Forbidden Spell? Heavenly Punishment God-Killing Arrow. The forbidden spell master cuts off descendants, never to be humane again, representing the great ways descent of heavenly punishment, shooting arrows that can stack their own power tenfold, with one arrow capable of killing gods and exterminating immortals. Whoosh! Yilin did not hesitate at all, drawing the bow like a full moon and shooting the heavenly punishment god-killing arrow. A dazzling arrow tore through the sky, and wherever the arrow passed, ripples appeared in space, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. However, when this arrow collided with the fiery red spear, it only dimmed the spear's luster slightly, failing to destroy it. But Yilin had anticipated this. After all, the gap in strength was evident. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and shot 4 more heavenly punishment god-killing arrows, focusing on sheer quantity. The rat-faced masked man was already attacking from a distance, and under the bombardment of 5 consecutive heavenly punishment god-killing arrows, the fiery red spear he had gathered was directly shattered by the arrows. As Juga Ni fell unconscious, the torrent of stars gathering above Qingqing began to gradually dissipate, and the 12 masked figures regained their mobility at that moment. Are there still experts? X12, you actually managed to block my furious strike. This person might be related to Zhuge Qianqing. You go after that Guqin, and I'll go kill that guy. The mouse-faced masked man snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Let me go. But someone else was faster than him. Qianlong instantly charged out, accompanied by a dragon's roar, killing all the monsters in his path. Qianlong, are you going to kill people or monsters? The mouse-faced masked man coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Let me tell you a joke. A little swallow wears a flowered coat and comes here every spring. I asked the swallow why it comes, and guess what the swallow said? Qianlong asked. What did the swallow say? The mouse-faced masked man frowned. The swallow said, none of your business. Mind your own. You. The mouse-faced masked man seethed with anger, speaking darkly. Qianlong, you'd better really kill that guy or capture him alive, otherwise I will definitely report you to the master. Do as you wish. Qianlong charged into the crowd of monsters, initiating a one-sided massacre. Let's go. The mouse-faced masked man coldly commanded, leading his men in pursuit of the direction Guqin had fled. Unbeknownst to them, Guqin was already in big trouble. In front of him stood a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious robe, arms crossed. Looking at him, it was Xia Hong, the head of the Xia family. When Zhuge Ni activated the star array, Xia Hong had chased after Guqin. The lives of those 12 masked men were far less important to him than capturing Guqin. Gulp! Guqin's throat involuntarily rolled, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence! Big brother, you must be here to take a dump, right? I don't have time to indulge your nonsense. Tell me, what happened inside the Gate of Revelation? Xia Hong spoke in a deep voice. What Gate of Revelation? The Gate of Revelation. What gate? The Gate of Revelation. What revelation? Xia Hong lightly wiped the hardened surface of his hand, and a completely black embroidered spring knife appeared in his hand. The scabbard was covered in dragon-shaped cloud patterns, exuding a chilling aura. Since you refuse to speak, I know a bit about the method of Ling Qi. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a crisp sound of the knife, the long knife in Xia Hong's hand slowly emerged, resembling a bright crescent moon. Divine weapon, Black Moon. Guqin's pupils shrank sharply, clearly recognizing the origin of the knife in Xia Hong's hand. Big brother, can we talk this out? No need to resort to violence, right? Guqin said with an awkward smile. Xia Hong remained silent, walking towards Guqin with the knife in hand, the tip of Black Moon lightly scraping the ground, sparking a series of sparks. Don't! Big brother, don't be impulsive. On the city wall, Yilin successfully deflected the attack from the mouse-faced masked man and casually reached into Zhuge Ni's arms, retrieving the compass. This compass seemed to require the absorption of life force to function, which was just perfect for him. Yilin had plenty of life. After examining the compass, Yilin finally understood why Zhuge Ni had been able to unleash such terrifying power earlier. Teacher, what kind of existence were you when you were alive? Yilin couldn't help but murmur to himself. This astrological compass was a divine artifact, but if it were merely a divine artifact, it couldn't possibly grant Zhuge Ni the power to suppress everything. That terrifying power came from Zhuge Qianqing's arrangements during his lifetime. Zhuge Qianqing had set up the heavenly star array using the entire Qingqing as a base, and this astrological compass was the eye of the array. The one who controlled the astrological compass in Qingqing could mobilize endless star power. In other words, Zhuge Ni was merely a switch. It was just that Zhuge Ni was too weak. If Zhuge Ni were a bit stronger, she would never have been so flustered while manipulating the star array. With this compass, wouldn't I be invincible in Qingqiang? Yilin's eyes burned with excitement as he faced the approaching Qianlong, and he immediately prepared to activate the star array left behind by Zhuge Qianqing. But at that moment, he found that the astrological compass in his hand showed no reaction at all. Wait, is this thing bloodline bound? What a scam! Yilin's face turned pale. If he guessed correctly, this astrological compass could only be used by Zhuge Qianqing's direct bloodline. Forget about guarding against petty people. Why was Zhuge Qianqing even guarding against him? Did he look like someone who would snatch Zhuge Ni's things? Would he really claim the astrological compass as his own just because it was a divine artifact and particularly useful? Was Yilin that kind of person? Looking at the ever-approaching Qianlong, Yilin couldn't care less. He swiftly used the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow to cut Zhuge Ni's fair wrist. I'm just borrowing a bit of blood from Zhuge Ni to save the people of Qingcheng. Teacher, please don't blame me in the afterlife. As the crimson blood flowed from Zhuge Ni's wrist onto the ancient compass, it gradually began to glow with brilliant starlight. Seeing Zhuge Ni's lips turn from rosy to pale, Yilin hurriedly stopped the bleeding. He was afraid that if he continued, Zhuge Ni would die right there. With Zhuge Ni's blood, Yilin was finally able to control the astrological compass. In an instant, he felt as if he had merged with all of Qingcheng. With just a thought, he could destroy everything before him. Then, Yilin directly unleashed the move that Zhuge Ni had failed to execute. Starlight Annihilation. Yilin felt as if the astrological compass had transformed into an insatiable black hole, tightly clinging to his hand, refusing to let go, and crazily devouring his life force, showing no intention of leaving him any way out. It seemed that Zhuge Qianqing had long anticipated that someone would use Zhuge Ni's blood to activate the astrological compass, so he had left a backup plan. If Yilin didn't possess immortality, he probably wouldn't have enough lives to die 10 times over. I knew it. How could the teacher guard against me? Yilin smiled. This way, there were only 2 people in the world who could use the astrological compass, Zhuge Ni herself and him, with Zhuge Ni's blood. The dazzling starlight gathered in the sky above Qingcheng, sweeping down towards the dense mass of monsters below. There were no violent explosions, no painful howls, no dying struggles. Wherever the starlight passed, the massive monsters were obliterated as if made of paper. No monster could withstand that brilliant, dazzling starlight, and Qianlong's figure vanished beneath the starlight. When the starlight slowly dissipated, a very obvious gap appeared in the endless horde of monsters, with nearly half of them perishing in that single strike. The terrifying power made Yilin swallow hard. When the number of monsters increased, it was like a tide, one wave pushing the next forward. Even if the monsters were afraid, they had no chance to turn back. And with Yilin's starlight annihilation, nearly half were wiped out, instantly giving the monsters a chance to regret. Woo-woo! It was unclear which monster let out a piercing whimper, and then the remaining monsters seemed to receive some kind of command, quickly retreating like a tide. Monsters also had lives. They could feel fear. Watching so many of their kind evaporate in an instant, they too would experience terror. Under the city wall, Hu Wang stared blankly at the retreating monsters. His weapon was already riddled with holes, and he bore many wounds on his body. With a thud, Hu Wang fell to the ground, murmuring, "We won." Then, suddenly, Hu Wang became agitated, screaming hysterically, "We won." His roar completely awakened the dazed crowd, and the joy of surviving the disaster made their tense hearts relax completely, unable to help but join Hu Wang in loud shouts, venting their inner excitement. "Great! We don't have to die. Damn! It really takes being on the brink of death to truly appreciate the value of life. All the wealth and glory are nonsense. Living well is more important than anything. Mr. Zhuge saved us once again. He has always cared for Qingcheng. Woo-woo! I want to message my goddess. I survived. I want to surpass 10. Taking the opportunity, Yilin shoved the astrological compass back into Zhuge Ni's hands, pretending it was all Zhuge Ni's doing, having nothing to do with him, and mixed into the crowd to cheer along. The earlier scene was so chaotic that hardly anyone noticed Yilin. He didn't want to lose his hard-earned new identity so quickly. After the monsters completely retreated, the foot of Qingcheng's city wall was left with a dense mass of corpses. There were both monsters and humans, mixed together, emitting a strong smell of blood that was nauseating. The crowd that had just been cheering finally calmed down from their excitement, and soon, sobs began to rise and fall. Thanks to Zhuge Qianqing, Qingcheng had entered a long period of peace. They hadn't witnessed so many monsters attacking the city together in a long time. A close friend, lively just a moment ago, could be bitten in half by a monster the next. Witnessing such scenes was enough to prevent anyone from sleeping well for a long time. Hu Wang sighed softly. Although the monsters had been repelled, for him as the city lord, the real trouble was just beginning. The distribution of death benefits, comforting the families of the deceased, especially the mountain of corpses before him. The aftermath was also a huge hassle. If not handled properly, it could even lead to a terrible plague, causing secondary harm to the entire Qingcheng. All of this was enough to give Hu Wang a headache. However, that was a matter for later. the most important thing now was to get the exhausted crowd home. I announce, Level 1 alert lifted. All transmuters can leave the city wall in an orderly manner, Hu Wang declared loudly. Upon hearing this, many people were overwhelmed with joy, and some were so excited that they jumped down from the several-meter-high city wall. Yi Lin, however, did not act so recklessly. He calmly blended into the crowd and left the city wall. At this moment, the streets of Qingcheng were empty, as all the ordinary people gathered towards the teleportation array. Yi Lin was pondering how to secretly devour all the monster corpses outside without anyone noticing when a voice suddenly rang in his ear. The power of your strike just now was terrifying, but unfortunately, your aim was a bit off. Yi Lin instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he swung the 8 Desolation Holy Silver Bow and swept it behind him. But halfway through the sweep, Yi Lin felt as if something had caught him, unable to advance an inch. Turning around, he faced a dragon-faced mask. You didn't die? Yi Lin was somewhat shocked. He had clearly seen this dragon-faced masked man being engulfed by starlight extinction. Disappointed? Shen Long retorted. What do you want? Yi Lin felt that this guy didn't seem like he was here to kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to say so much. Thank you, Shen Long said. Thank me? Yi Lin was truly at a loss. Thank you for saving so many innocent people in Qingcheng, Shen Long said. You brought all those monsters here, and now you come to thank me? Are you out of your mind? Yi Lin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I was also forced into it. You wouldn't understand. Shen Long shook his head, speaking with a hint of sorrow. I actually wish I could have died under that strike of yours just now, but unfortunately, your aim was too poor. Should I apologize for not killing you then? Yi Lin asked. No need for that. Remember, you were already dead, Shen Long said without looking back as he walked away. Only then did Yi Lin notice that Shen Long was holding a severed head, the origin of which was unknown. What a strange person. Yi Lin couldn't help but frown. But it was a good thing this guy didn't turn on him. If a fight broke out, whether he could win was one thing, but his identity would almost certainly be exposed. Now, all that's left is Guqin. Yi Lin muttered to himself. The horde of monsters had been repelled, and he had perfectly extricated himself. As long as Guqin also managed to escape, this plan would be considered a complete success. Just as he finished speaking, Guqin appeared beside him like a gust of wind. Damn it! I almost got caught by those guys. Guqin was so exhausted that his tongue was hanging out, and his clothes had burned several large holes from the friction of high-speed movement, making him look like a scruffy beggar. The moment Yi Lin saw Guqin, he let out a sigh of relief. You weren't followed, were you? No. How could they catch me? I'm Qingcheng's fastest man, not just for show. I led them out into the wild and then slipped back. Guqin puffed out his chest proudly as he spoke. By the way, I have to thank Miss Zhuge for holding those people off for a while, otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to escape. Yi Lin nodded, feeling somewhat fortunate. The key point is that the head of the Xia family, Xia Hong, was concerned about his identity and didn't come down personally. Otherwise, there would definitely have been countless variables. Yeah, little boss, we really are lucky. Guqin chimed in, then suddenly changed the subject. Alright, enough of this unhappy talk. I risked my life to save so many beautiful ladies in Qingcheng. Now, it's time for me, Guqin, to collect my reward. Before Yi Lin could grasp what Guqin meant by collecting a reward, he was pulled into a crowd. At that moment, Qingcheng was immersed in the joy of survival. Many people were tightly embracing each other, crying and cheering. Guqin had a clear target and headed straight for a slightly plump beauty with a tall figure. The woman had a curvy figure, and her tight-fitting skirt accentuated her alluring curves, with her long, rounded thighs subtly visible beneath black stockings. Although her face wasn't stunning, her phoenix eyes were particularly enchanting, as if they could steal a man's soul. Overall, she was not breathtaking but had a captivating charm that perfectly suited Guqin's taste. At that moment, her phoenix eyes were warily fixed on the scruffy Guqin, her expression showing some displeasure. Guqin seemed oblivious to the beauty's aversion. He continued to move closer, his eyes fixated on her upper half, a foolish grin on his face. Hello, beautiful, can we add each other on WeChat? I don't have WeChat. The beauty took a cautious step back. That's fine, then let me touch your big thunder. I saw you have one. Guqin's words made Yi Lin's expression twist in an instant. He quietly stepped back a few paces, fearing that others would notice he knew Guqin. This is absolutely outrageous. I mean, does this guy Guqin have no shame at all? Saying such things in front of so many people? Yi Lin admitted that he was also a bit lecherous, but to say such wolfish words under the gaze of the crowd was something he could never do. Sure enough, as soon as Guqin finished speaking, everyone around turned their puzzled eyes toward him. Guqin, far from feeling ashamed, struck a pose he thought was very cool, basking in the attention of the crowd. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman's face had turned bright red. Pervert! Slap! She swung her hand toward Guqin, but he once again demonstrated his astonishing speed. In a flash, Guo Qin quickly stuck out his tongue and licked the delicate hand that was about to slap him. In an instant, everyone was stunned by Guo Qin's action. They had never imagined that there could be such a way to defuse a slap. The beautiful woman, seeing the shiny saliva on her hand, couldn't help but gag. "Get lost. You're acting like a lunatic." Yilin yanked Guo Qin by the back of his collar and dragged him away. Otherwise, he really didn't know what other outrageous things Guo Qin might do. No wonder this guy ended up in jail. He could stay locked up for 100 years and it wouldn't be too long. "Beautiful lady, I'll come find you tonight, okay?" Mwah. Even as he was being dragged away, Guo Qin didn't forget to flirt with the beauty, which made Yilin so angry that he tightened the 8 Desolation sacred silver bow around Guo Qin's neck, finally making him shut up. "Oh, little boss, don't be so serious. We've been fighting for so long, can't we enjoy ourselves a bit?" Guo Qin said with a hint of grievance. "We haven't finished the main business yet. Come with me to the city tonight," Yilin replied. "Out of the city? What for?" Guo Qin asked, puzzled. "I haven't reaped any benefits yet." Yilin's anger flared up at the mention of this. The astrological compass of Zhuge Qianqing clearly drained his life force, yet he hadn't gained a single experience point from killing those monsters. He had no idea where all that experience had gone. If he couldn't even get his hands on those corpses outside, then all his efforts would have been in vain. "Got it. Then tonight I'll help you deal with those corpses. After that, I'll go after the women of Qingcheng." Yilin, although what he said wasn't wrong, hearing it from Guo Qin's mouth made it feel off. As Yilin waited for nightfall, outside Qingcheng, Qianlong also arrived with a severed head, finding Xiahong and the other 11 people. Xiahong leaned on a black knife, his eyes closed, his face devoid of any expression. Meanwhile, Zishu and the others knelt on one knee before Xiahong. Not a single person spoke, creating an atmosphere that made Qianlong's scalp tingle. "Back," Xiahong said, reporting, "My lord, we are back. The person who attacked on the city wall of Qingcheng has been killed by Qianlong. According to our investigation, he has no relation to this incident." Qianlong knelt on one knee before Xiahong, presenting the severed head in his hand. However, Xiahong didn't even glance at the head. He suddenly kicked out, sending Qianlong flying, who crashed heavily into a towering ancient tree, blood oozing from beneath his mask. "Qianlong, I picked you up and raised you. I treated you like my own. Have you learned to deceive me now?" Qianlong dares not. Cold sweat instantly streamed down Qianlong's face beneath the mask. What was going on? How did Xiahong know he had deceived him? Dare not? Humph. Xiahong raised his hand, fingers grasping in the air, and Qianlong was uncontrollably pulled over, Xiahong gripping his throat. "This time, consider it a lesson. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Do you understand?" Xiahong said coldly. "Qianlong, understood," Qianlong said with difficulty. Only then did Xiahong put him down and coldly said, "Let's go back. This matter needs to be considered carefully. The gods have also intervened." As soon as these words were spoken, Qianlong and the others' pupils trembled violently. They had no idea when a mysterious organization named God had appeared. The members of that organization called themselves Divine Envoys. No one knew the purpose of the existence of this organization, nor did anyone know why it was born. The only thing known was that anyone within the organization possessed terrifying strength that was shocking to the core. Had the Gate of Revelation even attracted the Divine Envoys? As everyone turned to leave, Xiahong suddenly leaned against Qianlong. Qianlong was startled and was about to speak when he heard Xiahong whispering in his ear, "Don't say anything, act as if nothing happened and support me." Qianlong was shocked. Xiahong was injured, and the injury looked very serious. Although he was deeply shocked, Qianlong quickly regained his composure and casually supported Xiahong. The group returned to Qingcheng and soon left through the teleportation array, returning to the Xie family. Once back in his study, Xiahong could no longer suppress the injuries within him and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qianlong froze in place because he saw that the blood Xiahong coughed up was mixed with some dark red internal organ fragments. "My lord, I'll go find the master of herbal medicine." Qianlong hurriedly tried to leave. The master of herbal medicine was the strongest healer in the Great Xia realm, rumored to have reached true divine level, and it was no exaggeration to say he could bring the dead back to life. "No, don't go," Xiahong said coldly. "No one must know that I am seriously injured, including the other 11. For the next few days, stay by my side and don't leave my side for a moment." "My lord." Qianlong hesitated. Xiahong coughed violently again, but his tone remained firm. "Did you hear me clearly?" Qianlong understood. Qianlong could only helplessly agree. "My lord, are the divine envoys really that powerful? Even you were seriously injured." "No. That guy's strength is not as good as mine. At most, it's a 50-50 chance." At this point, Xiahong suddenly gritted his teeth. "But that guy is too insidious. He has no dignity as a strong person. He was like a pile of mud, lying on the ground begging for mercy. I never expected him to be an opponent of the same level as me, and he is extremely good at speed. Caught off guard, I was seriously injured. Hearing this, Qianlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If any random divine envoy from the organization could easily injure Xia Hong, then the organization would indeed be too terrifying. This debt will not be settled so easily. A chilling glint flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. When my injuries recover, it will be the moment of complete reckoning. Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. The monster horde was repelled, and Xinjiang returned to its former tranquility. Those who had been sent away, both job changers and civilians, returned to their homes, and everything felt like a long dream, with only the occasional stench of rotting corpses drifting in from outside the city to prove that everything had truly happened during the day. The city walls of Xinjiang were brightly lit, and many job changers still stood guard on the walls, monitoring and preventing monsters from launching a surprise attack. However, their attention was focused outside the city, completely unaware that two shadows were quietly approaching from within the city. You distract those guarding the city, and I'll sneak out to steal a corpse, got it? Yi Lin gestured to Guoqin and said, "You can rest assured. I guarantee all their attention will be on me." He. Guoqin grinned lewdly. "By the way, what's that pink sack you're carrying?" Yi Lin asked, somewhat puzzled. When he saw Guoqin in the evening, he had been carrying that pink sack the whole time. To attract so many people's attention, of course I have to prepare some props. Otherwise, how would I catch their eye? Guoqin said confidently. All right then. Yi Lin couldn't be bothered to care about what Guoqin had prepared. As long as the goal was achieved, that was enough for him. With a quick earth escape technique, he appeared directly in the pile of corpses outside the city. Meanwhile, Guoqin also got to work, untying the pink sack to reveal the face of a beautiful woman. "You're suffocating me. You said you wanted to take me to do something different. What exactly are we doing?" The woman pouted at Guoqin after climbing out of the sack. "How about we go carve at the city wall? Is that exciting enough?" Guoqin chuckled. "What?" The woman's expression changed suddenly. Although she was a Kuan, she still had her dignity. "What do you take me for? If it weren't for my sick mother, my gambling father, my young brother, and my useless husband, I wouldn't be in this line of work at all. I have my pride too. If you do this, how am I supposed to live with myself afterward? That's in front of so many people, in broad daylight," the woman said, filled with grief and indignation. "So what?" Guoqin frowned. "You need to pay more. How much more? Are we doing this secretly, or are we going all out?" The woman pressed. "Go all out. The louder you scream, the better," Guoqin replied. "Will I be showing my face or not?" "Show your face. Going that big? Then it'll cost an extra 50,000. Deal." Guoqin readily handed over the money, and the woman beamed with joy. This job tonight was worth a month's income for her. "Bro, when do we start?" "Tonight. Don't treat me like a person. It doesn't matter if you're human or not." The woman eagerly rubbed two landmines against Guoqin. "By the way, what's your name?" "Just call me Xian. Let's go." To the bottom of the city wall. Guoqin confidently led the woman to the side of the city wall. Once they got close, Guoqin took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. "Brothers, you've worked hard on the night watch. Tonight, I'm here to bring you some warmth and a feast for your eyes." Guoqin's voice, like a broken gong, quickly attracted the attention of many. Then, he pushed Xian out, and although she was well paid, she was truly dedicated. She picked up a steel pipe from the roadside and started to twist it. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed from the wall as many people stared intently at the scene. In situations like this, anyone would be unable to resist taking a few glances. A glance is respect, but staring is a deeper respect. "Hey, everyone, today, I'll perform a battle between Guangong and Qin Xiong for you brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, Guoqin immediately began to fight with Xian in front of everyone on the wall, their moves bold and fierce. Xian didn't sit idly by either. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she unleashed her family's traditional soft techniques, starting to use softness to overcome hardness. Both of them clearly had extensive combat experience, exchanging blows with exquisite fighting skills that left the onlookers on the wall mesmerized. "What the hell? What's going on? So many people are watching, and they just started fighting? Did you forget? Today is 520. It's perfectly normal for them to fight. A friend of mine made several W's selling roses at a hotel entrance last year. As a single dog, how would I remember these holidays? Wow, look at that woman, she's amazing. She even knows the legendary moves." As the gaze of almost everyone on the city wall was drawn away, Yi Lin, hiding in the shadows outside the city, let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know how Guqin managed to do it, it was now his turn to enjoy the feast. Yilin walked straight towards the mountain of corpses and activated his endless devour. To be honest, he had to thank Xia Hong, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to gather so many bodies in such a short time. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, personality activated. At first, Yilin counted them, but soon he lost track. There were simply too many deaths in this battle, both of people and monsters, to count. Although the levels of these dead monsters and humans weren't very high, generally only in the teens or 20s, the sheer number was overwhelming. Yilin's three-dimensional attributes and experience points skyrocketed, the speed of growth making him gasp in astonishment. At this rate, if he devoured all these corpses outside the city, his level could at least rise to 50. And level 50 was an extremely important transition point for any job changer. The first job talent could be unlocked at level 1, the second at level 20, and the third at level 50. If all three job talents were exceptionally powerful, it could even allow an ordinary A-level job to rival the combat power of an SSS-level job. Yilin was also very eager to find out what his third job talent would be. While Yilin outside the city was frantically activating Endless Devour, Guqin inside the city was desperately battling against Ziyan. The battle was so thrilling that the crowd on the city wall began to cheer for Guqin, with some even taking out their phones to record, ready to upload it to the gossip section. Although Guqin was giving his all in the fight against Ziyan, her combat skills were incredibly advanced, and her strength was overwhelming. In a short time, Guqin had been disarmed 6 times. After all, Guqin was only skilled in speed and not in prolonged combat. At this moment, he could hardly enjoy any pleasure from the fight, he even felt a bit of pain. But for Yilin outside the city, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Just then, a glint of brilliance flashed in Ziyan's eyes, and she suddenly turned around to unleash Endless Devour on Guqin. In an instant, Guqin nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. "Little boss, are you done yet? I really can't hold on much longer." Faced with Ziyan's Endless Devour, Guqin struggled to resist, but soon he was overwhelmed, the zinc ions in his body rapidly depleting. "Little boss, I really tried my best." Guqin, with a pale face, painfully closed his eyes, a single tear slowly sliding down the corner of his mouth. "Delightful, Mr. Guqin, I will probably never forget you in my life." Ziyan revealed a sincere smile, gently wiping the milk stain from her mouth. "I had a great time fighting, but my strength wasn't enough to make Miss Ziyan unleash her full power, so I feel guilty towards you." Guqin lay dazed on the ground, his eyes hollow as he gazed at the night sky, a lifetime of memories flashing by like a revolving lantern. "I'm sorry, Miss Ziyan, for not being able to make you go all out." This scene left many men on the city wall, especially the married ones, utterly silent. In middle age, one has no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. Only the young would thirst for women, eager to date 8 girlfriends at once. Only mature men would understand that the body simply can't take it. Patter, patter, snap. In an instant, a series of lighter clicks echoed atop the city wall, and many people silently lit a cigarette, the flickering tips standing out starkly in the darkness. At this moment, Yilin's cleanup work was also nearing its end. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly thinking that he was quite the good person. Originally, dealing with these corpses, whether by cremation or burial, was an extremely troublesome task. Now, with his intervention, everything was worry-free. Finally level 50. Yilin took a deep breath of air laced with the stench of decay and blood, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, for his third job talent had finally unlocked at this moment. Name, Yilin. Occupation, Forbidden Spellcaster level, 50, 0, 21%, Strength, 1998, plus 1000, Agility, 1996 Spirit, 3072, plus 8294. 4. Job Talent 1, Endless Spell. For each level the Forbidden Spellcaster gains, 1 Forbidden Spell can be unlocked. Job Talent 2, Ultimate Sublimation. All skills used by the Forbidden Spellcaster will automatically be sublimated into Forbidden Spells. Job Talent 3, Heaven's Will. Starting from level 50, for every 10 levels the Forbidden Spellcaster gains, 1 self-created Forbidden Spell can be obtained. Self-created Forbidden Spell? Yilin's heart skipped a beat. Did that mean he could create any forbidden spell he wanted? For Yilin, a resurrection forbidden spell was undoubtedly the most useful. He could directly resurrect Zhuge Qianqing, and what did he have to fear from Xia Hong? Yilin had tried many ordinary skill scrolls, but none could unlock a forbidden spell that allowed resurrection. He didn't know if such a forbidden spell didn't exist or if he simply didn't have enough ordinary skill scrolls. Now that he had the chance to create a forbidden spell, Yilin was determined to give it a good try. Resurrection Forbidden Spell. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices hemorrhoids to resurrect a deceased person in their prime. Error generated. Please follow the basic law of forbidden spells. Hemorrhoids won't work? Yilin frowned slightly. Then sacrifice all the life force of the Forbidden Spellcaster to resurrect a deceased person. Error generated. Please follow the basic law of forbidden spells. Based on your request, a similar forbidden spell is now being generated for you. Forbidden spell? Resurrection of the Dead. The Forbidden Spellcaster sacrifices half of their life force to summon a being that has already died as an undead creature. The summoned entity retains all abilities from their life but lacks self-awareness, is of the same level as the summoner, and can be resurrected infinitely. Do you confirm the generation? Yilin. Summoning Zhuge Qianqing as an undead creature? And one that is only level 50 and lacks self-awareness? What use would that be, to have Zhuge and I call him daddy? This resurrection of the dead seemed powerful but was actually of little use. After all, if it came to being a tool, an undead Zhuge Qianqing was not as useful as his own clone. Yilin wasn't being overly critical. A Zhuge Qianqing of the same level appearing before him would indeed not be enough for him to fight. Yilin rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed that resurrection involved true taboos. Just like the ancient artifact on him, which was incredibly powerful, it could only grant an immortal body to a living person and had no effect on the dead. Forget it, I won't generate it for now. Since he couldn't create a resurrection forbidden spell, Yilin decided to save this precious opportunity for self-created forbidden spells. It might come in handy in a critical moment. After finishing all this, Yilin activated the tortoise breathing technique and made his way back into the city. Tonight, his gains had already been substantial. A level 50 job changer could hold their own anywhere in the world. As for the level 50 forbidden spellcaster, let's put it this way, as long as Yilin reveals his identity and claims to be a level 50 forbidden spellcaster, countless forces, big and small, will rush to court him. Cultivating a forbidden spellcaster is not cost-effective, but winning one over is extremely valuable. It's like having a human-shaped walking bomb. Now that he is already level 50, he can stay at the Great Xia Academy for a few more years and clear all the exclusive secret realms controlled by the Academy. By then, when he breaks through to level 70 or 80, who could possibly stand against him? What nonsense about the 5 great families. He thinks the matriarch of the Xie family still has her charm. Speed is 70, mood is, hey you asterisk high. In high spirits, Yilin returned to Qingcheng, even humming a little tune as he walked down the street. But when he entered the city and saw Guoqin lying on the ground, he felt a bit puzzled. At that moment, Guoqin's appearance was far from graceful. He was lying on the ground with his bare shoulders exposed, only a blanket covering his important parts, his expression dazed, and his gaze hollow, looking as if his soul had been sucked away. What happened to you? Did someone ambush you? Yilin asked, somewhat confused. Although Guoqin seemed weak, he didn't look injured. Guoqin seemed to ignore Yilin's words, mumbling to himself, "You have such high-speed machinery entering the Great Xia. Remember the principles I gave you when we were young. The principle behind developing this thing is controlled by the underworld government." Yilin? He felt that Guoqin might have lost his mind, so he quickly rushed over and swung his arm to give Guoqin 2 clear-minded slaps. Sure enough, after taking 2 hits, Guoqin's eyes suddenly became clear, and then he excitedly grabbed Yilin's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. "Little boss, you finally came back. Women are all monsters. They are all monsters that eat koan. You must stay away from women." The next morning, the sun rose as usual. The entire Qingcheng was engaged in the tense aftermath work. A team dressed in white protective suits, fully armed, got off the vehicle, each face showing helplessness and disgust. They were the staff responsible for handling the corpses this time, many of whom had been temporarily summoned. Handling corpses is dirty, tiring, smelly, and even dangerous. After all, some monster corpses, after a night of fermentation, had already formed a giant view, filled with various flammable and explosive gases. Once a corpse explosion occurs, that sourness is definitely unforgettable for a lifetime. Their job was to categorize the corpses, bring human bodies back to the city for identification, hand them over to their families, and cut off valuable materials from the monster corpses, then burn the rest to ashes to prevent the breeding of bacteria and the spread of plague. Last time, just handling a 100-meter-tall monster took a whole day and night, and when I got home, the stench of the corpse on me couldn't be washed off even after 10 showers. This time with so many corpses, I guess I'm going to be pickled. A scruffy middle-aged man sighed helplessly. "Come on, uncle, don't complain. Aren't we all contributing to Qingcheng? Cheer up," a young man beside him encouraged. The scruffy man looked at him oddly, a bit envious of his optimism. "You haven't handled monster corpses before, have you?" "Nope," the young man replied honestly. The intestines of monsters can easily fit a person, so they have a lot of digestive material inside. When you cut the monster's intestines, forget it, I won't say more. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. The scruffy man couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, senior, if you don't do it, I won't do it. Who will build the beautiful new daxia? The boy chuckled. Maybe those corpses will just disappear on their own. How is that possible? Do you really think there are sea conch girls in this world? The bearded man couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit impressed by the young man's optimism and fanciful ideas. When they reached the city gate, the bearded man handed the boy a cigarette and lit one for himself. Have a smoke, it'll help with the taste, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it later. Thanks. The boy took the cigarette, and after finishing one, both of them put their masks back on. At that moment, the city gates slowly opened, and everyone gritted their teeth, mentally preparing themselves, then stepped out boldly. They were ready to face the mountain of corpses and sea of blood outside Xinjiang. But when they arrived outside the city, everyone was stunned. There were no corpses outside Xinjiang. Instead, it was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and there wasn't even a hint of a foul smell in the air. The mountain of corpses seemed to have vanished into thin air, with not even a single limb in sight. Senior, it seems there really is a sea conch girl, the boy murmured. The bearded man was also taken aback, his hands gesturing in the air. Where are the corpses? That huge pile of corpses? Where did they go? That afternoon, Xinjiang established a special investigation team to look into the truth behind the missing corpses. Coincidentally, the lead investigator was Huang Lidian, who fell silent upon learning that Guo Qin had appeared the night before. As an investigator, he remembered one thing: Guo Qin had been locked up directly opposite Yilin, and both had been released on the same day Yilin was freed. It seemed this matter was related to Yilin again? Seeing Huang Lidian deep in thought, Su Xiu quickly asked, Master, do you have a clue? No. Huang Lidian shook his head. This man who had spent his life detecting lies was lying for the first time. After the monster incident, Huang Lidian had come to terms with many things. Sometimes, the truth didn't seem that important, and whoever wanted to investigate could do so. Ultimately, the sudden disappearance of the monster corpses became a cold case, left on the shelf. Time is the best healer. The deceased have passed, and the living go on. After a grand morning ceremony, life in Xinjiang returned to its usual calm. In the morning, the neighbors' kids would slice 2 pieces, boil a pack of instant noodles, and shovel it into their mouths, spitting out the remnants as they went to school, to work, or to bury the dead. That terrifying wave of monsters seemed as if it had never happened. However, upon closer inspection, one could still sense a lingering heaviness in Xinjiang. Until the teleportation array in the center of Xinjiang lit up, the vibrant energy of youth revived the somber city. Because it was time for the new university students to enroll. Early that morning, parents brought their children to queue at the square in front of the teleportation array. Once they left, it was unlikely they would return before graduation, as using the teleportation array was extremely expensive, far beyond the means of ordinary families. Many parents wore reluctant expressions, but they wouldn't stop their children from pursuing a better future. Entering university was an opportunity for all job changers to leap over the Dragon Gate. Universities not only had profound research in every profession but, more importantly, each university controlled several exclusive secret realms. Therefore, in this world, universities possessed not only formidable combat power but also immense authority. For a university student without a background, the best outcome after graduation was to successfully stay on campus. Soon, the students in the square lined up according to the colleges they were heading to, as the teleportation array would transport them in batches based on their colleges. Yilin pushed his blind doppelganger into the line for the Great Xia Academy, feeling a surge of excitement on his face. The Great Xia Academy, located in the capital, is undoubtedly the core of Great Xia, a place teeming with hidden talents and countless strong individuals. Yilin was filled with curiosity and anticipation for this central place of Great Xia. The people there, when devoured endlessly, should provide a lot of experience points and attributes, right? Just as Yilin was dreaming about life after arriving in the capital, a pleasant female voice rang out behind him. That day, it was you who saved me? Yilin turned around in confusion and met Zhuge Ni's gaze. It wasn't me, I didn't do anything. Girl, you've got the wrong person. Yilin shook his head repeatedly. Zhuge Ni looked at the blind doppelganger in the wheelchair with a complex expression, then turned to Yilin's real body, raising an astrological compass and saying, There's your life aura on the astrological compass, you can't fool me. How can this damn thing leave traces? Yilin muttered under his breath. What did you say? Zhuge Ni frowned. Nothing, I usually save cats and dogs too, so you don't need to bother me about it. It's unnecessary, Yilin said bluntly. You! Zhuge Ni gritted her teeth, clearly upset that Yilin compared her to cats and dogs. However, she surprisingly didn't get angry. After taking a deep breath, she slowly said, I don't mean anything else, I just want to thank you. So? Yi Lin shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? Juga and I fell silent for a moment, then shoved a card into Yi Lin's hand. This is my contact information. Juga and I, don't like owing others. If you encounter any issues and need my help, you can contact me or come directly to the Supreme Academy to find me. Also, thank you for saving me. After saying that, Juga and I didn't linger and turned to leave. Yi Lin was somewhat surprised by Juga Ni's reaction. If it had been the old Juga and I, she would have surely scolded him for being ungrateful. It was evident that after Juga Qianqing's death and all that had happened, Juga Ni's arrogant nature had indeed mellowed a bit. The Supreme Academy, huh? I'll go there, just not to find you. Yi Lin looked at the contact information on the card, a hint of an expectant smile appearing on his lips. He was already at level 50 now, with 9 months left until the 1-year agreement. He was curious about what expression Yin Guanlo would have when he saw a level 60 or 70 forbidden spellcaster standing in front of him 9 months later. Only when the fledgling leaves the nest can it learn to fly. Young men and women, your journey is the stars and the sea. Your era has begun. With a passionate speech from Hu Wang, the Lord of Qingcheng, the teleportation array to various universities officially opened. After the students of the Supreme Academy were teleported away, it was the turn of the Great Xia Academy. Originally, Yi Lin's real body was not a student and couldn't use the teleportation array, but it didn't matter. Uncle Ji had the financial means. Accompanied by a strong spatial fluctuation, the group vanished into the teleportation array. At the entrance of the Great Xia Academy, under the grand and ancient archway, a crowd bustled about. New students from all over the country dragged various kinds of luggage, some with excited faces, some with curious eyes, and others carrying a sense of restraint and unease. They either chatted in groups or searched for the reporting location alone. The air was filled with a fresh and unknown atmosphere, the scent of youth. In the crowd, a young boy stood out remarkably, drawing the attention of many who couldn't help but glance back at him, for he was blind. Hey, boss, don't you think it would have been better to sacrifice something else? It's such a pity you sacrificed your eyes. Jing Yu shook his head regretfully, while his eyes widened as he scanned the passing girls, each more youthful and beautiful than the last. What's wrong, young Master Ji? Do you also have times when you lack women? Yi Lin said with a smile. You don't understand, boss. The girls who haven't left school are different. Those who haven't left school carry a breath of youthful vitality. There's a purity that hasn't been tainted by the mundane world. Jing Yu said earnestly. Even the teachers say that high school is strict, but university is relaxed, and once you enter society, anything goes. Yi Lin. Just as the two were chatting, a girl in a black pleated skirt with long legs approached them. You two must be freshmen, right? Hello, I'm your senior from the 2nd year. My name is Han Huijin, but you can call me Senior Jin. Let me take you to register. Okay, thank you, Senior. You're really beautiful and kind. Jing Yu nodded repeatedly, reaching out to shake Han Huijin's hand. But Han Huijin suddenly took a half step back, leaning instead towards Yi Lin. Thank you for the compliment. Let me take you to the office building. With that, Han Huijin took the initiative to support Yi Lin. Junior, you can't see the road, so be careful of the steps. Okay, thank you. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Lin stumbled and nearly fell, but fortunately, Han Huijin caught him in time. Be careful. Sorry, Senior, I'm causing you trouble. Yi Lin's face turned slightly red. It's fine, no need to apologize. How about this, you hold my hand and walk behind me. A delicate, boneless little hand slipped into Yi Lin's palm. This scene left Jing Yu dumbfounded. It could be done this way? If he had known, he would have pretended to be blind too. As Han Huijin held Yi Lin's hand, she began to introduce them to Daxia Academy. This road circles around Daxia Academy. We're heading to the Academic Affairs Office building, which is on the right side of this road. If you continue straight, you'll pass the first cafeteria, and then you'll reach the dormitory buildings 1 to 9, which are for boys. When they arrived at the entrance of the Academic Affairs Office building, Han Huijin finally released Yi Lin's hand. All right, we're here. Can you give me your paperwork and materials? I'll help you, since your eyes. Yi Lin nodded and handed everything to Han Huijin. She took the materials and walked towards the teacher in charge of new student registration, handing over the documents. Yi Lin, from Qingcheng. The teacher quickly registered, then looked at Yi Lin in surprise. You're this year's national top scorer? Why didn't you go to the Supreme Academy? I'm a forbidden spell master. They didn't want me, Yi Lin said, spreading his hands honestly. A forbidden spell master? That's indeed a pity. The registering teacher muttered a few words and continued. All right, your identity is fine. We just need to verify your profession and enrollment level. The teacher pointed to a precise instrument, and Yi Lin cooperatively stepped up. After a scan, when the instrument's voice sounded, the previously noisy registration hall fell silent. Yilin, Forbidden Spell Master, level 28. Then came a series of gasps. Level 28? This broken instrument must be malfunctioning. A freshman, level 28? How did he manage that? Has this guy been out in the wild slaughtering monsters since the college entrance exam? If his level were to go up another 4 or 5 levels, he'd be catching up to second-year students. This level is terrifying. Why didn't he go to the Supreme Academy and instead came to the Great Summer Academy? Han Huijin couldn't help but cover her rosy little mouth. What level was she when she enrolled? Was it 17 or 18? This junior, who seemed to need her care, actually had an enrollment level of 28? This was simply shocking. The crowd's reaction was so intense that Yilin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had the foresight to protect this 28-level avatar. Otherwise, if a 50-level freshman had been revealed, wouldn't these people have gone crazy on the spot? After the initial exclamations, the people in the registration hall gradually calmed down. The looks they cast at Yilin began with shock, but soon a hint of pity emerged. Spellcaster, level 28, blind. With these 3 keywords linked together, everyone naturally understood what had happened. It was simply that he had used a powerful forbidden spell to farm monsters, resulting in his blindness. After all, the profession of a spellcaster was inherently harmful to the body. Those who had originally planned to befriend Yilin and cling to him hesitated. A 28-level freshman was indeed worth befriending, but being a spellcaster changed the situation entirely. To put it bluntly, no matter how high his enrollment level was, it was uncertain whether he could survive until graduation. A spellcaster. Let me see which class I should assign you to. Please wait a moment. The teacher in charge of the freshman registration was feeling a bit of a headache. Generally speaking, classes are divided by profession. For example, fire mages are grouped together, and water mages are grouped together, making teaching more convenient. However, for spellcasters, it felt like any class would work, yet none would be suitable. After all types of forbidden spells exist, and the spellcaster profession is completely versatile, with terrifying combat power at the same level, the only downside being a short lifespan. Moreover, how do you teach a spellcaster? Teach him how to use forbidden spells? Which teacher would dare take on that task? By the end of the semester, they might end up missing limbs. Hiss. The teacher gritted his teeth, tugging at his hair, feeling a headache coming on. After struggling for nearly 10 minutes, he still hadn't figured out how to arrange it. What's wrong, old Jia? Why do you look so troubled handling a freshman's registration? Another teacher in a checkered shirt asked with a smile as he passed by. I don't know which class to assign this student to, old Jia said, feeling a bit wronged. Oh, is that so? What level and profession? Let me see. The checkered shirt teacher became interested. Level 28. The checkered shirt teacher's eyes lit up. Spellcaster. The checkered shirt teacher's expression darkened. See? I don't know how to arrange it either. Should we consult the director? Old Jia rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. That works. Wait, hold on. The checkered shirt teacher suddenly seemed to have thought of something and slapped his thigh. How about we assign him to Professor Shin? Hasn't Professor Shin been without students willing to follow him for 5 years? Ha, Professor Shin? You're not joking, are you? Old Jia's mouth twitched slightly. No, isn't Professor Shin always researching some longevity technique? He keeps mumbling about how a spellcaster has a short life, which perfectly aligns with his research topic. The checkered shirt teacher became more and more excited as he spoke. Exactly. Just think, if Professor Shin really succeeds in his research and creates a long-lived spellcaster, our Great Summer Academy would have a true dragon. Old Jia still seemed a bit hesitant. It's true that the words are correct, but after Professor Shin came to Dasha Academy, he brought a total of 10 students. 1 was a vegetable, 2 were paralyzed, 3 were permanently disabled, and 4 were mentally ill. It's already quite tragic for someone to awaken as a forbidden spellcaster, and now they have to be assigned to Professor Shin. It's a bit excessive, isn't it? Take a chance. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Forbidden spellcasters don't live long anyway. What if Professor Shin really manages to develop that so-called longevity technique? The teacher in the checkered shirt pondered for a moment before responding. Old Jia also felt that the checkered shirt teacher had a point, but he still hesitated. After all, Professor Shin was someone who made people wary. Yilin sensed something was off and asked with some confusion, "Teacher, is Professor Shin really weak in strength? Or what's the matter?" Old Jia glanced at Yilin and sighed softly. Strength, Professor Shin definitely has, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold a professorship at a place like Dasha Academy. It's just, Professor Shin's way of thinking and the things he researches have always been a bit unconventional. Following that, Old Jia began to recount Professor Shin's past experiences in detail. Professor Shen had always guided students one-on-one. In his first year, he took on a student with exceptional talent, who was a Black Knight. Professor Shen developed a strange skill that could transform this student from a Black Knight into a Headless Knight, allowing him to engulf himself in hellfire, making him invulnerable and doubling his combat power. The student followed the instructions, and indeed, he gained immense power, but he lost his head. Professor Shen tried desperately to save him. In the end, he managed to preserve the student's life, but the student became a vegetable. When the family came to the school to cause a scene, Professor Shen received a severe beating from them. In the second year, Professor Shen dared not attempt the Headless Knight again and took on another student. This student was also quite talented, a summoner who could call forth powerful creatures from the demon realm to fight for her. Professor Shen created a skill tailored for this student, and after using it, she could summon a creature with double her level, which was indeed terrifying. However, at that time, the level 25 student successfully summoned a level 50 creature, but the moment the summoning was successful, she was transported to the demon realm. Thanks to Professor Shen's formidable strength, the student was quickly rescued, but she had seen something that terrified her, and after being brought back from the demon realm, she became mentally unstable. When the family came to the school to cause a scene, Professor Shen again received a beating from them. In the third year, Professor Shen took on a student whose profession was a gravedigger. Gravediggers could excavate dead bodies and refine them into powerful undead to fight for them. This time, Professor Shen was much more restrained and didn't dare to research any strange skills for this student, but he took the student to excavate the tomb of a former emperor of Daxia. After being caught by the guards of the tomb, both of them received a beating. Professor Shen was fine, but the student was left paralyzed. When the family came to the school to cause a scene, Professor Shen received another beating from them. In the fourth year, Professor Shen took on another student. This time, the student was permanently disabled, and Professor Shen again received a beating from the family. Taking in students and getting beaten by their families, these 7 words could summarize Professor Shen's teaching career over the years. Throughout these years, Professor Shen had not succeeded in any of his research topics. During the years when he couldn't recruit students, Professor Shen reflected deeply. He didn't think there was a problem with his research. Instead, he believed that the students he took in were too physically weak, which led to repeated failures in his research topics. Thus, in recent years, Professor Shen began to study the aspects of immortality, abbreviated as the longevity technique. Professor Shen firmly believes that as long as the longevity technique succeeds, his research topics will surely follow suit. After listening to old Jia's introduction of Professor Shen, Yi Lin's eyes grew brighter, and at that moment, only one thought filled his mind. You must join my team. A power so immense yet so harmful to the body, wasn't this the prototype of a forbidden spell? This Professor Shen was clearly a human-shaped self-propelled forbidden spell creation machine. Moreover, he was daring and tenacious. To enhance his students' strength, he even dared to dig up the tomb of the last emperor of the Great Xia, and when caught, he still took the beating alongside his students. Such a good mentor is hard to find, even with a lantern. Furthermore, despite having committed so many outrageous and shocking acts, Professor Shen had not been expelled and could continue teaching at the Great Xia Academy, which showed just how impressive his own hard power was. A talent indeed. Yi Lin was extremely excited. The opportunities in big cities were indeed plentiful, and to think such a talent existed here made him resolute in his belief that he must study under Professor Shen. He and Professor Shen were simply a match made in heaven. So, after hearing about Professor Shen's achievements, do you still want to join his ranks? If you don't want to, that's fine, I can arrange for you to join another class, old Jia asked softly. I do. Yi Lin nodded firmly. Please let me learn from Professor Shen. Old Jia couldn't help but be taken aback. Over the years, anyone who had heard about Professor Shen's glorious past had been eager to avoid him, wishing to stay as far away as possible. There was even a saying among the students, cherish life and stay away from Professor Shen. This was the first time old Jia had seen someone so eager to be a student of Professor Shen. Wasn't that a bit crazy? Yi Lin, are you sure? Old Jia couldn't help but confirm again. I'm sure. I'm an orphan, so there's no need to worry about family coming to school to cause trouble for Professor Shen. Yi Lin nodded. Old Jia. He was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was offer his respect and blessings. Han Huijin, seeing this, quickly pulled Yi Lin aside and whispered a reminder. Yi Lin, have you thought this through? Professor Shen's mental state is a bit abnormal. As if anyone's mental state is normal, Yi Lin said, patting his own head. Han Huijin fell silent, then stomped her foot and couldn't help but say, do you know what Professor Shen's name is? Gingbin. Jingbin? That's a nice name. By the Sea of Jinghai, a line of heavenly water, Yi Lin nodded, then couldn't help but pause. Wait, Professor Shen's surname is Shen. Shen Gingbin. Crazy? Exactly. Professor Shen's name already hints at so much, and you still want to choose him? Han Huizhen continued to persuade him. Senior, since you brought it up, I want to choose him even more. Yi Lin became excited. What good forbidden spells could a normal person create? It was nothing more than sacrificing their body or life force in exchange for immense destructive power. Yi Lin didn't lack such types of forbidden spells. He had at least 8,000 of them. Some random, ineffective forbidden spells could sometimes yield unexpectedly miraculous results, just like his chi transformation into 3 purities in Great Void technique. A crazy person wasn't worth mentioning. There were plenty of powerful transmuters, but a powerful crazy person was very appealing to him. Teacher, let me choose Professor Shin, Yi Lin said firmly. Han Huizhen, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly. It was hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. She had fulfilled her duty as a senior. Yi Lin, following Professor Shin won't lead to a bright future. You'll regret it sooner or later. Han Huizhen couldn't help but shake her head. My future is in my hands? I invest fully in every relationship? You, who never disconnects, accompany me to speed up, running on our journey? Yi Lin suddenly burst into song, drawing the attention of everyone in the registration hall. Han Huizhen, standing awkwardly a distance away, felt her toes digging into the ground, her face burning with embarrassment. How about it, senior? Am I now suitable to follow Professor Shin? Yi Lin asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Han Huizhen suddenly took a half step back. I suddenly have something to do. My roommate is about to give birth to her second child, so I'll be leaving now. If you're going to leave me. Seeing Yi Lin about to sing again, Han Huizhen quickly rushed over and covered his mouth. Please stop singing. I beg you, stop singing. Can't I stay? Han Huizhen was almost in tears. She feared that if Yi Lin continued, she would end up on the campus gossip forum the next day. Don't be nervous, senior. Just send me to Professor Shin, and that'll be enough, Yi Lin said with a smile. Han Huizhen nodded, both amused and helpless. Soon, old Jia helped Yi Lin complete all the registration procedures. All done. From now on, your mentor is Professor Shin, and your dormitory is in Building 4, Room 1001. This is the best dormitory I could find for you. It's a privilege for Professor Shin's students, old Jia said. The best dormitory? What makes it the best? Yi Lin asked, puzzled. Old Jia adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Room 1001 in Building 4 is the closest dormitory to the Dasha Academy Infirmary. It only takes 3 minutes to walk there. Yi Lin's mouth twitched slightly, so that's what made it the best. But he didn't mind, as long as he could hang out with Professor Shin. Jing Yu was assigned to the swordsmanship class, so the two parted ways in the registration hall, and Han Huizhen led Yi Lin to the teaching area of Dasha Academy. Just follow this road straight ahead. The laboratory at the end is where Professor Shin often stays. I won't go in with you. Han Huizhen stopped, her pretty face showing some fear, clearly terrified of Professor Shin. All right, thank you, senior. Yi Lin nodded and then groped his way toward the end of the road. After losing his sight, his hearing had improved significantly. He could even hear the sound of dragonflies flapping their wings from over 10 meters away. As he reached the door of Professor Shin's laboratory, Yi Lin heard a man talking to himself. The voice was steady and powerful, making one feel that the speaker was very reliable. No! According to the experience left by the great love Immortal, to seek immortality, one must first sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, wholeheartedly seeking longevity. This means stepping into the path of indifference. But what does it mean to be indifferent? To find a deeply loved one and then kill her to prove the way? No. First of all, this would harm innocent people, and true indifference is not being alone in the world, but having attachments yet remaining unmoved. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as straw dogs, because the way of heaven is impartial to all living things. Thus the great way is indifferent. Similarly, true indifference should mean that a beloved person is no different from a stranger in one's eyes. So to cultivate the path of indifference, one should find a beloved person, marry her, then let her sleep with a yellow-haired guy. If a stranger girl is with a yellow-haired guy, a normal man would only feel heartbroken or excited, but if it's his own wife with a yellow-haired guy, a normal man should be furious and feel an extremely strong impulse to kill the yellow-haired guy. In other words, if a man can stand by and witness his beloved pure golden moonlight being smashed and chiseled by a blonde, turning into a Wang snowcake, yet remain indifferent, even feeling a bit amused, then this path of ruthlessness has truly been perfected. Exactly. That's it. Previously, due to my negligence, I have harmed too many students. I can't experiment on students anymore. I should personally delve into this path of ruthlessness. The urgent task now is to find a fair-skinned, young, beautiful beloved, and then let her betray me. All right, and she must have a big butt. Yi Lin could no longer hold back. This Professor Shin was simply insane, and he had to harshly condemn him. He pushed open the lab door with a bang and knelt in front of Professor Shin with a thud. Professor Shin, I heard you have no students. You know, I was born without a teacher. If you don't mind, I want to dye my hair blonde. Yi Lin's sudden intrusion startled Professor Shun. He frowned and scrutinized the suddenly appearing Yi Lin, then hesitantly asked, "Are you blind?" "Yi Lin, isn't it obvious?" "Pretty obvious." "Yi Lin, then why ask?" "You brat, are you looking for trouble?" Professor Shun rolled up his sleeves. "Not at all. I'm specifically here to find you, Professor Shun." "Looking for me?" Professor Shun was taken aback, then sighed deeply and lay down on the ground at lightning speed. "I understand. You're a relative here to beat me up, right? Although I don't know whose relative you are, it doesn't matter, just don't slap me." "Professor Shun, you misunderstood. I'm here to seek you out as a mentor," Yi Lin said sincerely. Professor Shun jumped up, his face filled with disbelief. "A mentor? Me? You want me to be your mentor? Are you serious? Are you out of your mind?" Over the years, the reason Professor Shun had not taken on students was partly because no one dared to choose him, and partly because he didn't want to cause innocent students to meet a tragic end. The student is definitely serious. I also know that students who previously chose Professor Shun as their mentor didn't end well. But, Professor Shun, you surely don't want to see such results, do you? Your intentions must be for the good of the students. Yi Lin became excited, speaking each word clearly. "The injuries to the students hurt your heart, Professor." Thud, thud, thud. Professor Shun retreated several steps, leaning against the lab table, his form momentarily pausing. His hands gripped the edge of the table tightly, revealing his inner turmoil. "Professor Shen, I won't hide it from you. I am actually a forbidden spellcaster. If nothing unexpected happens, I don't have many years left to live. Recently, I've heard you are researching longevity techniques, and I was thinking, if you really can develop a longevity technique, could it mean I wouldn't have to die?" A trace of a desolate smile appeared on Yi Lin's face. "So, I want to follow you, Professor Shen. I am willing to dye my hair blonde. I am willing to cooperate with your research. I, Yi Lin, am willing to stake my life on your success. If you succeed, Professor Shen, this longevity technique will undoubtedly be a national treasure that benefits the present and future." Yi Lin wasted no time, kneeling on both knees, and directly clasped his hands together, saying, "Yi Lin has drifted for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise teacher. If the professor does not reject me, I wish to take you as my mentor." Yi Lin's voice echoed in the laboratory, and the entire lab was silent, not a sound to be heard. Without eyeballs, Yi Lin couldn't see Professor Shen's expression at that moment, so he didn't know what the other party was thinking and could only wait patiently. Suddenly, a fit of maniacal laughter erupted. "Ha ha, ha ha, good." Professor Shen was overwhelmed with excitement, tears welling up in his eyes. 50 years, 50 years. Finally, there's someone who understands me. My wife left me because she thought I was crazy. My brother ran off with her because he thought I was useless. The dean assigned me to the most remote lab because he found my thought process peculiar. I want to prove myself, not to show how great I am, but to tell others that what I've lost, I will definitely get back. 50 years. Do you know how I've spent these 50 years? Do you know? Professor Shen roared with emotion. Yi Lin sighed, then stood up and embraced Professor Shen. "Professor Shen, you must have carried a lot over these 50 years, endured much suffering, right?" Upon hearing this, Professor Shen was momentarily stunned. He looked at Yi Lin's eyeless face, the hollow eye sockets appearing somewhat eerie, and his thoughts churned within. Professor Shen felt as if something was blocking his throat, and his nose was painfully sour. "These 50 years have been somewhat difficult." Professor Shen gritted his teeth, suppressing the emotions surging within him, but his voice still trembled. Yi Lin raised his hand and gently patted Professor Shen's back with a kind expression. "Don't worry, from now on, you won't have to fight alone, your students will be with you." At these words, the emotions that Professor Shen had suppressed for so long could no longer be contained. He burst into tears, the sorrowful wails enough to make anyone who heard them weep. This old man, over 60, cried like a 6-year-old child, tears streaming down his face. "Cry it out, it will feel better." Yi Lin gently patted Professor Shen's back, his smile even more benevolent. After nearly 20 minutes of crying, Professor Shen finally calmed down. He wiped his nose on Yi Lin's clothes and then suddenly grabbed Yi Lin's shoulders. "Child, your name is Yi Lin, right? I, Shin Jingbin, accept you as my student. We may not be born on the same day, but I hope we die on the same day. Yi Lin, don't worry. I will make you the longest living forbidden spellmaster. Now, sit down." Professor Shen helped Yi Lin to a nearby chair. "First, our primary goal now is to cure your eyes, to let you see the light again. Ordinary blindness is manageable, higher-level therapists and priests can treat it, but your blindness is clearly caused by releasing a forbidden spell. The physical defects caused by releasing a forbidden spell cannot be cured by any treatment, so we must find another way. For example, we can do a transplant. I heard that the Zhuge family from the 5 great clans recently had a spirit eye master who changed jobs. With a pair of eyes, one can discern yin and yang and break illusions. Just wait, I'll go dig out that person's eyes for you. Professor Shin was clearly a man of action. After saying this, he wiped his tears and prepared to leave. Hey, wait, Professor Shin, don't! Yi Lin was startled. Not to mention whether the transplanted eyes would cause rejection, digging out the eyes of someone from the Zhuge family? He didn't know if Professor Shin would survive, but his own clone would definitely be doomed. He realized that this Professor Shin was indeed true to his name, a genuine Shin Jingbin. What's wrong, child? Don't be afraid. I'm quick, no one will notice. Professor Shin hurriedly reassured him. No, Professor Shin, I think we should hold off on the eye transplant for now. How about you first show me the skills you've been researching? Yi Lin quickly changed the subject, and sure enough, when it came to research, Professor Shin immediately became enthusiastic. You really are a person with vision. Ha ha ha. Since you're interested, I must show you the super god level skill I've been researching. Professor Shin pulled Yi Lin into the inner room of the laboratory, mysteriously taking out a skill scroll, his voice dropping to a low whisper, like a devil's murmur. This skill, it's my latest research. Once the skill is activated, you will be immune to any physical and magical attacks. In other words, when you use the skill, you are invincible. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin immediately became excited. Invincible body? It's similar to the invincible body. Professor Shin nodded, then cursed under his breath. Unfortunately, those people in the academy don't recognize its value. After seeing my skill, they not only called me crazy but also said my newly developed skill is useless. It infuriates me. Yi Lin suddenly had a bad premonition. So, what is this skill called? Speaking of this skill, it's impressive. Do you know that everything in this world, including the human body, is made up of atoms? As he talked about his research, Professor Shin became even more excited, even gesturing wildly. And by using this skill I've developed, you can completely decompose your body into atomic form in just 0.01 nanoseconds. Thus, you become immune to any attack. So I named this skill, the disintegration technique. Watching the overly excited Professor Shin, Yi Lin hesitated for a moment but still couldn't bring himself to ask how to recover after disintegration. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely that Professor Shin hadn't figured out how to restore oneself after disintegration, which was why he was being scolded. Professor Shin's scolding was indeed not unjust. The only difference between the disintegration technique and self-detonation was that it wouldn't explode and harm the enemy. Oh no, wait, it was even faster than self-detonation. Self-detonation still required a few seconds to brew, while this disintegration technique turned you into dust instantly. If a person turned to ash, wouldn't that mean they were immune to any attack? However, there is an old saying, what is poison to one may be honey to another. This disintegration technique might be useless to others, but for Yi Lin, it was a life-saving skill. Disintegrating in 0.01 nanoseconds meant that no one could seal or imprison him. If the situation looked bad, he could just disintegrate and be done with it. After all, he had an immortal body and could recover, making it much more useful than self-detonation, especially in critical moments when it could save his life. Not to mention, if he had this thing during the Apocalypse Gate incident, Zhuge Qianqing definitely wouldn't have been able to imprison him. Yi Lin stepped forward, tightly grasping Professor Shin's hand, and casually took the disintegration technique scroll. Professor Shin, you are simply a genius. You have filled the gap in our country for a quick and painless way to end one's life. Flattered by Yi Lin's praise, Professor Shin felt a bit shy. Actually, I'm not that much of a genius. After disintegration, I haven't figured out how to restore it yet. Why restore it? Yi Lin said with righteous fervor. Existence is reasonable. Professor Shin, you might want to think about it. If there is someone who values their chastity more than life, and they encounter someone like Brother Jia, who insists on taking advantage, then at that moment, if they master the disintegration technique, wouldn't they be able to preserve their chastity and avoid humiliation from Brother Jia? Yi Lin's words struck Professor Shin's heart like a heavy hammer. Existence is reasonable. Yes, I've lived all these years, and I still haven't had a child who sees this clearly. Professor Shin's eyes grew brighter. Then take a look at this. What about this? They all say that this skill I've researched is just revenge against society. It drives me crazy. Professor Shin excitedly pulled out another skill scroll and handed it to Yi Lin. Yi Lin took it and glanced at it, his eyes widening in shock. Skill, Death Sacrifice Curse level, Unknown Death Sacrifice Curse. When you obtain an organ or tissue from a living being, you can forcibly establish a curse relationship with it, after which any damage you receive will be reflected back onto the other party. Note, this skill ignores levels. The more important the organ or tissue obtained, the greater the reflected damage. When you obtain the heart or brain, the damage reflection ratio can reach 100%. Divine skill. When Yilin saw the death sacrifice curse, his first reaction was simply these two words. For others, this skill would surely be useless. After all, if one could obtain the heart or brain of the opponent, they could directly kill them without needing this skill. What's the point? If the obtained organ or tissue is not important, then it's even more ridiculous if you stab yourself. The other party might just lose a piece of skin from their foot. No matter how you calculate it, that's not a good deal. But for Yilin, who had infinite lives, the death sacrifice curse was a genuine divine skill. Even if he only obtained a single hair from the other party, with a damage reflection of 0.0001%, that would be enough. At worst, Yilin could just stab himself with a knife continuously for 24 hours, and even if it took time, he could wear the other party down to death. Thinking of this, Yilin couldn't wait to get a hair from Xia Hong and then find a place to hide and stab himself madly. Ha ha ha. Yilin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Child, this is not funny. Professor Shen was somewhat puzzled as to why Yilin suddenly burst into laughter. Professor Shen. Yilin excitedly grabbed Professor Shen's hand. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. They are just jealous of your talent. Don't forget, if your research on immortality succeeds, this death sacrifice curse will be a genuine divine skill. At that time, even a level 1 job changer, as long as they have a hair from a level 90 job changer, could kill the other party. Isn't that terrifying enough? Divine skill. The death sacrifice curse is definitely a divine skill. Seeing Yilin's expression, as if he was about to wash his feet, Professor Shen believed that his words were heartfelt and not mere flattery. Indeed, those people are just jealous of me. Shaolin, you see things so clearly. Professor Shen's eyes turned red again. A good horse is often found, but a good trainer is rare. He, Shen Jingbin, had finally met his own good trainer. Great! Professor Shen, do you have any other skills? Let's take them out and study their true effects together. Yilin, having tasted success, continued to persuade. Yes, yes, yes. Professor Shen nodded repeatedly, then moved an old cardboard box from the corner, filled with skill scrolls. All my research over the years is in here. After saying this, Professor Shen widened his eyes, looking at Yilin with anticipation, like a child waiting for praise. Yilin casually picked up a skill scroll. Skill, Extreme Cold Ice Body Level, Unknown Extreme Cold Ice Body, lowers your body temperature to 0 degrees, increasing brain cell activity by 100%. Doubling brain cell activity is certainly a good thing, as it greatly enhances reaction ability, mental agility, and logical reasoning. However, lowering the body temperature to 0 degrees means that the Extreme Cold Ice Body skill essentially turns a person into a very intelligent corpse. For Yilin, this was a no-side effect IQ enhancement technique, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied. He continued to check several skill scrolls, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Seeing Yilin frown, Professor Shen's heart instantly tightened. What's wrong, child? Is something not right? Yilin shook his head inside, saying, Professor Shen, you are still too conservative. I think you can be bolder. Ha, what do you mean by that? Professor Shen was a bit confused. Take the extreme cold body as an example. Let me ask you, if the human body temperature drops to 0 degrees, can it still live? Yilin asked. No. Then, since that's the case, what's the difference between dropping to 0 degrees and dropping to minus 100 degrees? Aren't they both just death? Yilin coaxed, like a strange uncle trying to trick a little girl into eating candy. Professor Shen, think about it, there's no difference anymore. Why not change the extreme cold body to a skill where the body temperature drops to minus 100 degrees, but the brain cell activity can increase by 200% or even 300%? The cost is the same. You only have to pay with a single life, but the benefits can multiply. Brilliant! Wonderful! How did I not think of that? You are simply a genius. Professor Shen clapped his hands in delight, feeling as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. He looked at Yilin with burning eyes. Yilin, I am not worthy to be your teacher. From now on, we are friends across generations, the best of brothers. Brothers, in our hearts. Professor Shen. Yilin. Professor Shen. Yilin. The old and the young tightly grasped each other's hands, feeling a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. Enough said. From now on, you should just move into the lab. I believe that with your help, I will definitely be able to research the art of immortality. Professor Shen's gaze was extremely firm. Of course, Professor Shen, it's my honor. I love a good internal struggle. Yilin sincerely nodded, eagerly anticipating how many more surprises Professor Shen could bring him. Not to mention, just the disintegration technique and the death sacrifice spell had already made this trip to find Shin Jingbin a huge profit. On the bustling streets of Kyoto, the crowds jostled against each other, the density of the population was extremely exaggerated. While Yilin's avatar was focused on studying those strange skills with Professor Shen, Yilin's main body was already sitting in a restaurant in Kyoto. Disintegration technique? Death sacrifice spell? This Professor Shen is truly a remarkable person. Yilin's main body couldn't help but exclaim, then took a big gulp of bean juice, only to spit it out at lightning speed. Having lived in a slum for over a decade, he had eaten all sorts of spoiled, moldy food and rotten vegetables. Yilin thought there should be no food he couldn't eat in this world, but upon arriving in Kyoto, the bean juice gave him a huge surprise. Kyoto truly is the core of the Great Xia, even the bad food is exceptionally bad. Drinking a sip of bean juice felt like licking the armpit of a 200-pound sweaty man on a 40-degree summer day. Although Yilin was immortal, he silently set the bean juice down and walked out of the restaurant. He had intended to eat something first, but now he was full. Having just arrived, with his avatar studying diligently at the Great Xia Academy, Yilin's main body wanted to familiarize himself with both the city and its outskirts. This way, if anything happened later, he could escape more easily. After all, Kyoto was not like Chingcheng. In the time it took to drink a sip of bean juice, Yilin had already seen several job changers with levels exceeding 50. Here, he had to be more cautious than he was in Chingcheng. For the next month, Yilin spent a lot of time wandering through the streets and alleys of Kyoto, getting to know every street. Meanwhile, on the avatar's side, Professor Shen helped him cancel everything. All the opening ceremonies were withdrawn, and he focused on accompanying Professor Shen to study various bizarre skills. This was exactly in line with Yilin's intentions. After all, he came to the Daxia Academy for the exclusive secret realms controlled by it. As for what the teachers of Daxia could teach him, Yilin had no expectations. Having Professor Shen was enough for him. Professor Shen, YYDS. As a month passed, the new students who had just arrived finally adapted to life at Daxia Academy. Soon, they were about to face their first test of entering Daxia Academy, which was the freshman assessment. The location of the freshman assessment was set in the Crying Soul secret realm controlled by Daxia Academy. In the Crying Soul secret realm, there existed an extremely rare magical creature known as the soul-eating beast. Although this creature was not good at direct combat, it excelled at creating illusions. Once its prey fell into the illusion and could not extricate themselves, it would strike and kill the prey. The rarity of this creature was due to the magic crystal in its brain, which could enhance the mental attributes of those who changed professions. If it weren't for the fact that the Crying Soul secret realm was controlled by Daxia Academy, the soul-eating beasts would have long been hunted to extinction. Yilin was also extremely interested in the Crying Soul secret realm. So, on the day it opened, he asked his clone and Professor Shen for a leave and came to the dormitory with his main body. In the dormitory, Yilin changed into his clone's clothes, removed the illusionary face, and then casually took out his own eyeballs, swapping identities with his clone. After doing all this, Yilin happily went to the square to gather. At this time, the playground was already bustling with voices, with many first-year students lined up by class, chattering like sparrows, clearly full of curiosity about the upcoming Crying Soul secret realm. After all, for many, this was their first time entering a secret realm. Yilin had no class, so he stood alone at the very front. During this time, a teacher came over to ask which class Yilin was in. Yilin replied that his mentor was Professor Shen, and that teacher left with a strange expression, after which no one came to find him again. Ahem, good morning, everyone. We meet again. A light cough rang out, and the entire square instantly fell silent. The voice was not loud, but everyone heard it extremely clearly, as if it was ringing directly in their ears. Except for Yilin, everyone's gaze instantly converged on an old man in a robe with a smile at the corner of his mouth, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence. This old man was a legend, possessing a total of 16 identities: professional mage, golden right hand, calligrapher, magician, ancient scholar, traveler, educator, psychologist, hypnosis master, writer, navigator, pilot, singer, dancer, midnight poet. Along with these 15 identities, his 16th identity was the dean of Daxia Academy. He was Yan Lanbing, a living legend, often said that offending him was like offending 16 people. He alone could gang up on you. Although Yilin could not see him, he could still feel an extremely terrifying aura, like looking up at a towering mountain. The strength of the person before him had likely already reached the pinnacle of mastery. Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing Dean Yan Lanbing after a month of enrollment. Yan Lanbing stepped onto the stage, smiling as he looked at the many vibrant new students. I believe you all know that today we gather here to welcome you to your first assessment at the academy. After a month, you should understand that in Dasha Academy, money is useless. For your daily needs, purchasing equipment, buying items, etc., the only thing that can be used is credits. Do you know that besides attending classes and completing course progress, as well as taking tasks from the school's task hall, there is an even more convenient way to earn credits? After Yan Lanbing finished speaking, he paused for effect. Below the stage, Yilin looked completely bewildered. For the past month, he had been eating, drinking, and living off Professor Shin. He didn't even know that in Dasha Academy, one could only survive on credits. Credits? He had never encountered credits and had no interest in them. Observing the reactions of the crowd below, Yan Lanbing smiled faintly and continued, I believe some students have already guessed that this more convenient method is to participate in the assessment of Dasha Academy. The ranking of the assessment will be determined by your scores. For example, the reward for the first place in this novice assessment is 10,000 credits. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a moment of silence below, followed by an immediate uproar. 10,000 credits. Someone had once calculated that the purchasing power of 1 credit at Dasha Academy was equivalent to 10,000 cash. More importantly, credits could buy things that money couldn't. For instance, precious equipment. 10,000 credits could even be exchanged for slightly lower quality legendary equipment. It's important to note that legendary equipment is never traded. It's a treasure that has a price but no market, at most it's bartered. Therefore, for a person from an ordinary background, obtaining a piece of legendary equipment in the outside world is extremely difficult. But at Dasha Academy, acquiring legendary equipment is quite simple. The channels are open and transparent. All one needs to do is work hard to earn credits and then exchange them. Hearing that the first place would receive 10,000 credits, many students' eyes instantly ignited with fierce determination, rubbing their fists in anticipation. Don't rush, let me finish explaining the rules first, Yan Lanbing said with a smile, then carefully explained everything to the crowd. After his explanation, Yilin understood the assessment criteria for the Crying Soul Secret Realm trial. Due to the generally high level of monsters within the Crying Soul Secret Realm, this assessment would adopt a team system, with 5 people per team. Teams could be formed freely, and each group would be assigned a second-year senior to act as a safety officer. Unless a team member was in life-threatening danger, the safety officer would not intervene and would only watch from the side. However, once the safety officer intervened, it would mean the assessment was over. The final score would be determined by which group hunted more soul-eating beasts. A level 20 soul-eating beast crystal would mean 20 points, a level 21 would mean 21 points, and so on. The team with the highest final score would each receive a reward of 10,000 credits. After Yan Lanbing announced the rules, many freshmen eagerly began searching for strong teammates. Since it was a team system, finding 4 powerful teammates became extremely important. After a month of campus life, many freshmen had already made some decent friends and knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, so the speed of forming teams was actually quite fast. One team after another began to register and received their team's exclusive number. Yilin stood awkwardly in the square. Apart from Professor Shen, he didn't know anyone and had no classmates. Where could he find someone to team up with? More critically, he was blind. This led to no one wanting to team up with Yilin, a stranger, because if there was a weak link in the team, it would be like 4 against 5 compared to other groups. Many people also noticed Yilin, who was standing there looking foolish. I think I've seen him in the registration hall. He's a level 28 forbidden spellmaster, so his entry level is quite high. What's the use of a high level? He's a forbidden spell master. Do you expect him to participate in an assessment and then use a couple of forbidden spells? That's true. Forbidden spell masters can indeed be terrifying when they go all out, but which forbidden spell master would risk their life in a novice assessment? Many new students were discussing among themselves, and when they learned that Yilin was a forbidden spell master, they completely abandoned the idea of teaming up with him. However, Yilin was not in a hurry. If he couldn't find a team, he could just enter the secret realm alone. As a level 50 forbidden spell master, competing against a group of students in their teens and 20s, having teammates was not that important to him. Boss, team up with us. At that moment, Jing Yu's voice rang in Yilin's ear. Is it convenient? Yilin asked. What's inconvenient about it? Have you forgotten that calling you boss is a lifelong commitment? Come on, let's go. Jing Yu pulled Yilin towards the registration desk. Jing Yu did not distance himself from Yilin just because he had become blind, which warmed Yilin's heart a bit. Brothers, I brought back the last person. Jing Yu dragged Yilin back to his team, and when the other 3 members saw Yilin, they were momentarily stunned, then their expressions darkened instantly. Jing Yu, what do you mean by this? Are you out of your mind? You brought a blind person to drag us down as the last member? A boy with curly hair was the first to speak, his disgust evident on his face. Tian Wen Jing, watch your mouth. this is my boss. Upon hearing the insult directed at Jing Yu immediately became displeased. Boss? What? Can he even throw an elbow? Tian Wenjing scoffed, his laughter filled with disdain. Tian Wenjing, you. Jing Yu drew his sword and was about to strike, but the other two teammates quickly held him back and tried to dissuade him. Jing Yu, don't be impulsive. Although Tian Wenjing's words are harsh, he's not wrong. We can't just pick a burden as the last member. Yeah, Jing Yu, I understand you have a good relationship with him, and you want to take care of him, but you can't joke about our future. Right, Jing Yu, calm down. Finding teammates is about strength, not just good relationships. The two teammates seemed to be persuading Jing Yu, their tone much more polite, but their words still looked down on Yilin. Even you guys are saying this? Seeing that all three teammates disagreed with him bringing Yilin into the team, Jing Yu's expression turned very ugly. From childhood to now, the people around him either flattered him or treated him politely because of his father's influence. When had the young Master Ji ever suffered such grievances? The Ji group had power in Xinjiang, but in Kyoto, it was completely insignificant, and naturally, no one would indulge Jing Yu anymore. What's wrong with what we're saying? Tian Wenjing raised an eyebrow. A level 28 Forbidden Spell Master is indeed impressive. In terms of individual combat power, he might be the highest here, but will he risk his life to cast forbidden spells in the Crying Soul secret realm? A forbidden spell master who doesn't cast forbidden spells, what's the difference from being useless? No, the useless can still see, he's a blind man. Tian Wenjing's words made Jing Yu extremely angry, but he didn't know how to refute them. In his rage, he wanted to strike Tian Wenjing again, but Yilin directly stopped him. Forget it, Jing Yu, your teammates have a point. I won't drag you down. Yilin didn't want to make things difficult for Jing Yu, so he chose to withdraw. Faced with Tian Wenjing's insults, Yilin didn't take it to heart. He wasn't someone who held grudges. After all, being scolded a few times wouldn't cost him anything. As he passed by Tian Wenjing, Yilin, with nearly 2,000 agility points, quickly plucked a hair from Tian Wenjing's head and cast the death ritual curse. Curse relationship established successfully, current damage feedback ratio 0.0001%. Tian Wenjing suddenly felt a bit itchy on his head and scratched it in confusion. When Jing Yu saw Yilin about to leave, he immediately became unhappy. Boss, don't go. Then Jing Yu blared at Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing, you're going too far. I tell you, my boss must stay today. If he leaves, I won't do it either. The corner of Tian Wenjing's mouth first couldn't help but lift, then quickly suppressed it, looking like he wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. It's a deal. Double happiness is coming. If it weren't for your slightly higher level, do you think we would team up with you, an A-level professional? Hurry up and get lost. Tian Wenjing's words made Jing Yu clench his fists, his face filled with humiliation. An A-level professional is considered a small genius in Xinjiang, but at Daxia Academy, A-level professionals are completely at the bottom. All the talented job changers in Daxia are almost gathered here. Those who can enter Daxia Academy are at least S-level professionals. The rare SSS-level professionals outside can be found in groups of 3 or 4 under a single brick at Daxia Academy. If it weren't for Yilin taking Jing Yu out to level up in the wild before the college entrance exam, he wouldn't even have had the chance to touch the threshold of Daxia Academy. Tian Wenjing's words undoubtedly stabbed directly into Jing Yu's heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him feeling it. Tian Wenjing, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the young and poor. One day, today's shame will be repaid 100-fold. Jing Yu shouted hoarsely, word by word. Yilin patted Jing Yu on the shoulder. Forget it, Jing Yu, don't be so aggressive. In life, the most important thing is tolerance. Tolerance is a realm of cultivation. It is the experience of dealing with others, a profound art. With a heart of tolerance, one can embrace the joys and sorrows of the world, allowing life to reach new heights. Being kind to others is being kind to oneself. If you can't get along with others, you're not getting along with yourself. The world kisses me with pain. I wish to repay it with song. Only with tolerance can one harvest love. Yilin's face was filled with compassionate kindness, and at that moment, he seemed to radiate a saintly glow. Boss. Jing Yu's eyes slightly reddened. I understand now. If it comes to it, we can find other people to team up with. I refuse to believe that in such a big Daxia Academy, we can't find 3 other people to team up with. As long as you understand my good intentions, don't be too extreme. Remember, be kind to others, and don't shout about fighting and killing at every turn. Yilin nodded in satisfaction. You go find teammates. I'll go to the bathroom first. Okay, I'm going now. Jing Yu nodded and turned to run off to find teammates. TCH, 2 cowards. Tian Wenjing sneered disdainfully, being bullied to this extent and still swallowing his anger. In his eyes, This was clearly cowardice, not kindness. Let's go. We should find 2 more people to team up with. Tian Wenjing called to the other 2 teammates. But not long after they walked out, Tian Wenjing suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt a stinging pain in his kidneys. The right eyelid of Tian Wenjing couldn't stop twitching. It shouldn't be, he hadn't overindulged recently, so why was there a stinging pain? Soon, it wasn't just his kidneys, his heart, lungs, liver, stomach, bladder, and every part of his body felt a stinging pain, as if 1,000 invisible steel needles were poking into him. Tian Wenjing's eyes widened in an instant, and he curled up on the ground, the pain making cold sweat break out. Tian Wenjing, are you okay? The other 2 teammates were startled and hurried to help Tian Wenjing. I should be fine. Tian Wenjing shook his head with a pale face. The sharp, stinging pain came quickly and left just as fast. Before long, it was gone. Tian Wenjing didn't know what was happening, but with the Crying Soul secret realm approaching, he couldn't afford to think too much about it. At worst, he could find a place for a full body check after exiting the secret realm. What Tian Wenjing didn't know was that just moments ago, in the restroom, an old 6 was hiding in a stall, frantically wielding a knife to self-harm. His good days were clearly still ahead. After leaving the restroom, Yilin stretched lazily. He had originally intended to stab Tian Wenjing to death right there, but the 0.0001% counterattack efficiency was simply too low. To stab Tian Wenjing to death would require a prolonged effort, so Yilin gave up. After all, once they entered the Crying Soul secret realm, there would be plenty of opportunities to get hurt. At that moment, Jing Yu had already found the other 3 teammates, though there was a hint of embarrassment on his face because the 3 he had gathered were all unwanted. With Jing Yu's introduction, Yilin also got to know the 3 teammates. The first was a girl with a ponytail named Lin Wenyu. She wasn't particularly stunning, but her pair of clear, bright eyes made her memorable. Her profession level was even lower than Jing Yu's. She was a B-level miracle walker. It was said that she had worked hard and was lucky enough to barely make it into Daxia Academy, making her the absolute bottom of the barrel, likely the lowest professional level in all of Daxia. The next was a boy named Su Yu. He wasn't as exaggerated as Lin Wenyu, but he was just an A-level profession, an ironclad knight. The last teammate, Duan Ling, was different from the first 2. Her profession was an SSS-level poison sorceress. The poison sorceress profession was extremely rare. Besides being able to kill and control enemies with deadly poison, she could also put her teammates into a berserk state with toxins. A team with a poison sorceress could unleash terrifying combat power. As for why Duan Ling, with such a powerful profession, had no one to team up with, it was mainly because she had done too many shocking things since enrolling a month ago. In just a month, Duan Ling had poisoned nearly 100 people. It was said that just brushing past her would result in being affected. An average of 3 poisons a day, even more regular than 3 meals. Coupled with Duan Ling's appearance, which was not exactly inviting, wearing a hood, with heavy gothic makeup, and even her lips painted a dark brown, she had a look that made people keep their distance. So, Duan Ling's situation was actually quite different from Yilin and the others. While they were unwanted, Duan Ling was someone no one dared to approach. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't find anyone else, Jing Yu wouldn't have thought to recruit Duan Ling. Fortunately, they finally managed to gather 5 people and complete the registration. A blind forbidden spellmaster, a poison sorceress who could poison teammates at any moment, 2 A-level professions, and even a B-level profession. Their team was clearly the strangest in the entire venue, almost universally acknowledged as the bottom tier. When Yilin saw the safety officer assigned to their group, he couldn't help but be taken aback, because the safety officer assigned to them was actually a familiar face. I didn't expect to see you here. Han Huizhen looked at Yilin with a complex gaze. After following Professor Shen for a month, you're still completely unscathed. How did you manage that? Just luck, Yilin replied with a faint smile, unwilling to elaborate. Han Huizhen didn't press further. She was a bit afraid Yilin would suddenly start singing. After scanning the 5 of them, Han Huizhen solemnly reminded, before we enter the Crying Soul secret realm, let me introduce myself. My name is Han Huizhen, your senior in the 2nd year, a level 36 wood mage, and I am the safety officer responsible for your group. Remember, if you encounter life-threatening trouble, you must ask me for help. I will step in, you must not be stubborn. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you won't worry about firewood. It's just an assessment. Failing is just failing. The most important thing is to protect yourself, understand? Hearing Han Huizhen's serious tone, the 5 nodded solemnly. At that moment, the entrance to the Crying Soul secret realm finally opened under Yan Lanbing's control. A huge vortex-like portal appeared in the square, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Let's go! Han Huizhen led the group directly into the portal. As the scene before them shattered and reassembled, a rhythmic dripping sound entered their ears. When everyone raised their eyes, they found themselves in an endless underground cave, with only a few skylights above providing a bit of light. Everywhere else was shrouded in darkness. It's so dark, where are we supposed to find the soul-eating beasts? Jing Yu asked Han Huizhen. Think for yourselves. Aside from your personal safety, everything else needs to be discussed and resolved by your group. As she spoke, Han Huizhen pointed to a miniature camera on her chest, indicating that everything was being recorded. Alright. Jing Yu drew his sword. Boss, stick with me, this place is tricky to navigate, very slippery, with lots of pits and stalactites. Yilin nodded but was contemplating how to distance himself from the group. After all, being with Jing Yu made him feel cautious. At that moment, Suyu volunteered to step forward. I'll go first. My defense is high, so if we encounter any danger, I can hold on for a while. The others nodded in agreement. A damp, decaying smell filled the air, which became quite uncomfortable after a while. Strangely, despite being in the Crying Soul secret realm for so long, they hadn't seen a single magical creature. Initially, Suyu, who was at the front, was very alert, but as they walked, he began to feel something was off. Why do I feel like we've been going in circles? Suyu couldn't help but say. I feel that way too. Jing Yu nodded. Should I go ahead and take a look? I'm fast, Lin Wenyu suggested quietly. Too dangerous. According to the principles of domestic horror films, going solo will get you killed. Jing Yu shook his head. We might have already fallen into the illusion of the soul-eating beasts. Yilin suddenly spoke up, having sensed something following them for a while. Han Huizhen glanced at Yilin upon hearing this. She had just noticed that they were being targeted by the soul-eating beasts, and Yilin's reaction surprised her. No wonder he had survived a month under Professor Shen without a scratch. What? Trapped in an illusion? Why didn't I notice anything? Jing Yu exclaimed in surprise. No way, can so many of us fall for it together? Suyu also found it hard to believe. We'll know once we verify it. Duan Ling, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. She then raised her hand and scattered a powder that drifted down onto Yilin and the others. Hey, what are you doing? The few who knew Duan Ling's profession were startled and dodged, but her action was too sudden, and some powder inevitably landed on them. Duan Ling didn't speak but stared intently at them. After a while, she finally said, You have no signs of reaction, which means we are indeed in an illusion. No, sis, this is too reckless. What if we aren't in an illusion and you end up poisoning us? Jing Yu questioned angrily. The poison won't kill you. The recent poison will only paralyze a person for a few dozen seconds, Duan Ling said nonchalantly. But you can't just poison your teammates, Jing Yu retorted. If I wanted to kill, even with that Han person around, the four of you wouldn't survive. If you don't believe me, you can try. Duan Ling shot Jing Yu a cold glance, and Jing Yu immediately felt a dangerous sensation, as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. At that moment, Yilin stepped in front of Jing Yu, smiling kindly as he asked, So, how many forbidden spells do you think I can cast before the poison takes effect? Duan Ling narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in her gaze. We're all alumni, harmony is precious, harmony is precious. We're still trapped in this illusion, so let's think about how to break it first. Seeing the atmosphere tense and ready to explode, Suyu quickly took on the role of peacemaker. Duan Ling turned away with a cold face, and Jing Yu cursed his luck. If he had known Duan Ling could poison her teammates so effortlessly, he would never have invited her to team up. However, after calming down, they all began to worry about the illusion before them. It would be better if the soul-eating beast appeared directly. This creature was hiding in the dark, only creating illusions to wear them down, which was quite troublesome. Han Huizhen couldn't help but smile slightly. She remembered when she first entered the Crying Soul secret realm as a freshman, encountering this and being trapped for over half an hour before managing to escape. How long would it take for this group of new students she brought along? How about I lead the way? Just as Han Huizhen was curious, Yilin suddenly spoke up, pointing to his hollow eye sockets. This illusion that keeps making us walk in circles is likely something like a ghost wall, probably confusing us through visual means. Conveniently, I have no vision. After hearing Yilin, Jing Yu and the others found it feasible. So Suyu and Yilin changed direction, with Yilin now leading the way. But after Yilin had taken a few steps, Jing Yu and the others realized something was off. Boss, wait, why are you walking up into the sky? The scene before them was extremely bizarre. Yilin was stepping into the air, rising higher and higher, as if he were floating. Walking up into the sky? Yilin was also surprised, as he was simply walking in a straight line based on his own feelings, not going up at all. Soon, Yilin reacted quickly and warned, Don't trust your eyes. Your damn eyes are deceiving you. Close your eyes and walk in a straight line based on your feelings, and you can walk out of the illusion. With Yilin's reminder, Jing Yu and the others quickly followed suit, closing their eyes and starting to walk in a straight line. Seeing Yilin find the trick so quickly, Han Huizhen was also astonished, this was much faster than her experience back then. She quickly calmed down, ready to act at any moment. It seemed that Yi Lin, being blind, had inadvertently found the way to break the illusion. But breaking the illusion was just the first step. The real trouble was the soul-eating beast lurking in the dark. They all closed their eyes, and with the treacherous nature of the soul-eating beast, it would surely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Sure enough, a shadow darted out of the darkness like a ghost, heading straight for the frontmost Yi Lin. It was a creature resembling a snake, but it had no eyes, no nose, no ears, just a bald head with a mouth full of fangs. Moreover, it had no scales, but was covered in a transparent slime, with 2 fleshy wings growing on its back. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The soul-devouring beast was getting closer to Yi Lin, and several vines flew out under Han Huijin's control. At this distance, Yi Lin clearly had no time to resist. After all, casting a forbidden spell required a certain amount of preparation. As a safety officer, she had to ensure the safety of every student. Just as Han Huijin was about to intervene to save someone, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Yi Lin actually closed his 5 fingers into a fist and then punched the incoming soul-devouring beast. The power of this punch was evidently terrifying. The beast's face began to twist and deform under the impact, and its sharp fangs broke and fell out. Accompanied by a loud sonic boom, the soul-devouring beast was sent flying, crashing through several stalagmite pillars before twitching a few times and falling silent. One punch, instant kill. Han Huijin was dumbfounded. Yi Lin was the one she had brought for enrollment, level 28, a forbidden spellcaster. She couldn't have remembered wrong. But, was the power of a forbidden spellcaster really this terrifying? Han Huijin saw it clearly. Just now, there was no magical fluctuation coming from Yi Lin, which meant that with that punch, Yi Lin had not cast any forbidden spell, relying solely on his physical strength. The profession of forbidden spellcaster had appeared many times, but she had never heard of a forbidden spellcaster being physically strong. In fact, due to the energy cost of casting forbidden spells, forbidden spellcasters were often much weaker than other professions of the same level. A profession like this, killing a soul-devouring beast with one punch? At this moment, Han Huijin wasn't the only one stunned. In the monitoring room of Dasha Academy, a teacher in a checkered shirt spat out the coffee he had just sipped. Oh my! Dean, come quickly. What happened? Did a student have an accident so soon? Yan Lanbing hurried over. No, this is bigger than an accident. You have to see this. The teacher in the checkered shirt replayed the footage recorded by Han Huijin's chest camera. When Yan Lanbing saw Yi Lin kill a soul-devouring beast with one punch, he was somewhat surprised but didn't react much. After all, he had seen too many geniuses. Is that it? Yan Lanbing said, a bit disappointed. Dean, you don't understand my point. The teacher in the checkered shirt stood up excitedly. I've seen this student. His enrollment was handled by old Jia. He's a forbidden spellcaster. What? He's a forbidden spellcaster? Yan Lanbing's breathing quickened. A class changer who could kill a soul-devouring beast with one punch was impressive, but it wasn't enough to make him take drastic action. However, a forbidden spellcaster who could kill a soul-devouring beast with one punch was different. This meant that this forbidden spellcaster could level up without expending life force to cast forbidden spells. There was potential for him to be cultivated. If handled properly, Dasha Academy had a great chance of nurturing a high-level forbidden spellcaster. This was an existence comparable to a nuclear warhead. Let's put it this way, if a forbidden spellcaster's level was similar to his, Yan Lanbing wouldn't even have the qualification to fight him. With just a glance, he would have to go to the kitchen to cook for him. Immediately retrieve all the information on this student for me. By the way, who is his mentor? Yan Lanbing asked while flipping through Yi Lin's information. Professor Shen. The teacher in the checkered shirt felt a bit awkward. After all, it was he who suggested that Yi Lin seek Professor Shen as a mentor. Professor Shen? Which Professor Shen? Do we have a Professor Shen at Dasha Academy? Yan Lanbing asked, somewhat puzzled. It's the one who developed the disintegration technique. You mean that big idiot? Yan Lanbing was furious. At this moment, Yi Lin was the best prospect in his eyes. Hearing that Yi Lin had actually chosen Professor Shen as a mentor nearly gave him a heart attack from anger. Immediately take people to control him. He better not have taught that kid Yi Lin any strange skills, otherwise, I will really skin him alive this time. A forbidden spell master who can be cultivated is of strategic significance even to the entire Great Xia. Yi Lin was still unaware that his actions had caused a stir at the Great Xia Academy. After punching the soul-devouring beast away, he walked over, guided by the sound of its corpse hitting the ground. Upon finding the corpse of the soul-devouring beast, Yi Lin split open its head, revealing a translucent gelatinous object in his hand. Is this the magic crystal? Yi Lin suppressed the urge to unleash endless devouring and stored the magic crystal along with the soul-devouring beast's corpse in the Great Sumeru Ring. With the death of the soul-devouring beast, the illusion surrounding Jing Yu and the others was completely lifted. They then realized that they had all been standing in place, with countless footprints scattered on the ground. Damn, this soul-devouring beast is way too bizarre, Jing Yu said, a bit shaken. Suyu and Lin Wenyu couldn't help but cast grateful glances at Yi Lin. If it weren't for him, they would still be groping around in the illusion. Only Duan Ling maintained a standoffish demeanor, but given her recent actions, no one dared to engage her. Yi Lin, how did you do that? As far as I know, forbidden spellmasters shouldn't have such terrifying power, right? Han Huijin couldn't help but ask. It was just luck. I have to thank Professor Shen. His research gave me an exaggerated power attribute. As for the specifics, I don't know if Professor Shen would allow me to share that. How about I take you to ask him after we get out of the secret realm? Yi Lin asked kindly. No, I don't want to know. Han Huijin shook her head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the thought. Even if she starved to death or jumped off the roof, she absolutely wouldn't go looking for Professor Shen. This was a principle engraved in the hearts of every student of Great Xia. Yi Lin smiled warmly, feeling more and more that finding Professor Shen as a mentor was the right choice. After all, any unreasonable anomalies could be attributed to Professor Shen. After all, Professor Shen was famously eccentric. Who would bother arguing with a madman? If you were hit by an ordinary person, you would ask why they hit you or fight back directly. But if you were hit by a madman, you definitely wouldn't want to reason with them, let alone fight back. Honestly, just thinking about the benefits of being a madman made Yi Lin a bit tempted to become one. The recently defeated soul-devouring beast was level 21, which meant that Yi Lin and his group's current score was 21 points. After stepping out of the illusion, other magical creatures began to appear in the cave before them. A dark green slime lunged directly at them. Suyu stepped forward, countless iron armors converging around him to form a defense against the slime. At that moment, Jing Yu and Lin Wenyu also attacked from the left and right. Under the slicing of their blades, the slime was quickly cut into several pieces, losing its combat ability. However, thanks to the slime's strong vitality, it was not dead yet. Don't waste time on these magical creatures. If we can avoid them, let's do so. Our target is the soul-devouring beast, Jing Yu said solemnly. Hunting these ordinary magical creatures did not yield any points, so most teams wouldn't waste too much time on them. What is this talk? I want to hire a lawyer for the magical creatures. Are ordinary magical creatures not worthy of attention? Don't they deserve our full effort? This is blatant discrimination against ordinary magical creatures. I won't accept it. As the leader, I naturally have the ability to love magical creatures. As soon as the words fell, Yi Lin casually killed the slime, then charged out directly. Accompanied by a series of wails from the magical creatures, within a few dozen seconds, the nearby magical creatures were all slaughtered by Yi Lin. Jing Yu and the others were left speechless. Loving magical creatures. Well, loving to kill magical creatures, in a sense, could also be considered loving magical creatures. During the following journey, Jing Yu and the others had no opportunity to take action at all. Whenever a magical creature appeared, Yi Lin would resolve it immediately, taking it down in an instant. With his level 50 and 2000 points in strength attributes, Yi Lin didn't even sustain any injuries, completely breezing through. Although the 5 of them were in a team, the other 4 could only earn a pitiful 1 or 2 experience points. After all, Yi Lin was taking them down with his overwhelming physical strength in a single blow, leaving them no chance to assist. Jing Yu and the other 3 had no objections, but gradually, Duan Ling began to grow dissatisfied. After Yi Lin killed another magical creature, she finally exploded. Enough! I'm here to participate in the assessment, not to watch you level up. A faint green gas rose from Duan Ling, and combined with her black gothic makeup, she looked particularly terrifying. Stop wasting time on these ordinary magical creatures, or I'll make sure you can't lift a finger. No, I've put up with you for too long. How can you have no manners at all? Didn't your parents teach you anything? Jing Yu directly shouted in anger. My parents were poisoned to death by me. Is there a problem? Duan Ling replied calmly, her tone extremely indifferent, sending chills down one's spine. Jing Yu was also left speechless. The words he had prepared to greet Duan Ling's parents stuck in his throat. Crazy. Jing Yu couldn't help but curse, regretting pulling Duan Ling into the team. Originally, he thought that with Yi Lin blind and lacking combat ability, bringing in Duan Ling, an SSS level profession, would enhance the team's overall combat power. If he had known Yi Lin's physical strength would become this formidable, he wouldn't have bothered with Duan Ling. He might as well have recruited someone lower level and more obedient. Forget it, Jing Yu, didn't I tell you? Be kind to others. Yi Lin quickly advised. Boss, how about we split up from her? I really can't stand this woman anymore. Who knows if she'll suddenly poison us from behind? Jing Yu said with a wary expression. Hey, Don't say things that are not conducive to unity. Yilin showed a friendly smile, and the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Duanling, unexpectedly gripping her throat and lifting her up. I'm asking you now, do you want to be kind to me? Do you want to unite? The petite Duanling looked like a little chick in front of Yilin. With just a little more force, he could easily snap her neck. However, facing imminent danger, Duanling showed no signs of panic. Instead, she revealed a strange smile and coldly said, "Stinky blind man, you're dead. Just wait for your body to rot." Before Yilin could react, he felt an extremely fierce toxin rushing from his palm straight toward his heart. It was like a bamboo breaking through. Duanling actually carried a strong poison. Yilin was somewhat surprised. He had underestimated the poison sorcerer profession. Duanling was only level 25, yet the toxin on her could inflict fatal damage on him, a level 50. Indeed, no SSS level profession was simple. If he was careless, even he could end up in a dire situation. Seeing his body about to rot under the potent poison, Yilin had no choice but to activate his undead form, forcing himself to appear unaffected by the poison. Why are you unharmed? Duanling was utterly shocked. As a poison sorceress, she was filled with deadly toxins. Anyone who had skin contact with her would suffer, if not die, at least lose half their life. Yet, Yilin before her showed no signs of poisoning at all, which completely exceeded Duanling's expectations. Humph, you underestimate my mentor, Professor Shen. A mere toxin, I am already immune to it. Yilin casually made up an excuse. You can actually be immune to toxins? A strange light flickered in Duanling's eyes, filled with boundless enthusiasm. Even with her eyes closed, Yilin could feel the burning gaze of Duanling. None of your business. I advise you not to cause any more trouble, or don't blame me for being rude. Yilin said coldly. I'll listen to you. Duanling nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice, becoming extremely obedient. Yilin was somewhat baffled by Duanling's sudden change, but he certainly wouldn't kill her in front of everyone. He could only let her go. Jing Yu and Suyu exchanged glances, completely unaware of what had just happened. Duanling had just been acting all high and mighty, looking down on everyone, and now, after just a little squeeze, she suddenly became docile? Could it be that this woman actually liked being choked? Jing Yu and the others were puzzled by Duanling's transformation, but the only thing they knew was that on the journey ahead, Duanling had become much more lively and cheerful, her face adorned with smiles. The only headache was Yilin, because Duanling would occasionally cling to him, like an old lecher, making Yilin's scalp tingle. Jing Yu and the others could only watch from the side, not daring to stop Duanling. After all, they had no immunity to toxins, and a single touch could spell disaster for them. Enough already! When will this end? After Duanling lunged at Yilin once more, he finally couldn't take it anymore and pushed her away. How amazing! You really are completely immune to the poison on me. Duanling, who had been roughly pushed away, was not angry at all. Instead, she gazed at Yilin with burning eyes, then leaped back into his arms, greedily inhaling his scent. Ah, is this the smell of a man? It smells so good. Mom, I finally get to hug a real man. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. All along, the men she encountered would start to rot at an alarming speed. Yilin was the first unfamiliar male she had successfully embraced. Yilin, was that immunity? If it weren't for his immortal body, he would have rotted into a corpse long ago. What Yilin didn't know was that at the other end of the secret realm, Tianwen Jing was suffering from the agony of his body rotting away, continuously letting out piercing wails. What do you want? Yilin couldn't help but ask. I want to marry you. Duanling's tone was very firm, and her sudden confession nearly made Yilin's heart stop. Jing Yu and the others also widened their eyes in shock, their CPUs nearly burning out on the spot. Is it really that easy to pick up a girl? Just squeeze her neck, and she'll marry you? Suyu, who had been single for 18 years, couldn't help but ask. I don't understand either. I've never seen such a bizarre way to pick up girls. I usually throw money at them, and I was already a graduate student in middle school, Jing Yu said, shaking his head in a daze. Middle school? Where did a graduate student come from in middle school? Suyu was somewhat surprised. I'm a bit precocious. Graduate student is a verb. Suyu glanced at Lin Wenyu's neck with some intent, and Lin Wenyu immediately took half a step back, eyeing Suyu suspiciously. Suyu could only dismiss the bold thoughts in his mind. Are you sick? Yilin remained silent for a long time before finally squeezing out 4 words. Yes, I am sick, and only you have the medicine. Duanling nodded vigorously. You're really hungry. Can you even eat a blind person? Yilin quickly withdrew his hand, a look of vigilance on his face. Yilin knew well that there was no free lunch in this world. A beautiful woman who was so proactive right after meeting was either a honey trap or a biochemical mother. Just one word, I say it once, don't go. It doesn't matter if you can't see, I can take care of you, and I may look thin, but I'm actually quite capable." As she spoke, Duan Ling reached to pull Yilin's hand towards herself. "That's enough. If you keep being unreasonable, do you believe I will flatten you? How can a girl be so casual?" Yilin, while feeling the soft clouds that had fallen from the sky, sternly condemned Duan Ling. "I don't care. If you have the ability, just kill me. You're the only one not afraid of the poison on me. Unless you can find a second person, I'm going to cling to you forever." Duan Ling stubbornly raised her little head and said, "I think you're just using an umbrella on a sunny day to avoid the sun." Yilin wanted to say more, but at that moment, a strange wave of mental energy surged in, instantly pulling all of them into an illusion, and everything before their eyes became bizarre. The second soul-devouring beast appeared. Moreover, this newly appeared soul-devouring beast seemed far more terrifying than the first. Even in Yilin's blind mind, an illusion directly appeared. He saw Xie Xiaoxiao running towards him with a large piece of roasted meat, her face full of surprise. "Don't come over." Yilin instinctively swung a punch in fear, only to hit Duan Ling, who was closest to him, right in the face. Duan Ling's body went limp, and she fainted. "Not good. Everyone hide behind me," Han Huizhen exclaimed, her pupils dilating. "This soul-devouring beast is at least level 45. Damn it, how could a soul-devouring beast of this level appear here?" A level 45 soul-devouring beast could only exist in the deepest part of the Crying Soul secret realm, which was something that new students could not handle, so Han Huizhen, the safety officer, had to take action. Even a slight misstep could cost her life. Meanwhile, behind the soul-devouring beast, a shadow quietly slipped into the darkness of the cave, unnoticed by anyone. "Vine spike technique!" Han Huizhen shouted, and several vines straightened, stabbing towards the soul-devouring beast like steel spears. "Damn! Senior sister, wake up! Ants have been racing for 10 years. But when the vine stabbed forward, the original soul-devouring beast transformed into Jing Yu's form. If Jing Yu hadn't dodged in time, he would have been turned into a beehive by Han Huizhen's attack. Junior G? Han Huizhen couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, the situation on Su Yu and Lin Wenyu's side was similar. They were clearly attacking the soul-devouring beast, but the next second, it would turn into their teammate. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't harm the soul-devouring beast at all, only accidentally injuring their teammates. The level 45 soul-devouring beast was too terrifying, even able to manipulate the changes in the illusion in real time, misleading them into killing each other. Lin Wenyu seemed to be experiencing the most severe illusion. She had two long swords flying and dancing in her hands, constantly slashing at her surroundings, as if there were many terrifying monsters around her. Jing Yu and Su Yu didn't dare to approach her at all, fearing they would be accidentally injured. "No, we must break the illusion first. Otherwise, we will just be at the mercy of that soul-devouring beast in the illusion," Han Huizhen reminded loudly. "How do we break it, senior sister?" Su Yu couldn't help but ask. "At this point, we can only use the simplest method." Han Huizhen gritted her teeth, then pulled out a dagger and plunged it forcefully into her thigh, the crimson blood instantly staining her fair skin. The intense pain from her flesh jolted Han Huizhen awake, and she finally saw the true position of the soul-eating beast. However, this soul-eating beast seemed to bear numerous scars. But Han Huizhen couldn't afford to care about that. The opportunity was fleeting, and the pain could only momentarily awaken her from the illusion of the soul-eating beast. She had to seize this chance. With a clap of her hands, a powerful wave of energy surged from her body. Wood Dragon Summoning Technique. A crisp dragon roar echoed through the underground cavern, and in an instant, towering trees shot up from the ground, coalescing into a lifelike wooden dragon that roared towards the soul-eating beast. This wooden dragon was much larger than the soul-eating beast. It opened its massive jaws to bite down on the beast. The soul-eating beast was not adept at direct combat, and its physical strength was average. If this strike hit, it would surely take down the soul-eating beast. But at that moment, the soul-eating beast flapped its fleshy wings, leaving a residual shadow in place and dodging the wooden dragon's deadly strike with a speed that dazzled the eyes. Han Huizhen, not having time to be surprised, quickly controlled the wooden dragon to attack the soul-eating beast again. As long as she dealt with this beast, the illusion would naturally shatter. However, just as the wooden dragon charged at the soul-eating beast, the beast's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving the wooden dragon without a target, standing dazedly in place, waiting for Han Huizhen's next command. A wave of despair rose in Han Huizhen's heart. She knew very well that this was because the illusion of the soul-eating beast had once again enveloped her, which was why she couldn't see where it was. It was too powerful. A level 45 soul-eating beast was simply beyond her current capabilities. How could such a monster suddenly appear on the outskirts of the Crying Soul secret realm? If this continued, their final outcome would be total annihilation, and even she, the safety officer, would die here. Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in Han Huizhen's eyes. She raised the dagger again and said in a deep voice, "Intense pain can temporarily free you from the illusion of the soul-eating beast. On the count of 3, we will all use the pain to escape the illusion, and then you must run immediately. Do you understand? Senior, what about you?" Jing Yu couldn't help but ask. "Don't worry, I have my own way to escape," Han Huizhen replied with a smile. At this point, escaping together was certainly a luxury. Only by risking her life as the highest-level safety officer would the others have a chance to survive. Just as Han Huizhen prepared to fight desperately, all illusions suddenly receded like a tide, as if they had never appeared. The soul-eating beast came suddenly and left just as abruptly, leaving everyone completely bewildered. It should be known that the hunting method of the soul-eating beast was to first confuse its prey with illusions, waiting until the prey was exhausted and trapped in the illusion before launching a surprise attack to kill and devour it. They had already fallen into the illusion. The soul-eating beast had no reason to give up its prey. Han Huizhen was stunned for a while before she reacted from her shock. She hurriedly dragged her bleeding leg to check on the other members of her team. Although Jing Yu and the others were injured, fortunately, they only had superficial wounds and were not serious. The real problem was that Yi Lin had disappeared. There was no trace of Yi Lin nearby. Could it be that he lured the soul-eating beast away with his life? A shiver ran through Han Huizhen's heart. With both the soul-eating beast and Yi Lin gone, there was only this explanation. "No, I have to find him." Han Huizhen forced herself to stand up. As a safety officer, her duty was to protect the safety of the members within the group. Now that Yi Lin's life and death were unknown, she absolutely could not just wait here. But she had a penetrating injury in her leg, and as soon as she stood up, pain shot through her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. "Senior, don't be anxious. First, see if you can find some big shots from the academy to help," Jing Yu quickly asked. He could see clearly that whether he chased after Yi Lin or Han Huizhen did, it wouldn't help Yi Lin at all. They would even become a burden to him. They needed to find real big shots to help. "There's no way," Han Huizhen shook her head bitterly. "Once the Crying Soul secret realm closes, no one can open it until the time is up, not even the dean and the others, which is why we second-year students are acting as safety officers. We're still far from the depths of the Crying Soul secret realm. Why are there level 45 soul-eating beasts here?" Han Huizhen grabbed her hair in self-reproach. Jing Yu and the others fell silent. Then Jing Yu drew his sword, his face resolute. "Senior, I'm going with you. Since the dean and the others can't come in, we can only rely on ourselves." "Count me in." "Me too." Su Yu and Lin Wenyu chimed in. "You guys." Han Huizhen looked at them, somewhat surprised, but then her gaze became firm. "All right." Han Huizhen took out first aid supplies and quickly bandaged her wound before standing up again. Just as they were about to set off to find Yi Lin, they suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, unable to move at all. "What's going on? I can't move," Jing Yu exclaimed in shock. "Me neither." Su Yu's face turned pale. "Duan Ling, is that you?" Han Huizhen quickly realized the problem. "You all just stay here obediently, leave finding Yi Lin to me." Duan Ling had already woken up from her coma, rubbing her still sore cheek as she walked deeper into the Crying Soul secret realm. "No, Duan Ling, come back. We need to discuss this. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." Han Huizhen shouted to stop her. "Dangerous? Don't worry, Senior Han, you should be more concerned about the other living things." As soon as Duan Ling finished speaking, a faint green poisonous gas spread from her, corroding everything it touched, even hard rocks sizzling as they were eroded. Han Huizhen and the others were left dumbfounded by this scene. They had a premonition that if Duan Ling went all out, her destructive power would be terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, a poison user might be average, but in a no-holds-barred fight against multiple opponents, they were definitely the most fearsome among all professions. "By the way, the poison on you will automatically dissolve in 3 minutes, so don't come to disturb me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't accidentally misfire the poison next time." Duan Ling left without looking back. Meanwhile, as Han Huizhen and the others worried about Yi Lin, he was excitedly dragging a soul-eating beast through the Crying Soul secret realm. "Woohoo! I'm free!" After shaking off Han Huizhen and the others, Yi Lin no longer had to pretend to be blind. He felt like the Monkey King just escaping from under the Five-Finger Mountain. He tossed the level 45 soul-eating beast away, like a bully throwing a recently robbed poor girl onto a big bed. Immediately, a pair of nearly new eyeballs grew in his empty eye sockets. He raised 2 fingers, with his middle finger pressing against the second segment of his index finger. "Soul-eating beast, Gonlin, Lin Bei is back. This time, I'm definitely going to cut off your silly ant, so get ready for it." Domain expansion, Infinite Harbor. Without the constraints of others, Yi Lin raised his hand and unleashed a forbidden spell without any hesitation. With a thunderous roar, the soul-devouring beast, which had seemed invincible like a final boss in front of Han Huizhen and the others, was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a scrap of flesh behind. At the same time, another Yilin emerged from the darkness. "You've worked hard, brother. You can rest now." Yilin raised his hand, and the clone that had transformed into 3 dissipated. It was clear that this level 45 soul-devouring beast had been beaten up by Yilin's clone before being dragged to the outskirts, all to assist the main body in escaping. Otherwise, a level 45 soul-devouring beast would never appear in such a place. Next, Yilin was about to start leveling up joyfully. He had already sent his clone to scout, and the Crying Soul secret realm was much larger than he had imagined. Deep within the realm, there were even soul-devouring beasts over level 50. Other newcomers couldn't reach such depths at all. As long as he got to the depths of the Crying Soul secret realm, he could enjoy a good grind. After clarifying his goal, Yilin first used endless devouring to absorb all the magical creatures stored in the Great Sumeru Ring, and then he began to make his way deeper into the Crying Soul secret realm. Not long into his journey, a beautiful girl in a short suspender dress suddenly appeared in front of him, squatting on the ground and crying with her head in her hands. "Don't cry, beautiful. What's wrong?" Yilin asked. "I broke up with my boyfriend. I found out he went to find a prostitute." The woman raised her tear-filled eyes, looking quite pitiful. "Ha, tell me more about it." Yilin cracked a sunflower seed, his eyes sparkling with gossip. "After it happened, he kept apologizing to me, begging me to forgive him, transferring money to me, asking me to act like nothing happened and live well, but I thought about it, and I just can't convince myself. He made a principled mistake." The woman's gaze gradually became resolute. "How did you find out he went to find a prostitute?" Yilin pressed. "Because the prostitute he chose was me. When I stood in front of him with my little box of jelly, popping candy, and ice cubes, we both froze." "Yilin? But I'm not like him. I'm doing it for work, for a living. He just did it for disgusting physical desires. This is blatant cheating. Cheating is either 0 times or countless times. I can't forgive him." Yilin. At this moment, Yilin was somewhat worried about his mental state. How crazy must he be to have such a delusion? He pulled out a knife and stabbed it hard into his shoulder, the pain pulling Yilin out of the illusion. The crying woman gradually disappeared, and he also saw the location of the soul-devouring beast. The beast was covered in wounds, with many burns and cuts. Seeing Yilin break free from the illusion so quickly startled the soul-devouring beast, which immediately flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. But how could Yilin let it get away? He leaped directly onto the soul-devouring beast, raising his hand to subdue it, but at that moment, a sharp shout rang out from a distance. "Stop!" Hearing the human voice, Yilin frowned and quickly shoved his eyeballs into the soul-devouring beast's mouth for it to swallow, then activated his undead body to stop the bleeding. The safety personnel were all equipped with real-time cameras. He didn't want to expose himself in front of the higher-ups of the Dasha Academy. Not long after the voice sounded, a small team arrived in front of Yilin. A group of 6, 5 men and 1 woman, among them a crew-cut young man standing at the back, arms crossed, clearly in a spectator mode, was obviously the team's safety officer. The one who had shouted to stop Yilin was a young man with black hair and slanted bangs, with 3 white eyes, walking at the front. "This soul-devouring beast was discovered by us first. Give it back to us," the 3 white-eyed youth angrily commanded Yilin. "Just because you found it first means it's yours? Where's your home? Point me in the direction. I want to go find your mother." Yilin smiled in response. "You want to die, huh?" The young man with 3 white eyes drew a sword, ready to make a move, but his companion quickly stopped him. "Don't be impulsive, let me talk to him." A girl, about 1 meter 60 tall with twin ponytails, stood up. She was the only girl in the group and pointed at the soul-devouring beast under Yilin. "Classmate, this soul-devouring beast is indeed the one we've been hunting. It still has our wounds on it. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm blind?" Yilin pointed to his hollow eye sockets. The girl with twin ponytails was momentarily speechless, her expression darkening as she said in a low voice, "Classmate, we're all alumni here, we see each other often. Do you really want to make this so absolute? Don't forget, you're currently separated from your teammates." Her words carried a hint of threat, but Yilin remained unfazed. "You didn't catch up, the soul-devouring beast ran away from you. Now that I've taken it down, you say it's yours? Should I just slash at every soul-devouring beast I see and claim them all as mine? Come on, that's ridiculous." Yilin was too lazy to argue with them. With a hand like a knife, he gently waved and extracted the magic crystal from the soul-devouring beast's mind, storing its corpse in the Great Shumi Ring. Seeing Yilin act so decisively, the young man with 3 white eyes and the girl with twin ponytails both showed anger on their faces. The 5 exchanged glances and surrounded Yilin, cutting off all his escape routes. "Be mindful of the consequences, don't let it turn deadly," said the flat-headed safety officer standing in the back, his tone indifferent. Don't worry, senior brother, I know my limits," the young man with 3 white eyes replied, crossing his arms and cracking his knuckles, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Yilin. You blind fool, do you think you can take that soul-devouring beast away just because you killed it? You're too naive. A mere person dares to be so arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. The others were also cracking their knuckles, smirking derisively, ready to strike at any moment. Yilin was surrounded, isolated and helpless, looking pitiful. Is it allowed to snatch from each other in this crying soul's secret realm? Yilin couldn't help but be taken aback. He hadn't heard of this rule. If it's not explicitly forbidden, then it's allowed, you foolish boy. Principal Yan Lanbing hasn't expressly prohibited mutual snatching, which means such behavior is permitted. The young man with 3 white eyes sneered, looking at Yilin as if he were an idiot. Now, tell me, are you going to obediently hand over the magic crystal on you, or do you want us to beat you up first before taking it? You can either keep your dignity, or we can help you keep it. Facing the threat from the young man with 3 white eyes and the 4 others who were eyeing him, Yilin revealed a friendly smile. Oh, if you can snatch someone else's magic crystal, you should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say it sooner? What, are you scared now? The girl with twin ponytails coldly laughed. Why didn't you listen when I warned you earlier? Now you want to back down. Let me tell you, it's too late. No, you guys are misunderstanding. I just want to either kill a few of you or be killed by a few of you today. Yilin's arrogant words made the 5 surrounding him momentarily stunned. Such words clearly showed he didn't take them seriously, and their expressions turned cold. You blind fool, do you know? People have to pay the price for the words they say, the girl with twin ponytails huffed coldly. Stop wasting time with him, let's make a move. Draw your sword and don't return. As soon as the words fell, the young man with 3 white eyes drew his sword, thrusting it straight at Yilin's throat. The speed of this sword was incredibly fast, giving Yilin no chance to react at all. Unfortunately, the level gap between the two was simply too great. Yilin didn't even need to use any skills. Relying solely on his terrifying 3-dimensional attributes, he clearly captured the next move of the 3 white-eyed youth. Yilin raised 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the blade of the 3 white-eyed youth's sword. Although it was just 2 fingers, the 3 white-eyed youth felt as if his sword was clamped down by an iron vise, unable to advance an inch or be pulled back. How is this possible? The 3 white-eyed youth's face changed dramatically. It was already unbelievable that a blind person could accurately pinch his sword with just 2 fingers. Why did this guy possess such immense strength? Let's attack together. This guy is strange. The 3 white-eyed youth's teammates also sensed something was off, and several of them launched an attack towards Yilin simultaneously. The fastest among them was a knight, fully covered in black armor, charging at Yilin like a heavily armored bull. Yilin raised his other hand and blocked him with one hand. This scene was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but with a loud bang, the knight could not advance even a fraction. His powerful charge couldn't even make Yilin take half a step back. He can't move. Good opportunity. The girl with twin tails and another boy seized the chance and attacked at the same time. Flame spell. Wind blade. A surging blaze shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. At that moment, countless wind blades swept out, carrying the flames as they surged towards Yilin. With the wind fueling the fire, the 2 mages' skills were greatly enhanced as they attacked simultaneously. As the wind and fire tornadoes rushed towards Yilin, he made a move that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 white-eyed youth and the knight. He used his terrifying strength to lift both of them into the air, using them as human shields right in front of him. Stop! Quick, stop! It's us! The 3 white-eyed youth shouted in horror. But it was already too late. With the dual attributes of wind and fire enhancing each other, this skill had formed a combined attack that could not be retracted. X2 accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 were swept up into the sky by the flame tornado, crashing into the top of the cave before falling down like puppets with severed strings. Their bodies were covered in burn marks and cuts from the sharp wind blades. The knight fared a bit better, as knights generally had higher combat power. The 3 white-eyed youth, however, was in a dire state. His back was nearly scorched by the high temperature of the flames, and he was wide-eyed, gasping for air. Before the attack, no one had expected Yilin's combat power to be so terrifying that he could take down 2 people in the blink of an eye while fighting against 5. But once the arrow was loosed, there was no turning back. Having already engaged, they could only continue down this dark path. A shadow silently appeared behind Yilin, the last team member who had yet to make a move. As an assassin, he was elusive and incredibly fast. If he could strike successfully, they still had a chance to win. Seeing this, the girl with twin tails and the other boy quickly launched another round of attacks, continuously throwing skills to buy time for their last teammate. Wind blades and flames engulfed Yilin, but when the firelight extinguished, Yilin's figure had vanished from the spot. Where is he? The others became alert. In the next second, Yilin, like a ghost, peeked out from behind the assassin. Sprees Mardevka. the assassin's body was instantly covered in a cold sweat. He didn't even notice when Yi Lin had come up behind him. Could it be that this guy's agility was even higher than his? Before he could react, Yi Lin executed a move called Severing the Roots Fist, striking him in the lower back. He felt his renal tubules twist and his whole body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Yi Lin then grabbed his leg and swung him towards the Wind Mage, who, being physically weak, had no time to dodge and was knocked away by his comrade. In just a few minutes, the only one left standing was the girl with twin ponytails, but she was now completely paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a move against Yi Lin, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Lin ignored her and began to search the three-eyed boy, one by one, for their magic crystals. Not every student had storage equipment like his big Sumeru ring, so these people had hidden their magic crystals on their bodies. Soon, Yi Lin had collected 5 magic crystals, totaling nearly 100 points. The three-eyed boy and his friends had indeed reaped a good harvest, but now all of it had gone to Yi Lin. After putting away the magic crystals, Yi Lin solemnly approached the girl with twin ponytails. "Alright, now it's your turn. I need to check if you have any magic crystals hidden on you. It's inappropriate for men and women to touch each other. I shouldn't be searching you, but then again, I'm blind, so I can't see whether you're a boy or a girl, so let's not worry about those details." With that, Yi Lin began to search the girl, focusing on 2 key areas and thoroughly checking one direction. The girl with twin ponytails was so scared that she stood there like a statue, allowing Yi Lin to do as he pleased. "That's enough." The flat-headed security officer finally spoke up with a dark expression. Just now, he couldn't intervene when Yi Lin was hitting people, as it was their side that had initiated the trouble, but now he could no longer stand by and watch. "You've already robbed them of their magic crystals, and now you want to humiliate them too? Do you not take me, the security officer, seriously? Ha!" The security officer shouted, and in an instant, his clothes exploded off him, the white shirt turning into a flurry of shreds, revealing a muscular physique. He slowly struck a pose, exuding an aura that was quite terrifying, probably not far from level 40. But the next second, a fist the size of a cooking pot kept enlarging in the security officer's pupils. With a muffled thud, the security officer's legs stiffened, his eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Youth is great, they just fall asleep," Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh. When he turned his gaze back, the girl with twin ponytails finally snapped out of her fear. Seeing that even their group's security officer had been taken down by Yi Lin with a single punch, her psychological defenses completely crumbled. "Brother, I really don't have any magic crystals on me. Please stop touching me. You've already beaten them. Can you just not hit me?" Her face was filled with a pitiful expression that made one feel compassion, a stark contrast to her earlier threatening and mocking demeanor towards Yi Lin. Seeing her in such a state, Yi Lin felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, big sister, you can go. I don't hit women. Thank you so much. Thank you." The girl with twin ponytails repeatedly expressed her gratitude and turned to leave, but as soon as she turned her back, Yi Lin leaped up, hugging his knees, and performed a backflip into the air. After spinning 2.5 times, Yi Lin tucked one leg in, straightened the other, clenched his left fist to his chest, and extended his right leg, flying down like a missile, shouting, "Leo!" Hearing the commotion behind her, the girl with twin ponytails instinctively turned her head. The next second, a size 43 foot landed solidly on her face. Her face underwent an exaggerated elastic deformation, and immediately after, her entire body flew out, unconscious. At this point, the entire team, along with the safety officer, lay neatly on the ground. "You should be glad you ran into me. If it were someone else, they might have let you go." Yi Lin was in a great mood after collecting 5 magic crystals. Since he could snatch others' magic crystals, he decided not to rush into the depths of the Crying Soul secret realm just yet. He would gather some magic crystals first. The allure of 10,000 points was quite significant for him, as there were many things he could exchange for with that amount, like refining stones, which he was still in need of. Just as Yi Lin turned to look for other teams, in the monitoring room of the Great Xia Academy, the higher-ups had formed 2 neat rows, completely surrounding the room. The president, Yan Lanbing, 2 vice presidents, several directors, and a dozen senior professors were all repeatedly observing a segment of video. Some of the less experienced professors didn't even have the qualification to enter the monitoring room. The video showed Yi Lin single-handedly taking down an entire team of 5 and then knocking out the safety officer with a single punch. "Everyone, you have been researching job changers for decades. What do you think of this video?" Yan Lanbing asked, taking a deep breath. "President, we are watching with our eyes." The higher-ups of the Great Xia Academy smiled bitterly, unable to articulate their thoughts. They could see clearly that Yi Lin in the video did not use any skills, nor did he emit even a hint of magical energy. What he relied on was purely his astonishing physical strength. Although his level was only 28, his physical power was comparable to many job changers at levels 40 or 50. This situation, if it were to occur with a forbidden spellcaster, could only be described with one term: unfathomable. The impact this video had on the higher-ups of the Great Xia Academy was no less than witnessing Lin Dayu exhale and punch through a thick wooden post, then asking if you could withstand such a punch after 20 years of training. Incredible, simply incredible, Yan Lanbing murmured, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Although people have different physical constitutions, this is still too exaggerated. Could it be that he truly has divine strength? Why did the Supreme Academy not want such a person? Are they out of their minds? At this moment, the vice president, Huang Xiaopa, dressed in professional attire, stepped forward. Although her face had developed fine wrinkles, her features still hinted that she must have been a beauty in her youth. President, although I don't know how this child Yilin possesses such powerful physical strength, this is a tremendous opportunity for our Great Xia Academy. The urgent matter now is not to study why he has such strong physical power, but to temporarily seal this information before he grows, to prevent anyone from plotting against him. This is the first point. The second point is that we must transfer him from Xin Jingbin's name as quickly as possible. We cannot allow Xin Jingbin to ruin such a good seedling. Huang Xiaopa's words immediately resonated with the higher-ups of Great Xia. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who has their eye on you. Although Yilin's physical strength was formidable and his profession was that of a forbidden spellcaster, with a bright future ahead, his level was only 28. If someone with ulterior motives took notice, it would certainly lead to trouble. As for the second point, there was even less to say. Xin Jingbin was notorious throughout the Great Xia Academy. I agree with Vice President Huang's view. If we can cultivate Yilin, he will undoubtedly protect our Great Xia for 100 years. Such a good seedling cannot be allowed to fall into Xin Jingbin's hands. Why not transfer Yilin to my name? I happen to know a bit about martial arts and can teach him. It's definitely better than that idiot Xin Jingbin. Anyone can be his mentor, as long as he doesn't continue following that fool Xin Jingbin. If he teaches Yilin that disintegration technique, everything will be ruined. The higher-ups of Daxia Academy chimed in, agreeing with Huang Xiaopa's opinion. Yan Lanbing slightly nodded, clearly swayed by Vice President Huang Xiaopa's words. But just then, a cold voice rang out, chilling everyone to the bone as if ice had been shoved into their necks. Who wants to steal my student? Come, say it in front of me. Xin Jingbin walked in with a stern face, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Although Xin Jingbin wasn't the brightest, he could fight, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived all those outrageous things he had done. Seeing Xin Jingbin, Yan Lanbing rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Professor Xin, it's not that we want to take your student, but Yilin is exceptionally talented. He has a great chance of becoming a high-level forbidden spell master, which would pose a significant deterrent to the demon race. This is of great practical significance for Daxia and even for the entire human race. Before Yan Lanbing could finish, she was interrupted by Xin Jingbin. Don't talk to me about useless things, I can't understand them. All I know is that when Yilin first enrolled, no one wanted him, only I did. He stayed with me for a month, and during that time, I never saw any professors or counselors from the academy show any concern for him, as if he didn't exist in the academy. Oh, now that he has shown talent, you all come to take him? Where were you all before? Fame has its pros and cons, the past is the past, and the present is the present. If you don't accompany the sunset, who are you to rise again? As he spoke, Xin Jingbin casually did a social dance. His words silenced the academy's higher-ups, and they had to admit that Xin Jingbin had a point. After a moment of silence, Huang Xiaopa spoke up to persuade him. Professor Xin, we know you have grievances, but please consider the bigger picture. Consider your own ass. Xin Jingbin sneered. Huang Xiaopa's face turned green. Professor Xin, how can you say that? You can go to hell. Professor Shen, Daxia Academy is a prestigious institution. As a professor, you should set an example. How can you speak so crudely? Crude your ass. Professor Shen, Shen your ass. No matter who spoke or what their status was, Xin Jingbin directly insulted their mothers without hesitation, until no one dared to speak again. Only then did Xin Jingbin lift his eyelids and say, I don't care about your rules. Yilin can only stay with me. Not even the King of Heaven can change that. With this declaration, finally, an old professor couldn't hold back and stood up, his expression serious as he said, Dean, colleagues, I believe Professor Xin Jingbin is being too arrogant. For the sake of the greater good, I request the Dean to approve a one-on-one challenge with him.